Daddy, wake up. Please save Nuanyu and bad people are taking me away. A little girl's desperate sobs jolted Zhou Bin awake. Blinking in confusion, he opened his eyes and there she was. His daughter, Xiao Hua. How was this possible? He had clearly died, breathed his last breath, yet here he was, back in the home he'd longed for all his life. The familiar mud brick house surrounded him, uneven earthen floor, newspaper pasted on the ceiling exactly as it had been decades ago. But what stunned him most was seeing his daughter again alive, vibrant, still the tiny child he remembered, though she had been gone for 40 years. He looked down at his hand, smooth, young, strong. He touched his Facino wrinkles, no age. My God, Zhou Bin could hardly believe it. Had been reborn, and not just any day, had returned to the very day his daughter, Xiao Hua, was snatched away. He would never forget April 20th, 1985. That was the day strangers forcibly took Xiao Hua and gave her to another family. Back then, had been bedridden with a terminal illness, too weak to fight back. His wife, Linan, had screamed and begged but to no avail. Soon after, Xiao Hua, only 6 years old, died alone, abused and abandoned. When Linan heard the news, she collapsed in grief and threw herself off the eastern cliff of the village. In an instant, their happy family of 4 shattered into dust and silence. Zhou Bin wept until his heart broke, attempting suicide multiple times, only stopped by his aging father. Miraculously, his illness later eased, but his father, worn down by sorrow and exhaustion, passed away soon after. With no one left to live for, Zhou Bin left his hometown forever. Though he built a successful career and became known for his charity, he died utterly alone, haunted to the end by guilt and longing for his lost wife and child. Just as he sank into this ocean of grief, Xiao Hua's cries snapped him back to the present. There she stood, tear-streaked face, trembling body struggling desperately against a grasping hand. An old woman scowled impatiently. "Stop fussing, you brat. Come with me now, or I'll beat you senseless." Zhou Bin recognized her instantly. It was his aunt, Lu Ailing. Rage surged through him. He bolted upright and roared, "Stop. What do you think you're doing?" Lu Ailing flinched, freezing mid-motion. Seizing the chance, Xiao Hua wrenched free and dashed to the edge of the Kong, sobbing, "Daddy, save Nuanyuan. I don't want to go." Zhou Bin grabbed her small hand and tears flooded his eyes. "My poor little girl, this time. I'll never let you go." Suddenly, a woman's anguished cry echoed from outside. "Xiao Hua, don't be afraid, Mom is here." A pale but beautiful young woman rushed in. Linan, his beloved wife, alive and real. Zhou Bin stared, stunned. It was her, a woman had mourned for decades. Linan swept Xiao Hua in her arms, tears streaming. She turned to Lu Ailing, voice breaking. "Auntie, please don't take Xiao Hua away. He'll kowtow to you, I beg you." Lu Ailing's face hardened. "Don't be ridiculous. I've already promised the Lu family from Lu village. Are you trying to make me lose face?" "Absolutely not. Please, Auntie, Xiao Hua is so young she can't live without her mother." Linan pleaded, her voice raw with despair. Zhou Bin couldn't take it anymore. He leapt up, shouting, "Xiao Hua is my treasure and no one will take her from me." In one furious motion, he jumped off the Kong and shoved Lu Ailing to the ground. "Ow! You killed me, you brute!" Lu Ailing yelped, landing hard on her backside. The force sent Zhou Bin into a violent coughing fit and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Daddy, you're bleeding. Don't die." Xiao Hua wailed, clinging to his leg in terror. Linan rushed over, trembling as she tried to support him. Through the pain, Zhou Bin managed a weak smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Both of you will be okay." But Lu Ailing began wailing dramatically. "Murder! Zhou Bin attacked me. I'm dying." Then his uncle, Zhou Jianrun, stormed in, bellowing, "You animal! How dare you hit your own aunt? Have you no humanity?" "Brother, calm down." Zhou Bin didn't mean it, came a frail voice. Their father, Zhou Jianming, shuffled in from the corner where had been hiding. "You shut up." Zhou Jianren snapped. "This is your good-for-nothing son. Beating his elder aunt disgraceful. No wonder he's dying, it's karma." Zhou Jianming flinched as if struck. His pipe fell from his lips, and his face flushed crimson. "Big brother, how can you say such things?" "What? He's on death's door, am I wrong?" Zhou Jianren sneered. Tears welled in Zhou Jianming's eyes. He sank to the floor, covering his face. Zhou Bin, trembling with fury, steadied himself. "Uncle, you call him your brother. How dare you speak to him like that?" Zhou Jianren scoffed. "Brother? I have no coward for a brother. Your whole family's spineless trash. When you die, no one will even visit your grave." Linan paled. She understood the insult. She hadn't borne a son. They called her Beren, a failure. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianren boasted of his 3 sons and 6 grandsons, all boys, all proper heirs. Zhou Bin locked eyes with his uncle and roared, Get out. All of you get out. Zhou Jianren froze in shock. Never had this sickly nephew dare defy him publicly. Enraged, he lunged forward, but Zhou Jianming clung to his arm, begging, "Brother, please." He's ill, his mind's not right. Imperfectly clear. Zhou Bin shouted, "My father, my wife, my daughter, none of you have the right to control us. Who do you think you are?" Lu Ailing shrieked from the floor. "Ungrateful wretch. I was only trying to help. What will you bury yourself in when you die, straw?" As she scrambled up, cursing, Zhou Jianren spat, "Fine. I swear if you die, don't come crying to us. We'll consider you cursed." Wiping blood from his lips, Zhou Bin smiled coldly. "Don't worry. I won't die. I'll live well enough to make you eat your words." "Huh. We'll see about that." Zhou Jianren snarled. "Come on, we're done with this cursed house." As they stormed out, Zhou Jianming chased after them, sobbing, "Brother, wait. Let's talk this through." Zhou Jianren shoved him aside, so hard he tumbled to the ground, then strode away, muttering, "Trash. When you die, no one will even dig your grave." Zhou Jianming knelt in the yard, watching them leave, and broke down in tears. Chapter 2. An Old Man's Tears. Seeing his father crumpled on the ground, Zhou Bin forced himself to speak through his pain. "Dad, get up. Don't sit there." Xiao Hua ran to her grandfather, eyes wide with worry. "Grandpa, are you hurt? Did they hit you?" Zhou Jianming shook his head, tears streaming as he pulled her into a tight embrace. "Xiao Hua, Grandpa failed you. I'm so useless." "I won't cry if you don't cry, Grandpa," Xiao Hua whispered, wiping his cheeks with tiny hands. At the sight, Zhou Bin's chest tightened and he coughed up more blood. "Bingo, what's wrong?" Lin Nan cried in panic. "Daddy." Xiao Hua clung to his leg, terrified. Zhou Jianming hurried over, helping his son back onto the con. "Bin, how are you feeling? Still in pain?" "I'm fine," Zhou Bin lied, forcing strength into his voice. "It'll make our family prosperous yet." Zhou Jianming nodded through tears, his heart heavy with despair. He lit his pipe and smoked in silence, each puff weighed down by dread. Had spent his life raising this only son. After his wife passed, had scraped together everything to marry Zhou Bin off. Lin Nan gave birth to a sweet daughter, but could bear no more children. Though saddened, had accepted it. They were happy. Then disaster struck. Zhou Bin fell gravely ill with a mysterious, incurable disease. Desperate, Zhou Jianren and Lu Ailing approached him. "Jianming," Zhou Jianren said bluntly, "just give Xiao Hua away. Girls can't carry on the family name here, just a waste of food." He refused at first. How could he abandon his gentle granddaughter? But Lu Ailing pressed. "Fool. Sell her, get money, treat Zhou Bin in the city hospital. Even if he dies, you'll have savings for your old age." Torn between love and fear, Zhou Jianming finally agreed. Today was the day Xiao Hua was to be handed over until Zhou Bin, who had been unconscious for days, suddenly woke and ruined everything. Now his brother's family would never help. If Zhou Bin died, there wouldn't even be money for a coffin. What will become of us? Zhou Jianming thought, drowning in despair. But Zhou Bin knew the truth. His uncle and aunt had always coveted their meager possessions, the old ox, the egg-laying hen. They called Li Nan a barren hen and spread rumors that their grandsons should inherit Zhou Bin's property, since a girl is just an outsider. Last time, too weak to fight, had let tragedy unfold. Not this time. He sat up straight. "Dad, stop worrying. I will get better. And listen, Xiao Hua is your own flesh and blood. How could you agree to give her away?" Zhou Jianming flushed with shame, covering his face as sobs racked his body. "It's all my fault. I couldn't save you. I failed, Xiao Hua. Failed Li Nan. I should have died instead." Li Nan, who had resented her father-in-law deeply, now fell silent, her anger melting into pity. Zhou Bin sighed. Scolding wouldn't help now. First, he needed to cure himself. In his past life, doctors had told him his illness was caused by a rare bacteria resistant to standard drugs, but curable with two common herbs, dandelion and honeysuckle. "Xiao Nan," he said urgently, "go gather dandelions and honeysuckle. Boil them into tea to heal me." Li Nan starat incredulos. "These weeds can cure you?" "Yes," he smiled. "Trust me. Go quickly." Hope flickered in her eyes. Without hesitation, she grabbed a spade and bamboo basket. "We'll go right now." "Me too," Xiao Hua cried. "I want Daddy to get better." As mother and daughter hurried out, Zhou Jianming remained behind, face etched with sorrow. Those weeds won't save him, he thought bitterly. My son is already lost. Chapter 3. Ensuring they live a good life, Zhou Jianming sighed deeply, stepping out of the door and crouching in the yard to silently smoke his pipe. On the calm, Zhou Bin gazed at his father's stooped figure and graying hair, a wave of sorrow washing over him. He struggled to rise, slipped on his shoes, and gingerly made his way outside. As he reached the threshold, A gentle breath of spring enveloped him. The warm sunlight cascaded over his body, while the peach and pear blossoms in the courtyard bloomed in splendid array, intoxicating in their beauty. The old locust tree beyond the gate was adorned with flourishing blossoms, resembling a cluster of white, fluffy clouds from afar. Bees and butterflies danced busily at the treetops, creating a scene of vibrant activity. Zhou Bin inhaled deeply, the air filled with the delightful scents of flowers and grass, invigorating every pore of his being. In the distance, lush green grass stretched out, with wisps of smoke curling up into the sky, painting a picturesque scene that was utterly refreshing. Zhou Jianming, eyes closed as he smoked, suddenly heard a noise. Glancing over, he noticed his son emerging and hurried to assist him. With his father's support, Zhou Bin settled onto a chair, stretching languidly as the sunlight enveloped him. The father and son sat in silence in the yard, neither speaking a word. Eventually, Zhou Bin could no longer contain himself and broke the silence. "Dad, don't worry. My health will improve soon, and I'll earn money for us to live a good life." Hearing this, Zhou Jianming's face broke into a smile as he replied, "That is wonderful. It would be nice to enjoy the finer things in life." Suddenly, a shadow of sadness crossed his features. Bin, I'm sorry. I've been foolish. How could I have done such a thing?" Alas, Zhou Bin understood that his father was still burdened by guilt over recent events. Yet he recognized that his father's fears stemmed from a desire to shield him from harm. Therefore, he smiled and reassured, "Dad, that is all in the past now. Let it go." "Oh, I've truly wasted decades of my life," Zhou Jianming lamented, attempting to atone for his perceived transgressions. Zhou Bin felt a pang of sadness. His mother had passed away early, and it was his father who had raised him alone, even managing to arrange a marriage for him. His father had endured much. As they conversed, an elderly man suddenly entered through the gate, carrying a snakeskin bag. Upon entering, he called out, "Jianming, I've dug up some shepherd's purse, very tender. Let the kids have a taste." Zhou Bin looked up to see Lu Junyi, the kind-hearted elder from next door. Upon spotting Zhou Bin in the yard, he exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, Zhou Bin is here too. Are you feeling better?" Zhou Bin quickly greeted him, "Uncle Lu, I'm much better now." Lu Junyi beamed, "That's wonderful. Look at how beautiful the sun is today. Soaking in some sunlight is good for your health." With that, he opened his bag to reveal a half-full collection of fresh shepherd's purse, vibrant and enticing in its green hue. Zhou Jianming offered his pipe, saying, "Care for a smoke?" Lu Junyi waved his hand with a smile, "No, thank you. I've been coughing a lot lately." He then rummaged through another pocket and pulled out a handful of items. "Zhou Bin, since you're unwell, these are wild chicken eggs I found in the woods. They say they're very nutritious. Take them to bolster your health." Zhou Bin quickly extended his hands to receive the eggs. The wild chicken eggs, though modest in size, bore a delicate blue hue reminiscent of small apricots. A warmth enveloped Zhou Bin's heart as he exclaimed, "Uncle Lu, these wild chicken eggs are truly delightful. You should take them home for your grandchildren. They are still young and in need of nourishment." He was well aware of the hardships faced by Uncle Lu, whose old companion and eldest son had met with misfortune, leaving behind a boy and a girl, as well as a younger son in his 20s who had yet to find a bride. Lu Junyi chuckled heartily. "Rest assured, those two little ones have plenty to eat." Bag over his shoulder and prepared to depart. Zhou Jianming called out, "Are you leaving?" Lu Junyi replied with a smile, "Of course. Otherwise, how could you treat me to spicy noodle soup?" Zhou Bin inquired further, "Uncle Lu, towards the hillside south of the village." Grinning, "I gathered them from the woods over there. There are plenty." After speaking, he shouldered his bag and let it go away. Zhou Bin watched his retreating figure, feeling a swell of warmth in his chest. What a simple and genuine villager he was. In stark contrast, he reflected on his own uncle's family, which seemed worlds apart. Meanwhile, Li Nan was guiding Xiao Hua to the desolate land at the eastern edge of the village. It was spring, and from a distance, the ground was carpeted with a sea of yellow flowers, dandelions. Li Nan, filled with joy, rushed forward, calling out, "Xiao Hua, come quickly and see all the dandelions." Xiao Hua echoed excitedly, "Mommy, Daddy's illness will surely get better now?" However, a hint of sorrow flickered across Li Nan's face. The doctors at the hospital had declared there was no hope. Could these wild grasses truly heal Zhou Bin's ailment? A wave of sadness washed over her, and she wondered if Zhou Bin had brought her here merely to comfort himself. Sensing her distress, Xiao Hua asked with concern, "Mommy, what's wrong? Aren't you happy that Daddy's going to get better?" Li Nan quickly wiped her eyes and forced a beaming smile, responding, "I am happy, truly." As Xiao Hua dashed off to gather dandelions, Li Nan's heart ached. The pair had just begun to collect a few when two figures, a large one and a small one, strolled along the nearby road. Li Nan looked up to see her uncle's third daughter-in-law, Zhao Meiqin, accompanied by her son, Zhou. Upon spotting Li Nan, Zhao Meiqin greeted her with a mocking tone. "Oh, isn't this Zhou Bin's beautiful wife? What are you up to?" Li Nan promptly returned the greeting. "Sister-in-law, what brings you out?" Zhao Meiqin laughed derisively. "My son craves leek dumplings, so I'm off to dig some wild leeks. You wouldn't believe how delicious they are with pork." She cast a contemptuous glance at Li Nan, reveling in her own superiority. Zhou chimed in, tauntingly, "Have you ever had meat dumplings, you poor thing?" Li Nan sighed quietly at their smug demeanor and chose not to respond. Xiao Hua, unable to contain herself, retorted with flushed cheeks, "Humph. Who cares about your meat dumplings? My mom and I are picking dandelions, which are delicious." Zhao Meiqin burst into laughter. "Oh, you've resorted to gathering dandelions. It seems you really have nothing to eat." With that, she took her son by the hand, leaving with an air of triumph, while Zhou continued to jeer, "Poor thing, reduced to eating grass." "Haha." Little Hua, in her frustration, pouted her lips, and Li Nan gently smiled, saying, "Little Hua, let us ignore him and swiftly gather herbs for Daddy." With that, Little Hua's anger dissipated, and the two set out to collect dandelions and honeysuckle before returning home. Upon entering the house, they spotted Zhou Bin seated in the courtyard. The frown that had clouded Li Nan's face vanished the moment she saw Zhou Bin. She smiled tenderly and said, "Brother Bin, I've brought back the herbs for you." Zhou Bin looked up, noticing his wife's haggard appearance. Her clothes were worn and tattered, and beads of sweat adorned her brow. Yet they could not conceal her inherent beauty and grace. Little Hua's small jacket was torn, yet her face radiated joy, making her particularly endearing. A surge of affection welled up in Zhou Bin's heart, accompanied by a twinge of guilt. He vowed silently to ensure a better life for them. Chapter 4. Destitution. With a heart full of concern, Zhou Bin addressed Li Nan and their daughter. "Are you both tired? Please, take a seat and rest." Li Nan wiped the sweat from her forehead and softly replied, "I'm not tired." "Little Hua, you sit down and rest while I prepare the medicine." Just as she was about to begin, Zhou Jiaming stopped her, saying, "Xiao Nan, please sit and rest. I will handle it." As he took the bamboo basket and hurried towards the kitchen, Li Nan attempted to assist, but was halted by Zhou Bin. He cheerfully waved them over, saying, "Xiao Nan. Little Hua, come here and sit beside me." The two nestled closely against Zhou Bin, who couldn't help but embrace them tightly, the three basking in the warm sunlight of spring. After a while, the soup was ready, and Zhou Jianming emerged from the kitchen with a bowl. Everyone watched intently as Zhou Bin drank the medicine, their eyes fixed on him. Bin, how do you feel after taking the medicine?" Zhou Jianming asked anxiously. Little Hua, with her innocent voice, chimed in, "Daddy, does it not hurt anymore after you drank the medicine?" Zhou Bin smiled and replied, "I feel much better." "Oh, Daddy's illness is getting better. Little Hua can go out and play with Daddy again." Little Hua exclaimed joyfully. Yet, Li Nan could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. She wondered how long such precious moments between Little Hua and her father would last. Glancing at the sun, she realized it was time for lunch. She turned and entered the kitchen, and soon the aroma of cooking filled the air. Zhou Jiaming silently joined her in the kitchen. Little Hua remained by Zhou Bin's side, her face alight with happiness as she chattered animatedly. Watching his daughter's joyful expression filled Zhou Bin with immense happiness. Fortune smiled upon him, bringing him back to his homeland. He would never again allow Little Hua to slip from his grasp. They continued to talk and laugh, seemingly forgetting all else, and even the passage of time, until Li Nan emerged with 3 steamed buns and a plate of shredded potatoes, reminding them it was time to eat. Li Nan split the bun, filling it with the shredded potatoes, and brought over a bowl of vegetable porridge, gently urging, "Please, eat." Little Hua gazed eagerly at the steamed bun in her father's hand, her mouth watering. Zhou Bin affectionately picked up a bun and offered it to Little Hua, saying, "Little Hua, you should eat too." Xiao Hua initially extended her small hand, but in an instant, she retracted it, shaking her head. "No, Daddy, you eat. Nan will eat her own meal." Zhou Bin was momentarily taken aback. Just as Zhou Jianming emerged with a plate, which contained some steamed potatoes, a few corn buns, and several bowls of vegetable porridge, Li Nan gently addressed Xiao Hua. "Xiao Hua, your meal has arrived, do eat." Xiao Hua joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, we can eat now." She grasped a potato with her tiny hand, skillfully peeled off the skin, and took a hearty bite, bursting into giggles. Zhou Bin, having just taken a bite of the bun, suddenly froze. Li Nan picked up a corn bun and handed it to Zhou Jianming. "Dad, you have a bun." Zhou Jianming waved his hands repeatedly, lifting the vegetable porridge to sip. He smiled. "You and the child eat. I will just have some porridge and a bit of potato." Li Nan broke apart a potato, and after taking a bite, she noticed Zhou Bin staring blankly at her, neglecting his meal. She softly inquired, What's wrong? Hurry and eat. Zhou Bin's eyes glistened with emotion as he trembled. How can you and the child eat this? Is there no white bun? Li Nan responded with a smile. The wheat hasn't been milled yet, so we'll make do for now. You should eat. Zhou Bin pressed further. Is it that our flour is insufficient? Zhou Jiaming sighed. It is somewhat lacking, but you will have enough to eat. Zhou Bin felt a pang in his heart, insisting. If you all eat potatoes, how can I have white buns? We should all eat together. With that, he tore the remaining 2 buns on the plate into 4 pieces, offering them to Xiao Hua, his father, and Li Nan. Zhou Jiaming quickly intervened. Oh, Bin, what are you doing? You are a patient and need to eat well. We can manage with whatever. Xiao Hua chimed in. Daddy, the white buns were made for you. Please eat. You need to eat to get better. Nan is not sick and can't eat the white buns. Li Nan also urged. Brother Bin, please eat. It will help you recover. Zhou Bin's eyes glistened with moisture as he stubbornly pressed the buns into the hands of everyone. No, everyone must eat. Seeing Zhou Bin a bit agitated, they ultimately acquiesced and consumed the white buns. Only then did a smile grace Zhou Bin's face as he observed everyone eating. His heart ached. Their lives were too difficult. As time swiftly passed into the evening, Xiao Hua had already fallen asleep early. Li Nan had just finished washing Zhou Bin's feet and was preparing to assist him onto the bed. Suddenly, Zhou Bin grasped her hand. Catching her off guard and making her feel a touch shy, she softly asked, Brother Bin, what's the matter? Zhou Bin tenderly drew his wife into his embrace, whispering, Xiao Nan, you have suffered alongside me. Li Nan was melted by Zhou Bin's unexpected tenderness. Since his illness, she had silently shouldered the weight of the household alone. Her heart was filled with helplessness and panic, yet she could not articulate her feelings. Her frail body longed for a sturdy shoulder to lean upon. How she wished to collapse into her husband's arms and weep. However, witnessing her husband's discomfort, she could only grit her teeth and endure the painful struggle. Today, Zhou Bin suddenly enveloped her in his embrace, and she immediately felt her entire body weaken, the floodgates of her emotions fully unsealed as she began to sob quietly. Observing his wife weeping silently in his arms, Zhou Bin understood the depths of her suffering. He gently caressed her hair, offering soothing words. Xiao Nan, do not fret. I will recover, and our family's circumstances will improve. Li Nan lifted her tear-filled gaze, tenderly stroking her husband's face as she cried, Bin Go, I fear not the poverty, nor do I dread subsisting on the barest of fare. My only fear is losing you. What will become of me and Xiao Hua? Zhou Bin's eyes also glistened with unshed tears as he held her tightly, resolutely affirming, Xiao Nan, I will never abandon you. I still have dreams of building a grand villa for our family. In the midst of her quiet sobs, Li Nan, curiosity piqued, inquired, Bin Gu, what is a villa? Zhou Bin replied with a smile, It is a splendid home, a small Western-style house. A flicker of joy illuminated Li Nan's pale face. Oh my, a small Western-style house? When shall we reside in one? Zhou Bin softly reassured her, Rest assured, it will not be long before we can call it home. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Zhou Bin's face as he awakened from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found the house empty. Hastily dressing, he stepped outside. Though the yard was earthen, it was swept clean. Feeling a twinge of hunger, he made his way to the kitchen. Upon opening the door, he noticed steam rising from the pot. Lifting the lid, he discovered bread, vegetables, and a few boiled wild eggs, accompanied by a note. It turned out that Li Nan and Xiao Hua had gone to tend the fields early, while his father had taken the cattle out to pasture. A wave of warmth washed over Zhou Bin. This was what home truly felt like. In his previous life, despite residing in a lavish villa, it had merely been a dwelling devoid of warmth. After having his breakfast and washing the pot, he ventured into the yard. He felt much better today, thanks to the herbal soup he had consumed. Pushing open the door, he contemplated taking a stroll outside. Just as he reached the threshold, he encountered someone unexpectedly. Chapter 5. Zhou Bin's recovery. As Zhou Bin attempted to step out, he bumped into a figure. Looking up, he recognized his cousin Zhou Ming. Startled at the sight of Zhou Bin, Zhou Ming shuddered, stammering, What are you doing here? Zhou Bin replied coldly, What do you want? Zhou Ming, with a look of astonishment, recalled that just yesterday their father mentioned Zhou Bin was on the brink of death. How was it that he was now able to get out of bed? Adopting a condescending tone, he declared, Well, you need to gather your father and your wife. And don't forget to bring Xiao Hua. We need help with the field work at our place. Zhou Bin was taken aback, asking, What did you say? Zhou Ming, with impatience, retorted, Are you deaf? We have a large plot of land and not enough hands. Hurry up. Zhou Bin remembered the hardships of his previous life when his uncle's family would constantly impose work on his father, his wife, and even young Xiao Hua, providing nothing in return, not even a drop of water, let alone a meal. During that time, even as he fell ill, his father hoped that his uncle's family would offer some assistance, and thus they always rushed to help. Gradually, his uncle's family came to view them as laborers, calling upon them for every task without offering any remuneration. Zhou Ming has come again, seemingly intent on exploiting them as free labor once more. Contemplating this, Zhou Bin couldn't help but smile faintly, remarking, "They are not here. They cannot assist you." Zhou Ming, taken aback, shouted angrily, "Where have they gone? They knew we had matters to attend to today and deliberately avoided us, didn't they?" Zhou Bin's temper flared in response. "What concern is it of yours where they have gone? Their affairs are none of your business." "Hey, I say, Zhou Bin. I invited them to help because I hold them in high regard. Don't be so ungrateful." Zhou Ming seethed with rage. Zhou Bin, nearly laughing in exasperation, waved his hands dismissively. "Leave. I can't be bothered to converse with you." Zhou Ming, infuriated, retorted, "Fine. Zhou Bin, you dare to let me leave. I tell you, you have offended us. Let us see who will bury your father when he dies. And you, when your time comes, no one will care. Get lost. Never come to our home again." Zhou Bin shouted angrily. Zhou Ming gazed at Zhou Bin in astonishment, not expecting this frail figure to exhibit such defiance, almost causing him to fume. As he walked away, he cursed, "Zhou Bin, you ungrateful wretch. Don't expect us to assist you in the future." Watching Zhou Ming storm away in frustration, Zhou Bin couldn't help but spit in disdain. What a piece of work. Just as he was about to sit down to rest, Aunt Zhao from next door walked in. Zhou Bin noticed she was carrying a basket and looking around curiously. Upon spotting Zhou Bin, she exclaimed in surprise, "Zhou Bin, are you feeling better?" Zhou Bin promptly stood up and replied, "Aunt Zhao, I'm much improved. What brings you here?" Aunt Zhao smiled, saying, "Oh dear. The other day I strained my back while carrying some water. Your father helped me bring it home. And now my hen has laid a few eggs for you to help restore your health." She offered him the basket, revealing 5 eggs inside. Zhou Bin quickly declined. "Aunt Zhao, this is too much. We have eggs already. You should keep them for yourself." Each egg was worth 10 cents. And those 5 eggs amounted to 50 cents, a significant sum, considering the farmers in their area earned roughly $30 a month. 50 cents was equivalent to half a day's wages. Yet Aunt Zhao insisted, "Oh, you child, why be so polite? These are from my own hen. They're meant for sharing. Please accept them." Reluctantly, Zhou Bin accepted the eggs under Aunt Zhao's insistence. She then lowered her voice. "Your uncle and aunt have gone too far. We have all heard about it. Xiao Hua is such a good child. How could they be so heartless?" Zhou Bin smiled softly. "Indeed. Fortunately, I managed to intervene." Aunt Zhao sincerely added, "May you recover swiftly. Once you are well, your wife and child will see brighter days." With that, she turned to leave, and Zhou Bin looked at her retreating figure, feeling a wave of warmth. Such wonderful neighbors. Even a small gesture of assistance would be generously reciprocated. Lost in thought, Li Nan and Xiao Hua returned and were overjoyed to find Zhou Bin standing in the courtyard. Li Nan's previously hopeless gaze suddenly flickered with light, and Xiao Hua was so elated that she bounced around in joy. Zhou Jiaming, returning from tending to the cattle, was equally astonished and delighted to see his son in such a state, shedding tears of joy in secret. Thus, for 7 consecutive days, Zhou Bin consumed the medicinal soup, and his health visibly began to rejuvenate. Finally, on the morning of the 10th day, as he awoke, Zhou Bin felt invigorated, his body light and buoyant. He was well. He had never experienced such a sense of vitality before, while his wife, daughter, and elderly father remained in slumber, exhausted from weeding the fields the previous day. Quietly, Zhou Bin rose and hurried to the kitchen, only to discover that both of their water barrels were empty. Typically, his father would fetch water, but his frail frame could no longer bear the burden. Resolutely, Zhou Bin seized the yoke and filled 2 buckets, making his way to the riverbank. Upon reaching the water's edge, he swiftly filled the buckets and began his return home, surprised at his newfound strength. Carrying the 2 buckets felt effortless. As he walked, he encountered the village doctor, Wang Hengfa, who was taken aback. "Zhou Bin, what are you doing?" he exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "Brother Wang, I'm fetching some water for the family." Wang Hengfa, astonished, asked, "Ah, you're better? You can carry water?" Zhou Bin affirmed, "Yes. I'm well now. Nothing is amiss." Wang Hengfa, still incredulous, exclaimed, "Incredible. You have truly recovered. This is a miracle." With that, he departed, still in amazement, for he had previously assessed Zhou Bin and believed he would not survive beyond 6 months. Zhou Bin chuckled, realizing he had not ventured outside in days, and so no one knew of his recovery yet. He returned home, poured the water into the barrels, and then jumped back into his tasks. The others remained blissfully unaware, deep in their dreams. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Li Nan finally awoke. Noticing Zhou Bin's absence and realizing the time, She hurriedly dressed to prepare breakfast for the family. Little Hua also stirred, clamoring to get dressed. Once they were ready, they stepped into the courtyard, curious to see smoke rising from the kitchen. Zhou Jiaming had also risen and, spotting the chimney puffing smoke, asked, "Who is in the kitchen?" Just then, Zhou Bin emerged with a beaming smile, saying, "You're all awake. Breakfast is ready. Hurry and wash up, let us eat." Li Nan was taken aback and exclaimed, "Brother Bin, how did you manage to cook? You're not well enough for such labor." Zhou Bin, chuckling, replied, "I'm completely recovered. Why fear cooking? I even filled our water barrels." The others could hardly believe their ears and rushed to the kitchen, discovering the 2 large barrels brimming with water. "Brother Bin, did you really do this?" Li Nan asked, her voice filled with astonishment. Zhou Bin responded, "Of course I did. See, I'm perfectly fine now." Li Nan stood in shock for a moment before bursting into tears. "Brother Bin, you are truly well. You're really better." Little Hua's voice turned joyous. "Oh, Father, it's all right now. You no longer have to suffer." Zhou Jianming, with his aged eyes wide open, stared blankly at his son. Suddenly, he crouched down and silently wiped away his tears, exclaiming loudly, "Heavenly Lord, you have finally opened your eyes." Chapter 6. Let's have some meat. Zhou Bin observed the excitement radiating from everyone and felt an immense joy himself. He quickly urged everyone to wash up and then have breakfast. When Zhou Bin brought the food to the table, several people were taken aback. There lay a platter of a dozen steamed buns, a large dish of stir-fried potato shreds, and another plate of cold seasoned shepherd's purse. Li Nan gazed at Zhou Bin in astonishment and asked, "Did you make all of this?" Zhou Bin nodded with a smile. "Yes, I did. Come and taste it." Upon seeing the steamed buns, Xiao Hua was so thrilled that she nearly jumped up, exclaiming, "Wow, we can eat steamed buns today." Zhou Jianming was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Oh my, how did you make so many buns?" Zhou Bin, slightly puzzled, responded, "This isn't too many. If each of us has 2, that's only 8. Zhou Jianming fell silent and took a seat at the table. Zhou Bin then returned with several bowls of vegetable porridge, and everyone began to eat. He deliberately handed a steamed bun to his father and Xiao Hua, then passed one to Li Nan before finally taking one for himself, saying, "Hurry and eat. It will get cold soon." Li Nan inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting from the freshly steamed buns, her face reflecting pure bliss. She took a gentle bite and was instantly enveloped by the delightful scent of the bun. Xiao Hua followed suit and exclaimed, "Wow, these steamed buns are delicious." Zhou Jianming, however, did not partake, but instead sipped his porridge. Li Nan, incredulous, asked, "Bingu, you can steam buns?" "I had no idea." Zhou Bin chuckled, "I have many skills. You will find out in due time." In his previous life, he had ventured out alone to carve a path for survival. Trying his hand at various tasks and mastering numerous skills, he initially started by selling buns, which were thin-skinned and generously filled, gaining immense popularity. Eventually, he learned to prepare a variety of hometown dishes and amassed his first fortune through the culinary business. Only then did he explore other industries, ultimately establishing a conglomerate valued in the hundreds of billions. Of course, Li Nan was unaware of these experiences. Her curiosity was piqued, leaving her to wonder when Zhou Bin had acquired such skills. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianming sighed, "I'll save these buns for the children. I'll just steam a few potatoes." As he moved to stand, Zhou Bin stopped him, saying, "Dad, please eat. I steamed over 30 buns this time. It's more than enough." Li Nan's expression changed upon hearing this. "Did you use up all the flour?" Zhou Bin nodded. "Yes, I used it all. I'm fine now. I'll go grind more flour this afternoon." Li Nan lowered her head in silence, and Zhou Bin, puzzled, asked, "Xiao Nan, what's wrong?" Zhou Jianming moved his lips, hesitating momentarily before finally speaking. "Our wheat supply has run out. If we keep eating, we'll have to resort to cornmeal." "Father, what are you saying?" Zhou Bin asked incredulously. He had previously heard that the flour was insufficient and assumed it was merely a matter of grinding the wheat into flour. Upon listening closely, he realized that there was not even a single grain of wheat left. In his previous life, during his illness, it was Li Nan who brought meals to his bedside every day. Thus he remained oblivious to the family's dire circumstances. No wonder his father appeared less than jubilant at the sight of the plain bread. Surprised, he inquired, "Father, did we not cultivate nearly 10 acres of wheat? How could we be out of wheat?" Li Nan interjected, "Most of our wheat has been sold. The little that remains has been set aside as seed, ensuring there is enough for you to eat." "Why does our family need to sell grain?" Zhou Bin asked. Zhou Jianming responded with resignation, "Your illness was so severe. I had to afford your medical treatment." Zhou Bin came to understand that the family's resources had been depleted in order to cover his healthcare expenses. He realized that he had exhausted the flour, making future meals a concern. Reflecting on this, Zhou Bin felt a tinge of guilt. His intentions had been noble, wishing to prepare a meal for everyone amidst their hardships, yet it had inadvertently resulted in complications. However, a thought quickly crossed his mind. If there was no flour, perhaps they could procure some meat instead. With this resolution, he kept his plan to himself, not wishing to burden others with worry. After the meal, Zhou Jianming went to cut grass for the ox, while Li Nan and Xiao Hua washed the dishes in the kitchen. Observing this, Zhou Bin promptly gathered some thin iron wire, a snakeskin bag, a bundle of hemp rope, and a machete, then set off towards the back mountain. Their village was situated at the foot of the mountain, allowing him easy access to the wilderness. He resolved to catch a few rabbits, at least enough for several meals of meat. In those times, people's perceptions were not as stringent as they are today, and wild creatures from the mountains were still considered edible. The key was that Xiao Hua, Li Nan, and his father were all too frail and needed nourishment. Thus, he ventured alone into the thicket. This mountain, known as Beishan by the villagers, was densely forested and rarely trodden by human feet. It was rumored to harbor wild boars, wolves, and leopards. A few years prior, an old man gathering firewood had ventured into the woods and was devoured by a beast, leaving behind only tattered clothing and bone fragments. Tales of man-eating creatures and even demons circulated, instilling fear among the villagers, who dared not enter. Zhou Bin had heard of this incident, yet for the sake of his family's sustenance, he pressed on, disregarding the trepidation. Having previously participated in wilderness survival training in his former life, he felt a modicum of confidence. As he ventured deeper, the path became increasingly desolate, flanked by grass taller than a person. With his machete in hand, he tirelessly cleared a way forward. He knew that rabbit burrows were typically found on sunlit slopes, so he needed to traverse the forest and reach the hillside to find them. While walking, he remained vigilant, wary of any lurking beasts. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed ahead. Hastening his steps, he soon discovered a remarkably clear waterfall cascading nearby, with a pristine spring at its base. Zhou Bin traversed the thorns and arrived at the spring, where he discovered the water was remarkably clear. Unable to resist, he took several refreshing sips, relishing its sweetness. He then wiped his face and continued onward, eventually reaching a sunlit hillside. Here, the vegetation was modest, consisting primarily of lowly wild grasses. Upon raising his gaze, Zhou Bin was filled with joy, for the hillside was dotted with numerous burrows, unmistakably the homes of rabbits. He approached a slightly larger entrance and observed it carefully, noting that this rabbit warren had 2 additional exits. He promptly set about blocking these openings, and then, at the remaining entrance, he lit some brushwood to produce smoke, anticipating that any rabbits within would emerge. Having set a snare at the burrow's mouth, he was confident that any rabbit that ventured out would be ensnared. After a while, there was finally a stir within. Zhou Bin's heart leaped with excitement. Surely a rabbit was about to appear. However, before he could fully revel in his anticipation, the earth at the burrow's mouth suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar, and a massive creature erupted from the ground. Chapter 7. An unexpected harvest. Zhou Bin was still poised for the rabbit's escape, when, unexpectedly, the soil gave way, and a colossal wild boar burst forth with a fearsome roar. Startled, Zhou Bin swiftly sidestepped, only to witness the boar spring into his trap, ensnaring its hind legs tightly. Enraged, the wild boar thrashed and bellowed, its demeanor terrifying. As Zhou Bin had only intended to capture a wild rabbit, he had secured the rope to a small tree. In its fury, the boar threatened to uproot the sapling. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Bin raised his machete and swung it at the boar. However, at that very instant, the small tree snapped, and the boar lunged towards Zhou Bin. With a resounding crash, the boar collided with him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Just as he was preparing to rise, the boar charged at him with its gaping maw. Panic gripped Zhou Bin's heart. Was this to be his end? It seemed unjust, for he had only recently been granted a second chance at life. In that critical moment, a grayish-yellow figure surged from the side, launching itself at the wild boar. The boar, taken aback, quickly redirected its attack towards this newcomer. Zhou Bin squinted to see a large yellow dog, which had unexpectedly joined the fray, now engaged in a fierce tussle with the boar. The dog was agile, darting about with dexterity, infuriating the boar, which, due to its massive size, struggled to land a blow. As the dog nimbly evaded the boar's assaults, Zhou Bin realized that prolonged engagement could spell danger for the dog. Without hesitation, he grabbed his machete and stealthily maneuvered behind the boar. When the creature lunged at the dog once more, Zhou Bin seized the opportunity and struck the beast's neck with a decisive blow. The boar let out a piercing scream, blood gushing forth as it trembled, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The large yellow dog seized the opportunity to latch onto the wild boar's neck, prompting a desperate cry from the creature as it struggled. yet it was unable to rise again. Moments later, the wild boar lay still, devoid of life. With a surge of courage, Zhou Bin approached to inspect the scene, only to discover that the wild boar had succumbed to its injuries. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily, while the yellow dog continued to grip the boar's neck with unwavering determination. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Bin called out, "Hey, big yellow dog. It's no longer breathing, you can stop now." Seemingly understanding his words, the dog released its hold and lay down, panting heavily. As Zhou Bin caught his breath, he scrutinized the magnificent creature before him, pondering whose dog this could be, so powerful and fierce. Suddenly, the dog rose and bounded over to him, wagging its tail enthusiastically. Zhou Bin gently stroked its back, and the dog circled around him, displaying an affectionate demeanor. "Ah, so it's you," Zhou Bin exclaimed, his gaze falling upon the wounds on the dog's paws, suddenly recalling a past encounter. He remembered a time when he had come across a small yellow dog being pursued and bitten by a large black dog. The frightened pup had been fleeing in all directions, whimpering. Zhou Bin had intervened, driving away the black dog and rescuing the little one, only to discover that its paws were injured. Just as he had intended to take the small dog home to tend to its wounds, it had darted into the bushes and vanished. Since that day, he had not seen the little yellow dog again. To his astonishment, it had returned today, transformed into a formidable dog that had saved his life. Overjoyed, Zhou Bin patted the dog's head repeatedly, asking, "How did you end up here? I owe you my life today. Will you come home with me?" The dog, seemingly comprehending his words, wagged its tail vigorously in response. "All right, from now on, I shall call you De Huang. Is that agreeable?" Zhou Bin inquired. The dog's tail wagged even more joyfully, as if to express its fondness for the name. Filled with happiness, Zhou Bin cast a glance at the massive wild boar, which was quite a hefty creature, likely weighing around 300 pounds. Initially, he had only intended to catch a few rabbits, but unexpectedly, he had brought down such a large boar, promising ample meat for them. However, he realized that he could not transport it alone. He would need assistance. With this in mind, Zhou Bin stood up and instructed De Huang, "You stay here and keep watch over this wild boar. I will return with help, and once we have butchered it, you shall have your share of meat." De Huang barked a few times in agreement, and Zhou Bin hurriedly took his tools and headed back to the village. He descended the mountain, forgoing a visit home, and went directly to Aunt Zhao's house. At that moment, Aunt Zhao was busy crafting shoe soles in her yard. Upon seeing Zhou Bin, covered in blood, she gasped and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness!" collapsing onto the ground. "Zhou Bin, what has happened to you?" Aunt Zhao asked, her eyes wide with terror. It was only then that Zhou Bin realized the blood on his clothes was from his earlier struggle with the wild boar, explaining Aunt Zhao's fright. He hurriedly clarified, "Aunt Zhao, do not be alarmed. This is pig's blood. I am perfectly fine." Aunt Zhao, with an incredulous expression, inquired, "What blood? What on earth has happened to you?" Zhou Bin smiled and asked, "Aunt Zhao, is Li Jun around?" Upon seeing Zhou Bin's cheerful demeanor, which suggested that all was well, Aunt Zhao, now astonished, exclaimed, "Oh my! Zhou Bin, are you well again? I thought you had started spitting blood again." Zhou Bin chuckled, "I am indeed well. I came to find Li Jun to feast on some meat." "What did you say? Meat? Where is it?" Aunt Zhao gasped in astonishment. In that era, consuming meat was a rare luxury. Villagers could only indulge during the new year, and the thought of it was unimaginable at other times. Zhou Bin replied, "I came to ask Li Jun to help me carry some meat. I have caught a large wild boar on the mountain." "A wild boar? Goodness! Are you joking?" Aunt Zhao looked utterly disbelieving. At that moment, Li Jun, hearing the commotion, rushed out and immediately shouted, "A wild boar? Where is it?" Zhou Bin responded, "It is on the northern mountain. Hurry, come with me. I cannot carry it alone." Li Jun, plump and 2 years younger than Zhou Bin, was instantly captivated by the prospect. "Really? Brother Bin, is that true?" Zhou Bin nodded with a smile. "Of course it is true. We must hurry, or it may be taken by wolves." Only then did Li Jun grasp the situation, his face lighting up with excitement as he asked, "Oh, Brother Bin, are you truly well again?" Zhou Bin thought to himself how slow-witted the boy was, and responded with a grin, "Indeed, I can now hunt wild boars." However, Aunt Zhao, with a face full of dread, cautioned, "You mean you are going to the northern mountain? That place is terrifying. It is said to be filled with dangers." Hearing his mother say this, Li Jun became frightened as well. "Brother Bin, you mean the northern mountain? Oh dear, there are said to be man-eating monsters there. I cannot go." Zhou Bin laughed. "Li Jun, you, a strong young man, believe in such tales? There are no monsters, only plenty of wild boars, which are absolutely delicious." Yet, Li Jun still felt a twinge of fear. Zhou Bin feigned anger. "If you do not come, I shall find someone else, and then there will be no meat for you." With that, He pretended to walk away, prompting Li Jun to grab his arm in a panic, exclaiming, "Brother Bin, do not go. I want to eat meat. Then hurry up and stop dawdling." Zhou Bin laughed. Li Jun smacked his thigh and declared, "Let us go. What is there to be afraid of? Let us eat meat first." With that, he and Zhou Bin swiftly exited the house, while Aunt Zhao called out anxiously from behind, "Be careful, and if you encounter any monsters, run quickly." Chapter 8. The villagers gathered to spectate as the two stepped outside. They bumped into Lu Junyi, who had just returned from the fields, a hoe resting on his shoulder and a pipe clenched between his teeth. "Zhou Bin, what has happened to you?" Lu Junyi exclaimed upon seeing Zhou Bin. Li Jun, brimming with excitement, said, "Uncle Lu, we are going to eat meat." Zhou Bin quickly interjected, "Uncle Lu, I am fine. I was just about to go to the mountain with Li Jun to carry a wild boar." Lu Junyi promptly set down his hoe, scrutinized Zhou Bin, and joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, Zhou Bin, you are well again. This is truly wonderful. However, this on your body," Zhou Bin chuckled, "is wild boar blood. I captured a large wild boar on the North Mountain, weighing approximately 300 pounds. You should join me. We shall feast on the meat together." "A wild boar, weighing 300 pounds? My goodness, that is quite a beast," Lu Junyi exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Without a second thought, he abandoned his hoe and followed Zhou Bin towards the North Mountain. As they passed by Wang Haichao's home, he was squatting at the door, basking in the warmth of the sun. Upon seeing Zhou Bin, drenched in blood, and the two others appearing hurried, Wang Haichao was immediately frightened and scurried inside his house. Li Jun shouted, "Haichao, what on earth are you doing?" Wang Haichao, trembling, stuttered, I'm going home." Without hesitation, Li Jun seized him, causing Wang Haichao to nearly burst into tears. "What do you want?" "I have no money." Li Jun let out a hearty laugh. "Come on, let us go eat meat." Zhou Bin added, "Haichao, come along. We're off to the mountain to lift the wild boar." Wang Haichao looked at Zhou Bin incredulously. "Brother Bin, are you all right? What do you mean lift a wild boar?" Li Jun pulled him along, as Wang Haichao jogged to keep up, exclaiming, "Brother Jun, slow down, slow down." Wang Haichao was notorious in the village for his timidity. Despite his tall, robust frame, he was easily frightened. His father had passed away long ago, leaving behind two younger sisters, and his mother was disabled. The family lived in poverty, and he had yet to marry. Hence, Zhou Bin decided to include him. They also called upon Lu Jianxi, Wang Quanhua, and Zheng Deming, making a total of 7, as they ventured towards the mountain. The group swiftly reached the path leading into the woods. As soon as they stepped into the thicket, the dark, foreboding environment terrified Wang Haichao. He squatted on the path, refusing to move. "Brothers, there are monsters in here. We dare not go." Lu Junyi took a drag from his dry tobacco, scolding, "What can you do? We are so many. Look at how terrified you are." Though Li Jun remained silent, he too felt a twinge of anxiety. For this was indeed a forbidden area for the villagers. Lu Junyi, however, was undaunted. His mind was solely fixated on the prospect of the grand wild boar. Zhou Bin teased, "Haichao, if you're scared, we'll proceed without you. You can stay here alone. If something with a bloody face and red hair emerges, don't call for us." This remark sent shivers down Wang Haichao's spine, and he quickly replied, No, I'll go with you." The others laughed at the sight of Wang Haichao nearly wetting himself. Before long, they traversed the woods, passed a waterfall, and finally reached the hillside. The moment they emerged from the trees, Wang Haichao screamed, collapsing to the ground, "Oh my, a wolf. There's a wolf over there." The others followed his pointing finger, and, indeed, a massive wolf was crouched near the wild boar. Li Jun's face went pale, and he turned to flee, while Lu Junyi hesitated, frozen in place. Wang Quanhua and Lu Jianxi hurriedly searched the ground for sticks. Zhou Bin, however, chuckled, "Fear not, that is my dog, De Huang. He is quite gentle and will not bite." Lu Junyi, astonished, replied, "Your dog? I've never seen it before." Zhou Bin smiled, "I just got him." He then called out, "De Huang, come here." The large yellow dog lay on the ground, watchfully surveying its surroundings. Upon spotting Zhou Bin's return, it eagerly wagged its tail and rushed over. The others, initially intimidated by the imposing dog, gradually relaxed upon witnessing its gentle demeanor towards Zhou Bin. A few individuals hastily approached the wild boar, and upon a glance, they began to express their admiration. "Wow, what an impressive wild boar!" Lu Junyi exclaimed with genuine astonishment. Li Jun, with a look of admiration, inquired, "Brother, how on earth did you manage to catch such a massive creature?" Zhou Bin chuckled. "I simply struck it with my machete, and it succumbed." "What? You single-handedly brought down a large wild boar? Incredible," Wang Haichao said in disbelief. Wang Quanhua echoed his amazement. "That's extraordinary, Zhou Bin. Who would believe you were once unwell? Zheng Deming added with a laugh. Indeed, just a few days ago, we all thought you were at death's door. How have you become so formidable all of a sudden? Zhou Bin replied with a hearty laugh, with meat to eat. Of course, I've regained my strength. Lu Jianxi, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Let us carry the wild boar down. The group immediately sprang into action, hoisting the boar and making their way to Zhou Bin's home. Their appearance with the wild boar caused quite a stir, drawing the attention of the villagers who rushed out to see the spectacle. Upon seeing the enormous wild boar, the villagers were left in awe. This was a substantial amount of meat. Many couldn't help but salivate at the sight. A group of onlookers followed the few who entered Zhou Bin's yard, eager to witness this rare event. Meanwhile, Li Nan and Xiao Hua, having finished their chores, noticed Zhou Bin's absence and speculated whether he had gone visiting. Suddenly, they heard a commotion at the door. Li Nan quickly took Xiao Hua outside to investigate. They were met with a throng carrying a colossal creature, with many more trailing behind, all surging into their yard. As Li Nan stood in bewilderment, Zhou Bin entered and called out, Xiao Nan, Xiao Hua, come see what I brought home. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a large wild boar. Xiao Hua gasped in surprise. Brother Bin, what on earth is going on? Li Nan exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. Zhou Bin recounted his adventure in the mountains, leaving Li Nan in a state of disbelief. Xiao Hua, however, joyfully shouted, oh, Daddy is amazing. Now I can have meat. As they were talking, the large yellow dog suddenly bounded over, startling Xiao Hua into tears, which also startled Li Nan. Zhou Bin quickly reassured them, don't be afraid. This is Da Huang. It helped me catch the wild boar. It's very gentle and doesn't bite. Da Huang seemed to sense its owner's presence, playfully circling around them, exuding warmth. Seeing this, Li Nan felt her fears dissipate, and Xiao Hua happily engaged in play with Da Huang. With concern, Li Nan remarked, Brother Bin, why did you venture to the North Mountain alone? It's far too dangerous. Zhou Bin smiled. It's all right. As long as you all can enjoy meat, taking a little risk is worth it. However, Li Nan's eyes glistened with worry. Even if it means I never eat meat again, I don't want you to take risks. If something were to happen to you, what would happen to me and the child? Zhou Bin immediately responded with a smile. All right, I shall heed your advice. I will refrain from taking risks in the future. How does that sound? Li Nan nodded, feeling a surge of emotion in her heart, for the sake of the mother and daughter. Brother Bin was indeed willing to make sacrifices. The two approached the wild boar, where a crowd had gathered, pointing and discussing, their faces a mixture of astonishment and envy. Zhou Jiaming had just finished tending to the cattle and was leading the old yellow cow home when he suddenly noticed a throng of people in his yard, causing his legs to weaken in dread. Has something happened to Bin Bin? Oh dear, my child. Chapter 9. Fragrance wafting to neighbors in his panic. Zhou Jiaming neglected to secure the old yellow cow and hurried into the yard. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Everyone was gathered together, chatting and laughing, as if no misfortune had transpired. He quickly searched through the crowd, and, upon spotting his son, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Zhou Bin, seeing his father return, exclaimed with enthusiasm, Dad, come quickly. I've brought back a magnificent wild boar. Zhou Jianming's eyes widened in astonishment as he approached the boar. Upon closer inspection, he gasped, Goodness! Where on earth did you acquire this creature? Zhou Bin recounted his adventure to the back mountain, leaving Zhou Jianming both astonished and fearful. He was grateful that his son had returned unscathed, for he would not have known how to cope otherwise. The crowd surrounded the boar, unsure of how to proceed, as the village had not slaughtered pigs in many years, and many had lost the skill. Suddenly, Lu Junyi seemed to have an epiphany and cheerfully suggested, Jiaming, weren't you once skilled in butchering pigs? How about you take care of this one for us today? The crowd turned their gazes towards Zhou Jiaming, who felt a surge of attention that he had not experienced in years, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. Indeed, it had been many years since he had showcased his craft. He had nearly forgotten it himself. With Lu Junyi's words, the memories flooded back. Now that everyone was eagerly looking at him, and since the wild boar was brought in by his own son, he knew he could not shy away from the task. With determination, he rolled up his sleeves and declared, No problem, I'll take care of it. As he spoke, a sense of bravado filled him, transforming his demeanor. The crowd erupted in cheers. Zhou Jiaming hastily rushed to the kitchen, retrieving tools that had gathered dust for over a decade, the butcher's knife, iron hooks, an axe, and several dark stones. He instantly rediscovered the vigor of his youth, calling out, Bin Bin, go fetch some water. You all, bring me the basins, and you, help me lift the pig onto the table. With a single command, the yard became a hive of activity. Adults were assisting, while children darted about, laughter and joy resonating throughout the space. Li Nan observed the pride and joy radiating from her father-in-law, feeling a deep emotional stir within her. It had been quite some time since their yard had been this lively. Zhou Bin, too, felt a sense of reflection. His father's burdens seemed to dissipate in that moment. After more than an hour, the substantial wild boar had been prepared, its meat cut into numerous pieces and arranged neatly on the table. The pig's bladder had been turned into a makeshift ball, kicked around by the children, much to their delight. Zhou Bin raised his voice. Since our neighbors have gathered, let us not part ways just yet. My ailment has subsided, and today I shall treat everyone to pork. This announcement brought immense joy to the crowd, who could hardly contain their exuberance. With the assistance of the villagers, Zhou Bin set up a large pot in the yard, marinating the wild boar meat with white liquor and spices to eliminate any gamey odor, before adding the seasonings into the pot. As the flames roared, the water within the pot reached a boil, and soon the tantalizing aroma of pork began to waft through the air. Gradually, this delightful scent spread throughout the neighborhood, permeating the entire village. The villagers were left salivating, showering Zhou Bin with compliments for his culinary prowess. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianren's family caught a whiff of the alluring fragrance, which was particularly enticing. Zhou Jianren found himself puzzled, wondering who was cooking such delectable meat. Lu Ailing, too, was unable to remain seated and asked, "Father, whose house is preparing meat? It smells so wonderful." Zhou Jianren swallowed hard and replied, "I have no idea. Shall we go take a look?" This suggestion resonated with Lu Ailing, and the two promptly exited their home and made their way to the street. They had kept their door shut for several days, as their eldest son had brought home a pound of pork from the town, and the family was busy making dumplings. They feared that others might consume their pork or that Zhou Jianming would come seeking assistance, thus remaining oblivious to the happenings in the village. As they stepped onto the street, the enticing aroma led them directly to Zhou Jianming's residence. Hastily following the scent, they arrived at Zhou Bin's doorstep, where they were momentarily taken aback. They beheld a throng of people gathered in the yard, chatting and laughing, creating an atmosphere of lively celebration. Zhou Jianren, wearing a look of skepticism, inquired, "What on earth are they doing?" Lu Ailing, equally perplexed, replied, "Who knows? Could it be that Zhou Bin has passed away?" Zhou Jianren shook his head, "Surely not." Our Minghua mentioned that the fellow not only survived but appeared to be in much better health. Lu Ailing, astonished, questioned, "Then what is all this about?" As they conversed, they approached the crowd and were instantly struck dumb by the sight before them. In the yard, a large pot bubbled away, releasing steam, while a table overflowed with an abundance of pork. Goodness, where did all this meat come from? Lu Ailing's jaw dropped. Her disbelief mirrored on Zhou Jianming's face. At that moment, Zhou Bin, along with Li Nan and a few others, emerged with cheerful smiles, carrying bowls and chopsticks. Upon seeing Zhou Bin looking vibrant and beaming, Zhou Jianren and Lu Ailing were rendered speechless, as if struck by lightning. Zhou Jianming nearly leaped in surprise, perplexed as to how this young man had recovered. Wasn't he on the brink of death just days prior? What was happening? Lu Ailing gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Zhou Bin had indeed recovered. Oh, how bewildering this was. Zhou Bin, having noticed the two lurking behind the crowd, suppressed a smirk, ignoring their presence. He beamed and proclaimed, "The pork should be ready. Everyone, let us feast." The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers as Zhou Bin lifted the pot lid. And with a resounding cheer, the festivities began. A plume of steam rose, and the delectable aroma of pork instantly wafted through the air. He smiled as he began to serve the meat, offering each person a generous piece accompanied by a ladle of broth. Upon catching sight of the mouth-watering pork, Lu Ailing and Zhou Jianren could hardly contain their saliva, exclaiming, "Oh my, this pork is simply divine." After serving the first bowl, the consensus was to present the next serving to Zhou Jianming, the elder of the family who had personally assisted in preparing the pork. It was only fitting to honor him first. Zhou Jianming, unable to decline, accepted the dish with a beaming smile. As he took a bite, the exquisite flavor sent delightful shivers through his body. Zhou Bin noticed a glimmer of tears in his father's eyes, yet his face radiated joy. The next bowl was unanimously designated for Zhou Bin. After all, without him, they would not have had the opportunity to enjoy such a feast. However, Zhou Bin graciously passed the bowl to his wife, Li Nan, who, though shy, accepted it with genuine delight. She picked up a small piece of meat and fed it to their daughter, Xiao Hua, who leapt up in joyous excitement, exclaiming, "Mama, this pork is absolutely scrumptious. You must try it." Unable to resist, Li Nan also took a bite, and in an instant, her mouth was enveloped in the rich flavor of pork, leaving her utterly enchanted. Observing his wife and daughter savoring the meat, Zhou Bin continued to serve everyone, each person expressing heartfelt gratitude as they received their bowls. Zhou Bin, ever gracious, would simply smile and reply, "No need for pleasantries, please enjoy." As the guests in the courtyard were finally served their bowls of meat, Zhou Jianren and Lu Ailing could no longer contain themselves. They forcefully pushed through the crowd, storming in with palpable anger. Chapter 10. A complete fallout. Upon witnessing Zhou Jianren and Lu Ailing's furious entrance, everyone set down their bowls, staring at them in shock. Zhou Jianren immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Bin, shouting, "Zhou Bin, you ingrate. How dare you enjoy the meat without inviting us? Exactly. Do you even acknowledge your uncle and aunt?" Lu Ailing added, hands firmly on her hips, her expression filled with indignation. Zhou Bin chose to ignore them, smiling at the others. "Why are you all just standing there? Dig in before it gets cold." Zhou Jiaming, alarmed, quickly set down his bowl and approached the two with a humble demeanor, saying, "Elder brother, sister-in-law, you have arrived. Please, sit down and enjoy the meat." Zhou Jianren shot a disdainful glance at his brother, reprimanding him. "Why didn't you call us for the meal? Do you even consider us?" Zhou Jiaming hastily explained, "Elder brother, please don't be upset. I was quite busy earlier and intended to invite you." Lu Ailing scoffed derisively, "Humph. Do you take me for a fool? You simply didn't want us here. You and your son are of the same ilk. Ingrates." Zhou Jiaming, blushing with embarrassment, found himself at a loss for words, lowering his head in silence. The two felt a surge of satisfaction at their perceived victory. Zhou Bin, who had remained silent until now, set down his bowl and stood up. With a smile, he asked, "Have you finished your tirade? If so, kindly leave. We're busy enjoying our meal and don't wish to have our spirits dampened." "What did you say? Repeat that." Zhou Jianren, taken aback by Zhou Bin's audacity to dismiss them, was seething with fury. "Look everyone, this is the very definition of ingratitude. It's only fitting that he suffers uncurable misfortune." Lu Ailing raised her voice, causing everyone to furrow their brows. The villagers were well aware of her true nature. Despite her nephew's difficult recovery, she not only failed to offer congratulations, but went so far as to cast curses upon him, which was utterly repugnant. Li Nan, already frustrated with the two of them, retorted angrily upon hearing Lu Ailing's disparaging remarks about her husband. "Aunt, Zhou Bin is your nephew. How can you speak so callously?" "Silence. In our Zhou family, we speak for ourselves. You have no place to interject. You are nothing but a barren hen. How unfortunate for the Zhou family to have married you." Zhou Jianren spat viciously. "Be quiet. I wouldn't dare speak ill of my wife. What gives you the right to say anything?" Zhou Bin finally could no longer contain his anger and shot back. "Get out. You are not welcome here." Zhou Jianren, instantly enraged, shouted, "Zhou Bin, you wretched creature. I am your uncle. Is this how you address me? You ungrateful son. Look at this. This is the good son Zhou Jiaming has raised. He completely disregards his uncle, lacking any sense of righteousness, lower than a beast." Lu Ailing wailed loudly. Seeing the escalating situation, Zhou Jiaming hurriedly interjected, "Brother, sister-in-law, Zhou Bin speaks without restraint. Please calm down." He then turned to Zhou Bin, saying, Bin, you cannot speak to your uncle and aunt like this. Apologize to them." Zhou Bin scoffed coldly. "Apologize? They should be the ones apologizing to me. Why should my daughter be given to someone else? Why doesn't he give his own grandson away?" Zhou Jianren, hearing this, was furious beyond measure. "Wretched creature, your uncle only wishes the best for you. If you don't let go of this money-losing burden, you'll find yourself without even a coffin when you die. You are truly ungrateful." Zhou Bin, now livid, shouted back, "My daughter has nothing to do with you. You keep calling her a burden. Why don't you send Lu Ailing away? Isn't she a burden too? What did you say? You beast. I will tear your mouth apart." Lu Ailing shrieked, attempting to rush at Zhou Bin. Zhou Jianren also cursed, "Beast. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't bear the Zhou name." Together, they lunged at Zhou Bin, intent on tearing him apart. Frightened, Zhou Jiaming quickly intervened, pulling them back. "Brother, sister-in-law, I apologize. Zhou Bin has gone mad. I will discipline him." The villagers, seeing a brawl about to break out, rushed to intervene, managing to restrain the two. Zhou Bin regarded them with a cold smile, declaring, "Aside from relying on your age to bully others and throwing tantrums, what else can you do? Let me be clear, from this day forth, my family Zhou Bin has no ties to you, Zhou Jianren. If you dare disturb my home again, do not expect me to be polite." The two were nearly overcome with rage, but remained immobilized by the crowd. Zhou Jianren cursed, "Beast. How could the Zhou family have such a disobedient son? You are less than human." Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Junyi shouted, "Zhou Jianren, can you not calm down? How can you still speak of others? Are you unaware of your own actions?" "What actions? Clarify yourself." Lu Ailing snapped, ready for a confrontation. Lu Junyi disdainfully glared at them. Do I really need to spell it out? Everyone knows what has transpired. You incessantly demand assistance from others while offering them nothing in return, not even a sip of water. You malign Zhou Bin's wife everywhere, claiming that Zhou Bin's inheritance must rightfully belong to your grandson. Indeed, Uncle Lu is correct. Your behavior is utterly excessive. When Zhou Bin fell ill, not only did you refuse to offer help, but you also sought to marry off his daughter. Do you possess any conscience? Lu Gensh's wife could no longer contain her indignation. The deeds you have committed are not unknown to the community. How much advantage have you taken from Jiaming? Are you truly oblivious to your own actions? How dare you speak so brazenly? The elder Zhou Dexing exclaimed loudly. Upon witnessing someone speak out, the villagers began to vocally condemn Zhou Jianren and Lu Ailing, and soon the courtyard erupted with voices. You consider your grandson precious, while dismissing others' children as worthless. Pray tell, what assistance have you ever rendered to Zhou Bin? Now you presume to act as elders. Have some decency. I feel ashamed for you. Zhou Jianren and Lu Ailing's faces alternated between red and white as they were berated. In a fit of rage, Zhou Jianren shouted, How dare you? You have feasted on his flesh and now support him with your words. You are shameless. Shameless. For the sake of a meal, you would stoop to any disgraceful act. Lu Ailing screeched. The crowd was incensed, many advancing towards them with clenched fists. Zhou Bin, utterly disgusted, shouted, Leave. Depart at once. Never return to our home. The two, sensing the growing anger of the crowd, felt a twinge of fear and prepared to flee. As they departed, Lu Ailing yelled, Zhou Bin, mark my words, if your family thrives, I will crawl back here. Zhou Jianren added, Zhou Jianming, with your family's pitiful state, you shall never hope to compare with me. Prepare to beg for alms. With that, they hastily retreated, and Zhou Bin responded with a slight smile, We shall see about that. Once the figures of the two faded from sight, the atmosphere began to settle somewhat. However, Zhou Jianming was left feeling despondent, realizing that he had irreparably severed ties with his elder brother's family. What now? Zhou Bin, observing his father's demeanor, felt a surge of anger and exclaimed, Father, what troubles you? I perceive this as a blessing. Without them, our family shall prosper. Zhou Jianming sighed, feeling discontented. The others reassured him, declaring that today's events were indeed favorable, preventing future exploitation. Li Nan felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart, experiencing an overwhelming sense of relief. Xiao Hua joyfully exclaimed, Father, you are remarkable. Chapter 11. Bartering pork for grain. Zhou Jianren and Lu Ailing fled Zhou Bin's home in a disheveled state, resembling defeated chickens. Their faces clouded with despair as they returned home. Dear husband, we suffered a tremendous loss today. That rascal Zhou Bin dared to berate us publicly. Lu Ailing fumed. Damn it, I cannot fathom why he suddenly recovered. And he procured so much pork. Truly, the heavens are blind. Zhou Jianren huffed in anger. Lu Ailing, unwilling to relent, lamented, We rushed over, missed out on the pork, and were scolded to boot. It infuriates me. Zhou Jianren scowled and exclaimed, Eat. All you know is to eat. Who cares for that rotten pork? This time he is just lucky. I wonder what he will eat once he finishes the pork. They want tea starved to death. Lu Ailing retorted fiercely, Exactly. Zhou Jianming has sold all the wheat. Let us see what they will eat. If he comes begging us later, I will surely spit in Zhou Jianming's face. Zhou Jianren waved his hand dismissively. Go. Have the third brother's wife make us some noodles. I want to savor some noodles today. Let them drool over it. Lu Ailing muttered, What is so special about noodles? Pork is still more fragrant. Zhou Jianren glared. What are you saying? Startled, Lu Ailing hurriedly ran out. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin encouraged everyone to continue eating the meat, and before long, everyone had finished. Zhou Bin smiled slightly. Have you all finished? I have something to say, but it's voluntary. The crowd, puzzled about what Zhou Bin was about to announce, gazed at him intently. Zhou Bin continued, I have been ill for quite some time, and my father sold all the grain to pay for my treatment. Now, our family has little to eat. And since this pork is freshly slaughtered, we cannot consume it all. If anyone wishes to eat pork, you can exchange it for grain. 1 pound of meat for 5 pounds of grain. It would be a great help to us. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. After a moment, Lu Junyi spoke up, Is that a good thing? I have plenty of grain. I'll exchange for 2 pounds of meat. Zhou Bin beamed, Great. Uncle Lu, I'll cut the meat for you right away. Lu Junyi hurriedly turned to fetch grain from home. Lu Jinshi followed suit, declaring, I'll exchange for 3 pounds. Wang Haichao timidly inquired, Can I exchange for 1 pound? Zhou Bin nodded with a smile, Of course, half a pound is fine too. Seeing this, everyone rushed home to gather grain, eager to trade for meat. Zhou Jianming, witnessing this, was astonished. What a clever plan by his son. This way, they would have grain to eat. Regaining his composure, Zhou Jianming quickly looked for a scale to weigh the meat and grain. Li Nan, pleasantly surprised by Zhou Bin's resourcefulness, exclaimed softly, "Bingo, you are so clever." Xiao Hua beamed with joy. "Daddy, can we eat steamed buns now?" Zhou Bin smiled and ruffled his daughter's hair. "Yes. From now on, we will have steamed buns every day." Hearing this, Xiao Hua leaped for joy. "Oh, I'm so happy. Daddy is amazing." Zhou Bin reserved about 20 pounds of pork for his family, intending to exchange the rest for grain. Soon, Lu Junyi returned with 10 pounds of grain. Zhou Bin swiftly weighed out the meat, and Lu Junyi left with a satisfied expression, eager to prepare meat-filled buns for his 2 grandsons. Next was Lu Jianxi, who brought back 15 pounds of wheat. Following him were Wang Haichao, Aunt Zhao, Wang Quanhua, Zheng Deming, and Haikuan's wife, all carrying wheat. In no time, 200 pounds of pork had been exchanged, and Zhou Bin's yard was piled high with wheat, totaling over 1,000 pounds. Zhou Jianming stared at the enormous pile of wheat before him, as if in a dream, repeatedly exclaiming, "Wow, so much wheat. This will last us for quite a while." Little Hua joyfully ran around the pile of wheat, exclaiming, "We have wheat to eat now? Dad is amazing." Li Nan's smile never wavered as she gazed at the mound of wheat, her voice trembling with excitement. "Brother Bin, with all this wheat, we need not worry anymore." Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "Let's take a break first, then we will bag the wheat and put it in the kiln." Zhou Jianming waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "What are we resting for? I'll do the packing. You all can take a break." Observing his father's enthusiasm, Zhou Bin chuckled. "All right, let us pack together." The group busied themselves, and after some time, they had filled more than a dozen snake-skin bags with wheat. Zhou Bin then set aside 2 bags of wheat and, with his father, transported the rest into the kiln for storage. After securing the wheat, Zhou Bin fetched some water and washed his hands with his father, then said, "Dad, you must be exhausted. Take a moment to rest." However, Zhou Jianming, with a beaming face, rushed back to his room. Moments later, he emerged holding a box of cigarettes. Zhou Bin, noticing, laughed and asked, "Dad, when did you get these cigarettes?" Zhou Jianming replied, "These are fine cigarettes, a gift from Uncle Yiming, which I have been saving. Here, try one and see how it is." Zhou Bin took the cigarette with a smile. It was the most famous local brand known as Monkey Club, also called 84 Monkey. Seeing his father bring out the cigarettes was a testament to his joy. Seizing the moment, Zhou Bin said, "Dad, since we've separated from Uncle and the others, we're doing just fine. You don't need to worry about them anymore. As long as I'm here, our family will have enough to eat and drink, and life will only get better." Zhou Jianming looked at his son, and in that instant, it seemed as if Zhou Bin had shouldered the weight of the entire family. A wave of comfort washed over him, and a smile spread across his face. "All right, I will heed your words and refrain from contacting them," Zhou Jianming replied with a grin. "That's right. You have a son, a daughter-in-law, and a granddaughter. You should enjoy your life," Zhou Bin remarked while savoring the cigarette. Zhou Jianming's face lit up with joy, his wrinkles crinkling together, and the worries in his heart mysteriously dissipated by more than half. After a brief respite, Zhou Bin loaded the wheat onto a cart and, along with Li Nan and Little Hua, went to the town to grind flour and brought it back. Zhou Jianming beamed at the sight of the bags filled with pristine white flour. Zhou Bin, with a mysterious smile, addressed everyone, "You all must be tired. Go rest while I prepare dinner." Li Nan, surprised, exclaimed, "Brother Bin, you've been pulling the cart all the way. Let me cook. What would you like to eat?" Zhou Bin shook his head, insisting, "No, you all rest. Today, I will treat you to a good meal." With that, he energetically entered the kitchen. Little Hua curiously asked, "Mom, what is Dad going to cook?" Li Nan shook her head. "I don't know. Let us wait and see." Zhou Jianming, puzzled, remarked, "What has gotten into Bin? What can he cook?" Li Nan smiled. "Dad, since Zhou Bin wants to cook, let him. You should go lie down for a while." With a face full of confusion, Zhou Jianming returned to his room, and Li Nan immediately smiled at her daughter, saying, "Little Hua, shall I teach you to recognize some words?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua exclaimed with delight, "Great. I adore learning new words." Before long, wisps of smoke began to curl up from the kitchen chimney, and the long-lost sounds of laughter filled the courtyard. Chapter 12. A bountiful dinner. Zhou Bin entered the kitchen, his heart brimming with excitement. After being back for several days, he was finally ready to showcase his culinary skills. He placed the freshly ground flour into a porcelain basin, added water and a pinch of salt, and gradually mixed it until it formed a fluffy texture. Next, he kneaded the dough vigorously until it became smooth, setting it aside to rest. He then retrieved a large basin of meat broth left over from the day's cooking, ladled it into a pot, added an appropriate amount of water, and began to heat it. In no time, the broth came to a boil. He added 5 spice powder, salt, vinegar, and monosodium glutamate for seasoning, finishing it off with a splash of vibrant chili oil. Soon, a fragrant and enticing red-hot soup was ready. At this point, he began to roll out the dough, flattening it into a thin pancake, which he then sliced into delicate strands of noodles. Once the noodles were cut, he placed them in another pot, briefly boiling them before transferring them to cold water for later use. He then stir-fried shredded potatoes and scrambled the remaining wild chicken eggs with chives. Once everything was prepared, he began to serve the noodles. He placed a small handful of noodles in a bowl, ladled steaming hot spicy broth over them, and garnished with chopped green onions and chives, creating a bowl of the region's most renowned spicy noodle soup. Time to eat, Zhou Bin announced as he carried 4 bowls of steaming hot spicy noodles out of the kitchen and set them on the table in the courtyard. Upon seeing the delicious spread, both Xiao Hua and Li Nan's eyes widened in delight. These noodles looked utterly delectable. Li Nan, gazing at the enticing spicy noodle soup, incredulously asked, "Did you really make all this?" Zhou Bin chuckled, "Not yet. I still have more dishes to bring out." With that, he returned to fetch 2 more dishes. These were all the ingredients available for their meal. As he presented the fragrant shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs, Xiao Hua could hardly contain her excitement. "Wow, Dad, this looks so delicious." Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "Xiao Hua, go call Grandpa to join us for dinner." With a cheerful stride, Xiao Hua rushed off to summon her grandfather. Watching his daughter's joyful figure, Zhou Bin felt a wave of emotion. Poor little Xiao Hua, such simple fare brought her such happiness. There were many better days ahead. Before long, Xiao Hua returned, pulling her grandfather along. Upon seeing the spread on the table, Zhou Jianming was taken aback and immediately asked, "Bin Bin, how did you manage to prepare so many dishes?" Zhou Bin responded with a smile, "Dad, come and taste it. Let me know what you think." The family gathered around the table and began their meal. Xiao Hua adeptly picked up noodles with her chopsticks and swiftly brought them to her mouth, where an explosion of fresh, spicy, and tangy flavors filled her palate. The noodles were chewy and smooth, utterly captivating her senses. "Oh, these noodles are incredible," Xiao Hua exclaimed almost involuntarily. Seeing her daughter's animated expression, Li Nan couldn't resist taking a bite as well, and was instantly amazed by the exquisite flavor. It was fragrant, spicy, and carried a delightful tanginess, absolutely delicious. Thus, the two of them fell silent, engrossed in their meal. Zhou Jianming, with a skeptical gaze, took a bite of the noodles and immediately exclaimed inwardly, "These noodles are incredibly fragrant." Without uttering a word, he began to devour them with fervor. Observing the enthusiasm of the others, Zhou Bin felt a surge of satisfaction and cheerfully remarked, "Don't just eat the noodles. Enjoy the vegetables." The diners resumed their consumption of the dishes, and soon, little Hua let out another delightful squeal. Before long, each bowl of noodles was emptied, prompting Zhou Bin to swiftly dispose of the broth in their bowls and refill them. The courtyard of the Zhou family resonated solely with the sounds of slurping noodles, as silence enveloped the group. In a short while, the table was cleared of all its offerings. Zhou Bin, with a hint of apology, said, "There isn't much in the way of vegetables. If you're still hungry, feel free to indulge in more noodles." The diners nodded, too engrossed in their meal to respond, and continued to relish their food. Finally, after half an hour, little Hua, patting her belly in satisfaction, announced, "Daddy, I'm full. These noodles are simply divine." Glancing around, Zhou Bin noted that everyone had nearly finished their meal. Upon counting, he realized that little Hua had consumed 5 bowls, his wife 6, his father 7, while he himself had devoured an impressive 10 bowls. Their expressions were filled with contentment and comfort, marking this as the most satisfying meal they had shared in years. As Zhou Jianming wiped his mouth, he remarked, "Ah, this spicy noodle soup is truly delectable. It's no wonder everyone loves it." Li Nan playfully inquired, "Bin Gu, you can roll out noodles too? How come I've never seen you do it before?" Zhou Bin chuckled, "I just figured it out on my own. What do you think? Not bad, right?" Zhou Jianming interjected, "Not bad at all. Quite the opposite." Little Hua, with a charming demeanor, asked, "Daddy, these noodles are so delicious. Can we have them again next time? Wan loves them." Zhou Bin affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "Of course, whenever you want to eat them, Daddy will make them for you." Little Hua beamed with joy. "That's wonderful." Little Hua's favorite is spicy noodle soup. Zhou Jianming, patting his belly, remarked, Bin Bin, although we need not worry about food now, it's wise to save a little for the future. That way, we can sustain ourselves long term." Zhou Bin reassured him, "Dad, you need not worry. This is just the beginning. Our family has many good days ahead." Zhou Jianming smiled. "Good. With your words, I can rest easy." He chuckled and stood up, saying, "Then I'll go tie up the cow. You all tidy up." Li Nan replied with a smile. Dad, you go ahead. We'll handle the cleanup. Zhou Jianming pulled out 2 cigarettes, handed one to his son, lit his own, and went to secure the cow. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin, along with Li Nan and little Hua, began to clear the table and then let little Hua play in the yard while he and Li Nan washed the dishes in the kitchen. Just as they were washing for a while, a sudden cry echoed from the yard. Daddy, help! Followed by the voice of his father shouting, Bin Bin, come quickly. The cow is startled. Zhou Bin immediately abandoned his task and rushed into the yard, finding the old yellow cow rampaging after little Hua, while his father lay on the ground. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Bin grabbed a nearby stick and hurled it at the old yellow cow. The cow, in pain, turned violently to charge at him. Zhou Bin hurriedly dashed out of the house, with the old yellow cow hot on his heels. Lu Junyi's younger son, Lu Niu, was wandering aimlessly down the street when he suddenly spotted Zhou Bin being chased wildly by an old yellow cow. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward and seized the cow's reins. The old beast bolted along the road, yet Lu Niu held on tightly, and eventually, the cow came to a halt. Zhou Bin, exhausted and panting heavily, was met with Lu Niu's breathless inquiry. What happened, Brother Bin? As Zhou Bin walked back, he replied, Don't you know? The cow got startled. Thank you so much. I must hurry home to check on things. With that, he sprinted back, and Lu Niu called after him. Take it easy. I'll bring the cow back for you. Zhou Bin raced home in a few quick strides, only to find his elderly father sitting on a stool, supported by Li Nan, while his daughter, Xiao Hua, trembled in his wife's embrace. He rushed forward, asking, Father, are you all right? Are you hurt? Zhou Jianming shook his head, saying, I'm fine. What about the child? It's my fault for not keeping a close watch on the old cow. Suddenly, Zhou Jianming glanced down and noticed blood streaming from his leg. Chapter 13. Zhou Bin resumes his old trade upon seeing the blood on his father's leg. Zhou Bin anxiously rolled up his father's pant leg, revealing a deep gash. Oh no, father, your leg is injured. Quick, I'll carry you to Wang Hengfa. Zhou Bin exclaimed with urgency. Zhou Jianming replied, Bin Bin, I'm all right. How's the cow? Zhou Bin, in a state of distress, insisted, Your leg is in this condition, and you say you're fine. Come on, I will carry you. The old cow had already been secured by a Niu and would soon be brought back. Despite the pain causing him to sweat profusely, Zhou Jianming maintained, That's good, but is the child all right? This injury isn't serious. Just fetch some thistle for me to apply. Zhou Bin shook his head resolutely. No, your leg injury is quite severe. We must go to the clinic. Without further debate, he hoisted his father onto his shoulder, declaring, Father, let us go to the clinic. Zhou Jianming wore an expression of reluctance. My leg is not serious. Going will only cost money. We need to save that for Xiao Hua's school fees. Zhou Bin replied with unwavering determination. I will figure out the school fees for Xiao Hua. Right now, we need to attend to your injury. Li Nan and Xiao Hua hurriedly followed suit. Just as they stepped outside, a Niu returned, leading the old cow. Zhou Bin, while walking, instructed, Niu, please tie up the cow securely and close the door behind you. My father is injured, and we need to see Wang Hengfa. Niu promptly responded, You all go ahead. I'll take care of tying the cow up, so don't worry. Zhou Bin, carrying his father, hurried toward Wang Hengfa's clinic, with Li Nan and Xiao Hua closely trailing behind. As a Niu brought the old cow to the barn, just as he was about to tie it up, the cow became startled again. In a flurry, he grabbed hold of the cow and peered closely, discovering a vividly colored long worm in the barn. No wonder the old cow was frightened. He quickly fetched a long tree branch to chase the worm away, and only then did the cow calmly enter the barn. After securing the cow, Lu Niu caught a whiff of something delicious, nearly drooling. What are they eating? It smells so good. As he walked outside, lost in thought, he finally realized it was the flavor of spicy noodle soup. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin hurriedly carried his injured father to Wang Hengfa's home, where his daughter-in-law, Li Yun, was sweeping the yard. Upon seeing Zhou Bin rushing in with his father on his back, she quickly approached, exclaiming, Oh dear, what happened? Zhou Bin, in a state of urgency, replied, My dad was gored by a bull. Is Brother Wang around? Li Yun, looking somewhat embarrassed, said, Oh dear, he just went to the restroom. You two go inside, I'll call him. Zhou Bin helped his father into the consultation room, assisting him to sit on the edge of the bed as they anxiously awaited. Just as Wang Hengfa squatted down, still in the midst of his business, Li Yun's voice rang out, Are you done yet? All you do is eat and relieve yourself, like a pig. Uncle Wang has injured his leg. Hurry out. Wang Hengfa, looking rather pained, retorted, What is this? Can't a person even relieve themselves in peace? In the midst of his protest, he exerted himself and quickly finished, tidying up before stepping out. What is all this fuss about? Can't anyone get a moment of peace? Wang Hengfa grumbled. Uncle's leg was injured by a bull. We're waiting for you, Li Yun informed him. Upon hearing this, Wang Hengfa promptly washed his hands and rushed to the consultation room. Upon entering, he found Zhou Bin and several others anxiously waiting. Not daring to delay, Wang Hengfa quickly began examining Zhou Jianming. After a while, he concluded the examination, stating, "The bone is fine, but the wound is quite deep. You will need to get an intravenous drip to prevent infection." Zhou Jianming, upon hearing this, immediately grew anxious. "What? I need an 4? If it's not serious, just give me a plaster." Zhou Bin quickly interjected, "Dad, Brother Wang said you need the drip. You should just get it." Wang Hengfa added, "Although the bone is intact, the depth of the wound raises concerns about infection." Zhou Jianming, feeling distressed, asked, "How much will this cost?" Wang Hengfa pondered for a moment and replied, "You will need 2 bottles. It'll probably be around 7 to 8 yuan. What? 7 or 8 yuan? Oh dear, that's too expensive. I won't get it. Just give me some cheaper medicine." Zhou Jianming declared, attempting to leave. Zhou Bin hurriedly stopped him. "Dad, your leg is serious. How can you leave? Just listen to Brother Wang and get the drip." Little Hua chimed in, "Grandpa, you need to listen. Your leg is hurt, and you need the injection." Yet, Zhou Jianming stubbornly shook his head. "I won't get it. I'm fine. We need to save this money for the children's school fees." Li Nan, seeing her father-in-law's resolute expression, quickly urged, "Dad, Xiao Hua won't start school until September. We can think of ways later. Your health is the priority." Zhou Bin promptly said, "Brother Wang, please hurry and prepare the medication." Wang Hengfa went off to gather the medicine, leaving several people waiting in the consultation room. Zhou Jianming whispered, Bin, this is too costly. Let us just go home. My injury is not serious." Zhou Bin, somewhat irritated, responded, "Dad, why are you being so stubborn? The doctor advised you to get the drip. What if something goes wrong? But we still need this money. We have school fees to pay." Zhou Jianming lamented. Little Hua immediately pouted, saying, "Grandpa, you're not listening. If you become a cripple, I won't like you anymore. Wan still has a long time before school. Grandpa, please take care of your health." Zhou Bin chuckled, "Xiao Hua is right. You need not worry about the financial matters. I shall find a solution. You focus on your treatment." Observing his granddaughter's concerned gaze, Zhou Jianming felt a surge of emotion, his eyes welling with tears. What a dutiful granddaughter she is. She loves school so dearly, eagerly watching other children with their backpacks. Yet at this moment, she is willing to spend her money for my sake. How foolish of me to consider giving her away. With this thought, Zhou Jianming decided not to resist any longer and obediently laid down on the bed, awaiting his injection. Before long, Wang Hengfa prepared the medication and began administering the 4 to Zhou Jianming. 2 hours later, as the infusion concluded, Zhou Bin carried his father back home. Zhou Jianming was consumed by guilt, lamenting, "Alas, it is all my fault for not securing the old ox properly, resulting in wasted money." Zhou Bin continuously reassured him, stating that as long as his leg was healed, nothing else mattered. That evening, after settling his father and watching Xiao Hua drift off to sleep, Zhou Bin quietly took Li Nan's hand and asked, "Xiao Nan, how much money do we have left?" Li Nan, with a worried expression, replied, "Dad, 10 yuan was spent on medical expenses, leaving us with 20 yuan. I'm not sure if it will be enough." Zhou Bin nodded. "This amount is likely insufficient. Our provisions are running low, and we are nearly out of cooking essentials. We also need to pay for the children's school fees." Li Nan sighed. Xiao Hua's tuition would probably be over 10 yuan. She has been eagerly anticipating this day. Zhou Bin gently patted his wife's hand. "Xiao Nan, do not fret. I will find a way to manage our finances. Xiao Hua will surely attend school, and we shall not remain impoverished forever." As he spoke, he had already devised a plan in his heart. He would resume his former trade and sell steamed buns in the county to earn tuition for Xiao Hua and procure some necessities for the household. Chapter 14. Foraging for wild eggs. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhou Bin tidied his belongings, intending to venture to the hills south of the village in search of wild chicken eggs and other foraged goods. These 2 items were essential ingredients for his steamed buns. Just as he finished packing, Xiao Hua dashed over. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Zhou Bin smiled. "I am off to find some delicious food for you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua's interest piqued. "Daddy, what delicious food? I want to go too." Zhou Bin chuckled. "You will know in due time. Daddy is just going for a stroll in the woods. You are still too little. Wait until you grow up." "No, I have grown up. Take me with you." Xiao Hua insisted stubbornly. Their conversation caught Li Nan's attention, and she stepped outside to inquire, "Xiao Hua, what is the matter?" Xiao Hua pouted, her face displaying displeasure. "Daddy is going to find tasty food and isn't taking me." Li Nan, intrigued, asked, "Bin, what are you up to?" Zhou Bin smiled mysteriously. I'm heading to the woods in the south to gather some ingredients, and I will prepare a feast for you all. Li Nan responded with a gentle smile. What mischief are you up to this time? As Zhou Bin laughed and made his way outside, he declared, I'm devising a plan to earn some money. Li Nan looked puzzled. Earn money? What could possibly be profitable in the woods? However, she patiently comforted Xiao Hua, explaining that her father had gone out to earn a living and urged her to behave and not cause trouble for him. Most importantly, she needed to assist her mother in taking care of Grandpa, who had been injured and required attention. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately ceased her anger, responding earnestly, Mom, I want to go. I want to help you take good care of Grandpa. Li Nan smiled. Ah, good girl, Xiao Hua. Zhou Bin stepped outside and made his way toward the mountains in the southern part of the village. There lay a grove of trees alongside some grassy slopes. Didn't Uncle Lu mention that there were wild chicken eggs in the woods? It was fortuitous, as he had no eggs of his own, and wild chicken eggs would suffice. If he could gather some soft earth, he could also make dumplings. Lost in thought, he encountered Nyo, who was approaching. Upon spotting Zhou Bin, Nyo inquired, Brother, where are you headed? Zhou Bin, recognizing Nyo, replied with a smile. I'm just taking a stroll in the woods over there to see if there's anything tasty. Nyo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother, is there anything good to eat? Take me along. Zhou Bin chuckled. Not much, just hoping to collect some wild chicken eggs and see if there's any soft earth. Nyo immediately lost interest. What is so good about wild chicken eggs? I'm tired of them. Observing Nyo's expression of disdain, Zhou Bin laughed. Besides wild chicken eggs, we might find something else. Who knows, we might stumble upon something delicious. After a moment's consideration, Nyo grinned. All right then. I'll join you for a little adventure. Zhou Bin replied, What are we waiting for? Let us hurry. He was concerned that if they found a good amount of things, he wouldn't be able to carry them all by himself. So he invited Nyo to accompany him. This boy was naturally strong and honest, a good lad, though regrettably, he had yet to find a wife, which kept Uncle Lu awake at night with worry. As they walked a few paces, a large dog suddenly dashed past them, startling Nyo, who nearly jumped out of his skin. Goodness, what just rushed by? Zhou Bin recognized it as De Huang, who wished to join them. He chuckled, Nyo, you're a grown man. Why are you so easily frightened? Nyo clasped his chest, exclaiming, Brother, your big dog is too terrifying. It's like a wolf. Zhou Bin called De Huang over, gently stroking its head. Though De Huang looks fierce, he is actually very well behaved and doesn't bite. De Huang seemed to understand Zhou Bin's praise, wagging its tail enthusiastically and affectionately rubbing against his hand. Encouraged by Zhou Bin's words, Nyo mustered the courage to reach out to pat De Huang, only to be met with a loud bark, which sent him sprinting away. Zhou Bin laughed heartily. De Huang, don't scare people, do you understand? De Huang, pleased with having frightened Nyo, trotted off proudly. Zhou Bin caught up with Nyo, and the two of them walked behind, while De Huang dashed away, disappearing from sight. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the grove. Nyo patted his chest, proclaiming, Brother, my dad and I often come here to collect eggs. I know where the most are, let me lead you. Zhou Bin, eager for the guidance, followed him into the woods. The two meandered through the trees until they finally reached the spot where Nyo frequently gathered eggs. Nyo exclaimed, Brother, we are almost there. There are so many eggs. With that, he hurried into the grassy nest, leaving Zhou Bin filled with excitement as he quickly followed suit. However, before Zhou Bin could step inside, Nyo emerged with a crestfallen expression. Zhou Bin, noticing this, eagerly inquired, Nyo, did you find the wild chicken eggs? Nyo shook his head in disappointment. Strange, where could they have gone? Zhou Bin, skeptical, followed Nyo to the grassy nest, only to find it empty, save for the grass. I usually collect eggs here. How could they be gone? Nyo muttered. The thrill that had once filled Zhou Bin's heart now extinguished. He glanced around and spotted a hillside to the south, pointing towards it as he said, Come, let us see what lies there. Nyo immediately waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, Brother, we can't go there. There are big long worms. Zhou Bin raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Big long worms? What do you mean? Nyo, visibly frightened, replied, You don't know? Last time, Black Hua's wife went there to graze cattle and encountered a giant worm. It was as thick as a bucket, scaring the cows. Black Hua's wife returned home and was bedridden for a month. Really? I find that hard to believe. Zhou Bin retorted skeptically, Brother, I am not lying. Everyone in our village knows. If we go there, we will surely be devoured by the long worm. As Nyo said this, he attempted to leave. Zhou Bin chuckled heartily. Don't listen to their nonsense. Even if there were a worm, it wouldn't be that enormous. Come with me. I assure you, you will be fine. With this, Zhou Bin pulled Nyo towards the hillside. Terrified, Nyo nearly lost control of himself, struggling against Zhou Bin's grip, but ultimately, He was unable to break free and was dragged to the foot of the hill. Once there, Zhou immediately noticed a layer of soft earth spread across the ground, which delighted him immensely. The soft earth, a type of wild fungus, appeared dull and unappealing, feeling squishy and sometimes sticky to the touch. Yet, it was a rare delicacy, perfect for stir-frying with eggs, making soup, or crafting soft buns, all yielding a flavor that was exquisitely fragrant. Without hesitation, Zhou began to gather the soft earth. Anyo, however, stood frozen in fear, glancing around anxiously, terrified that something might leap out at him. Zhou, amused by Anyo's demeanor, seized the opportunity to shout, "Oh dear, the long worm has emerged." Anyo jumped in alarm. Where is it?" Zhou burst into laughter. "Look at how scared you are. I was just teasing you. There are no long worms here. Come help me gather the soft earth." Anyo's heart raced as he reproached, "Brother, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Zhou pulled out a fragrant cigarette and chuckled. "Here, have one to calm your nerves. Don't be afraid. With me around, even if a long worm appears, I'll smash it." Spotting the fine smoke, Anyo's eyes brightened, and he approached to take the cigarette. The two then resumed gathering the soft earth along the hillside. And before long, they had filled half a bamboo basket. Just as they were busy collecting, a large yellow dog suddenly bounded out of the forest, leaping directly towards Anyo. As Anyo puffed on his cigarette while foraging for mushrooms, he was suddenly startled by an unexpected intruder, causing him to stumble and roll down the hillside. Chapter 15. A fortuitous discovery. Zhou was bent over collecting soft soil when he suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds. He looked up to find Anyo tumbling down the slope. Alarmed, he quickly dropped the soil and rushed to assist him. "Anyo, what on earth happened?" Zhou exclaimed in disbelief. Anyo grimaced, clutching his rear and lamenting, "Ouch, that nearly killed me." Zhou hurriedly helped him to his feet, and Anyo, with a look of indignation, remarked, "Your big dog is so troublesome, it almost scared me to death." Turning to see the exuberant De Huang frolicking atop the hill, Zhou couldn't suppress a chuckle and playfully scolded, "De Huang, did you get a beating? Look at how you frightened my brother." De Huang, however, joyfully barked a few times before scampering away, leaving Zhou with a bemused smile. "Don't be upset. When I return, I will give it a good thrashing for you," Zhou said with a grin. "Ah, forget it. I suppose it's just my bad luck," Anyo replied, rubbing his backside as he stood up. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother, look over there." Following his gesture, Zhou gaze landed on a sizable cluster of wild chicken eggs nestled at the foot of the hill. Their spirits lifted, as they had just emerged from the woods and had been oblivious to this delightful find. Remarkably, Anyo's fall had inadvertently led them to this treasure. They rushed toward the discovery, but as they approached the base of the hill, a rustling sound erupted from the bushes. Startled, Anyo shivered as a flock of vividly colored wild chickens burst forth, squawking as they flew off into the distance. Eagerly, the two men ventured into the underbrush to investigate, and to their delight, they discovered several nests brimming with wild chicken eggs. Without hesitation, Zhou grabbed a snakeskin bag and began collecting the eggs alongside Anyo. In no time, they had amassed a considerable haul, estimating over 100 eggs. After scanning the area for any additional eggs and finding none, they began their ascent back up the slope. Just as they reached the bottom, De Huang emerged once more, this time proudly carrying a spotted dove in its mouth. The dog dashed towards Zhou, dropping the dove at his feet before disappearing again. Stunned by the sight of the plump dove, Zhou realized that De Huang had brought him a delightful treat. Anyo was equally astonished, wondering how the dog had managed to catch wild birds. While they stood in disbelief, De Huang reappeared, this time with another large dove in its mouth. Their excitement soared. At last, they would have meat to enjoy. Zhou cheered, "De Huang, well done. When we get back, you shall have some meat." Anyo exclaimed, "Goodness, this dog has become extraordinary." De Huang, brimming with pride, wagged its tail as if to say, "Master, look at what I've accomplished." Zhou couldn't help but shower the dog with praise. "De Huang, you are simply amazing. How did you manage to do this?" As he reached out to caress the head of the large yellow dog, his gaze suddenly fell upon a peculiar object lying beside the spotted creature that the dog had brought back. This object possessed an oval-shaped cap, dark brown in hue, with a plump white stem beneath, resembling a type of fungus. Zhou, upon noticing it, exclaimed in excitement, "Morel?" Anyo, startled by the sudden outburst, hurriedly inquired, "Brother, what's wrong?" Zhou, brimming with enthusiasm, urged, "Anyo, come quickly and look." Morel, following his gaze, Anyo observed the object on the ground and curiously asked, "Brother, what is this? It looks just like dog feces." "Dog feces? Your eyesight is truly poor. This is a treasure." Zhou Bin replied with fervor. Anyo, having never encountered such a thing, was unaware of its significance. Zhou Bin, however, recognized it as the highly esteemed morel mushroom, renowned for its exquisite flavor and regarded as a rare delicacy among fungi. In his previous life, cultivated morels fetched around 200 yuan per pound, while wild ones could command prices as high as 1,000 yuan per pound. Anyo, we are going to be rich, Zhou Bin exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Anyo, puzzled, asked, Rich? What do you mean? Zhou Bin quickly picked up the mushroom, bringing it to his nose for a whiff. A wave of fragrant aroma mingled with grassy notes enveloped him, sending a delightful shiver through his body. This was undoubtedly fresh morel, likely dislodged by the dog and unintentionally transported. Noticing Zhou Bin's rapturous expression, Anyo scrunched his face in distaste. EW. Brother, how can you not find it foul? You're even smelling it like feces. Zhou Bin found himself both amused and exasperated. Thrusting the morel towards Anyo's nose. Smell this and tell me if it stinks. Caught off guard, Anyo instinctively attempted to retreat, but was met with an unexpectedly pleasant fragrance. Hey, this really isn't feces? It actually smells quite good. He chuckled. Zhou Bin, eager to act, turned to the yellow dog and asked, Big Yellow, where did you find this? Lead us to it. Upon hearing this, Big Yellow dashed into the woods. Zhou Bin and Anyo quickly followed, and after a brief trek of several minutes, Big Yellow finally halted. Before them lay a vast clearing adorned with wild grasses. Zhou Bin's eyes widened as he beheld the ground carpeted with morel mushrooms, nearly causing him to faint with joy. He exclaimed to Anyo, Hurry, Anyo. Let us gather these mushrooms. Their flavor is undoubtedly exquisite. Seeing his brother's enthusiasm, Anyo joined in the collection of morels. The two gathered from a small patch, filling nearly half a bag. Zhou Bin assessed their haul and declared, Let us stop here for today and leave the rest for a few days. Then we can return to gather more. With their bounty in tow, the two returned home, whereupon entering, Zhou Bin called out, Xiao Hua, Xiao Nan, come see what I found on the mountain. Hearing her father's voice, Xiao Hua rushed out. Daddy, you're back. Zhou Bin promptly opened the bag, and upon seeing its contents, Xiao Hua exclaimed in delight, Wow, Daddy, how did you find so many wild chicken eggs? Zhou Bin chuckled. Now you can enjoy chicken eggs every day? Aniu smiled and inquired, Xiao Hua, do you enjoy eating eggs? Xiao Hua cheerfully replied, Yes, I absolutely love them. Upon hearing their conversation, Li Nan emerged and, noticing Aniu's presence, greeted him warmly. Aniu, come in and have a seat. Allow me to pour you some water. Aniu chuckled and waved his hand. No need. Brother, I think I'll head back for now. As he spoke, Aniu's gaze was fixated on the bag containing the spotted meat, his mouth watering in anticipation. Zhou Bin immediately chimed in. Then you may leave for now. Once the spotted meat is ready, I shall bring some to you. Rest assured, you won't miss out. Hearing this, Aniu departed with a satisfied expression. Li Nan, intrigued by Zhou Bin's words, asked, Brother Bin, what do you mean by spotted meat? Zhou Bin grinned and retrieved another bag. Upon opening it, Li Nan and Xiao Hua were momentarily taken aback. Wow, where did you get these? Li Nan exclaimed, astonished at the sight of two plump spotted creatures. Xiao Hua, startled, timidly asked, Daddy, what are these? Zhou Bin replied, These are spotted creatures. Their meat is quite delectable. I will prepare some for you shortly. Just then, De Huang wagged his tail and approached. Zhou Bin affectionately patted De Huang's head, saying, This is all thanks to De Huang. It caught them. What? De Huang can do that? Li Nan was incredulous. Zhou Bin laughed. De Huang has more talents than just that. Look at this. He produced a handful of morel mushrooms for them to see. What is this? Li Nan questioned, having never encountered them before. These are morel mushrooms, also known as sheep's stomach mushrooms. They are incredibly flavorful. I'll stew them together with the spotted meat. It will be absolutely delicious, Zhou Bin explained with a smile. Xiao Hua scrunched her face in distaste, saying, Daddy, can we really eat this? It looks so unappealing. Zhou Bin chuckled, You'll see soon enough. With that, he carried the ingredients into the kitchen. After a little while of bustling about, the aromatic stew of morel mushrooms and spotted meat was finally complete. As he brought the dish out, an enticing fragrance wafted through the air, causing Li Nan and Xiao Hua to be momentarily spellbound. The aroma was simply delightful. Zhou Bin joyfully served a bowl of the stew to his father, Zhou Jiaming, who immediately sat up, surprised. Bin, what are you making? It smells amazing. Zhou Bin replied, This is my stewed spotted meat. Do give it a taste. Zhou Jiaming took a piece of meat and sampled a morel mushroom, instantly captivated by the flavors. Oh my, what is this? It's extraordinarily fragrant. Zhou Bin briefly explained the dish, and Zhou Jianming praised it profusely, diving into his meal with gusto. When Zhou Bin emerged from the kitchen, He found Li Nan and Xiao Hua happily devouring the meat and vegetables. As soon as Xiao Hua spotted him, she exclaimed, "Daddy, this spotted meat is absolutely delicious. And this mushroom is particularly tasty." Li Nan added with a smile, "Brother Bin, what makes this meat so fragrant? You must join us for a meal." Zhou Bin replied, "You all enjoy. I still need to deliver some meat to Aniu." When he presented the meat to Aniu, the family nearly succumbed to the delightful aroma. Thus, Zhou Bin's family enjoyed a splendid feast, each face adorned with expressions of contentment. It is important to note that, at that time, consuming meat was a luxury. In just a few days, Zhou Bin managed to treat everyone to several meat meals, which was no small feat. After the meal, Li Nan, feeling a pang of sympathy, urged, "Brother Bin, you must be exhausted. Go and rest, I will clean up." Little Hua chimed in, "Daddy, you should go to sleep. Mom and I can handle the chores." However, Zhou Bin waved his hand and smiled. "No, I still need to steam buns." Li Nan looked puzzled and asked, "Why are you steaming buns? We still have plenty of bread." Zhou Bin grinned mischievously, "I'm steaming buns to sell. I want to earn some money for us." Li Nan was taken aback. "Brother Bin, where will you sell the buns?" Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "I plan to sell them in the county." To Li Nan, Zhou Bin's words were undeniably novel. Their mountain village, known as Beiyuan Village, was the most remote village in the entire county. To reach the county, one must first travel to the township and then take a bus for 2 hours to arrive. The villagers rarely ventured to the county, living their lives toiling in the fields. It was unheard of for anyone to go to the county to conduct business or sell goods. Thus, Zhou Bin's idea astonished Li Nan. "Brother Bin, can you really sell buns in the county? Is that feasible? No one has ever done that." Zhou Bin laughed. "Since no one has tried, I will give it a shot. Once I earn some money, our family's life will surely improve." Little Hua, curious, asked, "Daddy, what is the county like? Are there many tall buildings and lots of cars?" Zhou Bin felt a pang of sorrow. Poor little Hua had never been to the county. Regrettably, this time he would be too busy selling buns to take her along. So, he said to little Hua, "Once I make some money, I will take the whole family to the county for a stroll. How does that sound?" Little Hua's face lit up with joy. "Oh, that is wonderful. Daddy is going to take me to the county." Zhou Bin quickly clarified, "Not this time, but after I earn some money." Little Hua nodded obediently. I understand. Daddy, work hard to make money. I'm looking forward to visiting the county." Li Nan observed Zhou Bin's smiling demeanor and felt a warmth she had never experienced before. Since that day her husband had awakened, he seemed transformed. He brought her constant surprises, as if he harbored an army within him, yet he remained composed, instilling an immense sense of security and trust. Now, he was about to embark on a journey to the unfamiliar county to sell buns, all for the sake of their family. This thought filled Li Nan's heart with warmth. She no longer questioned her husband's actions, but rather tenderly said, "All right, you steam the buns, and I will help you to expedite the process." Zhou Bin, encouraged by his wife's gentle gaze, felt invigorated and replied, "Very well. Let us do it together." Little Hua joyfully exclaimed, "Daddy, I'll start the fire." The three of them busied themselves in the kitchen, and by nightfall, the steaming, fragrant buns were finally ready. There were 2 large steamers, one filled with soft buns and the other with mushroom and wild vegetable buns, totaling 100 buns. Zhou Bin reserved 10 buns for his family, intending to sell the rest in the county. As night fell, Li Nan spoke tenderly, "Bin Gu, you have worked hard for this family." Zhou Bin chuckled, "Why do you say that? I've caused you all enough trouble. You never complained." Li Nan's eyes glistened with emotion. "Bin Gu, don't speak of burdens. The day I married you, I became yours. Whether rich or poor, I am with you for life. Even in death, I wish to share the same grave." Listening to his wife's simple yet profound words, Zhou Bin felt a surge of emotion, recalling the hardships he had imposed on her and their father. This time, he vowed to work doubly hard to ensure they could live a good life. Suddenly, Li Nan leaned closer and gently said, "Bin Gu, marrying you is truly wonderful." It dawned on Zhou Bin that in the flurry of work since his rebirth, he had neglected his beautiful wife. Once, Li Nan was renowned as the fairest maiden in the region, disregarding her family's objections to marry a poor lad like him. Many had offered substantial sums to win her hand, yet she had dismissed them all. With this thought, Zhou Bin reached out and embraced Li Nan. Her cheeks flushed. She whispered, "Be gentle, don't wake the baby." The following day, at dawn, Zhou Bin carried a bamboo steamer as he walked toward the village, greeted by the rising sun. Chapter 17. Instant fame. As Zhou Bin boarded the bus with his bamboo steamer, the passengers immediately detected a rich, enticing aroma. Some, having risen early without breakfast, felt their stomachs rumble at the scent. Zhou Bin placed the steamer at his feet, covered it with a white cloth, and closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tap on his arm. Opening his eyes, he saw an elderly woman standing beside him. "Young man, what do you have in that steamer? It smells wonderful," she inquired with a smile. Zhou replied cheerfully, "These are my buns, and I plan to sell them in the county." The old woman nearly drooled. "Could I take a look?" Zhou smiled as he unveiled the cloth, revealing plump, fragrant buns that captivated everyone. Unable to resist, the old woman asked, "How much for a bun? Can I buy one?" Zhou grinned. "They are 30 cents each. And they are delightful." The old woman hesitated, "But others sell theirs for 20 cents. Why so expensive?" Zhou explained, "These buns are made with soft dough and wild mushrooms, truly special and absolutely delicious." Finally succumbing to temptation, the old woman produced 30 cents, handed it to Zhou and selected a mushroom bun. As she took a bite, an extraordinary flavor burst in her mouth, prompting her to exclaim, "Oh, these buns are divine." Seeing her enjoyment, the others could no longer resist, and soon several more customers approached to buy buns. In no time, 6 buns were sold. Even the ticket seller no longer asked for tickets, but rather for 3 steamed buns. Zhou smiled, realizing that his buns were quite popular. After 2 hours of jarring travel, the vehicle finally arrived at the county town. Zhou disembarked and headed straight for the South Alley, aware that it was a bustling place for snacks, hence attracting a multitude of people. Upon reaching the entrance of the alley with his bamboo basket, he found the narrow passage teeming with a lively crowd. He ventured inside, glancing around in hopes of finding a spot to set up his stall. However, after a thorough search, he discovered that both sides were fully occupied, leaving no room for him to display his wares. Just as he hesitated, he noticed an elderly man selling tofu pudding not far away, seemingly with a bit of space beside him. Zhou immediately approached with a smile, but the old man, perched on a small stool and observing the throng, narrowed his eyes suspiciously upon Zhou's approach and inquired, "What do you want?" Zhou replied cheerfully, "Uncle, I just want." Before he could finish, the old man darkened his expression and retorted, "Leave quickly. I have no room here." Realizing that the old man feared he might encroach on his business, Zhou quickly responded, "Uncle, just let me rest here for a while. I'm utterly exhausted." With that, he pulled out a cigarette and offered one to the old man. Upon seeing the cigarette, the old man's demeanor softened, and he conceded, "All right then, you can rest for a bit, but make sure to leave afterwards." Zhou promptly set his bamboo basket on the ground and cheerfully took a seat on a nearby stool. The old man lit the cigarette, took a puff, and remarked, "This smoke isn't bad." Just then, a young man approached, and the old man eagerly called out, "Hey there, would you like a bowl? My tofu pudding is delicious." The young man glanced at the old man's pot and the condiments on the table, asking, "Do you have any bread?" The old man quickly replied, "No. Just try my tofu pudding, it's quite fragrant." The young man shook his head in disappointment, saying, "Then never mind. I want to be full with just tofu pudding." With that, he turned and left, and soon several others departed for the same reason. The old man, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "What a shame. My tofu pudding is so good. Why does everyone leave? They don't know what's valuable." Zhou chuckled and said, "Uncle, your tofu pudding is indeed impressive. I'll have a bowl, please." The old man, hearing this, quickly asked, "You want to eat?" Zhou assured him, "Yes, indeed. Don't worry, I'll pay." The old man's face instantly brightened with a smile. "Great. How much chili do you want?" Zhou replied, "Add plenty of chili." The old man skillfully scooped up a piece of tofu pudding with a thin iron sheet, repeating the motion 3 or 4 times until he had filled the bowl. He then poured over the prepared sauce, added fragrant vinegar, salt, monosodium glutamate, and drizzled a generous spoonful of fiery red chili oil. A steaming bowl of aromatic tofu pudding was ready. Zhou picked up the bowl and took a taste, unable to suppress a thumbs up. Ever since leaving his hometown, he had not savored such delectable tofu pudding. Its sour, spicy, and fragrant essence, coupled with a hint of bean aroma, left him utterly invigorated. "Uncle, your tofu pudding is truly remarkable," Zhou sincerely expressed. The elderly man's face broke into a smile, and he immediately began to chat. "Young man, you truly have an eye for quality. My tofu pudding has been sold for decades, and countless patrons have praised its exquisite taste," he boasted with pride. Zhou could discern a sense of pride in his words, yet when he surveyed the business, it appeared rather desolate, with only a handful of customers. After finishing his last spoonful of tofu pudding, Zhou wiped his mouth and inquired, "Old sir, how much is the tofu pudding?" The old man waved his hand grandly. "Consider it on the house. Recognizing quality deserves a reward." Zhou hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Oh, thank you so much, old sir. How about I treat you to a bun? I steamed it myself, and it's quite fragrant." As he spoke, he produced a mushroom bun and handed it to the old man. Initially reluctant, The old man could not resist the enticing aroma and accepted it eagerly. Upon tasting it, he exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness, young man, what kind of bun is this? It's absolutely delightful." Zhou replied with a smile. "This is a wild vegetable bun I made from foraged greens. Isn't the flavor remarkable?" The old man nodded repeatedly. "Delicious, truly delicious." Just then, a middle-aged man approached, immediately catching the scent of the bun. "Uncle, I'll have 2 of those buns," he said. The old man paused in surprise and quickly replied, "These buns aren't for sale." "What do you mean, uncle? Surely you can sell them, right?" "How about this? I'll have another bowl of tofu pudding." "That should suffice," the middle-aged man suggested. Hearing this, the old man hastily replied, "These buns belong to this young man. You must ask him." Seizing the opportunity, Zhou offered, "What kind of bun would you like?" "I have soft egg buns and wild vegetable buns." The middle-aged man quickly responded, "I'll take one of each." "How much are your buns?" Zhou chuckled. "Each bun costs 30 cents. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. "What? That's rather expensive. Others are only 20 cents each." Zhou explained with a smile, "My buns are made from wild mushrooms and free-range eggs, all entirely natural and wild. They are undeniably delectable." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before muttering, "Well, I suppose I'll give them a try." Zhou promptly handed him 2 buns, while the tofu pudding seller ladled a bowl of pudding for him. After taking a bite of the bun, the man's face lit up with satisfaction, and he began to devour it eagerly. Shortly thereafter, passers-by noticed the middle-aged man relishing his meal and could not resist ordering a serving themselves, praising the taste profusely. Gradually, more and more people gathered, all requesting a portion, and soon the area around the tofu pudding was bustling with patrons. The old man bustled about, perspiring profusely, as the 2 large pots of tofu pudding quickly emptied, and Zhou's buns were sold out in no time. Some latecomers, disappointed at missing out on both the buns and tofu pudding, expressed their frustration. Once the crowd had dispersed, the old man slapped his thigh and exclaimed with genuine admiration, "Young man, you are truly remarkable." Chapter 18. Zhou returned. Seeing the old man so excited, Zhou chuckled as he offered him a cigarette, saying, "Old sir, please take a seat and rest for a moment. You must be exhausted." Li Bingyi wiped the sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, "I never expected this. Truly remarkable." Zhou, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff, chuckled, "I too stumbled upon this by mere chance. I was equally surprised." Grabbing Zhou's arm firmly, Li Bingyi insisted, "Young man, I would like to discuss something with you if you don't mind." Zhou replied with a smile, "Uncle, feel free to share whatever you wish." Feeling somewhat bashful, Li Bingyi said, "I hope you can come to my place tomorrow to sell buns. What do you think? I can offer you a couple of cents for each bowl of tofu pudding." Zhou grinned widely, "Oh uncle, just the opportunity to sell buns on your turf brings me joy. I don't need any money. As long as you are willing, I will definitely return tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Li Bingyi's face lit up with joy. He promptly produced a pack of his trademark cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Zhou, and inquired about the young man's background and why he had come to the county to sell buns. Zhou graciously shared details about his family and, in turn, learned of Li Bingyi's unfortunate circumstances. Several years prior, his son had tragically fallen to his death while mining stones, and his daughter-in-law had remarried. Now, he was left to care for a young granddaughter in elementary school and his paralyzed wife. The family relied solely on his tofu pudding sales. Yet business had recently dwindled to the point of sleepless nights filled with worry. The arrival of Zhou had initially filled him with dread, fearing it would worsen his already struggling business. To his astonishment, however, Zhou's presence seemed to revive his fortunes, bringing him immense relief. "Zhou, please don't take my earlier demeanor to heart." Li Bingyi chuckled. Holding a stack of cash, Zhou beamed with delight, responding, "Uncle Li, it's perfectly all right. I understand your anxiety. Look at how well we collaborated." Li Bingyi nodded fervently, "Indeed, you have saved my life." After finishing his cigarette, Zhou stood up and remarked, "Uncle Li, I must head home now. It's quite a distance." "Until tomorrow." Li Bingyi immediately rose, saying, "All right, you take care. I'll be waiting for your return." As Zhou packed his belongings, he assured, "Rest assured, I will definitely come back." After turning to leave, he noticed Li Bingyi waving goodbye until he had walked out of the alley. Once Zhou departed, Li Bingyi quickly tidied up, retreating to a secluded spot where he counted the bills in his hand. To his astonishment, he had sold 20 yuan today. This thrilled him immensely, and he hurried to gather supplies for his wife and granddaughter. Zhou calculated his earnings for the day, a total of 25 yuan. Although it seemed modest, it was nearly equivalent to a month's income for the villagers. With the money in hand, he headed straight to the general store to buy some necessities for his family, who had not indulged in new items for quite some time. In Baiyuan village, Li Nan and Xiao Hua had just returned from a long day in the fields, the slanting sun signaling that dusk was approaching. Li Nan felt a tinge of urgency. The grass had overgrown in the fields, and despite their best efforts, they had only managed to finish their work as the sun dipped below the horizon. She estimated that her father-in-law must be hungry, so she hastened to return home to prepare dinner. The two hurriedly entered the house, and Li Nan said to Xiao Hua, why don't you sit down for a moment? Mom will go make dinner for us. Xiao Hua nodded in agreement and asked, okay, Mommy, why hasn't Daddy come back yet? Li Nan glanced outside, feeling a bit puzzled herself. Logically, he should have returned by now. However, she had no time to dwell on it and needed to focus on cooking. While they were conversing, Zhou Jianming emerged from the kitchen, limping slightly as he approached them with a warm smile. You're back? You must be hungry. I've already prepared the meal, he said cheerfully. Li Nan was taken aback. Dad, how did you manage to cook? I thought I told you to rest. Zhou Jianming replied with a smile. My leg is nearly healed. Lying down all the time makes me feel uncomfortable. You both must be exhausted from working in the field, so I thought I could help by cooking a little. Li Nan felt a surge of warmth in her heart and smiled, saying, Dad, let me handle the cooking from now on. You just take it easy. Zhou Jianming then inquired, where's Bin? If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. I've made some noodles for you, and today we're having oil splash noodles. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately exclaimed with joy, oh, we can eat oil splash noodles. I'm so happy. Li Nan chuckled and suggested, Dad, why don't we let Xiao Hua eat first? I'll wait for Bin to return before we eat. Xiao Hua quickly interjected, then I won't eat either. I want to wait for Daddy to come back and eat together. Zhou Jianming gently encouraged, Xiao Hua, if you're hungry, you should eat first. Your father doesn't know when he'll be back. However, Xiao Hua resolutely shook her head. No, I want to wait for Daddy. Seeing his granddaughter's determination, Zhou Jianming ceased his persuasion and smiled. All right then, we'll wait for your father to come back before we eat. Xiao Hua beamed with joy. Great. We'll wait for Daddy to have dinner together. Meanwhile, Li Nan felt a wave of anxiety. Bin had gone to the county early that day and had yet to return. It was likely that the buns hadn't sold well. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so late. Nevertheless, she had resolved that even if Bin hadn't sold a single bun, she would still praise her husband. He worked so hard to go to the county all for the sake of their family. They were not lacking in food now, and she felt very content. Observing the concern etched on his daughter-in-law's face, Zhou Jianming reassured her with a smile. Xiao Nan, don't worry, I believe in Bin. He will surely succeed. Li Nan was momentarily astonished. Her father-in-law was actually comforting her, whereas he used to be so perpetually worried. As they were conversing, the sound of the gate creaking suddenly broke the moment, and Bin walked in. Upon seeing her father, Xiao Hua immediately rushed towards him, joyfully exclaiming, Daddy, you're back. The moment Bin laid eyes on Xiao Hua, all his fatigue vanished. He set down the bamboo cage and picked her up in a warm embrace. How was your day, Xiao Hua? Were you good? He asked affectionately. Xiao Hua, with a bright voice, replied, I was very good today. I even helped Mommy pull weeds in the field. At that moment, Li Nan and Zhou Jianming approached them, and Li Nan, with a face full of concern, asked, Bingu, you're back? How is it? Are you tired? Bin set down the little flower and chuckled, I am a bit tired, but I am doing all right. Zhou Jianming replied with a smile, you should wash your hands. I will prepare some oil splash noodles for us. However, Bin gave a mysterious smile, saying, There's no rush for dinner, Dad. Look what I brought for you. As he spoke, he rummaged through a bamboo basket and cheerfully handed something to his father. Upon seeing it, Zhou Jianming was instantly taken aback, for in Bin's hand lay an entire box of golden monkey cigarettes. What is this? Zhou Jianming inquired in astonishment. Dad, didn't you say these cigarettes are good? I bought you a whole box. Go ahead and enjoy, Bin replied with a grin. Zhou Jianming was stunned for a while before exclaiming, Oh my, why did you buy such expensive cigarettes? How much did this cost? Chapter 19. A surprise for the family. Seeing the look of surprise on his father's face, Bin chuckled. It's nothing. These cigarettes are smooth to smoke. Just take them. Zhou Jianming, however, expressed concern. But these must cost around 6 yuan, right? Bin shook his head. These have filters and cost 12 yuan. What? So expensive. Why are you spending money so recklessly? You worked so hard for your money. Why buy this for me? Save it for the children's tuition. Zhou Jianming felt even more distressed. Bin laughed. Dad, just accept it. My business has been good today, and this money is no issue. Little Hua's tuition is definitely covered. Hearing Bin say this, Li Nan felt a wave of joy. Bingu, did you sell all the buns? Bin nodded with a smile. Sold out. And I could have sold more. Li Nan was so elated that she nearly jumped up. Bingu, you are amazing. Little Hua also chimed in excitedly. Daddy, you sold all the buns? How are you so capable? Zhou Bin simply smiled and remained silent as he reached into the bamboo basket once more. When Li Nan and Little Hua saw what he pulled out, they were both left speechless. Zhou Bin handed a pink light jacket to Li Nan, saying, Xiao Nan, I bought you a new outfit. Try it on and see if it fits. Li Nan's gaze was immediately drawn to the jacket, unable to look away. It was truly exquisite. The color was a delightful shade of soft pink, and the style was the latest, reminiscent of the elegant attire worn by urban women in films. She suddenly recalled that Zhang Wan from the village once wore a similar blue dress, though that one was a bit plain. At that moment, she had become the center of attention among all the village women who had discussed her for quite some time. Gazing at the beautiful garment before her, Li Nan felt a tremor of excitement. Mom, this jacket is so beautiful. You will look stunning in it. Little Hua exclaimed joyfully. Li Nan's eyes warmed with tears, nearly spilling over. She could hardly remember the last time she wore something new. Yet she managed to say, Bingu, why did you buy such an expensive jacket? How much did it cost? Zhou Bin noticed his wife's slightly trembling body and her reddened eyes, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Poor Xiao had endured too much hardship. Just a new jacket brought her to the brink of tears. With this thought, Zhou Bin smiled. This jacket wasn't too expensive. Just a few yuan. Once I earn more, I will buy you something even better. Li Nan playfully chided, Brother Bin, please refrain from purchasing such expensive clothes in the future. My old garments suffice quite well. Despite her words, Zhou Bin noticed the unwavering smile gracing her lips. Little Hua, witnessing her mother's joy, beamed with delight until a thought struck her, causing her to gaze expectantly at her father. Zhou Bin, feigning ignorance, inquired, What is it, Little Hua? With a face full of disappointment, she ultimately expressed, Father, as long as you buy gifts for mother and grandfather, that will suffice. I do not need anything. It is hard for you to earn money. Listening to his daughter's thoughtful words, Zhou Bin felt a pang of affection and swiftly responded, Little Hua, look what I have for you. As he spoke, he produced 2 items from a bamboo basket, a floral jacket and a small backpack. For a moment, Little Hua was taken aback, but then her joy erupted, and she eagerly snatched the items from her father's hands. She inspected the jacket from every angle, her excitement mounting as she exclaimed, Mother, Grandfather, look, Father bought me this beautiful jacket. Next, she clutched the pink backpack, utterly enchanted. Mother, this backpack is lovely. Now I have a backpack. Observing Little Hua's exuberance, Zhou Bin felt a surge of warmth in his eyes and quickly wiped them, grinning. This backpack is for you to use at school, all right? Yes, I absolutely adore this backpack. Little Hua replied enthusiastically. Zhou Jianming, already misty-eyed, chimed in, It's beautiful, truly beautiful. My granddaughter has a backpack now. The atmosphere was charged with excitement and warmth, making their small yard the coziest place in the village. Suddenly, Zhou Bin's stomach grumbled audibly, prompting him to sheepishly say, My stomach is growling. Can we eat now? Zhou Jianming, realizing the time, exclaimed, Oh dear, I was so caught up in conversation. Let me quickly prepare a meal. With that, he carefully returned the cigarettes to his room before heading to the kitchen. After they dined, Zhou Bin, unwilling to rest, began steaming buns, for he needed to sell them the following day. The entire family joined in, producing 200 buns, and they toiled until midnight before finally resting. Before bed, Zhou Bin reminded Li Nan to dry the soft soil and morels in the courtyard for better preservation. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Zhou Bin ate 2 buns and then set off for the county. Once he departed, Li Nan and Little Hua awoke, ready to tend to the cattle and prepare breakfast for grandfather. During breakfast, Zhou Jianming chuckled, Xiao Nan, why aren't you wearing your new clothes? Li Nan, slightly embarrassed, replied, Father, it is not the new year. Why wear new clothes now? People will laugh. Zhou Jianming shook his head. What is there to laugh about? These were bought for you by Bin. You should wear them. If you don't wear them now, in a few days, when it gets warm, it will be too late. In truth, Li Nan had hardly slept the previous night, dreaming of herself stepping out in the new attire. However, upon waking, she still lacked the courage to don it. Little Hua had been clamoring to wear her new clothes and carry her new backpack since morning. But Li Nan had gently restrained her. Hearing her grandfather's words, she felt increasingly anxious. Mom, please put it on. You look so beautiful in it. I want to wear it too. Zhou Jianming chuckled. Isn't that right? You're not going to the fields today. Go ahead and wear it. Let everyone see that our family is thriving. Encouraged by her father-in-law and daughter, Li Nan finally nodded in agreement, much to Xiao Hua's delight, who nearly squealed with joy. After dinner, Xiao Hua eagerly pulled her mother into the room to change clothes, while Zhou Jianming sat at the doorstep, smoking a cigarette. Lu Junyi approached. A host slung over his shoulder, evidently just returned from the fields. Upon spotting Zhou jamming, he exclaimed, "Hey, jamming, you're smoking now? Let me see what fine tobacco you have." He quickly moved closer, and upon closer inspection, he gasped, "My goodness! You're smoking Xiao. Have you struck it rich?" Zhou jamming beamed, taking out the cigarette box and offering Lu Junyi one, saying, "Try this, it's far better than the dry tobacco." As Lu Junyi lit the cigarette, he asked, "Jamming, did you really come into some money?" With pride, Zhou jamming replied, "This was bought by Binbin. I told him it was too expensive, but he wouldn't listen." Lu Junyi was even more astonished. "Your Zhou Bin is truly filial. How did he manage to buy such cigarettes?" Zhou jamming whispered. "Binbin went to the county to sell steamed buns and earn some money. He returned with many gifts for me and his wife and daughter." Lu Junyi exclaimed, "Wow, Zhou Bin has made quite a name for himself, selling buns all the way to the county. No wonder my Nyo keeps praising his skills. That braised meat with mushrooms is simply delicious." While they were conversing, Li Nan and Xiao Hua emerged in their new clothes, but did not see Zhou jamming. Li Nan called out, "Dad, where are you?" Upon hearing her voice, Lu Junyi peeked in and was taken aback, exclaiming, "Goodness, whose beautiful daughter-in-law is this?" Chapter 20. Surrounded by villagers at Lu Junyi's remark, Li Nan, feeling embarrassed, quickly dashed back into the house. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua, looking delightful in her new outfit and carrying a little backpack, ran out. Lu Junyi, upon seeing her, exclaimed, "Who is this child? She looks so charming." Xiao Hua, beaming with joy, asked, "Grandpa, do you think my backpack is pretty?" Both Lu Junyi and Zhou jamming praised her, admiring the backpack. Xiao Hua proudly stated, "This was bought by my dad. I can go to school in September." Lu Junyi encouraged her, "Xiao Hua, study hard, and one day, you can go to the city." Xiao Hua, filled with dreams, responded, "I want to study well so that I can bring Grandpa, Dad, and Mom to the city. It's so much fun there." Zhou jamming, gazing at his granddaughter's innocent face, felt a pang of guilt, realizing he once considered giving her away, while she held such deep affection for him. Overwhelmed by emotion, he felt tears welling up. Lu Junyi noticed and asked in surprise, "Jamming, what's wrong?" Zhou jamming quickly masked his feelings, saying, "Oh, nothing. Just got some dirt in my eyes." Lu Junyi paid little attention and chuckled, "Xiao Hua, go on and play." Xiao Hua responded with a cheerful acknowledgement and scampered away. Inside, Li Nan felt her face flush with heat. She truly was reluctant to face anyone. Lu Junyi laughed and said, "Ah, Zhou Bin's wife, what are you doing? Your uncle is here, and you don't even come out to say a word. What is there to be shy about?" Li Nan's face turned crimson from embarrassment, and she could only grit her teeth and step outside. With her cheeks burning, she shyly said, "Uncle Lu, you're here. I was just looking for something." Lu Junyi scrutinized Li Nan and remarked, "You, my dear, still feel shy? You look quite lovely today. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Li Nan's face blushed even deeper as she lowered her head and stammered, I didn't." Lu Junyi laughed heartily. "Come on, if I stay here any longer, you'll feel uncomfortable all over." With that, he rose to leave, but not before saying, "Zhou Bin's wife, you have endured quite a bit. Now that Zhou Bin has made something of himself, you should enjoy it. There's nothing to feel awkward about." Zhou jamming sincerely added, "Xiaonan, since you married into our Zhou family, you've suffered. Go out and take a stroll. I'll keep watch here." Li Nan smiled and replied, "Dad, I won't go. I'm still busy washing the children's clothes." Just as she was about to head inside, the distant sound of Xiao Hua's cries pierced the air. Upon hearing it, Li Nan hurried over to check, followed closely by Zhou jamming. When they reached Xiao Hua, they found her lying on the ground, crying, her new clothes soiled, and her backpack snatched by Zhou Tao, the son of her uncle. Zhou Tao clutched the backpack to his chest, wearing a brazen expression, and shouted, "This backpack is so nice, it's mine now." Upon seeing her mother, Xiao Hua cried out, "Mommy, Zhou Tao took my backpack. He dirted my new clothes." Zhou Tao, however, scoffed disdainfully, "You deserve it. Who told you to take my backpack?" A surge of anger ignited within Li Nan as she sternly shouted, "Zhou Tao, who gave you the right to take Xiao Hua's backpack? Return it to her at once." Zhou Tao spat and shouted back, "Pa, I want to return it. Go back to your home, you old hag." Li Nan couldn't help but recall the times this rascal had bullied Xiao Hua and insulted her. Back then, she felt inferior and often swallowed her pride, refusing to stoop to his level. Today, he had dared to snatch Xiao Hua's backpack, a precious gift from her father. Moreover, her new clothes, which she cherished dearly and had kept close to her all night, were now sullied. In a fit of rage, Li Nan bellowed, "Return the backpack to Xiao Hua. Otherwise, I will make you regret it." Her fierce shouts startled Zhou Tao, causing him to tremble, yet he defiantly retorted, "I want to return it, old hag. What are you going to do about it?" Li Nan, furious and trembling with rage, felt an overwhelming urge to strike this little rascal. Before she could act, however, Zhou Jiaming rushed forward and slapped Zhou Tao across the head. The impact made Zhou Tao yelp, and he dropped the backpack and fled. Zhou Jiaming shouted angrily, "You coward! Should you dare to bully my granddaughter again, I will not hesitate to end you." This scene left Li Nan utterly astounded. The usually meek grandfather now appeared transformed, panting heavily with a visage full of fury. He picked up the backpack and meticulously brushed off the dirt before hastily returning to hand it to his granddaughter. "Xiao Hua, fear not. Grandpa will retrieve your backpack." Xiao Hua, her eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed, "Grandpa, you're amazing. You scared Zhou Tao away." Zhou Jiaming, filled with concern, asked Xiao Hua, "Did you hurt yourself when you fell? If he dares to bully you again, just tell Grandpa, and I will deal with him." Xiao Hua's spirits lifted instantly. "Oh, I won't be afraid of that nasty boy anymore. Grandpa will teach him a lesson." Li Nan felt a wave of emotion, seeing her grandfather appear larger than life in that moment. She carefully brushed the dirt off Xiao Hua, reassuring her, "Do not worry, my dear. With Grandpa and your parents protecting you, no one shall dare to bully you." Xiao Hua nodded vigorously. "Yes, Mama, I am not afraid. If he tries to take my things again, I will scratch his face." Just as they were conversing, Lu Fini, the wife of Haikuan, approached along the road. Upon spotting Li Nan, she called out, "Goodness! Whose daughter-in-law is this? She looks so refined." Once Lu realized it was Li Nan, she was momentarily speechless, grabbing her arm and exclaiming, "My, Li Nan, your outfit is simply exquisite. You are stunning, even more so than the women from the city." Zhou Jiaming chuckled at the sight and took Xiao Hua to explore elsewhere. Li Nan, feeling slightly embarrassed, responded, "Fini, please don't tease me." Lu Fini immediately retorted, "I am not teasing. Your clothes are indeed beautiful. You look like a figure from a painting." At that moment, Aunt Zhao approached and quickly joined the gathering, saying, "Li Nan, where did you acquire such a lovely outfit? Did Zhou Bin buy it for you?" Li Nan shyly nodded. "Yes, Zhou Bin purchased it in the county." Aunt Zhao exclaimed, "Goodness, Zhou Bin treats his wife so well. Just look at the quality of this fabric. It's remarkable. Even I am dazzled." Before long, the village's wives and daughters, including the wives of Jian Shi and Jian Shi, as well as Zhao Hongxia and Han Kaling, were drawn to Li Nan, surrounding her with eager curiosity, discussing and admiring her appearance. Their eyes sparkled with undeniable envy and astonishment, praising Zhou Bin for being such a devoted husband, ensuring that Li Nan would enjoy a life of comfort. Especially the younger girls, who envied her immensely, silently wishing for a husband as caring as Zhou Bin. Li Nan, now the center of attention, felt both elated and curious, unsure of how to respond amidst the newfound admiration. Just as Li Nan basked in the spotlight, Zhou Bin arrived at the southern alley, carrying a large bamboo basket filled with buns, his forehead glistening with sweat from the exertion of the journey. Chapter 21. A flourishing business. As soon as he arrived at the alley entrance, he noticed a throng of people gathered around Li Bingyi's tofu pudding stall, causing a slight traffic jam. Li Bingyi was sweating profusely, explaining something to the crowd. Suddenly, he spotted Zhou Bin's arrival and exclaimed, He's here, please, no more pushing." Zhou Bin hastily inquired, "Uncle Li, what is happening here?" The crowd turned to see Zhou Bin, and in an instant, he was enveloped by them. "Please, everyone, step aside and let me through," he pleaded. Li Bingyi, with a beaming smile, replied, "Zhou Bin, you finally made it. If you hadn't arrived soon, my stall would have burst from the crowd. Everyone is eagerly waiting for your buns." Zhou Bin smiled back, saying, "Let me in first. I have plenty of buns today." One at a time, the crowd finally parted, allowing Zhou Bin to enter. As soon as Zhou Bin settled onto a stool and lifted the white cloth from the bamboo steamer, the crowd surged toward him. "I'll have 2 buns, the soft kind. I want 4, 2 soft and 2 with mushrooms." "I'll take 1, with mushrooms." The cacophony of voices nearly deafened Zhou Bin, who quickly reassured them. "Please, don't rush, 1 at a time. There's enough for everyone." He busily began distributing buns, and those who received them were filled with joy, requesting bowls of tofu pudding and then sitting down to eat. Those left empty-handed shouted in impatience, as though they could hardly wait. In no time, Li Bingyi's tofu pudding stall was filled to capacity. Those without seats had no choice but to stand and eat, creating a lively scene. Within a mere 2 hours, Zhou Bin's entire batch of buns was sold out, and Li Bingyi's tofu pudding was gone as well. Those who missed out left with faces of disappointment. Once everyone had departed, Zhou Bin assisted Li Bingyi in tidying up the stall, allowing them to sit down, smoke a cigarette, and chat for a while. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Bingyi said, filled with admiration, "Zhou Bin, You've truly brought me great fortune. What makes your buns so popular? It usually takes me half a day to sell out, and sometimes I still have leftovers. Today I sold out early. Zhou replied with a smile. That's because your tofu pudding is so delicious. Li Bingyi grinned widely. Without your buns, no one would eat my tofu pudding. I think you could have sold even more buns. Zhou nodded. Indeed, it seems a bit insufficient. I suggest you bring 2 batches of buns tomorrow. That would be perfect. Li Bingyi exclaimed excitedly. Zhou pondered for a moment and said, all right, I'll bring 2 batches and see how it goes. After chatting for a while, Zhou stood up to leave. He found a secluded spot to count his earnings, totaling over 50 yuan, which surpassed the monthly wage of many city dwellers. His heart swelled with joy as he bought a little food, checked out a dress for Li Nan, and then turned to head back home. By the time he returned to the village, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He thought that if he hurried home, he might still catch lunch. Thus, he quickened his pace, and as he reached his doorstep, he saw a group of people gathered in front of his house. This left Zhou somewhat perplexed, prompting him to hasten over. What on earth was happening? Zhou inquired loudly. Upon seeing Zhou return, Aunt Xiao hurriedly exclaimed, Zhou, you're back. Your cousin has come to cause a ruckus at your home. Zhou heart sank at her words, and he swiftly parted the crowd to enter the house. As soon as he stepped inside, he witnessed Zhou Ming, Zhou Xing, and Zhao Meiqin hurling insults in the courtyard. Zhou Xing, wearing a fierce expression, shouted, You old fool! How dare you strike my son? I won't let this go unpunished today. Zhao Meiqin, raising her voice even higher, yelled, Li Nan, if you don't let me give this wretched child a good beating today, I'll refuse to leave your house. Zhou Ming chimed in with fierce words. You old fool, let me make myself clear today. From now on, you are no longer our uncle. If you don't provide me with an explanation, don't blame me for my rudeness. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiaming coughed incessantly, indignantly stating, Your child was the one who snatched my granddaughter's belongings. I merely intended to frighten him. Li Nan, his face flushed, retorted, Do you even have a sense of reason? Your child insults me daily, and you do nothing about it. Zhou Xing scoffed. What of it if my child insults you? With a wretched character like yours, you deserve all the scorn. Zhou felt a sudden surge of anger. He could not tolerate anyone bullying his father, wife, or daughter. He burst into the courtyard, flinging the bamboo cage to the ground, and shouted, What do you intend to do? Zhou Ming, upon seeing Zhou return, turned to scold him. Well, you finally returned. I thought you had perished. Zhou Xing, brimming with aggression, confronted Zhou, his demeanor menacing. Zhou, my child has been struck. What do you propose we do about this? Zhou, maintaining his composure, replied, We shall address this as it ought to be. I need to ascertain the facts. Lu Fenyi, unable to contain herself any longer, loudly recounted what she had witnessed that day. Upon hearing her account, the crowd erupted in discussion. So it turns out his son was the one who stole from others. Yet he behaves so aggressively. His son is no good, constantly bullying Xiao Hua. How dare they come here to stir trouble? It's utterly shameless. Zhou coldly remarked. Zhou Xing, you've heard it. Your child deserved to be punished. Embarrassed and enraged by the crowd's accusations, Zhou Xing retorted furiously, Get lost. All of you. Leave me be. This is a matter for the Zhou family, and it's none of your concern. The crowd, incensed by his words, found Zhou Xing intolerable. He was the 3rd son of the Zhou Jianren family, a troublemaker since childhood, known for his misdeeds and bullying in the village. Zhou looked at Zhou Xing's unreasonable demeanor with growing disdain and asked, Zhou Xing, what do you want? Zhou Xing, brimming with arrogance, declared, What do I want? Bring your daughter here, and let my child beat her until he is satisfied. This outrageous demand stunned the onlookers. What nonsense was this? Wasn't he this blatant bullying? Li Nan's face turned pale with fear as he tightly embraced Xiao Hua, who was equally frightened, her face drained of color. Zhou was so incensed that he almost laughed. Zhou Xing, are you out of your mind? Zhao Meiqin immediately retorted, You are the one who is sick. Why don't you just die? Zhou chuckled lightly, declaring, I shall not perish just yet. I intend to live with dignity and show you all. Zhou Ming retorted, Zhou, do not think we are afraid to confront you. If you do not provide us with an explanation today, do not blame us for being impolite. Zhou smiled subtly. Very well. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on me. I shall break your legs. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing shouted, You insolent child, come here. He lunged towards Li Nan and Xiao Hua, attempting to seize Xiao Hua. Zhou swiftly intervened, gripping Zhou Xing's arm and executing a perfect throw, sending Zhou Xing crashing to the ground, face up. Chapter 22. An unexpected encounter with a young boy. Zhou Xing groaned as he lay on the ground, unable to rise. Zhou Ming, witnessing this, shouted, How dare you strike someone? He rushed forward, intending to attack Zhou Bin, but Zhou Bin deftly dodged, delivering a kick to Zhou Ming's backside. Zhou Ming lost his balance and fell flat on the ground. Zhao Meiqin was left in shock, sitting on the ground in disbelief. The entire altercation transpired in mere moments. And as everyone regained their composure, they instinctively broke into applause. Many shouted, "Well done! Such unruly behavior deserves to be dealt with this way." Li Nan and Xiao Hua were both astonished, having never anticipated Zhou Bin's remarkable skill in subduing two individuals so effortlessly. Zhou Jianming was equally taken aback. How could the frail Zhou Bin, who struggled to walk, exhibit such prowess now? Zhou Bin strode over to Zhou Xing, his expression dark, and asked, "Zhou Xing, do you submit? If not, I am more than willing to practice with you." Zhou Xing, trembling, quickly replied, "No, no more." Zhou Bin turned to Zhou Ming, "And you? Zhou Ming, do you submit?" Zhou Ming, still reeling from the impact, bowed his head in silence. Zhou Bin raised his voice, "Listen well, the two of you. If you dare to cause trouble at my home again, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson. And Zhou Xing, should your wretched spawn dare to insult anyone again, I shall shatter his mouth." As he spoke, Zhou Bin clenched his fists with a menacing crack, instilling fear in those present. Terrified, Zhou Xing scrambled to his feet and fled without a word. Zhao Meiqin, seeing this, also took off running. Zhou Ming, left blushing like a monkey's backside, got up and stormed away, grumbling, "Zhou Bin, just you wait." Once they departed, the onlookers applauded and cheered, relishing the thought that these unruly individuals had finally learned their lesson. The villagers offered a few words of comfort to Li Nan and Zhou Jianming before taking their leave. After everyone had gone, Zhou Bin hurriedly approached Li Nan and Xiao Hua to offer them reassurance. Li Nan, however, was rendered speechless, gazing at her husband with incredulity. The frail man she had known had transformed into a figure of strength and authority. Xiao Hua, filled with admiration, rushed into her father's embrace, exclaiming, "Daddy, you were amazing just now. I was so scared." Zhou Bin tenderly held his wife and daughter close, whispering gently, "Do not fear. As long as I am here, none shall dare to bully you." Subsequently, he approached his father and inquired, "Dad, are you all right?" Zhou Jianming's eyes were slightly reddened. He was astonished by his son's prowess, which also evoked a sense of nostalgia. His son had truly grown up and was now capable of protecting the family. Reflecting on this, Zhou Jianming quickly smiled and replied, "I'm fine, how about you?" Zhou Bin shook his head and chuckled, "I'm perfectly fine. Handling those two was a piece of cake." Zhou Bin was not boasting. In his previous life, he had trained in combat sports, and dealing with those two was well within his capabilities. Thus, the tumultuous episode came to an end with Zhou Bin's intervention. With a beaming smile, Zhou Bin produced the earnings he had made that day and exclaimed, "Dad, Xiao Nan, do you know how much I earned today?" Li Nan eagerly asked, "How much did you make?" Zhou Bin smiled slightly and replied, 53 yuan. Li Nan was utterly stunned, and after a brief moment, she joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, how did you earn so much money?" Zhou Jianming was also taken aback and involuntarily remarked, Bin, do these buns really make that much profit?" Xiao Hua was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Daddy, you are so talented. You've made so much money." Zhou Bin chuckled, "This is just the beginning. I will earn much more in the future." In essence, relying solely on farming was insufficient. One must find ways to venture beyond. Li Nan gazed at her husband with admiration, pondering how he could achieve such success in just 2 days, earning nearly 80 yuan, a feat she would never have dared to imagine in the past. Zhou Bin then retrieved a delightful assortment of snacks from a bamboo basket, including twisted dough sticks, rice dumplings, oil cakes, cold noodles, and jelly, which dazzled everyone's eyes. He even bought a bag of milk candies for Xiao Hua, who nearly burst with joy upon seeing them. The family soon returned to their cheerful banter, completely forgetting the earlier unpleasantness. After dining, Zhou Bin immediately engaged everyone in preparations, as they needed to steam 400 buns, a considerable workload, and their supply of wild mushrooms was nearly depleted. He planned to buy more buns the next day, and then take a day or two off to gather more wild mushrooms. Otherwise, they would soon run out of buns to sell. Li Nan was thrilled to learn they were making 400 buns, imagining the potential profits if they sold them all. The family toiled from 4 in the afternoon until after 10 at night before finally steaming the buns. Given the large quantity, it was impossible for Zhou Bin to manage alone. Although Li Nan wanted to assist, Zhou Bin was reluctant to let her endure the hardship, especially since his elderly father still needed to eat. Thus, he sought out Anyo for help. Anyo, upon hearing the offer, was eager to join him in a trip to the county the next day, which included free meals and a 2 yuan reward, and he readily agreed. After these tasks were completed, it was already past 11. Xiao Hua and her father had gone to bed early. and Li Nan was also preparing to wash her face and sleep. However, Zhou Bin mysteriously produced a bag from behind him and handed it to Li Nan. She curiously opened it and nearly shrieked in delight, for inside was a beautifully delicate light blue dress. Li Nan was momentarily stunned, and Zhou Bin quietly asked with a smile, "What do you think? Do you like it? You will look stunning in it." Overwhelmed with joy, Li Nan's eyes glistened with tears of happiness. Zhou Bin gently embraced her, murmuring, "Xiao Nan, as long as you adore it, I shall procure it for you in the future." Li Nan, burdened with unspoken words, could only hold her husband tightly, reluctant to release him. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Zhou Bin and Anyo consumed a few buns before setting off towards the county with 2 bamboo baskets filled with more. Upon their arrival, it was already past 8 o'clock, and Li Bingyi was eagerly awaiting Zhou Bin's presence. As soon as Zhou Bin arrived, he was once again enveloped by a throng, prompting him and Anyo to spring into action. Anyo, taken aback by the commotion, had never witnessed such fervor and was soon sweating profusely. Zhou Bin, however, was accustomed to the scenario, methodically distributing the buns to everyone. For the sake of hygiene, he even donned plastic bags over his and Anyo's hands, prompting Anyo to chuckle. "Brother, you are indeed quite civilized." Thus, the two toiled from 8 until well past 11, at which point all the buns had been sold. Zhou Bin thoughtfully procured some cold skin noodles, oil cakes, and tofu pudding to treat Anyo. Upon seeing the delectable spread, Anyo could hardly contain his saliva. Having never indulged in such delicacies, he immediately devoured them with fervor. Zhou Bin also relished the cold skin noodles, taking a moment to rest. Li Bingyi could not help but tease, "Zhou Bin, your brother appears to be in splendid health." Zhou Bin replied with a grin, "Indeed. He carries the nickname Black Bull." Li Bingyi laughed heartily. "Well, good health surpasses all else." As the three conversed, suddenly a little boy, around 4 or 5 years old, appeared before them, having seemingly materialized out of nowhere. His eyes were fixated on the food in their hands, radiating an earnest desire to partake. Li Bingyi, noticing the child, inquired with astonishment, "Whose child are you? Why are you out here all alone?" The little boy remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto the cold skin noodles in Zhou Bin's hands. Zhou Bin, perceiving the situation, asked, "Child, are you hungry?" The boy nodded, realizing they only had cold skin noodles left, which might be too spicy for the child. Zhou Bin hastily unveiled the white cloth covering the bamboo basket and discovered a few buns that he had reserved for the journey with Anyo. He handed a mushroom and wild vegetable bun to the little boy, saying, "Little one, you must be starving. Go ahead and eat." The boy took the bun and immediately sank his teeth into it, savoring the taste with great delight. Observing the child's rapturous expression, Zhou Bin quickly fetched some water, advising, "Take your time, little one, be careful not to choke." The boy, unperturbed, seized the water and drank eagerly before resuming his meal, clearly famished. In no time, he finished the bun and looked at Zhou Bin with yearning eyes. Zhou Bin, noticing this, retrieved another bun from the basket and offered it to him. The child's face brightened with joy as he began to eat heartily once more. Anyo, watching in astonishment, remarked, "Brother, this child must not have eaten for days. Why else would he be like this?" Zhou Bin chuckled softly, "The child is hungry. Let him eat his fill first." Anyo added, "Brother, do you think this child is mute? Why doesn't he speak?" Zhou Bin chuckled and said, "Don't speak nonsense. The child may be shy and reluctant to engage in conversation." Thus, the two of them focused intently on the little boy voraciously devouring his buns, their faces subconsciously breaking into smiles. Just as they were watching the child eat, several individuals suddenly came running from the mouth of the alley. At the forefront was an elderly woman, who shouted as she approached, "Xiao Bao, where are you? Come out quickly. Don't frighten your grandmother." The boy, engrossed in his bun, glanced back momentarily upon hearing the call, but continued to eat, paying no heed to her. Zhou Bin surmised that the elderly woman was likely the boy's grandmother. He stood up and called out, "Auntie, is this child your grandson?" The woman spotted her grandson immediately upon reaching them and ran forward in excitement, embracing him tightly. "Xiao Bao, my dear child, you nearly scared your grandmother to death. Why did you run off?" Xiao Bao, disturbed from his meal, displayed an unhappy expression on his little face and struggled to break free from her grasp. Zhou Bin, smiling, inquired, "Auntie, is this your grandson?" The elderly woman quickly responded, "Yes, this is my grandson, Xiao Bao. I brought him out today, but in a moment of distraction, he disappeared. This child doesn't speak and is timid. It truly frightened me." Anyo, standing nearby, mumbled, "Timid?" He was the one actively seeking food. Zhou Bin gestured for him to refrain from speaking further, and Anyo chuckled, falling silent. At that moment, a man and a woman rushed over. The man appeared to be in his 30s, while the woman seemed somewhat younger. Upon seeing them, the elderly woman shouted, Hongwei, Ai Xia, come quickly. We found Xiaobao. Zhang Hongwei hurriedly took his wife's hand and rushed over. Upon seeing the little boy, Lu Ai Xia immediately ran forward, tears streaming down her face as she embraced him tightly. Xiaobao, where have you been? You scared your mother to death. The little boy, upon recognizing his mother, abandoned his bun and clung to her tightly. Zhang Hongwei wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed in relief. He promptly asked, Mom, how did you find Xiaobao? The elderly woman pointed to Zhou Bin and said, This young man called out to me, and that's when I noticed Xiaobao standing here. Zhang Hongwei quickly took out a pack of cigarettes and offered them to those present, saying, Brother, thank you. Zhou Bin accepted the cigarette with a smile and replied, So you are the child's father? We were selling buns earlier, and somehow the child wandered over. Seeing he was hungry, I let him have a bun. Zhang Hongwei, feeling even more grateful, repeatedly expressed his thanks. Oh, I truly appreciate your help. May I ask your surname? Zhou Bin smiled and said, No need for formality. My name is Zhou Bin, and this is my brother Anyo, and that gentleman is Uncle Li. Li Bing Yi, while smoking, chuckled. Your child certainly has quite the appetite, devouring 2 buns, costing a total of 60 cents. Zhang Hongwei's face lit up with a mix of surprise and joy. You mean my child ate 2 buns? Li Bing Yi affirmed, indeed. He enjoyed them thoroughly. Zhang Hongwei was overjoyed and promptly took out 60 cents to hand to Zhou Bin, saying, Brother, this is for the buns for the child. Please take it. Zhou Bin quickly declined, exclaiming, What are you doing? The child is hungry. 2 buns are nothing. There's no need for money. Uncle Li, sensing his mistake, awkwardly added, I shouldn't have said that about his family. I was just speaking casually. Nonetheless, Zhang Hongwei persisted, Brother, please accept it. Without you, I wouldn't have known where to find my child. Zhou Bin remained resolute in his refusal, while Anyo chimed in, My brother doesn't want it. You should just accept it. Faced with no other option, Zhang Hongwei ceased discussing the money. At that moment, Lu Aixia spoke up, Hongwei, if it weren't for these fellow villagers, we wouldn't know where our child had wandered off. I suggest we treat them to a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongwei immediately responded, Great idea. Uncle Li, Brother Zhou, Brother Lu, I would like to invite you all to dinner to express my thanks. What do you think? Li Bingyi quickly waved his hand, saying, I won't go. I need to return home to cook for the child. You all go ahead. Zhou Bin also chuckled, No need, we just ate. It's enough that the child has been found. There's no need for such formality. Zhang Hongwei felt a sense of guilt and continued to invite them, but Zhou Bin, eager to return home, did not acquiesce. Just then, the little one, who had been nestled in his mother's embrace, suddenly dashed over and presented half a bun to his father, mumbling, Daddy, you eat delicious. The entire Zhang family was taken aback. The usually silent child had spoken. With tears of joy, Zhang Hongwei accepted the bun, and an extraordinarily rich aroma wafted towards him, compelling him to take a bite, which filled him with delight and a lingering aftertaste. Oh my, this bun is incredibly fragrant. Does it contain morel mushrooms? Zhang Hongwei inquired. Zhou Bin smiled. Brother Zhang, you have a keen eye. Indeed, it contains morel. Zhang Hongwei nodded. No wonder it's so fragrant. Then, he casually asked, Brother Zhou, where's your home? Zhou Bin replied with a smile. Anyo and I are from Beiyuan village. Zhang Hongwei, suddenly slapping his thigh, exclaimed, Oh, Brother Zhou, you are from Beiyuan. I am from Xinguang. Zhou Bin laughed upon hearing this. Oh, so you are from Xinguang. We are indeed fellow villagers. Beiyuan village is the northernmost village of Xinguang township. Anyo also chuckled. So you are indeed a fellow villager. Zhou Bin then inquired, Did you come to the county for a visit today? Zhang Hongwei nodded and recounted their experience. He explained that he had come to the county with his mother, wife, and child for a medical visit, but somehow the child had gone missing. They had been frantic with worry and, after hearing that a child had been seen in the south alley, rushed over. Oh, I see. You must keep a closer eye on the child in the future. Zhou Bin said with a smile. Zhang Hongwei nodded vigorously. Yes, this child has been mute and in poor health since birth. I never expected him to speak just now and even eat a bun. You truly are my benefactor. Zhou Bin chuckled. Brother Zhang, you are exaggerating. Zhang Hongwei chuckled. Indeed. It is truly a stroke of fate to encounter you. By the way, may I inquire where you obtained this morel? It is quite a delicacy. Anyo immediately responded with a smile. My brother and I foraged for it in the mountains. There is an abundance there. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. You mean there is plenty of this exquisite treasure? How marvelous. Chapter 24. The arrival of business. Zhou Bin noticed Zhang Hongwei's exuberance and promptly asked, Brother Zhang, what has brought you such joy? Just as Zhang Hongwei was about to speak, Anyo, with a bashful expression, interjected, "Brother, my stomach hurts. I need to visit the restroom." Zhou Bin, somewhat resigned, replied, "If you're not relieving yourself, it's probably just a quick visit to the lavatory. Go ahead, I'll wait for you." Anyo hurriedly dashed away, clutching his backside. Zhang Hongwei then smiled at Zhou Bin, saying, "Brother Zhou, during my leisure time, I often gather mountain goods from our area. I am well aware that morels are a splendid find. If you have access to these, I will purchase as many as you can provide." Zhou Bin's heart leaped with joy at this news. "Really? That is indeed fortunate. However, I am curious, how much will you pay per pound?" Zhang Hongwei, with a hearty laugh, replied, "Typically, I pay $2.50 for dried mushrooms, but for you, I will offer $2.80 per pound. What do you say?" Zhou Bin instantly responded, "Agreed. I will head to the mountains to gather mushrooms right away. In a week, you can come to our village. Everyone will know my name." Zhang Hongwei nodded with a smile. "Excellent. Let us make it official. Be sure to gather plenty." After concluding their conversation, Zhang Hongwei departed with his child, while Zhou Bin tidied up, waiting for Anyo to return. Before long, Anyo came back, and Zhou Bin, along with Anyo, began their journey home. On the way, Zhou Bin pulled out $5 and handed it to Anyo, saying, "Anyo, take this. It is your pay for today." Anyo was taken aback. "Brother, why are you giving me so much? Didn't we agree on $2 for the day?" Zhou Bin chuckled. "Business was quite good today, and you have worked hard. This is what you deserve. Take it. I still need your assistance." Anyo accepted the money, beaming with joy, and immediately inquired, "Brother, what do you need help with?" Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "After we return, I will temporarily cease selling buns." Upon hearing this, Anyo was momentarily stunned. He had hoped to earn money alongside Zhou Bin the next day, but now it seemed he would not be doing so. Zhou Bin, noticing Anyo's disappointment, quickly reassured him, "Fear not, for I plan to collect mushrooms." Anyo's curiosity piqued. "Brother, which mushrooms will you be collecting?" Zhou Bin proceeded to share his plans. "Upon returning to the village, I will gather morels at 50 cents per pound and encourage everyone to join in the foraging. As for you, I will pay 80 cents per pound. How does that sound?" Anyo's excitement surged upon hearing this. "Brother, are you serious? Can that truly be profitable?" Zhou Bin laughed, "Absolutely. Otherwise, why would I bother collecting them?" Anyo, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Brother, you will pay me 80 cents per pound? Why is that?" Zhou Bin smiled gently and said, "I need you to lead everyone to that place and explain what morels look like. Additionally, please ensure that everyone is cautious while foraging. We must avoid the rotten and broken ones. Is this the assistance you mentioned? It seems remarkably simple." Anyo was overjoyed. Zhou Bin promptly added, "Moreover, I will be writing some notices, and the two of us must go to the village to post them." Anyo patted his chest and declared, "Brother, no problem. I will stick with you from now on." Zhou Bin then cautioned, "You must not reveal the price I offered you to anyone, understood?" Anyo nodded vigorously, "Understood. I will never mention it to anyone." The two laughed together as they boarded the vehicle back home, returning to the village 2 hours later. Zhou Bin instructed Anyo to rest for a while he went to purchase red paper and ink before heading home. Today, he had sold nearly 400 buns, earning over 110 yuan. Along with the unspent money he had saved, amounting to around 60 yuan, he now possessed a total of 170 yuan, more than sufficient for collecting morels. When he shared his thoughts with Lin Nan and his father, both were astonished and intrigued. "Brother Bin, is this truly so valuable?" Lin Nan inquired. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "Absolutely valuable. I would never engage in a loss-making venture." Zhou Jianming, expressing concern, asked, "Is that Zhang boss truly reliable? You mustn't let him deceive you." Zhou Bin waved his hand dismissively. "He wouldn't deceive me. It serves him no purpose." Lin Nan grew excited. "Brother Bin, if what you say is true, are you about to make a fortune?" Zhou Bin chuckled. "What fortune? It's merely a small sum." Lin Nan, taken aback, exclaimed, "If that's a small sum, then what constitutes a fortune?" The group convened and began preparing the notices, with Lin Nan responsible for cutting the paper and Zhou Jianming assisting with the calligraphy. In no time, they had completed a dozen notices. Zhou Bin quickly took the glue, sought out Anyo, and together they commenced posting the notices throughout the village, specifically targeting the main roads and crowded areas, eagerly awaiting inquiries from the villagers. Sure enough, within an hour, Aunt Zhao arrived. Upon entering, she exclaimed, "Zhou Bin, is it true that you are collecting morels?" Zhou Bin and Lin Nan welcomed her and invited her to sit in the courtyard. Zhou Bin smiled and affirmed, "Indeed. As long as you gather the mushrooms properly and dry them, I will buy them from you at 5 yuan per pound." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao could hardly contain her excitement, saying, "Oh, what a wonderful opportunity. But I don't recognize those morels. How will I manage?" Zhou Bin reassured her, No worries. I will gather everyone together and have Anyo lead the way to identify the morels, and you will know then. Aunt Zhao's spirits lifted. Oh, that sounds fantastic. Let us have Anyo explain it to me right away. Zhou Bin clarified. Currently, there are still villagers unaware of this. Once everyone is informed, I will have Anyo explain it to them. Aunt Zhao felt a surge of impatience, but had no choice but to wait. She then inquired with concern, Zhou Bin, what will you do with these morels? Is the payment settled immediately or on credit? Zhou Bin chuckled. I am merely assisting others. Of course, it is settled immediately. We weigh the goods and pay right away. Aunt Zhao felt completely reassured and urged Zhou Bin to hurry. Shortly thereafter, Lu Jinxi arrived, and Zhou Bin explained the situation to him. Then came Zhao Haiquan, Lu Junyi, Lu Fenyi, Zhou Dexing, Wang Haichao, and Wang Quanhua. By afternoon, the entire village was aware of the matter. Zhou Bin gathered everyone at the threshing ground, clearly outlining the requirements, and informed them that the next morning, Anyo would lead them to forage for mushrooms. Anyo, beaming with vitality, remarked, make sure to rise early tomorrow. Those who come late will miss out. The villagers, observing Anyo's earnest demeanor, erupted in laughter. That evening, Zhou Bin and his father were conversing in the courtyard when the old village chief, Zhou Difu, suddenly entered. Zhou Jianming hurriedly welcomed him into the main room and asked Zhou Bin to bring him some tea. Uncle, what brings you here? Zhou Jianming inquired respectfully. Zhou Difu replied with a smile, I heard that Zhou Bin is gathering mushrooms and encouraging everyone to participate. However, you must be cautious and ensure that no one picks poisonous varieties. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble. Zhou Bin quickly reassured him, Uncle, rest assured, I will be careful. Zhou Difu laughed. Zhou Bin, you have truly made a name for yourself, enabling everyone to earn some money. This is indeed a good thing. I am pleased for you. Zhou Bin promptly responded, Uncle, I haven't seen my other uncles. Let them join in as well. Zhou Difu smiled. Do not worry. I have already spoken to them. They will be joining tomorrow. Zhou Bin replied, Oh, that is splendid. Zhou Difu reiterated, You have handled this matter well. Our village has been impoverished for too long, and it is time to earn some money. You are quite clever. Your mind is sharp. Chapter 25. Brother Bin, we are getting rich. The following day, at dawn, Anyo led the villagers, young and old, to the southern mountains. Upon reaching the woods, Anyo guided everyone in identifying morels and conveyed the picking requirements. As soon as the villagers understood, they rolled up their sleeves and began collecting mushrooms. Observing their enthusiasm, Anyo felt compelled to join in. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin and Li Nan prepared the scales and bags, awaiting the villagers to bring in their harvest. Initially, Li Nan and Xiao Hua wished to join the foraging, but Zhou Bin forbade them, asserting that he was the one responsible for earning money at home, while they and his elderly father could simply enjoy themselves. Seeing Zhou Bin's determination, Li Nan refrained from arguing. While Zhou Bin awaited the mushroom deliveries, Zhou Jianren and others also caught wind of the news. Lu Ailing incredulously exclaimed, Has that boy suddenly become clever? How does he have so much money to buy mushrooms? Zhou Jianren shook his head in frustration. Do you not know? That rascal has been making money recently and is now quite extravagant. Nearby, Zhao Meiqin, exasperated, remarked, You should have seen Li Nan's boastful demeanor, flaunting a new outfit and strutting about the streets. She sighed. How did it come to this? How did that boy suddenly become wealthy? It's truly unexpected. Lu Ailing wore a look of discontent. Zhao Meiqin gritted her teeth and exclaimed, That Zhou Bin even assaulted Zhou Xing and his elder brother. He is exceedingly fierce. It is utterly infuriating. Zhou Jianren rolled his eyes in exasperation, remarking, I have heard that Zhou Jianming is distributing fine cigarettes everywhere. He is quite capable. Lu Ailing, her face a mask of unwillingness, interjected, Their family is far too arrogant. Shall we allow them to continue this brazen behavior? Zhou Jianren retorted, They are currently riding high. What can I do? I cannot contend with them, and both of my sons are utterly useless. What do you expect me to do? Father, this matter is not Zhou Xing's fault. It is that Zhou Bin who is too vicious. Zhou Xing has been laid up for several days, Zhao Meiqin defended. Zhou Jianren, with a look of disdain, replied, Enough. If one lacks capability, what value is there in lamenting? I am utterly humiliated. I cannot even step outside. Lu Ailing, filled with resentment, declared, No, I cannot bear to see Zhou Jianming's arrogant demeanor. I must devise a way to curb his arrogance. Zhou Jianren scoffed, Humph. You? Spare us the embarrassment. Lu Ailing asserted loudly, Just watch. This time, I will ensure he suffers a significant loss. Before long, 3 days passed, and the villagers had become adept at foraging for mushrooms. Many had already dried their first batch. As it was early summer and the weather was warm, the mushrooms dried within a day. Aunt Zhao and Li Jun were the first to bring their mushrooms to sell, Li Jun carried a bag, followed closely by Aunt Zhao. Upon entering, Aunt Zhao called out, "Zhou Bin, we have come to sell mushrooms." Hearing the commotion, Zhou Bin hurried out, greeted by Zhou Jianming and Li Nan. "Aunt Zhao, how much did you gather?" Zhou Bin inquired while opening the bag to inspect its contents, discovering the mushrooms were of excellent quality and thoroughly dried. He placed the bag on the scale, which registered just shy of 10 pounds. Handing the bag to his father, he instructed Li Nan to note the weight, then calculated the amount and presented Aunt Zhao with 5 yuan. Upon seeing the money, Aunt Zhao's face lit up with joy. "Oh, Zhou Bin, I am fortunate to be associated with you." Zhou Bin smiled and replied, "Aunt Zhao, do not say that. We are merely helping each other. Keep gathering. I will take as many as you have." Li Jun chimed in, "No problem. We will head out to gather more right away." After Aunt Zhao departed, Lu Junyi and Anyo arrived. After weighing their mushrooms, Anyo's also totaled nearly 10 pounds, and Zhou Bin swiftly handed him 8 yuan. Lu Junyi appeared puzzled. "Zhou Bin, why did you give so much?" Anyo quickly cautioned, "Father, keep your voice down. I will explain later." The father and son, clutching their money, conversed quietly as they left. Shortly thereafter, Wang Quanhua, Wang Haichao, and Zhou Dexing all arrived, and Zhou Bin weighed their mushrooms, settling their payments promptly. The following day, even more villagers arrived, all eager to sell their dried morels. After 4 days of purchasing, Zhou Bin's courtyard was filled with a total of 300 pounds of dried morels, eagerly awaiting Zhang Hongwei to collect them. A couple of days later, that morning, having just finished his meal, Zhou Bin suddenly heard the sound of a motorcycle outside. He hurried to the door to investigate, discovering that Zhang Hongwei had indeed arrived. He parked his motorcycle and immediately approached with a smile. "Brother Zhou, I have arrived." Zhou Bin hurriedly offered him a cigarette, saying, "Brother Zhang, I was just waiting for your arrival." As Zhang Hongwei lit his cigarette, he inquired, "How's the morel harvest? Show me." At that moment, Li Nan and Xiao Hua also came out to greet him. Zhou Bin introduced, "Brother Zhang, this is my wife, Li Nan, and this is my daughter, Xiao Hua." The two greeted Zhang Hongwei with smiles, but upon seeing Li Nan, Zhang Hongwei was taken aback and exclaimed, "My goodness, there is such a beautiful wife in this place." His words made Li Nan blush, and he further complimented, "This child is also quite lovely. She clearly possesses a bright spirit." Zhou Bin chuckled, knowing Zhang Hongwei was quite the talker. They laughed as they approached the area where the mushrooms were stored. Zhou Bin opened the bag for Zhang Hongwei to inspect. As soon as Zhang Hongwei caught a whiff of the morels, he examined their quality closely and smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Brother Zhou, these mushrooms are truly excellent. I want them all." Upon hearing this, Li Nan's worries from the past few days finally eased, and Zhou Bin said, "Brother Zhang, let's weigh them. Please bring your scale." Zhang Hongwei glanced at the nearby weighing scale and replied, "Don't you have one? This one will suffice." Zhou Bin agreed with a smile. After weighing, the mushrooms totaled over 300 pounds. At $2.80 per pound, that amounted to $840. Without hesitation, Zhang Hongwei took out $850 and handed it to Zhou Bin, saying, "Brother Zhou, here is the money. Count it." Zhou Bin smiled at Li Nan and said, "Xiao Nan, you take this money." Li Nan was momentarily stunned. This was a considerable sum, one she had never encountered before, and thus she hesitated. Zhou Bin encouraged her, "Quickly take it. What are you waiting for?" Li Nan, still dazed, accepted the money and counted it carefully. Indeed, it was $850. Zhou Bin remarked, "Brother Zhang, thank you for your hard work. Stay for lunch. I'll prepare spicy noodle soup for you." Zhang Hongwei smiled and asked, "You can cook spicy noodle soup? I thought it was your sister-in-law who did that." Li Nan shyly replied, "I might not be as good as him at it." Zhang Hongwei laughed heartily. "Brother Zhou, you are truly a talented man. So considerate of your wife that you wouldn't let her cook?" Zhou Bin chuckled in agreement. "Yes, I can't let my wife tire herself." Zhang Hongwei laughed uproariously while Li Nan's face turned red again. However, Zhang Hongwei mentioned that he wouldn't stay for the meal, as he needed to rush to the county to deliver goods and would come back another day for the noodles. Zhou Bin did not insist and saw him off at the door. Upon returning home, he found Li Nan and Xiao Hua crouching on the ground, whispering mysteriously. He smiled and asked, "What are you two up to?" Li Nan, her face radiant with excitement, replied, "Bingu, we have struck it rich. It's a total of $850. Chapter 26. Aunt Zhao caught a strange illness. Seeing his wife's exhilarated expression, Zhou Bin chuckled. "This amount is still quite modest. It's far too little." Li Nan looked up in astonishment. "What? This isn't considered much? Do you still aim to earn 80,000? Zhou Bin responded with a smile. "Indeed, not only do I wish to earn 80,000, but I aspire to accumulate 80 million as well." Li Nan was rendered speechless and said, "Brother Bin, Go ahead and boast. Are you trying to frighten everyone? However, Xiao Hua clapped her small hands enthusiastically and exclaimed, Daddy is amazing. Daddy is going to earn 80 million. Li Nan hurriedly interjected, Xiao Hua, keep your voice down. People might hear you. Zhou Bin retorted loudly, what is there to fear? I'm not bragging. With a beaming smile, Li Nan replied, all right, you are impressive. Is that enough? I'm just waiting for the day you earn 80 million. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the group, instantly filling the small courtyard with a joyful atmosphere. Thus, a week slipped by, and Zhou Bin harvested another 300 pounds of dried mushrooms. One afternoon, while he was sweeping the yard, a sudden commotion outside caught his attention. He quickly set down the broom and stepped out to investigate, discovering 4 or 5 people hurriedly carrying someone. At the forefront were Niu and Li Jun. Zhou Bin swiftly inquired, Niu, what happened? Niu, visibly anxious, replied, Aunt Zhao was picking mushrooms in the woods. She said she felt a bit tired and lay down to rest for a while. Unexpectedly, as she tried to sit up, she became dizzy and vomited, which frightened everyone. We're taking her to Brother Wang's clinic. Zhou Bin rushed forward to assess the situation, finding Aunt Zhao pale, drenched in sweat, her eyes tightly shut, and a look of terror on her face as she cried out, Heaven, I'm going to die? I can't take it anymore. Alarmed, Zhou Bin exclaimed, quickly, Aunt Zhao can't be suffering from a cerebral hemorrhage. Her condition bore a striking resemblance to such an ailment. Li Jun turned pale with fear and said, Brother, don't scare me. My mother isn't that old. The group hurriedly carried Aunt Zhao to find Wang Hengfa, who, upon seeing her state, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Without delay, he began to examine her, but after thorough checks, he could not determine the cause. Growing anxious, he urged, This illness cannot be delayed. You must take her to the township clinic immediately. Li Jun, even more terrified, pleaded, Brother Wang, what exactly is wrong with my mother? Wang Hengfa shook his head repeatedly, I don't know. I can't figure it out either. Li Jun, frantic, began pacing, and Zhou Bin promptly said, We shouldn't waste any time. Let us head to the township. Finally regaining his composure, Li Jun agreed. All right, brother, let us go to the township. Suddenly, a look of concern crossed his face as he asked, But how much will it cost to get to the township? Zhou Bin reassured him, You needn't worry about the money. I have it. Let us focus on getting Aunt Zhao the medical attention she needs. Gratefully, Li Jun responded, Brother, can you lend me some money? I promise to pay you back later. I'm afraid 10 yuan won't be enough. Zhou Bin waved his hand. Let us not discuss that now. Let us hurry. Aunt Zhao had always been kind to their family, often bringing food for Xiao Hua and helping Li Nan with chores, making her a good person in Zhou Bin's eyes. Thus, without hesitation, he joined Li Jun to carry her to the township. Just as they lifted Aunt Zhao, she suddenly spoke, Wait, my head doesn't feel dizzy anymore. I think I'm feeling a bit better. Hearing this, Li Jun quickly asked, Mom, are you feeling better? Is there still discomfort? Aunt Zhao remarked, I feel as though my dizziness has subsided, and my heart is no longer troubled. Please set me down for a moment so I can rest. Upon hearing her words, the others hurriedly placed her in a chair, leaning against it. Aunt Zhao slowly opened her eyes and moved her head from side to side. I'm fine now. I seem to have recovered. Her complexion returned to a healthy hue, and she appeared reinvigorated. Li Jun, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Brother Wang, please check on my mother again. What is her condition? Wang Hengfa, equally astonished, promptly examined her and could not help but exclaim, Remarkable. Just moments ago, Aunt Zhao's heart rate was rapid, and her pulse was quick, yet now she seems to be well. Seeing that Aunt Zhao was no longer in distress, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Li Jun, overwhelmed with joy, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Mother, are you truly better? You frightened me terribly just now. Aunt Zhao smiled. I'm fine, see? I'm all better now. However, Li Jun sank onto a stool, having initially feared that his mother was gravely ill. His father had passed away early, and it was his mother who had raised him with great effort. Without her, he could scarcely imagine how to carry on. Zhou Bin also exhaled deeply, yet he remained somewhat perplexed about Aunt Zhao's condition. Could it have been a heart attack? He promptly suggested, Aunt, you should not take this lightly. It would be wise to visit the township clinic to prevent any further issues. Aunt Zhao, however, chuckled, There's no need for that. I feel fine now. Why spend money unnecessarily? I still want to go mushroom picking. Li Jun immediately urged, Mother, after everything you've just experienced, you shouldn't go mushroom picking. We ought to visit the township doctor. I would feel much more at ease. The others also encouraged her to see a doctor, and ultimately, under their insistence, Aunt Zhao reluctantly agreed. Li Jun quickly prepared a cart, laying down hay and blankets, and assisted his mother to the township for a checkup. Just before they departed, Zhou Bin discreetly slipped 20 yuan into Li Jun's hand, advising him to ensure his mother received proper care. Li Jun nodded gratefully and began his journey towards the township with his mother. As Zhou Bin watched them slowly fade into the distance, he turned and returned home. Upon his arrival, Li Nan was standing at the door, scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Zhou Bin, her face immediately lit up with a smile. "Brother Bin, where have you been?" Zhou Bin responded with a grin. "Why? Are you missing me?" Li Nan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, making her appear particularly endearing. As she quickly retorted, "No, not at all. I was just wondering why you weren't sweeping the yard." Zhou Bin laughed heartily and recounted the earlier events to her. Li Nan nodded. "Brother Bin, you did the right thing. Aunt Zhao has helped us significantly in the past. We must not forget her kindness." That evening, as Zhou Bin was preparing for bed, Li Jun rushed in, his face a picture of urgency. "Brother, come quickly. My mother just returned from the township, and her condition has worsened." Zhou Bin hastily donned his clothes and followed Li Jun, along with a few others, as they urgently transported her back to the township. The doctor conducted a thorough examination but could find no apparent issues, ultimately advising them that if the situation did not improve, they would need to consult a specialist in the county. Just as everyone was feeling increasingly anxious, Aunt Zhao's condition inexplicably improved once more. Even the doctor was somewhat baffled. It was certainly not a heart attack or a stroke, yet he could not ascertain the nature of her ailment. Ultimately, there was no alternative but to administer her a bottle of liquid before returning home. By the time they arrived, it was already the dead of night. In the following days, Aunt Zhao's ailment would strike unexpectedly, only to resolve just as suddenly. When the illness struck, the world would spin, her heart would pound furiously, and she felt as if she were on the brink of death. Yet, once she recovered, she appeared as if nothing had transpired. This ordeal tormented both Aunt Zhao and Li Jun considerably. They even ventured to the county to seek answers, yet no definitive diagnosis emerged. Consequently, the entire village became aware of Aunt Zhao's condition, and curiosity abounded regarding her plight. Some speculated that Aunt Zhao had perhaps angered some malevolent spirit, leading to her affliction. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao, feeling desperate, turned to Li Jun and said, "My dear, if nothing else works, please fetch Li Guilin for us." Chapter 27. The shaman Li Guilin. Li Jun had never been a believer in such superstitions, but he was at a loss and thus set out to find Li Guilin. Li Guilin was an elderly widow residing halfway up the mountain, renowned in the village as a shaman. Whenever villagers suffered from ailments that conventional remedies could not alleviate, they would seek her assistance, and sometimes, miraculously, they would find relief. Consequently, she had garnered a reputation as a formidable figure, capable of divination and manipulation of supernatural forces. As Li Jun hurriedly left his home, he encountered Lu Ailing on the main road. Upon seeing him, she smiled and inquired, "Li Jun, where are you off to?" Li Jun held a deep-seated disdain for her, but, out of courtesy, replied, "I am going to find Li Guilin." Lu Ailing immediately probed, "Oh, is your mother still unwell?" Li Jun nodded. "Indeed, there is no other option. I must seek her counsel." Lu Ailing's eyes sparkled with mischief as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, it's nearly dark. What are you thinking? Li Guilin doesn't venture out in the latter half of the day. Is that so?" Li Jun queried, intrigued. "Indeed. Li Guilin has informed me that the latter part of the day is laden with negative energy, and she cannot perform her rites then," Lu Ailing asserted with conviction. Li Jun halted abruptly. "Oh dear, what shall I do now?" Observing his hesitation, Lu Ailing quickly suggested, "What's the worry? Just wait until tomorrow. The midday is the perfect time for her to work her magic." Li Jun found her reasoning compelling and returned home. Meanwhile, Lu Ailing hurried back to gather some items before making her way up the mountain. The following morning, after breakfast, Li Jun went to summon Li Guilin. Without hesitation, she accompanied him to his home. Upon entering, Li Guilin's demeanor shifted dramatically. She trembled and exclaimed, "Oh heavens! Your family has incurred divine retribution." Startled, Li Jun asked, "Aunt Li, what do you mean by that?" Li Guilin shook her head vigorously, pacing in a circle before producing a yellow paper and igniting it. She proclaimed, "Your mother's affliction is the result of someone meddling with the feng shui, inciting the wrath of the mountain god. If atonement is not made, the entire village shall suffer." Aunt Zhao was taken aback, fear gripping her as she inquired, "Sister, is this truly the case? What exactly has happened to me?" Li Guilin smiled faintly and remarked, "Some have shown disrespect to the deities and acted recklessly. This is merely a warning. Quickly, summon everyone." Upon seeing the grave expression on Li Guilin's face, Li Jun dared not delay and hurriedly called everyone to his home. Zhou Bin and Li Nan also joined the gathering at Aunt Zhao's house. Upon entering, they found a multitude of villagers gathered, with Li Guilin standing at the center, appearing quite mystical. As soon as she spotted Zhou Bin and Li Nan, she exclaimed, "Ah, you finally arrived." The crowd turned their concerned gazes toward Zhou Bin, some whispering among themselves. Feeling perplexed, Zhou Bin questioned, "What is it? Why is everyone looking at me?" With no one speaking, Li Guilin addressed him, "Zhou Bin, are you aware that your encouragement for everyone to forage for mushrooms has angered the mountain deity? As a result, Aunt Zhao's illness remains unresolved. And it is all your fault." "What do you mean by that? How is Aunt Zhao's ailment related to me?" Zhou Bin retorted. Li Guilin, assuming a righteous demeanor, asserted, "I have sought divine counsel, and it is indeed your doing. By sending villagers to the mountains to gather mushrooms, you disturb the mountain god, who is now incensed and intends to punish us. If you do not atone, our village will face dire consequences." Hearing this, Li Nan's face turned pale as she grasped Zhou Bin's hand tightly. She understood that Li Guilin was a formidable figure with a knack for divination. Her words indicated that the situation was indeed grave. Zhou Bin, trying to comfort Li Nan, found himself somewhat amused by the absurdity of it all. "Isn't this nonsense? What does mushroom foraging have to do with the mountain god? People regularly graze cattle and cut grass without issue. Why is mushroom gathering different?" Caught off guard by his question, Li Guilin quickly countered, "You and so many others trampled on the mountain god's domain. Naturally, he would be angered. This is not merely my assertion. It is what the divine has proclaimed. You must atone." Nearby, old lady Zhou chimed in, "Binhua, Guilin speaks for your benefit and for the welfare of our village. You ought to heed her counsel." Others nodded in agreement, voicing their support. Aunt Zhao added, "Zhou Bin, for the sake of our shared village, please help me. My suffering from this illness has been unbearable." Li Jun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Brother, I apologize. I was unaware of the situation." Zhou Bin smiled and replied, "Very well. Tell me, how should I atone to appease the mountain god's wrath?" "It's quite simple. You should invite several performers, a theatrical troupe, and purchase offerings of 3 kinds of meat, fruits, incense, and candles. Perform before the mountain deity for 3 days, kneel, and offer your apologies. Perhaps the mountain god will relent," Li Guilin advised. Zhou Bin was taken aback. "What? Is this not a farce? I sense something amiss. Is someone attempting to set me up?" Realizing this, he declared loudly, "Do you think me a fool? If you wish to perform, do so yourself. I have no time for such nonsense." Upon hearing this, Li Guilin cried out, "Oh dear, how can you be so inconsiderate? This is the will of the deity, and you must not defy it. Utter nonsense. With your wild tales and feigned divinity, they may believe you, but I do not. I refuse to atone and am curious to see what will happen." Zhou Bin shouted defiantly. As these words were uttered, those around were startled into a shiver. Lu Funyi hurriedly approached Li Nan, pulling her aside and whispering, "Li Nan, you must persuade your man. Aunt Li is remarkably prophetic. She has declared that something is bound to go awry." Although a tinge of fear gripped Li Nan's heart, she nevertheless shook her head, stating, "No, I shall not intervene. I believe Brother Bin is in the right." Lu Funyi, in a state of agitation, insisted, "Why do you not believe? This situation is indeed alarming. We cannot afford to take it lightly." Li Nan remained silent, hastening back to Zhou Bin, firmly grasping his hand. At that moment, Lu Junyi interjected, "Li Widow, cease your deceit. With your meager abilities, do you not feel ashamed?" Zhou Bin, pay her no heed. If one is ill, they must seek treatment. What does the mountain deity have to do with it? Anyo could not contain himself either, exclaiming, "Indeed, what kind of society is this? Who still believes in such nonsense? Is it not embarrassing? You are being outrageous. You are courting misfortune." Li Guilin retorted angrily. Aunt Zhao, evidently displeased, remarked, "Zhou Bin, I have not wronged you. Why do you wish harm upon me?" Zhou Bin quickly clarified, "Aunt, I truly mean you no harm. This is mere fabrication. Why would I wish you ill?" Li Jun immediately intervened, saying, "Mother, what are you implying? Why would Brother Zhou wish harm upon you? You are unwell, and he has been of great assistance." At his son's words, Aunt Zhao lowered her head in silence. Li Guilin, at that moment, threatened, "Do not think this does not concern you. This is merely the beginning. When the time comes, none of you will escape. Do not say I did not warn you." Others were unsettled by Li Guilin's ominous words, their hearts racing. Chapter 28. Is Zhou Bin mad? Everyone was shaken by Li Guilin's declaration, their hearts pounding. Yet they felt hesitant to speak against Zhou Bin. Just then, Zhou Jiaming arrived with Xiao Hua. Having heard the rumors en route, he rushed over. Upon arrival, he proclaimed loudly, "Li Guilin, has my child wronged you in any way? Why do you wish to torment him?" Seeing Zhou Jiaming, Li Guilin retorted, "Jiaming, what do you mean by that? I do this for the good of everyone." Zhou Jiaming shot back, You are merely spouting nonsense. When we were starving and poorly clothed, where was the mountain deity's manifestation? Now that we have merely earned a little, the deity suddenly disapproves? What is its purpose? His words resonated with reason, causing a ripple of agreement among the crowd. Indeed, the old man had a valid point. Li Guilin fell silent, resorting to threats. Then let your child act recklessly. You will be the ones to suffer in the end. Zhou Bin, contemplatively silent, suddenly recalled something. In his previous life, he had encountered a similar ailment in Aunt Zhao. Yes, it was an elderly employee at his company who had once experienced vertigo, nearly losing his life. However, after thorough examination, no cause was found. It was later discovered that it was due to dislodged ear crystals, known as benign paroxysmal positional vertigo. This condition, while fearsome in its onset, is not fatal. Those afflicted endure great physical and mental distress, often feeling as though death is imminent. Yet, it is a benign condition. Once the ear crystals are repositioned, all is well. When Aunt Zhao falls ill, she appears as if she is on the verge of death. Yet, once she recovers, all seems well again. Is this not characteristic of such an ailment? With this thought, Zhou Bin felt a sudden clarity in his heart and could not help but chuckle. Seeing Zhou Bin laugh, Li Guilin exclaimed in surprise, "What are you laughing at? Hurry and think of a solution." Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "I find you to be nothing more than a charlatan. Do not think that your nonsensical words frighten me. Let me tell you, the mountain god just informed me that your intentions are purely malevolent." "What did you say? Have you lost your mind? You dare to speak such nonsense about the mountain god? You are beyond help." Li Guilin shouted, visibly agitated. Zhou Bin continued to smile. "Why are you so flustered? I am here to inform you that the mountain god has revealed to me the remedy for Aunt Zhao's affliction. I can cure her immediately. You, false fortune teller, should return to your corn tea." The moment Zhou Bin uttered these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They could hardly believe what he was saying. Could he truly be so reckless? Li Nan, alarmed, asked, "Brother Bin, what is wrong with you?" Zhou Bin chuckled, "I am perfectly fine. Just watch how I deal with this so-called fortune teller." Indeed, his words incensed Li Guilin, renowned as a fortune teller throughout the region. She was taken aback by this youth's audacity to label her a fraud, and to claim he had received guidance from the mountain god was tantamount to threatening her livelihood. Realizing this, Li Guilin, her face flushed with anger, retorted, "Zhou Bin, do you think I am foolish enough to be deceived? I do not believe you can cure Aunt Zhao's illness. If you succeed, I will never practice this trade again, and I shall even revere you as a deity." Zhou Bin laughed heartily. "Very well, those are your words. Just wait and see." He approached Aunt Zhao, stating, "Aunt Zhao, I shall treat your illness now, and you will be well in no time." Li Jun was taken aback, thinking this must be a joke. His mother's condition was severe, and what did Zhou Bin know about healing? He immediately intervened. "Brother, what are you doing? My mother's illness is not a matter for jest." Li Nan also cautioned, "Brother Bin, you must be joking. How can you cure anything?" Others around them shared looks of skepticism, for if a hospital could not remedy her condition, how could he? Furthermore, his earlier claim of divine guidance was surely mere folly, and no one believed him. Aunt Zhao was momentarily speechless, struck by fear. However, Zhou Bin reassured her, "Aunt Zhao, rest assured, your illness poses no real danger. I will undoubtedly cure you. Should anything go awry, I will cover the expenses for treatment in the provincial city." Aunt Zhao regarded Zhou Bin's unwavering demeanor, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a flicker of hope. She murmured, "Then, how will you treat me?" The crowd erupted in discussion. They believed she was grasping at straws, genuinely allowing him to treat her. What if something went wrong? Li Jun, alarmed, urged, "Mother, have you lost your senses? You truly intend to let him treat you? What if something goes wrong?" Yet Aunt Zhao replied, "I have come to a realization. If my illness persists as it is, I would rather die. At least in death, there would be compensation for you. Let him proceed." At this moment, Li Guilin wore an expression of defiance. "Today, whether you like it or not, you will be treated. I am eager to see how the mountain deity instructs you to heal." Zhou Bin chuckled, "Aunt Zhao, my method is quite simple. Just tie a hemp rope to a tree in your yard, bind you to it, and spin you around vigorously. After a while, you will feel better." "What? Brother, are you joking? Are you trying to kill my mother?" Li Jun exclaimed anxiously. The bystanders, upon hearing Zhou Bin's suggestion, erupted in laughter. It was utterly absurd. Could this truly cure an ailment? Surely it would only cause harm. Zhou Bin understood their skepticism, yet he recalled that in his previous life, a major hospital employed a machine that spun patients around. Lacking such machinery here, he was left with this rudimentary solution. Just as everyone presumed this plan would surely fail, Aunt Zhao, with determination, declared, "Fine, I will do it your way." She could no longer bear the torment of her illness, which rendered her existence a living hell. Unable to accomplish anything, she spent her days languishing in bed, feeling like a burden. Thus, with hopes of early relief, she consented. The crowd was taken aback. Such a spectacle had never been witnessed before. Zhou Jiaming, anxious, pulled his son aside and whispered, Bin, are you truly going to proceed with this treatment? You must not be reckless. Zhou Bin reassured him, Father, rest assured, I am confident in my method. Nevertheless, Zhou Jiaming shook his head, his heart racing with unease. Although Li Jun vehemently opposed the idea, he was powerless against his mother's resolute decision. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Observing Li Jun's agreement, Zhou Bin promptly instructed, Great. Then hastened to find a sturdy hemp rope. We shall conduct the treatment at the walnut tree in your yard. He had noticed a thick, horizontally extending branch that was perfectly suited for this purpose. With trepidation, Li Jun set off to procure the rope, while the spectators emerged. A mix of curiosity and concern etched on their faces, eager to see how Zhou Bin would execute his plan. Zhou Bin appeared calm, assisting in guiding Aunt Zhao out of the house, awaiting Li Jun's return with the rope. Li Nan felt a wave of panic wash over her, fervently praying that nothing would go awry, imploring the heavens for protection. Xiao Hua excitedly exclaimed, Daddy, can you really heal? You are amazing. Zhou Bin smiled at his daughter, responding, I can handle this particular ailment, but others are beyond my capability. He remained confident that this illness could indeed be cured. Before long, Li Jun returned, a troubled expression on his face, clutching a new hemp rope. So what exactly should we do? He inquired. Zhou Bin grinned as he took the rope, securing it to the tree branch. He then called upon several individuals to assist in binding Aunt Zhao's arms and legs. Consequently, she was suspended in midair. The onlookers erupted in laughter at her predicament, while Aunt Zhao cried out in fear. Li Jun's face darkened with frustration. This felt like a cruel joke, and he was embarrassed by the spectacle before everyone. Yet, he dared not let go, clutching his mother tightly, fearful of any mishap. Beside them, Zhou Jiaming's face flushed with anxiety. If this ailment remained untreated, it would surely lead to a bitter feud. What on earth was Zhou Bin thinking? Embarking on such an endeavor? If the hospital could not remedy this condition, how could he possibly succeed? Should anything untoward occur, their family would be embroiled in serious trouble. Li Nan's heart raced, filled with quiet resentment towards Zhou Bin, pondering his motives. After having worked so hard to earn some money, she feared it might all be squandered due to his reckless actions. Only little Hua, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Grandma is swinging. How fun. I want to play too. Startled, Li Nan hurriedly covered her mouth, realizing the child was too young to grasp the gravity of the situation. Li Guilin, witnessing Zhao Auntie's predicament, nearly doubled over with laughter. Having never seen such an unorthodox approach to healing, more unreliable than herself, she thought to herself, Young man, for your obstinacy, if Zhao Auntie were to meet her demise, you'd be in quite the predicament. From a distance, Lu Ailing observed the scene, nearly bursting with joy, secretly reveling in the misfortune she anticipated for Zhou Bin. Yet Zhou Bin remained composed, confident that Zhao Auntie was suffering from benign paroxysmal positional vertigo. While there existed a minuscule chance that she was afflicted by something else, an outcome that could lead to complications and considerable trouble for him, he resolved to proceed. In his previous life, he had ventured beyond his hometown, relying on such tenacity to carve out a niche for himself. Even if failure awaited him, he would accept the consequences. With this thought, Zhou Bin called out, Li Jun, stand aside. Auntie, hold on tight. Zhao Auntie, terrified, shouted, Oh dear, what are you about to do? Without hesitation, Zhou Bin approached her, giving her a vigorous shove, causing Zhao Auntie to commence an erratic motion in midair. Oh my goodness. Are you trying to kill me? My condition is worsening. She cried out in fear. Seeing this, Li Jun was horrified and rushed forward to rescue his mother. Zhou Bin, however, swiftly intercepted him, firmly grasping Zhao Auntie and inquiring, Are you still feeling dizzy? To which Zhao Auntie trembled. Yes, I feel as though I'm about to faint. Zhou Bin replied with a grin. Good, then let us continue. He resumed the spinning, while Zhao Auntie screamed at the top of her lungs, leaving onlookers in stunned silence. Zhou Bin has truly lost his mind. He is bound to cause a fatality. Yet Zhou Bin remained indifferent to the judgment of those around him, steadfastly adhering to his plan. Li Guilin, tears of laughter streaming down her face, taunted, I say, Zhou Bin, are you performing tricks? Do you wish to make me die of laughter? Lurking in the shadows, Lu Ailing scoffed disdainfully, What a fool. You'll soon regret this. Gradually, Zhou Bin reduced his speed, asking questions until Zhao Auntie proclaimed she could endure no more, at which point he ceased his actions. At that moment, Li Jun could no longer contain himself and rushed forward to free his mother. Zhou Bin wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply, seemingly relieved that the situation had not escalated. As Li Jun helped his mother to her feet, he anxiously inquired, "Mother, how do you feel now? Is everything all right?" Aunt Zhao, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Oh, how peculiar. Mother seems to no longer feel dizzy. Typically, it takes her at least half a day to recover from such ailments. Mother, are you truly feeling well? You're not dizzy at all." Li Jun, equally surprised, inquired. Aunt Zhao moved her neck and body, her face brightening with joy as she responded, "I'm no longer dizzy. Mother feels perfectly fine now." At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They had initially thought that Zhou Bin was merely engaging in foolishness, but it turned out that he had genuinely alleviated her condition. Li Guilin appeared as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot, speechless. She could hardly believe that this young man, whom she deemed to be a charlatan, had actually cured her ailment. The most elated of all was Li Nan, who had been anxiously worried about potential repercussions. To her astonishment, Zhou Bin had indeed cured Aunt Zhao, leaving her in disbelief at her partner's remarkable capabilities, which she had been oblivious to until now. Zhou Jiaming was similarly dumbfounded, grappling with the realization that his son possessed such extraordinary skills. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Zhou Bin smiled casually and said, "Well, what do you think? I told you there would be no issue." Aniu couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, "Brother, you are simply incredible." Lu Junyi looked at Li Guilin with a mocking expression, saying, "I told you, Li, their ailment has been cured. What else do you have to say?" Lu Feni, with enthusiasm, began shouting, "Oh my! The mountain deity has manifested." Li Guilin's face flushed with embarrassment as she mumbled, "What is happening? How has she recovered?" The crowd began to mock her. "Aunt Li, didn't you say that if the illness was cured, you would worship Zhou Bin as a deity? Hurry up and do it." "Guilin, didn't you claim the mountain deity was angry? What is going on? Aunt Li, why has your spell lost its effectiveness? Old woman, you should return home and spare yourself the embarrassment." The collective derision left Li Guilin feeling humiliated, her face burning with shame, wishing to disappear into the ground. She thought to herself, "Lu Ailing, this is all your fault. Otherwise, how could I have lost face so drastically?" In the distance, Lu Ailing was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend that Zhou Bin could indeed heal. Frightened, she contemplated a discreet escape, but was quickly spotted by Li Guilin. With a fierce shout, Li Guilin lunged at her, grasping her arm with a look of reproach. "Lu Ailing, look at the trouble you've caused. It's all you're doing. How could I possibly endure such humiliation?" The crowd began to gather around, causing Lu Ailing to struggle and exclaim, "What are you doing? Let go of me. I want to go home." "You cannot leave. You promised me 10 yuan. Hand it over. My dignity is at stake, and the money cannot be short." Li Guilin shouted vehemently. "You madwoman, what nonsense are you spouting? Who said they would give you money? I have matters to attend to. Let me go." Lu Ailing was now in a state of panic, perspiration beading on her forehead. Lu Junyi promptly asked, "Li Guilin, clarify this matter. Why does she owe you 10 yuan?" Li Guilin, disregarding everything else in her urgency, replied, "It was her who came to my house yesterday, bringing me 2 pounds of eggs and a packet of brown sugar. She suggested that I tarnish Zhou Bin's reputation and cause him some financial loss, offering me 10 yuan for my trouble." "What? So you were simply intent on harming others?" Lu Jun indignantly exclaimed. Lu Feni was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Aunt Li, how can you be such a person?" Aniu, unable to contain his outrage, shouted, "You shame your ancestors. So you took Lu Ailing's provisions and deliberately sought to harm others. Do you have no shame?" Li Guilin, her face flushed with embarrassment from the accusations, retorted loudly, "It was her. She urged me to harm others." As everyone turned to look, Lu Ailing's face went pale as she protested, "You're talking nonsense. When did I ever ask you to harm anyone?" Chapter 30, Discovering Something New. Zhou Bin, realizing the truth, angrily declared, "So it was all you're doing." Lu Jun couldn't hold back his ire. "How can you be so wicked, you old hag? Everyone has worked hard to earn a little money, and you wish to ruin it. Have you no conscience?" Lu Jinshi spat in disdain, cursing, "You shame your ancestors. You spend your days plotting against others. Can you even earn a living yourself?" "Exactly. You're envious of Zhou Bin's earnings and have lost all sense of decency." Aniu scolded. Lu Feni rolled her eyes in contempt. "How could you not consider that he is your nephew when you plotted against him? How could you be so malicious?" Li Jun, furious, added, "Lu Ailing, at your age, why are you still fixated on harming others? If anything were to happen to my mother, I would never forgive you." Aunt Zhao, both shocked and angry, exclaimed, "Lu Ailing, when did I ever offend you that you wish to harm me? What benefit do you gain from hurting me?" Though Zhou Jianming remained silent, his eyes widened in anger. The collective reproach from the crowd left Lu Ailing's face burning with shame. She dared not utter a word. Suddenly breaking free from Li Guilon's grasp and fleeing. Li Guilon called after her. Don't run away. You still owe me 10 yuan. She hurried after her. The onlookers, witnessing the two women's disgraceful escape, expressed their disdain, with many commenting on how shameful it was for women of their age to behave so. Zhou Bin chuckled. It's all right now. Everyone can continue foraging for mushrooms. Seeing that there was indeed no further trouble, everyone dispersed, returning to their mushroom gathering. Aunt Zhao seized Zhou Bin's hand, her face full of gratitude. Zhou Bin, we owe you a great debt. Without you, I might not have survived. Zhou Bin replied with a smile. Aunt, there's no need for thanks. We help each other out, after all. You've also lent us considerable assistance in the past. However, Li Jun, filled with emotion, interjected, this is different. Brother, you truly saved my mother's life. You must come to our home for a meal, otherwise, I won't be at ease. Aunt Zhao quickly added, yes, please don't leave. I'll make some dough and let my child fetch some meat. Today, I'll prepare spicy noodle soup for you. Zhou Jiaming hastily declined. Oh, Aunt, what are you doing? The child merely helped a little. There's no need for such courtesy. Aunt Zhao firmly grasped Zhou Jiaming's hand. Jianming, do you think my cooking is subpar? No, please don't misunderstand. Zhou Jiaming hastily explained. Then let us hurry. Without hesitation, Aunt Zhao pulled Zhou Jiaming into her home, and seeing this, Zhou Bin had no choice but to lead Xiao Hua and Li Nan to follow them into her yard. Li Jun hastily went to the village to procure some pork, as there was no place in their village that sold it. As Zhou Bin and his companions entered the courtyard, Aunt Zhao promptly brought over stools for them, poured water, and offered cigarettes, allowing them to cool off under the shade of the tree while she busied herself with rolling dough. Little Hua ran circles around the courtyard, her face beaming with innocent joy. Today, she was exceedingly happy. Her father had cured her grandmother's ailment, and she felt her father was truly remarkable. Zhou Bin retrieved a cigarette for his father, encouraging him to smoke, while he and Li Nan settled onto the stools to rest. Zhou Jiaming could not contain his curiosity. Bin, when did you learn to heal? Why hasn't he dad heard of this? Li Nan, too, gazed intently at Zhou Bin. Seeking an answer, Zhou Bin chuckled. In truth, I do not possess the ability to heal, nor do I have any divine power. It is all a ruse. What? How could you dare to proceed like that? Zhou Jiaming exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, Aunt Zhao emerged to fetch something, and upon overhearing, she hurried over. Zhou Bin, smiling, explained, actually, Aunt Zhao's condition has a name. It is called benign paroxysmal positional vertigo. Aunt Zhao looked on with curiosity. Benign paroxysmal positional vertigo? What is that? Zhou Jiaming also found it intriguing, gazing intently at Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin continued, benign paroxysmal positional vertigo occurs when tiny crystals in the inner ear dislodge. Once they fall, it can cause dizziness because these crystals are responsible for maintaining balance. Aunt Zhao was even more intrigued. Goodness, there are crystals in a person's ear? Zhou Bin then elaborated on the function of the otoliths, and upon hearing his explanation, everyone nodded in understanding, realizing how it worked. Zhou Jianming, still puzzled, asked, Bin, how did you come to know about this condition? Zhou Bin had anticipated this question and had prepared his response, stating that he had overheard an elderly doctor discuss it while selling buns. With this revelation, all doubts were dispelled, and the group expressed their admiration. Zhou Jianming, slightly apprehensive, remarked, Bin, you are quite bold. What if you had treated it incorrectly? Zhou Bin laughed. I observed the situation for quite some time before making my decision. It was absolutely safe. After hearing this, Aunt Zhao gave him a thumbs up. Zhou Bin, I am truly impressed. You are remarkably capable. Li Nan gazed at Zhou Bin with admiration, feeling as though her husband had transformed into a more confident and commanding figure. After Aunt Zhao hurried back to her dough, Zhou Bin was about to sip his tea when suddenly, little Hua's voice called out, Daddy, come quickly. Zhou Bin's heart raced. What could be the matter with little Hua? The group hurried towards the backyard. Zhou Bin reached little Hua in just a few strides, initially fearing something was wrong, only to discover her curiously peering over the edge of a small water tank. Little Hua, what's the matter? Zhou Bin inquired, with excitement and wonder in her eyes. Little Hua exclaimed, Daddy, look. What are these? As Zhou Bin approached the tank and looked in, he couldn't help but laugh. Inside were about 10 crabs scuttling about, creating quite a lively scene. Li Nan and the elder father joined him, and upon seeing the crabs, they all chuckled. Only little Hua remained curious, asking Daddy, what are they? They look scary. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, these are crabs. They are quite delicious. Zhou Jiaming chimed in, what is there to eat in those? No one here dares to consume this creature. Upon seeing this leggy, sideways-moving being, Li Nan was filled with trepidation, let alone the thought of eating it. However, Zhou Bin suddenly recognized a promising opportunity. This delicacy is truly delectable. Li Nan, with a look of disdain, exclaimed, "Ugh, I cannot possibly eat that. It's too frightening." Zhou Bin chuckled, "That's merely your ignorance." He was aware that, although the locals had heard of crabs, very few had ever tasted them. To many, the numerous appendages of this creature appeared grotesque, rendering them too intimidated to partake. Yet, with the progression of time and the enhancement of livelihoods, the value of such delicacies would undoubtedly escalate. With this thought in mind, he promptly exited the backyard and approached the kitchen, inquiring, "Aunt Zhao, from where did you acquire the crabs in your backyard?" Aunt Zhao, upon seeing Zhou Bin, promptly responded, "Oh, that creature? It was brought by Li Jun's classmate, who said it was caught from the drainage ditch." Zhou Bin queried, "Then why aren't you eating such fine crabs?" Aunt Zhao wiped her brow and replied with a smile, "We dare not, nor do we know how to prepare it, so we have just left it there." Zhou Bin, feeling elated, declared, "Aunt Zhao, I can prepare this delicacy. Allow me to do so." "What? You can eat this?" Aunt Zhao asked, her curiosity piqued. Chapter 31. A fragrance that permeates the air. Zhou Bin smiled. "Indeed, I can prepare it. Let me show you." Aunt Zhao, astonished, asked Zhou Bin, "How come you can do everything? Is this even edible?" Zhou Bin assured her, "It is absolutely delicious. You shall see soon enough." Although Aunt Zhao remained skeptical, she acquiesced. "All right, then let us see what this creature truly tastes like." Zhou Bin swiftly returned home, gathering some eggs and flour, and then extracted several crabs, beginning his preparations. Just as he was engaged in this task, Li Jun returned. Upon seeing Zhou Bin tending to the crabs, he immediately inquired, "Brother, what are you doing?" Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "I am preparing crabs." Li Jun, intrigued, asked, "How does one eat that? It won't poison us, will it?" Zhou Bin laughed heartily. "Rest assured, it is not poisonous. It may simply be so delicious that it could be fatal." Li Jun chuckled, "Brother, you must be joking." Zhou Bin smiled quietly, continuing his preparations. Once the crabs were ready, he cracked the eggs, mixed in the flour, added seasonings, and evenly coated the crabs with this mixture. He then placed the crabs into a hot oil pan, frying them until they turned golden brown and red before retrieving them. As the crabs emerged from the pan, an extraordinary aroma enveloped the entire yard. Aunt Zhao's pork was also ready, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness! These crabs smell more enticing than my noodle dish." Li Jun swallowed hard, gazing at the golden, crispy crabs, feeling an intense craving. Little Hua chimed in, "Daddy, these crabs smell wonderful." Zhou Jianming was also somewhat astonished, realizing that the aroma was indeed quite appealing. However, Li Nan, despite the enticing scent, still felt a twinge of fear. Before long, the spicy noodle dish was served at the table, accompanied by Zhou Bin's crabs. Zhou Bin picked up a crab and offered it to his father, smiling, "Dad, give it a try and see how it tastes." Zhou Jianming accepted the crab, and an exquisite aroma immediately surged into his nostrils. He swallowed hard and took a gentle bite, instantly captivated by the delicate crispness and rich flavor of the crab. It was simply delectable. As he savored the dish, he nodded repeatedly in approval, exclaiming, "Delicious, absolutely delightful." Upon witnessing this, Xiao Hua could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Daddy, I want to try too. Please let me have a taste." Zhou Bin, smiling, handed her a crab, and Xiao Hua took a hefty bite, her head swaying in delight as she declared, "So tasty, it's simply irresistible." Seeing this, Aunt Zhao and Li Jun also succumbed to temptation, and after tasting, they were equally enraptured by the flavor. Only Li Nan remained hesitant, still wary. Zhou Bin, with a grin, broke off several crab legs and offered them to her, saying, "Give it a try. I assure you, it's delicious." Li Nan hesitantly accepted the crab and placed it in her mouth, whereupon a profoundly enchanting flavor enveloped her senses, leaving her utterly entranced. "So fragrant," she exclaimed, and with that, she lowered her guard and began to indulge as well. Zhou Bin, observing the joy of his companions, joined in the feast. Soon, the prepared crabs were devoured in a flurry, leaving everyone slightly unsatisfied. Noticing this, Aunt Zhao promptly encouraged, "The crabs are gone, but we still have noodles. Let us dig in." Thus, the group resumed their meal, sweat beading on their foreheads as they relished every bite, thoroughly enjoying the experience. After the meal, Zhou Bin remarked, "Aunt Zhao, could you spare a few of those leftover crabs for me to take home for the kids?" Aunt Zhao waved her hand generously. "Take them all. If we run out, we'll catch more." Zhou Bin chuckled, "Thank you very much." Li Jun added with a smile, "Brother, why are you being so polite? We should be the ones thanking you." Li Nan, Feeling puzzled, thought to herself, why has brother been asking for more after eating their food? It feels a bit awkward. Nevertheless, Zhou Bin returned home with a beaming smile and crabs in hand. Upon arriving home, Li Nan cheerfully inquired, Brother Bin, are these crabs really that delicious? You even asked for some? Zhou Bin chuckled, what is wrong with that? I helped her out, so why not ask for a few crabs? Li Nan laughed at his enthusiasm. Brother Bin, you're quite the foodie. Zhou Bin smiled without replying, placing the crabs into an old water tank, knowing they would serve a purpose later. The following day, Zhang Hongwei arrived once more, this time to collect the dried mushrooms. After weighing the mushrooms and receiving payment, he prepared to leave. Zhou Bin, grinning, halted him. Brother Zhang, who are you selling these mushrooms to? Initially, Zhou Bin hesitated to ask, concerned that Zhang Hongwei might misinterpret his intentions, as this was his livelihood. If he inquired, Zhang might think he was attempting to bypass him for direct delivery. Sure enough, Zhang Hongwei paused, asking, why do you want to know? Zhou Bin replied with a warm smile, Brother Zhang, please don't misunderstand. I have something here I'd like you to take a look at. And if it suits you, I have plenty. With that, he gestured for Zhang Hongwei to sit, and presented the crabs he had prepared. Upon seeing them, Zhang Hongwei exclaimed, crabs. Zhou Bin inquired with a playful tone, Brother Zhang, have you tasted these before? Zhang Hongwei responded with a grin, I have. And I've seen quite a bit in my time, but these are quite rare. Zhou Bin encouraged, please, try it, and let me know how it tastes. Zhang Hongwei picked up a crab, tore off a leg, and placed it in his mouth, nodding appreciatively. Delightful. The flavor is exquisite. Zhou Bin immediately remarked. This is the mountain crab from our region, isn't it delightful? I wonder if others would desire such a delicacy. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Hongwei replied, few people here indulge in this, so I will inquire whether they are interested. Zhou Bin promptly offered him a cigarette, chuckling, all right then, I shall fetch you 2 mountain crabs shortly, you can ask around. If they express interest, we may have found a new source of income. Zhang Hongwei laughed, Brother Zhou, your mind is quite sharp. I believe this venture may indeed bear fruit. I shall head out immediately. With that, he took the crab and rode off on his motorcycle, disappearing into the distance. In the following days, Zhou Bin continued to gather mushrooms as usual, but he heard from others that the supply was nearly depleted. Some had even ventured into more distant mountains in search of them, yet their yields were meager. After some calculation, Zhou Bin realized that after deducting expenses, he had made approximately 1,400 yuan, a considerable sum for the villagers. However, for Zhou Bin, this amount was still insufficient. He needed to seek further opportunities. A week later, after breakfast, Zhang Hongwei returned. As soon as he entered, he exclaimed, Brother Zhou, splendid news. Zhou Bin hurriedly emerged from the house, asking, what is the good news? Brother Zhang? Zhang Hongwei, brimming with excitement, replied, you are truly a talent. I showed your crabs to someone, and they were instantly intrigued, claiming these are precisely what they seek. Really? That is wonderful. Zhou Bin rejoiced. He gestured for Zhang Hongwei to take a seat, and began to inquire further. Zhang Hongwei explained that they needed to present a sample batch, around 5 pounds, for the potential buyer to evaluate before determining a price. Zhou Bin confidently declared, no problem. I shall go catch the crabs tomorrow. Zhang Hongwei smiled, excellent. I will return the day after to collect the crabs. We are about to earn another profit. Chapter 32. Crab catching in Qingshuigu. The next day, after breakfast, Zhou Bin prepared his gear and set out for Qingshuigu, located to the west of the village, to catch crabs. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hua eagerly insisted on accompanying him. Noticing her enthusiasm, Zhou Bin acquiesced this time. Xiao Hua was overjoyed, as she had never been to Qingshuigu before. Zhou Bin smiled and advised, Xiao Hua, you may come, but please ensure your safety and do not wander off. Xiao Hua nodded excitedly. Father, you need not worry. I will stay close. Li Nan chimed in, then I shall go too. Zhou Bin chuckled, little Nan, you need not join. The paths in that ravine are treacherous, and I still require someone to prepare our meals. I will call on Yo, and the 2 of us will manage just fine. Li Nan smiled and remarked, why do you never let me do anything? I am growing increasingly restless. Zhou Bin gently replied, there is no need for you to exert yourself. Previously, you endured hardships because I was unwell. Now that I have recovered, would I subject you to further toil? Please rest at home. Li Nan feigned annoyance, you indulge me too much. If I become lazy, you will regret it. Yet, a wave of warmth surged within her, affirming that her decision to marry Zhou Bin against her family's opposition had indeed been the right one. Zhou Bin chuckled heartily, proclaiming, I shall turn you into a languid housewife. You are with me not to toil. With that, he picked up a bag and led Xiao Hua out the door. Before long, they arrived at Anyo's house, where they found him sitting dejectedly at the entrance, staring listlessly at the distant mountains. Anyo, what troubles you? Zhou Bin inquired with a smile. Upon recognizing Zhou Bin, Anyo sprang to his feet and replied, "Brother, I'm just bored. I have nowhere to go." Initially, he had intended to assist Zhou Bin in selling buns, but regrettably, after just one day, Zhou Bin had ceased that endeavor. He had also contemplated foraging for mushrooms in the woods, but alas, they had all been picked clean. His father was perpetually occupied in the fields, pulling weeds and applying pesticides, leaving Anyo entirely uninvolved. Moreover, he found no interest in such tasks, feeling restless after only a short while. Zhou Bin laughed, bored. "You say? Why not go pull weeds in the fields?" Anyo's face contorted in displeasure. What can one do in the fields? That endeavor only fills the belly. It yields no profit. Zhou Bin promptly replied, "Earning money is simple. Come with me to the ditch to catch crabs." Anyo's interest was piqued. "Brother, did you just say catching crabs can be profitable?" Zhou Bin affirmed, "Of course it can. Just follow me, and you'll see." Anyo's excitement surged. "All right, brother. Let us go." Xiao Hua joyfully interjected. "Uncle Anyo, are you coming to catch crabs too?" Anyo replied with a smile. "Indeed, I too enjoy catching crabs." The group chatted merrily as they made their way to the ditch when suddenly, the sound of running footsteps echoed behind them. Zhou Bin turned to see De Huang bounding towards them. Xiao Hua exclaimed, "De Huang, are you joining us too?" De Huang wagged his tail, brimming with excitement. Zhou Bin chuckled, "Since you're here, let us go together." Upon hearing this, De Huang dashed ahead with exuberance, racing towards the ditch. Anyo, filled with envy, remarked, "Brother, how is your De Huang so large? It resembles a wolf." Zhou Bin laughed. "Indeed, De Huang is the king of the village now. The other dogs are too frightened to bark in its presence." The group soon reached the ditch, where the descent was a narrow, winding path flanked by wild grasses and thorns, making it rather treacherous. However, De Huang navigated it effortlessly, quickly disappearing from sight. Anyo, inspired, followed suit, while Zhou Bin took Xiao Hua's hand, guiding her down slowly. At that moment, it was the early summer season. The hillsides were adorned with a riot of wildflowers, yellows, reds, and purples blanketing the terrain, creating a breathtaking tableau. The air was infused with the sweet fragrance of flowers, mingling with the refreshing summer breeze, enveloping them in a blissful reverie. As Xiao Hua walked along, she picked flowers, crafting a crown of wild grasses and blooms to adorn her head. "Daddy, do you think my crown is beautiful?" she cheerfully asked. Zhou Bin could not help but smile widely, genuinely responding, "Yes, Xiao Hua, your crown is splendidly made." Xiao Hua's laughter rang out, carefree and joyful, embodying a spirit of innocence. A wave of emotion washed over Zhou Bin as he reflected on the past. In his previous life, the unfortunate Xiao Hua had been all alone in an unfamiliar place, filled with fear. What must have been her final thoughts as she departed? The mere notion was too painful to contemplate. He believed that he could never repay the debt he owed Xiao Hua, and the guilt weighed heavily on his heart. A burden he felt would accompany him to his grave. Yet, fate had bestowed upon him a second chance. He was determined to ensure that Xiao Hua would never again endure hardship, aspiring to make her the happiest girl in the world. Lost in thought, he noticed Xiao Hua had already scampered ahead, prompting him to hasten his pace to catch up. There she was, holding a bouquet of delicate yellow flowers, her face alight with a cheerful smile as she extended them toward him. "Daddy, these flowers are for you. Do you like them?" Zhou Bin leaned closer, inhaling the sweet fragrance that enveloped him, bringing an instant sense of serenity. He smiled and replied, "I love them. Anything from you, my dear Xiao Hua, is cherished by me." Her radiant laughter filled the air, and they soon found themselves at the bottom of the creek, where Nyo was already busy in the water. This creek, aptly named for its crystal-clear waters, was home to a small stream that sparkled beneath the sun. Its source was a large stone spring, providing water that was both pure and sweet, exquisitely refreshing. "Brother, there are crabs here. Come quickly." Nyo's exclamation jolted Zhou Bin from his reverie, and he rushed over. He saw Nyo lifting a large stone, only to have 4 or 5 sizable crabs scuttle out. Nyo, brimming with excitement, hurriedly attempted to catch them. "Ah!" A sudden cry erupted, as the pinch of a crab caused him to almost leap in pain. Xiao Hua, startled, immediately inquired, "Uncle Nyo, what happened?" Zhou Bin chuckled. "It's nothing. He merely got pinched by a crab." He then advised, "Nyo, grasp the crab by its sides. That way, it won't pinch you." With a grimace, Nyo managed to shove the crab that had pinched him into a bag, muttering, "You dare to pinch me? I'll make sure you're fed to the big yellow one when we get back." Zhou Bin guided Xiao Hua to play on the flat ground by the shore, while he assisted Nyo in catching crabs. Xiao Hua soon spotted a vibrant red flower nearby, irresistibly drawn to it, and ran over to admire its beauty. Seeing his daughter at play reassured Zhou Bin, allowing him to focus on the task at hand. As they continued, Nyo exclaimed. Goodness! There are so many crabs, and they're quite large. If one pinches you, it would surely draw blood. The two of them scoured the stones beneath the stream and the grassy banks, gathering numerous crabs. With each step, they encountered more and larger crabs, their spirits soaring with excitement. Zhou Bin frequently glanced back, ensuring Xiao Hua was safe, playing contentedly with the big yellow dog by her side. After a time, Nyo could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Brother, what are you planning to do with these? Zhou Bin laughed heartily. What else would we do? We'll eat them, of course. What? How can you eat those? They don't look appetizing at all, Nyo remarked. Zhou Bin, turning to reassure him, replied, You simply don't understand. When crabs are prepared, they are utterly delicious. However, as he smiled and turned back, his expression suddenly changed. Xiao Hua was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 33. The brave rescue by De Huang. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Bin was seized with alarm. The playful Xiao Hua and De Huang, who had been frolicking by the riverbank, had vanished. In a state of panic, Zhou Bin urgently called out, Nyo, stop! Xiao Hua is missing. Nyo looked up. Equally startled, where could she have gone? She was just here. In their distress, the two hastily slung their bags over their shoulders and rushed toward the riverbank. Upon arriving, Zhou Bin immediately began to search through the underbrush, while Nyo secured their belongings and followed suit. After scouring the vicinity, they found no trace of Xiao Hua. No matter how loudly Zhou Bin called, there was no response from her. Overcome by anxiety, Zhou Bin pondered aloud, where could Xiao Hua and De Huang have gone? Nyo, after a moment's contemplation, exclaimed in terror, Oh no, do you think they might have wandered into that gully over there? He pointed towards a distant area. Worry etched across his face. Zhou Bin's heart sank. That place was dense with mountains and forests, seldom visited by humans, and rumored to be inhabited by wild wolves. Resolute, he declared, Let us go and investigate. As they hurried along the path, each picked up a stick for protection, hastening their pursuit. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua was joyfully chasing butterflies, her brow slick with perspiration. De Huang followed closely behind, barking incessantly, but Xiao Hua was too engrossed in her play to heed De Huang's calls. They ran further and further, eventually delving into a vast expanse of woodland. The butterflies, resplendent in their myriad colors, danced gracefully, captivating Xiao Hua's attention, prompting her to chase them relentlessly. As Xiao Hua darted into a patch of grass, the butterflies suddenly took flight. Just as she sighed in disappointment, a vividly patterned snake slithered out with alarming speed. Startled, Xiao Hua shrieked, nearly collapsing to the ground. De Huang, upon seeing this, lunged forward, seizing the snake with his jaws and violently shaking it. In a state of panic, Xiao Hua cried out, retreating to a safe distance, unsure of what to do. The snake, in pain, retaliated with a bite, sinking its fangs into De Huang's side, causing him to yelp in agony. Yet, unfazed, De Huang continued his grip, shaking the serpent more fiercely until it was rendered incapacitated. In a short while, the snake lay motionless, its belly exposed to the sky. De Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief and returned, panting. Upon seeing the blood oozing from De Huang's wounds, Xiao Hua's heart ached with concern. She gently stroked his head, asking, De Huang, does it hurt? You're bleeding. De Huang barked a few times, reassuring her that he was fine. In her distress, Xiao Hua plucked some thistle from the underbrush, crushed it in her hands, and tenderly applied it to De Huang's wounds. There, De Huang, this is a pain-relieving remedy. It will ease your discomfort shortly, she said soothingly. Grateful, De Huang wagged his tail while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. It was then that Xiao Hua realized they had ventured into unfamiliar territory, a place devoid of any human presence. Fear began to envelop her. Surrounded by dense mountains and forests, the thought of encountering a wolf sent shivers down her spine. Terrified, she began to call out, Daddy, where are you? Please come and save me. In the vast, open valley, human voices reverberated loudly, momentarily filling the air with the sounds of little Hua. De Huang barked incessantly, displaying evident signs of anxiety as it paced back and forth. At that moment, Zhou Bin and Nyo were making their way along the path, when suddenly, Zhou Bin heard the voice of little Hua. They were filled with excitement and hurriedly dashed forward. Little Hua had called out a few times and, feeling somewhat fatigued, was about to sit down for a brief respite when De Huang's fur bristled, and it emitted a series of growls. Startled, little Hua turned to see two dog-like creatures sprinting towards her from a distance. Upon closer inspection, she shrieked in terror, Wolves! There are wolves! Before her stood two robust gray wolves, drawn in by little Hua's voice. Without hesitation, De Huang charged at them. The wolves were momentarily taken aback and halted in their tracks. De Huang roared in fury, issuing a warning to the two beasts. Little Hua, trembling in fright, hid behind a tree, at a loss for what to do. Hearing De Huang's growls only heightened Zhou Bin's urgency, prompting him to sprint towards the commotion. Anyo gripped his stick tightly and hastened to follow suit. At that moment, the wolves assessed the situation and deemed De Huang no match for them, so they lunged forward. De Huang let out a fierce roar and engaged in a fierce scuffle with the two wolves. Terrified, little Hua began to cry loudly and sank to the ground. Just as she shivered in fear, Zhou Bin and Anyo arrived. Zhou Bin immediately spotted his daughter's small figure and shouted frantically, "Little Hua!" Little Hua turned around abruptly, her face lighting up with joy at the sight of her father, exclaiming, "Daddy, come save me." Ignoring the threat posed by the wolves, Zhou Bin rushed to his daughter's side. Anyo stood dumbfounded by the scene before him, witnessing De Huang and the wolves tearing at each other in a terrifying display. Zhou Bin quickly scooped his daughter into his arms, but little Hua anxiously cried out, "Daddy, please save De Huang. It's going to get killed." Zhou Bin urged little Hua to move back and seize the stick, charging forward. Anyo, seeing this, shouted, "Brother, I'm coming." He too raised his stick and rushed into the fray. Upon seeing the approaching humans, the wolves hesitated. One wolf attempted to flee but was caught by De Huang, which clamped down on its neck, eliciting a pained howl as it scurried away with its tail between its legs. The other wolf was met with a fierce blow from Zhou Bin's stick, striking it in the flank, causing it to roll away in pain. Fleeing in a disheveled state, De Huang, sensing victory, let out a triumphant roar and pursued the retreating wolves. Zhou Bin urgently called out, "De Huang, come back. Don't chase them." Hearing the command, De Huang turned and returned, wagging its tail, appearing exceedingly excited. Zhou Bin quickly examined De Huang's injuries, noting several bite marks on its body and a gash on its head. His heart swelled with gratitude. Had it not been for De Huang, little Hua could have been in grave danger. Anyo, panting heavily, sincerely praised, "Brother, your dog is truly remarkable. It dares to fight wolves." Zhou Bin gently patted De Huang's head and said, "Thank you today, De Huang. I shall treat you to some meat when we return home." Upon hearing this, De Huang joyfully barked. Suddenly, Anyo leapt up in fright, exclaiming, "Oh dear, a long snake." Zhou Bin's heart tightened, and he promptly inquired, "Where is it?" Anyo pointed to a nearby patch of grass and replied, "Right over there." Following his gesture, Zhou Bin indeed spotted a large snake lying in the grass. He quickly picked up a stick, intending to investigate further. However, Xiao Hua interjected, "Daddy, don't be scared. The serpent is already dead." "How do you know?" Zhou Bin asked curiously. Xiao Hua recounted how De Huang had bravely fought the long snake, which deepened Zhou Bin's gratitude. He hurried to the snake's side and examined it closely, discovering it to be merely a non-venomous rat snake, which eased his worries. Observing De Huang's numerous wounds, Xiao Hua felt a pang of sympathy and hurried to gather some prickly ash to help staunch De Huang's bleeding. Zhou Bin and Anyo, meanwhile, were exhausted and sat down on the ground, panting heavily. As Zhou Bin idly gazed into the distance, his eyes suddenly brightened. "Anyo, do you see that?" In the 34th chapter, Zhang Hongwei encounters trouble. Following Zhou Bin's gaze, Anyo looked up and spotted a vast expanse of forest not far above them. A truly magnificent sight. "Do you think those trees are apricot trees?" Zhou Bin asked. Anyo squinted for a long while before responding. "Yes, they are indeed apricot trees. And there are quite a few." Zhou Bin's heart leaped with joy. "Oh, what a treasure." Anyo, puzzled, asked, "Brother, why do you always see everything as treasure? Those rotten apricots are quite sour and no one eats them." Zhou Bin shook his head with a smile. "You do not understand. They are indeed valuable." Anyo chuckled. "Brother, you just keep boasting. Who would want such things? Even if they were given to me for free, I would still find them too sour." Zhou Bin inquired, "Those trees don't seem to be wild. Do you know who planted them?" Anyo shook his head. "I have no idea. Perhaps someone from the village did." Zhou Bin nodded. "I must ask about it later." After resting for a while, the two felt ready to return and set off. Upon reaching the creek's edge, they discovered their bag still there and proceeded to carry it back. Due to Xiao Hua's fright, Zhou Bin carried her on his back, while Anyo shouldered the bag. Xiao Hua repeatedly urged her father to set her down, insisting she could walk, but Zhou Bin refused. Thus, he carried her all the way back to the village. Upon reaching the ridge, Zhou Bin finally placed Xiao Hua down, and they all made their way toward his home. At the doorstep, Zhou Bin took the bag from Anyo and pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket, handing it to him. Anyo, surprised, quickly declined. "Brother, what is this for?" Zhou Bin smiled. "This is your payment for today. I truly appreciate your help." Anyo waved his hands. "Brother, I cannot accept this. I merely accompanied you for a stroll. Why would I need payment?" Zhou Bin insisted. "You must take this money. I said I would bring you along to earn, so I cannot go back on my word." Xiao Hua chimed in with a smile. "Uncle Anyo, just take it. My daddy has money. Apologies. But I must accept the money, said Nyo with a shy smile. Brother, you truly have a discerning taste for such a trivial matter. I feel quite embarrassed to accept payment. Zhou also chuckled, saying, although this may seem trivial, you did exert effort. There will be plenty more tasks in the future. Nyo suddenly became excited, exclaiming, Brother, I shall stick with you from now on. Just call upon me whenever you need assistance. Zhou nodded and followed Xiao Hua home. Nyo, clutching the 5 yuan, walked away in high spirits. Upon returning home, Zhou and Xiao Hua were greeted by Li Nan. The moment she saw De Huang, Li Nan inquired in surprise, Brother Bin, what happened to De Huang? Zhou, with an expression of guilt, replied, Xiao Nan, I am truly sorry. I frightened Xiao Hua today. Li Nan was startled and immediately asked, Xiao Hua, what happened? She carefully examined Xiao Hua and, finding no apparent issues, felt a bit relieved. Xiao Hua, with her head down, recounted the incident to her mother. After hearing it, Li Nan felt a wave of fear. Had something truly gone awry, it would have been disastrous. Thus, she reproached, Xiao Hua, I told you not to run off. Yet you did. Just look at how dangerous that was. Xiao Hua, with her head lowered, wept, I'm sorry, Mama, I was wrong. Zhou quickly admitted his fault as well, apologizing, Xiao Nan, I'm sorry, I did not keep a proper eye on Xiao Hua. Seeing their expressions, Li Nan couldn't help but chuckle, you too. You nearly scared me to death. I shall not dare to let this happen again. Zhou immediately reassured her, Xiao Nan. Rest assured, I will never allow Xiao Hua to be in danger again. Just then, Zhou Jianming emerged from the backyard. Observing their demeanor with curiosity, he asked, Bin, what are you two up to? Zhou hurriedly covered up, nothing much. Dad, look at the crabs I've caught. As he opened the bag, both Li Nan and Zhou Jianming gasped in astonishment. Bin, what do you intend to do with these crabs? Zhou Jianming inquired with intrigue. Li Nan echoed, Brother Bin, did you not already eat crabs? Why are you bringing more? Zhou replied with a smile, I plan to make some money from these crabs. Make money? How can these crabs generate income? Zhou Jianming questioned, perplexed. Li Nan, too, was puzzled about Zhou intentions when Zhang Hongwei visited. Both of them were not home and thus were unaware. Zhou smiled mysteriously, you will find out in due time. A couple of days later, while Zhou was resting in the yard, the sound of a motorcycle echoed at the entrance. Zhou immediately sprang up, recognizing Zhang Hongwei's arrival. Sure enough, moments later, Zhang Hongwei entered. However, Zhou noticed that he did not appear very pleased, so he quickly approached him, offering a cigarette and asking, Brother Zhang, you're here. I've caught the crabs as promised. Zhang Hongwei sat on a stool, a look of gloom on his face, lamenting, I couldn't finalize the deal. Zhou taken aback, responded, did you not mention that they were very interested last time? What went wrong? Zhang Hongwei, feeling awkward, explained, last time I spoke with Li, who handles procurement. He assured me there was no issue and asked me to bring samples. But after a few days, he told me it was no longer feasible. Why is that? Zhou inquired. He said that when the customers saw the crabs, they grimaced. Some even appeared a bit frightened. So no one was willing to eat them. Zhang Hongwei replied helplessly. Zhou was somewhat taken aback, yet he soon found solace in the situation. At this juncture, life was just beginning to improve for everyone. It was still uncommon for northerners to indulge in crabs, hence their acceptance was rather limited. He inquired further. But did he not mention how the crabs are prepared? Zhang Hongwei replied. He said they simply steam the crabs and eat them with sauce. Zhou contemplated this for a moment, recognizing that while this method was conventional, it lacked appeal for the northern palate, which typically favored bolder flavors. To encourage the acceptance of crabs, some creativity in preparation was essential. He chuckled, this method won't suffice. It holds little allure for the guests. With an innocent expression, Zhang Hongwei remarked, the chef has never cooked crabs before. He learned from someone else and doesn't know any other methods. Zhou pondered and replied, indeed. We cannot let this matter rest. Why not take me along? I can prepare a few dishes that are sure to please the guests. You? You can cook crabs? Zhang Hongwei exclaimed incredulously. Zhou laughed, of course. I assure you, my dishes are delectable. If the guests are satisfied, the restaurant's business will flourish. And we will profit as well. Zhang Hongwei hesitated momentarily, harboring some doubts about Zhou. Sensing his reluctance, Zhou encouraged, Brother Zhang, these crabs are valuable. If we succeed, we will undoubtedly earn a profit. Just lead me to them, and I'll handle the rest. Zhang Hongwei scrutinized Zhou for a while and asked, do you really think this will work? Zhou confidently thumped his chest and affirmed, absolutely. I am doing this for our business. When I earn money, you earn money, everyone wins. Zhang Hongwei was swayed by his words, taking a puff of his cigarette as he said, very well, come with me. And let's give it a try. Chapter 35. The old chef is stunned after their discussion. Zhou gathered the crabs and some condiments, hopped onto a motorcycle, and followed Zhang Hongwei to the county town. It turned out that the place Zhang Hongwei had been delivering to was the most renowned restaurant in their county, the Tianhai Grand Hotel. At that time, the hotel boasted a 6-story building, complete with a fountain and rockeries, setting it apart from ordinary establishments. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, the security guard recognized them and greeted, "Brother Zhang, you're back again. Didn't you just deliver here a couple of days ago?" Zhang Hongwei smiled, pulled out his pack of cigarettes, and offered one to the guard, saying, "I have some business to attend to. I need to find Master Li. Is he around?" The guard replied, "Yes, I haven't seen him leave." Zhang Hongwei promptly led Zhou Bin to find Master Li. Upon reaching the office door, Zhang Hongwei beamed and called out, "Brother Li, I'm back." Li Junfeng, who was idly sipping tea and reading the newspaper, looked up and jokingly scolded. "What brings you here again?" Zhang Hongwei laughed heartily, offered him a cigarette, and replied, "Your place is simply too enticing. How could I resist?" Suddenly, Li Junfeng noticed Zhou Bin standing beside him and curiously asked, "And who might this be?" Zhang Hongwei quickly brought Zhou Bin forward and introduced, "Brother Li, this is Zhou, the one I mentioned to you. Quite a handsome lad, isn't he?" Li Junfeng immediately understood and chuckled. "Oh really? Are you here to discuss crabs again?" Zhou Bin chuckled. "Brother Li, I apologize for the intrusion. I hope you can forgive me." Li Junfeng gazed at Zhou Bin in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, this young man speaks so eloquently. I assumed you were a university student." Zhou Bin smiled and replied, "Brother Li, you flatter me. I am merely a farmer." Li Junfeng, smiling, invited the two to sit down, then, with an apologetic expression, remarked, "Your crabs are indeed exceptional, but unfortunately, the guests do not seem to appreciate them. Hence, your visit to me is futile." In truth, the crabs that Zhang Hongwei had brought last time were taken home by Li Junfeng, where his wife and child enjoyed them immensely, praising their exquisite taste. They even inquired if more were available, but he had already declined Zhang Hongwei, feeling awkward to request more. However, Zhou Bin cheerfully produced a bag from behind him, saying, "Brother Li, I have brought some crabs for you to try." Li Junfeng was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a wide grin, responding, "Oh, Brother Zhou, I truly cannot accept your generosity. It would be quite inappropriate of me." Zhou Bin reassured him, "Brother Li, you mustn't be so formal. You have assisted Brother Zhang significantly, which in turn has helped me. This is merely my way of expressing gratitude." Li Junfeng's face lit up with joy. "Brother Zhou, you are indeed a genuine person. I admire that." Zhang Hongwei silently admired the young man's eloquence. Zhou Bin seized the opportunity to ask, "Brother Li, do you have an appreciation for crabs?" Li Junfeng, waving his hand with a chuckle, replied, "How could I? I merely heard from Chef Wang in the kitchen that steaming them is the way to go. Personally, I find the taste rather ordinary, but my wife and child insist they are delightful." Zhou Bin immediately interjected, "Once these crabs are prepared, they are guaranteed to be delicious and fragrant. I can cook crabs. Would you like me to prepare a few dishes for you to sample?" Li Junfeng, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "You intend to cook for me? Where would that take place?" Zhou Bin laughed, "Isn't your establishment a restaurant? Surely, there must be a place to cook?" Li Junfeng's previously cheerful demeanor suddenly turned serious, and he firmly declined, "That simply will not do. We cannot allow just anyone into our kitchen. Moreover, today is Mr. Ho's father's 80th birthday. I cannot permit you to enter." Taken aback by Li Junfeng's decisive refusal, Zhou Bin felt a twinge of disappointment. Sensing the disappointment in Zhou Bin and Zhang Hongwei's expressions, Li Junfeng quickly added, "Brother Zhou, your morels are quite impressive. In the future, please ensure we have a steady supply of them, as they are superior to crabs." Zhou Bin sighed, "Brother Li, to be honest, the morels are running out. In a few days, there will be none left." Li Junfeng gasped in surprise. "Oh dear, are they gone so soon? How shall we prepare dishes then?" He continued, "You must introduce new signature dishes. I have an ample supply of crabs. If well prepared, they will undoubtedly boost your business." Zhou Bin smiled in agreement. Zhang Hongwei chimed in, "Come on, Brother Li, just give it a try. It won't take much time." Li Junfeng gazed at the bag of crabs before him and thought of his plump wife and son. Finally, he relented. "Well, then, let us give it a shot." Zhou Bin immediately responded, "Excellent, Brother Li. Let us go prepare the dishes. If they turn out well, you can have your wife cook some at home." Li Junfeng promptly instructed, "In a moment, follow me inside. Refrain from wandering about or making a fuss. Once the dishes are prepared, we shall serve them for our meal." Zhou Bin nodded with a smile, "No problem." The three of them entered the bustling kitchen, which was alive with activity as preparations were underway for the birthday feast of Mr. Ho's father. Upon noticing Li Junfeng bringing two individuals with him, Chef Wang appeared taken aback. "Manager Li, what brings you here?" Li Junfeng produced a cigarette from his pack and handed it to Chef Wang, grinning. "Old Wang, may I borrow your stove for a brief moment?" As Chef Wang accepted the cigarette, he immediately exclaimed in astonishment. "What? You wish to use my stove? That simply won't do. I am currently occupied with the preparations for the old gentleman's celebration." Li Junfeng chuckled. "I'll just use it briefly to cook some crabs. I'll be done and on my way." The mention of crabs ignited Chef Wang's frustration. "Manager Li, please spare me the trouble. Last time, you insisted I prepare crabs. And despite my efforts, they went uneaten, tarnishing my culinary reputation." Li Junfeng laughed. "Those individuals simply lacked an appreciation for fine cuisine. I find crabs to be quite delectable." Zhou Bin interjected. "Chef Wang, I can cook crabs as well. Allow me to prepare a few dishes for you to sample. How does that sound?" Chef Wang turned, perplexed. You're a chef too?" Zhou Bin replied with a smile. "Not quite, but I can whip up a few crab dishes." Chef Wang scoffed. "If no one eats what I prepare, what makes you think you can do any better? Please don't distract me. I am quite busy." Zhang Hongwei chimed in with a laugh. "Chef Wang, let him give it a shot. His fried crabs are delicious. I've tasted them myself." Chef Wang retorted, "Manager Li, I suggest you take your leave. I am occupied and have no time for idle chatter." He feigned an attempt to usher them away. Li Junfeng's expression darkened as he said, "Chef Wang, why must you be so unyielding? What harm is there in my borrowing your stove? I would extend the same courtesy to my brother-in-law." Realizing Li Junfeng was genuinely upset, Chef Wang quickly shifted his demeanor. "Oh dear, Manager Li, please don't be angry. I was merely flustered. The stove over there is available. You may let your friend use it." Li Junfeng's expression softened. "Now that's more like it. We should support one another." With that, he led Zhou Bin to a secluded corner, instructing the others to rest outside while he prepared the dish. Zhou Bin began to clean the crabs and proceeded with his culinary tasks. Approximately half an hour later, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Unable to resist, Li Junfeng and Zhang Hongwei ventured in to investigate, only to be met with astonishment. They beheld all the chefs gathered around Zhou Bin, each displaying a look of shock and admiration. Particularly, Chef Wang kept giving Zhou Bin a thumbs up. Chapter 36. A heroic rescue. Seeing this scene, Li Junfeng and Zhang Hongwei quickly approached the group. "What is happening here?" Li Junfeng inquired with curiosity. Master Wang, with a beaming smile, exclaimed, "Manager Li, you must come and taste this. The dishes crafted by this young man are simply divine." Zhang Hongwei, intrigued, approached the table, where three exquisite crab dishes awaited. Each plate was a feast for the senses, radiating rich aromas and vibrant colors that tantalized the appetite. Upon closer inspection, the first crab emanated a delightful blend of spicy and savory notes, while the second offered a subtle sweetness accompanied by freshness. The third showcased a harmonious fusion of crab's essence and the crisp fragrance of vegetables. In astonishment, Li Junfeng inquired, "Brother Zhou, did you prepare all of these?" Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "Given the time constraints, I managed to whip up just 3 dishes. How do they taste to you?" In his previous life, he had been a chef, having sold buns and cooked professionally to make ends meet. Hence, these culinary creations were well within his capabilities. Master Wang, filled with admiration, remarked, "Manager Li, I must concede. This young man's skills are extraordinary. I feel as though I have wasted over a decade of my culinary career." Observing Master Wang's respectful demeanor, Li Junfeng could not resist picking up his chopsticks and sampling a piece of crab meat. Instantly, his mouth was flooded with a sensational spicy flavor that nearly prompted an exclamation of delight. He then reached for a piece from the second dish, a wave of fresh sweetness awakening his appetite further, compelling him to indulge once more. The flavor of the third dish was even more exquisite, blending the essence of crab with the delicate aroma of vegetables, leaving him pleasantly surprised. Seeing Li Junfeng so enraptured, Zhang Hongwei could not help but take a few bites himself, quickly succumbing to the enchanting flavors. "Delicious, truly delightful," Li Junfeng praised. "Brother Zhou, what culinary wonders are these?" he inquired. Zhou Bin gestured towards the first plate, explaining, "This is spicy mini crabs, featuring a base of Sichuan peppercorns and chilies, emphasizing a spicy flavor." He then pointed to the second dish, saying, "This is fried crabs with locust flowers, highlighting the delicate fragrance of locust flowers combined with the crab's freshness." Lastly, he introduced the final dish. "This one is my own creation, wild vegetable crab, primarily using shepherd's purse and crab," showcasing the essence of wild vegetables alongside the crab's natural flavor. Upon hearing Zhou Bin's descriptions, Master Wang was even more impressed. "Goodness, young man, you are truly remarkable. In such a short time, You have prepared these exquisite dishes, each one a masterpiece. I am utterly in awe. Zhou Bin humbly replied, Master Wang, you flatter me. I merely experimented a bit. Li Junfeng smacked his thigh and said to Zhang Hongwei, Old Zhang, your brother is indeed a talent. I believe he would be more than capable of serving as the head chef at our restaurant. Zhou Bin chuckled, I do not possess such qualifications. I merely know a few dishes. The true chef is undoubtedly someone of Master Wang's caliber. Just as they were conversing, a young attendant rushed in. Panic etched across his face. Bursting through the door, he shouted, Master Wang, there has been a grave incident. Master Wang, taken aback, quickly asked, What has happened? The attendant, breathless with urgency, replied, The 8 treasures sweet rice you prepared for the old gentleman. He just took a few bites and suddenly swallowed a juju pit, which has lodged in his throat. He cannot breathe. Heavens! How could this happen? This situation is dire. Upon hearing the words, Master Wang turned pale with fright and hastily made his way towards the private room. Li Junfeng was equally astonished, exclaiming, My goodness! This is serious. He quickly followed suit. Zhou Bin and Zhang Hongwei also rushed over to assess the situation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the private room, Zhou Bin noticed a large crowd gathered, all faces marked with anxiety. At that moment, an urgent voice pierced through the commotion, inquiring, Has the ambulance arrived? Why is it taking so long? Just then, a young man dashed out of the private room, hurrying away. Zhou Bin squeezed into the throng and discovered an elderly man inside, his face ashen and eyes tightly shut. Reclining on a chair, struggling to breathe, a perilous predicament indeed. A middle-aged man was pacing frantically, while 2 teenagers hovered around the elderly gentleman. A middle-aged woman cried out, Quick! Bring a glass of water. I'll try to get him to swallow something to dislodge the pit. Absolutely not. Zhou Bin interjected loudly, alarmed. The middle-aged man looked up in surprise and asked, Who are you? To which Zhou Bin replied, I am a friend of Manager Li. Allow me to assist. I have knowledge of first aid. The woman, her face alight with hope, asked, Are you a doctor? Zhou Bin shook his head, I am not a physician. But I have studied this situation. Please trust me. As he spoke, he approached the elderly gentleman, positioning himself behind him and applying firm pressure to his abdomen. With each thrust, the elderly man emitted agonizing cries, causing those nearby to blanch with fear. The middle-aged man, now frantic, exclaimed, What are you doing? Meanwhile, the woman shouted, Stop! You're going to kill him. Yet Zhou Bin persisted, his fervor unabated, exerting even greater force. Finally, with a swift motion, an object shot from the elderly man's mouth and landed on the floor. Zhou Bin, relieved, wiped the sweat from his brow, having exerted himself considerably. Observing the elderly man's complexion gradually returning to a healthy hue and his breathing easing, Zhou Bin gently assisted him back into a seated position, smiling, All is well now. The old gentleman is safe. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Was it truly resolved? Just moments ago, the elder seemed on the brink of collapse. The middle-aged man, both astonished and elated, asked, Father, how are you feeling? Are you better? The elderly man slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Yes, much better. I nearly suffocated just now. The woman, overwhelmed with relief, exclaimed, Father, you're finally all right. You scared me to death. Seeing the elder's improved condition, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Master Wang, utterly shaken, sank to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Li Junfeng could not contain his gratitude, declaring, Brother Zhou, I cannot thank you enough. Without your intervention, the old gentleman would have been in grave danger. The middle-aged man, still shaken, added, Junfeng, we owe a debt of gratitude to your friend. Otherwise, it would have been a catastrophe. May I inquire your name, young man? Zhou Bin replied with a smile, I am Zhou Bin, and this is Zhang Hongwei. We came to speak with Manager Li. Li Junfeng hurriedly introduced, Brother Zhou, this is my brother-in-law, Ho Tianhai, and this is my sister, Li Jing. These 2 are my nephews. Zhou Bin smiled and said, President Ho, Sister Li, the old master is fine now, so you needn't worry. At that moment, Master Wang, looking utterly exhausted, stepped forward, bowing his head as he spoke, President Ho, I apologize. This time, our work was lacking, which led to the old master's danger. Ho Tianhai shot him a glance, and, with irritation, retorted, Master Wang, you've been in this profession for over a decade. How could such an error occur? If it weren't for Brother Zhou's timely intervention, I shudder to think of the consequences. Master Wang, pale with fright, lowered his head and dared not utter a single word. The old master waved his hand and said, Tianhai, let it go. They may have simply been careless. Today is my birthday. Let us not dwell on them. Seeing his father speak, Ho Tianhai ceased reprimanding Master Wang and stated, All right, I will deduct your performance bonus for a month. Should such a situation arise again, you'll have no choice but to leave. Now, you may go. Master Wang repeatedly assured President Ho, rest assured, it will not happen again. With that, he retreated. You all may return to your duties, Ho Tianhai said. And seeing that there was nothing else to attend to, everyone dispersed. The old master pointed at Zhou Bin and said, young man, please have a seat. Chapter 37. A remarkable entrance. Ho Tianhai hastily added, Brother Zhou, do sit down. I've become quite flustered. Zhou Bin chuckled, President Ho, you are too kind. He then took a seat, with Zhang Hongwei settling beside him. Li Jing, with a grateful expression, remarked, Junfeng, we owe much to your friend. Quickly, pour him some tea. Li Junfeng promptly instructed someone to serve tea, smiling as he said, indeed, were it not for Brother Zhou's assistance, we would have been utterly lost. The old master chuckled, young man, this is fate. If it weren't for you today, I fear my old bones would have met their end. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in laughter. Ho Tianhai, grinning, inquired, Brother Zhou, you truly are a fine gentleman. Where do you hail from? Zhou Bin replied, President Ho, you flatter me. I am from Beiyuan village in our county. Ho Tianhai nodded. Ah, I know that place. The roads are rather poor. Zhou Bin continued, indeed. It's a remote mountain valley, quite impoverished. Li Junfeng eagerly interjected, brother-in-law, the morels we use in our restaurant are supplied by Brother Zhou. Oh, is that so? Brother Zhou, your morels are indeed excellent. Our guests adore them, Ho Tianhai said with a smile. The old master interrupted, saying, Tianhai, since Brother Zhou saved me today, shouldn't we treat him to a meal? Li Jing immediately chimed in, Father is right. We must properly invite both of you to dinner. Ho Tianhai replied, of course. I shall arrange for the finest food and drink. Please wait a moment. With that, he gestured, and the restaurant manager hurried in. He promptly instructed, prepare the best dishes and drinks. I wish to host these esteemed guests. Flustered, Zhang Hongwei quickly expressed his gratitude. Oh, President Ho, you are far too generous. We can manage a simple meal ourselves. Zhou Bin also said, President Ho, there is no need for such extravagance. We are farmers and do not require such formalities. Ho Tianhai chuckled, what is wrong with farmers? I was once a farmer myself. Your assistance to the Ho family today is a life-saving grace. Treating you to a meal feels rather insufficient. Zhou Bin immediately responded with a smile, since you wish to express your gratitude. Why not indulge in a taste of my culinary creations? Confused, Ho Tianhai inquired with a laugh. What do you mean, Brother Zhou? Li Junfeng hastily explained their situation for the day, prompting Ho Tianhai to burst into laughter. Ah, I see. Very well, I shall sample Brother Zhou's culinary skills. Without hesitation, Zhou Bin returned to the kitchen and meticulously prepared the earlier dishes once more. Soon, 3 exquisite crab dishes, bursting with color and fragrance, were ready. By this time, the other dishes were also prepared, and they were all brought to the table. Zhou Bin cheerfully announced, Elder, President Ho, Sister Li. These 3 dishes are crafted from the mountain crabs from our region. Please, do taste and share your thoughts. The elder, with a delighted expression, exclaimed, oh my. These dishes smell divine. Allow me to taste. He eagerly picked up a piece of the stir-fried crab with locust flowers and, upon savoring it, was instantly captivated by the blend of the crab's freshness and the sweetness of the flowers. Oh, this flavor is exquisite. He then tried the spicy crab, and the rich, piquant taste left him in awe once again. My, this dish is also remarkable. Observing the elder enjoy his meal, Ho Tianhai couldn't resist, but also sampled the piece. The enticing aroma instantly enchanting him. Indeed, this is exceptional. The flavor is simply unparalleled. Everyone else, seeing their enjoyment, joined in, especially the 2 children, who exclaimed in delight that they had never tasted such delicious crab before. In no time, the 3 crab dishes were devoured, and the children were left wanting more, their faces displaying dissatisfaction. Zhou Bin, noticing everyone relishing the meal, playfully asked, President Ho, our crab dishes aren't half bad, are they? Ho Tianhai patted his thigh, declaring, the flavor is absolutely phenomenal. It has been ages since I've tasted such delightful dishes. Brother Zhou, your skills are remarkable. The elder praised, Brother Zhou, did you once work as a chef? How is your skill so impressive? Li Jing, with exaggerated enthusiasm, added, Brother Zhou, I seldom praise anyone. But your dishes today are truly exceptional. Even I must concede their excellence. Zhou Bin quickly replied, you all flatter me. My skills are rather ordinary. The key lies in the quality of the mountain crabs. Isn't that right, President Ho? Ho Tianhai paused for a moment, then understood, Brother Zhou. If you have any ideas, please speak freely. Zhou Bin smiled. These crabs are indeed a treasure, yet our locals consume them sparingly. If our restaurant could be the first to introduce crab dishes, I am confident our business would thrive. Ho Tianhai pondered briefly before smiling. Brother Zhou is absolutely correct. I've been contemplating this matter lately, and your words resonate with me. Now, let us enjoy our meal first, and we can discuss this further afterward. Seeing the prospect of success, Zhou Bin was filled with joy. Wonderful. Let us continue our meal and discuss further afterward. Thus, the group resumed their dining. And after 2 hours of feasting and revelry, Li Jing assisted the elder in departing. In the private room, only Ho Tianhai, Li Junfeng, Zhou Bin, and Zhang Hongwei remained. Ho Tianhai requested some fine tea and took out his cigarettes, distributing one to each person. He then inquired with a smile, Brother Zhou, please elaborate on your thoughts. Zhou Bin immediately began to speak passionately. Mr. Ho, Manager Li, we are in the north, where life has historically been challenging, resulting in limited seafood consumption. However, in recent years, our circumstances have gradually improved, and I believe that people's culinary expectations have risen. Li Junfeng interjected, Brother Zhou is correct. In the past, our priority was merely to fill our stomachs, but now we seek quality as well. Ho Tianhai nodded in agreement. Indeed, please continue. Zhou Bin continued. However, seafood is generally found in the south, which makes it difficult for us here. But we do have crabs. They are abundant in our region. And if we can elevate the reputation of our crabs, our restaurant will gain a competitive edge. Li Junfeng chuckled. Previously, old Zhang approached me about this. I offered crabs to the customers, yet they were hesitant to try them. I assumed crabs simply tasted that way, but today I learned how delicious they truly are. Ho Tianhai nodded with satisfaction. Brother Zhou, you have made an excellent point. I have also been contemplating these matters. It seems we must act swiftly to avoid falling behind our competitors. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Bin added, Mr. Ho, my intention is to help my fellow villagers earn some money while also making a profit for myself. I could teach our chefs how to prepare crab dishes. And once they master it, they can create them daily. Excellent. Brother Zhou, let us proceed as you suggest. We must act promptly, lest others seize the opportunity and diminish our advantage, Ho Tianhai declared decisively. Zhang Hongwei, who had been observing, was astounded by Zhou Bin's cleverness and how he so effectively persuaded the boss. Noticing the approval from Ho Tianhai, Zhou Bin immediately said, All right, Mr. Ho, I will prepare crabs for us upon my return. We have an abundance of mountain crabs, ensuring a steady supply. However, regarding the price, Ho Tianhai interjected with a smile. Junfeng, how much do you plan to charge Brother Zhou per pound for the crabs? Li Junfeng promptly replied with a smile. I have already inquired about the price. Currently, crabs are priced around 4 yuan per pound. Given the quality of these crabs, I can offer them to you at 5 yuan per pound. How does that sound? Zhou Bin, who had anticipated a price of 5 yuan, replied with a smile. That price is quite reasonable, but Brother Zhang should also earn some transportation fees. How about 5 yuan and 50 cents per pound? Does that work for you? Li Junfeng hesitated slightly. Brother Zhou, that price is already quite generous. However, Ho Tianhai decisively stated, Junfeng, I believe we should go with 5 yuan and 50 cents. Brother Zhou has spoken, and we cannot refuse him. Seeing that the boss had made a decision, Li Junfeng had no objections and promptly agreed. A group of individuals convened at the site to formalize their agreement, stipulating an initial provision of 100 pounds of crabs for their restaurant, with subsequent adjustments to be made as circumstances warranted. Once the arrangements were concluded, Zhou Bin personally imparted the culinary techniques and essential tips for preparing crab dishes to Master Wang, ensuring that he had grasped the necessary skills before departing with Zhang Hongwei. As they exited the restaurant, Zhang Hongwei appeared hesitant, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts. Zhou Bin, producing a monkey wrench, handed one to Zhang with a smile, inquiring, Brother Zhang, what troubles you? Zhang Hongwei, with a sheepish expression, queried, Zhou Bin, how do we proceed from here? Zhou Bin chuckled heartily. Brother Zhang, I have already devised a plan. You will be in charge of transportation daily, and I will compensate you with 1 pound at the rate of $4.50. The extra dollar will be yours. What do you think? Initially, Zhang Hongwei hoped to earn merely 50 cents per pound, so he was taken aback by Zhou Bin's generous offer. Observing Zhang Hongwei's astonishment, Zhou Bin teased, What's the matter, Brother Zhang? Are you unwilling? Zhang Hongwei leapt with joy, exclaiming, Of course, I am more than willing. Brother Zhou, I truly appreciate your kindness. Zhou Bin laughed. Let us not be formal with each other. I will be counting on your assistance in the future. Now let us head home. Zhang Hongwei patted his chest and assured, No problem. Let us hurry back. Zhou Bin paused to add, Wait a moment. I need to purchase a few items to bring back for my family. Zhang Hongwei grinned. Brother Zhou, you are truly wonderful to your wife and child, always bringing home gifts. Zhou Bin replied, Indeed, if I do not treat them well, Who else should I? The two then rode off on a motorcycle to procure the items, and Zhang Hongwei, seeing the multitude of goods Zhou Bin was purchasing, could not resist buying a few things for his own family as well. After completing their shopping, Zhang Hongwei escorted Zhou Bin back home before heading to his own residence. Upon entering his home, Zhou Bin, laden with bags, called out, "Xiao Nan, Xiao Hua, come quickly and see what I have brought for you." Hearing her father's voice, Xiao Hua rushed out like a swift little bird, exclaiming, "Daddy, you're back." Zhou Bin tenderly embraced Xiao Hua, softly saying, "Look, my dear, see what Daddy has bought for you." Xiao Hua, her face alight with excitement, opened the bag and couldn't contain her delight. Inside were two vividly illustrated children's books and a small pouch of colorful hair ties. Eagerly, she opened the books, discovering they were filled with delightful stories and vibrant illustrations. She joyfully exclaimed, "Daddy, this book is so beautiful. I love it." Zhou Bin replied, "From now on, I will use this book to help you learn to read, all right?" "All right." Xiao Hua wants to learn to read and be as clever as Daddy. She jubilantly responded, bouncing with happiness. Hearing the commotion, Li Nan emerged from the backyard. Smiling as she asked, "Bingu, you're back?" Zhou Bin, with a mischievous smile, teased, "Xiao Nan, guess what I have bought for you?" Li Nan playfully chided, "Bingu, why must you spend money again? I don't need anything. You've already spent quite a bit on clothes." Zhou Bin laughed. "It didn't cost that much. Come and see." Li Nan remained silent, yet her footsteps hastened as she approached the bag. Upon peering inside, she was momentarily taken aback. Within the bag lay a pure white hairpin adorned with a sky-blue butterfly, accompanied by 2 bottles of snowflake cream. "Oh, this hairpin is exquisite." Li Nan couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Hua echoed her astonishment. "Mom, this hairpin has a butterfly on it. How beautiful." Zhou Bin, smiling, retrieved the hairpin and gently fastened it in Li Nan's hair. "Xiao Nan, this hairpin looks stunning on you," he praised, causing Li Nan's cheeks to flush. Xiao Hua joyfully circled around her mother, exclaiming, "Mom is so beautiful." Suddenly, Li Nan felt a warmth welling up in her eyes and quickly wiped them discreetly. Zhou Bin then opened the snowflake cream, releasing a delightful fragrance of orchids into the air. Curious, Xiao Hua inquired, "Dad, what is this?" Zhou Bin replied, "This is snowflake cream, meant for your face. Once applied, your cheeks will be smooth and radiant, quite delightful." Excitedly, Xiao Hua exclaimed, "Dad, I want to try it." Zhou Bin, chuckling, scooped a bit with his finger and gently applied it to Xiao Hua's face. She immediately felt a comforting and velvety sensation. Unable to resist rubbing her small hands on her cheeks, Zhou Bin then took a little more and applied it to Li Nan's face. Li Nan shyly protested, "I don't need it, let the child have it." However, Zhou Bin, without hesitation, evenly spread it on her face, saying, "From now on, both you and the child will use it, and your faces will be even fairer." A wave of warmth enveloped Li Nan. This snowflake cream was something she had only seen city women using in movies. She had never imagined that one day she would have the opportunity to use it, especially applied by her own husband. Just as she was lost in thought, Zhou Bin's hand brushed against her again, prompting her to shyly say, "I can do it myself." Zhou Bin chuckled, "There's a spot on your face that hasn't been covered. Let me help you with that." At that moment, Niu walked in and, upon witnessing their actions, became instantly frozen in surprise. He found himself in an awkward predicament, neither able to leave nor remain. "Oh no, I've come at the wrong time," Niu chuckled awkwardly, attempting to retreat. Noticing Niu's arrival, Li Nan turned crimson and quickly left the room. Xiao Hua, seeing her mother leave, followed suit into the house. Niu's face turned beet red as he mischievously remarked, "Bro, I didn't mean to interrupt. Couldn't you have waited until nightfall?" Zhou Bin laughed and chided, "Niu, what nonsense are you spouting? I was merely applying face cream to your sister-in-law." Niu chuckled, "Bro, you're really good to sister-in-law." Zhou Bin then asked, "Niu, what's up? Do you need something?" Niu immediately shed his playful demeanor and asked earnestly, "Bro, weren't you going to the county? How did it go?" Zhou Bin smiled slightly, "Niu, you're going to make money again." Niu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Bro, what's the good news?" Zhou Bin replied, "It's about the crabs we caught last time in the ditch. The boss in the county wants to buy them at 1 yuan per pound." "What? 1 yuan? Goodness, are crabs that valuable?" Niu's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Indeed," Zhou Bin remarked with a smile. "Let's post the notice as we did last time in the village." Niu's excitement was palpable. "Brother, this is splendid. I can gather a whole sack for you in a day." Observing Niu's enthusiasm, Zhou Bin chuckled, "Hold your horses. This time, I only require 100 pounds. 100 pounds? Brother, who can manage that? I could easily catch 100 pounds all by myself," Niu said, somewhat disheartened. Zhou Bin, noticing his expression, couldn't help but laugh. Anyo, are you in such a rush to earn money and marry? Anyo felt a bit embarrassed. Brother, you tease me. Zhou Bin waved his hand dismissively. All right, no more jesting. This 100 pounds is merely the first step. There could be much more to come, perhaps even 1,000 pounds. Hearing this, Anyo transformed his worry into joy. Zhou Bin instructed his father to prepare the notice, and then he and Anyo set off to post it. Their first stop was beneath the great locust tree in the village. Just as they affixed the notice, Li Jun approached. He glanced at the notice and exclaimed, Brother, are you really collecting crabs? Zhou Bin smiled. Indeed, I am looking to collect 100 pounds, with a maximum of 5 pounds per person. Li Jun gazed at Zhou Bin with admiration. Brother, you must be some sort of genius. Last time, when you mentioned this could be profitable, I thought you were joking. It turns out you were serious. Anyo chimed in. You have no idea. Zhou Bin is quite capable. His words are worthy. We could hardly keep up. Zhou Bin chuckled at the banter. Anyo, when did you become so eloquent? Anyo hurriedly explained. Brother, I'm not joking. I genuinely admire you. How did I not notice before? Ever since you recovered. It seems you have transformed into a different person. Li Jun added, exactly. You seem entirely changed. I thought you must have been possessed. Zhou Bin internally sighed, for they were unaware of his tragic past. This rebirth, earned through a lifetime of suffering, must not be squandered. As the conversation continued, Wang Haichao approached. Upon seeing the group, he hesitated and turned to leave. Zhou Bin quickly called out to him, Haichao, why are you running away? Come here. Wang Haichao, looking bashful, approached slowly. Brother, what are you all doing? He asked, his face flushed. Zhou Bin teased, why are you so timid? Look at you, taller than I am. Why not speak boldly? Wang Haichao remained shy, suddenly blurting out a phrase that startled everyone. What the heck? The group was taken aback, surprised by his unexpected words. Realizing his slip, Wang Haichao turned red, stammering, I didn't mean it like that. I meant 1 pound of crab for 1 yuan. That is quite a bargain. Laughter erupted among the group, as they discovered this shy boy had a surprising boldness. Wang Haichao, disregarding his embarrassment, eagerly inquired, Brother, are you really collecting crabs? Zhou Bin nodded with a smile, of course. If you have time, hurry to the ditch and catch a few. You could earn some money. Wang Haichao was overjoyed and repeatedly exclaimed, I have ample time. Truly, I have an abundance of it. After expressing his excitement, he intended to depart. But Zhou Bin cautioned him, do not venture to the ditch now, for there are wolves about. Wait until tomorrow. Wang Haichao nodded happily and left. Zhou Bin then collaborated with Anyo to post notices in other locations, and within a mere afternoon, the entire village was informed. The villagers were utterly exhilarated. The previous mushroom foraging had yielded sweet rewards for everyone. Unfortunately, the mushrooms were quickly depleted, and within a few days, every last one had been harvested. Many had only just earned a meager sum of 20 yuan, only to find their source of income abruptly cut off. Despite their diligent efforts, their earnings merely sufficed for basic sustenance, leaving their pockets nearly empty. When it came time to purchase necessities, they often pieced together what little they could afford, with many earning less than 20 yuan a month. Upon hearing that Zhou Bin would be collecting crabs at the enticing price of 1 yuan per pound, the villagers were elated. Many even disregarded the encroaching night and stealthily rushed to the ditches to catch crabs, fearing that others might seize their catch. The village buzzed with fervor, as everyone eagerly anticipated the opportunity to earn a significant profit. However, amidst the villagers' enthusiastic preparations for crab catching, the Zhou Jinren household was engulfed in turmoil. Zhou Jinren's arrogance stemmed from having a second son, Zhou Kai, who worked at a hardware factory in the county. This allowed him to receive a modest sum each month from his son to help with household expenses. Otherwise, with a lazy eldest son and a third son who squandered his time, their family would have long since fallen into disarray. Yet, this afternoon, calamity struck. The second son was dismissed. Zhou Jinren was reclining on the Kong, listening to a play, when the shocking news reached him, nearly causing him to tumble off. What did you say? You were fired? He asked in astonishment. Zhou Kai, visibly dejected and with his head hung low, replied, Yes, they won't let me return. Why is that? Zhou Jinren inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why? The factory manager's nephew is coming, and I was replaced. I'm not a permanent employee. Zhou Kai exclaimed angrily. Isn't that just bullying? You've worked there for several years. You deserve at least some recognition for your contributions. On what grounds do they dismiss you? Zhou Jinren protested, unwilling to accept the injustice. Zhou Kai retorted with indignation, What grounds? Because my father isn't the factory manager. My father is merely a farmer. Zhou Jinren was momentarily taken aback. Why do you speak like that? Zhou Kai, infuriated, shot back. What else do you do besides lying on the Kong and listening to plays? Others work tirelessly to provide for their families, while you wait for me to support you. Now, good luck surviving on the northwestern wind. This scathing rebuke infuriated Zhou Jianren, who immediately scolded, "How dare you speak to your father like that? Are you asking for a beating?" Zhou Kai turned his head defiantly. "Go ahead and hit me. If you kill me, so be it. I have nothing left to do anyway. Death would be preferable. You ungrateful wretch. I will beat you to death," Zhou Jianren shouted, and just as he reached out, Lu Ailing, hearing the commotion, rushed in to intervene. "Father, what are you doing? The boy has returned home after such a long time. Why would you strike him?" Lu Ailing exclaimed, her face filled with concern. Zhou Jianren spoke with evident irritation. "Are you not always complaining about your second son not returning? Well, now he has no choice but to stay." Upon hearing this, Lu Ailing immediately exclaimed in surprise, "What did you say?" Zhou Jianren proceeded to explain the circumstances surrounding Zhou Kai's dismissal. Upon hearing the news, Lu Ailing cried out in despair, "Oh heavens! How could you treat my child this way? He is the pillar of our family." As she spoke, her cries grew louder, creating a cacophony that resonated in everyone's ears. Before long, the eldest Zhou Ming, the third Zhou Xing, along with their wives and children, all arrived. Upon hearing the news, they were left in stunned silence. Chapter 40. A complete loss of dignity. Zhou Ming shouted, "Second brother, what on earth happened? How did you get sent back?" Zhou Xing added his reproach, "Second brother, how could you let this happen? How could you be dismissed so unjustly?" Zhou Kai, filled with rage, retorted sharply, "If I am incapable, why don't you go do it? For all these years, I've been the one working at the factory while you languished. Second brother, have you lost your mind? You come in here hurling insults." Zhou Ming shot back loudly. Zhou Xing chimed in, "Zhou Kai, repeat that if you dare." Zhou Kai, defiantly lifting his chin, exclaimed, "Look at what you all are. You lounge about all day, yet you have the audacity to criticize me. I'm talking about you, what of it? You get dismissed, and I can't even speak?" Zhou Ming wore a challenging expression. "Don't you dare invoke our father." Zhou Kai, now thoroughly incensed, launched into a tirade. Zhou Ming, unwilling to back down, countered, "You're the one who insults our father." The three of them erupted into a cacophony of mutual insults, leaving Zhou Jianren utterly speechless. Did they not realize that in their heated exchanges, they were merely insulting themselves? In a fit of exasperation, he bellowed, "Enough! Do you wish to drive me to my grave?" Seeing their father's fury, the three brothers ceased their bickering, though they remained visibly disgruntled. Zhou Xing's wife, Zhao Meiqin, asked in a state of shock, "Second brother, if you're not working, how will we have meat to eat?" Zhou Xing retorted, "You still expect to eat meat? You can graze on grass instead." Their son, Zhou Tao, burst into tears, "Dad, I want to eat meat. Xiao Hua's family eats meat every day." Zhao Meiqin, while comforting her son, chided, "Second brother, how could you allow this to happen? Why didn't you offer a bribe?" At that moment, Zhou Kai was about to respond when his wife, Han Wan, entered with their son. Upon hearing Zhao Meiqin, she was incensed. "Zhao Meiqin, you speak as if you're above it all. Why don't you instruct your husband to earn some money? You lounge about, yet have the gall to criticize others." Zhao Meiqin was nearly beside herself with indignation. "Han Wan, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Ming hurriedly intervened, "Enough? What are you all arguing about? The most pressing issue now is how we will manage moving forward." As soon as he spoke, a heavy silence fell upon the room. Lu Ailing immediately lamented, "Oh dear, my back pain has flared up again. I cannot move. All the household chores will fall upon you." Zhou Jianren, now furious, replied, "Your back hurts? Well, my legs hurt too. Let me make it clear. From now on, everyone in this family will work in the fields. If you don't work, don't expect to eat." Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai was the first to protest, "I refuse. I haven't worked the fields in years. I simply cannot do it." Zhou Xingli immediately interjected, "Then I shan't go either. I haven't worked in years." Zhou Jianren gazed at his two sons, his frustration evident as his beard bristled with irritation. "What sort of foolishness is this? If you refuse to work, will you survive on nothing but the wind?" Zhao Meiqin promptly chimed in, "Dad, have you heard? My second uncle's family has recently struck it rich. I've heard they feast on meat at every meal. My uncle now dons golden threads and wears a new cloth shirt made of fine materials. And then there's Li Nan, prancing around the streets in a new dress. Showing off." Han Wan added, "Indeed. I heard Zhou Bin made a considerable sum selling mushrooms not long ago. His daughter, Xiao Hua, is flaunting her new clothes and carrying a new backpack, strutting around with such pride." Zhou Jianren's expression darkened instantly. "Do not mention that person to me. I have no association with him." Lu Ailing cautiously remarked, "Father, I just heard someone say that Zhou Bin is set to buy crabs again. Priced at 1 yuan per pound. How does he possess so much wealth? Zhou Jianren thundered. Silence. This is all you're doing. If you weren't constantly coveting their wealth and planning to give Xiao Hua away, would they treat us like this? Father, why do you blame me again? You agreed to it back then. Lu Ailing protested innocently. Zhou Jianren, infuriated, fell silent and lit his pipe. Zhao Meiqin, filled with dissatisfaction, lamented. Why does Zhou Bin's family prosper so? Why are we unable to afford meat? This is unacceptable. Indeed, our family was once far better off than theirs. How has it come to this? Han Wan echoed. Just as Lu Ailing was about to speak, Wang Jinhua, Zhou Ming's wife, entered. Upon learning the situation, she scoffed. What can you all do? While they were selling buns, what were you doing? Now that they are earning, you're feeling envious. Han Wan retorted, Sister-in-law, you are quite capable. Why don't you retrieve Zhou Bin's money for us? As tensions rose again, Zhou Jianren slammed his hand on the table. Enough. What can you accomplish besides squabbling amongst yourselves? Regardless, Zhou Jiaming is my brother. I will seek him out. I refuse to believe he will neglect his own brother. With that, he abruptly stood, donned his coat, and strode off to find Zhou Jiaming. Watching Zhou Jianren's hasty departure, the others collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. In just a few strides, Zhou Jianren arrived at Zhou Bin's doorstep, where he found Zhou Jiaming, Lu Junyi, and Zhou Dexing basking in the sun. Upon spotting Zhou Jiaming, he exclaimed, Jiaming, lend me 50 yuan. I have urgent needs. Zhou Jiaming was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Lu Junyi couldn't help but comment, Jiaming, who is this old man? Such audacity. Zhou Dexing, puffing on his golden-threaded cigarette, chuckled, Jiaming, the debt collector has arrived. Zhou Jiaming, feeling exasperated, thought, why is this elder back again? Reluctantly, he asked, elder brother, what do you need such money for? Zhou Jianren impatiently responded, why do you ask so many questions? I have pressing matters. Do you have it or not? I've heard Zhou Bin has made a fortune. You wouldn't be without any money, would you? The other two men exchanged glances, their breath caught in their throats. 50 yuan was still a considerable sum. This old man certainly had some nerve. Zhou Jianming felt a wave of reluctance wash over him. His elder brother's family was excessively demanding. He contemplated a direct refusal, yet the individual before him was his only elder brother. If he declined, the 100 yuan in his pocket, a token of filial piety from his son, would surely displease him. While he hesitated, Zhou Jianren had already taken action, pulling out a thick wad of banknotes from his pocket, consisting of 10 and 5 yuan notes. The two elderly men present were left dumbfounded. Had Zhou Jiaming suddenly come into wealth? Zhou Jiaming himself was taken aback, exclaiming, elder brother, what are you doing? Zhou Jianren, wearing an unsatisfied expression, retorted, Jianming, you have money, don't you? Why are you being so stingy? Just as Zhou Jianming was about to respond, Zhou Bin sprang forward, snatching the money from Zhou Jianren's hands. Zhou Jianren, in broad daylight, are you really resorting to theft? Zhou Bin admonished loudly. Before Zhou Jianren could revel in his brief moment of joy, the cash had vanished from his grasp, now firmly in Zhou Bin's possession. He cried out, Zhou Bin, what do you think you're doing? This is money my father gave me. Zhou Bin scoffed. When did my father say he was giving this to you? Uncle Junyi, did you witness my father handing him anything? Lu Junyi quickly shook his head. No, he took it out himself. Zhou Bin immediately sneered. You have no shame at all. My father's money is a reward for my filial devotion. What do you think you are to take it? You. Outrageous. This is a matter between my brother and me. It is none of your concern. Zhou Jianren's face flushed with embarrassment. Zhou Jiaming quietly advised, Bin, perhaps you should say less. However, Zhou Bin declared loudly, Father, why are you allowing yourself to be bullied? Are you just going to let him rummage through your pockets? That's illegal. He should be prosecuted. Chapter 41. A heated confrontation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianren leaped up. Zhou Bin, clarify your words. Who do you intend to prosecute? Zhou Bin replied with a cold smile. Whoever is the thief should be prosecuted. What did you say? Repeat that. Zhou Jianren was seething with rage, infuriated that Zhou Bin had the audacity to publicly label him a thief. Zhou Bin cast a disdainful glance at him. What if I say it again? I would say it 100 times if I had to. You are nothing but a thief. Furious, Zhou Jianren shouted and lunged at Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin swiftly grasped his arm and forcefully shoved him aside, causing Zhou Jianren to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. Zhou Jianren was momentarily stunned, staring at Zhou Bin as if he could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before him. Alarmed, Zhou Jiaming rushed forward to mediate. Hey, Bin, what are you doing? Zhou Bin glared at Zhou Jianren, speaking sternly. What? Do you still wish to strike me? Begone. You are not welcome here. Zhou Jianren was taken aback. The once submissive and frail Zhou Bin had vanished, replaced by a figure reminiscent of a wild beast, his icy gaze instilling genuine fear. He opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to protest, but no words came forth. Instead, he pointed a trembling finger at Zhou Bin and turned to leave, as if to convey, Zhou Bin. Just you wait. Zhou Jianming wore a worried expression and remarked, Bin, that is your uncle. How dare you lay hands on him? Zhou Bin spat disdainfully and retorted, Ah? He is no better than a worthless uncle. Does he even resemble one? Oh dear, why must you be so impulsive? Zhou Jianming felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Lu Junyi, however, cheered him on, saying, Bravo, Zhou Bin. You did the right thing. Such a person deserves no leniency. Zhou Dexing added, Jianming, did you see how arrogant he was just now? He does not regard you as a brother. It is best to sever ties with such a scoundrel. Zhou Bin quickly produced cigarettes for the two elder men and offered one to his father, smiling as he reassured, Dad, you need not concern yourself with him. Did he not say that from now on, we would have nothing to do with each other? Why has he come back today? You have a son and a granddaughter. Do you fear no one will care for you? Zhou Jianming sighed, It is not for that. But because he is, after all, my brother. How did it come to this? Lu Junyi chuckled and replied, Jianming, I must say, your gentle nature makes you an easy target for bullying, which is why Zhou Jianren continues to take advantage of your family. Now that Zhou Bin has taken a stand, I believe it is commendable. Let him know you are not to be trifled with. Zhou Jianming fell silent, lost in his own thoughts as he lit a cigarette. Zhou Bin felt a surge of exhilaration. In his previous life, he had been too timid, which led to the untimely demise of his wife and daughter. This time, he vowed that anyone who dared to bully his family would be sorely mistaken. With that thought, he couldn't help but hum a tune as he turned to head home. Zhou Jianren returned home, thoroughly chastened and seething with resentment. The others awaited eagerly for him to bring home money, but instead, he walked in with his head hung low. Lu Ailing cautiously inquired, Father, how did it go? Zhou Jianren scowled, Get out of my way. Why are you all crowding in my room? Just leave. With that, he kicked off his shoes and climbed onto the Kong, turning on the radio, which immediately blared the strained voices of opera performers. The others exchanged glances, surmising that the old man had not fared well, and discreetly exited. Lu Ailing muttered in discontent. After all that, he brought nothing back? What is he capable of? Zhou Jianren erupted in anger, grabbing a cloth shoe from the floor and throwing it at her, shouting, What are you grumbling about? Get out. Terrified, Lu Ailing bolted away and vanished in an instant. Zhou Jianren panted heavily, suddenly feeling tears prick at his eyes, lamenting, How have I let things come to this? The following day, villagers gathered in groups to catch crabs from the irrigation ditches, eager to snatch the largest and finest specimens before anyone else. Zhou Bin and Li Nan had prepared a scale and a large vat, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the villagers with their catches. By midday, Li Jun entered carrying half a bag of crabs, calling out, Brother, I've come to sell crabs. Li Nan greeted him with a smile. Li Jun, you're here. Come, have a seat. Li Jun grinned, saying, Sister-in-law, I'm here to sell crabs. Li Nan pointed to the backyard with a smile. Please wait a moment. Your brother is in the restroom. Li Jun chuckled, taking a seat on a stool to cool off, as the weather had been rather warm these past few days. Before long, Zhou Bin emerged with a smile, greeting, Li Jun has arrived. Li Jun hurriedly presented his crabs to Zhou Bin, saying, Brother, what do you think of my crabs? Zhou Bin took the bag and upon inspection, found it filled with half a bag of large, lively crabs, plump and splendid. He immediately remarked, quite impressive. Let me weigh them for you. After weighing, the total came to over 20 pounds. Zhou Bin smiled and said, All right, you may give me 5 pounds for now, and take the rest home. Li Jun hesitated, responding, Brother, I brought them all. Why not take the whole lot? Zhou Bin explained, This is my first time delivering, and the buyer only wants 100 pounds, collecting a little from each household so that everyone can earn something. Once the demand increases, I will procure more. Reluctantly, Li Jun conceded, Fine, let us start with 5 pounds then. Brother, you truly are a considerate person. Zhou Bin chuckled. We should all share in the profits. We are neighbors, after all. I can't just look out for myself. He then weighed out 5 pounds of crabs and handed Li Jun 5 yuan. Ecstatic, Li Jun accepted the money and left. Shortly after, a Niu arrived, also departing happily with 5 yuan in hand. Subsequently, the villagers came in succession, and by lunchtime, the 100 pounds had been collected. However, more villagers continued to arrive. And upon hearing that Zhou Bin had finished collecting, some stood frozen in place with bags in hand, their eyes reddening. Feeling compassion for their disappointment, Zhou Bin couldn't bear to let them leave empty-handed and decided to continue purchasing. By afternoon, he had amassed 200 pounds. Li Nan gazed at the full barrel of crabs, anxiety creeping in. Bingu, you mentioned only needing 100 pounds. Now you've collected so much. What shall we do? Zhou Bin replied with a smile. I hadn't intended to collect more, but seeing how hard everyone works, I couldn't let them return with their bags. If the buyer refuses them later, wouldn't that be a loss? Li Nan expressed his concern, but what if he doesn't want them? Zhou Bin reassured him. Don't worry, I believe our crabs will be well received. If, by chance, he declines them, we can always enjoy them ourselves. After all, you love crabs. Li Nan shook his head vigorously. These crabs are so expensive, I can't dare to indulge. Just as they were conversing, the sound of a motorcycle echoed at the entrance. Zhou Bin remarked, Look, isn't that them arriving? No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Hongwei burst in with 2 large nets. Upon entering, he inquired, Brother Zhou, how many crabs have you collected this time? Chapter 42. My wife is beautiful. Zhou Bin, smiling, gestured towards the large barrel, saying, Quite a bit, 200 pounds. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongwei's face lit up with joy. Oh, Brother Zhou, you are simply amazing. Observing Zhang Hongwei's exaggerated delight, Zhou Bin chuckled. What has got you so excited, Brother Zhang? Zhang Hongwei quickly approached the barrel, his eyes widening in amazement as he exclaimed, Brother Zhou, I was just about to tell you that Boss Ho has added another 100 pounds, fearing that 100 wouldn't suffice. I didn't expect you to have it all sorted out. This is truly wonderful. Zhou Bin was somewhat taken aback, as he feared that if the 100 pounds of crabs were left for too long, they might perish, resulting in a significant loss. However, upon hearing Zhang Hongwei's words, he felt a sense of reassurance. With this thought, Zhou Bin chuckled. Then, Brother Zhang, please enjoy a cup of tea and a smoke before we begin packing the crabs. Zhang Hongwei waved his hands dismissively. No, I'd prefer to promptly deliver the crabs to the hotel. That will put my mind at ease. At that moment, Li Nan also emerged, and upon learning that 200 pounds were needed, he was instantly elated. Subsequently, Zhou Bin and Li Nan assisted Zhang Hongwei in placing the crabs into 2 net bags, filling them to the brim. Once they finished packing, Zhou Bin began to worry. Oh dear, Brother Zhang, that is quite a lot of crabs. Do you think your motorcycle can carry them? Zhang Hongwei laughed heartily. You needn't worry about that. I've attached a small trailer to the back of my motorcycle, so it will suffice. Curious, Zhou Bin hurried outside with Li Nan to inspect, and they discovered that Zhang Hongwei had indeed fashioned a small trailer with 2 wheels attached to the back of his Honda 125. Zhou Bin was immediately impressed. Brother Zhang, you are quite resourceful. Will it really be able to travel on the road? Zhang Hongwei chuckled. Of course it will. I have tested it. Zhou Bin couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of people from that era, who dared to think outside the box in their pursuit of profit. Thus, he and Zhang Hongwei lifted the crabs onto the trailer, but Zhang Hongwei pulled him aside. Brother, I'd like to discuss something with you, if I may. Zhang Hongwei wore a sheepish expression. Zhou Bin smiled. Brother Zhang, feel free to speak your mind. With a grin, Zhang Hongwei said, I'm currently a bit financially constrained. Would it be possible for me to deliver the crabs first and return the payment to you later? I can write you an IOU. Zhou Bin waved his hands in refusal, causing Zhang Hongwei to look dejected. Brother, is that not feasible? Zhou Bin reassured him with a smile. It's fine. You needn't write an IOU. Just take the crabs with you. Zhang Hongwei was overjoyed, having feared that Zhou Bin would decline. He promptly exclaimed, Brother, you are truly generous. For 200 pounds, at 450 a pound, I owe you 900. I'll return it as soon as I can. Zhou Bin replied with a smile. No problem, Brother Zhang. Have a sip of water before you go. Zhang Hongwei wiped his brow and declared, No. I must be off now. Await my good news. With that, he started his motorcycle and rode off. By afternoon, Zhang Hongwei returned, appearing travel-worn as he entered. Without uttering a word, he pulled out a wad of cash, his face beaming. Brother Zhou, I'm back, and I've come to deliver your payment. Zhou Bin and Li Nan approached with smiles, and Zhang Hongwei handed the warm bills to Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin accepted the money and passed it to Li Nan, saying, Brother Zhang, you've worked hard. Zhang Hongwei, elated from his earnings, was about to speak when he suddenly turned and dashed back outside. Moments later, he returned with 2 packs of cigarettes and a shoebox in hand. Brother Zhou, I've benefited by your side. Here are 2 packs of Golden Monkey cigarettes for you to enjoy. Also, this pair of shoes is for your child. Let us see if she likes them. Zhang Hongwei said with a smile. Zhou Bin immediately responded, Oh dear, Brother Zhang, what is all this? I cannot accept this cigarette. You should keep it for yourself. Li Nan interjected, Brother Zhang, why are you being so polite? You've gone through so much trouble just to bring us something. However, Zhang Hongwei firmly disagreed. Brother Zhou, I owe you a great deal for this matter. Without your help, I wouldn't have earned this money. Please accept this as my heartfelt gesture. Zhou Bin initially hesitated to accept, but Zhang Hongwei insisted vehemently, and ultimately he conceded. Zhang Hongwei left with a sense of satisfaction. Once Zhang Hongwei departed, Li Nan eagerly opened the shoebox, revealing a pair of delightful pink children's sandals. Brother Ben, look at how beautiful these shoes are, she exclaimed with delight. Zhou Bin chuckled. Indeed, they are quite lovely. I am sure Xiao Hua will adore them when she returns. Li Nan gazed at Zhou Bin with a dreamy expression, prompting him to inquire. Xiao Nan, why are you staring at me? With a blissful smile, Li Nan replied, Brother Ben, you are truly remarkable. Look, even gifts are being bestowed upon you. Zhou Bin laughed heartily. We are not concerned with gifts. Our goal is simply to accomplish our tasks well. Li Nan playfully chided. Brother Ben, your words are quite charming. Just don't sell me out. Zhou Bin chuckled. Xiao Nan, you are my precious treasure. How could I ever part with you? Even if I were to be sold, you would remain with me. Li Nan joyfully picked up the sandals, examining them closely. You just keep teasing me, she said, her face adorned with a playful pout that made her particularly enchanting. Unable to resist, Zhou Bin planted a gentle kiss on her rosy cheek. Startled, Li Nan covered her face and whispered, Brother Ben, what are you doing? Zhou Bin grinned. My dear wife is simply stunning. Li Nan's face turned crimson. Oh, Brother Ben, why do you say such things? Zhou Bin returned to the house, speaking from the heart as he noted how increasingly beautiful and cheerful his wife had become. After a short while, Xiao Hua and her grandfather returned from the fields. As soon as they entered, she spotted the pink sandals under the eaves. Wow, what beautiful shoes are these? She exclaimed, rushing over to grab them. Zhou Jiaming, following behind, chuckled. Xiao Hua, be careful not to trip. Upon noticing the sandals in her hands, he joyfully asked, Xiao Hua, where did those lovely sandals come from? Xiao Hua shook her head. I don't know. Did Daddy buy them for me? Suddenly, she called out, Daddy, whose sandals are these? Zhou Bin emerged from the house with a smile. Xiao Hua, do you like these shoes? Xiao Hua nodded vigorously. I love them so much. Zhou Bin replied, that's wonderful. Uncle Zhang gave them to you. Why don't you try them on? Xiao Hua was overjoyed and eagerly asked, Daddy, can I really wear these shoes? Zhou Jiaming smiled. If your father says you can wear them, then you certainly may. Xiao Hua carefully untied the shoelaces and slipped her little feet inside. They fit perfectly. She strolled around the yard wearing her pink sandals, her joyful voice ringing out, Mom, come quickly and see how beautiful my sandals are. Upon hearing her exclamation, Li Nan emerged from the kitchen and was greeted by the sight of Xiao Hua beaming with delight as she wandered about the yard, while her husband and father-in-law looked on with smiles. In that moment, a wave of warmth surged within Li Nan, and her eyes grew misty. She quickly responded with a smile. Xiao Hua, your little shoes are indeed lovely. Zhou Bin then handed his father a cigarette, saying, Dad, here, take this and enjoy. Zhou Jiaming was momentarily taken aback. Oh, why are you giving me another cigarette? I haven't finished the last one yet. Although he protested, his hand reached out to accept it, his face unable to conceal the joy. Chapter 43. Income reaches new heights. Observing the contented smiles on his family's faces, Zhou Bin resolved to earn more money to improve their lives. Currently, their home consisted of merely 3 mud brick rooms, one for his father, one for the 3 of them, and the last serving as a barn for the old yellow ox. The kitchen was even more deplorable, a makeshift structure of mud bricks and thatch, uncomfortably cold in winter and oppressively hot in summer. The yard, though not small, was entirely muddy. Heavy rains transformed it into a quagmire. On sunny days, it was manageable, but strong winds would whip up dust storms that made it difficult to see. Noticing his son's silence, Zhou Jiaming could not resist inquiring, Bin Bin, did they take all the crabs? Zhou Bin replied with a smile, they took them all. The money has been returned, 900 in total. Zhou Jiaming's eyes widened in surprise. Goodness, that is quite valuable. We wouldn't earn such money from farming in a year. Zhou Bin chuckled. This is just the beginning. We will have many more lucrative opportunities ahead. Gazing at his son, Zhou Jiaming sincerely remarked, Bin Bin, you are far superior to me. I am aging, and this family will rely on you from now on. Zhou Bin patted his chest with a grin. Dad, you needn't worry about family matters. Just look forward to enjoying life. Zhou Jiaming nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Zhou Bin noticed him discreetly wiping his eyes. In the following days, Zhang Hongwei did not come by again, but villagers continued to arrive to sell crabs. Zhou Bin cheerfully accepted their offerings, recognizing the effort everyone put into catching them. On the 5th day, after finishing his meal, Zhou Bin intended to rest in the yard when he suddenly heard the sound of a motorcycle. He realized Zhang Hongwei had arrived. Sure enough, Zhang Hongwei entered with a bright expression, calling out, Brother Zhou, I'm here. Zhou Bin promptly invited him to rest under the large tree and asked Li Nan to bring him some tea. After taking a sip, Zhang Hongwei beamed, Brother Zhou, I have more good news for you. Zhou Bin offered him a cigarette and inquired with a smile, what good news? Zhang Hongwei lit the cigarette and took a puff. saying, "Our 200 pounds of crabs have made quite a splash. They are incredibly popular," and Li sure is thrilled. Zhou Bin chuckled. Did he explain just how popular they were? Zhang Hongwei immediately opened up. "I am not exaggerating. Those guests initially refused to eat when they heard it was crab. However, once the dish was served, they could not put down their chopsticks. Some even ordered 2 plates at once." Zhou Bin smiled slightly. "Ah, that was to be expected. The crabs here thrive on mountain spring water. They are completely natural and unpolluted, and their taste is undoubtedly exquisite." Zhang Hongwei chuckled. "Brother Zhou, your words are truly charming. Why can't I articulate such sentiments? In any case, Boss Ho is very pleased." Zhou Bin, smiling, inquired, "Did he mention how we will handle this?" Zhang Hongwei raised 3 fingers. "Boss Ho still wants that quantity." "You mean 300 pounds? Zhou Bin asked. Zhang Hongwei grinned. "Exactly, 300 pounds. What do you think?" Zhou Bin immediately stood up, beaming. "Wonderful. I have about 100 pounds stored here. I will procure another 200 pounds, and that will suffice." Zhang Hongwei, taking a puff from his cigarette, rose and said, "Well then, you first give me this 100 pounds, and I will deliver it to them. I will come back for the rest in a couple of days." Zhou Bin laughed. "Brother Zhang, why are you in such a rush? Have another sip of water." Zhang Hongwei swiftly pulled out 450 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Bin, stating, "It's about making money. Of course, I am eager." Zhou Bin accepted the money with a smile and helped him pack the crabs. Zhang Hongwei left in his makeshift vehicle. Zhou Bin promptly called in Yo, instructing him to announce in the village that he was looking to purchase 200 pounds of crabs. Before long, the villagers were abuzz with the news, and they eagerly resumed catching crabs. In just 2 days, the 200 pounds were collected. However, villagers continued to bring in crabs, and Zhou Bin found himself with no space to store them, so he had to ask them to take some back and wait for the next round of collection. On the 3rd day, Zhang Hongwei returned and transported another 200 pounds of crabs. By evening, Xiao Hua had already fallen asleep, and Zhou Bin, exhausted from the day's labors, leaned back and dozed off. After an indeterminate time, Zhou Bin suddenly awoke in a daze. He noticed that his wife was still awake, leaning over to one side, seemingly preoccupied with something. Curious, Zhou Bin sat up and asked, "Xiaonan, what are you up to?" Li Nan jumped in surprise, and upon realizing it was Zhou Bin speaking, she immediately lowered her voice, her face radiating happiness. "Brother Bin, we are going to get rich." Zhou Bin smiled and asked, "What fortune have we stumbled upon?" Li Nan sat up, and Zhou Bin then saw that she was secretly counting money. He chuckled, "Xiaonan, why are you so obsessed with wealth? You can't sleep and are here counting money in secret." Li Nan, grinning, asked, "Brother Bin, do you know how much money we have now?" Zhou Bin, who usually did not keep track, smiled and inquired, "How much?" "More than 3,100 yuan." Li Nan exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Bin quickly calculated, deducting the costs from previous transactions, and confirmed that they indeed had that amount. Gazing at Li Nan's flushed cheeks from joy, Zhou Bin couldn't help but say, "Xiaonan, look how beautiful you are. You've endured hardships with me. Why don't we use this money to build you a few houses?" Upon hearing this, Li Nan's eyes sparkled. "Build houses?" Zhou Bin nodded with a smile. "Indeed. The funds are sufficient to construct 5 grand brick houses, and once the courtyard is tidied up, you shall surely find joy in residing there." Li Nan's face radiated with longing as she exclaimed, "Oh, 5 grand houses. That would be enough to bring anyone immense joy." However, she quickly shook her head and remarked, "Bingu, perhaps we should hold off on building for now." Zhou Bin, intrigued, inquired, "Why is that? We have enough money to build." Yet Li Nan shook her head, saying, "Bingu, earning money is no easy feat. We have food and clothing, can enjoy meat, and Xiao Hua's education is secured. I am already quite content. There are certainly other uses for this money, so let us refrain from spending it for the time being." Seeing the sincerity on his wife's face, Zhou Bin felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He was well aware that this money had its purpose. He simply did not wish for Li Nan to endure hardship alongside him. "Bingu, I am truly sincere. Once you earn substantial wealth, you can build a proper house for me and the child. How does that sound?" Zhou Bin, filled with gratitude and remorse, immediately responded, "Xiaonan, thank you. I will certainly earn a great deal of money and, in time, provide you both with a magnificent villa, a grand mansion, where you can live in comfort." Li Nan's face lit up with happiness as she replied, "Bingu, I believe in you, and I await that day." As she spoke, her voice was imbued with tenderness, exuding an irresistible charm that stirred Zhou Bin's heart. Without a second thought, he enveloped her in his embrace, gazing at her delicate, fair face, unable to restrain himself any longer. Li Nan shyly uttered, "Bingu, be gentle," and succumbed to the warmth of his affection. Chapter 44. a Nyo's regret after their passionate encounter. The two embraced and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, while Zhou Bin remained lost in dreams, Linan had already prepared breakfast. When Zhou Bin finally awoke, he noticed the sun was already high in the sky, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He must have exerted too much effort the previous night and overslept. He dressed and stepped outside, where he found Xiao Hua and her father already seated at a small table, waiting for him. He hurriedly washed up and went to assist his wife in serving the meal. Upon entering the kitchen, he cheerfully asked, "Xiao Nan, what delectable dish have you prepared today that smells so wonderful?" Li Nan replied with a smile, "Today, I made meat sandwiches and steamed egg custard." Zhou Bin, puzzled, asked, "Why is today's meal so lavish?" Li Nan lowered her voice and replied with a playful smile, "You worked hard yesterday, so I thought to treat you." She blushed slightly, feeling a bit bashful. Zhou Bin laughed heartily and carried the dishes outside. The moment Xiao Hua saw the steaming white buns accompanied by the fragrant stir-fried pork, she exclaimed, "Daddy, it smells so good." Zhou Bin took a white bun, tore it open, ladled in 2 generous spoonfuls of stir-fried pork, added a sprinkle of spicy oil, and handed it to his father, saying, "Dad, have a bun." Zhou Jianming accepted the bun with a smile and passed it to his granddaughter. "Xiao Hua, you eat first." Xiao Hua waved her hands insistently. "Grandpa, you eat. I will have some later." Zhou Jianming chuckled, took a bite of the meat sandwich, and was immediately enveloped by the delightful flavors of the meat mingled with the spicy oil, which filled his mouth and made him feel an overwhelming sense of happiness. In the past, such a life was something he could hardly dare to dream of. Zhou Bin watched his father's satisfied expression, feeling a sense of contentment swell within him. Immediately, a sandwich was handed to Xiao Hua, who took a large bite and exclaimed with delight at its deliciousness. The family gathered around the table, savoring the meat sandwich and sipping on corn juice, basking in the beauty of a summer morning. Meanwhile, Lu Junyi awoke early, sensing something unusual in the quietness of the yard. He hurried to Aniu's sleeping quarters, only to find it empty, the bedding untouched. Lu Junyi was taken aback. The child had mentioned needing to relieve himself the night before, and he had fallen asleep with his 2 grandsons, unaware that Aniu had vanished by morning. He called out in the yard, "Aniu, Aniu," but received no response after several attempts. Lu Junyi pondered, where could that child have gone? Just then, his little grandson emerged, grinning and holding a piece of candy, cheerfully declaring, "Grandfather, I'm eating sugar." Lu Junyi was momentarily startled and quickly inquired, "Where did you get that sugar?" The grandson stuffed the candy into his mouth and mumbled, "I got it from our big black cabinet." A chill ran down Lu Junyi's spine as he rushed to another room, discovering that the lock on the black cabinet had been tampered with. He hastily opened the cabinet and felt inside, instantly breaking into a cold sweat upon realizing that the 100 yuan he had painstakingly saved had vanished. Alarmed, he asked, "Pinghua, how did our cabinet get opened? Who has been here?" The grandson, munching on candy, shook his head and replied, "I saw my second uncle come in yesterday afternoon." Lu Junyi's mind raced, and he hurried back to his room to check for the key, only to find it missing. An ominous feeling settled in his heart as he instructed his grandson and dashed out of the house. He searched from door to door for Aniu, but to no avail. The Zhou family had just finished their meal when they saw Lu Junyi rush in, visibly distressed. Zhou Jianming quickly called out, "Junyi, come eat." Lu Junyi, in a state of urgency, replied, "No time to eat. Has Aniu come by?" Zhou Bin shook his head. "Haven't he seen him?" "What's wrong?" Lu Junyi, growing more anxious, exclaimed, "That boy might be in trouble. He didn't he come home all night?" Zhou Jianming asked in disbelief, "What? Aniu hasn't he returned all night? Where could he possibly be? Has he gone crab fishing?" Lu Junyi dismissed the notion. "No, we still have plenty of crabs at home, nowhere to put them." Li Nan then inquired, "Could he be out visiting someone?" Lu Junyi, perplexed, replied, "Who could he visit? I've asked everyone in the village, and no one has seen him." Noticing Lu Junyi's distress, Zhou Bin offered reassurance, "Uncle Lu, don't worry. Aniu might return shortly." Lu Junyi, still anxious, remarked, "The key issue is that the money is missing. He most likely took it." "What did you say? The money is also gone?" Zhou Jianming asked, astonished. Lu Junyi nodded. "Indeed, it's quite troubling. How much is missing?" Zhou Bin inquired. 100 yuan, which I had worked hard to save," Lu Junyi lamented. Zhou Bin was also puzzled. What could Aniu possibly do with the money? As they discussed this, the old village head, Zhou Difu, suddenly entered. Upon seeing Lu Junyi, he exclaimed, "Junyi, hurry and take a look. Your son is about to leap from the cliff." "What? Where's my child?" Lu Junyi asked, panic-stricken. "By the gully at the east end of our village. Ningxia and Wang Quan are trying to persuade him right now." Zhou Difu replied anxiously, trembling with fear. Lu Junyi shouted, "Heavens! This is dire. He hastily ran towards the east of the village, with Zhou Bin following closely behind. The two hastened their pace and soon arrived at the gully's edge. From a distance, they could see a crowd gathered. Lu Junyi immediately called out, "Xiao Hua, what are you doing? Come back up." As the villagers noticed Nio's father had arrived, they parted to make way, allowing Lu Junyi to see Nio's precarious position. He was perched on the edge of the earthen cliff, legs dangling in the air, clutching his head. Upon hearing his father's voice, Xiao Hua shouted with all his might, "Dad, I have let you down. Please, let me die?" Zhou Bin also caught up, calling out, "Xiao Hua, what are you doing at the edge? Come back up." Lu Zhenxi, seeing Zhou Bin arrive, urged, "Zhou Bin, you're here. Please talk to Xiao Hua. He listens to you the most." Wang Quan added, "Indeed. Xiao Hua says he no longer wants to live and wishes to jump." At that moment, Zhou Jianming and Li Nan, accompanied by Xiao Hua, also arrived. Aunt Zhao, filled with concern, implored, "Xiao Hua, you young man, what troubles you so much that you wish to leap from the cliff? If you die, what will your father do?" Xiao Hua simply wept, saying, "Dad, I am not worthy of being called a person. Do not concern yourself with me. Just let me die." Lu Junyi trembled all over, pleading, "Child, whatever the matter, let us find a solution together. Why sit at the edge of the gully? Come back." Zhou Bin recognized the perilous situation. If Xiao Hua made a rash decision, it would be too late to intervene. He gestured for Lu Junyi to remain silent and urged everyone to quiet down. Then, with a smile, he said, "Xiao Hua, aren't you hoping to make a fortune alongside me? If you die, you will have nothing left." Xiao Hua cried out, "Brother, I am in such distress. I do not know what to do. What exactly happened? Speak up. With so many of us here, we can devise a solution." Zhou Bin encouraged. Xiao Hua covered his face, saying, I went to gamble and lost all my money." Chapter 45. Let me give it a try. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Xiao Hua was so despondent. He had lost his money. Lu Junyi immediately grasped the situation and said, "Xiao Hua, losing money is not the end. Come up first, and we will think of a way together." Xiao Hua, even more heartbroken, wept, "Dad, I lost all the money you saved and all that I had saved too." The people around gasped in shock. This young man was indeed reckless. How could he have squandered all his money? Zhou Bin, however, remained calm, saying, "Xiao Hua, losing is part of the game. It's all right. Just come up, and I will help you figure it out." But Xiao Hua shook his head and cried, "Brother, what can you do? There's nothing left. 150 yuan has all been taken by Haiwa." The crowd gasped again, astonished. 150 yuan. This young man had truly lost his senses. Why would one squander money for no reason? Regret comes too late. The crowd shook their heads, expressing that if a person becomes addicted to gambling, their life is essentially ruined. Everyone knew of the notorious rogue, Black Boy, from the neighboring village, who spent his days leading a band of ruffians, instigating trouble and engaging in brawls. Should money fall into his hands, it would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, gone without a trace. Lu Junyi, despite feeling a deep sorrow for the lost money, was even more concerned for his son's well-being. He exclaimed, "My child, losing money is trivial. But if you lose your life, how will your father endure?" With tears streaming down his face, he was inconsolable. Zhou Bin interjected, "Anyo, look at how distraught your father is. Your elder brother is gone, and you still have 2 nephews. If you were to disappear too, what would become of your father?" Anyo felt a tightening in his chest and cried out, "Father, how could I be so foolish? I was deceived by Black Boy and his gang." Zhou Bin reassured him, "Do not despair. I told you I would help. We will surely find a way to retrieve that money. Now get up." Anyo stared blankly at Zhou Bin. "Brother, do you truly have a way to get the money back?" Zhou Bin responded emphatically, "Absolutely. If you perish, there will be no way to reclaim it." Hope ignited in Anyo's eyes, and he slowly crawled back from the edge. The others joined forces to pull him up. Lu Junyi grasped his son's hand tightly, lamenting, "My child, why are you so reckless? Money can be earned again, but if you were to be lost to me, what would I do?" Tears flowed unabated as both father and son wept. Zhou Bin urged, "Enough, it's all right now. Everyone can return home." Seeing that Anyo was safe, the crowd dispersed, while Zhou Bin accompanied Anyo and Lu Junyi home. Throughout the journey, Anyo incessantly inquired how they would recover the money. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "Let us discuss that once we are home." As they approached the entrance, Li Nan asked Zhou Bin, "Brother Bin, should we invite Anyo to our home for a while?" Zhou Bin chuckled, "No need for that. You all head back. I will talk with Anyo." Although Li Nan felt a twinge of concern about the lost money and how it could possibly be reclaimed, she kept her thoughts to herself, recognizing Anyo's distress. The trio arrived at Anyo's home, where Zhou Bin pointed at the tree roots in the yard and said, "Let us sit here. It's spacious." Anyo nodded and sat down beside his father. Zhou Bin inquired, Anyo, how did this happen? How did you end up gambling with Black Boy and his gang? Filled with shame, Anyo recounted the events. It turned out that the previous afternoon, he had intended to catch some crabs from the creek. Suddenly, he spotted a group approaching from the west of the village. Among them was Black Boy. Having once been classmates, Black Boy greeted him. Hey, Anyo, where are you off to? Although Anyo was aware of Black Boy's notorious reputation and wished to avoid him, he felt compelled to respond with a smile. I'm going to catch crabs. Black Boy paused. Why would you catch those things? Anyo, being honest, replied that he intended to sell them for money. Upon hearing this, Black Boy's eyes gleamed, though he feigned indifference, saying, How much can you possibly earn from catching those? The man declared that one could easily earn 100 in a single round. Upon hearing this, Anyo shook his head vehemently, expressing disbelief. Surely, you jest. How could one possibly earn such a sum in just one round? Hua, with an air of mystery, smiled knowingly. You simply do not understand. We need not lift a finger, we earn solely by playing cards. Realizing that this was indeed gambling, Anyo responded, Are you planning to wager money? I shall not partake. But Hua seized him firmly, and under his persuasion, Anyo ultimately succumbed and joined them. There were about 10 individuals present, each exuding a rough demeanor. They settled into a grassy nook by the ditch and commenced playing a game known as Xiao Hua. Initially, Anyo merely observed. But soon he witnessed 2 players win 50 yuan in just 2 rounds, igniting a spark of temptation within him. He retrieved the 50 yuan he had earned from selling mushrooms and crabs over the past days, eager to try his luck. Seeing Anyo was willing to play, Hua beamed and offered him a cigarette. At first, Anyo hesitantly wagered just 50 cents, contemplating it as a mere trial. To his astonishment, he drew a straight flush in the first round, winning 10 yuan, which filled him with elation. Buoyed by his fortune, he boldly wagered 5 yuan in the second round. But luck evaded him, and he lost it all. Heartbroken, Anyo nearly shed tears. Desperate to reclaim his loss, he recklessly continued to bet, only to face inevitable defeats. His 50 yuan swiftly vanished, and in a fit of frustration, Anyo sneaked home and squandered his father's hard-earned savings as well. It was at this juncture that Anyo realized the enormity of his folly. Hua urged him to continue gambling, but Anyo, exasperated, shouted, I am out of money. Upon seeing Anyo had exhausted his funds, Hua nonchalantly departed with his companions, leaving Anyo in a state of panic and anger. Lamenting his own foolishness for getting into such a predicament, he spent the night brooding in the grassy nook, and as dawn broke, he could no longer bear the torment of his conscience, contemplating the unthinkable. Fortunately, he was spotted by Zhou Difu, who quickly summoned others to intervene and dissuade him from his despair. Zhou Bin, upon hearing the tale, nodded solemnly. Alas, Anyo, how could you be so naive? They are a gang, conspiring to deceive you of your money. Anyo, filled with regret, lamented, Brother, I have come to my senses now, but at the time, I was blinded by folly and could not comprehend. Lu Junyi shook his head in resignation. Oh, child, how am I to advise you? Seeing the distress on the faces of both father and son, Zhou Bin swiftly offered words of comfort. Uncle Lu, Anyo, since matters have unfolded in such a manner, do not dwell too heavily upon it. Anyo, lead me to them. I wish to ascertain how they executed their deceit. Anyo, taken aback, asked, Brother, you intend to confront them? Zhou Bin replied cheerfully, Of course. Without confronting them, how shall you reclaim your money? Lu Junyi urgently cautioned, Zhou Bin, Hua is not a good person. It would be wise to avoid them. I fear that the money is irretrievable. We must accept our misfortune, provided Anyo refrains from gambling in the future. Zhou Bin, with a smile, responded, Uncle Lu, I am well aware of the nature of Hua. Allow me to try. Perhaps there is still a chance to recover the lost funds. If it truly cannot be retrieved, then there is nothing more to be done. Chapter 46. Delving into the Den of Rogues. After speaking, Zhou Bin intended to take Anyo to finally Hua. Lu Junyi repeatedly cautioned them from behind, urging them to exercise utmost caution, stating that if the money could not be obtained, they should simply let it go. Zhou Bin responded with a smile, Uncle Lu, you need not worry, we are off now. Subsequently, the two proceeded towards Dong Yuan village, one after the other. Along the way, Anyo expressed his concerns, saying, Brother, do you think Hua and his crew will give us the money? Zhou Bin chuckled, Isn't he fond of games? I shall indulge them in their play. Anyo, his forehead beating with sweat, remained anxious, uncertain of Zhou Bin's strategy to reclaim the funds. Upon their arrival in the village, they inquired and learned that Hua was currently playing cards with a group of ruffians in a dilapidated house on the western edge of the village. In that era, Rural youths who had not pursued education mostly remained at home tending to the fields, with few venturing out for work. Those with a bit of industriousness adopted the role of farmers, toiling from dawn till dusk, while the idle ones, averse to labor, gradually became good-for-nothings. Xiao Hua was one such ne'er-do-well. He gathered others like himself and quickly became the local bully, instilling fear in all who crossed his path. Today, he once again engaged in gambling with his cohorts in the decrepit house. The atmosphere within was thick with smoke, and the clamor of voices filled the air, creating a lively and bustling scene. Xiao Hua, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, called out energetically, "Hurry up! You lot are as slow as molasses. If no one joins in, I shall begin dealing." A lanky fellow named Xiao Hua cursed, "Damn it, I've got a hammer hand, and I'm out." With that, he slammed his cards onto the ground, prompting others to shake their heads in agreement, signaling their refusal to continue. Xiao Hua shouted, "I've got a double pair. It seems you all have some sense. Otherwise, I de-strip you of your trousers." Bao, looking dejected, exclaimed, "Damn. I've lost again. I've squandered all $10. Xiao Hua chuckled, "Bao, do you still have any money? If not, why not wager your sister here? That backside is truly a rarity. Get lost. I still have money." Bao retorted angrily. Slap. No sooner had he finished speaking than a fierce slap landed on his face, followed by 2 swift kicks from Xiao Hua. "Damn you. Bao, do you dare to insult me? Are you tired of living?" Xiao Hua growled menacingly. Terrified, Bao scrambled to apologize. "Brother Xiao Hua, I'm sorry. I misspoke earlier. Please don't hold it against me." Xiao Hua scoffed. "Consider yourself fortunate. Dare to babble again, and I'll beat you senseless." He then bellowed, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and place your bets. Are you all a bunch of turtles?" The minor commotion concluded with Bao's capitulation, and the group resumed their raucous banter. Zhou and Enyo made their way to the far western edge of the village, discovering an abandoned old house, from which the sounds of raucous laughter and shouting could be heard. Enyo, feeling apprehensive, asked, "Brother, are we really going in?" "I'm afraid Xiao Hua and his gang will beat me." Zhou smiled faintly. "What are you afraid of? You still have me. Let us go." With that, he strode forward and forcefully pushed open the dilapidated wooden door, charging inside. Cough. As soon as Zhou entered the room, he was immediately choked and began to cough incessantly. The ruffians inside were engrossed in their activities when the sudden intrusion startled them, momentarily leading them to believe that a crackdown was underway. Given the current societal climate of strict enforcement, these ruffians were particularly alert. Once they discerned that the newcomer was not there to apprehend them, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room, and those who had been hiding money paused their actions. Xiao Hua, who was counting cash, halted as well, and upon closer inspection, exclaimed, "Oh, who do we have here? Is that the sickly one from the Zhou family? How come you're still alive?" Zhou smiled gently. "Don't worry, I'm not dead. If I were, who would play cards with you?" Xiao Hua, suspicious, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" At that moment, Enyo timidly entered and whispered, "Xiao Hua." The sight of Enyo caused the others to freeze for a moment before erupting into laughter. With a mocking grin, Xiao Hua asked Enyo, "Didn't you have enough fun yesterday? Back for more today?" Enyo hurriedly shook his head. "No, I'm done." Zhou chimed in. "I heard from Xiao Hua that you all play cards quite well. I thought I might try my luck. Would you dare to indulge in a few rounds with me?" "You? Do you have any money?" Xiao Hua scoffed. In his mind, the Zhou family was destitute, barely able to afford meals, let alone gamble. Zhou chuckled as he pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pocket, raising it for all to see. "Is this enough?" Alarmed, Enyo quickly interjected, "Brother, what are you doing? You can't gamble." Zhou reassured him, "Relax, I'm just here for some fun." However, Xiao Hua and the others stood there dumbfounded. "Good heavens, that's quite a sum. It must be at least 200. The ruffians remained frozen in place, and after a moment, Xiao Hua's face broke into a wide grin. "Welcome, welcome." Everyone applauded. A group of ruffians, seeing their leader's enthusiasm, immediately began to clap. An opportunity like this, akin to a pie falling from the sky, was simply too good for Xiao Hua and his crew to let slip away. Enyo, anxious and distressed, thought, "How can Zhou be so reckless with money? I've already suffered great losses. I can't let him fall into their trap." With that, he desperately grabbed Zhou arm, trying to pull him away. "Brother, don't play cards with them. Let us get out of here." Xiao Hua, noticing this, scowled and barked, "Enyo, are you looking to get beaten? Zhou wants to play cards. What is it to you?" Zhou smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." He then called out loudly, "Let us play your favorite game of Hua. I want to see how lucky I am." Zhou was well aware of their tricks. He had already surmised that they had marked cards and were conspiring against him. Little did they know, Zhou was no novice at the card table. In his previous life, he had made the same mistake as Enyo, falling victim to deceit and losing all his money. He was consumed by a tumult of anxiety and anger, feeling as though he might hurl himself against the wall in despair. This experience marked his first encounter with the darker facets of human nature, compelling him to exert himself with newfound determination, relying solely on his own efforts. He came to realize that attempting to achieve success through deceitful shortcuts often leads to disastrous consequences. In due course, he became acquainted with a renowned magician, whose teachings gradually unveiled the intricacies of the craft to him. What began as a pastime for leisure unexpectedly proved invaluable. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Hua nearly leapt with joy, exclaiming, "Excellent! Brother Zhou Bin is truly a man of his word. Come, let us compete." As he spoke, he began to shuffle the cards, secretly thinking to himself, "Fool, this time, I shall win every last coin of yours." Zhou Bin, with a smile, produced a golden monkey cigarette, lighting it, and releasing a wisp of pale blue smoke. Chapter 47. Extraordinary Skills. Xiao Hua cast a glance at his companions, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. The others wore expressions of excitement. The bait had been taken. Feigning seriousness, Xiao Hua said, "Brother Bin, please shuffle the cards." Zhou Bin, unreserved, took the cards, shuffled them expertly, and handed them back to Xiao Hua. "All right, let the betting begin," Xiao Hua announced. At his words, each person boldly produced $1, slapping it onto the table, establishing what is referred to as the pot. Without hesitation, Zhou Bin placed his own dollar on the table, declaring, "Deal the cards." Xiao Hua swiftly dealt 3 cards to everyone. Zhou Bin glanced at his hand, discovering he possessed only a king. At that moment, Xiao Hua grimaced and exclaimed, "What kind of hand is this? I'm out." The others echoed his sentiments, cursing and opting out, except for Bao, who declared, "I'll stay in." Zhou Bin, without a second thought, responded, "I'll stay in too." This left Nio in a state of agitation. He wished to speak, but was silenced by Zhou Bin's gesture, forcing him to hold his tongue. Bao pretended to ponder for a moment, then sighed, "Damn, you're staying in? Well, then I'll fold." With that, he flipped his cards face down. Satisfied, Xiao Hua nodded, for Bao held a pair of aces. Had he chosen to remain, it would have spelled disaster for them all. Zhou Bin feigned ignorance, chuckling, "Oh dear, you're all folding while I'm left with just a king." He then swept the pile of coins towards himself. Xiao Hua, feigning disbelief, retorted, "What? You can win with that hand. I refuse to accept this. Let us go again." Thus, they reshuffled and began anew, each person placing $1 in the pot before the cards were dealt. When Zhou Bin examined his hand this time, he found he held a pair of aces. Xiao Hua immediately shouted, "I'm betting $2. Bao, pretending to think, remarked, "My hand is weak. I'm out." Xiao Hei chimed in, "I'll match your $2. The others followed suit, glancing expectantly at Zhou Bin. With a smile, Zhou Bin proclaimed, "I'll raise it to $3. Xiao Hua exclaimed, "What a bold move. I'm out." Xiao Hei scrutinized Zhou Bin and stated, "I don't believe your hand is that strong. I'll stay in." With that, only Zhou Bin and Xiao Hei remained in the game. Zhou Bin swiftly tossed 5 yuan onto the table, proclaiming, "5 yuan, are you in?" Xiao Hei's face flushed with embarrassment. He scratched his head and exclaimed, "What the heck? You're playing so boldly. I can't afford this." Thus, Zhou Bin triumphed once more, sweeping the 20-odd yuan from the table into his possession. Nio, watching anxiously from the side, saw a striking resemblance to his own predicament. They were about to resort to underhanded tactics. However, Zhou Bin paid him no mind and continued cheerfully, "Come on, deal the cards." Wei discreetly winked and commenced distributing the cards. Before long, everyone had their hands dealt. Zhou Bin shuffled his cards and was taken aback to find he had a remarkable sequence: 3 jacks, a queen, and a king. It was an impressive hand indeed. He quickly realized that the others were plotting something. Wei and the others had already discerned Zhou Bin's strong hand, their faces reflecting a shared understanding. After placing their bets, Wei shouted, "Wow, my hand is quite good. I bet 5 yuan." Bao feigned skepticism, saying, "I don't believe your hand is that strong. I'm in." The rest followed suit, and Wei turned to Zhou Bin, asking, "Brother Bin, are you in?" Zhou Bin smiled effortlessly, "Of course. I'll raise it to 10 yuan. With a hand this good, why wouldn't I?" Wei, gleeful with his 3 aces, thought to himself, "If I don't win your pants this round, I won't bear the surnamely." Once again, everyone opted to match Zhou Bin's bet, eagerly awaiting his next move. Zhou Bin sighed, "Since you all are in, my hand is no longer safe. I fold." Saying this, he placed his cards face down in the pile. Wei was taken aback. He knew Zhou Bin had a formidable sequence, and it was astonishing that he chose not to play. This was truly baffling. Bao, realizing that Zhou Bin's fold left them facing off against Wei, quickly declared, "Then I won't play either." The others echoed their decision to fold as well. He Wei cursed under his breath, damn it, and reluctantly gathered the cards. Zhou Bin chuckled, let us keep going. He Wei, gritting his teeth, decided to give Zhou Bin a straight flush while he crafted a slightly superior one himself, thinking, now, let us see if you bite. He boldly declared, I'm not looking at my cards, I'm betting 5 yuan. The term black refers to betting without viewing one's cards. Players take turns betting, and when someone can no longer hold their ground, they can look at their cards. However, if they still wish to continue, they must double their bet. Zhou Bin readily threw down 5 yuan, saying, I'm in. Xiao Hua enthusiastically echoed, I'm in too. Air Bao and a few others opted to fold, placing their cards face down. With only 3 players left, He Wei immediately shouted, I raise it to 10. Xiao Hua gritted his teeth and replied, I'm in. Zhou Bin, without even glancing at his cards, said, I'm in. The 3 of them continued to bet, but soon Xiao Hua could no longer withstand the pressure. Upon revealing his cards, he erupted in frustration. Damn it. He then shoved his cards back into the pile, dejectedly stating, I'm out. I've lost everything. At this moment, only He Wei and Zhou Bin remained. He Wei's heart swelled with delight, thinking, now you can't escape. He tossed 50 yuan onto the table, shouting, Brother Bin, let us see if you call. Zhou Bin chuckled, declaring, I am eager to test my luck today. He Wei, thrilled by the prospect, immediately responded, excellent. I too wish to see how fortune favors me. I shall raise by 100. With that, he tossed all the money before him onto the table. At this moment, over 400 had already accumulated on the table. Zhou Bin glanced at the pile, feigning caution, and remarked, I think I shall take a look at the insurance. If necessary, I shall double your bet. He Wei quickly interjected, you only have around 100 left. If you wish to see my cards, you must wager 200. Zhou Bin smiled slightly, asserting, fear not, I possess sufficient funds. He then revealed a stack of money, leaving He Wei nearly ecstatic. He had not anticipated Zhou Bin's wealth. They were poised to make a significant profit. Zhou Bin pretended to guard his cards closely, thus concealing the hidden markings from He Wei's view. However, he had already seen that Zhou Bin held a straight flush, 10, J, Q, a formidable hand indeed, and it was hard to believe He Wei would not be intrigued. Sure enough, Zhou Bin quickly swept a glance at his cards, excitement illuminating his face. He exclaimed, what a splendid hand. I must see your cards now. With that, he placed all his money on the table and urged, reveal your cards. He Wei, his face flushed with joy, responded, very well, I shall show you. He then seized his cards and flung them onto the floor, prompting gasps from everyone in the room. To their astonishment, his hand was a straight flush of AK. Q. Anyo, witnessing this, turned pale, for he had discreetly glimpsed Zhou Bin's cards earlier and knew they too were a straight flush, albeit a lesser one. This was disastrous. Anyo nearly collapsed in shock. He Wei feigned surprise, exclaiming, goodness, I've struck gold. I have the highest hand. Xiao Hua chimed in, wow. He Wei, you've hit the jackpot. The others looked on with schadenfreude, while Zhou Bin clutched his cards tightly, astonished. How could you have such a hand? He Wei, reveling in his triumph, replied, ah, my apologies, Brother Bin. My hand is indeed remarkable. You must be mistaken. Zhou Bin protested vehemently, this cannot be. How is it possible for my hand to be this? With that, he flung his cards onto the ground, and the onlookers, brimming with confidence, were struck dumb. For Zhou Bin revealed 3 aces. Chapter 48. Brother Bin, I yield. He Wei's face instantly morphed into a shade of disbelief, akin to a pot left unwashed, while the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. What was happening? This was utterly absurd. He Wei stared in astonishment at the 3 aces on the floor, nearly losing composure. Anyo, equally bewildered, realized he had clearly seen Zhou Bin holding a different hand moments ago. How had it changed in the blink of an eye? While the group remained in a state of shock, Zhou Bin swiftly gathered the bills on the table towards himself, stating, He Wei, my apologies. He Wei, flustered, quickly protested. What are you doing? Put the money down. Zhou Bin, feigning innocence, asked, He Wei, what is your intention? This is my victory. Naturally, I shall take it. No, I refuse to believe it. You did not have that hand. In a moment of excitement, Xiao Hua inadvertently let slip a secret. Zhou Bin immediately countered, How do you know my cards? Did you sneak a peek at them? Xiao Hua was rendered speechless. He certainly could not claim the cards bore marks. Thus, he shouted defiantly, no way. I didn't look at your cards. I simply refuse to believe it. You must be cheating. Zhou Bin chuckled, cheating? What evidence do you have? The cards are yours, and you dealt them. How could I cheat? The others were equally perplexed, unable to fathom how the cards had transformed in such a manner. Upon closer inspection, the 3 aces were undeniably their cards. What on earth was happening? In truth, Zhou Bin had stealthily swapped the cards without anyone noticing. During the last round of dealing, he had deliberately stated that this round was crucial, and he would retrieve the cards himself. Xiao Hua, while shuffling, had already arranged for Zhou Bin to know which cards were which, allowing him to confidently let Zhou Bin take the cards. Moreover, he watched closely as Zhou Bin picked up the cards that had been arranged for him. However, Zhou Bin had already discerned the shuffling order and, in that instant, stealthily extracted one ace, concealing it in his sleeve. Repeating this process 3 times, he managed to secure all 3 aces, keeping them hidden until the moment of revelation. At which point he swiftly exchanged the cards in his hand, leaving the others oblivious. Now, they were all in shock, uncertain of how to proceed. Xiao Hua, furious, shouted in a frenzy. He had intended to confront Zhou Bin, but found himself outmaneuvered instead. This was intolerable. Realizing this, he immediately adopted a menacing demeanor. Zhou Bin, how dare you cheat in front of me? I'm not someone to be trifled with. You better put down the money and leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Anyo trembled in fear, whispering, Brother Bin, what do we do now? Zhou Bin smiled slightly and replied, Xiao Hua, do you still want to deny it? Clearly, you lost, yet you refuse to acknowledge it, correct? I won't admit it. You cheated. I won, so hand over the money. Xiao Hua wore the face of a rogue. Zhou Bin sneered, Humph. It's truly rare to encounter someone as shameless as you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua, enraged at being insulted, retorted, What did you just say? Repeat that. Zhou Bin defiantly responded, What if I do? You lost, but refused to accept it. Are you devoid of shame? Enraged, Xiao Hua spat, I'll kill you. He lunged at Zhou Bin, intending to strike him. But Zhou Bin deftly sidestepped and seized his arm, twisting it sharply. Xiao Hua cried out in pain and crumpled to the ground. Zhou Bin then delivered a swift kick, pinning Xiao Hua down with his leg. You dare to play tricks with me? You're still too inexperienced. Zhou Bin declared as he exerted pressure, causing Xiao Hua to wail in agony. Oh, it hurts so much, he cried, baring his teeth in pain. The surrounding ruffians were dumbfounded. The once fearsome Xiao Hua, known for his fighting prowess, was now reduced to this pitiful state. Anyo, too, was astonished. He had never anticipated that Brother Bin possessed such formidable skills. Effortlessly subduing Xiao Hua, Zhou Bin observed that Xiao Hua was still unwilling to beg for mercy, and he continued to exert pressure, nearly twisting Xiao Hua's arm to the point of breaking. Overwhelmed by pain, Xiao Hua finally yielded, pleading, Bin Gu, ease up, my arm is about to snap. Speak. Do you acknowledge your debt? Zhou Bin thundered. In agony, Xiao Hua quickly replied, I acknowledge, I acknowledge. Seeing that Xiao Hua had finally conceded, Zhou Bin released his grip. Xiao Hua, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, grimaced in pain. However, as soon as he was freed, he bared his teeth at Zhou Bin, exclaiming, Zhou Bin, I refuse to acknowledge anything. I will make sure to end you. Brothers, let us take him down together. As he spoke, he lunged forward once more. But the other ruffians, already terrified, dared not approach. Zhou Bin couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Xiao Hua, you truly are a mad dog. With that, he seized Xiao Hua's arm and executed a powerful shoulder throw, causing Xiao Hua to grunt and collapse awkwardly onto the ground. Zhou Bin stepped forward, placing his foot firmly on Xiao Hua's face, demanding, Xiao Hua, do you submit? Xiao Hua, writhing in pain and nearly losing control, cried out, Bin Gu, spare me. I submit. I truly submit. Only then did Zhou Bin lift his foot and, turning to the others, coldly challenge, Who among you dares to defy me? The ruffians shrank back, hastily declaring, Brother, we submit. We all submit. Zhou Bin scolded them. Look at your pitiful state. All grown men. Yet you squander your days causing trouble instead of engaging in honest work to earn some money and show filial piety to your parents. Ashamed by his words, they all lowered their heads, silenced. Zhou Bin then turned back to Xiao Hua, rebuking, Xiao Hua, do you think you are formidable? Do you know what others say about you? They say your family's ancestral grave is smoking, having birthed such a worthless wretch. Xiao Hua lay on the ground, his face flushed, too intimidated to speak. Zhou Bin disdainfully surveyed the group, warning, if you dare harm others again, prepare for the consequences. He then gathered the money from the table and said to Anyo, Anyo, let us go home. As he prepared to leave, Xiao Hua timidly called out from behind, Brother, could you leave us a bit of that money? Zhou Bin smiled slightly, Is that money yours? If you wish to earn, find your own way. With that, he strode out of the dilapidated house, and Anyo hurriedly followed. Once Zhou Bin departed, the group resembled frostbitten plants, all downtrodden and silent. Xiao Hua rose, dusting himself off, and wordlessly exited the crumbling building. The ruffians behind him called out anxiously, but he acted as if he hadn't heard, leaving alone. Zhou Bin and Anyo found a deserted spot, where Zhou Bin pulled out 150 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Anyo, stating, Anyo, this is your money. Keep it. Never be fooled by gambling again. It's all a scam. Anyo accepted the money, gratitude written all over his face. Brother, thank you so much. But, how did you manage to win? Zhou Bin smiled faintly and shared the truth of the situation, leaving Anyo astonished. Brother, how are you so skilled? Who did you learn this technique from? Zhou Bin waved his hand and chuckled. Do not pry, for it is not a matter of great significance. If you wish to earn a fortune in the future, simply follow my lead and work diligently. I assure you, you will find a bride. Anyo nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Ah, brother, I shall heed your guidance from now on. You are truly remarkable. The two of them began their journey back, and upon reaching a steep incline, they suddenly heard a voice calling out, Father, please release your grip. Chapter 49. A precious find. Following the sound, they looked up to see an elderly man struggling with a cart, while a young woman was pulling it. The cart appeared to be laden with 5 or 6 sacks of grain, making it impossible to ascend the steep slope, and it seemed poised to slide back down. Yet, the old man steadfastly braced against the cart, determined to push it uphill. Consequently, the young woman urged him to let go and step aside. Upon witnessing the scene, Anyo rushed forward, grasping the cart's yoke with resolute determination, exclaiming, Allow me. With his intervention, the cart surged forward as if it were equipped with an engine, much to the astonishment of the young woman. Ultimately, with Anyo's assistance, the cart successfully traversed the incline. The old man, taken aback, looked up to see a young lad and immediately expressed his gratitude. Young man, thank you. Anyo beamed and replied, No trouble at all. At that moment, Zhou Bin approached with a smile, remarking, Anyo, your strength is impressive. Anyo laughed, saying, This is nothing. I could pull 2 carts up. The old man hurriedly produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering them to Anyo and Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin accepted the cigarettes with a smile, inquiring, Uncle, where are you headed? Wiping the sweat from his brow, the old man replied, We intend to sell grain at the village granary. As he spoke, he took a puff of his cigarette, only to be met with a fit of coughing. The young woman quickly patted his back, saying, Father, take it slow. With a grin, the old man introduced, This is my daughter, Xiao Hua. I am Wang Lixing, and we hail from Donyuan village. Anyo stole a glance at Wang Xiao Hua, noting her pleasing appearance and good physique, which caused him to feel a hint of bashfulness. The old man, oblivious to Anyo's reaction, inquired, Young man, what is your name and where do you come from? With his head bowed and feeling shy, Anyo hesitated to respond. Zhou Bin quickly interjected, Uncle, we are from Beiyuan village. This is Lu Anyo, and I am Zhou Bin. We have come here today to attend to some matters. He then nudged Anyo. Anyo, Uncle is asking you a question. Finally snapping back to reality, Anyo stammered, I am called Anyo. Wang Xiaowan, observing the honest demeanor of Lu Anyo, could not suppress a giggle. She playfully asked, Why is your name Anyo? Why not Ago? This question left Anyo momentarily speechless, his face flushing as he replied, I do not know. It was my father who named me. Wang Lixing promptly interjected, Xiaowan, what nonsense are you speaking? To which Wang Xiaowan responded with a laugh, I was merely jesting. What of it? Wang Lixing turned to Anyo with a smile, Do not take it to heart. This child has been spoiled by me. Anyo quickly waved his hands, assuring them, It is nothing at all. Zhou Bin felt a twinge of curiosity regarding why such a labor-intensive task as selling grain was undertaken solely by this father-daughter duo. Surely, they should have enlisted the help of their son. Thus, he inquired, Uncle, why are there just the 2 of you? What about the others in your family? Wang Lixing's smile vanished, replaced by a deep sigh. Alas, we have but 1 child, and her mother is unwell, confined to bed at home. Zhou Bin quickly realized his faux pas and deftly shifted the topic. Oh, what kind of grain are you selling? To his surprise, Wang Lixing's irritation flared anew. It's all this girl's doing. She brought back the corn seeds, and I, knowing little, simply planted them in the ground. Who could have foreseen that this corn would turn out so poorly? Wang Xiaojuan, her expression innocent, interjected, Dad, you're blaming me again. I was deceived by that old man at the market. Wang Lixing sighed once more. Oh, you. Zhou Bin, with a smile, asked, Uncle, what's wrong with the corn? Wang Lixing waved his hand dismissively. I cannot discern the variety. The ears look somewhat decent, yet the kernels are diminutive and tinged with red, rendering them inedible. When boiled, they remain as hard as iron. Aniu, intrigued, asked, Uncle, is there really such corn? I've never seen it before. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin became animated. Uncle, please open your bag, and let me take a look. Wang Lixing, somewhat puzzled, complied and opened a bag, extracting a handful of corn kernels for Zhou Bin to inspect. See, this corn is utterly inedible. It's extremely hard. Zhou Bin took the kernels in hand and, upon inspection, exclaimed with delight, Oh, what a treasure. Wang Xiaojuan, intrigued, immediately asked, Bingu, what are you saying? You think this rotten corn is good? Zhou Bin nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is quite valuable. Wang Lixing chuckled, Brother Zhou, you cannot be serious. We fear that even the grain station won't accept it. Aniu, aware that whenever Zhou Bin spoke in such a manner, it signaled the advent of an idea, excitedly asked, Brother, what have you thought of now? However, Zhou Bin did not address Aniu's query but instead posed another question. Uncle, how much do you intend to sell this corn for per pound? Wang Xiaojuan chimed in, we were thinking of selling it for 10 cents a pound, though we're uncertain if anyone will buy it. Wang Lixing lamented, alas, if no one wants it, I'll have no choice but to sell this corn to the pig farmers. Zhou Bin promptly inquired, how many pounds of corn do you have left? Wang Lixing, confused, replied, I have quite a bit, around 3,000 pounds, I suppose. Zhou Bin's eyes lit up, and he grinned, Uncle, how about this? I'll offer you 10 cents per pound if you sell all this corn to me. Wang Lixing, astonished, asked, what? You want to buy my corn? Wang Xiaojuan was equally taken aback. Bingu, why would you buy our corn? It's inedible. Zhou Bin replied with confidence, I assure you, it will be useful to me. You will see in due time. Wang Lixing gazed at Zhou Bin in disbelief, unable to fathom the situation. Aniu urgently whispered, Brother, that's 3,000 pounds. What will you do with it? Zhou Bin, with a mysterious smile, replied, I have my reasons. Do not concern yourself with that. He then asked, Uncle, will you sell this corn or not? Upon seeing that Zhou Bin was not jesting, Wang Lixing immediately exclaimed, Sell? Of course I will sell. I have been troubled about how to sell this corn. Wang Xiaojuan was overjoyed, exclaiming, Bingu, are you really going to buy it? That would be splendid. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, then you need not haul the grain to the countryside. Come, let us visit your home. Wang Lixing's heart soared with joy as he eagerly responded, all right, let us go to my house. Wang Xiaojuan swiftly intended to fetch the cart, but Aniu, seizing the reins, cheerfully declared, allow me to pull the cart. With that, he took hold of the cart and dashed down the slope, stirring up a cloud of dust. Wang Lixing remarked, this lad is quite robust. Zhou Bin agreed, my brother is indeed strong and diligent. He is a fine fellow. Behind them, Wang Xiaojuan glanced at Aniu's retreating figure, a look of delight gracing her face. The group soon arrived at Wang Lixing's home, and upon entering the granary, Zhou Bin was elated to find a substantial quantity of corn. Upon inspecting the stored corn, Zhou Bin promptly stated, Uncle, I shall take all this corn. Wang Lixing, unable to contain his joy, replied, Oh, Brother Zhou, you are truly a benevolent savior. I have been so worried these past few days that I could hardly sleep, and you have come to my rescue. Zhou Bin chuckled, Uncle, I happen to need this corn as well. It seems we are mutually assisting one another. Curiously, Wang Lixing asked, Brother Zhou, with so much corn, what do you intend to do with it? Will you feed pigs? Aniu interjected with a smile, Uncle, my brother's household has no pigs, only an old yellow cow. An old cow? It cannot possibly consume all this corn. Wang Lixing remarked with curiosity. Zhou Bin laughed. Feeding pigs would be a waste. I plan to make popcorn. What? Popcorn? You intend to consume all that popcorn at once. Moreover, you would need a machine to prepare it. Wang Lixing exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Bin explained with a grin, my popcorn requires no machine. This corn can be transformed directly, and it is quite delicious. Wang Lixing shook his head in disbelief. This corn can directly turn into popcorn? I find that hard to believe. Aniu, equally intrigued, asked, Brother, are you speaking the truth? I have seen people make popcorn. They need a black pot and must heat it for a long time until it pops. Zhou Bin replied, that is for ordinary corn. This variety requires none of that, and you will see for yourself soon enough. Wang Xiaojuan was thoroughly captivated by Zhou Bin's words, her face alight with wonder as she asked, Bingu, is that really true? When can I see it? Zhou Bin gestured toward Aniu, saying, once I have made the popcorn, I will have Aniu bring some to you. Upon hearing this, Aniu beamed with delight and eagerly responded, all right, I will bring it to you. Zhou Bin chuckled to himself, thinking that Aniu truly had ulterior motives. Wang Xiaojuan, noticing Aniu's silly expression, also laughed. Very well, Aniu, be sure not to forget. Aniu, eager to oblige, promptly assured, no problem, I absolutely will not forget. In high spirits, Wang Lixing declared, Xiaojuan, go and prepare some dough. Today, we shall treat Brother Zhou and Aniu to spicy noodle soup. Zhou Bin hurriedly declined, saying, oh, Uncle, there's no need for such trouble. We can eat at home, it's the same. However, Aniu, somewhat shy, managed to utter, Brother, I am actually a bit hungry. Wang Lixing immediately chimed in, oh dear, look, even Aniu is hungry. At least have a meal at home. Consider it my way of thanking you. Zhou Bin was left speechless. Aniu, eager to spend more time with Xiao Hua, was reluctant to leave. Well, they might as well have a meal. Xiao Hua cheerfully suggested, Bingu, would you like to eat Jiaotuan fish? I'll make it delicious. Wang Lixing quickly intervened. You silly child, how can you serve Jiaotuan to guests? Go roll out some dough instead. Zhou Bin laughed. That sounds great. I truly love Jiaotuan fish. Anyo, do you like it? Anyo grinned, I do. Xiao Hua beamed with joy, saying, Dad, Bingu and Anyo both like it. I'll go make some Jiaotuan fish right now. With that, she happily dashed into the kitchen. Zhou Bin then borrowed a scale from Wang Lixing, and the three of them began weighing corn. Anyo, full of energy, surprisingly managed to carry 2 large bags of corn by himself. Wang Lixing oversaw the scale while Zhou Bin recorded the weights. After a busy half-day, they finally weighed all the corn from the house, totaling over 3,200 pounds. Zhou Bin quickly calculated that at 10 cents per pound, the total came to 352 yuan. He promptly handed Wang Lixing 355 yuan. Wang Lixing gazed at the thick stack of cash, his mouth agape in delight. After a long day of labor, Anyo was exhausted. Wang Lixing quickly urged them to wash their hands and faces before sitting down to rest at the table beneath the big tree. Then fetch them some water. Just as Anyo took a sip from his cup, a delightful, tangy aroma wafted through the air. What smells so good? Anyo couldn't help but ask. As if on cue, Xiao Hua emerged with 2 bowls of enticingly sour and spicy jiaotuan, smiling as she said, Bingu. Anyo, the jiaotuan is ready. Come and taste it. How does it taste? Anyo eagerly stood up to receive the bowls from Xiao Hua, grinning. Thank you, Xiao Hua. She replied with a gentle smile. Anyo, no need to be so polite. Sit down and eat. I'll go prepare the fish for you. Anyo handed Zhou Bin a bowl and, without hesitation, was about to dig in. Zhou Bin quickly whispered, Anyo, wait a moment. Uncle Wang hasn't come yet. Staring at the tempting jiaotuan, Anyo swallowed hard but reluctantly waited. Before long, Wang Lixing appeared to fetch a broom. Upon seeing the two seated, he exclaimed, Oh dear, what are you doing sitting there? Eat up. The jiaotuan is best enjoyed while hot. With that, he returned to tidying up the kiln, aiming to finish his chores before mealtime. Seeing that the host had spoken, Zhou Bin finally said, Anyo, let us eat. Anyo eagerly picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of jiaotuan, and as the sour and spicy flavors mingled with the fragrance of corn and wheat, his mouth was instantly filled with delight, making him nod in approval. Zhou Bin also sampled a piece of the vibrant jiaotuan, and indeed, the flavor was remarkable, sour and spicy, utterly appetizing. The addition of the spicy oil and the fresh green chives and wild vegetables made it extraordinarily savory. He then loosened his jaw and began to eat, both of them slurping heartily, and in no time, they finished a bowl of jiaotuan. Anyo wiped his mouth and smiled. This jiaotuan is truly delicious. Better than any I've had before. Zhou Bin chuckled softly and remarked, Anyo, Xiaojuan's culinary skills are quite impressive. She's a fine girl. Anyo was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a grin. Indeed, she is a good girl. Zhou Bin burst into hearty laughter, realizing that Anyo's mischievous intentions were still very much alive. Nonetheless, Xiaojuan's jiaotuan was indeed exceptional. One must understand that making jiaotuan is no simple task. It involves mixing cornmeal and wheat flour, bringing water to a boil, and then evenly sprinkling the flour into the pot, while continuously stirring with a rolling pin until a thick batter forms. Once the batter is ready, it is ladled into bowls and garnished with prepared garlic water, chili oil, chives, and other greens, making for a particularly fragrant dish. In their community, a woman's ability to skillfully prepare jiaotuan is a significant measure of her worthiness as a wife. A proficient wife produces jiaotuan that is smooth and elastic, without sticking to the pot. If her skills falter, the mixture clings stubbornly to the cookware. While Zhou Bin pondered this, Xiaojuan emerged with 2 bowls of spicy fish soup. The so-called fish is actually the batter dropped into a pot through small holes in a clay basin, resembling tiny fish and creating a wonderfully slippery texture. Zhou Bin quickly rose to receive the fish, exclaiming, Ah, Xiaojuan, your fish is splendidly made. Anyo echoed the praise. This fish is truly aromatic. Seeing the two praising her in unison, Xiaojuan beamed with genuine delight. If you find it delicious, please indulge. Anyo promptly responded, Of course. Zhou Bin nearly chuckled at Anyo's earnestness, realizing she was merely being polite. Before long, they finished their meal, and once Wang Lixing had also finished, Zhou Bin asked him to help find a tractor to load the corn, and they returned to Beiyuan village. Li Nan and Xiao Hua were in the yard reading her picture book when they suddenly heard the rumble of a tractor at the gate. She hurriedly went out with Xiao Hua to investigate, only to be taken aback by what she saw. Chapter 51. What exactly does Zhou Bin intend to do? Li Nan and Xiao Hua were in the yard engrossed in their picture book when a thunderous noise erupted at the entrance. Curious, Li Nan led Xiao Hua to the door, discovering a tractor belching black smoke as it approached. "Mom, look, Dad is sitting in the carriage," Xiao Hua exclaimed joyfully upon spotting her father. Upon closer inspection, Li Nan confirmed that it was indeed Zhou Bin and Nyo seated in the vehicle. Moments later, the tractor halted at their doorstep, and Zhou Bin and Nyo climbed down from the carriage. Li Nan rushed forward to inquire, "Bin Gu, Nyo, you're back. Is Nyo getting his money back?" Nyo grinned widely. Yes, indeed. Bin Gu was so formidable that Haiwa almost wet his pants. Zhou Bin chuckled, "Nyo, you're exaggerating. It wasn't that intense. I merely taught Haiwa a lesson, and that was enough to reclaim the money." Li Nan gazed in astonishment at Zhou Bin. Although he spoke nonchalantly, she was well aware that the Black Wolf was not to be trifled with. Had they truly managed to reclaim the money? This was utterly astounding. When she heard from Uncle Lu that Zhou Bin had assisted Nyo in retrieving the funds, she felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the money might never be recovered. To her surprise, it had returned so smoothly that she could hardly believe it. Zhou Bin, however, had no time for idle chatter. He needed to help Nyo unload the corn from the truck and pile it at the entrance. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, they finally deposited the last of the corn onto the ground outside. Zhou Bin then handed the tractor driver a 5 yuan fare, and the man departed. Staring at the substantial heap at the entrance, Li Nan felt a bit dazed and inquired, "Bin Gu, what is all this you've brought?" Nyo chuckled and replied, "Sister-in-law, this is the corn that my brother Bin bought." Upon hearing this, Li Nan hurriedly opened a bag and gasped, "Bin Gu, why did you buy so much corn? How can we possibly eat it all? This corn looks peculiar. I've never seen anything like it." Zhou Bin smiled and said, "This isn't for us to eat. It's for a purpose." Nyo interjected, "My brother Bin says he will use this corn to make popcorn." Little Hua immediately perked up and asked, "Daddy, are you really going to make popcorn?" Zhou Bin affectionately patted Little Hua's head and replied, "Yes, Xiao Hua. Do you like that?" Little Hua jumped with joy, exclaiming, "I love it. I adore it." Li Nan, still incredulous, asked, "Bin Gu, how do you plan to do that? We don't have the kind of machine they use." Zhou Bin laughed heartily. "All I need is a large iron pot, and I can make popcorn." Li Nan looked at Zhou Bin in disbelief. "But I thought you needed to use that machine. Surely a big iron pot won't suffice?" Zhou Bin reassured her, "You'll see soon enough. This corn is specifically meant for making popcorn, and it doesn't require that black canister." Li Nan remained skeptical, and Nyo was equally curious. Only Little Hua was brimming with excitement, shouting, "Oh, we can eat popcorn soon." While they were conversing, Aunt Zhao approached. Her eyes immediately drawn to the large pile of bags at Zhou Bin's entrance. "Zhou Bin, what have you got here?" she inquired with curiosity. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "This is corn I bought from the neighboring village." Aunt Zhao, upon hearing this, stepped closer, grabbing a handful of corn for inspection. Her expression turned to one of surprise. "Zhou Bin, what kind of corn is this? It looks rather strange." Zhou Bin chuckled, "This is popcorn corn, specifically for making popcorn." Aunt Zhao's curiosity deepened. "Zhou Bin, are you going to make popcorn? Have you bought that black canister?" Zhou Bin shook his head. "No, I will just use an iron pot." Aunt Zhao looked skeptical. "How can you do that with an iron pot?" Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "I will show you shortly. You'll understand then." Aunt Zhao laughed heartily. "All right, I will come by later to see how you do it." With that, she departed, while Zhou Bin and Nyo continued to carry the bags of corn into the kiln. Once they finished moving the corn, Li Nan quickly fetched water for Zhou Bin and Nyo to wash their hands and faces. Before long, Zhou Jiaming returned from grazing the cattle, followed closely by Lu Junyi. Lu Junyi was troubled by his son's affairs when he suddenly noticed his son washing his hands. In a flurry, he rushed over, exclaiming, "Nyo, you're back? How did it go?" Nyo, with a beaming smile, replied, "Dad, Bin Gu helped me get the money back." The sight of his son smiling and chatting with him was a stark contrast to the earlier tension, leaving Lu Junyi utterly astonished. He anxiously inquired, "You got it all back? Hua didn't he act stubborn?" Nyo chuckled. Although Hua is formidable, he was so intimidated by Bin Gu that he returned the money without a fuss. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin felt relieved that Nyo had finally shown some cleverness. This was not a matter of pride and did not need to be shared with others. Lu Junyi was overwhelmed with a mixture of surprise and joy, repeatedly exclaiming, "Zhou Bin, how did you become so capable? Hua is afraid of you." Zhou Bin responded with a grin. Hua is inherently a bully, preying on the weak. He had no grounds to stand on, so of course he wouldn't dare to act stubborn when I showed up. Lu Junyi's eyes glistened with happiness as he hurriedly said, "Zhou Bin, I truly must thank you. Without you, I don't know how Nyo would have fared." He then turned to Nyo, advising, "Nyo, promise me you will never gamble again. Otherwise, you would be letting down Ben Ge. Ainyo quickly nodded, affirming, Dad, rest assured. I will never gamble again. It's all a deception. Seeing his son restored to his former self, Lu Junyi's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Nearby, Zhou Jiaming chuckled. Ah, Junyi, the matter is resolved. You should be happy. Lu Junyi hastily wiped his eyes, smiling. Yes, indeed. Come, let us have a smoke. He pulled out his Diyan tower and shared a cigarette with everyone. Observing Lu Junyi's joyful demeanor, Zhou Jiaming felt an involuntary swell of pride. His son had truly achieved success, able to help the villagers seek justice, something he had never dared to dream of. Just as he basked in this happiness, Zhoubin said to Ainyo, Come on, Ainyo, let us buy some candy and sugar to make popcorn later. Zhou Jianming, bewildered, asked Bin, what are you planning to do? As he walked, Zhoubin laughed, I'm going to make us popcorn. Both Zhou Jianming and Lu Junyi exclaimed in unison, What? Zhoubin had already left with Ainyo, calling back, You'll find out soon enough. Zhou Jianming, filled with curiosity, asked, Junyi, what did he say he would do? Popcorn. Lu Junyi nodded. Yes, I heard it too. Li Nan chimed in with a smile. Dad, you two should rest in the yard for a bit. Zhoubin will be back shortly. Zhou Jianming questioned, What on earth is Zhoubin up to? Li Nan laughed, I don't know either. We'll see what he has planning when he returns. Little Hua, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Grandpa, my dad is making popcorn soon. It's so fragrant and sweet. Would you like some? Zhou Jianming, perplexed, replied, How exactly is he going to make it? Lu Junyi added, Did you not see that black pot? What are they up to? Chapter 52, Freshly made popcorn before long. Zhoubin and Ainyo returned, having bought some candy and white sugar. Aunt Zhao Li Jun and Lu Feni had all arrived. They had previously only witnessed popcorn being made using black pots, but had never seen it prepared in a large iron wok, which piqued their curiosity, and they were eager to witness this rare spectacle. Zhoubin brought out the largest iron wok from the kitchen and set up a pile of firewood in the yard, placing the wok atop it to start a fire. Once the wok was heated, he instructed Li Nan to fetch a large porcelain bowl of corn kernels, which he then poured into the wok, sprinkling some sugar cubes and granulated sugar over them before covering it with a lid. Everyone watched Zhoubin busily moving about with wide-eyed curiosity, wondering if this indeed could transform the kernels into popcorn. They mused that if this method worked, the corn kernels they usually had should also yield popcorn. Yet they had never heard of such a technique before. Just as they were fixated on the wok, a sudden sharp sound erupted from within. Pop. Startled, they turned to each other, and soon after, a series of pops followed, creating a cacophony. Zhoubin tightly grasped the lid, fearful that the popcorn might leap out. The spectators were left in astonishment, questioning what was transpiring. Before they could comprehend the spectacle, the popping sounds gradually diminished and eventually ceased. Zhoubin smiled gently, announcing that the popcorn was ready. As he lifted the lid, a plume of steam burst forth, and upon glancing inside, the crowd was left agape. The bowl of corn kernels had transformed into a pot nearly overflowing with fluffy popcorn, exuding warmth and an enticing aroma. The sweet and fragrant scent wafted through the air, making it impossible for anyone to resist. Ainyo exclaimed loudly, Brother, it really turned into popcorn. Aunt Zhao marveled, Goodness, I have truly witnessed something extraordinary. This is faster than those popcorn machines. Li Nan gazed in wonder at the enchanting scene, feeling as if she were in a dream. When Zhoubin had mentioned making popcorn, she had harbored some disbelief, but now, seeing the pot filled with delectable popcorn, she was utterly convinced. Lu Feni, unable to contain her excitement, urged, Li Nan, grab a handful for us to taste. Zhoubin chuckled, inviting everyone to sample the treat and see how it fared. Lu Feni was the first to reach in, quickly popping 2 pieces into her mouth, exclaiming, Delicious. Absolutely delightful. She found the popcorn to be entirely different from any she had previously tasted, crispy and light, imbued with the fragrance of corn and the sweetness of sugar. It was simply exquisite. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Hua shouted, Daddy, I want to try too. Let me taste it. Zhoubin laughed, handing a handful to Xiao Hua, who eagerly devoured 5 or 6 pieces in one go, jumping up in delight at the flavor. Following suit, Ainyo, Li Jun, Aunt Zhao, and Lu Junyi all took their share, while Zhoubin also provided some for his father. They relished the crunchy, sweet treat, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Zhoubin then offered a handful to Li Nan, who popped 2 pieces into her mouth and exclaimed in surprise, Bin Ge, this popcorn tastes incredible. In this manner, a group of individuals joyfully consuming popcorn attracted the attention of those around them. Subsequently, Wang Haichao, Wang Quanhua, Lu Zhenxi, and Zheng Deming arrived, and gradually, Zhoubin's popcorn-making venture became the talk of the village, prompting the villagers to flock in curiosity. Adults accompanied their children, elderly men brought their wives, and even those with limited mobility hobbled over with the aid of their canes. Zhou Bin's small courtyard instantly transformed into a vibrant scene. Adults relished the popcorn while engaging in cheerful banter, and children frolicked in groups, chasing one another. Some children inadvertently dropped a few popcorn kernels, and the others immediately rushed over, disregarding the cleanliness of the ground, brushing off the dirt, and eagerly popping them into their mouths. Xiao Hua, observing the children's spirited play, couldn't help but laugh heartily. It had been quite some time since she had experienced such a lively atmosphere. Zhou Jiaming, smoking a cigarette, squatted under the eaves with Lu Junyi, delighting in this rare spectacle of merriment. Lu Junyi sincerely remarked, "Jiaming, your Zhou Bin is becoming quite capable. How is it that he can do everything? I have never seen corn like this before." Zhou Jiaming exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, "I haven't seen it either. Zhou Bin said he bought it from Danyuan village. Indeed, I believe this lad Zhou Bin is extraordinary. He is destined for great things." Lu Junyi pondered thoughtfully. Zhou Jiaming beamed at the compliment, yet modestly replied, "Cough. As long as the boy is safe and sound, that is all that matters. We never anticipated he would achieve anything significant." Lu Junyi, however, chuckled, "Jianming, I foresee Zhou Bin becoming a remarkable figure in our village. You shall enjoy great fortune alongside him." Zhou Jianming laughed heartily. "I am already enjoying great fortune. When my son needs me, I will support him. And when he doesn't, I shall remain silent." Lu Junyi chuckled, "Jianming, you have spoken wisely. As our children grow, we age. We shall depend on them in the future." Zhou Jianming smiled, flicking the ash from his cigarette. "Indeed, you are becoming increasingly insightful in your old age." Lu Junyi promptly responded, "Jianming, your household's circumstances are improving. It can be said that few in our village can compare to you now. You must not allow your elder brother to bully you any longer. He is simply too selfish." Zhou Jianming nodded, "Alas, that is just how my elder brother is. I shall no longer concern myself with him. Let him do as he pleases." Lu Junyi nodded in agreement, smiling, "That's the spirit." The two exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent as they contentedly observed the crowd in the courtyard. Before long, Zhou Bin's half-pot of popcorn was consumed, and the attendees departed, satisfied. Lu Junyi and Anyo then returned to their homes. Once everyone had left, Li Nan, smiling, inquired, "Brother Bin, this popcorn is so delicious. Do you think anyone will buy it?" Zhou Bin smiled slightly. "Xiao Nan, you are quite astute now. Such a delightful treat surely will attract buyers." Li Nan playfully retorted, "I am making progress, aren't I? I have learned a thing or two by following you." Nearby, Zhou Jianren was playing with Xiao Hua and turned to say, Bin, I believe Xiao Nan is right. This will certainly sell well." Zhou Bin smiled, realizing that through his persistent efforts, both his elderly father and wife had developed a sense of financial awareness, which he deemed a positive development. Reflecting on this, Zhou Bin remarked, "Dad, I'm thinking of heading to the village market tomorrow. What do you think? You mean to sell popcorn at the market?" Zhou Jiaming inquired. Zhou Bin nodded affirmatively. "Exactly. Let us prepare a couple of bags and give it a try. Who knows, we might find some eager buyers." Zhou Jiaming clapped his thigh in approval, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea. I'll get the ox cart ready right away, and we shall set off tomorrow." Little Hua, upon hearing the news of the market visit, leaped with joy. Li Nan also felt a surge of excitement. It had been quite some time since she had visited the bustling market, and she looked forward to wandering about. After discussing their plans, the family promptly began preparing the popcorn. Zhou Bin took charge of the operation, while his father and wife carefully packed the popcorn into plastic bags, securing them tightly with string to prevent moisture from compromising their crispness. The family toiled through the evening, laying the groundwork for their anticipated excursion to the thriving market the next day. Chapter 53. A trip to the market the following day. After enjoying breakfast, Zhou Bin made a special trip to the village shop to purchase some rice paper. He then harnessed the ox, and the family climbed aboard the cart, setting off toward the market. A refreshing breeze caressed their faces as they journeyed beneath the shade of lush trees, their laughter echoing in the air as they arrived at the bustling streets of Xinguang village. Zhou Jiaming parked the ox cart beneath a grand poplar tree, securing the ox before he and Zhou Bin hoisted a bag of popcorn and headed towards the street. Li Nan and Little Hua followed closely behind, their faces alight with joy. The street of Xinguang village ran north to south, with the northern end elevated and the southern end lower. Typically quiet, but bustling on market days. Vendors would gather, bringing their wares and delicious food from all directions. There were no fixed stalls. Vendors would claim their space and set up shop wherever they found a spot. As they approached the street, they were greeted by the lively atmosphere of the market. Some vendors sold tobacco leaves, others offered vegetable seedlings, and one had set up a stall selling cool jelly. Li Nan quickly spotted a stall selling steamed rice cakes and eagerly tugged little Hua along towards it. The vendor, a slender old man, beamed at the sight of Li Nan and little Hua, calling out, "Children, how many bowls would you like?" Li Nan gazed at the enticing, rosy cakes in the large iron basin, her mouth watering. She exclaimed, "Bingu, let us get 2 bowls, shall we?" Zhou Bin chuckled, "Yes. Let us have 2 bowls and add extra dates." The old man responded cheerfully, "Certainly." He deftly scooped out 4 bowls of fragrant rice cakes, each adorned with plump, tempting dates, looking utterly delicious. Zhou Bin and his father set their bags aside, and the 4 of them gathered around a small table to enjoy the rice cakes. Little Hua picked up a piece with her chopsticks and exclaimed, "Mom, these rice cakes are so sweet and fragrant." Li Nan also took a piece, and as the soft, sweet flavor enveloped her palate, she felt a delightful sense of bliss. Zhou Bin took a bite as well, unable to resist giving a thumbs up. The flavor of the steamed rice cake was indeed delightful. The so-called steamed rice cake is a sweet delicacy made from glutinous rice combined with dates and honey dates, steamed to perfection, resulting in a soft, sticky, and aromatic treat with a delightful chewiness. It is a renowned local snack. After the group finished the rice cake, Zhou Bin handed the old man 80 cents, preparing to leave. At that moment, a small boy came running over, his round face and stout figure evident from afar as he shouted, "Grandpa, what smells so good?" The old man chuckled, "Dogwa, why are you running around? Do you want some steamed rice cake? I'll get you a bowl." Dogwa shook his head vigorously. "No, I don't want steamed rice cake. I want to know what smells so wonderful." The old man scolded, "You rascal, your mouth is quite greedy. You want to even eat the rice cake. What else is there besides rice cake?" However, Dogwa had already darted towards Zhou Bin's bag, crouching down like a small dog to sniff around. "Wow, what is this? It smells amazing." The old man hurriedly intervened. "Dogwa, come here quickly, stop being naughty." Zhou Bin couldn't help but laugh. The child, with his round face and chubby cheeks, truly resembled a little puppy. The old man explained with a smile, "This is my grandson Dogwa. He is usually quite mischievous." Zhou Bin grinned and asked, "I have something tasty here. Do you want to try?" Dogwa's eyes immediately sparkled. "What is it?" "Let me see." Zhou Bin opened the bag and pulled out a handful of popcorn. Upon seeing it, Dogwa instantly shouted, "Popcorn." He grabbed the popcorn and took a big bite. Munching away with glee. As he ate, he exclaimed, "Delicious. So good." Xiao Hua couldn't help but cover her mouth with laughter, remarking, "This child acts as if he has never had popcorn before." Li Nan quickly gestured for her to be quiet, and Xiao Hua had to stifle her laughter. The old man, observing his grandson's antics, felt a bit embarrassed and admonished, "Dogwa, eat slowly. Be careful not to choke." But Dogwa couldn't stop, finishing off the handful of popcorn in no time, then looking eagerly at Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin felt a bit helpless. After all, this popcorn was meant to be sold, and if the child kept eating, he would be at a loss. Just then, Xiao Hua said, "If you want to eat, let your grandpa buy some. My dad sells this popcorn for a price." The old man immediately inquired, "Young man, how much do you sell this popcorn for?" "I'll buy a bit for my grandson." Zhou Bin had been waiting for this question and promptly replied, "A small bag is 50 cents, and a large bag is 70 cents. The old man exclaimed, "Oh dear, why is your popcorn so expensive?" Zhou Bin smiled, "Uncle, my popcorn is different from the ordinary kind. It's crispy and sweet, truly delicious. Don't believe me? Give it a try." Unable to resist, the old man took a taste of the popcorn, a smile spreading across his face. This popcorn is indeed tasty, with no hard bits." He then pulled out 50 cents and said, "All right, I'll take a small bag." Zhou Jiaming quickly took out a small piece of paper, and Zhou Bin scooped 3 bowls of popcorn into it, which Zhou Jiaming deftly wrapped into a square and handed to the old man. Dogwa was overjoyed, calling out, "Grandpa, hurry and give it to me. I want more." The old man chuckled shyly, "My grandson has quite the sweet tooth." Zhou Bin smiled, "Uncle, children are all like this." As a few individuals engaged in conversation, the vendor of cold noodles approached, inquiring, "Young man, how much for your popcorn?" "I wish to buy some for my grandson to taste." The old man promptly replied, "Auntie, this popcorn is truly delightful. Your grandson will surely adore it." Zhou Bin, smiling, added, "Auntie, as you can see, I haven't set up properly yet. Once I find a suitable spot, I will prepare it for you." The old man chuckled, "Oh, why search for another place? We can make room for you." The noodle vendor responded with a grin, "Indeed, just set up among us." Gratefully, Zhou Bin and the old man shifted their stalls aside, allowing Zhou Bin to finally arrange his setup. The noodle vendor then purchased a large bag of popcorn, which Zhou Bin generously filled with an extra half bowl, much to her delight. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man came over to purchase a small bag, claiming his granddaughter loved this treat. Following him were vendors of vegetable seedlings, chili powder, and tofu pudding, all gathering around Zhou Bin's stall, creating a lively atmosphere. Families with children and spouses were irresistibly drawn to the sweet aroma of popcorn, flocking to the stall. Little Hua took on the role of a small salesperson, enthusiastically shouting, "Come and see. Delicious, sweet popcorn that will tantalize your taste buds." Li Nan, observing her daughter's earnest expression, felt a surge of affection and joined in, calling out, "Tasty popcorn, come and have a taste." The sight of such a charming woman instantly captivated the crowd, causing some to unconsciously gravitate towards her. Before long, Zhou Bin's stall was abuzz with activity, teeming with customers. Zhou Bin and his father were busy sweating as they served popcorn, while little Hua welcomed the guests, and Li Nan handled the payments. In less than an hour, both bags of popcorn were entirely sold out. As the crowd dispersed, the weary group reveled in their exhaustion. Seeing the stack of bills in Li Nan's hand brought Zhou Bin immense joy as he exclaimed, "Let us go and have some lamb pao ma." In less than an hour, the 2 bags of popcorn Zhou Bin brought had sold out completely. Counting the cash in his hand, he noted that the popcorn had earned a total of 32 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Nan nearly leaped for joy, and Zhou Jianming, his face beaming with delight, remarked, "I never imagined this would be so lucrative." Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "We took a modest amount this time. Next time, we shall bring more. Now let us go and enjoy some pao ma." Little Hua, upon hearing they were headed for lamb pao ma, was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Wow, Daddy, I've never had pao ma before." After tidying up their belongings and exchanging pleasantries with those nearby, the group hurried to a restaurant on the street. Upon entering, Zhou Bin noticed a considerable number of patrons, men and women, young and old, each with cheerful faces as they tore into their bread and relished their meals in a bustling atmosphere. Zhou Bin and his family found a table near the entrance, and a waiter promptly approached with enthusiasm, asking, "What would you like to order?" Zhou Bin smiled and replied, 3 bowls of lamb, 1 bowl of beef, each with 2 pieces of bread and a generous serving of broth. The waiter acknowledged the order and disappeared into the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, he returned, presenting 4 bowls and 8 pieces of bread. "Please break the bread, call me when you are ready," the waiter remarked before turning to attend to other guests. Zhou Bin divided the bowls among several individuals, washed his hands at the restaurant's wash area, and then commenced the task of breaking the bread. Yangru pao ma, also known as beef and lamb pao ma, is a renowned delicacy in this region. When consuming it, one must first break the bread into pieces resembling the size of yellow beans, which are then handed over to the chef for cooking. The bread is boiled in a pot of broth made from beef and lamb that has simmered overnight, allowing it to fully absorb the rich flavors before being retrieved. Subsequently, vermicelli and garlic sprouts are added, and the dish is ready to be served. A superior bowl of Yangru pao ma boasts a thick, savory broth and tender meat, exuding an intoxicating aroma that delights the palate, especially when paired with sweet garlic and chili sauce, making it exceptionally gratifying. After considerable effort, the group finally succeeded in breaking the bread, with Zhou Bin assisting Xiao Hua in her endeavor. The waiter served 4 bowls of the broken bread, and shortly thereafter, 4 bowls of fragrant pao ma emerged from the kitchen. Zhou Bin opted for beef, as he was not fond of lamb, while the others chose lamb. Upon catching a whiff of the delectable aroma, Xiao Hua exclaimed, "Wow, Daddy, this pao ma smells amazing." Zhou Bin chuckled, "Go ahead and eat, you little glutton." Xiao Hua quickly picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of the pao ma, instantly exclaiming at the rich and delightful flavor. Li Nan promptly cautioned, "Xiao Hua, stop shouting and eat." Zhou Bin, however, smiled and remarked, "It's Xiao Hua's first time trying pao ma. She must be excited." Li Nan playfully retorted, "I haven't had it in many years either." Meanwhile, Zhou Jianming gazed at the enticing pao ma before him, his eyes misty. He could scarcely recall the last time he had savored this dish. A bowl of pao ma costs 80 cents, totaling $3.20 for 4 bowls. In the past, such an expense would have been utterly beyond their means. Remarkably, they could now earn over $30 selling popcorn, enough to indulge in 40 bowls of pao ma. It felt surreal. Observing his elderly father staring longingly at the pao ma without touching his chopsticks, Zhou Bin urged, "Dad, hurry and eat before it cools." Zhou Jianming snapped back to reality, picked up his chopsticks, and took a bite of lamb, immediately shuddering with delight. He thought to himself, "Heavens, this lamb is truly delicious. No wonder everyone loves it." With that, he dug in wholeheartedly. After half an hour, every bowl was empty, and Zhou Bin ordered 4 bowls of broth for everyone to enjoy before they departed, thoroughly satisfied. Xiao Hua was particularly delighted, repeatedly praising the meal, while Li Nan savored it with gusto. Zhou Bin playfully presented his father with a golden monkey, and the group intended to return home by ox cart. However, Upon arriving at the location where they had left the cart, they were taken aback to discover that it had been overturned. The cart's structure scattered and the wheels rolled away. Zhou Jianming cried out in dismay. "Oh no! My cart!" Li Nan lamented. "Bingu, what happened to our cart?" Zhou Bin shook his head. "Dad, I fear this cart is beyond repair." Their ox cart, already aged and in disrepair, had been completely dismantled by an unknown collision. Zhou Jianming wore a face of indignation, exclaiming, "Who on earth has recklessly damaged our vehicle? This is utterly useless to us now." Zhou Bin, filled with concern for his father, quickly interjected, "Dad, this car was already in poor condition. If it's ruined, so be it. Please don't let it upset you." Li Nan also chimed in, "Father, let us refrain from anger for now. Let's first see if we can repair this vehicle." Zhou Bin chuckled, "Never mind. It's in such disrepair. What is the point in fixing it?" Zhou Jianming, with a look of resignation, replied, "If we don't repair this vehicle, how shall we manage to sell popcorn in the future?" Zhou Bin found himself momentarily at a loss, as his funds were insufficient. If only he had enough money. Acquiring a tractor or a tricycle would be far more convenient. While he was in a state of confusion, his gaze suddenly fell upon something that sparked his interest. Not far away, there was an agricultural tricycle, locally referred to as a bang bang che. A crowd had gathered around it, engaged in animated discussion, pointing and gesturing. The nature of their conversation unknown to him, Zhou Bin instinctively felt that this tricycle must be for sale. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a throng surrounding it. He turned to his father and said, "Dad, what is happening over there?" "I'll go take a look." Zhou Jianming, perplexed, watched him with uncertainty. But Zhou Bin had already taken strides toward the gathering. Following him, Zhou Jianming, Li Nan, and Xiao Hua trailed behind. As Zhou Bin approached, he noticed a middle-aged man standing by the vehicle, surrounded by a group of people engaged in conversation. He inquired of an elderly man in a blue hat, "Old sir, what is going on here?" The old man grinned. "This gentleman is selling his vehicle, but who here can afford it?" "Is that so? Let me have a look." Zhou Bin thought with excitement. He then called out, "Brother, are you selling this tricycle?" He Bing, standing there with a furrowed brow, perked up at the inquiry and replied, "Yes, I am selling this vehicle." A middle-aged man beside him asked, "Young man, are you interested in buying it?" Zhou Bin smiled. "I just want to see what condition it's in first." The middle-aged man responded, "If you can afford it, you should buy this tricycle. It's really quite good. Too bad I don't have the money." Zhou Bin was somewhat puzzled. "Oh, why do you want me to buy it?" The man sighed. "This brother is in a predicament at home and urgently needs money. If you could assist him, it would be greatly appreciated." Zhou Bin quickly turned to the middle-aged man. "Brother, what is your name?" He Bing promptly replied, "I'm He Bing." "Young brother, are you interested in purchasing the vehicle?" Zhou Bin had already taken a cursory glance at the tricycle. It was a reputable brand known as the Jinhua tricycle. It appeared to be relatively new, having been used for only 2 or 3 years. He then asked, "How much are you asking for it?" He Bing hesitated for a moment, holding up 2 fingers. 2,000, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin felt a surge of joy. A tricycle in such good condition would typically be worth at least 5,000. The asking price of 2,000 was quite reasonable. He contemplated the idea of acquiring the tricycle for convenience in future endeavors. With that thought, he nodded and declared, "All right, I'll take this tricycle." Chapter 55. The simple man He Bin found himself momentarily stunned, rendered speechless for quite some time. Zhou Bin chuckled, "What is the matter? Brother He, are you unwilling?" It was only then that He Bin snapped back to reality, his excitement bubbling forth as he exclaimed, "Of course, I am willing. Young brother, are you truly going to buy my tricycle?" Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "Of course it's true. Why else would I inquire about the price?" He Bin was overwhelmed with joy and immediately declared, "Young brother, you have quite literally saved my life. I cannot thank you enough." Those surrounding them looked at Zhou Bin with newfound respect upon hearing his immediate decision to purchase the vehicle. This was no trivial sum of 20 yuan. It amounted to 2,000 yuan, a substantial amount for anyone. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier chimed in, "Oh dear, young brother, you have performed an extraordinary act of kindness." Zhou Bin found this puzzling. After all, he was merely purchasing a second-hand tricycle. The middle-aged man, discerning Zhou Bin's confusion, added with a hint of sympathy, "His wife is gravely ill and requires surgery, but we do not have the means to buy a vehicle. Your purchase is akin to saving her life." Zhou Bin suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. No wonder such a fine tricycle was being sold at a low price. He Bin's family was in dire straits. He Bin, with a look of gratitude, said, "Oh dear, I haven't even asked for your name, young brother." Zhou Bin smiled and replied, "Brother He, my name is Zhou Bin, and I hail from Beiyuan village." He Bin immediately expressed his thanks. "Brother Zhou, you have indeed saved my wife's life. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Observing He Dabin's emotional demeanor, Zhou Bin reassured him, Brother He, there's no need for formality. I happen to need a vehicle as well. As they conversed, Li Nan, Zhou Jiaming, and Xiao Hua approached. Li Nan, curious about the gathering around the tricycle, noted its rarity in those times, as very few existed in the village. Owning a tricycle was akin to possessing a small car today. Upon seeing Li Nan arrive, Zhou Bin cheerfully asked, Xiao Nan, what do you think of this vehicle? Li Nan replied with a grin, It's a great tricycle, but alas, it's not ours. Zhou Bin, with a playful grin, responded, What if I were to buy it for us? How does that sound? Li Nan stood in shock for a moment before incredulously asking, What did you just say? Bingo? Zhou Bin gestured toward He Dabin, smiling. This gentleman, Brother He, wishes to sell his tricycle, and I intend to purchase it for our convenience. Li Nan was taken aback, questioning the price of such a fine vehicle. Could Zhou Bin truly be considering buying it? He Dabin quickly interjected with a smile, Brother Zhou, is this your wife? Zhou Bin proudly introduced, This is my wife, Li Nan, and that's my father, along with my daughter. He Dabin immediately praised, Oh, Brother Zhou, your wife is truly a remarkable beauty. Li Nan's cheeks flushed with the compliment, while those around them joined in, exclaiming, Indeed, your wife is stunning. Just look at her compared to mine. If I had such a beautiful wife, I would certainly purchase this car. You must be joking. Do you even have 2,000 yuan? Listening to the envious remarks from those around him, Zhou Bin felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Li Nan was renowned as the fairest maiden across 10 villages, and despite the hardships she endured alongside him, he was determined to treat her well. At that moment, Zhou Jiaming hurried over, his face etched with concern as he asked, Bin, why do you want to buy a car? It must be quite expensive. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, Dad, this brother he is facing some difficulties and has no choice but to sell his car. It's not expensive. Just 2,000 yuan. I thought it would make our lives much more convenient in the future. He Dabing quickly interjected, Uncle, rest assured, this car is in perfect condition. I have always used it myself. It's powerful for transporting grain, water, and for market trips. Zhou Jianming approached the vehicle, his weathered hands caressing the little tricycle, his eyes sparkling with affection. Li Nan gazed at the three-wheeled cart, her heart filled with dreams. Having this vehicle would grant them much greater convenience, freeing them from relying solely on their own legs. Yet, the two remained silent, simply admiring the cart. Only little Hua exclaimed, Daddy, this car is so beautiful. I love it. Zhou Bin chuckled. Then it's settled. We shall buy this car, shall we? Oh, that is wonderful. Little Hua exclaimed joyfully, leaping in delight. Zhou Bin gently urged, Dad, Li Nan, don't worry about the money. Having this car will make things much easier for us. Both parents, already fond of the vehicle, remained quiet as they saw Zhou Bin's determination to purchase it. Seeing this, Zhou Bin promptly said, Brother He, let us return home so I can fetch the money. He Dabing's anxious heart finally settled. After reaching an agreement, Zhou Bin suggested that his father, Li Nan, and little Hua take the tricycle home while he would walk back with the old yellow ox, deciding to leave the dilapidated cart behind. However, Zhou Jiaming disagreed, insisting that Zhou Bin needed to discuss matters with others and could manage the ox on his way back. Unable to persuade his father otherwise, Zhou Bin reluctantly joined his wife and daughter on the tricycle, allowing his father to drive the ox back. The tricycle was indeed swift. In no time, they had returned to the village. He Dabing parked the tricycle in front of Zhou Bin's home, and they all disembarked. Zhou Bin invited He Dabing inside, while Li Nan served him tea, urging him to rest for a moment. Observing He Dabing's dark complexion and anxious demeanor, Zhou Bin could not help but inquire, Brother He, how is your wife's illness? He Dabing sighed, Alas, they say she has a tumor on her stomach and needs surgery to recover. My wife is quite stubborn. She insists that her condition is as it is and refuses to agree to the operation. Zhou Bin immediately responded, That cannot be. When one is ill, they must seek treatment. How can one simply ignore it? He Dabing nodded, That's what I believe as well. But when she hears it will cost a lot of money, she flatly refuses. I came out to sell the car without her knowledge. If she found out, she would certainly not allow me to sell it. Beside them, Li Nan interjected, Brother He, I believe you are right. Material possessions can be replaced, but life is irreplaceable. He Dabing sighed deeply, Alas. When I return home this time, she will surely blame me. This vehicle was purchased through our years of hard work, and she will be heartbroken upon learning of its loss. Yet, I cannot neglect her medical treatment. Zhou Bin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What a humble elder brother, willing to endure his wife's reproach for her health. Li Nan's eyes also glimmered with moisture, and she hastily said, Brother Bin, let me quickly withdraw some money for Brother He. Zhou Bin nodded eagerly. Yes, Brother, he must be anxious. Hurry. He Dabing expressed his gratitude once more. Brother Zhou, I cannot thank you enough. Without your assistance, I would be at a loss for where to procure this money. Zhou Bin smiled. Brother he, do not mention it. Your wife's health is paramount. Take this money and ensure she receives proper treatment. I have faith she will recover. He Dabing's eyes reddened as he wiped away a tear. Very well, I will take her to the large hospital in the city tomorrow. After a while, Linan emerged with 2,000 yuan. She handed the money to He Dabing. Brother he, please count it and verify its accuracy. He Dabing accepted the money and confirmed the amount was correct. He promptly stood up, saying, All right, Brother Zhou, I shall take my leave. The tricycle is absolutely reliable, you may rest assured. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek me out. My home is in Shiwang Township, Shiyuan Village. Just inquire in the village, and you will find me. With that, He Dabing prepared to depart, but Linan suddenly pulled him back. Chapter 56. The first tricycle in the village. He Dabing was somewhat taken aback and quickly inquired, Sister, is there anything else you need? Linan produced 10 yuan, saying, Brother he, please take this 10 yuan to buy something delicious for your wife. Consider it a small token of my goodwill. He Dabing, seeing this, immediately declined. Oh, sister, what are you doing? Your purchase of the vehicle has already been a tremendous help. How can I accept your money? However, Linan insisted, Brother he, although I have not met your wife, I know she is a good woman. This is my sincere intention, please accept it. Zhou Bin also encouraged, Brother he, this is my wife's heartfelt gesture. You should take it. Under their persistent urging, He Dabing finally accepted the money and prepared to leave. Zhou Bin offered to drive him home in the tricycle, but He Dabing declined, stating he still needed to purchase some items at the market. Thus, they escorted He Dabing out of the house, watching as he departed. As soon as He Dabing left, Linan excitedly took her place in the driver's seat, gripping the handlebars with enthusiasm. Brother Bin, this vehicle is truly splendid. The little girl Xiao Hua, hearing the commotion from inside, rushed out. Upon seeing her mother in the driver's seat, she exclaimed, Mommy, I want to sit too. Linan laughed. Then come quickly. Zhou Bin lifted Xiao Hua into the driver's seat, where the mother and daughter joyfully explored their new vehicle, filled with excitement. Linan could not help but exclaim, Brother Bin, will this wonderful vehicle be ours from now on? Zhou Bin replied with a smile, Indeed. In the future, whether we go to the market or to the county, we can drive there together. Linan's face flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, Bin go. It feels as though I am dreaming. Our family has a car now. Xiao Hua chimed in joyfully, Mom, Dad is amazing. He bought us a car. And I am so happy. Observing their elation, Zhou Bin felt his eyes moisten. He smiled and said, This car is nothing. I will buy a small car for us. And we can visit the provincial capital together. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Linan sighed in awe. Oh my, a small car? I never dared to dream of such a thing in this lifetime. Xiao Hua, however, gleefully remarked, Daddy, I love small cars. Zhou Bin replied resolutely, Do not worry. Xiao Hua, I will definitely buy you a small car. Xiao Hua burst into laughter, while Linan bowed her head, wiping away tears. Noticing her, Zhou Bin immediately inquired, Xiaonan, what is the matter? Linan lifted her head, dried her eyes, and joyfully said, Bin go, I am truly overjoyed. Zhou Bin smiled gently. We can always earn back the money we spent. Rest assured, our future will only get better. As they conversed, Anyo approached from the street and spotted the tricycle in front of Zhou Bin's home. He dashed over and, filled with envy, asked, Brother, whose bouncy car is this? It looks so impressive. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, I just bought this. What do you think? Anyo's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Brother, you must be joking. Is this really yours? Zhou Bin laughed as he handed him a golden monkey snack. What is so strange about it? It is indeed mine. Anyo exclaimed, Oh my? Brother, you have struck it rich. Zhou Bin chuckled, I bought it at the market. Anyo, astonished, responded, Brother, they sell cars at the market? Zhou Bin laughed. A gentleman was selling them there, and I happened to come across it. Anyo immediately inquired, Brother, how much did you spend? Zhou Bin smiled and held up 2 fingers. Anyo gasped, 2,000. Brother, you are so wealthy. Zhou Bin gestured for him to lower his voice, concerned that others might think he was boasting. Anyo, brimming with excitement, said, Sister-in-law, let me try it out. Linan, smiling, helped Xiao Hua off the vehicle and said, Anyo, go ahead and give it a try. Anyo, with a face full of exhilaration, climbed into the driver's seat, glancing around and exclaiming, Oh my, this is a wonderful thing. Just as he was examining the vehicle, Aunt Zhao approached. Upon seeing the tricycle, she exclaimed, Goodness! What is this? Anyo shouted, Aunt Zhao, you don't know what this is? This is a bouncy car. Aunt Zhao playfully scolded, I am not foolish. I meant to ask, whose is it? Anyo pointed to Zhou Bin and said, This is my brother Zhou Bin's new purchase. Aunt Xiao was taken aback. Oh my. Zhou Bin, how did you manage to achieve this? Li Nan smiled and added, Aunt Xiao, Zhou Bin bought this from someone. What do you think of it? Aunt Xiao exclaimed dramatically, it is wonderful. This is the first time I have ever seen a bouncy car. As she approached the tricycle to inspect it closely, she marveled. Zhou Bin, such a fine vehicle must have cost quite a bit, right? With a smile, Anyo asked, Auntie, can you guess how much this vehicle costs? After pondering for a moment, Aunt Xiao replied, this vehicle must be worth at least 1,000 yuan, right? Anyo burst into laughter, exclaiming, 2,000 yuan. Aunt Xiao was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, goodness, that is exceedingly expensive. I have never seen so much money in my life. Zhou Bin immediately cautioned, Anyo, keep your voice down. Just then, Lu Junyi arrived, equally astonished, circling the vehicle 3 times. He then couldn't help but give a thumbs up, saying, Zhou Bin, I am truly impressed. You have transformed the world. Zhou Bin humbly replied, Uncle Lu, you are exaggerating. Unable to contain his curiosity, Anyo inquired, brother, how does this vehicle drive? Zhou Bin chuckled, what? Do you wish to give it a try? Embarrassed, Anyo confessed, I have never even sat in one of these. I have no idea what it feels like. Zhou Bin reassured him, it's quite simple. Hop in, and I'll take you for a spin. Anyo's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, brother, you can drive this thing? Zhou Bin laughed, what is so difficult about it? Just get into the cabin, and I'll take the wheel. Hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately shouted, Daddy, I want to ride too. Zhou Bin responded, come on, everyone hop on. I will take you for a joyride. Li Nan, a bit puzzled, asked, Brother Bin, what does joyride mean? Zhou Bin, recalling the colloquialisms from his past life, explained with a smile. It simply means to take you for a leisurely tour. With excitement etched on their faces, everyone climbed aboard. Zhou Bin retrieved the lever from beneath the driver's seat, inserted it into a small hole on the machine, and with vigorous arm movements, the tricycle roared to life, belching out plumes of black smoke. Anyo exclaimed excitedly, brother, this thing is just like a tractor. Zhou Bin replied, indeed, as he steadied the gear shift, engaged the first gear, and gently released the clutch. The tricycle began to move slowly. Although there were no seats in the cabin, everyone inside erupted in exhilarated shouts. With a slight press on the accelerator, the tricycle emitted black smoke and surged forward with a rumble. The passengers experienced an unprecedented thrill and joy, unable to contain their praises. Zhou Bin sped through the village streets, catching the attention of the villagers. Before long, the news spread throughout the village, and clusters of people gathered to witness the spectacle. This was the first tricycle in Beiyuan village. The children were particularly ecstatic, eager to take a ride in this dream vehicle. They flocked to Xiao Hua, showering her with compliments and affection, hoping for a chance to experience the tricycle. Xiao Hua, beaming with pride, warmly invited them to join her for a joyride. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin, as the devoted driver, repeatedly took the children around in circles. Li Nan stood at a distance, watching them with immense joy and warmth in her heart. As everyone gathered around to marvel at the tricycle, Zhang Hongwei rode over on his makeshift tricycle. Upon seeing Zhou Bin's vehicle, he exclaimed in astonishment, my goodness! Zhou Bin has struck it rich. Chapter 57. Selling popcorn in Donggan Township. Zhang Hongwei rode his makeshift tricycle over, and from a distance, he noticed a large crowd gathered in front of Zhou Bin's house. When he discerned that Zhou Bin was operating a small vehicle, he was taken aback. My goodness! Zhou Bin has struck it rich. He accelerated and parked directly at Zhou Bin's doorstep, exclaiming loudly, Brother Zhou, you have hit the jackpot. Upon recognizing Zhang Hongwei, Zhou Bin quickly halted the vehicle and let the children play. He, along with Li Nan and his father, welcomed Zhang Hongwei inside. As they walked, Zhang Hongwei chuckled. Brother Zhou, it's been a few days since we last met, and you seem to be doing quite well. Zhou Bin, smiling, offered him a cigarette. Brother Zhang, please refrain from mocking me. This is merely a second-hand vehicle I purchased. Zhang Hongwei, still amused, inquired, this vehicle does not appear old. It seems rather new. How much did it cost? Zhou Bin held up 2 fingers, and Zhang Hongwei was so astonished he nearly leaped. So inexpensive? Surely, you must have taken advantage of someone. Zhou Bin replied with a grin, I would never take advantage of anyone. It was sold to me at a low price because the gentleman had urgent matters to attend to. Zhang Hongwei lamented, alas, why do such fortunate events never happen to me? They settled beneath the large tree in the yard, where Li Nan brought them tea before retreating indoors. Zhou Jiaming, meanwhile, pocketed a pack of cigarettes and went to find Lu Junyi. The 2 old men had gone off to play chess. Zhou Bin, with a smile, asked, Brother Zhang, how many pounds do you intend to purchase this time? Zhang Hongwei cheerfully held up 4 fingers. This time, I need that amount. Zhou Bin was somewhat astonished. 300 pounds had already been substantial, and he did not expect the order to increase to 400 pounds. Zhang Hongwei explained. Boss Ho informed me that the crabs are exceedingly popular, and guests specifically request to taste the crab, hence the additional 100 pounds. Zhou Bin nodded in agreement. I knew it. Our crabs are indeed in high demand. Zhang Hongwei anxiously asked, Brother Zhou, how many crabs do you currently have? Zhou Bin replied with a slight smile. Come and see for yourself. He led Zhang Hongwei to the backyard, where Zhang was astonished to find a small pond Zhou Bin had dug, filled with water. Zhou Bin remarked, Brother Zhang, I specifically excavated this pond for the crabs. It took me 10 trips with a cart to fill it with water from the river. Zhang Hongwei, impressed, responded, Brother Zhou, you are truly meticulous. This is a brilliant idea. Zhou Bin pointed to the pond and stated, Currently, there are approximately 500 pounds of crabs in this pond. I will collect any crabs caught by the villagers and keep them here, ensuring that you can have fresh crabs whenever you come. Zhang Hongwei beamed with joy. Excellent. Let us quickly catch some crabs. Subsequently, Zhou Bin and Zhang Hongwei worked together to extract the crabs and place them into a large net bag. After over an hour of diligent effort, they successfully packed 400 pounds of crabs. Zhang Hongwei promptly pulled out 1,800 yuan from his pocket to hand to Zhou Bin and prepared to leave. Zhou Bin chuckled, Brother Zhang, do not rush off. Have a cup of tea and some popcorn before you go. Zhang Hongwei, intrigued, asked, Popcorn? What kind of popcorn? Zhou Bin cheerfully called out to the room, Xiaonan. Please bring some popcorn for Brother Zhang. Let him savor the flavor. Zhang Hongwei felt somewhat perplexed. Why was he being offered popcorn for no apparent reason? Shortly after, Li Nan appeared, beaming, with a large platter of popcorn. The enticing aroma wafted up to Zhang Hongwei's senses. Brother Zhang, Li Nan said with a smile. This popcorn was made by Bin Ge. Do give it a try. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Hongwei grabbed a couple of pieces and popped them into his mouth, instantly taken aback. He had eaten popcorn before, but never had it been so flaky and fragrant, devoid of the hard bits that could jolt one's teeth. This popcorn, however, was a delightful contrast, crispy, sweet, and utterly delectable. Unable to resist, he took another handful and exclaimed, this popcorn is delicious. Who did you say made it? Zhou Bin chuckled. It was I who made it. The flavor is quite remarkable. I senti it? Zhang Hongwei nearly choked in astonishment, coughing before he asked incredulously, Brother Zhou, you can make popcorn? Zhou Bin nodded, indeed. Do you think this is something people would enjoy? Zhang Hongwei pondered for a moment, then slapped his thigh, declaring, absolutely. The taste is truly exquisite. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, then you see. It dawned on Zhang Hongwei. The reason Zhou Bin wanted him to taste the popcorn was now clear. He immediately inquired, Brother Zhou, you want me to help promote the popcorn to Master Li, right? Zhou Bin nodded, grinning. Yes, let us see if his restaurant could use it. Zhang Hongwei, filled with excitement, said, what a splendid idea. But will you be able to keep up with the production? How many popcorn machines do you have? Zhou Bin pointed toward the kitchen, confidently stating, Rest assured about the production. I can make as much as needed without a popcorn machine. Just a large iron pot will suffice. Zhang Hongwei was even more astonished, and Zhou Bin proceeded to explain his method. Zhang Hongwei nodded repeatedly. Good, now I feel reassured. I'll head to the restaurant and show Master Li. Zhou Bin hastily grabbed a plastic bag, filling it generously with popcorn for Zhang Hongwei to take. Once Zhang Hongwei departed, Li Nan curiously asked, Bin Ge, do you think people will actually want this popcorn? Zhou Bin chuckled, let us allow him to try. We will see how it goes from there. Meanwhile, we need to prepare more popcorn. Tomorrow we should make a trip to Dong'an Township for the market. Li Nan's excitement was palpable. Dong'an Township was a neighboring area known for its bustling market, often larger and more crowded than theirs. She quickly asked, Bin Ge, how much popcorn should we make this time? Zhou Bin thought for a moment and replied with a smile, let us make a substantial amount. 5 large bags should do. Li Nan nodded. All right, I'll go start the fire. Zhou Bin playfully stopped her. Let me handle the fire. I wouldn't want you to get smoked. You go fetch the corn. Li Nan smiled and went to gather the corn, while Zhou Bin began to stoke the fire. Before long, the pot was heated, and Li Nan poured a bowl of corn kernels into it, followed by chunks of sugar. Zhou Bin hurriedly used a spatula to stir, and soon the pot was filled with the delightful sound of popping. Zhou Bin swiftly placed the lid on the pot. After a while, the crackling sounds in the pot crescendoed, and Zhou Bin smiled as he announced, the popcorn is ready. Thus, the two of them busied themselves throughout the afternoon, and only when darkness fell did they prepare 5 bags of popcorn. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhou Bin loaded the popcorn onto a tricycle, laid down a few grass mats in the carriage for his elderly father, wife, and daughter to sit on, and pressed the accelerator towards Dong'an Township. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the streets of Dong'an Township. Indeed, it was more prosperous than Xinguang Township. with wider streets lined with various stalls and an increasing number of people. The group was delighted and hurriedly unloaded the bags of popcorn, looking for a spot by the roadside to commence their sales. Little Hua, dressed in new clothes and adorned with a floral hair tie, stood beside the stall like a little butterfly. Li Nan, also freshly dressed, stood smiling nearby. Zhou Bin and his father spread a snakeskin bag on the ground, placing bowls and paper on it, awaiting customers. However, before they could begin selling, trouble approached. Chapter 58. The bully's provocation. Zhou Bin's family had just found a place by the street, ready to start selling, when suddenly a commotion erupted in the crowd. The nearby people immediately turned pale, shouting, "Niu Air is here! Niu Air is here!" Zhou Bin, still confused, saw 3 oddly dressed, menacing young men approaching. The foremost was a hefty fellow with a scar across his face, who without hesitation strode to an elderly man selling tobacco leaves and kicked over his stall. The tobacco leaves scattered everywhere, and the old man was so startled he fell to the ground. "Old man, who allowed you to sell tobacco leaves here? Did you pay?" Niu Air bellowed. The old man stammered, I paid last time, didn't I? Last time? That was a different matter. This time is this time. If you want to do business here without paying, be careful, or I'll beat you to death." Niu Air threatened loudly. A nearby woman selling vegetable seedlings kindly interjected. "Brother Niu, the old man just arrived. Could you cut him some slack? It's not easy for him." At that moment, Li Hu shouted, "What is it to you? Have you paid your dues?" The woman hurriedly replied, "I did. I paid 50 cents when I first came." Li Hu chuckled, "That is not enough. You owe another 50 cents. The woman stood there, astonished, unable to close her mouth. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I've already paid. Why must I pay again?" Niu Air turned back and cursed, "You old hag. Pay up or get lost." The woman, furious and blushing, lowered her head in silence. Li Hu pressed, "Are you going to pay or not? Hurry up." After a long pause, she reluctantly pulled out 50 cents and handed it to Li Hu. Li Hu laughed heartily. "Now that is more like it. Pay the fee, and you'll be safe." Zhou Bin watched in disgust. This gang was utterly lawless, daring to extort protection money in broad daylight, so brazenly. The elderly woman selling cloth shoes quietly advised, "Young man, when they come, do not resist, just pay the money, and you can sell your goods." Zhou Bin could not help but inquire, "Aunt, what are those individuals up to?" The elderly woman lowered her voice and replied, "That hefty fellow is called Niu Air, and the short one is Li Hu. The bald man behind them is Wang Long. They are all local ruffians, terrorizing the streets, and no one dares to provoke them." Zhou Bin acknowledged with an "O," just as he was about to investigate further when the group approached. Niu Air immediately spotted Li Nan and froze, exclaiming, "Wow, whose wife is this? She is stunning." Li Nan, noticing Niu Air's lewd expression, quickly hid behind Zhou Bin. However, Xiao Hua stood her ground fearlessly, staring directly at the group of thugs. Zhou Jiaming hastily reached out to pull his granddaughter back, but Xiao Hua remained steadfast, gazing defiantly at them. Niu Air, with an impudent grin, asked, "Whose wife are you? You look quite enticing." This provoked Xiao Hua, who shouted back, "What do you want? Don't come any closer." Niu Air laughed heartily. "So you're her daughter? This little one has quite the mouth." As he spoke, he reached out his foot, intending to kick Xiao Hua. Zhou Bin swiftly scooped Xiao Hua aside, barking, "Get away." The surrounding people were so terrified that they dared not utter a sound, cowering in fear. Niu Air, momentarily taken aback, retorted, "Who the hell are you to curse at me?" Zhou Jiaming turned pale with fright, urging, Bin, just say less." Niu Air, with a darkened expression, inquired, "Kid, have you paid to set up your stall here?" Zhou Bin scoffed, "Pay what? What are you even?" Li Hu charged toward him, cursing, "Hey, you've got some nerve. This entire street belongs to my brother Niu, and if you don't pay up, I'll make you regret it." Zhou Bin chuckled, "Did he build this street? On what grounds does he collect money?" The old woman beside them, trembling, urged, "Young man, don't say any more, just hand over the money to them." Zhou Bin ignored her, asserting, "This is a market, anyone can do business here. Why should I pay him? I won tea." Niu Air, now enraged, replied, "All right, I'll give you credit for your bravery. Who's he? Turn over his stall." Upon hearing this, Li Hu lunged forward, ready to throw Zhou Bin's belongings. Li Nan, frightened, cried out, "What are you planning to do?" Xiao Hua dashed forward, attempting to push Li Hu away. In retaliation, Li Hu kicked out, cursing, "You little brat, are you asking for trouble?" Just as it seemed Xiao Hua would be knocked down, Zhou Bin leapt forward, grabbing Li Hu's foot. With all his strength, he lifted it sharply, causing Li Hu to lose his balance and fall with a thud, exclaiming, "Damn, I've broken my backside." Xiao Hua, witnessing this, erupted into laughter, while a startled Li Nan swiftly pulled her into a tight embrace. The commotion attracted the attention of onlookers, and soon a crowd gathered, encircling the scene in layers. Everyone was filled with anxiety for the Zhou family. On this street, no one dared to provoke the rogue Niu. Alas, this young man. Why must he be so obstinate? He has a child to care for. Why not submit a little? This young man looks unfamiliar, as if he hails from elsewhere. It seems inevitable that he will face violence. Just look at how terrified his wife has become. It is likely that Niu will not spare her. Hearing the murmurs around him, Niu's anger surged, and he shouted, "You bastard! How dare you strike my brother?" Zhou Bin retorted loudly, "What of it? This beast dares to strike even children. He is no human." Li Hu suddenly sprang to his feet, cursing, "Whom do you think you're insulting? Believe me, I will break your legs." Zhou Bin remained undeterred, replying, "I'm calling you a dog. What can you do about it?" Furious, Li Hu seized a small stool belonging to an old woman selling cloth shoes and hurled it toward Zhou Bin's head. The bystanders scattered in fear, with Li Nan completely dumbfounded. "Bin Gu, be careful." Zhou Jianming, terrified, rushed over and wrapped his arms around Li Hu's waist, exclaiming, "Don't hit him. Please, don't hit him." Li Hu, caught off guard by the old man's embrace, turned and saw an elderly figure. Enraged, he cursed, "Old man, I'll smash you." As he spoke, he lifted the stool to strike Zhou Jianming, who clung tightly, pleading, "Don't hit anyone. You mustn't tee." Just as the stool was about to come crashing down on Zhou Jianming's head, Zhou Bin, terrified, lunged forward, gripping Li Hu's head with one hand and his wrist with the other. Summoning all his strength, he forcefully threw Li Hu backward, who fell clumsily to the ground, the stool shattering into splinters. Like a furious beast, Zhou Bin pounced on him, raining down punches on his face, each blow echoing loudly. In no time, Li Hu's face was a canvas of crimson. Li Hu, overwhelmed by pain, cried out for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Brother, have mercy." After delivering a flurry of blows, Zhou Bin finally relented and rolled off him. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, with Niu utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 59. Eliminating harm for the people. Zhou Bin ceased his assault on Li Hu, who was left bruised and battered, crying out in distress. Niu, recovering from his shock, swiftly picked up a brick from the ground and charged at Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin quickly dodged, and Niu's brick struck Li Hu's head, shattering upon impact. Li Hu, who had just sat up, let out no sound as his eyes rolled back, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Bin kicked Niu hard in the backside, sending him sprawling. Zhou Bin then dashed forward, pressing his knee firmly against Niu's head while twisting his arms painfully. Niu immediately howled in agony. Zhou Bin demanded, "Niu, do you submit?" Niu bellowed defiantly, "I refuse to submit. I will see to it that you perish." Zhou Bin observed and realized this fellow was truly as obstinate as a stone in a cesspool. With a swift motion, he drove his knee forcefully into Niu's head, eliciting a thunderous roar of pain from him. The onlookers were horrified, having thought Niu was ferocious enough, only to encounter someone even more formidable. Niu, drenched in sweat and howling, cried out, "If you have the guts, let me go. I won't rest until you are dead." Li Nan, witnessing the scene from behind, was filled with trepidation and shouted, "Be careful, Bin Gu." Zhou Jianming, overwhelmed, sank to the ground exclaiming, Bin, enough already. Let him go." Zhou Bin smiled slightly. "Very well, I shall release you. Let us see what you can do." As he spoke, he loosened his grip on Niu, who sprang to his feet, touched his face, and shouted, "You son of a dog. If I don't take you down, I won't bear the surname Niu." The crowd gasped in astonishment, murmuring about how reckless this young man was, comparing him to a mad dog. Now that he was released, he would surely attack. Li Nan's heart raced, and Xiao Hua cried out, "Daddy, please run." Zhou Jianming was left dumbfounded. He had urged his son to let go, and now he was at a loss for what to do. Zhou Bin, however, chuckled, "Niu, if you have the courage, come at me. If I flee, I shall be crawling on the ground." With a fierce roar, Niu lunged towards Zhou Bin. Calm and composed, Zhou Bin awaited his approach, then seized his arm and hurled him forward. Niu crashed to the ground like a tattered sack, landing with a resounding thud. The crowd, who had been anxious for Zhou Bin just moments before, erupted in applause, marveling at his prowess. Dazed and seeing stars, Niu managed to rise, extending his hands to grasp Zhou Bin. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Bin yanked his arm back, sending Niu tumbling to the ground once more, landing in a most undignified manner. Zhou Bin thought to himself that the skills he had honed in a lifetime of combat were not in vain. Dealing with such bullies was a trivial matter. Niu, having taken a severe fall, struggled to rise, but found himself unable to do so. After several exchanges, Zhou Bin remained unruffled, calling out, "Come on, didn't you say you would kill me? Get up." Li Nan watched in disbelief. She had never known Bin Gu to be so formidable, single-handedly subduing 2 ruffians. Xiao Hua, witnessing her father's valor, transformed her tears into laughter, exclaiming, "Daddy, you are amazing." Zhou Jiaming stood astonished, unable to comprehend the scene. He had always been humble and cautious, fearing others would bully his family. Yet here was his son displaying such might. The spectators, witnessing the bully sprawled on the ground, were filled with joy. In the past, he had terrorized the streets without fear of reprisal, but today, justice had been served. The old man selling tobacco could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Well done. It would be best to beat that scoundrel to death." The sisters selling seedlings echoed, "Take him down. Filthy rogue." An elderly woman trembled as she added, "Yes, yes indeed." At this moment, the collective fury of the crowd erupted. Voices raised in vehement denunciation directed at Niu Air. Wang Long, standing nearby, could not contain himself and retorted loudly, "Who are you cursing? Are you itching for a fight?" A young man wielding a hoe abruptly hurled it to the ground, advancing towards him and boldly declaring, "We are cursing him. What will you do about it?" Another young man joined in, exclaiming, "You ruffians, dare to utter another word." With this, the crowd surged forward, encircling Wang Long, their teeth clenched, harboring an intense desire to beat him to a pulp. Though a flicker of fear crossed Wang Long's face, he defiantly shouted, "What do you want? Get lost. Be careful, or I'll smash you." The young man with the hoe, unable to endure any longer, struck him on the head and shouted, "If you say another word, I'll beat you to death, you son of a donkey." As others witnessed the escalation, they eagerly joined the fray, raining down blows upon Wang Long until he was knocked to the ground, surrounded and mercilessly pummeled. Wang Long curled up, clutching his head, rolling on the ground, howling in despair, nearly wetting himself out of fear. The crowd, having vented their anger, finally ceased their assault. Meanwhile, Niu Air lay on the ground, refusing to rise. Zhou Bin approached him and inquired, "What is the matter? Playing dead on the ground? If you have the guts, get up." Niu Air muttered, "No, I won't get up." The sight of him prompted hearty laughter from the onlookers, as the once brazen rogue finally submitted. Zhou Bin smirked and said, "Niu Air, do not presume everyone is easy to bully. If you dare to cross us again, I shall gladly teach you a lesson." Niu Air trembled with fear, remaining on the ground as he whispered, "No, I want to come back." Zhou Bin raised his voice, commanding, "Scram." With a bruised face, Niu Air struggled to his feet. And alongside Wang Long, they helped the injured Li Hu, the 3 of them making a hasty retreat. The crowd, witnessing the once dominant bullies in such a pitiful state, could not help but burst into laughter. Li Nan hurried over with Xiao Hua, anxiously asking, "Brother Bin, are you all right?" Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "I'm fine. Dealing with these ruffians is a trivial matter." Xiao Hua joyfully exclaimed, "Daddy, you're amazing. I admire you so much." Zhou Jiaming also approached, expressing concern for his son. Zhou Bin, smiling, reassured him, "Dad, I'm okay. It was perilous earlier. You should stay away from such situations in the future. I'll handle anything that arises." Zhou Jiaming nodded repeatedly. "All right, I'll keep my distance from now on. I want to come close again." As Zhou Bin observed his father speaking, he noticed the redness in his eyes, stirring a wave of emotion within him. This simple, honest man had long lived in a world of bullying, appearing weak and easily taken advantage of, sometimes even comically foolish. Yet, only Zhou Bin understood that his father was suffocating under the weight of life's burdens. He yearned to be strong, to avoid being bullied, but as a humble farmer, he bore the responsibility for his family's survival, feeling utterly powerless. Now that he has returned, this home shall no longer be subjected to oppression. Just as Zhou Bin was lost in thought, the elderly man selling tobacco approached him, gripping his hand tightly. "Young man, I cannot thank you enough. You have avenged me, and for that, I am truly grateful." Chapter 60. A bountiful harvest. Zhou Bin quickly responded with a smile, "Uncle, it's nothing. The more you fear such ruffians, the more audacious they become." The old man expressed his gratitude profusely, producing a small cloth bag and cheerfully handing it to Zhou Bin. "Young brother, this is some fine dry tobacco I dried from tender leaves. Please share it with your father." Zhou Bin hurriedly declined, saying, "Oh, uncle, you shouldn't. You still need to sell this for a living." However, the old man was insistent. "Young brother, you must accept it. That gang of ruffians has tormented me terribly. Had it not been for you, I would not know when this would end. You must take this tobacco." Zhou Jiaming also tried to refuse. "Brother, I cannot accept this tobacco. It is hard-earned." Yet, no matter how they protested, the old man insisted on gifting them the dry tobacco, and Zhou Bin had no choice but to accept it. The elder sister selling vegetable seedlings also arrived with a selection, informing Zhou Bin that these cucumber and tomato seedlings were of excellent quality and insisted he accept them. Unable to refuse, Zhou Bin accepted them as well. Seeing this, others began to present their gifts. The ant selling cloth shoes gave Xiao Hua 2 pairs of insoles. The woman selling clothes forcefully gifted Li Nan a sun hat, and the ant selling cold noodles presented them with 4 bowls of her dish. In a short while, a variety of small items accumulated before them. Although these gifts held little monetary value, they represented heartfelt sentiments. Li Nan suddenly felt a swell of pride. Her man truly resembled a hero from the movies, surrounded by admirers, tall and handsome. Xiao Hua beamed with joy at the flower-patterned insoles, proud to receive such a gift. Zhou Jianming, satisfied, filled a pot with new dry tobacco and began to smoke. Yet, Zhou Bin remained mindful of their purpose for coming. They had not come merely to browse the market, but to sell popcorn. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was on him, he shouted, "Everyone, come and see. Premium popcorn, sweet and fragrant, crunchy and delightful. If you fancy it, come and buy." Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered around, and Li Nan and Xiao Hua quickly snapped back to reality, joining in the enthusiastic calls. Before long, everyone had arrived, surrounding Zhou Bin with questions. He served them some popcorn for tasting, and as they enjoyed it, compliments flooded in, prompting them to invite friends to buy their own. An hour later, the 5 large bags of popcorn they had brought were sold out. Many left with a tinge of regret for not being able to purchase any. Zhou Bin reassured them that they would return to the next market, and only then did the crowd disperse. Once everyone had departed, Zhou Bin and his family began to pack up their things and approach the tricycle. With a smile, Zhou Bin asked, "Xiao Nan, how much did we sell today?" Li Nan carefully counted the money she had taken out, and the 5 large bags had fetched a total of 80 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianming beamed with delight, repeatedly exclaiming how valuable the popcorn was. Xiao Hua, filled with joy, laughed along with her grandfather. Li Nan's hands trembled slightly. After all, 80 yuan was no small sum. In the past, they barely earned that much in a month. Zhou Bin chuckled, "That's quite good. Tomorrow, we shall continue selling popcorn in Xinguang Township." As the markets in these 2 places were perfectly staggered, there would be no market in Dong'an Township the next day, yet Xinguang Township would be bustling with activity. Li Nan suddenly felt invigorated and cheerfully urged, "Bin Ge, let us hurry home and start popping the popcorn." Zhou Bin replied, "No rush, we still have plenty of time." However, Li Nan insisted, "If we return early and finish our work, we'll have nothing left to do." Zhou Jianming chimed in with a smile, "Indeed. Let us hurry back." Zhou Bin promptly started the tricycle, and the family climbed aboard, heading back to Dongyuan village. As they approached their home, they spotted Niu and Li Jun squatting at the entrance, holding 2 bags. Zhou Bin halted the vehicle and inquired with a smile, "What are you 2 doing here?" Upon seeing Zhou Bin return, Niu exclaimed, "Brother, you're back. We brought you some crabs." Li Jun added with a grin, "Where is everyone from your household?" Li Nan explained, "We went to Dong'an Township for the market." Niu laughed, "Sister-in-law, your life seems so enjoyable. You're out and about all day. I envy you." Zhou Bin chuckled as he opened the door and parked the tricycle, leading the 2 into the backyard. He first weighed Li Jun's crabs, paid him, and placed the crabs into the pond. Then, he weighed Niu's crabs. As Niu placed his bag on the scale and was about to let go, he suddenly yelled, "Ah, that hurts." Zhou Bin immediately asked, "Niu, what happened? Did a crab pinch you?" Grimacing in pain, Niu replied, "This darn crab is so fierce." He opened the bag to see which crab had pinched him. However, upon opening it, he was taken aback to find several clawing creatures inside, but they were not crabs. "Brother, what is this?" Niu exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Bin rushed over to check, and, upon seeing, burst into laughter. "Oh, these are just shrimps. Where did you find these?" Niu, looking bewildered, replied, "I have no idea how these ended up in my bag." Zhou Bin, intrigued, realized that it was unexpected to find shrimps in their vicinity. He immediately inquired, "Where did you catch the crabs?" Li Jun responded, "We ventured further in. There's a small lake, and we were catching crabs beneath the nearby stones." Leaving the bag aside, Niu continued, "The crabs outside have become wise and hide in their holes, so we ventured deeper." Zhou Bin exclaimed excitedly, "Ah, these shrimps are also a fine catch." Upon hearing Zhou Bin's enthusiasm, the 2 immediately recognized that another opportunity to make money had arisen. For whenever Zhou Bin expressed such sentiments, it invariably led to everyone earning some money. Li Jun hastily inquired, "Brother, can these shrimp be sold for money?" Zhou Bin chuckled, "Of course. In fact, they can fetch a handsome price." Upon hearing this, both of them became exhilarated. Niu eagerly exclaimed, "Brother, let's go catch some shrimp right away." Zhou Bin pondered for a moment and replied, "Just catch around 10 pounds for now. I will buy your shrimp at the price of crabs. Once we finalize the details later, you can catch more." Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they prepared to leave. Zhou Bin cautioned, Be careful while catching the shrimp. I still need to make popcorn, so I won't accompany you. Just bring the shrimp over once you've caught them. They agreed and promptly set off to catch shrimp. Zhou Bin then placed all the crabs into the pond before washing his hands and face, preparing to begin making popcorn. Li Nan, curious, asked, Brother Bin, where did they go? Why are they so happy? Zhou Bin replied with a smile, they went to catch shrimp. Shrimp? You mean those little creatures? Li Nan queried. Zhou Bin nodded with a grin, yes. Who knows, we might earn some money again. Li Nan, astonished, asked, is there really a demand for shrimp? She posed this question because, although the locals were aware of shrimp, very few consumed them. With no one eating them, they, like crabs, gradually faded from notice. At that moment, Zhou Jiaming approached, puzzled, and asked, who are you saying is blind? Zhou Bin chuckled, I mentioned no one was blind. We were talking about shrimp. Zhou Jiaming remained bewildered, blind? Which blind person? Li Nan laughed, Dad, we are talking about the shrimp in the water, the ones with 2 large pincers. Oh, you meant that shrimp? I thought you were discussing someone being blind. Zhou Jiaming chuckled, amused by his own misunderstanding. The laughter of the family filled the courtyard, echoing in the air for a long while. The following day, while Zhou Bin was still lost in slumber, a sudden commotion erupted in the courtyard. Zhou Bin jolted awake, and Li Nan along with Xiao Hua also stirred. Zhou Bin hurriedly dressed and stepped outside, where he found his father pacing anxiously in the yard. Dad, what has happened? Zhou Bin asked, still bleary-eyed. Zhou Jiaming, his face etched with worry, replied, De Huang is missing. I fear something has happened. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin immediately became alert and, upon closer inspection, was taken aback to see that De Huang's doghouse had collapsed, with some bloodstains on the ground. It seems like a significant amount of soil has been disturbed from our courtyard wall, Zhou Jiaming anxiously noted. Li Nan emerged and, upon realizing De Huang was missing, her voice trembled with alarm. Brother Bin, where has De Huang gone? Xiao Hua, distraught, cried out, Daddy, De Huang has been stolen. De Huang rarely strayed far from home, usually staying within the confines of the house, especially at night when the gate was locked, making it highly likely that De Huang had been taken. Zhou Bin then recalled hearing De Huang barking incessantly in the middle of the night, but having been fatigued from the day's labor, he had not risen to investigate. Zhou Jiaming typically enjoys a light slumber, yet last night, in a fit of merriment after indulging in some drink, he fell into a deep sleep. Oblivious to the barks of De Huang, a sense of unease began to stir within Zhou Bin. After all, De Huang was a formidable dog, and the thought of its disappearance raised concerns of potential danger. Observing the anxious expressions of those around him, Zhou Bin quickly reassured them, urging, let us not panic just yet. We should first search the village to see if De Huang has merely wandered off. With this, a small group set out in search of the dog. Upon reaching the street, they encountered Lu Junyi, who was making his way home from the fields. A hoe slung over his shoulder. Zhou Bin approached him without hesitation, inquiring, Uncle Lu, have you seen my De Huang? Lu Junyi paused, momentarily taken aback by the question. Your De Huang? Isn't it tied up in your yard? Zhou Bin, filled with urgency, replied, No, De Huang is missing. Lu Junyi, perplexed, responded, Missing? Perhaps it has simply gone out for a stroll. Zhou Bin shook his head, asserting, That is unlikely. De Huang rarely leaves the house. Moreover, its doghouse has been demolished. The stakes are gone, and there is even a trace of blood. Lu Junyi's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Goodness! Who would have the audacity to steal your De Huang? Understanding the esteemed place De Huang held in Zhou Bin's family, akin to a beloved family member, he quickly added, Do not fret, Zhou Bin, I will assist you in the search. This thief must be caught. Thus, Lu Junyi joined Zhou Bin in their quest throughout the village. As they traversed the lanes, they encountered Aunt Zhao and her son, Li Jun. Observing the worried demeanor of the group, Aunt Zhao curiously asked, Zhou Bin, what brings you all out in such a hurry? Lu Junyi promptly interjected. Someone has dared to steal Zhou Bin's De Huang. Li Jun, startled by the news, exclaimed, Brother Bin, your De Huang has been stolen? Zhou Bin nodded solemnly. Indeed. It was in its kennel last night, but it has vanished by morning. Aunt Zhao gasped in disbelief. My goodness! How brazen is this thief? Consequently, the two joined the search, and together they called out for De Huang throughout the village. Despite their efforts, hours passed with no sign of the beloved dog. Xiao Hua, distressed, began to weep, and Zhou Bin felt a pang of sorrow as well. If it had not been for De Huang's timely intervention, he might have been injured by a wild boar. Xiao Hua, too, owed her safety to De Huang's bravery. Anger welled up within Zhou Bin. How could anyone be so vile as to invade their home and steal their dog? With tears in her eyes, Xiao Hua implored, Daddy, will De Huang ever come back? Gazing at his daughter's tear-streaked face, Zhou Bin felt a wave of sadness wash over him. He quickly reassured her, "Do not cry, Xiao Hua. De Huang will be all right. I promise to bring it back to you." Zhou Jianming, who usually tended to the cattle and grass with De Huang by his side, felt a twinge of worry in its absence. Despite their exhaustive search throughout the village, De Huang remained elusive. Even the village head, Zhou Difu, rallied the community to assist. Yet still, no trace of De Huang was found. Zhou Difu observed Zhou Bin's sorrowful demeanor and advised, "Zhou Bin, it seems likely that De Huang has encountered some misfortune. Well, if you wish for a dog, I can help you catch one at my home." Zhou Bin shook his head resolutely. "No, I must find De Huang. It cannot be harmed." Zhou Difu sighed. "Oh, it is merely a dog. If it is lost, it is lost. There is little we can do." Zhou Bin expressed his gratitude to everyone for their assistance and, accompanied by his family, began to contemplate alternative methods to trace De Huang's whereabouts. At that moment, Anyo, having heard the news, rushed over and inquired, "Brother, has De Huang gone missing?" Zhou Bin sighed heavily. "I do not know who might have stolen him." Anyo promptly responded, "Brother, this morning at dawn, I had a stomachache and needed to go to the restroom. I saw a bouncy vehicle leaving the street. I thought it was you and called out, but you didn't respond, so I went on my way." Zhou Bin's senses heightened. "You saw the bouncy vehicle?" Anyo nodded affirmatively. "Yes. I thought it was you." Zhou Bin clenched his fists tightly. "That must be the dog thief. Did you see which direction they headed?" Anyo pondered for a moment. It seemed they drove towards the countryside. Zhou Bin immediately declared, "Anyo, let us go to the countryside and investigate." He instructed his family to rest at home today and postpone selling popcorn, for he intended to search for De Huang with Anyo. Li Nan hurriedly cautioned, "Bin Ge, be careful on the road and watch your safety." Zhou Jianming added, Bin, it would be best if you can find De Huang. If not, please return." Xiao Hua shouted, "Daddy, you must bring De Huang back." Zhou Bin reassured them, started the tricycle, and followed Anyo towards the countryside. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard of Xingwang Township, a tall, thin man was mercilessly whipping De Huang. He cursed under his breath, "You little dog. I will not be unable to subdue you. Just wait. This afternoon, you will become dog meat." De Huang was tightly restrained by a leash around his neck, barking furiously. Yet helplessly limited in movement, he could only endure the man's blows. The man, named Li Gosheng, was a dog dealer, and this particular dog was the largest he had ever encountered, promising a substantial profit. His spirits were high, anticipating a lucrative sale to a dog meat vendor that afternoon. In a moment of distraction, De Huang lunged forward and bit down on his calf. Li Gosheng yelped in pain, instinctively jumping up. Upon rolling up his pant leg, he saw a deep, bloody mark on his calf, which sent him into a rage. Chapter 62. The dog thief captured Li Gosheng, still reeling from the pain. Nearly lost his mind, raising his whip to strike De Huang. De Huang leapt with all his might, attempting to break free from the tight leash around his neck. However, the restraint was too firm, and escape seemed impossible. Li Gosheng swung his whip mercilessly at De Huang, leaving marks of blood on his body. Enduring the agony, De Huang bit fiercely at the leash binding him. Finally, with a sharp snap, the rope that tethered De Huang was severed. With a sudden leap, the dog named De Huang tackled Li Gosheng to the ground. Frightened out of his wits, Li Gosheng let out a terrified scream as De Huang bit down hard on his ample backside. In a swift motion, De Huang turned and lunged toward another direction, severing the rope tethering a large white dog, prompting both dogs to dash out through the open gate. Li Gosheng, momentarily disregarding the pain in his rear, brandished his whip and raced after them. The white dog followed De Huang as they sprinted toward the street, where a market was bustling with people. Upon seeing the two large dogs barreling toward them, the crowd scattered in panic. Meanwhile, Li Gosheng shouted in hot pursuit, "Don't run. I'll catch you. And you'll pay for this." Recalling the path home, De Huang ran desperately, aware that if captured again, escape would be impossible. Just then, Zhou Bin and Anyo arrived at the street corner in their car, intending to find a parking spot. They spotted De Huang and the white dog racing toward the northern end of the street. Anyo immediately exclaimed, "Look, isn't that your dog, De Huang?" Zhou Bin recognized De Huang at once and called out, "De Huang." Upon seeing Zhou Bin, De Huang dashed toward the car and leaped into the cargo area. The white dog, however, hesitated, cautiously circling below. De Huang barked anxiously, but the white dog remained too timid to jump up. Zhou Bin observed closely and realized that the white dog appeared to be female, instantly understanding the situation. This was the mate De Huang had been seeking. No wonder it was so frantic. Zhou Bin then encouraged, "Come on, white dog, jump up." Gradually lowering its guard, the white dog climbed into the car, encouraged by De Huang's affectionate demeanor. Just as the two dogs hopped into the back of the truck, Li Gosheng caught up with them. Spotting the dogs inside, he shouted, Those are my dogs. Give them back to me. Anyo, recognizing the man's demeanor, felt a surge of anger, convinced he was a dog thief. Without a second thought, he jumped out of the car and rebuked, "What do you think you're doing? You thief! How dare you demand your dogs back?" Zhou also stepped out, his face flushed with anger. "Where are your dogs then?" he demanded. Li Goxing, feeling intimidated by their fierce expressions, stammered, "Those two. They're both mine." Zhou sneered. "Ah, so you're the one who stole my dogs. I've been looking for you, and now you've come right to me." Li Goxing's heart sank. Yet he continued to deny, "Who stole your dogs? They are mine." Anyo shouted, "You foolish scoundrel. Why must you resort to thievery? You should be ashamed." Li Goxing's face turned crimson as he retorted, "What right do you have to insult me?" Anyo, filled with righteous indignation, declared, "Not only will I insult you, but I'll also teach you a lesson." With that, Anyo delivered a sharp slap to Li Goxing's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. Li Goxing immediately began to wail, "Help! Someone's attacking me. These two are bullying me." As the crowd gathered at the market, drawn by the commotion, confusion hung in the air regarding the unfolding events. Upon noticing the throng, Li Goxing swiftly took on the role of the accuser, exclaiming that two individuals had stolen his dog and assaulted him, urging the onlookers for assistance. The spectators, upon seeing Li Goxing sprawled on the ground in a disheveled state, contrasted his appearance with that of the robust Aniu and the impeccably clean Zhou, leading them to doubt his claims. Accusations began to fly towards Zhou and Aniu. "What are you two ruffians doing, stealing someone's dog and attacking him? Do you think there's no one left on Xinguang Street to stand up to you? Indeed, with your ferocity, you dare to come here and snatch dogs." The crowd, fueled by indignation, formed a tight circle around Zhou and Aniu, insisting that the two explain themselves or face consequences. Aniu, his face flushed with anger, protested vehemently. "What kind of eyes do you all have? This scoundrel has stolen my brother's dog, and when we sought to retrieve it, he turned the tables on us." The crowd fell silent, uncertain of who was telling the truth. Li Goxing seized the moment, shouting, "That is indeed my dog. Look at the leash around its neck. It bears my tag." Following his pointing finger, the crowd noticed that both dogs were indeed wearing leashes adorned with tags. Once again, they directed their ire towards Zhou and Aniu. Aniu, now livid, insisted, "He is simply fabricating lies. That dog belongs to us." Zhou, who had maintained his silence thus far, let out a mocking laugh. "If you claim that dog is yours, call it, and see if it comes to you." The crowd, suddenly enlightened, realized this would reveal the true owner of the dog. However, Li Goxing hesitated, reluctant to call for the dog. Zhou pressed him. "Since you assert that this is your dog, then summon it." Aniu joined in, taunting, "What's the matter, dog thief? Afraid to call out?" Encouraged by the gathering, the crowd urged Li Goxing to summon the dog. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Huang Mao, Bai Mao, come here." Zhou, taken aback by the names, thought them quite ridiculous. Immediately, the yellow dog bared its teeth and let out an angry growl at Li Goxing, while the white dog joined in with fierce barking. Feeling embarrassed, Li Goxing attempted once more. "Oh, why are you making such a fuss? Come here." Yet, both dogs remained unmoved, continuing to bark at him, leaving Li Goxing flustered. With a subtle smile, Zhou called out, "Da Huang, cease barking." At his command, the yellow dog obediently stopped its growling, and the white dog also fell silent, standing docilely at his side. In that moment, Li Goxing's face drained of color, as clarity dawned upon the spectators regarding the rightful owner of the dogs. The crowd erupted in condemnation of Li Goxing, chastising him for his unscrupulous actions and lamenting his failure to achieve anything other than attempting to steal a dog, a disgrace to his ancestors. As the crowd's anger intensified, Li Goxing, sensing the rising tide of fury, attempted to slink away, but Aniu swiftly kicked him back down to the ground. "Speak. How did you steal my brother's dog?" he bellowed. The crowd echoed their inquiries, yet Li Goxing stubbornly buried his head in silence. Enraged, Aniu shouted, "Speak up. If you don't, I'll beat you to a pulp, you scoundrel." The crowd was filled with indignation towards the despicable act of thievery, their collective anger boiling over, eager to confront the young man responsible. Just then, an elderly voice pierced through the commotion. "Goshing, what has happened to you?" The crowd turned to see a small-footed old woman hurriedly approaching. Trembling, she reached the group, and upon seeing her son, she burst into tears. Li Goxing, upon recognizing his mother, was momentarily taken aback. "Mother, what brings you here?" Zhou stared at the old woman and exclaimed, "Auntie, is that really you?" Chapter 63, It turns out to be her. Zhou quickly recognized her as the elderly lady selling cloth shoes on Donggon Street. The old woman also recognized him. "Oh dear, young man, What are you doing here? Zhou Bin promptly inquired. Is he your son? The old woman nodded vigorously, yes. I don't understand what has happened to him. Zhou Bin was momentarily at a loss for words when the old woman pressed on. Goshing, why are you sitting on the ground? Get up. Li Goshing kept his head down, silent. An old man nearby kindly interjected. Your son has stolen the dogs belonging to these two young men and has been caught. The old woman shuddered at the news, her face changing instantly. What? You mean my son has stolen someone's dogs? Yes, at first he denied it, but now everyone is discussing it, the old man explained. The old woman, visibly shocked, turned to Li Goshing. Goshing, did you really steal someone's dogs? Li Goshing, dejected, nodded without uttering a word. The old woman's expression darkened further, and she nearly collapsed. Zhou Bin rushed to support her. Auntie, are you all right? Li Goshing, frightened, hurried to assist his mother. Mother, what's wrong? Are you okay? In a sudden fit of rage, the old woman raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across her son's face. Goshing, how could you be so foolish? Why did you steal someone's dog? She scolded through tears. Li Goshing held his stinging cheek and murmured, Mother, I. The old woman turned to Zhou Bin. Bowing deeply, Young man, I apologize on behalf of my son. It is my fault for not raising him properly. She continued to bow repeatedly, expressing her deep regret. Zhou Bin quickly assisted her to her feet, reassuring her, Auntie, there is no need for such formality, please stand up. The old woman, hastily pulling Li Goshing closer, urged, You rascal, hurry and apologize to this young man. Li Goshing, compelled by his mother, bowed 3 times to Zhou Bin. The old woman couldn't help but scold again. You fool, why did you steal? Especially from this good young man. Li Goshing, bewildered, asked, Mother, do you know him? The old woman recounted the events of the previous day, leaving Li Goshing utterly stunned. Without hesitation, she dragged her son before Zhou Bin, saying, Young man, this unworthy child has committed a grave error. It is entirely my fault as his mother. Whatever punishment you see fit, we will accept without complaint. Zhou Bin gazed at the elderly woman, her white hair reminding him momentarily of his own mother. Regrettably, she departed from this world far too early, when he was merely 10 years old. Reflecting on this, Zhou Bin remarked, Auntie, never mind, the dog has been retrieved, so I shall refrain from further comments. Observing Zhou Bin's reluctance to pursue the matter any further, the aunt repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Zhou Bin, with a fierce gaze, turned to Li Goshing and said, Look at how many good words your mother has spoken on your behalf. You are no longer a child. Why resort to such disgraceful actions like stealing chickens or dogs? Out of respect for your mother, I choose not to hold this against you, but otherwise, I would have no choice but to report you to the authorities. Upon hearing the term authorities, Li Goshing trembled in fear and immediately responded, Brother, I was wrong. I shall never dare to do so again. Aniu interjected, You are fortunate to have encountered my brother. Had it been me, I would have certainly sent you to jail. The aunt hastily added, Goshing, your elder brother has shown you mercy. Quickly express your thanks. Li Goshing hurriedly bowed repeatedly, conveying his gratitude to Zhou Bin. The aunt then addressed the onlookers, saying, It's all settled. It's all settled. Everyone, please disperse. As the crowd perceived the resolution of the situation, they gradually began to leave. Once the crowd had departed, Zhou Bin, intrigued, inquired of Li Goshing, How long have you been engaged in such activities? Li Goshing, with a flushed face, replied, Brother, this is my first time, unfortunately. I was caught by you. The aunt chimed in, My child has never engaged in such despicable acts before. I cannot fathom what possessed him to commit such a shameful deed. Zhou Bin then asked, How did you know we had a dog? Li Goshing, brimming with shame, recounted the events. It turned out that he had previously been involved in collecting scrap from village to village. On that particular day, he had ventured to Baiyuan village to gather scrap, but found nothing of value. Just as he was about to leave, a woman in front of a house stopped him, asking quietly, Young man, do you collect dogs? Li Goshing had never collected dogs before and promptly declined. However, the woman insisted that the dog was large and fat, certainly worth a considerable sum. Coincidentally, he had encountered a dog meat vendor a few days prior, who had expressed interest in buying dogs, offering a decent price. With this in mind, Li Goshing felt a twinge of temptation and inquired about the dog's location. The woman, with a mysterious smile, whispered to him for a while. After hearing her, Li Goshing immediately shook his head vigorously like a rattled drum, refusing to engage in theft. Yet, the woman persistently assured him that the family was seldom home, making it relatively easy to steal the dog. Given his current financial constraints and the lack of earnings from collecting scrap, he began to waver. Eventually, succumbing to her persuasion, he nodded in agreement. The woman then stipulated that he must give her 5 yuan for her to reveal the location of the house with the dog. After some haggling, They settled on 3 yuan. Once she received the money, the woman led him to the vicinity of Zhou Bin's home, claiming that the dog was inside. Observing the yard, Li Gouxing indeed spotted a large dog. However, since it was daytime, he dared not take action and thus returned home on his tricycle. Later that night, he stealthily returned with tools in hand. In the stillness of the night, he quietly fashioned a noose, seizing the opportunity as the large yellow dog lay asleep. Swiftly, he slipped the noose around its neck and pulled it over the courtyard wall, escaping on a tricycle. As he traveled, a white dog suddenly obstructed his path, barking frantically around the tricycle. Elated by this unexpected turn of events, he captured the white dog as well and tethered it in a dilapidated yard. Before the dog meat vendor could arrive, both dogs fled, only to encounter Zhou Bin and his companions. Upon hearing the tale, Zhou Bin felt a jolt of shock. Who was this woman? He pressed further, and Li Gouxing described the individual's appearance. Zhou Bin's fury ignited. The wicked woman was none other than Lu Ailing. Aniu was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Goodness, it was that vile Lu Ailing who committed this misdeed." Zhou Bin's anger surged, realizing this despicable woman would stoop to such depths for a mere 3 yuan. Determined, he resolved to confront her and reveal her true nature to everyone. He instructed Li Gouxing and his mother to return home while he and Aniu drove back in the tricycle, accompanied by the 2 large dogs. On their journey, Aniu, intrigued by the large white dog, exclaimed, "Brother, this white dog is so beautiful, so snow-white." Zhou Bin was equally pleased. Not only had he retrieved the large yellow dog, but he had also gained a magnificent white dog. "From now on, we'll call you Dubai," he announced. The white dog seemed to comprehend Zhou Bin's words, wagging its tail joyfully. With a smile, Zhou Bin pressed the accelerator, steering toward the village. As they approached the village, they spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Zhou Bin abruptly applied the brakes, steering the tricycle into the grass by the roadside and turning off the engine. Aniu was about to inquire about his intent when Zhou Bin whispered, "Look, who is that?" Aniu squinted and nearly gasped aloud, recognizing Lu Ailing. Chapter 64. Scandal unveiled. Upon seeing Lu Ailing's furtive demeanor, Zhou Bin sensed something amiss, particularly as she headed towards the home of Lu Guangho, the village's old bachelor. Aniu, filled with indignation, urged, "Brother, let us confront that woman and demand an explanation for her misdeeds." Zhou Bin quickly restrained him, whispering, "Observe where she is going." Aniu glanced around, murmuring, "That seems to be Lu Guangho's home." Suddenly, Aniu gasped, "What is that old woman doing at Lu Guangho's house?" Zhou Bin remarked disdainfully, "That old fool is certainly up to no good." They exchanged knowing glances and stealthily followed her. Lu Ailing, glancing around nervously, hurried up the dirt slope toward Lu Guangho's residence, which sat isolated from the rest of the village. Concealed in the grass, the two watched as the gate creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man, Lu Guangho himself. He approached with a smile, and Lu Ailing handed him a plastic bag that appeared to contain pork. 2 individuals stealthily entered the courtyard and with a loud clang, closed the door behind them. Anyo was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out. "Brother, what are those 2 up to?" Zhou Bin quietly spat. "Pa? Shameless old wretches, they must be up to no good." Anyo nearly exclaimed, "Are you implying those 2? Zhou Bin nodded, a scheme swiftly forming in his mind. He gestured for Anyo to hurry, and the 2 quickly departed from that place, returning to the tricycle. "Goodness, I never realized Lu Ailing could be so brazen," Anyo lamented. Zhou Bin chuckled coldly. "What do you expect from her? Just look at her appearance. It reveals everything." Anyo, unsettled, inquired, "Brother, this person causes harm daily. Can't we do something about her?" Zhou Bin replied with a smirk, "Indeed, we can, but it requires you to run an errand for us." He then leaned close to Anyo and whispered a plan, which nearly made Anyo burst into laughter. The duo promptly started the tricycle and headed towards the village. Soon, they arrived at Zhou Bin's doorstep, and Anyo immediately jumped off, making his way toward Zhou Jianren's house. Zhou Bin, meanwhile, returned home with 2 large dogs. Li Nan and Xiao Hua were overjoyed to see Da Huang return and were intrigued to discover an additional large white dog. Zhou Bin recounted the tale of how he found Da Huang, and the family was both astonished and delighted to welcome another member into their household. Xiao Hua, noticing the scars on Da Huang, felt a pang of sympathy and hurried to fetch some medicine. Zhou Jiaming, hearing the commotion, also stepped outside, and Zhou Bin took the opportunity to reveal the mischief orchestrated by Lu Ailing. The entire family was incensed, puzzled as to why Lu Ailing was so malicious. Observing their anger, Zhou Bin remarked with a smile, "Lu Ailing is in for some misfortune. Just wait and see." Li Nan, curious, asked, "Brother Bin, are you going to confront Lu Ailing?" Zhou Jiaming chimed in immediately, Bin, I will accompany you." I need to confront her about her wickedness. Surprised by his father's sudden assertiveness, who had previously always shied away from conflict, Zhou Bin chuckled. Dad, there's no need for us to go. You will understand soon enough. Zhou Jianming and Li Nan exchanged glances, puzzled by Zhou Bin's enigmatic demeanor. Meanwhile, Anyo cheerfully approached Zhou Jianren's doorstep and quietly peered inside. Discovering Zhou Jianren seated on a stool, listening to the radio. With a grin, he quipped, Uncle Jianren, enjoying a play? Zhou Jianren looked up, recognizing Anyo, rolled his eyes, and chose to ignore him. Knowing Anyo was in cahoots with Zhou Bin and had previously scolded him, he found it peculiar that Anyo was so carefree today, thus he dismissed him. Anyo, noticing the indifference, raised his voice. Uncle Jianren, is this how you pass the time? Sitting idly while my aunt is feasting on pork. This remark caught Zhou Jianren's attention, prompting him to inquire. What did you say? Who's eating meat? The three daughters-in-law inside heard the commotion and rushed out, each asking, Anyo, who are you talking about? Anyo boldly declared, it must be my aunt. I saw her with pork heading to Lu Guangho's house. They must be inside, enjoying a meal together. Zhou Jianren trembled, causing the radio to tumble to the ground. What did you say? You saw it with your own eyes? Zhou Jianren asked in astonishment as he rose to his feet. Aniu grinned widely, of course. If I hadn't seen it, how could I tell you? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianren's expression shifted dramatically. Abandoning the radio, he dashed towards Lu Guangho's home. As he walked, he muttered, that wretched woman, what is she doing at Lu Guangho's house? The three wives, upon hearing this, were left speechless in shock. Zhao Meiqin immediately shouted, Mother, something terrible has happened. The old lady has gone to Lu Guangho's house. Wang Jinhua reprimanded, keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to hear? Soon, Zhou Ming, Zhou Kai, and Zhou Xing rushed out, their faces pale with fear as they hurriedly led their wives towards the scene. With Zhao Meiqin's exclamation, the neighbors caught wind of the commotion. They gasped, good heavens, this is colossal news. Consequently, small groups, men and women alike, hurried towards Lu Guangho's residence. Seeing this, Aniu's face lit up with delight as he hurried to inform Zhou Bin. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Bin chuckled, the show is about to begin. He led Aniu towards Lu Guangho's home, followed by Zhou Jianming. Li Nan, however, stayed back to supervise Xiao Hua as she practiced writing. As the group arrived at Lu Guangho's doorstep, they found it surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers. Everyone was pointing and whispering, displaying expressions of disdain and intrigue. Zhou Jianren's face flushed with embarrassment as he shouted, open up. Quickly, open the door. The crowd stifled their laughter as they watched him pound on the door, but the occupants remained unyielding. Enraged, Zhou Jianren cursed, Lu Guangho, if you don't open the door this instant, I will smash it to pieces. Just then, his three sons and their wives arrived. Trembling with fury, Zhou Jianren bellowed, you all, break down the door. With a collective shout, the three charged at the door, which promptly crashed open with a resounding thud. Zhou Jianren was the first to surge inside, followed closely by his sons, their wives, and then the villagers. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhou Jianren rushed towards the house, only to find the door shut tight and silence enveloping the room. Mustering all his strength, he smashed the door open, bursting inside. Once in the room, he froze. There lay Lu Ailing, trembling on the ground, while Lu Guangho was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Aniu spotted Lu Guangho attempting to scale the wall in a bid to escape. The crowd surged forward, grabbing Lu Guangho by the legs and pulling him down. He landed with a grunt, pressing his head to the ground, pleading, spare me. I beg you, spare me. Zhou Jianren's gaze fell upon the plate of braised meat on the table, and his anger flared. Ah, so you've been secretly feasting on meat. This proclamation left everyone momentarily stunned. Was this old man truly concerned about food at such a moment? Lu Ailing, terrified, turned pale, shaking uncontrollably and too frightened to utter a word. Aniu leaped forward. See, Uncle Jianren, I wasn't mistaken. Chapter 65. A heartfelt justice. Zhou Jianren's face turned ashen. Ignoring Anyo's presence, he bellowed, speak. Why did you close the door? Lu Ailing, trembling with fear, stammered, we didn't do anything, just eating meat. Lu Fenny chuckled. Oh, do you really need to close the door for that? How peculiar. Aunt Zhao cast a disdainful glance at Lu Ailing, remarking, they claim to be eating meat, but who knows what they are truly consuming. These words elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd, leaving Zhou Jianren's face flushed with embarrassment. He stepped directly in front of Lu Guangho, raising his hand to strike him, only for Anyo to grasp his wrist and halt him. Uncle Jianren, what are you doing? Let us discuss this calmly. They merely ate some meat. Anyo said with a grin. Zhou Jianren, Enraged, shouted, "Get out of my way," as he attempted to shake off Nyo's grip. Nyo exerted a bit of strength, causing Zhou Jianren to stumble, nearly falling to the ground. The onlookers harbored a deep-seated disdain for Zhou Jianren and his family. Witnessing Lu Ailing's disgraceful behavior ignited a torrent of scorn. This old woman has no shame, at her age still engaging in such acts. Truly a disgrace to her ancestors. Smoke is rising from her ancestors' graves. The coffin lid can hardly contain the shame. Sleeping together during broad daylight? Oh dear. It's simply unbearable to witness. Zhou Jianren, feeling utterly humiliated, suddenly lunged at Lu Ailing, ferociously kicking her several times. Lu Ailing emitted cries akin to a slaughtered pig, rolling on the ground. Zhou Jianren cursed vehemently. "I have truly been wronged. How did I end up with such a shameless old hag? Why don't you just die?" Lu Ailing continued to writhe on the ground like a lifeless pig, indifferent to the condemnation of the crowd. Zhou Bin's face bore a cold smirk, thinking, "Shameless old wretch, may you reap what you sow." Meanwhile, Zhou Jianming gazed at Zhou Jianren with a complex expression, his heart a tumult of emotions. Just as the crowd was in tumult, the village elder, Zhou Difu, arrived, his face a mask of fury. "Everyone, step aside." Upon seeing the elder, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. Zhou Difu approached Zhou Jianren, demanding, "Jianren, what is going on here?" Zhou Jianren, filled with shame, replied, I cannot speak of it." Zhou Difu glanced at the sprawled Lu Ailing and Lu Guangho, muttering a curse, "You disgrace your ancestors." He then sternly commanded, "Guangho, speak. What is the matter?" Terrified, Lu Guangho stammered, "Village elder, please spare me." Zhou Difu, furious, roared, "Stop with the nonsense. Speak plainly." Lu Guangho, glancing at Zhou Jianren, nervously confessed, We were just sleeping together." The elder's face nearly contorted with rage at the revelation, and he chastised, "You have truly shamed your ancestors." The crowd gasped in shock, exclaiming, "This old woman is utterly shameless. How can she engage in such beastly acts at her age, with grandchildren already?" Upon hearing the words, Zhou Jianren trembled with rage, lunging forward to deliver 2 resounding slaps to Lu Guangho, causing blood to gush from his nose. Lu Guangho, in pain, cried out, "Why are you hitting me? It was Lu Ailing who said she would feed me meat and then asked me to sleep with her." The crowd gasped in shock, having assumed Lu Guangho was the one seducing Lu Ailing, only to discover that it was this old man who had lured him instead. Everyone knew that Lu Guangho, being somewhat simple-minded, was incapable of deceit, thus his words were deemed credible. Zhou Jianren's expression darkened further as he turned to unleash a flurry of slaps upon Lu Ailing's aged face, provoking her to wail like a banshee. Their 3 sons observed the scene with impassive expressions, as if they were mere spectators to another's misfortune. In stark contrast, their 3 daughters-in-law wore expressions of schadenfreude. Despite their usual complicity with Lu Ailing, they secretly reveled in her plight. Zhao Meiqin even muttered under her breath, "What a shameless wretch. How is she not dead yet?" Zhou Xing, consumed by anger, retorted, "What did you just say?" Zhao Meiqin quickly denied it. "No, nothing at all." Wang Jinhua snorted softly, suppressing a silent mockery, thinking to herself how this old man was indeed up to his tricks. Han Wan regarded her mother-in-law with disdain, inwardly calling her an old beast. After exhausting himself, Zhou Jianren finally ceased his assault, furiously shouting, "Lu Ailing, what have I done to deserve this? You must be the one responsible for this vile affair." Lu Ailing, incensed by the beating, retorted, "What else can you do besides hit me? Tell me, what can you actually do? Following you has been the worst fate imaginable." The weight of her words left the crowd momentarily speechless. Zhou Jianming felt his face flush with embarrassment, unable to bear such utterances. Zhou Bin felt a wave of revulsion, pondering how such a loathsome family could exist. Zhou Jianren grasped the implication of Lu Ailing's words, realizing she was mocking him in a roundabout way. Enraged, he bellowed, "Lu Ailing, what did you say? Repeat that, and I will make you pay dearly." With that, he raised his hand once more to strike her. In a fit of fury, Lu Ailing retaliated, scrambling to her feet to grapple with Zhou Jianren, biting down hard on his hand, eliciting a cry of pain from him. She then clawed at his face, leaving it a bloody mess, with crimson flowing freely. Zhou Difu, witnessing the scene, coughed in exasperation, shouting, "Someone, separate these 2. Yet, no one moved. Instead, they watched with keen interest as the 2 fought, blood splattering and chaos ensuing. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhou Difu pointed at Zhou Ming and the others, angrily berating, "Are you 3 made of porcelain? Hurry up and pull them apart." The trio, now jolted from their stupor, rushed to intervene, with the daughters-in-law following suit. After a collective effort, They finally managed to separate the two. Zhou Jianren's face was now marred, resembling a sieve, smeared with blood and dirt. Lu Ailing's hair was a tangled mess, her face a patchwork of bruises, resembling a theatrical clown. The crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting into hearty laughter. Zhou Bin felt a surge of immense satisfaction within him. It was a delightful reprisal for all the harm they had wrought in the past. Zhou Jianming, having held his tongue for too long, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Alas! What a shame for our ancestors." With that, he turned and stormed away without a backward glance. Zhou Difu observed the two, his lips moving but words failing to escape, ultimately expressing his disdain. "You truly have wasted decades of your lives. It is laughable beyond measure." He then admonished them sternly. "This disgrace is enough to mortify anyone. I am too ashamed to face others. If you dare to act recklessly again, we shall revert to the old ways and toss you both into the pond." Fixing his gaze on Lu Guangho, he warned, "Guangho, should you continue your foolishness, beware that I may very well geld you." Terrified, Lu Guangho quickly pleaded, "Village head, I shall never dare again. Please spare me." Zhou Difu turned sharply to reprimand, "Jianren, keep a close watch on your wife. Do not let her act so unprincipled. It brings disgrace upon us all." Concluding with a thunderous command, he bellowed, "Return to your homes. What is there to see? Hurry along." As he turned to leave, he caught sight of Zhou Bin and quietly remarked, "Child, do your best. I have faith in you." Zhou Bin nodded, exhaling a breath of relief. Anyo beamed at Zhou Bin, as if he had accomplished a great deed. Zhou Bin silently spat in disdain, preparing to depart when Li Nan approached with Xiao Hua. Upon seeing him, Li Nan promptly said, "Brother Bin, Brother Zhang is here to see you." Chapter 66. A distinguished guest arrives having vented his frustrations. Zhou Bin was about to turn away when suddenly Li Nan appeared with Xiao Hua. Seeing him, Li Nan hurried over and said, "Brother Bin, Brother Zhang has come." Zhou Bin nodded with a smile. "All right, let us hurry back." Li Nan quickly added, "There are a few others I do not recognize. They are driving a small car." Zhou Bin paused in surprise. "There are others? Who are they?" Li Nan shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. Her gaze curious as she observed Zhou Jianren's family in the crowd. She inquired, "What has happened?" Zhou Bin replied with disdain, "Do not speak of it. It is utterly disgraceful. A shame upon our ancestors." With that, he took hold of Li Nan and Xiao Hua and strode away, leaving Zhou Jianren and Lu Ailing gasping for breath like two rabid dogs. Upon arriving at their doorstep, Zhou Bin noticed a small car parked there. A glance revealed it to be a Santana, at that time, a genuine luxury vehicle, priced at an astonishing 180,000. Xiao Hua exclaimed in excitement, "Daddy, look at the car. It's so beautiful." Li Nan quickly admonished, "Xiao Hua, do not shout." Immediately, Xiao Hua fell silent, though her eyes sparkled with envy and longing. Zhou Bin gently stroked Xiao Hua's hair and asked with a smile, "Xiao Hua, do you like this car?" She nodded eagerly, "Yes." Zhou Bin replied with a grin, "Very well, then Daddy will buy one for our family someday. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua's joy erupted once more. "Daddy, is that really true?" Zhou Bin affirmed with a nod, "Of course, it is true." Li Nan, standing aside, stuck out her tongue and quietly remarked, "Brother Bin, how can you boast so much? Can we really afford that little car?" Zhou Bin immediately responded with utmost seriousness, "Xiao Nan, I am not joking. I will definitely buy a car for our family. You must believe me." Observing Zhou Bin's earnest demeanor, Li Nan smiled and replied, "All right, Brother Bin, I believe you." As the group laughed and prepared to enter, Zhou Jianming stepped out, looking rather awkward. Bin, we have a few guests. I've poured some water and served some Jin Si Ho. Do you think it's all right?" Zhou Bin chuckled, "What's wrong with that? Let me see who has come." With that, he strode into the courtyard and soon discovered Zhang Hongwei seated with several individuals. Upon closer inspection, he recognized none other than Ho Tianhai and his father, along with another elderly man whom Zhou Bin did not know. Seeing Zhou Bin return, Zhang Hongwei immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Brother Zhou, you're back. President Ho has come to see you." Zhou Bin promptly greeted them with a smile, "President Ho, sir. You have come. I was out for a bit earlier. My apologies." Ho Tianhai rose with a smile, saying, "Brother Zhou, we are intruding uninvited. I hope you don't mind." Zhou Bin waved his hand dismissively, "President Ho, you flatter us. We reside in this impoverished corner, and our home is quite humble. Please do not think ill of it." Ho Shuwen also stood up, smiling, "Little brother, we meet again. I have yet to properly thank you for what you did last time." Zhou Bin approached him with a smile. "Sir, I trust you have been well lately?" Ho Shuwen replied, "I am in good health. Though I must admit I've been craving your delightful dishes. The chefs at the restaurant cannot compare to your cooking." Zhou Bin laughed heartily, "As long as you enjoyed it. That's all that matters." Ho Shuwen pointed to an elderly man beside him, saying, "This is my friend. You can call him Uncle Zhang. He's quite the foodie as well and insisted on coming along when I mentioned you." Zhou Bin greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Zhang, it is a pleasure to meet you." Zhang Jingjun grinned. "Little brother, I hope I am not being too intrusive." Zhou Bin shook his head with a smile. "Not at all. It's just that my home is a bit modest, so I hope you won't mind." Zhang Jingjun immediately responded with a smile. "Little brother, do not let appearances deceive you. We have all come from humble beginnings. Given your circumstances, your home is quite nice. We have no reason to complain." Ho Shuwen chimed in. "Indeed, Brother Zhou, your home is quite tidy. The peach and apricot trees in your yard bear a good harvest. Just looking at them lifts my spirits." Zhou Bin quickly replied, "You flatter me, sir. It is all thanks to my wife." He then called Li Nan and Xiao Hua over, introducing them. "This is my wife, Li Nan, and this is my daughter, Xiao Hua." Li Nan hurriedly greeted everyone with a smile, and Xiao Hua sweetly echoed the greetings. Ho Shuwen immediately exclaimed, "Oh my, this girl is truly lovely." Zhang Jingjun added, "Indeed. Little brother, your wife is remarkable, a perfect match for you." Ho Tianhai praised, "Your daughter is also a beauty in the making, truly, like mother, like daughter." This flurry of compliments made Li Nan's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Zhou Bin smiled and said, "My wife is the village beauty. Back in the day, many suitors pursued her." Li Nan, blushing, quickly interjected, "Bingo, what are you saying? Stop it." Xiao Hua, being young, was delighted by the compliments from these uncles and grandfathers, her face lighting up with joy. Zhou Bin continued to introduce, "That is my father. You all met him earlier." Zhou Jianming apologetically remarked, "I hope you will excuse the lack of hospitality." Ho Shuwen chuckled, "Old brother, you are too polite. We came here of our own accord, and hope we haven't caused you any trouble." Zhang Hongwei added with a smile, "Brother Zhou, the dishes you prepared last time are still on my father's mind. I wonder if we can savor your specialties today?" Zhou Bin laughed heartily. "As long as you don't mind our humble surroundings, I am more than happy to oblige." Ho Tianhai immediately responded, "We wouldn't dream of complaining. We are eagerly looking forward to it." Ho Shuwen chimed in, "Indeed, I have always wanted to return to the village for a meal, but unfortunately, the opportunity never arose." Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin declared, "All right, today I shall prepare an authentic farmhouse meal that will surely satisfy everyone." The group was instantly elated, anticipating a delightful feast. Zhou Bin asked his father to entertain the guests while he and Li Nan hopped into a small vehicle and headed to the village to procure ingredients. Today, he intended to showcase his culinary skills, while also promoting his business. Upon arriving in the village, they bought meat, vegetables, and some spices before returning home. Once back, Zhou Bin and Li Nan immediately set to work, while Ho Tianhai and the others chatted in the yard. Zhou Jianming even picked some apricots from the apricot tree for them. These apricots, known as Hongmei apricots, were just beginning to blush with color, yet they were already quite sweet. As everyone enjoyed the cool breeze under the shade of the trees, savoring apricots and sipping tea, the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had slipped by, and a rich aroma began to waft through the yard. Unable to contain himself, Ho Shuwen exclaimed, "Ah, that scent is simply divine." Ho Tianhai involuntarily swallowed hard, thinking the aroma was even more enticing than that of his own restaurant. Just as they were all praising the delightful smells, Zhou Bin emerged with a large platter of crabs. The moment the aroma hit them, everyone became restless with anticipation. Chapter 67. A double delight. Zhou Bin presented his spicy crabs with a grin, and the moment the fragrant scent reached their nostrils, they could hardly contain their excitement. Ho Shuwen immediately inquired with a smile, "Brother Zhou, is the meal ready?" Zhou Bin, beaming, placed the platter on the table, saying, "Yes. I will serve it up right away." Ho Shuwen nodded enthusiastically and turned to Zhang Jingjun, saying, "Old Zhang, you are in for a treat." Zhang Jingjun could not help but take a deep breath, exclaiming, "Ah, it smells so good, truly delightful." Li Nan then brought out 2 more platters of crabs, prompting Ho Tianhai to joyfully declare, "More delicious dishes are here." Everyone gazed eagerly as Li Nan presented stir-fried crabs with locust flowers and a wild vegetable crab soup, both looking particularly enticing. Before long, Zhou Bin returned with spicy cold noodles, stir-fried mung bean jelly, and fragrant steamed meat, along with honey-glazed pork. As several individuals felt their stomachs rumble, Li Nan once again brought forth a platter of boiled pork, spicy stir-fried meat, and braised potatoes. Just when everyone presumed the dishes were all served, Zhou Bin promptly returned to the kitchen, emerging with a large plate, wearing a cheerful smile. "This is the star dish of the day. Let us savor its flavor," Zhou Bin ceremoniously announced. Upon seeing the plate, which was brimming with spicy river shrimp, Exuding an enticing aroma, Ho Tianhai exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Zhou, you have such a delightful treasure." Zhou Bin replied with a grin. "These were caught fresh from the local stream. They are absolutely pristine." Ho Shuwen also expressed his astonishment, saying, "Ah, this is indeed a premium delicacy. You truly have a thoughtful touch, Brother Zhou." Zhang Hongwei, having never tasted shrimp before, hesitantly inquired, "Brother Zhou, how does one consume this?" Zhou Bin laughed. "I've cleaned the shrimp thoroughly and coated them in batter before frying. You can enjoy them directly." Ho Tianhai, grinning, remarked, "Boss Zhang, these river shrimp are simply exceptional. Not many indulge in them around here." With his extensive knowledge, Ho Tianhai recognized the value of river shrimp, noting that in their northern region, consumption of shrimp was still uncommon during that era. Zhang Hongwei sincerely remarked, "Indeed, it seems that Boss Ho is quite well informed." Zhou Bin then declared, "The dishes are all set. We may commence dining." Ho Shuwen, with a hint of concern, urged, "Brother Zhou, do call your father and wife to join us." Zhou Bin cheerfully explained, "They are still preparing the meal. They will be here shortly." Zhang Jingjun, surprised, asked, "What more food is there?" "This is already sufficient." Ho Shuwen concurred, "Yes, Brother Zhou, we cannot have any more." Zhou Bin, casting a glance towards the kitchen, replied, "That cannot be. Any guest at our home must indulge in the spicy noodle soup. It will be ready imminently." Just as he spoke, Li Nan emerged to inquire, "Brother Bin, the spicy noodle soup is ready. Shall we serve it now?" Zhou Bin responded with a smile, "You, the child, and your father should join us. We will have the noodles later." Li Nan nodded in agreement and hurriedly summoned her father-in-law and little Hua. Soon, everyone gathered around the table, and Zhou Bin fetched a bottle of Shifeng liquor, placing small white porcelain cups in front of each guest. Li Nan filled the cups, then poured hot water for herself and the child. Zhou Bin stood and proclaimed, "Welcome to my humble abode. If my hospitality falls short, I sincerely hope for your understanding." Zhou Jiaming also rose and smiled, "Please do not hold back. Enjoy the feast." Ho Tianhai and the others quickly stood as well, with Ho Tianhai stating, "Brother Zhou, you are indeed gracious. We are particularly delighted to visit your home." He raised his cup and continued, "Uncle Zhou, Brother Zhou, and sister-in-law, on behalf of our group, I extend our gratitude to you." With that, he downed his drink in one gulp, prompting everyone to follow suit. After finishing their drinks, Zhou Bin chuckled, "Uncle Ho, Uncle Zhang, do sample the crab and river shrimp. How do they taste?" Ho Shuwen picked up a piece of spicy crab and placed it in his mouth, a wave of familiar and delightful flavors igniting his excitement. It's just as I remember. The taste hasn't changed at all. It's absolutely delectable." Zhang Zhengjun picked a river shrimp and popped it into his mouth, the crisp and fragrant taste eliciting a spontaneous thumbs up from him. "Delicious. This flavor is splendid." Upon witnessing the two elders reveling in their meal, Ho Tianhai could not resist the temptation to sample a piece of crab stir-fried with locust flowers, exclaiming in delight, "Oh my, why does this crab taste even better than what our restaurant chefs prepare? The aroma is exceptionally rich." Zhou Bin chuckled, "Is that so? How could my cooking possibly surpass that of a professional chef?" Yet, Ho Tianhai waved his hands in disagreement. "No, the flavor of his dish pales in comparison to yours." Zhou Bin smiled. "As long as President Ho is satisfied, that is what matters." Ho Tianhai then indulged in another river shrimp, savoring the explosion of freshness that nearly intoxicated him with delight. Zhang Hongwei took a sip of his drink, then eagerly grabbed a piece of honey-glazed meat, nodding in satisfaction. He remarked, "Brother Zhou, our visit is not merely for dining. I bring you good news." Zhou Bin immediately inquired with a smile, "What good news?" Zhang Hongwei replied, "Last time, you asked me to deliver some popcorn to President Ho. He was very pleased with it and even offered it to guests as a pre-meal dessert. The feedback was excellent, so President Ho has decided to order your popcorn." Zhou Bin exclaimed with joy, "That is wonderful. President Ho, my popcorn is entirely natural, with nothing added." Ho Tianhai responded, "Brother Zhou, for now, I would like to try about 60 pounds per day. Do you think that can be arranged?" Zhou Bin confidently patted his chest. "No problem. I can manage 100 pounds a day. I have plenty of corn." Ho Tianhai smiled with satisfaction. "All right then, let's agree that starting tomorrow, you will have Boss Zhang deliver it to my restaurant." Zhou Bin eagerly asked, "What will the price be?" Ho Tianhai replied with a grin, $2.50 per pound. How does that sound? After a moment's consideration, Zhou Bin realized that giving Zhang Hongwei a 50-cent margin still left him with a $2 profit per pound, which was quite considerable, and he nodded in agreement. Seeing his son secure another lucrative deal, Zhou Jiaming's joy was palpable, and he urged, "President Ho, let us not just chat. Let's eat." Li Nan felt equally pleased. knowing that the popcorn business was secure now. However, Ho Tianhai waved his hand. I will eat later, Brother Zhou, about those river shrimps. Zhou Bin had been anticipating this and promptly replied. These river shrimps are plentiful from our nearby ditches, guaranteed fresh and delicious. Ho Tianhai, in high spirits, chuckled. It seems you were already aware of what I was about to say, weren't you? Zhou Bin grinned. President Ho, you are indeed a shrewd businessman. How many river shrimps would you like? After a moment's thought, Ho Tianhai decided. Let us start with 300 pounds, if the guests enjoy them. We can increase the order. Zhou Bin cheerfully responded. No problem. I'll have them ready for you by tomorrow. As for the price, how about $4 per pound? Ho Tianhai inquired. Zhou Bin pointed at Zhang Hongwei and replied. President Ho, Brother Zhang should also earn a little. Let us make it $4.50. What do you think? Ho Tianhai smiled. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. He then jested, Boss Zhang. It seems Brother Zhou thinks of you in everything he does. You ought to buy him a pack of cigarettes. Zhang Hongwei grinned broadly, replying, Of course. I will buy it right away. Chapter 68. We are going to get rich. Zhou Bin immediately chimed in. Brother Zhang is my benefactor. Without him, I wouldn't have had the pleasure of meeting everyone here. I should be expressing my gratitude. With that, he raised his wine cup in a toast to Zhang Hongwei, who beamed with delight and downed his drink in one go. Li Nan smiled and urged, Everyone, let's enjoy the dishes before they cool down. The group promptly dug into the meal, and soon the table was nearly cleared. Zhou Bin, noticing this, stood up and said to Li Nan, Let's go get the noodles. Ho Tianhai and the others were savoring their meal, feeling a twinge of regret as the dishes were finished, but upon hearing there were noodles, their spirits lifted instantly. Zhou Bin and Li Nan ventured into the kitchen, where they dropped the finely sliced noodles into boiling water while simultaneously heating the prepared spicy meat broth. After letting the noodles boil for a couple of moments, they were removed and placed into cold water. Each bowl received a modest serving of noodles, topped with the spicy meat broth, garnished with scallions, egg pancakes, and chives, creating a delectable bowl of sour and spicy noodle soup. Zhou Bin brought out a large platter capable of holding 10 bowls of noodles and set it directly on the table. Upon seeing the noodles Zhou Bin had brought, everyone gasped in delight. They looked irresistibly appetizing. The broth shimmered a rich red, the garnishes a vibrant green, and the noodles appeared tender and inviting. The aroma, a tantalizing blend of sour, spicy, and savory, wafted through the air, making mouths water in anticipation. Ho Tianhai picked up a bowl of noodles, lifted a strand, and upon tasting it, was met with an explosion of flavor. The noodles were smooth and chewy, prompting him to dig in without hesitation. Observing Ho Tianhai's enjoyment, the others quickly followed suit. Before long, the courtyard was filled with the sounds of slurping noodles, each person sweating with delight as they relished the meal. An hour later, they had nearly finished, with each person having consumed an average of 7 or 8 bowls. Ho Shuwen, patting his stomach, exclaimed, Ah, Brother Zhou, this spicy noodle soup is the best I've ever tasted. How is it so delicious? Zhang Jingjun sincerely remarked, I haven't had such delightful noodles in ages. I'm tired of the meals prepared by others. Wiping sweat from his brow, Ho Tianhai grinned. What a treat. Brother Zhou, this meal is truly flavorful. Restaurant food pales in comparison. Li Nan, noticing everyone drenched in sweat, promptly brought water for them to wash their faces, providing a refreshing relief. Ho Tianhai casually glanced toward the distant mountain and, smiling, asked, Brother Zhou, what is that white patch up there? Zhou Bin replied with a chuckle, That's the locust flowers. They have bloomed. Curiously, Ho Shuwen inquired, Oh, haven't the locust flowers already bloomed? Zhou Jiaming clarified, It is cooler here, and the mountains are even chillier, so the flowers bloom later. Nodding in understanding, Ho Tianhai gazed thoughtfully at the distant locust flowers and, after a moment, asked, Brother Zhou, could you possibly procure some of those locust flowers for us? Zhou Bin immediately recognized that business was once again at hand. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, What is so difficult about it? Just go up the mountain to pick some. Ho Tianhai, with a beaming smile, inquired, How about you procure 500 pounds for us? Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin was elated, responding with enthusiasm, No problem. Whatever quantity you desire is at your disposal. Ho Tianhai elaborated. The locust flowers we use in our shop are dried and rather bland in flavor, so I wanted to see how your locust flowers compare. Zhou Bin replied with confidence. You've come to the right person. Their taste is absolutely delightful. By the way, I have an idea. Intrigued, Ho Tianhai asked, What idea? Do share. Zhou Bin turned to Li Nan and said, Xiao Nan, bring out our locust flower dumplings, locust flower rolls, and spicy garlic sauce for everyone to sample. Upon hearing the mention of delicious food, Ho Tianhai and the others instantly perked up with excitement. Li Nan hesitated, thinking such items were rather unrefined for entertaining guests. But since Zhou Bin had given the order, she hurried to serve them. Before long, the locust flower dumplings and rolls were presented. Zhou Bin cheerfully announced, "These are made with locust flowers. Dip them in the spicy garlic sauce for a wonderful flavor." Ho Tianhai picked up a locust flower roll, broke off a piece, and upon tasting it, was immediately struck by the sweet and fragrant essence of the locust flowers, invigorating his spirits. After dipping it in the garlic sauce, he was utterly captivated by the flavor. He quickly urged the others to try it, and they too could not help but express their approval with enthusiastic thumbs up. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Bin suggested, "President Ho, as everyone's living standards improve, many people are increasingly drawn to these mountain delicacies. I believe our restaurant could offer some unique snacks for patrons to choose from, particularly those from out of town. They might appreciate them even more." Ho Tianhai slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "Exactly. Our restaurant must distinguish itself from others to highlight our uniqueness. Your idea is brilliant. Let us proceed with this. Please procure 1,000 pounds of locust flowers for me to try." Zhou Bin nodded with a smile, "Certainly. But do bear in mind that the flowering period is short. If you find them satisfactory, let me know promptly, or they may be gone." In the end, they agreed on a purchasing price of 60 cents per pound for the locust flowers. Meanwhile, Zhou Jianming observed his son speak so eloquently, momentarily taken aback, as if he were witnessing a stranger. He wondered how he had never noticed his son was so articulate before. In just this brief exchange, Zhou Bin had addressed several matters. Li Nan secretly admired her brother's quick wit. The mountain goods that had previously gone unnoticed were now turning into profit under his guidance. Feeling elated after their discussions, Zhou Bin eagerly anticipated commencing action the following day. Zhang Jingjun, who had been silent until now, smiled warmly and said, "Brother Zhou, I feel a bit guilty for having enjoyed your hospitality without being of assistance. My son runs a beverage and food factory. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me, and I will certainly lend a hand." Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin's eyes brightened, and he replied with gratitude, "Uncle Zhang, you are too kind. Your presence alone brings me joy. There's nothing pressing at the moment, but I will come to you when the need arises." Zhang Zhengjun smiled joyfully, exclaiming, "All right, I shall be at your service anytime." After a brief exchange, the group prepared to depart. Just before leaving, Zhou Bin pulled Zhang Hongwei aside, informing him that he could offer a price difference of 1 yuan and 50 cents for popcorn and 1 yuan and 10 cents for shrimp, while for the locust flower, he could only manage a mere 10 cents. Zhang Hongwei readily agreed, and Zhou Bin chuckled, saying, "Brother Zhang, it seems you have quite a bit of goods to deliver now. Your tricycle might not suffice. How about I lend you mine for the deliveries?" Zhang Hongwei grinned, replying, "No need. I've taken a liking to someone's tricycle in our area, and I plan to purchase it for greater convenience." Zhou Bin beamed, "Oh, that's splendid." Zhang Hongwei added, "We must aim for grander business ventures. Hence, we ought to equip ourselves properly." Zhou Bin, smiling, assisted his family in ushering the guests to their vehicle, which sped away. Turning to Li Nan, Zhou Bin exclaimed, "Xiao Nan, we are on the verge of prosperity." Chapter 69, Self-Inflicted Humiliation. Li Nan immediately expressed admiration, saying, "Brother Bin, how do you articulate so eloquently?" Zhou Bin smiled, "This is merely the beginning. We will have many dealings with such individuals in the future." Meanwhile, Zhou Jianming was tidying up and inquired, Bin, is that General Ho the big boss?" Zhou Bin replied, "Indeed. He is the owner of the Tianhai Grand Hotel in the county. He is affluent." Zhou Jianming exhibited envy, remarking, "No wonder his demeanor is so refined. He clearly belongs to the wealthy class." Zhou Bin chuckled, "Father, although he is wealthy, he is not truly rich." Zhou Jianming looked astonished at his son. "Is he not considered wealthy? That car is quite impressive." Zhou Bin smiled gently, "Rest assured, we too shall possess such things in due time." Zhou Jianming paused in surprise. Then, with longing, said, "Oh, if only we could ride in a car one day, it would make this life worthwhile." As the conversation unfolded, Lu Ailing and Zhou Ming barged in suddenly. Zhou Jianming was taken aback, and before he could speak, Lu Ailing demanded, "Jianming, quickly give me 20 yuan. Your elder brother needs to get an injection, and we have no money." Li Nan was equally stunned, staring at the two. Zhou Bin was at a loss for words, wondering why they demanded money upon entering, especially when he had not yet addressed their previous debts. Just as Zhou Bin was about to interject, Zhou Jianming coldly retorted, "No money." Lu Ailing and Zhou Ming were taken aback, with Lu Ailing exclaiming, "Jianming, what do you mean by that? Who in the village doesn't know that your family is thriving?" Zhou Ming added, "Exactly. Your family has even purchased a small vehicle, yet you cannot spare 20 yuan?" Zhou Jianming glared at Zhou Ming, stating, What my family buys is none of your business. Lu Ailing, bruised and battered, cried out, jamming. How can you be so heartless? He is your own elder brother. Zhou Jiaming scoffed. I regard him as a brother, but he does not see me as one. Zhou Ming interjected, Uncle, you cannot say that. When Zhou Bin was ill, our family helped you immensely. Now that we are in need, you turn your back. Zhou Bin, now infuriated, shouted, silence. How dare you speak? Once, when I fell ill, you displayed utter ruthlessness and even sought to seize Xiao Hua from us. How do you regard our family? You make us toil without a drop of water, and now you come begging for money? Truly, your heart must be blind. Zhou Ming, stifled, could hardly utter a word. Exclaiming, you speak nonsense. Lu Ailing, adopting the guise of a matriarch, retorted, Zhou Bin, I do this for your own good. Now that your uncle is in trouble, you cannot turn a blind eye. I care not for your father. Zhou Bin erupted in a fit of invective. Lu Ailing was taken aback. What? You dare to insult me? Zhou Ming shouted in outrage. Zhou Bin, are you asking for a beating? How dare you curse my mother? Zhou Bin scoffed. You shameless old hag. How dare you come asking for money? Was it not you who conspired with the dog thief to steal my beloved De Huang? I have yet to settle the score with you. At this, Lu Ailing's complexion turned ashen, vehemently denying, You lie. Who stole your dog? Zhou Bin disdainfully replied. And you still wish to evade responsibility. I have apprehended the dog thief and taken him to justice. Now, only you remain. What? He has already been brought to justice? Lu Ailing's face paled instantly. What do you think? You shameless old crone, await your turn for justice. The police will soon come for you. Zhou Bin proclaimed loudly. Lu Ailing, trembling in fear, collapsed to the ground, crying, Mother, I cannot bear this. Zhou Bin, please do not let them arrest me. Seeing Lu Ailing on the ground, Zhou Ming urgently shouted, Mother, please get up. Lu Ailing trembled in terror. Zhou Ming, I am finished. They will take me away. What shall we do? Zhou Ming, frantic, bellowed. Zhou Bin, if my mother suffers any harm, I will not let this go. Zhou Bin coldly retorted, You truly are cut from the same cloth as your mother. How shameless. Why did she not voice such concerns when she was thieving? Zhou Ming's face flushed with anger as he yelled, What did you say? Repeat that. Zhou Bin chuckled, What if I say it 10 times? Your whole family are thieves. A disgrace to your ancestors. Enraged, Zhou Ming lunged at him. Zhou Bin swiftly kicked him in the stomach, and with a thud, Zhou Ming fell to the ground, wincing in pain. Zhou Bin sternly warned, What do you intend to do? If you dare to raise your hand against my family again, I will end you. Lu Ailing immediately wailed, Oh no. Zhou Bin is attacking. Zhou Jiaming's family is bullying us. As she cried out, De Huang dashed in from outside, and upon seeing Lu Ailing, it barked fiercely and lunged at her, sinking its teeth into her backside. Lu Ailing yelped in shock and fled in terror. Zhou Ming, witnessing this, screamed and bolted outside. As they exited, they encountered Da Bai, which roared and charged at them, causing them to scramble away in fright. Da Bai chased them briefly before turning back. Zhou Bin, observing their retreat like frightened animals, burst into laughter. Zhou Jiaming, filled with disdain, muttered, What a pathetic lot. Zhou Bin was quite pleased with his father's transformation. Unable to restrain his praise. Dad, you did well. There's no need to be courteous to such shameless individuals. Encouraged, Zhou Jiaming smiled. I didn't embarrass you this time. Did I? Zhou Bin chuckled. Not at all. You were impressive this time. As they conversed, they turned and entered the house. Meanwhile, Lu Ailing and Zhou Ming sprinted home in a panic, carelessly bursting through the door and slamming it shut with a loud thud, finally catching their breath. Upon closer inspection, they were both covered in mud, resembling pigs that had just rolled in the dirt. Lu Ailing's pants were torn, and blood oozed from a wound. Zhou Ming's backside was swollen from a fall, causing him to wince in pain with the slightest touch. Filled with rage, Lu Ailing gritted her teeth and shouted, Zhou Jiaming. Zhou Bin, you are heartless. With all your wealth, you won't even provide for your elder brother's medical needs, nor spare us a dime. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Zhou Ming, infuriated, retorted, Can you be quiet for a moment? I got dragged into this mess because of your own foolishness. Encountering you has been the worst luck of my life. Lu Ailing, taken aback, exclaimed, You little rascal. How dare you speak to me like that? Don't you have any sense of propriety? Zhou Ming scoffed, Propriety? You dare mention that? Lu Ailing, struck at her core, erupted in fury. You brat. Are you trying to make life unbearable for your mother? I'll fight you. With that, she lunged at Zhou Ming, who shoved her away, causing her to fall to the ground, wailing in distress. Zhou Ming, feeling exasperated, hurriedly left. The neighboring residents, hearing the commotion from their home, wore expressions of disdain and muttered, What a disgraceful family. Shame on their ancestors. On the other side, Zhou Bin and his father returned home. where Li Nan approached with concern, asking, Brother Bin, have they left? Zhou Bin replied, Yes, who do they think they are? Expecting money? It's absurd. Li Nan curiously inquired. Is it true that someone will arrest Lu Ailing for legal action? Zhou Bin laughed. I was merely frightening that old hag, but I believe she will eventually face consequences. Li Nan nodded, feeling a bit disheartened. She had hoped that the old woman would truly be apprehended. Zhou Bin then said, Xiao Nan, please fetch us some red paper to prepare a notice. Chapter 70. A flourishing endeavor. Upon hearing this, Li Nan quickly retrieved the red paper. Zhou Jiaming, already familiar with the task, began to write according to Zhou Bin's instructions. The notice announced that Zhou Bin was now seeking to purchase 1,000 pounds of locust flowers at 10 cents per pound, as well as 300 pounds of river shrimp at 80 cents per pound, urging everyone to take action promptly. Once completed, Zhou Bin immediately called for Anyo and Li Jun to post the notice. Anyo, astonished by the content, exclaimed, Brother, you're collecting so much this time. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, Indeed, everyone will have the chance to earn money again. Overjoyed, Anyo hurried off to post the notice. Li Jun, filled with admiration, remarked, Brother, I must say I'm impressed. How do you manage to orchestrate such significant endeavors so frequently? Zhou Bin chuckled, This is nothing. The real ventures are yet to come. Li Jun, thoroughly impressed, departed, and soon the village was adorned with notices everywhere. After posting the notice, Zhou Bin returned home to prepare bags for the locust flowers with Li Nan and tidied up the pond. Subsequently, he busied himself with making popcorn. Just as they heated the pot and prepared to add the corn, Lu Fani walked in. Upon entering, she cheerfully exclaimed, Are you two busy? Li Nan quickly welcomed her, saying, Fani, you're here. We're making some popcorn. Lu Fani, with a hint of envy, remarked, Oh, you two are quite capable. You're already earning money at home, while we poor souls toil in the fields all day and still can't fill our stomachs. Zhou Bin smiled and asked, What brings you here? Lu Fani inquired with a smile. I saw on the notice that you're collecting locust flowers. Is that true? Zhou Bin replied, still preoccupied. Of course it's true. That stuff can be sold. Lu Fani expressed her skepticism. Really? I find that hard to believe. Li Nan reassured her, Rest assured. Brother Bin has already found a buyer. Just bring it to us, and we'll pay you. With that assurance, Lu Fani left, eager to gather the locust flowers. Before long, Wang Haichao arrived, entering with a hint of shyness. Zhou Bin greeted him with a smile. Haichao, what is on your mind? Wang Haichao hesitantly asked. I wanted to know, should the river shrimp be alive or dead? Zhou Bin was taken aback, but quickly responded, They must be alive. Dead ones 1T be accepted. Wang Haichao nodded. I thought you might take both alive and dead. Zhou Bin promptly instructed, Haichao, please tell everyone to catch only the live ones, not the dead. Wang Haichao agreed and left. Zhou Bin turned to Li Nan with a grin. Xiao Nan, how do you think our business is doing? Is it thriving? Li Nan laughed joyfully. I never imagined our family would be in such a situation. Zhou Bin chuckled, neither did I. He spoke the truth. In his past life, despite his outward success, he was filled with an unrelenting despair. He could never compensate for the debts he owed to his wife and daughter, leaving this world with endless regrets. Who would have thought he would truly be reborn, granting him the chance to make amends? The following day, after breakfast, Anyo entered with great cheer. Zhou Bin noticed he was carrying a bag, bulging with contents. Brother, I brought you some shrimp. Anyo exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Bin smiled as he accepted the bag, opening it to reveal a half-full sack of lively shrimp. He weighed them, finding it to be 41 pounds. Immediately, Zhou Bin instructed Li Nan to pay Anyo 33 yuan, rounding up by 2 jiao. Anyo, delighted, left with a beaming smile. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Zhao entered with a bag of locust flowers on her back. Zhou Bin weighed them at 50 pounds, which amounted to 5 yuan, and instructed Li Nan to give her the 5 yuan. Aunt Zhao departed, grinning from ear to ear. Soon after, Lu Fani, Wang Haichao, Wang Quanhua, and Zhou Dexing all arrived with their goods. Zhou Bin weighed each item and paid them on the spot, leaving everyone satisfied. Thus, within 3 days, Zhou Bin had successfully collected all the river shrimp and locust flowers he required. Zhou Bin raised river shrimp in a pond, while he stored the locust flowers in plastic bags, placing them in a kiln for preservation. On the morning of the 4th day, after breakfast, Zhou Bin was suddenly startled by the sound of a bouncing vehicle outside. He knew it must be Zhang Hongwei, and indeed, moments later, Zhang Hongwei entered with a beaming face. He was carrying a bag and cheerfully inquired, Brother Zhou, have you prepared everything? Zhou Bin stepped forward, offered him a cigarette, and replied with a smile, It's all ready. In high spirits, Zhang Hongwei responded, That's excellent. I brought you some things. As he handed the bag to Zhou Bin, he revealed a pack of Jean Siho cigarettes, a few packets of instant noodles, and some crispy rice snacks. Zhou Bin immediately protested. Oh, brother Zhang. What is this for? Zhang Hongwei chuckled. The cigarettes are for you and your uncle, and the snacks are for the children and your wife, a little treat for them. During that era, instant noodles were a rare delicacy for rural children, and the crispy rice snacks, known as millet crackers, were particularly beloved. Seeing Zhang Hongwei's genuine gratitude, Zhou Bin graciously accepted the gifts. He then inquired, Brother Zhang, did you manage to get the bouncing vehicle down? Zhang Hongwei proudly replied, I did. Though it's a bit older than yours. Zhou Bin quickly walked to the door to circle around the vehicle, giving a thumbs up with a smile. Not bad. You'll find it quite convenient. Zhang Hongwei laughed, of course. I can't hold you back in business. Amused, Zhou Bin and Zhang Hongwei began loading the items onto the vehicle. After more than an hour, everything was loaded. Upon calculation, the locust flowers amounted to 500 yuan, the river shrimp totaled 1,050 yuan, and 60 jin of popcorn was 120 yuan, making a grand total of 1,670 yuan. Zhou Bin informed Zhang Hongwei to deliver the goods first and settle the payment afterward. Elated, Zhang Hongwei left with the items. Li Nan, having finished her tasks in the kitchen, stepped out and asked, have they taken everything? Zhou Bin replied with a smile, yes, we've just made 1,670. After deducting costs, we've earned 1,330. Li Nan was overjoyed, exclaiming, this time, we earned 1,003. That's fantastic. In her excitement, she embraced Zhou Bin, shouting, Brother Bin, we're rich. Zhou Bin grinned mischievously. Shall we celebrate? Li Nan immediately realized the implication of Zhou Bin's words. Her face flushing with embarrassment as she softly protested. Oh, Brother Bin, it's still daytime. Zhou Bin laughed. What is there to fear in the daytime? Father and Xiao Hua have gone to the fields and won't return for a while. We can just close the door. Saying this, he swiftly lifted Li Nan, who shyly exclaimed, Brother Bin, what are you doing? Put me down. Zhou Bin deftly closed the door and quickly carried Li Nan toward the room. Her cheeks were flushed, and she nestled tightly in Zhou Bin's embrace, unable to meet his gaze. Before long, the gentle chirping of spring swallows filled the room, infusing the entire courtyard with vibrant vitality. Chapter 71. The forbidden ground of the village. 3 days later, shortly after breakfast, Zhang Hongwei entered with great enthusiasm. As soon as he stepped through the door, he called out, Brother Zhou, I have splendid news. Zhou Bin, who was assisting Li Nan in washing the dishes, hurried out upon hearing the call. Brother Zhang, what brings you such joy? Zhou Bin greeted him with a smile. Zhang Hongwei, with a mysterious grin, replied, Guess what? At that moment, Li Nan also emerged, cheerfully inquiring, Brother Zhang, have you eaten yet? Zhang Hongwei beamed. I have, and sister-in-law, you are looking increasingly beautiful. Li Nan blushed at the compliment and quickly went to pour him some water. Zhou Bin chuckled. It must be that Boss Ho is requesting more supplies, right? Zhang Hongwei immediately responded with excitement. Exactly. Master Li informed me that popcorn is incredibly popular. 60 kilograms a day is simply insufficient. He has requested 120 kilograms daily. As Li Nan came out with the water, she was elated upon hearing the news, exclaiming, Is that so? That's fantastic. Zhang Hongwei took the cup of water and added, Furthermore, the river shrimp and crabs are also in high demand. Master Li has asked for an additional 200 kilograms of crabs and 200 kilograms of river shrimp. Zhou Bin laughed. Brother Zhang, thankfully, I have been collecting these items. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to supply you on short notice. Zhang Hongwei laughed heartily. I knew you must have a stockpile. After lighting a cigarette and sipping half a cup of tea, the two began to prepare his order. An hour later, 200 kilograms of crabs, 200 kilograms of river shrimp, and 120 kilograms of popcorn were all packed. Zhou Bin roughly calculated that the income from these goods could reach 1,840 yuan, and after deducting costs, he would earn over 1,500 yuan. Once Zhang Hongwei departed, Li Nan could hardly contain her excitement and said to Zhou Bin, Brother Bin, we are about to reach 4,000 yuan. Observing her enthusiasm, Zhou Bin smiled. Let's strive a little harder and aim to become millionaires soon. Li Nan immediately displayed a look of longing, saying, Millionaires? My goodness, we would be the envy of everyone. Zhou Bin chuckled. Let them envy us. By then, we will be more than just millionaires. He then turned to Li Nan, stating, Xiao Nan, we need to prepare for some matters ahead of time. Li Nan promptly asked, Brother Bin, what is it? Please tell me. Zhou Bin explained, You see, Boss Ho now requires 120 kilograms of popcorn daily. But we only have over 3,000 kilograms of corn. It won't last long. Li Nan immediately grew concerned. Indeed, when the corn runs out, what will we sell? Zhou Bin smiled reassuringly. That is why we must hasten to plant corn. Although it is slightly late now, it is still feasible. Once the corn is sown, I will find a way to acquire more corn to purchase. Li Nan nodded vigorously. Brother Bin, that is a good plan. But our fields are all planted with wheat, and we have no land left. Zhou Bin replied with a grin. That's simple. I will approach the village chief and lease 10 acres. And then we can plant corn. Li Nan felt a tinge of concern. With all the fields in our village sown with wheat, where can we find land? Zhou Bin pondered for a moment and replied, the stretch of land by the riverbank has been lying fallow for ages. Why don't we simply lease it? Just then, Zhou Jiaming approached and overheard Zhou Bin's words. He immediately interjected, Bin, did you say you want to lease land? Zhou Bin nodded and said, yes, Dad. I wish to lease that riverside plot to cultivate popcorn corn. What do you think? Zhou Jiaming shook his head vigorously, exclaiming, oh no, that place is absolutely unsuitable. Zhou Bin, puzzled, asked why not. Zhou Jiaming explained, the terrain there is too low. It easily floods when it rains. Moreover, the feng shui is poor, and it is considered ominous. The villagers steer clear of it. Zhou Bin promptly countered, that's all right. We can simply dig a few more drainage ditches. Feng shui is just a superstition. We need not concern ourselves with it. However, Zhou Jiaming spoke earnestly, Bin, I may not believe it entirely either. Yet, if the villagers deem that place unclean, what if something were to happen? Zhou Bin was reminded of several incidents that had transpired there. He recalled that at the age of 6, some villagers claimed there was coal in that area and decided to dig, hoping to use it for winter fuel. However, after digging extensively, they found nothing. Undeterred, they began excavating a nearby dirt cliff, creating a deep pit. After several days of fruitless digging, they were about to leave when the pit suddenly collapsed, burying them alive. By the time the villagers unearthed them, they had all perished. From that moment on, the villagers spoke of the place as being cursed. Anyone attempting to farm there would surely face calamity. Gradually, it became a desolate wasteland. Years later, when Zhou Bin was around 12, another horrifying event unfolded in that very spot. The eldest daughter of Wang Dushing had fallen in love with a shepherd boy from a neighboring village, much to her father's dismay. He insisted on finding her a suitor who worked in the factory, claiming he would provide for her future. Yet, the girl was infatuated with the shepherd, which infuriated her father, leading him to chastise her severely. In tears, she fled the house, and her father, dismissive, thought little of it. However, as dusk approached, villagers rushed to inform him that something terrible had happened. Alarmed, he hurried to the riverbank, only to be met with a scene that nearly caused him to collapse. His daughter hung lifeless from a tree branch, and nearby lay the shepherd boy, already deceased. In an instant, 2 young lives were extinguished, and in his despair, Wang Dushing jumped into the river, meeting his own tragic end. The villagers, witnessing this calamity, felt both pity and fear. From that day forth, another legend arose about the area, warning that one must never venture there at dusk. Those who dared would encounter the girl, perched upon the branch, with a grotesque smile and a long tongue, beckoning them with a haunting song to return with her. Should one attempt to flee, she would reveal her terrifying visage and seize them without mercy. With the emergence of this legend, the place became even more terrifying. Normally, when villagers went to fetch water from the river, they would only dare to cast a distant glance, trembling all over and hastily retreating. No one dared to venture into that area. Some even claimed it was haunted by several restless spirits, awaiting a scapegoat from the village. All these factors intertwined, rendering that area a forbidden zone. However, if that land were to be disregarded, the village would have no other land left. Moreover, that location, adjacent to a small river, boasted fertile soil, making it undeniably suitable for agriculture. Furthermore, Zhou Bin, a robust young man, would surely not fear such fanciful tales. With this thought, he chuckled and said, Dad, that's just the villagers scaring themselves. There's nothing to be afraid of there. Li Nan, however, expressed concern. Bingu, are you really going there? I feel a bit scared. Zhou Bin puffed out his chest and laughed. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Even if there are any monsters, we shan't fear them. Zhou Jiaming pondered for a moment and replied, then you should consult the village chief first and see what he has to say. Zhou Bin smiled and said, all right, I'll go find the village chief now. Chapter 72. The village chief's instructions. Zhou Difu, the village chief, was nearing 70 years of age and was the most respected elder in the village. He typically remained indoors, only emerging for significant matters that required his guidance. With both sons married and no longer needing to work, he spent his days listening to operas and tending to his garden. While he was pruning the roses in his yard, the creaking of the gate announced Zhou Bin's cheerful entrance. Free Grandpa, you're home. Zhou Bin greeted with a smile. In terms of lineage, Zhou Difu belonged to Zhou Bin's grandfather's generation and was the third in line, hence Zhou Bin referred to him as Three Grandpa. Zhou Difu set down his shears and chuckled. Zhou Bin has come. Please, come inside and sit. Zhou Bin approached him with a grin, offering him a golden monkey cigarette, saying, "I'll just sit in the yard, it's bright out here." Zhou Difu replied, "All right, let us sit in the yard then." They settled on the gnarled roots of an old tree in the courtyard. Zhou Bin lit a cigarette for him, and Zhou Difu took a puff, smiling. "This paper cigarette does feel smooth." "Zhou Bin, what brings you to seek out this idle old man?" Zhou Bin grinned and said, "Three Grandpa. I came today to discuss something with you." Intrigued, Zhou Difu asked, "Oh, what is it? Speak freely." Zhou Bin then shared his desire to cultivate the land by the riverside, and Zhou Difu was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? You wish to farm that patch of land?" Zhou Bin explained with a smile, "Indeed, I intend to plant corn there." Zhou Difu pondered for a moment and replied, "Ah, that area isn't ideal. Why do you want to farm there?" Zhou Bin sighed, "Well, our village has no other land available." Zhou Difu contemplated and remarked, "That's true. Everyone else is growing wheat on their fields." He hesitated, saying, "Zhou Bin, are you aware of the circumstances surrounding that land?" Zhou Bin replied with confidence, "I know, and I'm not afraid." Zhou Difu sighed, "Ah, that place does have a sinister reputation. However, it is indeed good land." Zhou Bin inquired with a smile, "Uncle San, could you kindly inform me whether that land is available for rent?" Zhou Difu chuckled in response, "Of course it is. As long as you are unafraid. I have no objections." Zhou Bin replied with a grin, "Splendid. I would like to lease it for 3 years. How much would it cost per year?" Zhou Difu, still smiling, promptly said, "That land is unwanted by anyone. If you are willing, I can let it go for just 10 yuan a year. How does that sound?" Zhou Bin immediately nodded, "Excellent. Let's draft a document for our agreement, so we have a receipt." Zhou Difu quickly called upon a few members of the village committee to write up a contract. Both parties signed, and Zhou Bin made the payment, thereby solidifying the arrangement. As Zhou Bin prepared to leave, the village chief held him back with a few words of caution. "Zhou Bin, I see great potential in you. Uncle San is aging, and it is up to you young folks to forge ahead in this world. I only wish that when you find prosperity, you will also lend a hand to our fellow villagers. We shall not forget your kindness." Zhou Bin smiled reassuringly. "Uncle San, rest assured, I will not forget everyone." Zhou Difu nodded in satisfaction, and only then did Zhou Bin turn to depart. Upon exiting the village chief's home, Zhou Bin promptly sought out Anyo. Anyo was lounging under a tree at home, and upon Zhou Bin's arrival, he exclaimed, "Brother, what brings you here?" Zhou Bin chuckled as he offered him a cigarette, asking, "Did you deliver the popcorn to Xiao Hua as promised?" Anyo grinned sheepishly. "Yes, I did." Zhou Bin teasingly remarked, "Anyo, I think Xiao Hua is quite lovely. What are your thoughts?" Anyo blushed, grinning broadly. "Yes, she is really nice." Zhou Bin pressed on, "Do you have any thoughts about her?" Anyo's face turned crimson. "What thoughts could I possibly have? She probably wouldn't even look my way. My family is too poor." Zhou Bin reassured him, "Do not be disheartened. If you work diligently, you will undoubtedly earn money in the future, and then you will be capable, won't you?" Anyo shyly chuckled. "Oh, I can't even dare to think about such things." Zhou Bin, regaining his composure, advised, "Anyo, I sense that Xiao Hua may have some interest in you as well. You should seize the opportunity. I came to ask for your assistance." Anyo quickly inquired, "Brother, what do you need help with?" Zhou Bin smiled. "I have rented the riverbank land and would like you and a few others to help me till the soil and plant corn. I will pay you 1 yuan and 50 cents a day. What do you think?" Anyo was taken aback. "Brother, which land are you referring to?" Zhou Bin replied, "The expansive area next to the river." Anyo shuddered. "Brother, I cannot go there. It is too frightening." Zhou Bin chuckled. "Why should a strong lad like you be afraid?" Anyo trembled. "That place is said to be haunted. I dare not venture there." Just then, Lu Junyi emerged and asked, "Anyo, what are you talking about?" Anyo recounted Zhou Bin's plan, and to his surprise, Lu Junyi exclaimed, "You foolish lad. There is money to be made, and you hesitate? Hurry up and go. What could possibly be there? It's merely bad luck for those who fear." Zhou Bin laughed. "Uncle Lu, you certainly have a clear perspective on life." Lu Junyi grinned and said, "What do you think, uncle? I too wish to earn your money." Zhou Bin immediately replied with a smile, "Of course, it's no problem. As long as you're willing, in addition to your wages. You'll receive a meal each day and a packet of dienta." Upon hearing this, Lu Junyi's eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed, "Oh, you even provide cigarettes? Then I must go." Anyo, also enticed by this offer, hesitated briefly before declaring, "Let us go. What is there to fear? There will be plenty of people." Zhou Bin smiled with satisfaction. "That's the spirit, Anyo. Now, let us go find Li Jun, Wang Quanhua, and Zheng Deming." Anyo promptly replied, "Let us go. I'll take charge of convincing them." Thus, under the persuasion of Zhou Bin and Anyo, Li Jun, Wang Quanhua, and Zheng Deming all agreed to join, and even the timid Wang Haichao consented to work. After settling these individuals, Zhou Bin returned home to inform his father. Zhou Jiaming also wished to accompany them. But Zhou Bin initially disagreed, suggesting he rest at home. However, after persistent requests from his father, he reluctantly acquiesced. The next day, Zhou Bin and his father set off for the riverbank, carrying shovels and hoeing tools. Meanwhile, Li Nan busily prepared pancakes and cold noodles at home, planning to deliver them at noon. Upon their arrival at the riverbank, they discovered Niu and the others had already begun to toil, sweat pouring from their brows as they dug. Zhou Bin quickly distributed a packet of cigarettes to each person, cheerfully announcing, "Let us take a break after a while." Niu took a cigarette and grinned, saying, "I'm not tired, I'll dig a little longer." The others echoed that they were not fatigued and would rest later. Zhou Bin specifically approached Wang Haichao and asked, "Haichao, are you afraid?" Wang Haichao shyly smiled, "I'm not afraid, there are so many of us." Zhou Bin nodded with a smile, "That's good, there's nothing to fear under the bright sun." Setting down their belongings, Zhou Bin and his father joined the digging effort. After a while, Zhou Bin was already drenched in sweat. Observing the others laboring vigorously, he felt a surge of admiration. They were indeed more capable than himself, and he could not afford to be lazy. Resolving to push himself, he dug with determination. Before long, the sun had reached its zenith, and a graceful figure approached from a distance. The group looked up to see Li Nan and Xiao Hua walking toward them with baskets in hand. Zhou Jiaming hurriedly went to greet them, calling out, "Xiao Nan, you and the child should not come over." As he quickened his pace to intercept them, Xiao Hua eagerly expressed her desire to see the fields. But Zhou Jiaming quickly interjected, "Xiao Hua, you shouldn't go there. It's not suitable for you." Li Nan smiled and said, "Dad, what's the harm? Aren't you all in the fields?" Zhou Jiaming shook his head repeatedly. "You and the child should stay back. I can take it to them. You two should head home." After Zhou Jiaming's persuasion, Li Nan and Xiao Hua refrained from approaching, waving to everyone from a distance before leaving. Zhou Jiaming, carrying pancakes, cold noodles, and hot water, arrived at the field, urging everyone to eat. Zhou Bin quickly called everyone to the meal, and they finally paused their work to gather at the field's edge. A few individuals placed their belongings upon the ground, wiped their faces, and began their meal. Lu Jinyi took a bite of the cold noodles and could not help but give a thumbs up. "Ah, Zhou Bin, your wife possesses remarkable culinary skills," he exclaimed. "The noodles are thin and smooth, and they are truly flavorful." The others also praised Li Nan's cooking, to which Zhou Bin proudly replied, "Indeed. My wife is quite a remarkable person." Lu Jinyi chuckled heartily. "Zhou Bin, you are truly fortunate." Li Jun interjected, "Brother Bin, do share how your sister-in-law came to notice you." Zhou Bin grinned. "Well, when I stand here, she naturally gravitated towards me." His words elicited laughter from everyone. Niu wore a skeptical expression. "Brother, you are just boasting." Zhou Jiaming chuckled. "Back in the day, our family was impoverished, and Bin Bin's health was poor. Had it not been for Xiao Nan's insistence on being with him, I feared he would never marry." Zhou Bin quickly retorted, "Dad, who says I couldn't find a wife? Many girls were eager to be with me." The sight of Zhou Bin's demeanor made everyone laugh once more, including Zhou Bin himself. However, Zhou Jiaming sighed, "Alas, Xiao Nan had to face many hardships to be with you, and your mother nearly made a grave mistake by sending Xiao Hua away. If those people had not been so magnanimous, we would have been at odds long ago." Zhou Bin nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Xiao Nan has endured quite a bit in our household. I must cherish her moving forward." Lu Junyi spoke with deep sentiment. "What you say holds truth. Such a beautiful girl, so virtuous, has chosen you. Your family has truly reaped the rewards of good deeds." Zhou Jiaming's expression grew somber. Bin, I apologize for the past. I was so foolish, blinded by ignorance." Zhou Bin quickly reassured, "Dad, those days are behind us. Let us not dwell on them. Our lives are improving, and soon everyone's circumstances will flourish." Zhou Jiaming nodded vigorously. "Indeed, our current life feels like a dream." Lu Junyi, while savoring the delicious pancakes, jested, "You old man, here you go again. Eat your food. It will keep your mouth busy." The group fell silent, focusing on their meal. After dining, they resumed their tasks. Following 3 days of diligent labor, the riverside land was fully tilled. Zhou Bin and his companions then dedicated 2 additional days to planting popcorn corn in the field, thereby concluding their work. According to their prior agreement, Zhou Bin distributed 7.5 yuan to each individual, and they returned home in high spirits. With the farming tasks completed, Zhou Bin spent his days at home with Li Nan making popcorn while also gathering crabs and shrimp. During this time, Zhou Bin and Niu made a special trip to Xiujuan's home to inquire about others who might have such popcorn corn. Eventually, they discovered several households in Donyuan village that had the same corn, having purchased identical seeds, which resulted in similar crops. Zhou Bin acquired all of their corn, totaling nearly 9,000 pounds, which would sustain them for approximately 3 months. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and mid-June arrived, heralding the onset of summer. The sun blazed fiercely upon the earth, and the wheat in the fields gradually turned golden, heralding the imminent arrival of the harvest season. Waves of heat began to permeate the air, and every household in the village busied themselves with preparations, gathering sickles, carts, and scythes, all set to plunge into the wheat fields for a vigorous harvest. In Zhou Bin's memories, it was always his father who prepared everything during his childhood. This year, however, he had taken the initiative to start early. Particularly, the imposing scythe was polished to a brilliant shine. Many had never encountered a scythe. It resembled a large basket adorned with long blades, equipped with a handle and a rope. When harvesting wheat, one would sling the rope over their shoulder, grasp the handle, and with a vigorous swing, cut down swathes of wheat. The harvested wheat would be neatly arranged within the basket, awaiting bundling. Zhou Bin, however, found himself unable to wield such a hefty tool, and with his father's advancing age, he surmised that his father might struggle as well. Thus, he suggested to his father that they hire harvesters this year, sparing their own hands from toil. Upon hearing this, his father firmly disagreed, exclaiming in urgency, Bin, we are not without help. I can still manage. If we hire workers, they will ridicule us. Zhou Bin, unfazed, replied, what is there to ridicule? We are paying them. It's not like we're asking for charity. Just trust me. Zhou Jianming suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, conceding, alas, I am indeed growing old. Let us hire the harvesters. Noticing his father's sorrow, Zhou Bin quickly added, Father, your presence is still essential during the harvest. You should oversee the workers. Zhou Jianming paused, a glimmer of understanding lighting his eyes. Yes, you are right. Those workers are unfamiliar with the land, and I must ensure everything runs smoothly. Seeing his father's spirits lifted, Zhou Bin smiled and stepped outside. As he exited his home, he spotted the abundant apricot tree in Anyo's yard, laden with ripe crimson fruit. Oh my, there are indeed a great many apricots, Zhou Bin thought, as the few apricots at his own home had long been plucked. Overcome with desire, he strolled into Anyo's yard and called out, Anyo, may I have a few of your apricots? Anyo emerged, smiling, brother, help yourself. There are far too many for anyone to eat. Zhou Bin grinned, plucked a red apricot, wiped it on his sleeve, and popped it into his mouth. A wave of sweet, fragrant delight surged forth. Delicious, he exclaimed, unable to contain his praise. Anyo laughed. Brother, you seem to find everything delicious. Zhou Bin chuckled, when suddenly a thought struck him. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten this? He blurted out. Anyo, curious, inquired, brother, what have you remembered? Without further ado, Zhou Bin hastened towards the village chief's home, eager to discuss the apricot grove. In mere moments, he arrived at Zhou Difu's residence, where he found the village chief busily sharpening a sickle in the yard. Noticing Zhou Bin's hurried entrance, Zhou Difu raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Zhou Bin, what has you so flustered? Without pausing for breath, Zhou Bin asked, Grandfather San, do you know whose apricot grove lies by the water ditch? Chapter 74. Seeking business in the county. Zhou Difu was somewhat taken aback. Why do you ask about that place? It has long since fallen into disrepair. Zhou Bin chuckled. I noticed the hills are abundant with apricot trees. Who planted them? Zhou Difu looked up, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Oh, that area was once the pride of our village, where people responded to the call and planted apricot trees in the ravines. However, the fruit turned out to be sour and astringent, unfit for consumption, and eventually, no one cared for them. Zhou Bin promptly inquired, were the apricot seeds sweet or bitter? Zhou Difu laughed, what is this? Are you feeling peckish? If you crave apricots, come to my field and pick some. My apricots are large and sweet, absolutely delectable. Zhou Bin shook his head with a smile. I'm not yearning for the fruit. I merely wish to know if the apricot seeds are edible. Zhou Difu appeared surprised. Apricot seeds? They seem to be the sweet variety. They are indeed consumable. Zhou Bin instantly perked up. That is splendid. I want to lease that piece of land. Is that possible? What? You wish to lease the land? It's steep and overgrown. It cannot be cultivated. Zhou Difu replied. Zhou Bin offered him a cigarette and chuckled. I'm after those apricot seeds. They are a valuable commodity. Zhou Difu regarded Zhou Bin, sensing he was not jesting, and said, Goodness, your ideas baffle me. I have no idea how to lease that land to you. Zhou Bin pondered for a moment and proposed. That place required considerable effort to plant the trees initially. I'll offer 20 yuan a year for a 5-year lease. What do you think? Zhou Difu considered it. Indeed, it was a decent sum. And since no one managed the land anyway, he nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed as you suggest. Upon receiving his consent, Zhou Bin joyfully signed a contract with the village and promptly paid for the 5-year lease, thus concluding the matter. As soon as he returned home, he shared the news with his father and Li Nan. Zhou Jiaming was taken aback. Bin, why are you leasing that land? It cannot yield crops. And the roads are poor. Zhou Bin reassured him. Father, rest easy. My primary interest lies in the apricot seeds. The rest is inconsequential. Li Nan curiously asked, what will you do with so many apricot seeds? We can't consume them all. Zhou Bin explained. Didn't Uncle Zhang mention that his son runs a beverage and food factory? I intend to seek him out and see if they have a need for these apricot seeds. Zhou Jiaming remained skeptical, wondering if they would actually want the seeds. How much could they possibly consume? Seeing the lingering doubt in their expressions, Zhou Bin smiled. You'll understand in due time. I plan to visit the county the day after tomorrow to find out. Seeing Zhou Bin's confidence, they ceased their inquiries. In truth, during his last visit to the ravine to rescue Xiao Hua, he had spotted that vast expanse of apricot trees, covering at least several acres. An idea sparked in his mind. These apricot trees would surely bear a significant yield. Provided the seeds were not bitter, they could be processed into apricot milk for sale. In his previous life, apricot milk had been immensely popular and commanded a high price. Currently, no one was producing such a product. If they could be the first to develop it, there should be a promising market. Recently, he had been preoccupied with other matters and had momentarily forgotten about this issue. It was only when he visited Anyo's home to enjoy some apricots that the thought resurfaced. The following day, Zhou Bin rose early and invited Anyo to accompany him to the orchard to inspect the apricot trees, where they picked some more apricots and collected the kernels, neatly packaging them in plastic bags. On the third day, he prepared his belongings and set off towards the county. After a 2-hour journey by car, he arrived at the county. As soon as he disembarked, he made his way directly to the Tianhai Grand Hotel. Upon reaching the entrance, he unexpectedly encountered Ho Tianhai, who was just about to leave. Upon seeing him, Ho Tianhai warmly approached. Brother Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Bin, smiling, raised the crabs and river shrimp in his hands along with some apricot kernels, responding, I came to see you and your father. With a look of regret, Ho Tianhai replied, Brother Zhou, I have an important matter to attend to, and it requires my immediate attention. Please excuse me. Zhou Bin reassured him, it's all right. You go ahead with your affairs. Is your father available? Ho Tianhai repeatedly apologized. I truly apologize. My father is here. Please, go rest in the hotel. I will send someone to fetch him. Once I finish my business, I will return. Don't leave too soon. I still wish to treat you to a meal. Zhou Bin nodded with a smile. All right, you go ahead. I will wait for you. Ho Tianhai promptly instructed his staff to escort Zhou Bin into the hotel and then sent someone to summon his father. Zhou Bin settled into the VIP lounge, sipping tea while awaiting the arrival of the elder. After about half an hour, the door to the lounge opened, and Ho Shuwen entered with a cheerful demeanor. Upon entering, he exclaimed, Brother Zhou, you've come. I was delayed by some matters. I sincerely apologize. Zhou Bin rose with a smile. Elder, how have you been recently? Ho Shuwen replied happily, I'm in good health. Zhou Bin then presented the items he had brought. Elder, these are the crabs and river shrimp I caught recently. Do have a taste. Ho Shuwen gratefully accepted the offerings, expressing his appreciation. Zhou Bin then produced the bag containing the apricot kernels. Elder, these are the freshly shelled apricot kernels. You might enjoy them. Intrigued, Ho Shuwen picked one up and tasted it. The fresh kernels were crisp and fragrant, with a hint of sweetness, which delighted him, prompting him to indulge in several more. Seizing the moment, Zhou Bin remarked, Elder, these apricot kernels are quite beneficial. They are excellent for cardiovascular health in the elderly, can soothe the lungs and alleviate coughs, and even enhance one's complexion. Ho Shuwen was immediately captivated and inquired, Really? They possess such numerous benefits? Zhou Bin chuckled. Indeed, they also aid in digestion and promote regularity, making them especially suitable for seniors. Ho Shuwen exclaimed, Is that true? Oh, how perfect for old Zhang. Zhou Bin, noticing Ho Shuwen's exaggerated reaction, quickly asked, Elder, are you referring to Zhang Bo? Ho Shuwen laughed, Yes. That old man is quite a spectacle. He eats a lot, but struggles with constipation, turning red in the face all day. He has been to the hospital and tried various medications, but once he stops taking them, he is back to his troubles. Zhou Bin felt a surge of joy. He had been planning to seek out Zhang Jingjun, and this newfound information was quite serendipitous. He chuckled, then he should definitely consume this, especially when paired with soapberry seeds for even greater effect. Soapberry seeds? What are those? Ho Shuwen inquired curiously. Zhou Bin elucidated, they are the seeds of the soap pod, which possess similar benefits. Ho Shuwen nodded with a smile, so they are the seeds of the soapberry. Oh, brother Zhou, you seem to know quite a bit. Zhou Bin humbly replied, I merely glanced through books all day. Without hesitation, Ho Shu-wen suggested, how about we go see this old man? I wonder how he is faring. Zhou Bin responded with a grin, sure, let's go. With that, they took a vehicle to find Zhang Jingjun. Upon arriving at Zhang Jingjun's room, they found him lying in bed, his complexion a sallow yellow, appearing quite unwell. Ho Shu-wen called out, Old Zhang, how are you? Upon seeing Ho Shu-wen, Zhang Jingjun immediately sat up, exclaiming, Old Ho, you're here. Oh, brother Zhou is also here. Zhou Bin stepped forward and inquired with a smile, Uncle Zhang, how has your health been lately? Chapter 75. Brother Zhou, you are truly remarkable. Hearing Zhou Bin's question, Zhang Jingjun immediately displayed a pained expression, lamenting, don't mention it. I feel like I can't go on. Ho Shu-wen laughed, you're just being melodramatic. You seem quite well to me. With a look of resignation, Zhang Jingjun replied, well, how can I be well? I feel like I'm suffocating. This ailment seems incurable. Zhou Bin reassured him, Uncle Zhang, do not lose hope. Uncle Ho has already informed me about your situation. This is merely a minor issue, nothing to worry about. Zhang Jingjun's face flushed, and he jokingly retorted, you old man. Why do you say everything? Ho Shu-wen chuckled, what is there to fear? Brother Zhou is not an outsider. Zhou Bin added with a smile, exactly, Uncle Zhang. Everyone consumes grains. Who does not fall ill at times? This is just a trivial problem. A bit of treatment will suffice. Zhang Jingjun looked at Zhou Bin in astonishment. Brother Zhou, this is merely a small issue? It's nearly driving me to despair. I've been to the hospital numerous times and undergone countless tests, yet nothing seems to improve. Ho Shu-wen laughed and pointed at Zhou Bin. Brother Zhou claims he can help you resolve this problem. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingjun was taken aback and asked in surprise. Brother Zhou, you can treat illnesses? Zhou Bin shook his head with a smile. I cannot treat illnesses, but I brought you some mountain apricots from our area, grown in the mountain valleys. This should be effective in alleviating your issue. Zhang Jingjun skeptically accepted the apricots and asked, can this really cure my ailment? Zhou Bin reiterated what he had previously mentioned to Ho Shu-wen, and Zhang Jingjun was greatly delighted. In his desperation, hearing of this remedy filled him with unexpected joy. Zhou Bin continued, this alone may not suffice. I will also bring you some soapberry seeds when I return. The combination of these two will yield even better results. Noticing Zhang Jingjun's lingering confusion, Ho Shu-wen explained with a laugh, they are the seeds of the soapberry. Only then did Zhang Jingjun comprehend. Repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Zhou Bin, Zhou Bin smiled and waved off his thanks, and after a brief conversation among the three, he and Ho Shu-wen took their leave. Upon exiting Zhang's home, the two returned to the hotel by vehicle. Upon entering the hotel, Zhou Bin immediately noticed a considerable gathering in the courtyard. On one side stood Ho Shu-wen, wearing a serious expression as he gazed intently at the opposite side. There, a portly middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and a cigarette clutched between his fingers exuded an air of self-satisfaction. The moment Ho Shu-wen spotted him, his demeanor shifted to one of grave concern, and he whispered, why is he here? Zhou Bin, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, who is he? Ho Shu-wen replied quietly, he is Huang Jinfei, the owner of the Golden Hair Hotel. Zhou Bin nodded, having heard of this establishment, which was renowned as one of the best in their county. Huang Jinfei, with an air of arrogance, remarked, Old Ho, you sly dog. You've secretly stolen my guests. Fortunately, I caught on early. Now that you have what I have, let us see how you plan to compete with me. Ho Tianhai, unfazed, retorted with a cold laugh, Old Huang, what do you mean by that? In business, we rely on our own skills. What gives you the right to claim I've taken your clientele? Huang Jinfei chuckled dismissively, Old Ho, just keep denying it. I'll make it clear. If I don't bring you down, I want to bear the surname Huang. Infuriated, Ho Tianhai exclaimed, Huang Jinfei, don't think I'm afraid of you. I'm eager to see how you plan to bring me down. Huang Jinfei laughed heartily, very well. Let us wait and see. With that, he waved his hand, and his subordinates followed him out, leaving the staff of Tianhai Hotel exchanging glances and murmuring amongst themselves. Ho Tianhai raised his hand, commanding, enough idle chatter, everyone get back to work. Upon hearing their boss's command, the employees dispersed in small groups. With a concerned expression, Ho Shu-wen asked, Tianhai, has Huang Jinfei come to stir up trouble again? Seeing his father and Zhou Bin return, Ho Tianhai hurried over, responding, yes, Dad. Huang Jinfei is at it again. Ho Shu-wen, visibly troubled, pressed, Ho, what exactly is going on? Ho Tianhai gestured, let us discuss this in the lounge. Supporting his father, he led Zhou Bin to the VIP room. Once seated, Ho Tianhai recounted the events. It turned out that their county hosted two premier hotels, the Tianhai Hotel and Huang Jinfei's Golden Hair Hotel. The two establishments had been in a state of healthy competition, sharing the market fairly evenly. However, ever since Tianhai Hotel introduced its signature seafood banquets and farmhouse-style feasts, its patronage had noticeably increased, resulting in a decline in guests at the Golden Hair Hotel. This infuriated Huang Jinfei, who, upon discovering that Tianhai Hotel had launched these unique offerings, decided to replicate them almost identically. Consequently, the business of Tianhai Hotel plummeted, nearly reverting to its previous state. Huang Jinfei's visit today was intended as a show of force and a warning to Ho Tianhai that he was not to be trifled with. Huang Jinfei is being unscrupulous. He is deliberately opposing me. Ho Tianhai seethed. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Bin suggested, Ho, it appears we must devise our own strategies to outmaneuver Huang Jinfei. Hao Tianhai, with a face full of concern, remarked, I have pondered over this matter as well, but there seems to be no immediate solution. Hao Shuwen, seeking to reassure him, replied, Tianhai, do not fret. A solution will inevitably present itself. Zhou Bin, with a smile, added, Director Hao, I have a few ideas. Though they are still in their infancy. Without hesitation, Hao Tianhai encouraged, Brother Zhou, please share your thoughts. Zhou Bin continued, the hotel business fundamentally revolves around two aspects, dining and accommodation. Regarding the latter, I suggest you visit the provincial capital to observe how their grand hotels operate. Particularly, the ambience needs enhancement. Our surroundings could benefit from more flora and perhaps a rockery or pavilion. Hao Tianhai nodded in agreement. You raise valid points. Yet our county's environment is as it is. Undertaking significant renovations would entail considerable expenditure. Zhou Bin, maintaining a light-hearted tone, replied, it need not be overly complicated. You could begin by planting more flowers and trees in the courtyard, which wouldn't require a substantial investment. Additionally, a thorough cleaning of the rooms and the addition of some artwork would dramatically elevate the atmosphere. Hao Tianhai, slightly hesitant, responded, I recognize that this would indeed improve things. But no one in our county seems to pursue such endeavors. If I were to do so, the cost would surely rise, and thus, our prices would likely become less competitive compared to Jinfa. Zhou Bin waved his hand dismissively. Director Hao, if you consider this, while an initial investment is necessary, the populace is becoming increasingly affluent. In the future, their desires will extend beyond mere sustenance. They will seek refinement. Once that taste is established, you will find that patrons will willingly pay a premium to visit your establishment. Hao Tianhai contemplated this and gradually began to nod in agreement. Zhou Bin elaborated. This is a matter of establishing precedents. Once your venue is recognized as a place of refinement, it will become challenging for others to compete with you. Enthralled by Zhou Bin's insights, Hao Tianhai exclaimed, Brother Zhou, your words are more enlightening than a decade of study. How did I overlook such considerations? Hao Shuwen, filled with admiration, remarked, Oh, Brother Zhou, your profound insights at such a young age are truly remarkable. Hao Tianhai echoed this sentiment. Brother Zhou, I am genuinely impressed. Your manner of speaking and acting is far from that of a farmer. You resemble a university professor. Zhou Bin chuckled. I simply enjoy contemplating these matters. Chapter 76. Let us proceed as you suggest. Hao Tianhai and Hao Shuwen immediately focused intently on Zhou Bin. He continued with a smile. Although Jinfa currently boasts arrogance, he has merely mastered a few skills. If we can offer something more distinctive and act with greater agility, we can surpass him. Concerned, Hao Tianhai inquired, Brother Zhou, what should our course of action be? Zhou Bin laid out his vision. We must emphasize our unique characteristics. Firstly, we can introduce health-conscious meals for the elderly, while offering flavorful dishes for children. As for the general populace, we should provide them with dishes that are rare in our region. Hao Tianhai nodded vigorously, eager to know. Where shall we begin? Zhou Bin chuckled and remarked, I believe we can commence with crabs and river shrimp. We could create dishes such as crab with almonds, crab congee with sago, and stewed river shrimp with peach gum, as well as stir-fried river shrimp with almonds. These two categories cater to distinct audiences. One is health-oriented, suitable for the elderly and children, while the other is tailored for women, promoting beauty and nourishing the body. Upon hearing this, Ho Tianhai's eyes lit up, and he promptly inquired, Brother Zhou, I have never heard of these dishes. Can we actually prepare them? Zhou Bin smiled and elaborated on the benefits of almonds, sago, and peach gum. He explained that almonds are known to moisten the lungs, alleviate coughs, invigorate the qi, and promote digestion, while sago is exceptionally nourishing and holds high nutritional value. As for peach gum, it is a natural beauty-enhancing substance secreted by peach trees, particularly beneficial for women. Thus, combining these ingredients into dishes would undoubtedly delight everyone. Although these ingredients might come at a premium, There will always be individuals willing to indulge in such culinary experiences. Once such standards are established, the hotel's reputation will gradually elevate, leading patrons to perceive Tianhai Hotel as sophisticated and tasteful, which will undoubtedly benefit its growth. After Zhou Bin's explanation, Ho Tianhai became visibly excited. Ah, Brother Zhou, your ideas are truly remarkable. I am quite thrilled. Ho Shuwen nodded in agreement. Tianhai, Brother Zhou is indeed a talent. Their words were sincere. Although the father and son duo had amassed considerable wealth, their educational backgrounds were not particularly high. They had merely capitalized on favorable circumstances to earn their first fortune, thus becoming wealthier than others. In truth, their mindset still lingered in the realm of small business, lacking the long-term vision that Zhou Bin possessed. Zhou Bin, on the other hand, had his own motives for offering them strategic advice. He cheerfully asked, "Since you find this feasible, shall we give it a try?" Ho Tianhai slammed the table in enthusiasm. "Yes, let us try it immediately, just as you suggested." Zhou Bin replied with a smile. "Then I shall be straightforward. I have but one request. I hope to supply these ingredients to you. How does that sound?" Ho Tianhai beamed. "That is no problem. You've presented us with such a splendid plan. Of course, I want you to profit as well. However, these ingredients are not easy to source. Can you guarantee their availability?" Zhou Bin confidently assured him, "I absolutely can. We have an abundance of these items. I guarantee supply." Relieved, Ho Tianhai responded, "That's great. When do you think we can start?" Zhou Bin, feeling a bit shy, replied, "Well, I can initially prepare some specialty popcorn that is absolutely delicious. As for the other matters, we will have to wait until I finish harvesting the wheat." Ho Tianhai was somewhat surprised and asked, "Popcorn? Haven't you already made some? What more do you need to do?" Zhou Bin smiled. "This time, I intend to create fruit-flavored popcorn that will be sure to please." "Fruit-flavored popcorn? How do you plan to make that?" Ho Tianhai inquired. Zhou Bin shared his method. Noting that it was the height of summer, and the wild berries in the fields were ripe and plentiful. Gather these berries, wash them thoroughly, and then place them in a pan with oil to lightly fry. Afterward, remove them and add corn kernels, allowing the popcorn to absorb the delightful essence of the berries. Ho Tianhai and Ho Shuwen were taken aback, astonished by such a method. Zhou Bin continued, "By the same principle, I can also create popcorn flavored with peaches and apricots." The two were greatly intrigued, and Ho Tianhai, with an eager expression, remarked, "Brother Zhou, I eagerly await your fruit-flavored popcorn." Zhou Bin chuckled. "I must inform you in advance that this will be significantly more expensive than the previous popcorn." Ho Tianhai responded with a smile, "Cost is no concern. I will let the guests sample it first to see how it goes, and then we shall discuss it further." Zhou Bin nodded, pleased that his plan had progressed successfully. As for Zhang Jingjun, he decided to wait until after tasting it to approach him, which would simplify matters considerably. With this thought in mind, he said with a smile, "Very well, I shall return home now. Once it is prepared, I will have Brother Zhang deliver it to you." Ho Tianhai immediately interjected, "Brother Zhou, you cannot leave just yet. Please stay for a meal." Zhou Bin explained with a smile, "My family is about to harvest wheat, and I am quite anxious." Ho Shuwen pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Brother Zhou, how many acres of wheat do you have? Is the land even?" Zhou Bin replied thoughtfully, "I have 8 acres of wheat, and the land is relatively flat." Ho Shuwen quickly responded, "That simplifies things. I will contact a harvester to assist you, and they will charge you merely the cost." Zhou Bin felt elated. Having a harvester would be immensely beneficial. In those times, harvesters were precious commodities, with very few even in an entire province, as most still resorted to primitive methods for harvesting wheat. Noticing Zhou Bin's happiness, Ho Tianhai elaborated. "This harvester was brought over by the county agricultural machinery station for demonstration and research purposes. I happen to know the people there, and I can introduce you. It will be absolutely fine." Zhou Bin expressed his gratitude profusely, and Ho Tianhai invited him to stay for a meal before they headed to the agricultural machinery station together. True to form, with Ho Tianhai's assistance, everything went remarkably smoothly. The driver agreed to help for a day to complete the harvest. Due to the long distance and the fuel required for the machine, a fee of 40 yuan would be charged. Zhou Bin readily agreed, for the well-being of his family was far more important than the cost. After agreeing on a time, Zhou Bin purchased some items and returned home. Upon arriving, he found his father sharpening a sickle. Seeing Zhou Bin, his father immediately said, Bin, I heard from the villagers that it will rain in a few days. Our wheat has turned yellow, we cannot delay. Let us go to the fields and harvest the wheat tomorrow." Zhou Bin smiled as he presented his father with the cigarettes and tea he had bought, along with snacks for Li Nan and Xiao Hua, saying, "Dad, do not worry. We can finish harvesting our wheat in just one day." Zhou Jiaming was taken aback, responding, "What did you say? Finished in a day? Surely you jest." Zhou Bin reassured him with a smile. Indeed, we will simply transport the grains back once completed. Zhou Jianming was increasingly astonished. The more you say, the more absurd it becomes. Not only will you be unable to finish tomorrow, even if you hire several reapers, it won't be completed. Let alone if you manage to thresh the wheat. Zhou Bin grinned. I won't need to find reapers. Zhou Jianming, puzzled, inquired. Then how do you intend to proceed? I am curious how you can harvest all the wheat in just one day. Chapter 77. A rare sight in the village. Zhou Bin replied with a smile. Dad, I have arranged for a harvester. It will arrive tomorrow. Zhou Jianming was taken aback. A harvester? You mean that machine used for harvesting wheat? Zhou Bin nodded, grinning. Exactly. With it, we can finish harvesting in a single day. Zhou Jianming's expression turned to one of disbelief. Goodness, where did you procure such a device? Zhou Bin proceeded to recount his visit to the agricultural machinery station, leaving Zhou Jianming even more astonished. With a mixture of anticipation and skepticism, he asked, is this machine truly capable of such feats? Can it really finish the harvest in one day? Zhou Bin chuckled. Dad, you will see tomorrow. Zhou Jianming's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he murmured, is this contraption truly faster than the reapers? The following day, after breakfast, a resounding rumble suddenly echoed outside. Zhou Jianming hurriedly rushed out. Upon stepping outside, he beheld a colossal machine slowly approaching their doorstep, accompanied by a throng of people. The machine roared to a halt in front of their home, and from the cabin emerged a young man with a fair complexion, who cheerfully inquired, Uncle, is this Zhou Bin's house? Zhou Jianming promptly responded, Yes, I am Zhou Bin's father. The young man smiled and introduced himself. Oh, Uncle, my name is Lu Jincheng, and I am here to harvest your wheat. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianming exclaimed, Oh, thank you for your hard work. Please come in. At that moment, Zhou Bin and Li Nan also emerged and, upon realizing that the harvester operator had arrived, quickly invited him into their home. Zhou Jianming intended to follow suit, but was halted by Lu Junyi. With a look of astonishment, Lu Junyi asked, Jianming, what is this thing? Zhou Jianming replied with a grin. Zhou Bin says this is a harvester, used for harvesting wheat. Lu Junyi's face lit up with curiosity and excitement. Huh? So this is the harvester. I have never seen one in my life. He circled the harvester several times, marveling at it with audible gasps of wonder. Old Zhou Dexing observed as well, commenting, Oh, how the world has changed. Just look at how grand and impressive this machine is. It can harvest a vast field in no time. Aunt Zhao, with a beaming smile, remarked, My goodness, why does this machine appear so intimidating? How exactly does it harvest the wheat? Li Jun interjected, Mom, this is modern technology. It surpasses our manual efforts by far. Anyo added, Indeed. My brother Bin is truly remarkable. He even managed to acquire this contraption. Wang Haichao, filled with envy, mused, If only we could use such a machine as well. Wang Quanhua chuckled, You dream of using that machine? Have you any idea how much it costs? Lu Junyi interjected to ask, Jianming, did Zhou Bin mention how much it costs to use this device for harvesting? Zhou Jianming shook his head, smiling. I haven't inquired about that yet. I estimate it to be around 20 yuan. Lu Junyi could not help but exclaim, Goodness, this is quite expensive. Zhou Dexing inquired, Jianming, with this equipment, do you think we can finish harvesting the wheat in 2 or 3 days? Zhou Jianming grinned and replied, It won't take that long. Zhou Bin claims we can complete it in a single day, and we can simply use bags to transport the grains home. What? We can take the grains home directly without any milling? Aunt Zhao asked in astonishment. Indeed, that is what Zhou Bin said, Zhou Jianming confirmed. Zhou Dexing was left speechless. My goodness, such an incredible machine can yield the grains directly? I find it hard to believe. Zhou Jianming chuckled. Fourth uncle, I share your skepticism. But that's what they say. Lu Junyi, intrigued, remarked, This is simple. When it's time to harvest, we can go see for ourselves. As they conversed, Zhou Bin emerged, leading Lu Jincheng. With a smile, he said to Lu Jincheng, Master Lu, just follow me, and I shall guide you. Lu Jincheng nodded and climbed into the driver's seat. Zhou Bin turned to Zhou Jianming and said, Dad, I will take the bags to lead Master Lu. You and Li Nan can follow. Zhou Jianming quickly responded, All right. You go ahead, I will join you shortly. Zhou Bin drove his tricycle, pulling bags for the wheat, heading towards the fields. Zhou Jianming, not wishing to delay, promptly called for Xiao Hua and Li Nan, and they made their way to the fields. The villagers followed, eager to witness this rare sight. Zhou Bin drove while Lu Jincheng trailed behind, arriving at the wheat field at the eastern edge of the village. It was a vast expanse, stretching over 5 acres. With the wheat already glimmering in golden hues, a true harvest spectacle. Zhou Bin parked the tricycle nearby and approached the harvester, asking, Master Lu, do you think this field is ready for harvest? Lu Jinqing replied with a smile. Absolutely. Your field is quite large and relatively flat. Zhou Bin sighed in relief, smiling as he said, then let's take a moment to enjoy some tea and a smoke before we begin. Lu Jinqing stepped down from the driver's seat and approached the tricycle, where Zhou Bin had already prepared tea and cigarettes for him. Lighting his cigarette, Lu Jinqing glanced at the wheat field and remarked, look how splendid the wheat has grown, so beautifully golden. Zhou Bin agreed. Indeed, this year's yield is promising. Unfortunately, having wheat is not enough. Many are still too impoverished. Lu Jinqing chuckled. Well, there's little we can do. Let us focus on filling our stomachs first. While they spoke, Zhou Jianming and the villagers arrived. Xiao Hua bounded ahead like a little butterfly, calling out, Daddy. Zhou Bin immediately warned, Xiao Hua, slow down. Be careful not to fall. Lu Jinqing, his eyes filled with affection, remarked, Zhou, your child is truly delightful. In this context, delightful connotes beauty. Moments later, Xiao Hua reached him, her innocent face brimming with curiosity as she asked, Daddy, can this big machine really harvest wheat? Lu Jinqing smiled. In a moment, the uncle will demonstrate for you. And you will see. Xiao Hua joyfully exclaimed, Great. With this machine, I won't have to worry about hurting my hands. In the early days, the young girl, Xiao Hua, had to accompany the adults to harvest wheat in the fields. Being small in stature, she could only assist by picking up the fallen ears of wheat from the ground. Occasionally, if she was not careful, she would prick her hands on the stubble or the thorny grass. Now, with the advent of this machine, she no longer needed to gather the wheat ears, which brought her immense joy. Everyone watched the harvester with eager anticipation, curious to see how it would reap the wheat. Lu Jinqing extinguished his cigarette and said with a smile, Let us get started. He climbed into the cab, gestured for everyone to stand back, and then started the machine. With a thunderous roar, the harvester approached the wheat field. At its front, a large rotating mechanism, resembling a giant fan, began to spin rapidly. Upon contact with the wheat, it swiftly drew it into the machine. The harvested wheat was then transported via a conveyor belt into the interior of the machine. After a cacophony of sounds, the wheat stalks were shattered and expelled through a tube, while the grains traveled through another pipe into a large metal bin. Everyone was left in awe, filled with exhilaration. It was nothing short of miraculous. Previously, they had to toil under the sun, sweating profusely while using sickles to cut the wheat, only to bundle it and haul it to the drying area with carts. Once sufficiently dried, they would then use oxen to crush the stalks, and after that, they had to separate the wheat straw from the grains by hand, ensuring a clean harvest. The entire process was arduous and intricate, demanding immense energy. People often labored intensely for over 10 consecutive days. To think that this machine could accomplish all of that in the fields in such a short amount of time was astonishing and piqued everyone's curiosity. Chapter 78. The incident of the stolen apricots gathered around the harvester. Everyone watched with keen interest and praised the machine, many feeling envious. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Jinyi asked, Zhou Bin, this machine is impressive. How much does it cost to harvest your wheat? Zhou Bin smiled and held up 4 fingers. Lu Jinyi gasped in disbelief. Goodness, that's exorbitant. Zhou Jianming, overhearing this, immediately inquired, How much? 40? Oh dear, why is it so expensive? Zhou Bin nonchalantly replied, We have 8 acres. This is already a discounted rate. Oh my, that's too costly. We shouldn't hire it for the next harvest, Zhou Jianming muttered. The others, who had initially looked forward to Zhou Bin's answer, fell silent upon hearing the price. $40 equated to their entire month's income. They simply could not afford it. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, the machine in the field came to a halt. Zhou Bin hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation. Lu Jinqing chuckled. The bin is nearly full. Hurry and collect the wheat to take home. Zhou Bin quickly brought his tricycle, positioning bags beneath a metal pipe to catch the wheat. Before long, the bags were filled, and he secured them before loading them onto the tricycle. Anyo, Li Jun, and Wang Haichao all came to assist, and soon, the metal bin was completely emptied of wheat. Zhou Bin drove a tricycle, transporting wheat back home with his father while the harvester continued its work. Thus, the wheat in this area was completely harvested before they moved on to the next 3 acres. After 3 hours, that plot was also finished. Zhou Bin specifically invited Lu Jinqing home for a meal and presented him with a box of cigarettes, settling the payment. Lu Jinqing left the harvester, pleased. After Lu departed, Zhou Jianming gazed at the neatly arranged sacks of wheat in the yard, expressing his sentiments. This year's wheat harvest has been remarkably easy. In previous years, it would have exhausted us. Li Nan brought over a basin of cool water, smiling. Dad, Bingu, come wash your face. It will feel refreshing. Zhou Jianming approached the basin with a smile, beginning to wash his face and hands, followed by Zhou Bin. Li Nan chuckled. Dad, I believe this 40 yuan was well spent. Last year, when the two of us harvested wheat, we nearly succumbed to the heat. Zhou Jianming nodded in agreement. Indeed, I could barely endure it last year. Zhou Bin dried his hands and face with a towel, grinning. Dad, money is meant to be spent. Now that we can earn, we should not let anyone suffer. Zhou Jianming sighed. Yes, Bin, you understand life so much better than I do. I cannot compare to you. Just as they were conversing, Anyo rushed over in a panic, exclaiming, Brother, come quickly, something terrible has happened. Zhou Jianming, observing Anyo's alarm, promptly inquired, Anyo, what has occurred? Anyo, filled with indignation, replied, Zhou Xing's child climbed onto my apricot tree to steal apricots and accidentally fell down. The child seems to be quite injured, and now his family is causing a scene at my house. Zhou Jianming was taken aback. You mean Zhou Tao fell from the tree? Anyo, anxious, responded, Yes. What should we do? Zhou Bin interjected. He climbed your tree to steal apricots. How is that your fault? Anyo quickly nodded. True, but the child fell hard. And instead of taking him for medical help, they are surrounding my father, rather than rushing over as he would have in the past. Zhou Jianming calmly remarked. He deserves it. Always acting like a little bandit. Zhou Bin looked at his father in astonishment. This old man had finally gained some wisdom. Zhou Bin had intended to voice this sentiment himself. Zhou Jianren cherished his grandchildren as treasures, boasting about them to anyone who would listen. It was precisely due to Zhou Jianren's indulgence that these children became unruly, resembling bandits that the villagers disdained. Yet, he treated Xiao Hua as though she were worthless, akin to an object that could be easily discarded. Now, it was time for him to witness what sort of person his grandchild truly was. With this thought, Zhou Bin said, Let us go take a look. Anyo eagerly pulled Zhou Bin along, and although Zhou Jianming initially hesitated to follow, he eventually went along when Xiao Hua insisted on joining. Upon arriving at Anyo's doorstep, Zhou Bin noticed a large crowd gathered outside. Anyo shouted loudly, Everyone, please make way. The villagers, seeing Anyo and Zhou Bin, swiftly parted to allow them passage. Zhou Bin took a quick glance and saw Zhou Tao lying on the ground, his face ashen and motionless. Lu Ailing stood with her hands on her hips, vociferously cursing, while Zhou Jianren spat and loudly interrogated Lu Junyi. With a face full of frustration, Lu Junyi retorted, Why are you being so unreasonable? Your grandson came to steal apricots from my family and fell. What does that have to do with me? Zhou Jianren persisted, I don't care. My grandson was harmed at your home. If anything happens to him, I will not let this go. Lu Junyi, exasperated, addressed the crowd. Isn't this person a scoundrel? My belongings were stolen, yet I am the one being blamed. Who do I turn to for justice? Lu Ailing then shouted, Lu Junyi, if anything happens to my grandson, I will make sure your family knows no peace. Angry, Anyo began to curse. How can you be so shameless? You're blaming us when it was your mischievous child who came to steal. The crowd murmured in agreement, asserting that Lu Junyi was not at fault. The child had taken advantage of their absence to pilfer apricots and ended up injuring himself, yet he was still blaming Lu Junyi. A truly bizarre situation. Some even whispered, He got what he deserved. Why didn't he break his neck? Zhou Bin scoffed, You all continue to bicker like this, and when that child is beyond help, don't come crying to us. Zhou Jianren turned, furious at Zhou Bin's words. Zhou Bin, are you even human? Your nephew is hurt, and you want to help him seek justice? Zhou Bin contemptuously replied, Nonsense. When you harmed Xiao Hua, did you consider who she was to you? Hearing this, Lu Ailing shouted, Zhou Bin, one must have a conscience. He is my grandson. Can your family even compare? Zhou Bin, incensed, retorted, Nonsense. Your mischievous child can't possibly be compared to our Xiao Hua. She is our treasure. Just look at what she eats and uses. Can you even bear to say such things? At that moment, Xiao Hua approached, adorned in a brand new white dress, a sun hat upon her head, new sandals on her feet, and an ice pop in hand. The crowd couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Lu Ailing's wretched grandson, whose appearance was a stark contrast to that of the charming Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua tugged at her grandfather and squeezed through the crowd. Noticing Zhou Tao sprawled on the ground like a lifeless pig, and asked in surprise, Grandpa, what happened to him? Zhou Jianren, spotting Zhou Jianming arriving, immediately exclaimed, Jianming, my child has fallen. What should we do about this? Zhou Jianming coldly replied, How should I know? Shocked, Zhou Jianren asked, Jianming, what do you mean? He is your great-nephew. Zhou Jianming icily responded, I would not dare to claim such a great-nephew. I'd rather die unbear it. Seeing Zhou Jianming's arrival, Lu Junyi quickly interjected, Jianming, you must judge this matter. His grandson came to my house to steal apricots and fell, and now he is blaming me. Zhou Jianming raised his voice, his fall has nothing to do with you. You haven't even settled the score with him yet. Why should he have the audacity to steal from your home? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianren nearly exploded with rage. Zhou Jianming, are you even human? Zhou Bin chimed in. You don't act like a decent person and yet have the gall to lecture others. What a disgrace to your ancestors. Just as Zhou Jianren was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Zhou Tao on the ground opened his eyes and immediately fixated on the ice pop in Xiao Hua's hand. With his last ounce of strength, he shouted, Grandfather, I want an ice pop. Zhou Jianren's face turned pale with fury, and he slapped Zhou Tao on the head, cursing, You eat your mother's foot. Zhou Tao rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 79. Consequences of one's own actions. Zhou Jianren was struck with fear, exclaiming, Tao, what has happened to you? Lu Ailing rushed over, shoving Zhou Jianren aside and scolding, You old fool. Why did you hit my grandson? No one in the crowd stepped forward to assist. They merely observed the chaotic scene with disdain. At that moment, Zhou Xing and Zhou Ming burst in. Upon seeing Lu Junyi, Zhou Xing bellowed, Who has harmed my child like this? I will not let them go unpunished. As he stormed toward Lu Junyi, he suddenly tripped, falling headlong at Lu Junyi's feet. With a resounding thud, Zhou Xing was left dazed. Once he regained his senses, he shouted in frustration, Who tripped me? The onlookers erupted into laughter, and Lu Junyi couldn't help but chuckle. What are you doing? I can't bear this. Zhou Xing, enraged, retorted, What are you laughing at? What is so funny? Zhou Bin sneered, You can't walk without watching where you're going, and you blame others? Upon realizing it was Zhou Bin speaking, Zhou Xing fell silent. Recalling the lesson from their last encounter, he muttered under his breath, too afraid to respond. Zhou Ming then demanded, Lu Junyi, what do you propose we do about this? Aniu interjected, Why are you shouting? What has this got to do with us? Zhou Ming persisted, The child fell in your yard. Who else should we hold accountable? Zhou Xing shouted, Yes, unless you compensate us 1,000 yuan today. This matter is far from over. The crowd gasped, 1,000 yuan? Were they out of their minds? This was clearly an attempt to extort money. Lu Junyi sputtered in disbelief. Are you even being reasonable? As the commotion continued, Zhao Meiqin burst in, wailing and immediately lunging at Lu Junyi. You scoundrel! Look what you've done to my child. I won't let this go. Zhao Meiqin clung to Lu Junyi's clothes, refusing to release him. The onlookers observed as if they were watching a performance, and Lu Junyi shouted in exasperation. What are you doing? Let go of me. Zhao Meiqin continued to claw and scream, leaving Lu Junyi in a state of distress. Aniu, furious, charged at Zhao Meiqin and forcefully pushed her aside. She screamed as she fell, prompting Zhou Xing to rush over and engage in a scuffle with Aniu. Zhou Ming attempted to intervene, but Zhou Bin shoved him aside, commanding, Get out of the way. Zhou Bin then seized Zhou Xing and threw him to the ground. He shouted, Continue your bickering. Look at what has become of that child. Only then did the crowd turn to see Zhou Tao convulsing on the ground. Lu Ailing gasped in horror. Child, what has happened to you? Zhou Jianren's family was suddenly thrown into a state of panic. Zhou Jianren shouted loudly, Everyone, come quickly and help. Yet, not a single onlooker moved. They merely stared blankly. In a moment of haste, Zhou Xing attempted to lift his son, only to lose his balance, resulting in both of them tumbling to the ground. Zhou Tao's head struck the earth with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Jianren, enraged, scolded, Zhou Xing, you're useless. You can't even hold on to a child. With that, he hurried to assist. And thus the family scrambled to carry Zhou Tao towards Wang Hengfa's clinic. The crowd buzzed with speculation, suggesting that this incident was far from over and that further disturbances were likely. Lu Junyi, with a face full of dismay, muttered, What bad luck. How could this happen to us? Anyo, equally troubled, lamented that this family was like an inescapable adhesive. Once entangled, it was impossible to break free. Zhou Bin raised his voice. All right, it's over for now. Everyone should head home. We've got wheat to harvest. Seeing that the situation had calmed, the crowd dispersed. Zhou Bin and his father accompanied Lu Junyi and Anyo to discuss matters, while Li Nan led Xiao Hua home. Upon arriving at Lu Junyi's residence, he immediately expressed his deep concern. Zhou Bin, what should we do about this? Alas, why did this happen to me? Zhou Jianming, equally at a loss, remarked, I know the character of his family. This situation is troublesome. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Bin replied, Uncle Lu, I fear this could become more serious. That boy's complexion doesn't look right. Lu Junyi shivered at the implication. What are you saying? Are you suggesting Zhou Tao might not survive? I cannot make such assertions. But we must prepare ourselves, Zhou Bin stated. Anyo began to panic. Brother, don't frighten me. That boy is a treasure. If he dies, they will surely come after me. Zhou Bin chuckled lightly. You need not worry excessively. We must promptly attend to two matters. First, We should summon the village chief to clarify the situation and seek his intervention. If that fails, we shall involve the police. Second, we need to identify any witnesses to this incident and have them come forward to provide testimony. Lu Junyi nodded vigorously. You are right. Anyo, hurry and fetch the village chief. Anyo, not daring to delay, rushed to summon Zhou Difu. Meanwhile, Lu Junyi gathered Zhou Dexing and Wang Quanhua, who had witnessed Zhou Tao climbing the wall into his yard, and it was Wang Quanhua who saw Zhou Tao fall while attempting to pick apricots. Once these matters were settled, Zhou Bin returned home with his father. By afternoon, news indeed arrived that Zhou Tao had sustained a severe head injury, resulting in a prolonged delay that rendered him mentally impaired. Zhou Jianren's family, weeping and wailing, stormed into Lu Junyi's home, seeking retribution. As they entered, they were taken aback to find the village chief along with several villagers and 2 police officers present. Zhou Difu, with a grim expression, demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Zhou Jianren, with tears streaming down his face, cried out, "Village chief, you must take a stand for us. My grandson has been rendered a fool." Zhou Difu rebuked him loudly. "How dare you speak? Your grandson is nothing but a thief. He trespassed into Lu Junyi's home to steal, and his fall is nothing less than deserved." Wang Quanhua and Zhou Dexing insisted they had witnessed everything with their own eyes, and it was entirely unrelated to Lu Junyi. Upon hearing this, Lu Ailing immediately expressed her discontent, exclaiming, "What you are doing is utterly immoral. My grandson has been turned foolish, and you still defend Lu Junyi." Zhou Bin, with a smile, whispered a few words to the nearby police officer and then declared loudly, "It was her." Lu Ailing trembled and immediately bolted, leaving everyone present in a state of confusion. Zhou Jianren, witnessing this, was infuriated and began to curse vehemently. Zhou Xing and Zhou Ming, upon noticing the police's presence, dared not act recklessly. Zhou Difu, with a grave expression, stated, "Today's incident is entirely your fault. Everyone needs to clarify things with the police. If you continue to cause trouble, you will be taken into custody." Turning to Junyi, he added, "Here, give him 20 yuan as a gesture of goodwill from the village." Lu Junyi retrieved 20 yuan and handed it to Zhou Jianren, who accepted the money but appeared anxious, his lips moving without sound. However, upon observing the expressions of those around him and the demeanor of the police, he restrained his words. Zhou Bin chuckled. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and leave." The Zhou family, visibly disgruntled, had no choice but to turn and depart. Zhou Difu reassured Lu Junyi, "Do not be afraid. This police officer is my distant nephew. If they dare trouble you again, just let me know, and I will handle it." Lu Junyi expressed his heartfelt gratitude, insisting that they all dine at his home. Unable to refuse his warm invitation, they enjoyed a meal together before parting ways. Zhou Bin returned home, where Zhou Jianming curiously inquired, "Is that child truly foolish now?" Zhou Bin grinned widely indeed. "Let us see if he dares to steal again." Chapter 80. The irresistible fruit popcorn. The tumult concluded with Zhou Jianren's grandson becoming mentally impaired, leaving his family seething with resentment. However, with the village chief in control and the police providing a deterrent, coupled with the village's support for Lu Junyi, they dared not act recklessly. Over the following days, as villagers passed by their home, they could often hear the sounds of a child wailing, accompanied by a woman's angry shouts and the crashing of objects. Zhou Bin, upon hearing tales of the chaos in their household, coldly remarked, "They deserve it." Such trivial matters were of little concern to Zhou Bin, as he had more significant tasks ahead. After harvesting the wheat, it could not be placed directly into the kiln, as it would sprout and spoil. It needed to be dried first. Thus, he, along with his father and wife, transported the wheat to the threshing ground, laid out a plastic sheet, and spread the wheat out to dry. After 3 days of sun-drying, the wheat was thoroughly dried, and they proceeded to bag it securely before storing it in the kiln. Once these tasks were completed, Zhou Bin finally had time to attend to his own affairs. He went to Anyo's house, intending to ask him to accompany him to the fields to pick some berries. As soon as he entered Anyo's home, he found Anyo sitting in the courtyard, looking dejected while smoking. "Anyo, have you been able to harvest your wheat?" Zhou Bin inquired. Upon seeing Zhou Bin's arrival, Anyo immediately stood up to greet him, saying, "Brother, you're here. My wheat will take another 2 days to harvest." Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "Oh, I've heard there's rain coming in a few days. You should harvest it sooner." Anyo waved a dismissive hand, saying, "It's fine. I heard on the radio that it won't rain after that. My wheat is still a bit green. Harvesting it early wouldn't be wise." Zhou Bin nodded in understanding and asked, "Oh, that's good. What are you up to?" Anyo, with a look of frustration, replied, "Nothing much. Just feeling a bit down. I was cheated out of 20 yuan for no reason." Zhou Bin chuckled and reassured him, "Forget it. You ran into an unreasonable person. It's just bad luck. That kid is a fool now. Let us see how long they can be arrogant. Anyo sighed and inquired, Brother, what brings you here? Zhou smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Oh dear, how could I forget? I came to invite you to pick berries with me. Anyo looked surprised and asked, Brother, are you craving them? Why pick those? Zhou laughed, It's not about craving. I have a use for them, and I'll also gather some red apricots. Anyo, still puzzled, asked, Brother, what do you plan to do? Zhou replied with a smile, You'll find out soon enough. I won't let you work for free. I'll give you 5 yuan for your trouble. How does that sound? Upon hearing about the money, Anyo's face lit up with joy. Brother, why would I need money to help you? Aren't you the one who has helped my family so much? Zhou insisted, A deal is a deal. Let us hurry up. Saying this, he pulled out 5 yuan and handed it to Anyo. Anyo feigned reluctance, but genuinely extended his hand to accept the money. With the cash in hand, his mood shifted from anger to delight as he exclaimed, Brother, let us get going. The two of them, equipped with a bamboo basket and bags, made their way to the earthen cliff at the eastern edge of the village, where wild berries thrived. Upon arrival, they discovered that the entire cliff was adorned with clusters of ripe black and red berries. Zhou advised Anyo to be careful while picking so as not to damage the berries. After a flurry of activity, they filled the bamboo basket to the brim with berries, leaving satisfied. On their return, they stopped by Zhou Dexing's apricot orchard to collect some red apricots before heading home. Upon arriving, they found Li Nan teaching Xiao Hua how to read with a picture book. As soon as Xiao Hua saw her father, she rushed over, sniffing the air with curiosity, and asked excitedly, Daddy, what smells so good? Zhou opened the bamboo basket, revealing a bounty of fresh black and red berries. Xiao Hua gleefully jumped up, exclaiming, Wow, these berries look delicious. Zhou chuckled and said, Xiao Nan, grab a basin and let us wash these berries. Li Nan smiled and inquired, Brother Ben, why did you pick so many berries? We can't eat them all at once. They'll spoil. Zhou laughed heartily. I'm not just picking them for eating. I plan to use these berries to make popcorn. Both Li Nan and Anyo exchanged astonished glances, with Anyo immediately asking, Brother, you're going to make popcorn with berries? Li Nan, equally incredulous, added, How do you even make popcorn with those? Zhou replied with a grin. You'll see when the time comes. I intend to create some exquisite fruit popcorn that is sure to be delicious. The two individuals remained in a state of perplexity, while Zhou had already commenced his preparations. He relocated the stove beneath the shade of a tree, igniting a fire and placing a large iron pot atop it. Before long, the pot was heated, and he poured in some vegetable oil. As the oil reached an optimal temperature, he promptly added the washed berries. The pot erupted with a crackling sound, and in no time, the berries were fried to a crisp, turning the oil a delicate shade of pink. At this juncture, Zhou swiftly retrieved the berries with a slotted spoon, adding corn kernels and sugar before covering the pot. A few minutes later, the sounds from within ceased, and Zhou, with a beaming smile, lifted the lid. A billow of steam escaped, revealing a pot brimming with pink popcorn. Upon seeing this, Xiao Hua exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, Daddy, pink popcorn. It looks absolutely delicious. Li Nan also expressed his admiration. Bingo, how come the popcorn is this color? Anyo could not help but swallow hard, having already caught the delightful aroma of the berries. Zhou cheerfully served a bowl to the group, asking, Why not give it a try? How does it taste? Xiao Hua eagerly grabbed a piece of popcorn and popped it into her mouth. A rush of sweet and tangy berry flavor enveloped her palate, harmonizing with the buttery essence of the popcorn and the fresh scent of corn, prompting her to exclaim, Wow, this popcorn is amazing. Observing Xiao Hua relish the treat, Anyo couldn't resist trying one himself, and he savored the delightful flavor, exclaiming, Goodness, this taste is simply extraordinary. Li Nan, having devoured several pieces, gave a thumbs up. Bingo, this flavor is truly impressive. Witnessing the group's expressions of bliss, Zhou wore a satisfied smile, affirming that his idea had indeed been fruitful. He then peeled the red apricots, slicing them into small pieces, and prepared a batch of apricot-flavored popcorn in the same manner as the berry version. Upon tasting, everyone was met with yet another delightful experience, showering Zhou with genuine compliments. He too sampled the concoction and found it quite delightful. He then informed Li Nan and Anyo that this batch was intended for Boss Ho from the county, hinting that the price would be considerably higher. Anyo, in awe, remarked, Brother, your ingenuity is unmatched. I could never keep up with you. Li Nan, both surprised and amused, nearly burst into laughter. Xiao Hua, munching on her popcorn, chimed in, Daddy, I always knew you were the best. I absolutely love this popcorn. Zhou chuckled, knowing that when Zhang Hongwei arrived to collect the popcorn the next day, he would be able to entrust it to him for Boss Ho. Chapter 81. A resounding success the following day, shortly after breakfast, Zhang Hongwei arrived riding his tricycle. Upon entering, he exuberantly announced, "Brother Zhou, we have business." Zhou Bin greeted him warmly. "Brother Zhang, welcome. Please, have a seat and enjoy some water." As he gestured towards the table in the courtyard, Zhang Hongwei was immediately captivated by the popcorn displayed there. "Brother Zhou, what kind of popcorn is this?" he inquired with curiosity. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "Brother Zhang, why not taste it and see for yourself?" Zhang Hongwei chuckled as he grabbed 2 berry-flavored popcorns and stuffed them into his mouth, immediately exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh, this popcorn is absolutely delightful. It has a berry flavor." Zhou Bin, smiling, explained, "You are correct. This is made with berries and corn." Zhang Hongwei, thoroughly surprised, showered him with compliments. Zhou Bin then offered him a taste of the apricot-flavored popcorn, and once again, Zhang Hongwei's face lit up with astonishment as he declared the flavor simply extraordinary. Zhou Bin, with a grin, remarked, "Brother Zhang, this is the fruit-flavored popcorn I prepared for Boss Ho. Please deliver it to him today and let him try it out." Zhang Hongwei nodded eagerly. "Certainly. I promise to deliver it to him." "Oh, Zhou brother, you never cease to impress me." Zhou Bin waved his hand dismissively. "I'm just tinkering around." "Yet," Zhang Hongwei respectfully responded, "that is not mere tinkering. That is creative thinking." Zhou Bin then inquired, "Aside from popcorn, what else do you need today?" Zhang Hongwei took a sip of tea and replied, "Let us have 300 pounds of river shrimp, 300 pounds of crabs, and 120 pounds of popcorn." Zhou Bin smiled slightly. "Brother Zhang, that is quite a lot. Thankfully, I have everything prepared for you." He called upon his father and Li Nan to assist Zhang Hongwei in loading the goods. The group first ventured to the backyard, where Zhang Hongwei was astonished to see. "Brother Zhou, how has your pond grown larger?" Zhou Bin replied with a laugh. "As the stock increased, I had to expand the pond." Zhou Bin's backyard was quite spacious, initially cluttered with odds and ends. Since venturing into business, he had transformed much of it into a pond to store river shrimp and crabs. Zhang Hongwei nodded with a smile. "Brother Zhou, you are gearing up for substantial business." The group began to scoop up river shrimp and crabs, and within minutes, they loaded them onto a tricycle. Zhou Bin then led Zhang Hongwei to the kiln, where he filled 120 pounds of popcorn. After completing these tasks, the group was drenched in sweat. Zhou Bin chuckled, "Brother Zhang, the goods are ready." Zhang Hongwei wiped his forehead and sincerely said, "Brother Zhou, I have benefited from you once again." Zhou Bin smiled. "Brother Zhang, we are simply helping each other." Zhang Hongwei laughed heartily. Indeed, mutual assistance. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Hongwei departed on his tricycle. Zhou Bin calculated that this time he would earn 2,600 yuan, and after deducting costs, he would still profit over 2,100 yuan. Coupled with the previous earnings of over 4,000 yuan, he had now accumulated more than 6,000 yuan, bringing his goal of becoming a 10,000 yuan household ever closer. With this thought, Zhou Bin felt invigorated. Once Boss Ho confirmed the arrangement, he could embark on a significant endeavor. 5 days later, Zhang Hongwei returned. Upon entering, he exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Zhou, your popcorn is a tremendous hit. It's simply too popular." Upon hearing Zhang Hongwei's arrival, Zhou Bin hurriedly greeted him with a smile. "Brother Zhang, welcome. Please, take a seat." Zhang Hongwei, brimming with excitement, said, "Oh, I am truly impressed. How are you so remarkable?" Zhou Bin chuckled, "Brother Zhang, please sit down and share your thoughts." Zhang Hongwei retrieved a cigarette, offering one to Zhou Bin before lighting his own, and began to recount the events. It turned out that after delivering the goods that day, he had intentionally brought a gift of fruit-flavored popcorn to Boss Ho. Upon seeing it, Boss Ho was immensely pleased and promptly arranged for the restaurant to allow guests to sample it. To their surprise, the guests were overwhelmingly impressed, praising the delightful taste. Moreover, Boss Ho specifically informed the patrons that this popcorn was crafted not from artificial coloring, but from natural berries, which reassured the guests and heightened their enjoyment. The children, in particular, were enchanted, clamoring for the popcorn every time they visited the restaurant. "Isn't that remarkable?" Zhang Hongwei exclaimed earnestly. Zhou Bin chuckled. "As long as the guests are satisfied, that's what matters. By the way, I will accompany you to the county today to finalize matters with Boss Ho, and then we can commence gathering supplies." Zhang Hongwei was momentarily taken aback. "What else are you planning to collect?" Zhou Bin replied with a smile. "I intend to acquire some additional items, and you will find out soon enough." Zhang Hongwei's excitement surged. "Ah, Brother Zhou, are you embarking on another significant venture?" Zhou Bin responded, "Brother Zhang, we've collaborated for quite some time now. I would like you to continue handling the deliveries for us. What do you think?" Zhang Hongwei nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. As long as you allow me to work alongside you, I will remain by your side." Zhou Bin laughed. "What are you saying, Brother Zhang? I would certainly welcome that." Zhang Hongwei also laughed, having considered the possibility of going solo, but upon reflection, he realized that his efforts would be fleeting without Zhou Bin's acumen. Besides, he felt that following Zhou Bin would lead to countless unexpected delights. In his heart, he had already come to regard Zhou Bin as a capable individual, convinced that his own fortunes would undoubtedly improve alongside him. After finalizing their plans, they set off in Zhou Bin's three-wheeled vehicle towards the county. 2 hours later, they found themselves in the office of Ho Tianhai. Upon seeing Zhou Bin, Ho Tianhai could not contain his praise. "Brother Zhou, your idea is simply brilliant. Just the popcorn alone is extraordinary." Zhou Bin replied with a smile. "As long as the guests are pleased, our business can continue." He then added, "Boss Ho, as I mentioned before, this type of popcorn is rather expensive, priced at 5 yuan per pound. What do you think?" To his astonishment, Ho Tianhai responded without hesitation, "No problem. From now on, please provide us with 50 pounds of fruit popcorn daily. We can forego the regular variety for the time being." Zhang Hongwei was left dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "Goodness, 5 yuan per pound. This is like consuming gold. How can it be so costly?" Yet simultaneously, he felt a rush of excitement, realizing that this meant greater profits for him. This was indeed a monumental opportunity. After discussing the popcorn, Zhou Bin produced a bag containing almonds, sago, and peach resin. Aside from the sago, which was sourced from Lu Qin's family in the village, the other two items were procured from the creek. Ho Tianhai accepted the bag with a smile, inspecting its contents with evident enthusiasm. "Brother Zhou, you work swiftly. I will promptly arrange for testing, and I will visit you in a week to discuss the specifics." Zhou Bin nodded with a smile and said, "All right, I shall patiently await General Ho's good news." After finishing his words, Ho Tianhai treated the two to a meal before allowing them to depart. Once they stepped onto the street, Zhang Hongwei remarked, "Brother Zhou, shall we head home?" However, Zhou Bin shook his head with a smile and replied, "Come with me to a place. I wish to surprise my family." With that, he started the tricycle, heading towards the department store. Zhang Hongwei could not help but exclaim, "Brother Zhou, are you going shopping again?" Chapter 82. Familiar faces facilitate matters. Zhou Bin drove the tricycle to the front of the department store, parked, and then strode in alongside Zhang Hongwei. Upon entering, Zhou Bin made a beeline for the bicycle section, intending to purchase a bicycle for Li Nan. Upon arriving at the bicycle display, he noticed a throng of people examining a row of brand-new bicycles, engaged in animated discussions. Zhou Bin quickly spotted a sleek, jet-black Fiji bicycle. He approached it and, captivated, examined it closely. With enthusiasm, he called out, "Excuse me, how much is this bicycle?" A female sales clerk in her 30s, munching on sunflower seeds, was engrossed in conversation with a companion and completely disregarded Zhou Bin. Taken aback, he repeated his inquiry, "Excuse me, how much for this bicycle?" The sales clerk, finally displaying impatience, replied, "That bike costs 201. Zhou Bin promptly responded, "I'll take it. Where do I pay?" Onlookers cast envious glances at Zhou Bin, astonished by the apparent wealth of this seemingly humble young man. Who would have thought he could afford such luxuries? They murmured among themselves. The sales clerk, still not looking up, asked, "Do you have a ticket?" Zhou Bin was momentarily puzzled and asked, "What ticket?" The sales clerk then shouted, "The ticket to buy a bicycle. Why are you making a fuss without it?" Zhang Hongwei quickly interjected, "What are you yelling about? We forgot the ticket. We'll go fetch it shortly." He then pulled Zhou Bin away, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. They had assumed this young man was affluent, only to discover he was rather naive, attempting to purchase a bicycle without the requisite ticket. Once they were in a less crowded area, Zhou Bin, still bewildered, asked, "What ticket does she mean?" Zhang Hongwei hurriedly explained, "Don't you know? You need a bicycle ticket to make a purchase, otherwise, they won't sell it to you." Zhou Bin then realized, recalling that it was the 1980s, and he had momentarily forgotten the peculiarities of this era. In this time, wealth alone did not guarantee access to many goods. One needed tickets as well. Feeling a bit flustered, Zhou Bin pondered where he might procure such a ticket. Noticing his anxiety, Zhang Hongwei reassured him, "Brother Zhou, don't fret, let me go ask again." He retraced his steps, returning a short while later, visibly upset. Zhou Bin immediately inquired, "How did it go, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Hongwei retorted, "That woman looked down on me, calling me a country bumpkin, and refused to sell it." Zhou Bin was infuriated upon hearing this. What kind of person was she? Such a disposition surely warranted her eventual downfall. However, at this moment, this was the only place selling bicycles. Nowhere else had them. Just when the two were at a loss, Zhou Bin suddenly noticed someone entering through the main door. The individual was clad in a crisp white shirt, sporting a pair of leather sandals, and wearing glasses, unmistakably a person of means. Zhou Bin exclaimed, "Lu Xiaobing." Lu Xiaobing looked up, momentarily taken aback, and then exclaimed, "Zhou Bin." He quickly approached, brimming with enthusiasm, and inquired, "Zhou Bin, what brings you here?" Zhou Bin chuckled, "Lu Xiaobing. You've changed so much that I hardly recognized you." Lu Xiaobing was an old classmate from elementary and middle school, and they had once shared a good rapport. Unfortunately, due to Zhou Bin's family's financial struggles, he had to return home after just 1 year of junior high. Lu Xiaobing, on the other hand, had continued his education, moving to the countryside for high school, and subsequently relocating, which severed their contact. Thus, it was a delightful surprise for Zhou Bin to encounter him here. Lu Xiaobing was equally elated, recalling how Zhou Bin had often lent him a helping hand during their school days. Their paths diverged when Zhou Bin's health deteriorated, leading to infrequent communication. Their reunion today filled them both with excitement. Lu Xiaobing promptly asked, "Zhou Bin, what are you doing at the department store?" Zhou Bin sighed, "I wanted to buy a bicycle, but I don't have a ticket, so they won't sell it to me." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobing quickly inquired, "Are you buying it right now?" Zhou Bin replied, "Yes, I plan to head home after purchasing it." Lu Xiaobing confidently declared, "That's simple. Just follow me." Zhou Bin, puzzled, asked, "Can you arrange that?" Lu Xiaobing smiled, "I work here, and I know the staff." Zhou Bin suddenly realized that Lu Xiaobing was employed there. Lu Xiaobing then proceeded towards the bicycle counter, with Zhou Bin and Zhang Hongwei hastily following. The same female sales assistant, upon seeing Lu Xiaobing, immediately stood up, warmly greeting him. "Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Xiaobing replied with a smile, "A friend of mine wants to buy a bicycle, but doesn't he have a ticket? Can you help?" To their surprise, the sales assistant promptly responded, "No problem, I'll get a ticket for him right away." "Where is he?" Zhou Bin and Zhang Hongwei stepped forward, and the sales assistant's face flushed with recognition as she exclaimed, "Oh, it's you. Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have sold it to you without hesitation." Then, she turned to Zhou Bin, "Brother, which bicycle have you set your sights on? I'll arrange the ticket." Zhou Bin felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, having acquaintances made things easier. Although he felt a tinge of annoyance towards the sales assistant, he quickly replied, "That one over there." He pointed to the bicycle he had just admired. The sales assistant beamed, "All right, no problem." However, a middle-aged man watching nearby grew displeased. "Why does he get to buy without a ticket? I want one too." The sales assistant shot him a glance. "Produce your ticket." The man stammered, I don't have a ticket." "Then go find one. No ticket, no sale." The sales assistant firmly refused. The middle-aged man wore a frustrated expression, utterly at a loss. Zhou Bin, with a smile, inquired, "I wish to purchase a tricycle for children. Is that permissible?" The saleswoman's face twitched momentarily, yet she replied, "Of course." Zhou Bin promptly pointed to a pink tricycle not far away, exclaiming, "I want that one." The saleswoman, noticeably less enthusiastic than before, replied, "Very well." She then completed the transaction, totaling over 300 yuan. Zhou Bin paid, and soon someone assisted him in wheeling the bicycle out. After inspecting the bicycle and finding no issues, Lu Xiaobing accompanied them to the exit. Zhou Bin parked the bicycle and quickly handed Lu Xiaobing a golden monkey figurine as a token of gratitude. Lu Xiaobing chuckled, "Zhou Bin, it's been years since we last met. You've become quite affluent, purchasing 2 vehicles at once." Zhou Bin smiled and explained, "My wife needs one, and the child likes it, so I bought 2. Lu Xiaobing, with a hint of nostalgia, asked, "Zhou Bin, do you have a child now?" Zhou Bin nodded, "Indeed. My child is already 6 years old." "Have you married?" Lu Xiaobing replied with a grin, "I have married as well. My child is just 3. Zhou Bin laughed, "Oh, back then we were still children ourselves, and now you have a child." Lu Xiaobing chuckled, "Time has flown. It's been many years since we last saw each other." Zhou Bin proposed, "Xiaobing, you've been a tremendous help today. Let me treat you to a meal." Lu Xiaobing quickly waved his hand, saying, "No, I must return to work. Let us dine together when I have some free time." Zhou Bin, seeing this, had to concede. Zhang Hongwei, filled with curiosity, asked Lu, "That woman was quite fierce earlier. How did you manage to get her to agree so quickly?" Lu Xiaobing smiled slightly, "My father-in-law is the manager here. They still need to show me some respect." The 2 men exchanged knowing glances and nodded in understanding. Chapter 83. The envy of the entire village. After bidding farewell to Lu Xiaobing, the duo drove the tricycle back to their village. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Lu Fenyi. Upon seeing the cargo on the tricycle, Lu Fenyi exclaimed, "Goodness! Zhou Bin, what on earth are you carrying?" Zhou Bin chuckled, "I went to the county to buy a bicycle for Li Nan and the child." Lu Fenyi's eyes sparkled as she fixated on the gleaming bicycle in the tricycle's compartment. Utterly mesmerized, she found herself unconsciously following Zhou Bin towards his home. As they walked, Lu Fenyi spotted Aunt Zhao drying wheat in her yard and immediately called out, "Aunt Zhao, come quickly." Zhou Bin bought a bicycle for his wife. Aunt Zhao promptly set down her rake and stepped outside, incredulous. What did you say? Zhou Bin bought a bicycle? Lu Fenyi excitedly replied, 2 bicycles. I saw he even got a little tricycle for his child. Goodness. I must go see. Aunt Zhao exclaimed, joining Lu Fenyi in pursuit. Zhou Bin, piloting the tricycle, soon arrived at his home. As the engine quieted, Li Nan emerged, having heard the commotion. Her gaze fell upon the bicycle in the compartment, and she stood there, stunned. Zhang Hongwei grinned, sister-in-law. Come quickly and see what Zhou Bin has bought for you. Li Nan, staring at the brand-new bicycle, appeared as if she were in a dream. Zhou Bin smiled and said, Xiao Nan, I went to the county and bought you and the child a bicycle. Do you like it? Li Nan was taken aback with surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhou Bin, observing her reaction, inquired, Xiao Nan, what's wrong? After a while, Li Nan gazed dreamily at the bicycle and finally managed to say, It's beautiful. This bicycle is truly lovely. Zhou Bin chuckled, as long as you like it, that tricycle is for Xiao Hua. What do you think? Li Nan looked at the pink tricycle, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. It's lovely. It's beautiful too. Xiao Hua will surely be overjoyed. Zhou Bin, oblivious to her emotional state, asked, Xiao Nan, where is Xiao Hua? Li Nan quickly wiped her eyes and replied, She went to the fields with Dad. She'll be back shortly. Zhang Hongwei, standing nearby, laughed. Brother Zhou, why are you still dawdling? Bring the items down. Zhou Bin snapped back to reality and, along with Zhang Hongwei, took down the bicycles. Zhang Hongwei added, You two take your time. I'll head back first. Li Nan hurriedly said, Brother Zhang, please stay for a meal before you leave. Zhang Hongwei chuckled. No, my wife is making noodles for me. I must go. With that, he started his tricycle, puffing out black smoke as he departed. Hardly had he left when the villagers arrived. Lu Fenyi was the first to stride in, exclaiming, Let me see. Where's that fancy bicycle? Li Nan smiled and replied, Fenyi, it just arrived. Lu Fenyi rushed to the bicycle, circling it with admiration. Wow, this bicycle is really something. Zhou Bin chuckled. It's not foreign, it's made right here. Lu Fenyi scrutinized the bicycle's branding and exclaimed, Oh, it's a flying pigeon. Aunt Zhao also gathered around, examining the bicycle with envious eyes. Goodness, why is this bicycle so shiny? It nearly blinds me. Lu Junyi entered with a smile, calling out, Where's the bicycle? Let me see. Upon reaching the bicycle, he immediately praised, Wow, it's a brand name. Zhou Bin. This must have cost quite a bit. Zhou Bin laughed. It's not too expensive, just 201. The onlookers gasped in unison. That's not cheap. Over 200. Just then, Li Jun walked in and, upon seeing the bicycle, quickly approached it. After a thorough inspection, he genuinely exclaimed, What a great bicycle. Lu Fenyi teased, Li Jun, tell your mother to buy you one of these for when you marry. Aunt Zhao laughed heartily. Will that be enough to sell me? Old Zhou Dexing also approached, puffing on his pipe, and asked, What kind of bicycle did Zhou Bin buy? Let me see. Zhou Bin hurried to greet him. Grandfather, I bought a bicycle. Zhou Dexing circled the bicycle, revealing a look of envy. Nowadays life is good. In our time, we didn't have such fine things. Just then, Zhou Jianming and Xiao Hua returned from the fields. As Zhou Jianming stepped through the door, he was taken aback to find the courtyard bustling with a crowd. Hastily placing down the bamboo cage, he approached the gathering. Xiao Hua's bright little eyes immediately spotted the brand-new tricycle, and she dashed over, her excitement palpable. Daddy, what is this? She exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Zhou Bin chuckled. This is a little tricycle I bought for you. Do you like it? Xiao Hua, overjoyed, jumped up and down. Wow, this bike is so beautiful. She cautiously approached the tricycle, gently caressing the pink toy, her gaze brimming with affection and exhilaration. Nearby, Aunt Zhao chimed in with a laugh. Oh my, Xiao Hua is quite fashionable now. When I was her age, I could only crawl on the ground. Lu Fenyi added with a smile. How can you compare to Xiao Hua? Her father is a wealthy man, while yours is just an old farmer. Zhou Jianming, astonished, inquired, Bin, what is this? Zhou Bin replied with a grin. Dad, this is a gift for Xiaonan and Xiao Hua. What do you think? Without hesitation, Zhou Jianming walked over to examine it closely, exclaiming in admiration, Wonderful, truly wonderful. Noticing that Xiao Hua was circling the tricycle, hesitant to climb aboard, Zhou Bin encouraged her, Xiao Hua, why not give it a try? Xiao Hua appeared somewhat timid, prompting Zhou Bin to scoop her up and gently place her on the tricycle. Push with your feet and hold the handlebars. And you can move forward, he patiently instructed. With a determined push, Xiao Hua propelled the tricycle forward, her delight erupting. Daddy, it's moving. Lu Junyi, observing the impressive bicycle, jokingly asked, Zhou Bin, will your wife know how to ride this thing? Li Nan, blushing, admitted, I don't know how yet. Zhou Bin reassured her. That's all right. I'll teach you when the time comes. Lu Junyi, surprised, asked, Zhou Bin, can you ride a bicycle? Zhou Bin laughed. It's not difficult. I can ride without any lessons. As he removed the plastic covering from the bicycle and effortlessly mounted it, he pedaled out through the gate. After a brief spin, Zhou Bin returned, a broad smile on his face. The onlookers were left speechless. Zhou Bin appeared almost magical, riding smoothly and confidently without any prior learning. Li Nan was equally astonished, realizing she had never known that Bin Gu could ride a bicycle, and he seemed to do so with such ease. After completing his cycle, Zhou Bin took the village children for a spin around the entrance. The children chased after the bicycle, joyfully shouting, their excitement palpable. This bicycle, being the first in Beiyuan village, created a stir akin to that of a car. Watching Zhou Bin play joyfully with the children, Li Nan felt her eyes moisten. She had never imagined that one day she would own a bicycle of her own. Zhou Bin's thoughtful gesture of buying bikes for his wife and child quickly became the talk of the village, with everyone expressing envy, marveling that they could never have anticipated such a delightful surprise. In the ensuing days, the villagers often observed Zhou Bin supporting his bicycle while his wife, Li Nan, clumsily practiced maneuvering it. The couple spent an entire afternoon at the threshing ground, engaged in their training. One day, as they were practicing, Zhou Jiaming suddenly approached, calling out from a distance, Zhou Bin, hurry back. Guests have arrived. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin quickly urged Li Nan to stop, took the bicycle from her, and said, come on, I'll take you home. Li Nan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, it's all right. You go ahead. I'll return later. However, Zhou Bin insisted, oh, what are you worried about? Hurry up. After a moment's hesitation, Li Nan sat on the back seat, and Zhou Bin swiftly mounted the bicycle, racing homeward with her. Arriving at the gate, they were greeted by the sight of two cars parked in front. One was a Santana belonging to Ho Tianhai, and the other, a relatively new Duke. Li Nan hastily dismounted, while Zhou Bin pushed the bicycle into the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhou Bin enter, Zhang Jingjun immediately stood up and said, Brother Zhou, we apologize for the intrusion. Zhou Bin noticed the presence of Zhang Jingjun, Ho Tianhai, Ho Shuwen, and a middle-aged man he did not recognize in the courtyard. He parked the bicycle and warmly greeted, everyone is here. Zhangbo, please take a seat. Zhang Jingjun pointed to the middle-aged man with a smile, saying, this is my son. Zhangbo quickly rose, extending his hand with a smile, Brother Zhou. I have long heard of you, but never had the chance to meet until today. Zhou Bin shook his hand, responding with a smile. It is an honor to have you at my humble abode. Zhangbo replied, Brother Zhou, your eloquence is quite impressive. Zhang Jingjun continued, my son has been running a factory in Jingzhou City and just returned yesterday, so I brought him along. Zhou Bin replied cheerfully, ah, Brother Zhang, you've worked hard. He then introduced Li Nan to everyone, who received a flurry of compliments that made her cheeks flush. Zhou Bin promptly asked Li Nan to bring out popcorn and almonds for everyone to enjoy while they conversed. Zhang Jingjun, with a rosy complexion and lively spirit, joyfully remarked, Brother Zhou, your methods are astonishing. I tried them, and the results were remarkable. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, indeed, I see you look much better now. If you persist with this for a while longer, you shall surely recover. Zhang Jingjun repeatedly expressed his gratitude and had Zhangbo bring out cigarettes, liquor, and tea to show his appreciation to Zhou Bin. Despite Zhou Bin's repeated refusals, Zhang Jingjun insisted, and ultimately, he had to accept. Ho Tianhai chimed in with a smile. Brother Zhou, your fruit popcorn is immensely popular. It vanishes from the table as soon as it's served. Ho Shuwen added, indeed. It tastes delightful. I thoroughly enjoy it. Zhou Bin smiled and replied, as long as the guests are pleased, that is what matters. Ho Tianhai immediately suggested, let us increase the supply by 10 more pounds daily. I fear it may not be enough. In recent days, Zhou Bin had been supplying Ho Tianhai with 50 pounds of fruit popcorn each day, with daily earnings, after deducting costs, reaching nearly 200 yuan. Hearing this, Zhou Bin responded with a grin, no problem. I will have Brother Zhang deliver it to you tomorrow. Ho Tianhai nodded, smiling as he remarked, I have come to share some delightful news with you. The dish you suggested I prepare has become an instant sensation. Everyone who has tasted it is raving about its exquisite flavor. Zhou Bin chuckled in response, is that so? How wonderful. I was a tad concerned about it. Ho Tianhai, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, then we can commence our venture. Zhou Bin replied with a grin, indeed, we can begin. The two of them then discussed the prices for the ingredients. Peach gum at 10 yuan per pound, almonds at 3 yuan per pound, and Job's tears at 7 yuan per pound for Zhou Bin's account. For the initial batch, Ho Tianhai required 200 pounds of peach gum, 200 pounds of almonds, and 100 pounds of Job's tears. Zhou Bin meticulously noted everything down, preparing to start procuring these items the following day. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Bo displayed a heartfelt smile and remarked, "Tianhai, your business is flourishing." How Tianhai responded with a grin, "My success is largely due to Brother Zhou. Without his brilliant ideas, I wouldn't know if I could compete against that golden hair." Zhang Jingjun, who had been silent until now, inquired, "Zhang Bo, given how much Brother Zhou has aided me, do you have any business that could benefit him?" Zhang Bo appeared somewhat embarrassed and replied, "Brother Zhou, I am involved in the beverage industry, producing soda and crispy noodles. I wonder if there might be an opportunity for collaboration?" Zhou Bin, beaming, interjected, "Brother Zhang, you are being too modest. We've chatted for quite a while. Allow me to fetch us some drinks, and we can continue our discussion afterward." Noticing that Zhou Bin had moved on, Zhang Bo decided to refrain from further comments. Zhou Bin immediately stood up and called for Li Nan, and the two of them ventured into the kitchen. After approximately half an hour, Zhou Bin and Li Nan emerged with several bowls of milky white soup. Zhou Bin placed a bowl in front of each person and cheerfully said, "I believe you're all thirsty. Do savor my almond milk and let me know your thoughts." Having never tasted such a concoction before, the group curiously raised their bowls and took a sip. As Zhang Bo tasted it, a rich almond aroma flooded his palate, followed by a delightful sweetness. The combination of these flavors evoked a wonderfully unique sensation. After taking a sip, Hao Tianhai could not help but exclaim, "Oh my, this flavor is delightful." The others, after sampling it, echoed his sentiments, praising the drink's exceptional taste. Zhang Bo, intrigued, asked, "Brother Zhou, how did you prepare this almond milk?" Zhou Bin, smiling, explained, "I used locally sourced mountain almonds, soaked them in advance, along with some glutinous rice. I ground them together in a stone mill, added water, brought it to a boil, and then filtered the mixture through cloth before adding sugar." Zhang Bo nodded in understanding. "Oh, this flavor is indeed quite delightful." Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Bin added, "This almond milk not only tastes splendid but also nourishes the yin, moistens the lungs, aids digestion, and enhances beauty." Zhang Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, so this almond milk is far superior to soda." Zhou Bin chuckled, "Absolutely. Soda is merely a child's delight with little nutritional value, whereas this beverage is suitable for both adults and children." Zhang Bo slapped his thigh in realization. "Ah, Brother Zhou, you have illuminated a new direction for me." Zhou Bin promptly remarked, "Brother Zhang, if you are interested, you might consider consulting an expert to investigate the feasibility. If it proves viable, you could initially produce some products and test the market to gauge the response. I estimate that, as of now, no one in the country is manufacturing this item." Zhang Bo nodded in agreement, stating, "Excellent. I will arrange for this matter as soon as I return." Zhou Bin smiled and added, "Brother Zhang, if you require almonds, we have an abundance here. When the time comes, I will provide them to you at the same price as Mr. Ho. What do you think?" Zhang Bo readily accepted, inquiring, "That is fine, but will your production capacity keep pace?" Zhou Bin confidently replied, "Rest assured, Brother Zhang, while we may lack other resources, we have plenty of almond trees, and there are numerous orchards in neighboring villages that can meet your demands." Upon hearing this, Zhang Bo felt reassured and requested Zhou Bin to promptly supply him with 500 pounds of almonds to commence his experiments. Zhou Bin nodded in agreement, and subsequently, he and Li Nan meticulously prepared a sumptuous feast of rustic cuisine, complemented by spicy noodle soup, which delighted everyone. With their appetites satisfied, the guests departed contentedly. After their departure, Li Nan gazed at Zhou Bin with a look of concern, asking, "Brother Bin, you've committed to so many tasks at once. Can you manage everything?" Zhou Bin laughed heartily. "It's all about making money. What's there to fear from a little effort? If we lack manpower, we can always hire help." Li Nan looked at him with admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Bin, I am truly impressed. You are remarkable." Chapter 85. Our family becomes wealthy the following day. Zhou Bin quickly drafted a notice announcing the purchase of soap beans and peach resin. He planned to acquire 100 pounds of soap beans at a price of 2 yuan per pound and 200 pounds of peach resin at 3 yuan per pound. The first to notice the announcement was Wang Quanhua, who was overjoyed upon reading it. He recalled that his uncle, who lived in the mountains, had stored a significant quantity of soap beans for laundry purposes. All he needed to do was extract the seeds and dry them. Without hesitation, he hurried off to find his uncle. Upon hearing that Wang Quanhua wished to purchase his soap beans, his uncle initially refused, stating he needed them for washing clothes. After some persuasion and a promise of 500 yuan per pound, the uncle reluctantly acquiesced. Wang Quanhua promptly extracted the soap seeds at his uncle's home, weighed them, and found he had a total of 45 pounds. Elated, he returned home with the soap seeds to dry them. Meanwhile, Zhou Dexing silently rejoiced. Recalling that he had collected some soap beans by the river last winter, which he had stored at home, and now he could convert them into cash. Concurrently, villagers flocked to the ravine on the eastern edge of the village, where a wild peach grove flourished, abundant with peach resin. Zhao Auntie, Lu Funi, Wang Quanhua, Xiao Haiquan, and others all set off to the peach blossom ravine to gather resin. As they collected, they marveled at the unprecedented opportunity, exclaiming that they had never seen anything like it before. The resin from the peach trees was indeed sellable, a fact they had never before considered worthy of a glance. On another front, Zhou Bin enlisted the help of Anyo, Li Jun, Wang Haichao, Zheng Deming, Lu Junyi, and 5 other young men from the village, hiring them at a daily wage of 8 yuan to assist him in harvesting almonds. The method of harvesting involved plucking the apricots, extracting the kernels directly, and then placing them into bags for transportation to the nearby ditch. By the end of the day, they could gather 1,000 pounds of apricot kernels. Zhou Bin, along with his father and Li Nan, was engaged in the dual task of procuring goods and cracking open the apricot kernels to extract the nuts, which they laid out to dry in the courtyard. Thus, after 10 days, the apricot kernels from the ditch were completely harvested, totaling around 10,000 pounds. Zhou Bin filled all the earth kills at home, and there was still a considerable pile in the backyard, barely fitting in the space. Throughout this process, Zhou Bin had also successfully procured the soapberry seeds and peach gum required by Hotianhai. The villagers earned a good sum by collecting peach gum. For instance, Aunt Zhao alone gathered 10 pounds, earning 30 yuan, while Lu Funi collected 15 pounds, making 45 yuan. Wang Quanhua astonishingly profited over 80 yuan from the soapberry seeds, and Zhou Dexing earned more than 50 yuan from the same. Others, with a modest collection of soapberry seeds and peach gum, also earned varying amounts, some getting a dozen yuan. Meanwhile, the 700 pounds of apricot nuts were thoroughly dried, awaiting dispatch to the county. Once all this was completed, Zhang Hongwei arrived at the agreed time. Upon seeing the goods in Zhou Bin's courtyard, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Brother Zhou, you have truly outdone yourself." Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "These are all the items required by General Ho and Boss Zhang. I appreciate your efforts in making this trip." Zhang Hongwei waved his hands with a grin, saying, "Oh, Brother Zhou, you flatter me. I'm delighted to help." He was more than willing to profit from delivering the goods. Thus, Zhou Bin and his father assisted Zhang Hongwei in loading everything, and he drove off to the county on his tricycle. In the afternoon, Zhang Hongwei returned, his face aglow with satisfaction. Upon entering, he called out, "Brother Zhou, are you home?" Zhou Bin had just finished packing the dried apricot nuts into bags and was about to take a break when he heard the voice and promptly emerged. Upon stepping out, he noticed Zhang Hongwei holding a bag, his face beaming with joy. Zhou Bin cheerfully inquired, "Big Brother Zhang, what have you brought?" Zhang Hongwei chuckled, "I bought an audio recorder for Uncle, along with some tapes, so he can listen to plays when he has free time." Zhou Bin feigned a scold, "Oh, Big Brother Zhang, why do you keep buying things?" Zhang Hongwei grinned widely. "This time, I've benefited greatly from you. I ought to express my gratitude." Without further ado, he handed the items to Zhou Bin, who reluctantly accepted them. He then pulled out a stack of money, saying, "Brother Zhou, please count this and confirm the amount." For 200 pounds of peach gum, they offered 10 yuan. You gave me 8, totaling 1,600 yuan. For 100 pounds of soapberry seeds, they offered 7 yuan. You gave me 6, amounting to 600 yuan. And for 700 pounds of apricot nuts, they offered 3 yuan. You gave me 2, totaling 1,400 yuan. As he handed the money to Zhou Bin calculated that the total was indeed 3,600 yuan, confirming the accuracy before passing it to Li Nan. He further realized that Zhang Hongwei had made a profit of 1,200 yuan from this venture, deeming the purchase of the audio recorder not an extravagant expense. Subsequently, he inquired with a smile, "How did you deliver the almonds to General Zhang?" Zhang Hongwei chuckled, "General Zhang sent someone with a vehicle to collect them." Zhou Bin nodded with a smile, "That settles it then. Brother Zhang has worked hard." Zhang Hongwei grinned, "Brother Zhou, you are too courteous. I ought to express my gratitude properly. One of these days, let my wife prepare some hand-pulled noodles for you, served with spicy soup." Zhou Bin replied with a laugh, "No problem, I will definitely come." After taking a sip of water, Zhang Hongwei turned to head home, relieved that Zhou Bin's matters could finally take a breather. He stepped into the house and immediately spotted Li Nan, who was mysteriously crouched on the Kong. "Xiaonan, what are you up to?" Zhou Bin asked. Li Nan jumped in surprise, and upon realizing it was Zhou Bin, she eagerly whispered, "Brother Bin, we have become a household with 10,000 yuan." Zhou Bin chuckled and asked, "Really? How much do we have in total?" Li Nan happily responded, "We had over 6,000 before, and this time we earned 3,600. Plus, from the fruit popcorn over the past 10 days, we made 2,400. After deducting costs, We now have 10,430 yuan. Zhou Bin smiled slightly. That's not too shabby. Li Nan's eyes widened in disbelief. Not too shabby? That's 10,000 yuan. I never dreamed I would have so much money in my lifetime. Zhou Bin tenderly embraced Li Nan. You've worked hard these days. Making popcorn every day and taking care of Xiao Hua. Li Nan softly replied, Brother Bin, I'm not at all tired. I feel happier now than ever. Being with you gives me a sense of security and hope. I just worry that you are overburdened. Zhou Bin smiled. As long as you and our family are happy, I am willing to endure a bit of fatigue. This is just the beginning. I still have grand plans ahead. As Li Nan gazed at Zhou Bin's ambitious declarations, her eyes gradually filled with affection, and she could not resist gently kissing his cheek, whispering, Brother Bin, it's truly wonderful to be with you. Unexpectedly, this tender moment was interrupted by Aunt Zhao, who had just entered, her face turning crimson with embarrassment. Li Nan, noticing Aunt Zhao, felt her own cheeks flush with shame. To ease the awkwardness, Aunt Zhao forced a smile and said, Oh dear, look at me, arriving at the wrong time. Zhou Bin, unfazed, cheerfully replied, Aunt Zhao, you're here. Aunt Zhao, with an awkward smile, said, I picked some berries. Could you weigh them for me? Zhou Bin promptly took the berries and noted their freshness, weighing them at 10 pounds. He then smiled at Li Nan and said, Xiao Nan, give Aunt Zhao 5 yuan. Embarrassed yet shy, Li Nan produced 5 yuan and handed it to Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao took it and dashed out, grumbling as she ran, Oh my! Can't these two wait until nightfall? Chapter 86. Shadows in the cornfield. Watching Aunt Zhao leave, Li Nan, her face still flushed, remarked, Brother Bin, that was truly mortifying. Zhou Bin laughed heartily. What is the big deal? You're my wife, not an outsider. Li Nan immediately widened her eyes. What? Do you have outsiders? Tell me who they are. Zhou Bin, with a weary smile, replied, Oh dear, I don't have any outsiders. You're wronging me. Li Nan burst into laughter. I was just teasing you. I know you care for me and the child. Zhou Bin immediately broke into a grin, urging, Why not express yourself quickly? Before Li Nan could comprehend his words, Zhou Bin swept her up into his arms. Li Nan blushed deeply, exclaiming, Bin Gu, put me down quickly. Someone might come. Zhou Bin paid no heed, carrying her straight to the door, slamming it shut with a resounding bang before heading to their room. At that moment, Xiao Hua and her father were busy in the fields and would not return anytime soon. As for the others, they would have to wait. Li Nan, all bashfulness, nestled against Zhou Bin's chest, murmuring, Bin Gu, why have you been so vigorous lately? Zhou Bin, with a mischievous smile, replied, The key is that my wife is simply too beautiful. I can hardly contain myself. Li Nan playfully swatted him, saying, You only know how to tease me. Before long, their hearts harmonized in a melodious celebration of life. That afternoon, many were curious as to why no one was home at Zhou Bin's. They had intended to sell goods there. The next morning, Zhou Bin had just risen when Aunt Zhao rushed in, her expression fraught with alarm. Upon entering, she exclaimed, Zhou Bin, something terrible has happened. Hearing her commotion, Zhou Bin stepped out, followed by Li Nan and Zhou Jianming, while Xiao Hua remained asleep. Zhou Bin, smiling, inquired, Aunt Zhao, what is the matter? Aunt Zhao, her face etched with fear, replied, There is something unclean in your cornfield. Zhou Jianming, startled, quickly asked, What do you mean? Zhou Bin, still skeptical, chuckled and asked, Aunt Zhao, surely you jest. What could possibly be in the cornfield? Li Nan, taken aback, anxiously pressed, Aunt Zhao, what exactly happened? With fear in her eyes, Aunt Zhao recounted her morning. She had gone to the river to wash clothes at dawn. Upon arriving, just as the first light broke, she set her basin down, filled it with water, and began washing while humming a tune, thoroughly enjoying the moment. The morning river breeze was refreshing, and the sunlight gentle and pleasant. Just as she was absorbed in her task, an eerie melody floated through the air, intermittent and haunting, sending chills down her spine. Startled, she strained to listen, but the singing faded away. After a moment of silence, she resumed washing, convincing herself it was merely her imagination. Yet, before long, the voice returned, this time distinct and clear. Terrified, Aunt Zhao's heart raced. Who could it be? She quickly stood and scanned the area, but found no one. Just as she felt lost, movement caught her eye in the distant cornfield, and suddenly, a figure emerged from the brush. Aunt Zhao, upon seeing the silhouette, was paralyzed with fear, shouting, Oh my! She grabbed her basin and fled in a panic. The more she pondered the incident at home, the more frightened she became, compelling her to seek out Zhou Bin. What did you see? Li Nan asked, her voice trembling. Aunt Zhao, her face a mask of terror, replied, You cannot imagine. That figure could frighten anyone to death. Clad in red, with white hair, moving as if floating, it was like a ghost. As soon as these words escaped her lips, Li Nan was taken aback, her complexion changing dramatically. Zhou Jianming was equally astonished. Are you certain? Is it truly something unclean? However, Zhou Bin remained skeptical, insisting that there were no such things as ghosts in the world. She must have made a mistake. With this thought, Zhou Bin chuckled. Aunt Zhao, perhaps you misjudged? There are no ghosts here. Yet Aunt Zhao trembled uncontrollably, exclaiming, I did not misjudge. It nearly scared me to death. Worry etched on his face. Zhou Jianming lamented. Oh dear, what shall we do? How will we harvest our corn? Zhou Bin responded with a smile. Father, you need not fret. There is surely nothing to worry about. I will go and investigate what it truly is. Li Nan, filled with concern, interjected, Bingu, you mustn't go. What if there is indeed something there? Zhou Bin laughed heartily. Fear not. I shall call in Yo to accompany me. It will be absolutely fine. Aunt Zhao departed, clutching her chest, leaving Li Nan and Zhou Jianming enveloped in worry. Zhou Bin reassured them and proceeded to have breakfast, planning to enlist in Yo's help to investigate afterward. Meanwhile, during their meal, the unsettling news from the cornfield began to spread throughout the village. Many faces turned pale with fear, while others scoffed, deeming it mere nonsense. Even the village head, Zhou Difu, came by, stating as he entered, Zhou Bin, I hear that your cornfield is not clean. Zhou Bin welcomed him with a smile, saying, Uncle San, I do not believe such tales. What could possibly be frightening there? Zhou Difu nodded. Indeed, I too find it hard to believe. Yet, the rumors are quite vivid. Should I gather the villagers to investigate? Zhou Bin replied, There is no need. Nyo and I will check it out shortly. Observing Zhou Bin's lack of fear, Zhou Difu felt a sense of relief. After all, he had leased the land to Zhou Bin, and should anything occur, he would feel guilty. After bidding farewell to Zhou Difu, Zhou Bin called for Nyo. Nyo had heard of the incident and felt a twinge of fear. Nonetheless, with Zhou Bin by his side, his courage grew. Resolutely, he declared, Brother, I will accompany you to take a look. Zhou Bin laughed heartily. Nyo, fear not. There is nothing there. Look at how frightened you are. Thus, Zhou Bin and Nyo made their way to the riverbank. Nyo stood at a distance, too frightened to approach. Zhou Bin strode confidently into the cornfield, circling around to find the crops thriving and without any anomalies. With a grin, he called out, Nyo, come see, there is nothing here. Encouraged by Zhou Bin's apparent nonchalance, Nyo mustered his courage and stepped forward. However, as soon as his foot touched the cornfield, a sudden rustle erupted from the underbrush, causing Nyo to plop down in fright, shouting, Mother, there is a ghost. Zhou Bin examined the situation closely and laughed. Nyo, you are far too timid. That was merely a wild chicken taking flight. As Nyo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, he was about to exhale a sigh of relief when something caught his eye, causing his smile to freeze instantly. What on earth is that? Nyo's voice trembled. Zhou Bin, noticing the pallor on Nyo's face, hurried over, perplexed by what could have frightened him so. Upon reaching Nyo's side and glancing at the source of his terror, he too was taken aback. Chapter 87. A moment of terror. Zhou Bin's gaze fell upon a strikingly red embroidered shoe, and a thunderous thought struck his mind. Could there truly be something unclean in this place? However, he quickly dismissed the notion. It was broad daylight, after all. Unable to resist, he leaned in for a closer inspection, but Nyo, in a panic, shouted, Brother, don't go near it. Let us get out of here. Zhou Bin chuckled lightly. What are you afraid of? It's just a shoe. Yet Nyo, with a face full of dread, insisted, This shoe isn't meant for the living. It looks just like something a ghost would wear. Zhou Bin examined the shoe more closely. Indeed, it was not of contemporary design, but rather an old-fashioned embroidered slipper. Its dark red hue was adorned with a pair of mandarin ducks. He slowly extended his hand, intending to pick it up. Nyo screamed in horror, Brother, what are you doing? Don't touch it. Ignoring Nyo's warnings, Zhou Bin picked up the shoe and scrutinized it closely. Nyo was beside himself with fear, repeatedly imploring Zhou Bin to set it down. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Bin noted that the shoe was not particularly large and appeared to be in nearly new condition. Finding nothing of particular interest, he placed the shoe back down and remarked with a grin, Nyo, why are you so timid? What is the big deal? There is nothing here. Still shaken, Nyo stammered, Brother, we should really hurry and leave. Zhou Bin, amused by Nyo's evident fright, replied, All right then. Let us head back. Nyo, as if grasping a lifeline, scrambled to his feet and dashed away. Zhou Bin followed at a leisurely pace, glancing back to ensure there was nothing amiss before striding homeward. Upon arriving home, Li Nan greeted him anxiously. Zhou Bin, you're back. Are you all right? Zhou Bin grinned. What could possibly have happened? I went to take a look, and there was nothing. Li Nan's heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled. Oh, That's good to hear. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Jiaming stepped out of the house. Bin, did you and Inyo go to check it out? Zhou Bin replied with a smile. Dad, I went and found nothing at all. Zhou Jiaming sighed in relief. Oh, that's good. Perhaps Aunt Zhao simply misjudged. Zhou Bin, feeling at ease, remarked, there was never anything to worry about. It was just a case of scaring oneself. As the group conversed, Lu Ju and Xiao entered from a distance. Calling out, Zhou Bin, what did you see? Inyo looked pale as a ghost. Li Nan's heart, which had just calmed, raced once more. Uncle Lu, what is wrong with Inyo? Lu Junyi, bewildered, replied, I have no idea. The child returned looking unwell. I inquired of him, yet he remained silent, incessantly murmuring. How terrifying. Zhou Jiaming promptly asked, Bin, what exactly transpired between you and Inyo? Zhou Bin, initially reluctant to divulge the matter for fear of their speculations, found himself compelled to speak. Thus, he casually remarked, Inyo is just too timid. He was utterly frightened merely by the sight of a tattered shoe. A tattered shoe? What sort of shoe? Zhou Jiaming pressed further. Zhou Bin chuckled. It was merely an embroidered shoe, left on the ground by someone unknown. A collective buzz reverberated in the minds of the others. Indeed, this object possessed an unsettling quality. Li Nan, his voice tense, queried, Brother Bin, how could there be an embroidered shoe in our field? Zhou Bin shook his head. I have no idea. Perhaps it was discarded by someone. Lu Junyi, with a grave expression, stated, there must be something amiss. Think about it. Who in our village still wears such shoes? Zhou Jiaming interjected, indeed, those shoes have long been out of fashion. Zhou Bin, however, dismissed their concerns with a light-hearted laugh. Oh, it's just a worn-out shoe. What is there to fear? Lu Junyi blinked, choosing to remain silent as he lowered his head and departed. Zhou Jiaming muttered, what on earth is happening? Before retreating indoors, Li Nan, his face etched with worry, asked, Brother Bin, what shall we do about this? Zhou Bin, offering reassurance, replied with a smile, there's nothing to worry about. We should carry on as usual. It's truly inconsequential. Observing Zhou Bin's relaxed demeanor, Li Nan fell silent. That night, as Zhou Bin drifted into slumber, he found himself alone in a cornfield. The moonlight was faint, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, with cornstalks towering above him. A gentle night breeze rustled through the leaves, producing a soft whisper. Suddenly, Zhou Bin sensed someone softly chanting behind him, a voice haunting and mournful, seemingly emanating from the earth itself. He abruptly turned, only to behold a ghastly, pallid face, draped in red garments with a mane of white hair. Startled, Zhou Bin jolted awake, the dawn light filtering in and the world around him enveloped in stillness. The vividness of the dream lingered, dispelling any remnants of sleep. Quietly, he descended from his bed, donned his clothes, and stepped outside. Standing in the courtyard, he pondered the strangeness of his dream. Was there truly something terrifying lurking there? He recalled Aunt Zhao had seen that frightful entity around this time in the morning. Perhaps he should investigate the matter himself. Thus, he gently opened the door, then closed it behind him, striding purposefully toward the riverbank. Summer mornings in the countryside are exquisitely beautiful, with fresh air and a gentle breeze that is most invigorating. The roadside weeds dampen the hems of trousers, adding a refreshing chill. In no time, he arrived at the riverbank. Just as he was about to approach the edge of the cornfield, a faint, ethereal melody wafted through the air. The song, elusive yet distinct, echoed intermittently, undeniably present. Zhou Bin felt a jolt of energy surge through him, straining to listen intently. Indeed, the melody was emanating from the western edge of the cornfield. Now even Zhou Bin was astonished. Aunt Zhao's account was, astonishingly, true. Is it possible that some malevolent spirits lurk in the cornfield, waiting to cause harm? As he pondered this thought, he made his way forward, casually picking up a sturdy stick from the ground for self-defense. Thus, he stealthily approached the source of the sound. Suddenly, the singing ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhou Bin immediately halted, with only the sounds of chirping insects and distant flowing water filling the air. He nestled into the grass, remaining utterly still, listening intently. After a while, the voice reemerged, seemingly louder this time. Without hesitation, Zhou Bin continued to draw nearer, determined to uncover the identity of whoever was playing tricks in this place. He had resolved that even if it were a ghost, he would not be afraid. He was curious to see what mischief such entities could engage in under the bright daylight. With this thought, he tightened his grip on the stick and boldly proceeded towards the source of the sound. At last, the voice drew closer, coming from a patch of wild grass. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Bin charged forward, shouting, "Who is there? Who is it?" As he parted the weeds, a figure dressed in red with flowing white hair emerged before him. Chapter 88. A pitiful soul. Zhou Bin was taken aback upon encountering the figure, his heart racing and palms sweating. Suddenly, the figure slowly turned its head. Zhou Bin couldn't help but exclaim, "Old Lady Lu." There she was, clad in a red festive garment, her long white hair cascading over her shoulders, seated amidst the grass. Old Lady Lu was equally startled by Zhou Bin's abrupt appearance, muttering, "Bao Ge, is that you returning?" The tension in Zhou Bin's heart dissipated as he responded, "It's me, Old Lady Lu, Zhou Bin." She scrutinized him closely, disappointment flickering across her face as she murmured, "I thought it was my Bao Ge returning." With that, tears streamed from her sunken eyes, and she began to sing once more, "Brother, you journey to the west, little sister, I truly cannot bear to part." The mournful, lingering melody sent shivers down one's spine, raising goosebumps upon hearing it. It was as if she did not see Zhou Bin at all, singing and weeping, evoking tears from those who listened. Zhou Bin was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to comprehend what could have caused such sorrow in a 70-year-old woman. He recalled how, in his childhood, his mother had spoken of this old Lady Lu, whose name was said to be Lu Xiaomei. She held a revered position in the village. Hence everyone referred to her as Old Lady. Lu Xiaomei lived her life in widowhood, having lost her husband, who mysteriously disappeared when she was just 19. Yet, she bore a son, whom she named Zhou Hua, raising him single-handedly through hardship. Despite numerous pleas from others to remarry, Lu Xiaomei resolutely declined, insisting that her husband was not dead and would surely return for her. Thus, she toiled in the fields while caring for her child, and after much effort, Zhou Hua grew into a man, on the verge of marrying. However, when prospective brides learned of their situation, none were willing to marry her son. Zhou Hua was an impressive figure, strong and capable, yet due to his family's impoverished circumstances, he remained unmarried. Years passed swiftly, and Zhou Hua found himself at the age of 40, still a solitary man. Lu Taipo, his mother, was consumed with worry, unable to eat or sleep, spending her days weeping at home. Observing his mother's profound sorrow, Zhou Hua often expressed his remorse, lamenting that perhaps it would be better for him to end his life. Friends and neighbors urged him to find solace, reminding him that life must go on. One day, he overheard a few villagers discussing the presence of coal near the riverbank, which could be excavated and sold for profit. Overcome with excitement, he joined several villagers in their endeavor to mine coal. However, they found no coal, and the earth collapsed, burying him beneath. When the villagers managed to rescue them, all were lifeless. Upon hearing of her son's tragic fate, Lu Taipo rushed to the scene in a frenzy, weeping uncontrollably around her son's lifeless body, her sorrow heart-wrenching and profound. After that day, the villagers rarely saw her. It was said that a nephew wished to take her away, but she refused to leave, choosing instead to reside alone in a cave on the eastern edge of the village. With no other options, her nephew occasionally brought her supplies, and she managed to survive on his meager assistance. Unexpectedly, Zhou Bin encountered her today, and her disheveled appearance startled him. Observing her sing with heartfelt emotion, tears streaming down her face, he couldn't help but inquire, "Grandma, what has befallen you?" Lu Taipo ceased her song and turned to Zhou Bin, her expression softening as she recognized him. "Oh, it's you, Binwa. Fear not, I mean no harm," she replied, wiping her tears. "What brings you here?" "I came to check on the corn I planted over there," Zhou Bin responded. Lu Taipo nodded, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Have I frightened you, dear? This is my wedding dress from my youth, which I have never worn." She lowered her gaze, her withered hands gently caressing the fabric, murmuring, "Such a beautiful garment. Alas, my Baoga cannot see it." Suddenly, she lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Zhou Bin. "Binwa, I have heard that you are quite the capable one in our village. Do you know when my Baoga will return?" Zhou Bin was taken aback by the question, bewildered as he replied, "Grandma, what do you mean? I don't quite understand." With a sigh, Lu Taipo lamented, "Alas, I have become muddled in my old age. How could you possibly know my Baoga?" Observing a smile, even a faint blush, on the elder's face, Zhou Bin felt a surge of curiosity. Tentatively, he asked, "Grandma, who is Baoga?" A shy expression crossed Lu Taipo's features as she replied, "Baoga is my husband, a remarkably handsome young man. You see, back in the day, among all the villages, none could rival my Baoga's beauty." Zhou Bin nodded, realizing that Baoga was indeed her long-lost husband. Lu Taipo continued to share her memories. "In those days, I was one of the most beautiful women in our area, and I set my sights solely on my Baoga." As she narrated her story, Zhou Bin learned of the poignant past of the elderly man. It was a time when society was steeped in turmoil and hardship prevailed. In Beiyuan village, the inhabitants clung to their barren land, enduring the relentless passage of time. Among them was a family by the name of Lu, who welcomed a daughter named Lu Xiaomei. This girl, from a young age, was delicate and delightful, capturing the affection of all. As the years passed, Lu Xiaomei blossomed into a graceful young woman at the age of 18. The Lu family was relatively well off compared to others in the village, and with Lu Xiaomei's striking beauty, her family was determined to find her a wealthy suitor. However, Lu Xiaomei turned a blind eye to the sons of affluent families, and despite numerous attempts by matchmakers, no success was achieved. The Lu family, distressed and perplexed, could not fathom the type of man their daughter desired. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Xiaomei's heart had long been captured by a young man from a neighboring village, Zhou. He was kind-hearted, diligent, and intelligent, possessing an inexhaustible vigor. Most importantly, he was compassionate, always willing to lend a helping hand to those in distress. They had met by chance, and ever since that encounter, Lu Xiaomei's thoughts were filled with Zhou's image. Likewise, Zhou had fallen deeply for Lu Xiaomei upon their first meeting, unable to erase her memory from his mind. Thus, Zhou began to linger around the Lu household, and through their chance encounters, they eventually engaged in conversation. Gradually, their clandestine meetings flourished, and as time passed, their affection for one another deepened. Finally, Zhou mustered the courage to propose to Lu Xiaomei, presenting gifts to her family, yet he was met with outright rejection. The Lu family dismissed him due to his impoverished background. His father had long passed, leaving only a widowed mother to care for him. Upon learning that her parents had declined Zhou's proposal, Lu Xiaomei was heartbroken and erupted into a fierce argument with them. Nevertheless, her parents remained unwavering in their refusal, even threatening to break Zhou's legs should he attempt to see their daughter again. Crushed by this rejection, Zhou secluded himself at home, weeping alongside his mother. Yet, Lu Xiaomei was resolute in her love for him, and one fateful night, she made the most audacious decision of her life. Chapter 89. Love in turbulent times. That night, Lu Xiaomei tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. She repeatedly questioned herself on how she could be with Zhou. After much contemplation, she steeled her resolve, gathered a few belongings, and quietly slipped out of her home. Zhou was seated with his mother, burdened by worry, when suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find Lu Xiaomei, clad in light garments, gazing at him with longing. "Xiaomei, what brings you here?" he stammered, astonished. Lu Xiaomei, her cheeks flushed, bit her lip, and said, "Zhou, I wish to be your wife. Will you accept me?" Stunned into silence, Zhou stood there, unable to respond. His mother, curious about the visitor, inquired from within, yet he remained mute. As she gazed at Zhou in a daze, Lu Xiaomei's tears began to flow. "Brother Bao, I ran away from home. If you don't want me, I will leap off the cliff." With that, she turned to leave, but Zhou swiftly grasped her arm. "Sister, where are you going? I am willing, 1,000 times over." In an instant, Lu Xiaomei's tears cascaded down, and without hesitation, she embraced the brother she had longed for day and night. Zhou's mother, witnessing this scene, was taken aback, her spirit shattered, standing frozen in place. Yet, Lu Xiaomei bravely stepped forward and declared, "Mother, I cherish Brother Bao. From this day forth, I am his." With that, she supported Zhou's mother, leading her into the house. Zhou's mother, overwhelmed with emotion, wept profusely, exclaiming, "Oh, what a good daughter. This is a blessing earned in a past life." That very evening, Lu Xiaomei moved into the Zhou household, becoming Zhou's bride. The following day, Lu Xiaomei's family discovered her absence. When they found her residing with Zhou, her parents were so enraged that they fainted on the spot. The news of this scandal spread quickly through the village. A young woman, without her parents' consent or a matchmaker's approval, dared to live with a man. This was deemed a grave affront to societal norms. In their fury, Lu Xiaomei's parents vandalized the Zhou home, even threatening to confine her in a bamboo cage and sink her in the pond. Zhou's mother pleaded desperately, but Lu's family remained resolute. In a moment of despair, Zhou's mother tragically took her own life by crashing into a wall, as a form of atonement to Lu's family. Seeing the gravity of the situation, Lu's family, now frightened by the loss of life, ceased their uproar. However, they also disowned Lu Xiaomei, claiming she had tarnished their family name, and vowed never to associate with her again. Zhou, heartbroken by his mother's sacrifice, wept inconsolably. Lu Xiaomei, equally distraught, realized that she was now branded a fallen woman in the village, with her parents rejecting her. Henceforth, her only reliance would be on Brother Bao. With great sorrow, she urged Zhou, "Brother Bao, please do not cry. This is all my fault. You may hit or scold me." Zhou wiped his tears and shook his head, saying, "Sister, it is my inadequacy that has caused this. I could not marry you, and I have harmed my mother." This deepened Lu Xiaomei's heartache, and the two embraced, weeping together. The next day, Lu Xiaomei and brother Bao laid his mother to rest. From that day forth, they dwelled in their humble cave, relying on one another. Under Lu Xiaomei's gentle encouragement, Zhou Yubao gradually emerged from his sorrow, striving to regain his strength. Each day, he labored in the fields, taking on odd jobs whenever possible. In his heart, he felt he must not neglect Lu Xiaomei, who had chosen to be with him. Thus, he worked tirelessly, hoping to provide her with a better life. A year later, Lu Xiaomei became pregnant with his child, and Zhou Yubao was filled with joy, working even harder. Lu Xiaomei radiated happiness, knowing that a brighter future awaited them. One afternoon in May, Zhou Yubao returned home with an excited expression, having been helping someone in the neighboring village. Lu Xiaomei noticed he was holding a cloth bag in his hands. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Brother Bao, what do you have there?" Zhou Yubao, his face aglow with joy, replied, "Little sister, why not take a look for yourself?" Lu Xiaomei, perplexed, unwrapped the cloth bundle and was instantly struck dumb. Within lay a resplendent red wedding gown and a pair of embroidered shoes. Overcome with a mixture of surprise and delight, she asked, "Brother Bao, what is this?" With a heart full of tenderness, Zhou Yubao responded, "Little sister, you have endured so much by my side. I have yet to hold a wedding for you, but soon. I shall host a grand feast to make amends." Staring at the pristine garments, Lu Xiaomei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Brother Bao, why have you gone to such lengths? I would gladly endure hardships with you, as long as you treat me kindly." Zhou Yubao, however, would not relent. "No, I cannot permit you to suffer any longer. After our child is born, I shall ensure no one dares to speak ill of us." With tears brimming, Lu Xiaomei nodded in agreement. The following day, Zhou Yubao ventured to a neighboring village for work, leaving Lu Xiaomei alone in the yard, where she repeatedly admired the exquisite attire, imagining how radiant she would appear in the wedding gown. The thought sent her heart racing with excitement. Thus, she spent the entire day in the yard, smiling foolishly. However, as evening fell, her brother had yet to return. Typically, he would be home by this hour, yet today, there was no sign of him. A flicker of unease crossed Lu Xiaomei's mind, though she dismissed it, assuming he was merely delayed. As darkness enveloped the village, her apprehension grew. She ventured out to inquire about him, but found no one who had seen Zhou Yubao. In desperation, she ran back to her parents for assistance, only to be turned away. Overwhelmed with fear and helplessness, she resolved to seek answers in the neighboring village. At that moment, a villager approached with grave news, revealing that Zhou Yubao and several other young men had been seized by a group that stormed the village. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaomei's vision blurred, and she fainted. When she regained consciousness, she was consumed by sorrow. The villager, seeing her plight, informed her that Zhou Yubao might have been conscripted, with grim prospects ahead, urging her to prepare for the worst. Yet, Lu Xiaomei could not accept such a harsh reality and wept inconsolably. The villager offered a few words of comfort before departing. Alone in the cave dwelling, Lu Xiaomei cried throughout the night. The following day, she procured a length of hemp rope, contemplating ending her life by hanging from a tree. Just then, she felt a movement within her womb. Instantly, she realized that she was carrying the child of her beloved Bao. If she were to perish, how heartbroken would he be upon his return? In that moment, she steeled herself, vowing to bring the child into the world and to wait for Bao's return. From that day forward, the fragile Lu Xiaomei bore the weight of her life alone, toiling in the fields and managing the household. Initially, the villagers viewed her as a wayward woman, yet witnessing her steadfastness in the face of adversity, they began to hold her in newfound respect. Despite their deep disdain for their daughter's choices, Lu Xiaomei's parents could not bear to see her endure suffering alone. With the assistance of her parents and the villagers, Lu Xiaomei successfully gave birth to her son. She awaited with hopeful anticipation for the day when Baoga would return, eager to inform him that she had not broken her vow and had raised their child. Thus, day after day, Lu Xiaomei transformed from a young maiden into a gray-haired matron, yet Baoga's figure never graced her sight. During this time, her son also departed, leaving her as a solitary elderly woman. "Alas, my life is so bitter." Lu Taipo's tears burst forth once more. Zhou listened, rendered speechless by such a tale that caused him to tremble all over. Chapter 90. Unfulfilled Wishes. Zhou was moved by the sight of the elderly woman, her white hair and wrinkled face sending shivers down his spine. Lu Taipo continued to speak to herself. "Strangely enough, throughout my life, I have never seen Baoga even in dreams. Yet, for some reason, I have been dreaming of his return these past few days. Does this mean I am nearing my end?" Zhou discreetly wiped his eyes and consoled her. "Perhaps it is simply that you miss him dearly, Taipo." Alas, I dreamt he was waiting for me by the river, with my son standing beside him. Yet upon waking, nothing remains. Lu Taipo rambled on. Suddenly, Zhou Bin recalled the lost shoe and hurried to investigate, discovering that it was still there. He quickly retrieved it for her. Taipo, is this shoe yours? He inquired. Lu Taipo responded promptly, oh, how did you come to have my shoe? Zhou Bin, sensing her confusion, chuckled. Taipo, I found it in the field over there. Perhaps you dropped it? Lu Taipo suddenly realized. Oh, no wonder my foot has been hurting. She accepted the shoe and, with some effort, attempted to rise. Zhou Bin rushed to assist her as she stood, declaring, I must be on my way now. A jolt of alarm filled Zhou Bin's heart as he asked, Taipo, where are you going? With a smile, Lu Taipo replied, I am going home. She resisted Zhou Bin's support and slowly began to walk away, humming a tune. Brother, you journey westward. Little sister finds it hard to let go. Watching the elderly woman shuffle away, Zhou Bin felt a pang of sorrow. This woman had endured too much suffering in her lifetime. If heaven had a conscience, it should spare her further anguish. As he pondered, Lu Taipo suddenly halted and turned, saying, Binhua, you are a capable person. Please keep an eye out for my Baoga. If you happen to see him, tell him his sister has been waiting for him. Without another word, she departed, leaving Zhou Bin calling after her, Taipo, rest assured, if I encounter your grandfather, I will certainly inform him. Lu Taipo gradually faded into the distance, and after a while, she disappeared from view. Zhou Bin remained seated in silence for a long time, smoking a cigarette before finally gathering the strength to return home. Upon his arrival, he found Li Nan and his father already awake. Li Nan busied herself with preparing a meal while his father swept the yard. Upon seeing Zhou Bin return, Zhou Jianming immediately inquired, Bin, where have you been? Zhou Bin chuckled and replied, I went to the cornfield. What? You went to the cornfield again? Zhou Jianming exclaimed in astonishment. Hearing Zhou Bin's words, Li Nan hurriedly emerged, asking, Brother Bin, did you go alone? Zhou Bin nodded affirmatively, saying, Indeed, I just want to take a look. Worry etched on their faces. Li Nan expressed her concern. Brother Bin, that place is quite eerie. How could you venture there alone? Zhou Jianming added, Why didn't you inform me? Everything is fine, right? Zhou Bin smiled reassuringly. There is nothing to worry about. After all, what kind of demons or monsters exist in this world? Do you know whom I encountered? Both shook their heads in uncertainty, prompting Zhou Bin to sigh before recounting his experience. Upon finishing, their expressions shifted dramatically. Zhou Jianming sighed. Ah, so it was her. It frightened everyone. That poor old woman. Li Nan's eyes reddened as she remarked, The old lady is truly pitiable. Zhou Bin comforted them. Well, at least we have clarified this matter. There is little anyone can do for old lady Lu. However, tears welled in Li Nan's eyes as she turned and walked into the kitchen, her heart tender. Upon hearing about old lady Lu, she was reminded of her own situation, causing her tears to flow uncontrollably. In the past, to marry Zhou Bin, she had quarreled with her parents, and even now, they seldom visited her. Noticing Li Nan's distress, Zhou Bin hurried into the kitchen and asked, Xiao Nan, what is wrong? Li Nan wiped her eyes and replied, It's nothing, just feeling a bit sad. Zhou Bin gently patted her shoulder. Xiao Nan, it's all right. Perhaps old lady Lu will see her husband again in the end. Suddenly, Li Nan said, Brother Bin, in this life, I ask for nothing but for our family to be safe and together forever. Zhou Bin embraced her tenderly, promising, Xiao Nan, I vow we shall never part. Always remain together. Li Nan nestled closely in Zhou Bin's arms, clutching him as if he were a rare treasure. 20 days later, after breakfast that morning, Zhou Bin intended to rest in the yard when suddenly the sound of a car echoed from the entrance. He promptly approached the door and discovered Zhang Bo stepping out of a vehicle with two companions. Zhou Bin greeted them with a smile. President Zhang, please come in. Zhang Bo, beaming, announced, Brother Zhou, I bring good news today. As they entered the courtyard, Li Nan quickly served tea to the guests before retreating indoors. Zhou Bin offered cigarettes to the newcomers and playfully asked, President Zhang, what good news do you bring? Zhang Bo teased, guess. Zhou Bin chuckled. I suspect it's about the almond milk. Zhang Bo laughed heartily. You guessed right, Brother Zhou. Your idea is splendid. It has become immensely popular. He then introduced the two individuals accompanying him, Factory Director Zhao, who oversaw production, and Manager Li, who handled procurement. Both smiled and greeted Zhou Bin, with Director Zhao remarking, Brother Zhou, you truly are impressive. No wonder our General Manager Zhang holds you in such high regard. Manager Li also remarked, Brother Zhou, your intelligence is truly admirable. Zhou Bin immediately responded with modesty, You flatter me, gentlemen. I merely indulge in fanciful thoughts all day. Zhang Bo chuckled, Brother Zhou, as per your suggestion, I consulted with some experts for validation. We expedited the production of a batch of samples, and to our astonishment, once launched, they became an instant sensation. Zhou Bin nodded with a smile. That's splendid. Now we can all profit. Zhang Bo nodded vigorously indeed. Without you, I would never have conceived this idea. I have come today to discuss our future endeavors. Zhou Bin inquired, General Zhang, what are your plans moving forward? Zhang Bo explained, this almond milk is immensely popular. I intend to produce it in large quantities, thus I require a substantial amount of raw materials. May I inquire how many almonds you currently possess? Zhou Bin raised a finger. I have this much. Zhang Bo paused. 1,000 pounds. Alas, that may not suffice. Zhou Bin laughed. No, it is 10,000 pounds. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bo was elated. 10,000 pounds? That is nearly sufficient. Zhou Bin curiously asked, General Zhang, when do you need it? With such a quantity, how shall we deliver it to you? Zhang Bo replied with a smile, perhaps the day after tomorrow. I will dispatch a large truck to collect it directly. Zhou Bin, relieved, readily agreed. They settled on the original price of 3 yuan per pound, and Zhang Bo advised him to stockpile an additional batch to avoid any last-minute rush. After concluding their discussions, Zhou Bin treated everyone to a meal, and then they all departed. Zhou Bin, brimming with excitement, rushed back home to inform Li Nan, Xiao Nan. We are about to earn 30,000 yuan. Chapter 91. A surge in income. Li Nan was in the room, reading with Xiao Hua, when Zhou Bin's announcement startled her. Brother Bin, what did you say? She asked in astonishment. Zhou Bin chuckled. I said we are about to make 30,000 yuan. How much? Li Nan could hardly believe her ears. Zhou Bin grinned. 30,000 yuan. Boss Zhang wants to purchase all those almonds. Li Nan was overjoyed and lifted Xiao Hua in excitement. Xiao Hua, did you hear that? Your father is bringing in big money. Xiao Hua, taken aback by the sudden embrace, anxiously asked, Mom, what's wrong? Please put me down. Li Nan, trembling with excitement, exclaimed, Your father is earning us money. We will be prosperous. Xiao Hua then understood and exclaimed, Really? Dad is amazing. Zhou Bin, smiling, embraced both his daughter and wife, declaring, From now on, we shall never suffer from poverty again. Just then, Zhou Jianming entered the room, puzzled. What are you all up to? Zhou Bin replied with a smile, Dad, I sold all those almond shells. Is that so? That's wonderful. They cluttered the yard, and I was quite worried. Zhou Jianming chuckled. Li Nan asked, Dad, do you know how much we can sell them for this time? Zhou Jianming shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps around 3,000 yuan? Zhou Bin laughed. 3,000? Add a zero, and you're closer to the truth. Zhou Jianming was taken aback, exclaiming, How much did you say? Zhou Bin, with a smile, held up 3 fingers. 30,000. Zhou Jianming was left speechless. Goodness. 30,000. Is it really possible to have that much? Zhou Bin chuckled. This is just the beginning. There will be plenty of opportunities for greater earnings in the future. Zhou Jianming couldn't help but marvel. He had never seen such a large sum of money in his entire life. The family was elated by the news for quite some time. Zhou Jianming even turned on the tape recorder to play his favorite opera. Zhou Bin promptly sought out Inyo, Lu Junyi, Li Jun, Wang Haichao, Wang Quanhua, and others, informing them that he would need their assistance the day after tomorrow, offering 5 yuan as payment for each. Naturally, everyone eagerly agreed. The next day, in the morning of the 3rd day, the village was suddenly filled with the thunderous roar of a truck. Villagers rushed out to witness the commotion, discovering a large truck belching black smoke entering the village. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered what this colossal vehicle was doing there. After a while, the truck came to a halt right in front of Zhou Bin's home, and 2 individuals disembarked. One was the truck driver, and the other was Manager Li, who handled procurement for Mr. Zhang. Everyone gathered around, eager to see what Zhou Bin was up to. Zhou Bin, with a beaming smile, emerged from his house and welcomed the 2 inside. Soon, the helpers arrived, and they began loading the truck. Lu Junyi, filled with curiosity, asked, Zhou Bin, what are you selling? Zhou Bin replied with a grin, I'm selling the apricot kernels from the apricot trees in the ditch. I've sold them all. Lu Junyi nodded. Oh, then you must be making around 1,000 yuan, right? Zhou Bin shook his head. No, it's actually more than that. What? More than that? Can you sell for 2,000? Lu Junyi inquired, astonished. Zhou Bin laughed. It's more than 10 times 2,000. I estimate it to be around this amount. As he spoke, he held up 3 fingers, leaving Lu Junyi utterly stunned. Goodness, that much? Lu Junyi exclaimed, unable to comprehend the immense value of the apricot kernels. He sighed. Look at how we farm. Zhou Bin is simply on a different level. We might call ourselves farmers, but in comparison, we pale in insignificance. The onlookers were equally astounded by Zhou Bin's earnings, having heard tales of families becoming wealthy, but never imagined someone could earn 3 times that amount in one go. Aunt Zhao couldn't help but tease. Oh Zhou Bin, You've become quite the tycoon. You better not bully us now. Zhou Bin laughed heartily. Aunt Zhao, what are you saying? Have I ever bullied anyone? Nyo, carrying a bag of apricot kernels, chimed in with a grin. My brother Bin never bullies anyone. He's always helping others. Aunt Zhao immediately replied. Zhou Bin, I was just joking. You're truly a good person, and everyone in the village knows that. Lu Fenyi added, indeed. You treat your wife well, and can earn money. Li Nan is truly fortunate. Li Nan, assisting nearby, smiled and said, Fenyi, please don't make fun of me. Lu Fenyi laughed. I'm not making fun. I'm envious. But with such a beautiful wife, you certainly deserve your happiness. With a single remark, laughter erupted among those present, including Li Nan. Under the assistance of Nyo and others, a truckload of almonds was packed. Manager Li pulled Zhou Bin into the house to settle the payment, after which he departed with the driver and the goods. Zhou Bin organized the money, distributed 2 boxes of cigarettes to everyone, and settled the wages for Nyo and his companions before they all left. As they walked, they marveled at Zhou Bin's remarkable abilities. How did he know which almond trees would be profitable? People truly differ in their talents. Li Jun even suggested that it would be splendid if he could take charge of those almond orchards. Lu Jun suggested you? If you took over those orchards, who would you sell to? Li Jun shook his head in resignation. You're right. I indeed lack that capability. You should focus on fixing your planet and stop daydreaming. Lu Jun chuckled. Li Jun grinned. All right, I shall repair the planet now. Is that satisfactory? The group erupted into hearty laughter and returned home. Soon, news of Zhou Bin's newfound wealth spread throughout the village, inciting envy in all who proclaimed him to be quite extraordinary. Naturally, this news also reached the ears of the Zhou Jinren family. Since their previous significant loss, they had been unusually quiet. The family, reluctantly, began to work in the fields. However, villagers could not help but chuckle at their laboring antics. It appeared as though they were frolicking, wielding hoes in a chaotic manner, and within half an hour, they were shouting and plopped down on the ground. Their fields were the most neglected in the village, with grass towering higher than themselves, leaving everyone puzzled about their work ethic. Yet, they maintained an air of superiority, as if they were unmatched by anyone in the village. When someone dared to offer advice on how to work, they were met with harsh words from the family. Consequently, the villagers chose to ignore them, letting them continue as they pleased. On that day, Lu Ailing stormed in, fuming as she exclaimed, Dad, are you still asleep? Why don't you just sleep forever? Zhou Jinren, reclining with his eyes closed, was startled by her outburst and sat up in anger. You, woman, are you asking for a beating? He retorted, fuming. Lu Ailing, indignant, replied, all you do is sleep, while others are raking in fortunes, and we are on the brink of starvation. Zhou Jinren, confused, asked, what nonsense are you spouting? Who has made a fortune? Lu Ailing gestured dismissively. It's that capable brother of yours. Zhou Jinren immediately inquired, what about him? Chapter 92. The Midnight Fire. Lu Ailing pouted, stating, I heard Zhou Bin struck it rich, earning tens of thousands. Zhou Jinren's eyes widened in disbelief. Who told you that? Tens of thousands? Is his family running a bank? Lu Ailing rolled her eyes at him. Everyone is saying so. Isn't it infuriating? Zhou Jinren displayed signs of agitation. What is wrong with this world? How did Zhou Bin suddenly become a wealthy tycoon? Just then, Zhao Meiqin entered with her simple-minded son, Zhou Tao. Upon entering, she exclaimed, Dad, Mom, look at your grandson. He's drooling again. Quickly buy him some honey candy. Lu Ailing exclaimed upon noticing the drool trickling from the child's mouth. Where am I to find honey candy for you? Zhao Meiqin, visibly displeased, retorted, Mother, this is your own grandson. Are you really going to ignore him? She had heard that honey candy could nourish the body, prompting her to ask Lu Ailing to procure some for her child. However, Lu Ailing, impoverished, feigned ignorance and remained silent. Zhao Meiqin turned to Zhou Jinren, urging, Dad, look at your grandson like this. You must buy him something nourishing. Zhou Jinren, irritated, replied, I have no money. If you want food, ask your husband. Zhao Meiqin, incensed, protested, Dad, what kind of talk is that? Zhou Tao is your grandson. Zhou Jinren glanced disdainfully at the foolish Zhou Tao and scoffed, let him be whoever he wishes to be. I do not have such a foolish grandson. Zhao Meiqin, in a fit of anger, shouted, Dad, how can you be so biased? Just because you see my child is dim-witted, you choose to neglect him? With his eyes closed, Zhou Jinren turned away, choosing to ignore her. Zhao Meiqin, enraged, declared, Fine, treat your grandson this way. When you pass away, let us see who will care for you. With that, she dragged her simple-minded son out, while Zhou Jinren yelled in frustration, I won't need him to care for me. I have 2 other grandsons. Lu Ailing scoffed from the side, shameless wretch. still hoping to squeeze money from us, utterly deluded. Zhao Meiqin stormed back into the house, where Zhou Xing lay sound asleep like a dead pig. She approached him and delivered a sharp slap to his backside, causing Zhou Xing to yelp. "Who hit me?" Fuming, Zhao Meiqin scolded. "All you do is sleep, like a pig. Your child is on the verge of being bullied to death." Zhou Xing, bleary-eyed, shouted, "What now?" Zhao Meiqin recounted her visit to Lu Ailing, to which Zhou Xing muttered, "Serves you right. Why did you go to them? They're as poor as ghosts." Suddenly, Zhao Meiqin lamented, "Why am I so unfortunate? Since marrying into your family, I have never enjoyed a single day of happiness. Look at Li Nan, adorned in gold and silver, living lavishly, while we can barely afford a meal." Zhou Xing seethed with anger. "Don't mention that person. Just thinking about him infuriates me." Zhao Meiqin coldly snorted, "You're just jealous. He earned tens of thousands, and everyone in the village praises Zhou Bin. Compared to him, you're nothing. Shut your mouth. Are you asking for a beating?" Zhou Xing bellowed in rage. Zhao Meiqin, filled with disdain, retorted, "Then go on living with your foolish son." With that, she stormed out, leaving Zhou Xing fuming at his simpleton son. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Why should Zhou Bin be so wealthy while he was not only broke, but also had a dim-witted child? Zhou Tao, oblivious, chimed in, "Hee Dad. I want a nice pop. You can eat your mother's foot." Zhou Xing snapped, slapping Zhou Tao on the head. Zhou Tao burst into tears, clutching his head and seeking his mother. Zhou Xing, feeling uneasy, decided to seek out Zhou Ming, who had also heard about Zhou Bin's newfound wealth and was equally incensed. Upon the arrival of Zhou Xing, the two were instantly united in their disdain, vehemently condemning Zhou Jiaming and Zhou Bin. In their fervor, they wished fervently to administer a beating to Zhou Bin. However, realizing their inability to overpower him, they were left to simmer in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhou Xing, and he exclaimed, "Brother, Zhou Bin is exceedingly arrogant. We must devise a plan to undermine his fortune and bring him misfortune." Zhou Ming inquired, "How shall we accomplish that?" Zhou Xing whispered a scheme into his ear, prompting Zhou Ming to beam with delight as he declared, "What a splendid idea." With their plan solidified, they sought out Zhou Kai, only to find him unresponsive, reclining on his bed. Incensed, they hurled insults at him before deciding to disregard him entirely. As night fell, Zhou Bin's family lay in slumber when, out of the blue, a cacophony erupted outside, jolting them awake. Upon opening the door to investigate, they discovered that the straw stacks in the threshing yard were ablaze, the flames raging uncontrollably. The strong winds of the night exacerbated the situation, causing the fire to spread swiftly and engulfing the straw stacks of the entire village. The blaze illuminated the sky, igniting nearby trees as well. Villagers armed with buckets and basins toiled through the night, finally extinguishing the fire by dawn. Upon assessing the damage, they found that over half the households in the village had seen their straw stacks reduced to ash, with several trees also destroyed, leading to considerable loss. Perplexed by the sudden conflagration of the straw stacks, the villagers noted that it was Zhou Bin's straw stack that had ignited first. Zhou Jiaming, filled with fury, cursed, "Which fool set my straw stack ablaze? How shall we heat our stove now?" Lu Junyi shouted, "This is undoubtedly arson. If I catch the culprit, I will not hesitate to deal with him." The villagers, filled with righteous indignation, were relieved that no one was harmed. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Village head Zhou Difu promptly initiated a search throughout the village to ascertain the cause of the fire, deeming such an incident unprecedented and appallingly malicious. A group of villagers began their inquiries, and upon reaching the home of Zhou Jianren, they found the door tightly locked, with no sign of the occupants. In truth, Zhou Xing and Zhou Ming were the miscreants behind the incident. Their initial intent was merely to ignite Zhou Bin's straw stack. However, when the flames erupted, they were taken aback as a sudden gust of wind propelled the fire to nearby stacks, igniting them as well. In sheer panic, they fled, abandoning any thought of extinguishing the blaze as it spread uncontrollably. Upon returning home, Zhou Jianren was horrified to learn of the boy's actions. The family conferred and, under the cover of darkness, chose to hide in the ravine. Thus, when the villagers arrived at their home, they found it deserted. Once this information reached Zhou Difu, he immediately suspected Zhou Jianren's family. He hastened to inform Zhou Bin of the situation, leading Zhou Bin to an epiphany. It was clear now why witnesses had seen Zhou Xing and Zhou Ming sneaking towards the threshing yard before the fire ignited. It appeared that the two had intentionally set fire to his straw stack. With this realization, Zhou Bin decisively advised the village head, Elder San, "I believe we should promptly report this to the authorities and have them apprehend the culprits." Zhou Difu nodded and remarked, "Indeed, those two scoundrels nearly incinerated the entire village. Their audacity knows no bounds. Zhou Bin silently vowed, just wait. This time, you will face the consequences. As he contemplated this, Xiao Xuanzhu rushed over in a flurry. Upon seeing Zhou Difu, he exclaimed, Village Chief, my father is missing. Chapter 93, Awaiting Retribution. Zhou Difu, alarmed, inquired, Xuanzhu, when did your father disappear? Zhao Xuanzhu, his face awash with despair, replied, just now when I returned home, I checked his room, and he was gone. I asked our neighbors, but none have seen him. Zhou Bin hastily questioned, Xuanzhu, why didn't you mention this during the count? Feeling embarrassed, Zhao Xuanzhu admitted, I thought he was napping on the bed, so I didn't check the room. Zhou Difu, exasperated, urged, come on, you must hurry and search for him. He rallied the entire village to assist in the search. Zhou Bin joined the effort, and after an hour, someone rushed back with news that Zhao Xuanzhu's father had been found beneath the straw stack at Lu Junyi's home, charred beyond recognition. Zhou Difu hurried to the scene, and upon arrival, the acrid scent of burnt flesh permeated the air. Zhao Xuanzhu collapsed in anguish, wailing beside the grotesque remains of his father, discernible only by the tattered shoe on his foot. The sight horrified everyone present, causing them to cover their noses in disbelief. Zhao Xuanzhu cried out, Father, how could you die in such a horrific manner? Zhou Difu's face turned pale, his hands trembling slightly. Grasping Zhou Difu's hand, Zhao Xuanzhu implored, Village Chief, you must seek justice for my father. He cannot have perished without reason. Zhou Difu attempted to console him, saying, Xuanzhu, he is gone, but do not despair excessively. Rest assured, I will not let those two scoundrels escape retribution. He quickly sent someone to report the incident to the township police station. A life had been lost, and this situation was grave. Then he commanded, everyone, follow me. Grab some ropes. We must capture those rascals. At the village chief's order, all the men of the village sprang into action, scouring the area for Zhou Jianren's family. Meanwhile, in the underbrush of the Qing Shui Go, Zhou Jianren's family huddled together, trembling in fear. Lu Ailing repeatedly scolded, why on earth did you two set the fire? What are we going to do now? Zhou Jianren's face was ashen as he cursed vehemently. You two have brains like a donkey. You set the straw stack ablaze. Now prepare yourselves for the consequences. Zhou Xing and Zhou Ming, stripped of their previous bravado, appeared ghostly pale, drenched in sweat, resembling livestock awaiting slaughter. Zhou Ming stammered, Father, we had no idea it would become so windy. Zhou Xing, terrified, stuttered, Father, what should we do now? Zhou Jianren, frustrated, shouted, how should I know? Just wait to be apprehended. The two boys immediately broke into tears, wishing they could sprout wings and flee. Zhao Meiqin lamented, Father, Mother, please think of a solution. Zhou Xing is about to be taken away. Wang Jinhua added, Father, speak up. What are we going to do about this? Zhou Jianren, overwhelmed by the clamor, shouted in exasperation, silence. Are you trying to drive me mad? You question me, yet I have inquiries of my own. Beside him, Zhou Kai expressed his discontent. Why drag me into this misdeed? I did not set the fire. I want to leave. With that, he attempted to take his wife and child away. Zhou Jianren, upon noticing this, sternly admonished, where do you think you're going? You must not return. What if they spot you? Zhou Kai shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, I have committed no crime. I fear nothing. As he made to depart, Zhou Jianren grasped him forcefully, cursing, Beast, do you wish to endanger your brother and kin? Lu Ailing interjected, do not return now. Wait until the storm passes. Zhou Kai, still disgruntled, responded, What? Do you wish to dwell in the ravine for another year? What shall we eat? What shall we drink? Zhou Jianren, suppressing his fury, replied, Who said you would stay for a year? Let us return when night falls. Is that not reasonable? At that moment, the simpleton Zhou Tao began to wail, Mother, I am hungry. I want to eat. Zhao Meiqin, irritable, snapped, Eat your own foot. There is nothing to eat. Lu Ailing's face flushed with anger as she retorted, Zhao Meiqin, who are you cursing? Zhao Meiqin grinned, Oh, mother. I am merely scolding the child. Lu Ailing muttered, Dare to curse me, and you shall be wary. Amidst their incessant bickering, a sudden shout pierced the air, Come quickly. They are over here. The shout sent them into a frenzy, and before they could flee, the villagers swiftly surrounded them. The men of the village glared at them. Brandishing hemp ropes with fury, Lu Junyi demanded sternly, Jianren, where do you intend to go? Zhou Jianren's complexion turned pale as he stammered, What do you wish to do? Anyo scoffed, You wretched lot. Having committed heinous acts, do you still wish to escape? Zhou Jianren stubbornly retorted, Clarify your accusations. Who has committed such atrocities? Zhao Xuan rushed forward, landing two resounding slaps on Zhou Jianren's face, sending him sprawling to the ground. He then charged at Zhou Xing and Zhou Ming, delivering blows and kicks that forced them to cower in fear, crying out for their mothers. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Difu hurried over to intervene. Xuan, that is enough. A few strikes will suffice. If you kill them, you'll face legal consequences. Only then did Zhao Xuan relent, cursing, a bunch of scoundrels. I wish I could strike you down. The sight of Zhou Jianren and his sons, battered and bruised, resembled that of swine. Zhou Difu glared sternly at Zhou Xing and Zhou Ming, demanding, speak. Did you set the village ablaze? Zhou Ming, clutching his head, shouted. On what grounds do you strike us? I know nothing of what you speak. Zhou Xing, gritting his teeth, yelled, Xuan. I curse your mother. Why do you strike me? Do you seek death? Upon witnessing Zhou Xing's continued insults, Zhao Xuan, enraged, lunged at him, landing a punch that sent blood streaming from his nose. Zhou Xing writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Zhou Difu once again restrained Zhao Xuan, then exclaimed loudly, Zhou Jianren, do you not know that someone has died in our village? Your son has committed a grave offense. At these words, Zhou Jianren trembled, and his two sons were rendered speechless. Zhou Jianren's face turned a deep shade of ashen green. Village chief, what do you mean? Zhou Bin sneered, Zhou Jianren. This is the fine son you raised. Prepare to face the consequences. Village chief, who has died? Zhou Jianren asked, unwilling to believe it. It's my father. Those two wretches set him ablaze. Zhao Xuan shouted. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xing and Zhou Ming were so terrified that they rolled their eyes and fainted. Zhou Jianren, unable to stand, collapsed to the ground. Zhou Difu scolded, what kind of ancestors did you come from? How could they give birth to such scoundrels? You are a disgrace to humanity, worse than beasts. Zhou Bin blushed at the reprimand. After all, their ancestors were also the same. Alas, being related to such a family was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Zhou Xing and Zhou Ming's wives, upon hearing of the death, screamed in terror, their shrieks more unbearable than a pig being slaughtered. Lu Ailing let out a loud cry and collapsed to the ground in silence. Everyone looked at this family of cowards. Unsure of what to say, Zhou Difu sighed and commanded, bind these wretches with hemp ropes. Take them away and wait for the police to arrive. Chapter 94. Just deserts. The Zhou Jianren family was taken back to the village, bound hand and foot beneath the great locust tree. Villagers gathered to watch, and Zhou Jianren's family appeared utterly dejected, their faces pale, devoid of their former arrogance. Only his three grandsons remained unbound, frolicking around as if nothing had happened. The crowd surrounded them, seething with anger, eager to deliver justice to these miscreants. Lu Fenei spat and cursed, bah! Shame on your ancestors. You lack the ability and still wish to harm others. Truly despicable. Zhou Dexing angrily shouted, Zhou Jianren, you have wasted decades of your life. How could you raise such worthless offspring? Lu Junyi berated, and you, bullying Jiaming daily with that cowardice. Who would want to be your brother? Truly a stroke of bad luck. Aunt Zhao questioned sternly, you too, do you not fear for your own lives? Li Jun shouted, are you even human? How could you commit such a heinous act? Why does the heavens not strike you down with thunder? Zhou Difu coughed, ahem, everyone, please stop. The police will arrive shortly. Let them handle it. Only then did the crowd cease their accusations, their gazes ablaze with indignation towards the culprits. Zhou Jiaming had also arrived. Standing at the back of the crowd, his feelings difficult to articulate. The once proud Zhou Jianren now hung his head low, his face a hue of gray, resembling a criminal. Zhou Jiaming shook his head and finally uttered, this is all you're doing. He then took out a cigarette, smoking leisurely. Zhou Bin felt a surge of satisfaction. Such wretches were better off dead. Beside her, Li Nan could not help but mutter indignantly, what a despicable person. The memory of Lu Ailing's attempt to seize Xiao Hua filled her with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This was truly poetic justice. Amidst the fervent discussions among the onlookers, the police arrived, a formidable presence of 7 or 8 officers. Given the current crackdown on criminal activities, such egregious acts were met with utmost seriousness. Upon seeing the police, Zhou Xing and Zhou Ming immediately crumpled to the ground. Before the officers could even begin their inquiries, the two hastily confessed to their misdeeds. They had been driven purely by jealousy of Zhou Bin and had plotted to set fire to his straw stack as a means of teaching him a lesson. Furthermore, they intended to sabotage Zhou Bin's fortune, hoping to bring him misfortune. As the crowd listened to their confession, outrage erupted, with many condemning the duo as beasts for committing such heinous acts out of jealousy. However, they insisted in their defense that they did not intend to harm his father. The police then commenced an investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of Zhou Bin's father. After extensive questioning and on-site examination, they uncovered the full narrative. Among the ashes, They discovered a significant piece of evidence, a charred mass of excrement. It turned out that Zhou Bin's father, had been unfortunate enough to relieve himself behind the straw stack late at night when the fire erupted, causing the stack to collapse and bury him alive. He had no time to escape and perished in the flames. Upon learning the truth, the crowd sighed in sympathy. The old man had truly suffered a stroke of bad luck. Due to the severity of the situation, the police promptly apprehended the perpetrators. The only ones spared from arrest were Zhou Kai and his wife, along with their 2 children. The villagers, witnessing the disgraceful capture of the culprits, erupted into applause. Zhou Bin could not help but grasp Li Nan's hand, singing joyfully as they made their triumphant exit. Half a month later, Zhao Meiqin and Wang Jinhua returned, their faces smudged with dirt, having been detained for 2 weeks. Upon arriving home, they wasted no time in taking their children and leaving, never to return. As for Zhou Jianren and Lu Ailing, it was rumored that they were sentenced to a year in prison for harboring criminals and were currently incarcerated. Zhou Ming and Zhou Xing were to be made examples of, facing execution, with news of their impending public trial set for the following month. The villagers rejoiced at the news of their fate, applauding the justice served. Such scum deserved nothing less. When this news reached Zhou Bin, he merely scoffed and uttered a single word, "Good." A month swiftly passed, and on a fateful day, word arrived that Zhou Xing and Zhou Ming had met their end. It was said that they were so terrified they could not stand, ultimately being carried away on a truck. Their ignorance and jealousy had cost them their lives. Yet life in Beiyuan village continued unabated. During this month, Zhou Bin acquired an additional 10,000 pounds of almonds, delivering them to General Zhang. After deducting expenses, he netted a profit of 25,000 yuan. The income from selling river shrimp and crabs to Mr. Ho for the month amounted to 4,000 yuan, while the popcorn sales brought in an additional 6,000 yuan, totaling 10,000 yuan. Coupled with the previous 40,000 yuan, Zhou Bin's earnings had now reached 75,000 yuan. As the berry season had passed, Zhou Bin decided to switch to other fruits, utilizing pears, grapes, and hawthorn to produce popcorn. With the weather gradually cooling and the corn in the fields growing tall, he anticipated that once the corn ripened, he would have ample raw material for making popcorn. As time swiftly moved towards mid-August, an important event approached. Little Hua was about to start school. She had long awaited this day, asking daily, "Daddy, how many days until school starts?" Zhou Bin always responded with a smile, "Don't worry, it's coming soon." Filled with yearning, Little Hua inquired, "Daddy, is school fun?" Gently stroking her braid, Zhou Bin replied, "Yes, it's fun. There are many classmates and teachers, and every day you will learn new things. With knowledge, you will become a knowledgeable child." Excitedly, Little Hua exclaimed, "Daddy, I am so eager to go to school. I want to start right now." Zhou Bin consistently advised her to be patient. The time was finally drawing near, with just over 10 days until the school year commenced. Li Nan felt a surge of happiness, as her child was about to become a primary school student, which was truly wonderful. However, Zhou Jiaming secretly wiped away tears, haunted by memories of his past mistakes. Though his son and daughter-in-law no longer mentioned the matter, it remained a burden in his heart. Watching his beloved granddaughter prepare for school filled him with both joy and shame, creating a particularly complex emotional experience. As the Zhou family awaited the arrival of the school day, an unforeseen event threatened to shatter Little Hua's dreams. It was an evening 10 days before school started when the sky had turned ominously dark. The clouds rolled in, blanketing the entire sky, heavy and oppressive, as if they might descend upon the earth. Suddenly, thunder roared, sending everyone scurrying indoors, too frightened to venture outside. Moments later, sporadic raindrops began to fall, quickly followed by a fierce wind, and then torrents of rain cascaded down like pearls strung on a broken thread. Before long, the world outside was veiled in a white haze, as a torrential downpour marked the most significant storm of the year for Beiyuan village. Chapter 95. The schoolhouse collapsed outside. The storm raged violently, and Little Hua trembled in fear within the house. The dilapidated earthen house seemed poised to collapse, striking terror into the hearts of its occupants. Zhou Bin held his wife and daughter tightly, softly reassuring them, "Don't be afraid. The rain will stop soon." Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder echoed, causing the entire house to resonate. Little Hua stared wide-eyed at the pitch-black sky outside, while Li Nan clutched Zhou Bin's arm tightly. The three of them remained silent, huddled together in the darkness. Zhou Bin could no longer contain his feelings and said, "Xiao Nan, once the sky clears, I shall build our family a new home. We can no longer reside in this place." Despite her overwhelming fear, Li Nan replied, Brother Bin, our house is fine. There's no need to spend money." However, Zhou Bin shook his head resolutely. "No, you and the child cannot endure any more suffering. The three of them exchanged glances, drawing closely together, gazing at the rain that fell increasingly heavier outside. Meanwhile, Wang Bingwen, the principal of Beiyuan Village Primary School, was anxiously pacing in his home. His greatest concern was whether the aging school buildings could withstand the impending disaster. If the buildings were to collapse, the children would be left without a place to learn. Yet, the fierce wind and torrential rain rendered any attempt to venture outside impossible. Observing his distress, his wife, Lin Hua, inquired, "What troubles you, dear?" With a furrowed brow, Wang Bingwen expressed his worries. "I don't know how the school's buildings are faring. If they were to collapse, it would be catastrophic." Lin Hua sighed. "Oh, you. Always preoccupied with your school. You're nearing 60. Why not think of resting at home when the time comes?" "That cannot be. If the school collapses, where will the children go to school?" Wang Bingwen replied, his anxiety palpable. Lin Hua, frustrated, retorted, "What else occupies your mind besides the school? We are already short on funds, and you squander everything on the school and the children. Our son is 28 and still unmarried. Are you intending for him to remain a bachelor for life?" The mention of their son, Wang Feng, filled Wang Bingwen with sorrow. The boy, being honest and earnest, was unable to pursue further education and had to work the fields at home. Yet, due to their financial struggles, he had failed to secure a partner despite numerous attempts. Initially, prospects showed interest upon learning he was the principal, but upon visiting their humble abode, they promptly departed. Their home, a simple earthen structure built over 2 decades ago, lacked any semblance of decent furniture, forcing the family to squeeze into 3 dilapidated rooms. The bride price demanded was 200 yuan along with a dowry, which he could not afford. Thus, no one would agree to marry his son. As time passed, Wang Feng remained single, and his father's hair turned gray with worry. Despite his distress, Wang Bingwen felt powerless, for his only skill lay in teaching. Although his wife's reprimands stung, he could not divert his thoughts from the school. Fearing the worst, at last, the tempest began to subside. Ignoring the continuing rain, Wang Bingwen rushed into the downpour, eager to assess the condition of the school. Lin Hua called out anxiously from behind, "Dear, where are you going?" "It's still raining." Without turning back, he replied, "I must see how the school fared. Take an umbrella and wear your rubber shoes." Lin Hua shouted after him, but he had already ventured too far. Residing in Shiyuan Village, he faced a journey of over 2 miles to reach Beiyuan Village Primary School, trudging through the mud and braving the elements. The school was housed in a dilapidated temple at the edge of the village, which had been repurposed for educational use. There stand 8 grand tile-roofed houses, all of them aged structures. Some have begun to leak, while others have tiles shattered into pieces. Typically, the teachers and students manage to make do with repairs, just barely allowing classes to continue. Today, however, the rain falls heavily, and the situation seems dire. Wang Bingwen trudges forward, lost in thought. His clothes soaked and mud splattered across his legs, yet he pays it no mind. At last, he ascends the steps and opens the school gate. Upon entering, he is struck dumb. The outermost house has collapsed, and venturing further reveals the teacher's office, its roof stripped bare with tiles scattered across the ground. 2 other buildings also suffer from leaks, creating a scene of utter devastation. Wang Bingwen squats down, realizing the gravity of the situation. With the new school term approaching, what will become of the children? To repair these houses would require at least several hundred yuan, but where could he possibly find such funds? He is aware that neither the village nor the township possesses any money, leaving him momentarily at a loss for ideas. Nevertheless, despite the challenges, he must devise a solution. The children cannot be denied their education. Resolute, he turns back and strides into the rain. On the morning of the 3rd day, Zhou has just finished breakfast when Lu Junyi arrives. He brings along some crabs, and Zhou skillfully weighs them and pays him. Lu Junyi remarks, "This money is a valuable thing. Without funds, the children cannot continue their studies." Zhou chuckles, "Uncle Lu, what is there to worry about? Anyo is quite capable." At the mention of Anyo, a smile graces Lu Junyi's face. "That boy has certainly made great progress with you. Do teach him more." Zhou assures, "Rest easy. Uncle Lu, Anyo is like a brother to me. I will certainly guide him." Lu Junyi nods but suddenly exclaims, This year, we are uncertain if the children will even be able to attend school." Zhou is taken aback and asks, "Uncle Lu, what has happened?" Lu Junyi explains, "You are not aware? Our village's elementary school has collapsed. I heard that Principal Wang was even driven from his home by his wife in his quest to gather funds for repairs." "What? The school has collapsed? Was it due to that heavy rain?" Zhou inquires. "Indeed, several buildings have been severely affected. I heard that Principal Wang sought money, but was unsuccessful. He intended to use his son's wedding funds for repairs, but his wife disagreed, leading to a quarrel Lu Junyi replies. Images of Wang Bingwen appear in Zhou Bin's mind, a tall, thin elderly man with glasses, always wearing a warm smile. He was once the principal of the township's middle school, and when the village primary school lacked a principal, he willingly took on the role while also caring for his family. Reflecting on him, Zhou Bin's thoughts drift back to a previous life when he was a student himself. Although his health was frail at that time, his passion for learning was unwavering. When taking the entrance exam for middle school, he ranked first among the students of his primary school, with Wang Bingwen as the principal. During that period, as his family struggled to afford medical care, his father, unable to bear the thought of him dropping out, sold their grain and even contemplated selling their aging ox. However, the old ox was of little interest to buyers. Eventually, after much effort, he managed to gather enough funds for his tuition, allowing him to attend school. He cherished this hard-won opportunity dearly, dedicating himself to his studies with fervor. Wang Bingwen was deeply impressed by this delicate young boy, who often approached him for conversation. However, this fleeting joy soon faded. By the following year, his father was unable to raise the tuition, and he faced the grim prospect of dropping out. At this juncture, he heard news of a supportive policy and, undeterred, sought out Wang Bingwen. In Chapter 96, Zhou Bin, you have performed a commendable deed. At that time, Zhou Bin was timid and bashful, yet he mustered the courage to approach Wang Bingwen in hopes of continuing his education. After listening to Zhou Bin's stammering account, Wang Bingwen smiled reassuringly, saying, "Fear not. Young one, you are indeed part of this plan. Return to your studies with peace of mind." Zhou Bin gazed in disbelief at the kind elder before him, his heart swelling with excitement, his eyes glistening with tears. He bowed deeply to Wang Bingwen twice and left, his heart brimming with joy. Just as Zhou Bin was reveling in his happiness, a few days later, Wang Bingwen personally sought him out. At that moment, Wang Bingwen appeared quite troubled, his expression laden with regret. After a long hesitation, he informed Zhou Bin that the situation had changed and advised him to seek other means. Zhou Bin felt as though he had plummeted from the clouds to the ground, staring incredulously at Wang Bingwen. The elder's heart ached profoundly, yet he had no choice but to turn away. Zhou Bin stood in a daze for quite some time before silently returning to the classroom. The following year, as expected, Zhou Bin did not attend school, nor did he speak of the matter to anyone. Later, he learned that his position had been usurped by someone influential. Although Wang Bingwen was furious, he felt powerless against that person and ultimately accepted the outcome. Zhou Bin reflected on the inherent unfairness of the world. This matter had long been buried in his mind, but today, Lu Junyi's words prompted its resurfacing. As he pondered this, Xiao Hua suddenly emerged, having overheard the earlier conversation. "Daddy, does this mean I can't go to school?" she asked, tears welling in her eyes. Zhou Bin knew Xiao Hua had longed for this day, so he quickly reassured her. "No, Xiao Hua, you will definitely be able to attend school." Lu Junyi shook his head, saying, It's hard to say." With that, he turned and left, leaving Xiao Hua gazing at his retreating figure with tear-filled eyes. Seeing his daughter's tear-streaked face filled Zhou Bin with heartache. He suddenly recalled the day he left school, feeling helpless and pained, yet unsure of whom to confide in. Thus, he hurried to comfort Xiao Hua. "Don't cry, my dear. I promise you will surely go to school." Xiao Hua lifted her face, asking earnestly, "Daddy, is that true?" Zhou Bin proudly declared, "Absolutely true. Your father possesses great capabilities." Xiao Hua ceased her tears and transformed her sorrow into a smile, saying, "Daddy, you mustn't lie." Zhou Bin nodded in agreement, contemplating the need to see the current state of the school. Before departing, he informed Li Nan about the situation. Without any hesitation, she promptly provided him with the necessary funds, urging him to proceed without delay. In her heart, this matter was of utmost importance. With Li Nan's support, Zhou Bin felt reassured and walked purposefully towards the school. Meanwhile, within the school grounds, Wang Bingwen and several teachers were gathering the scattered bricks and tiles from the ground. An elderly teacher, with graying hair, sighed and remarked, "Teacher Wang, look at these tiles and bricks. They are all damaged and unusable." Wang Bingwen quietly continued collecting the debris, responding, "Let us pick them up first. Otherwise, what will we do?" A younger teacher interjected, "Teacher Wang, I heard Zhou Bin was once your student. He is now quite successful in Beiyuan village and has wealth. Why not reach out to him for assistance?" Wang Bingwen paused his work, a complex expression crossing his face. I know he has prospered, but I feel too ashamed to approach him." Curiosity filled the other teachers as they gazed at Wang Bingwen, unsure of the meaning behind his words. He then recounted an old story from years past, and the others began to understand the reason behind his hesitation. They offered their support, assuring him that it was not his fault. He was merely a victim of circumstance. Yet, Wang Bingwen shook his head. No? This is still my fault. I am timid and afraid of confrontation. I had originally promised to help him, but I have since backed out, and I truly feel guilty. Observing Wang Bingwen's distress, the group fell silent and resumed their task of collecting debris. Just as they were engrossed in their work, the sound of the gate creaked open, and a figure entered. Wang Bingwen wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to see who had arrived, momentarily taken aback. The other teachers also halted their activities. Zhou Bin greeted them. Teacher Wang, are you all busy? After a brief pause, Wang Bingwen quickly rose to ask, Zhou Bin, what brings you here? Zhou Bin smiled and replied, I heard about the collapsed building. Is it serious? Wang Bingwen hurriedly wiped his hands and fumbled in his pocket for cigarettes, intending to offer one to Zhou Bin. Flustered, Zhou Bin quickly produced his own Hongtashan cigarettes, handing one to each teacher and lighting one specifically for Wang Bingwen. Confused, Wang Bingwen looked at Zhou Bin and asked, What is this? You don't smoke? Zhou Bin chuckled sheepishly. I'll smoke later. In front of Teacher Wang, he felt a tad intimidated. Wang Bingwen laughed. Oh, come now, you're an adult now? There's nothing to be shy about. Encouraged by Wang Bingwen's words, Zhou Bin finally relaxed. He accompanied Wang Bingwen on a tour of the school. Noticing that many buildings were in disrepair, with some roofs collapsed and the playground uneven, unchanged from when he attended school years ago. After their tour, they stepped outside, and Wang Bingwen invited everyone to rest under the eaves. Zhou Bin spoke first. Teacher Wang, the damage to the buildings is quite severe. Wang Bingwen expressed his concerns. Indeed, repairs will be challenging. The other teachers echoed his sentiments, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Zhou Bin promptly inquired, Teacher Wang, with the school year approaching, will we be able to open on time? Wang Bingwen, with an expression of helplessness, remarked, we can only try our best to find a solution. Who could have foreseen this predicament? Zhou Bin inquired, Teacher Wang, how much will it cost to repair these houses? Wang Bingwen paused momentarily before responding. To tidy up these few houses, it will require at least 400 yuan. Zhou Bin promptly retrieved a thick bundle of paper from his pocket and handed it to Wang Bingwen, saying, Teacher Wang, here is a small contribution. Please accept it. Caught off guard, Wang Bingwen received the bundle, questioning, Zhou Bin, what is this for? Zhou Bin replied with a smile, I heard that the school building collapsed, and I thought you would certainly need funds, so I brought this. Wang Bingwen and the other teachers were momentarily stunned, but after a brief pause, they regained their composure and erupted with excitement. Wang Bingwen gazed incredulously at Zhou Bin, stammering, Zhou Bin, I. His voice faltered, rendering him speechless. Zhou Bin continued with a grin, I just noticed that the school buildings are quite dilapidated, and the playground is in disrepair as well. I plan to construct 6 new houses for our school and to refurbish the playground with gravel. What do you think? Wang Bingwen was utterly astonished. Zhou Bin, what did you just say? The others were equally taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer surprise as they looked at Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin reassured them with a smile. I mean to build a few new houses and tidy up the playground. The younger teachers could no longer contain their disbelief, asking, Zhou Bin, is this truly the case? An older teacher slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Oh my, you are doing a tremendous good deed for our school. The crowd was overwhelmed with exhilaration, as they had only hoped for some repairs, not anticipating Zhou Bin's intention to construct new buildings and refurbish the playground. This was indeed beyond their expectations. Wang Bingwen remained in a daze for a moment, suddenly feeling his eyes well up with tears. Chapter 97. A timely assistance seeing Wang Bingwen in tears. Zhou Bin felt momentarily at a loss, asking, Teacher, what is the matter? Wang Bingwen quickly wiped his eyes, stood up, and solemnly bowed to Zhou Bin. Zhou Bin, startled, rushed to assist him, exclaiming, Teacher Wang, what are you doing? I am not worthy of such honor. Wang Bingwen, with an expression laden with emotion, declared, Zhou Bin, on behalf of all the teachers and the entire student body, I extend our heartfelt gratitude. Zhou Bin waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Teacher, you are too kind. This is what I ought to do, as my child will attend school here in the future. An elderly teacher grasped Zhou Bin's hand firmly, shaking it vigorously. Zhou Bin, this is truly a noble act. Thank you. The other teachers also expressed their gratitude to Zhou Bin, who hurriedly returned their gestures of appreciation. At last, as the atmosphere settled slightly, Zhou Bin inquired, Teacher Wang, I brought 5,000 yuan. Will that be sufficient for constructing 6 houses and refurbishing the playground? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. 5,000 yuan. That is half a wealthy household's worth. Wang Bingwen's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the money, quickly affirming, Yes, it is more than enough. Zhou Bin smiled, relieved. That's good to hear. I was worried it might not suffice, and that would put you in a difficult position. Wang Bingwen gazed at the cheerful young man before him, and a wave of guilt surged within him once more. He could not help but exclaim, Zhou Bin. Regarding that matter from years ago, it was indeed a mistake on the teacher's part, and I owe you an apology. Zhou Bin, however, replied with a gentle smile, Oh, Teacher Wang, that incident is long past. There is no need to dwell on it. Just look at how well I am doing now. Wang Bingwen gazed at Zhou Bin with gratitude and said repeatedly, Wonderful. You have truly turned things around, and I am genuinely happy for you. Zhou Bin responded with a smile. Teacher Wang, I suggest we first renovate the few usable classrooms, allowing the children to make do there for a few months. Once the new building is completed, we can move them over. What do you think? Wang Bingwen immediately nodded in agreement, and the other teachers expressed their approval as well. Zhou Bin continued, Teacher Wang, do you think it would be beneficial for me to contact a construction team for us? Wang Bingwen was just considering this very matter, and upon hearing Zhou Bin bring it up, he eagerly replied, Yes, I was just thinking about where to find a construction team. Zhou Bin confidently assured him, Leave it to me. I will find a construction team within the next couple of days. When the time comes, you and everyone else will have full authority on how to proceed. Wang Bingwen, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, Zhou Bin, you are truly thoughtful. I am at a loss for how to thank you. The younger teachers expressed their admiration, saying, Oh, Zhou Bin, you are truly a kind-hearted person. The other teachers echoed their sentiments, remarking that Zhou Bin's actions were like a timely gift of coal in a snowstorm, demonstrating his loyalty and kindness. Feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, Zhou Bin offered a few words before taking his leave. After he departed, Wang Bingwen and several teachers stood gazing at the doorway in awe. Wang Bingwen sincerely remarked, What a remarkable young man. He has truly come to our aid. An elderly teacher suggested, Teacher Wang, since he has helped our school so significantly, shouldn't we express our gratitude? A younger teacher chimed in, Indeed, his spirit deserves recognition. We must let everyone know that Zhou Bin has performed a great act of kindness. Wang Bingwen nodded in agreement, You are right. I will go to the village and speak with the relevant authorities so we can properly commend Zhou Bin. The others concurred with Wang Bingwen's intention, and he entrusted some funds to the school's finance officer, instructing him to secure it, before heading directly to the village. Upon returning home, Xiao Hua greeted Zhou Bin enthusiastically. Daddy, have you arranged for the house to be repaired? Zhou Bin replied with a warm smile. It's all settled. The repairs will commence shortly, so it won't delay your schooling. Xiao Hua joyfully danced around, exclaiming, Yay, I can go to school now. Before running outside to play, Li Nan, hearing the commotion, came out with a smile. Brother Bin, have you accomplished everything? Zhou Bin replied, Yes, it's done, although I feel a bit guilty for spending so much money. Li Nan, surprised, asked, What do you mean? Why should you feel guilty? Zhou Bin, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, I haven't yet been able to enjoy the benefits myself, and I've already given the money to others. It makes me feel somewhat unworthy. Li Nan laughed. Brother Bin, you underestimate me. I know that what you have done is indeed a great act of kindness. It is a blessing for both me and the children. I am thrilled, not upset. Zhou Bin, seeing Li Nan genuinely happy, felt a surge of joy in his heart. Zhou Jiaming stepped out of the house, wholeheartedly supporting his son's intention to donate for building a house. With a smile, he remarked, Bin, you are doing the right thing. Now that we have the means, let us lend a hand. This brings joy to my heart. Zhou Bin responded with a smile, Dad, Xiaonan, I plan to contact a construction team. In fact, we should build our own house as well, since we still have some savings. Zhou Jiaming was taken aback and quickly asked, Bin, are you going to build us a new house? Zhou Bin nodded, saying, Yes, our current house is far too old. It nearly collapses with the rain. I want you to enjoy a better life and live in a new home. Zhou Jiaming's eyes brightened, revealing excitement on his face, but he soon declined, saying, Bin, I think we should wait on the house. You have many other matters to attend to. Let us endure for a while longer. Zhou Bin shook his head and replied, Dad, you need not worry about the finances. We still have some savings, and after enduring hardships for so long, you deserve to enjoy life. Zhou Jiaming then inquired, Bin, how much do you think it will cost to build the house? Zhou Bin smiled. I plan to construct a large house with 5 tiled rooms and properly pave the yard to avoid muddy conditions when it rains. I'll also create a small garden for flowers. I estimate it will cost around 3,000 yuan. Li Nan, taken aback, asked, 3,000 yuan? Brother Bin, why is it so expensive? Zhou Jiaming added, I've heard that a 5-room house typically costs only about 1,000 yuan. Isn't that too high? Zhou Bin chuckled. Dad, that's nothing. I want to ensure we build something better. If we spend the money now, we can earn it back later, so you need not worry. Zhou Jiaming was captivated by the vision Zhou Bin painted and smiled, saying, "Ask Xiaonan. If she agrees, then go ahead. I have no objections." Zhou Bin turned to Li Nan and said, "Xiaonan, will you agree?" Deeply moved, Li Nan had always dreamed of living in a new house. Looking at her husband's earnest expression, her eyes suddenly welled up, and she nodded vigorously. Zhou Bin laughed heartily. "That's the spirit. I will contact the construction team this afternoon, so both houses can start simultaneously." After lunch, Zhou Bin rode his tricycle to Zhang Hongwei's house. Upon entering, he found Zhang Hongwei's wife, Lu Aixia, busy sewing shoe soles in the yard. As soon as she saw Zhou Bin, she hurried over. "Oh, brother Zhou. What brings you here? Come inside and sit." Zhou Bin smiled and asked, "Sister-in-law, is brother Zhang home?" Lu Aixia replied, "Yes, but he just went to the restroom. Please wait a moment while I fetch him." She ushered Zhou Bin into the house, served him tea, and brought him cigarettes before heading to the backyard to call Zhang Hongwei. Zhou Bin sipped his tea while looking around. This was his first visit to Zhang Hongwei's home, which was quite prominent in the village. The room was painted white, adorned with calligraphy and paintings, and the most striking feature was a 14-inch television. Zhou Bin thought to himself, "Brother Zhang certainly knows how to enjoy life." Just then, Zhang Hongwei rushed in, looking flustered. Upon entering the house, he exclaimed with a smile, "Ah, brother Zhou has arrived. Truly, your presence has illuminated this humble abode." Zhou Bin chuckled heartily, replying, "Brother Zhang, it seems you two have adopted a more refined demeanor." Zhang Hongwei grinned widely, saying, "Well, it is your arrival that has stirred my excitement." He then hastily turned to Lu Aixia, instructing, "Quickly, go buy some vegetables and meat, and while you're at it, pick up a bottle of Shifeng wine. Today, we shall treat brother Zhou to a sumptuous meal of spicy soup and noodles." Lu Aixia responded with a smile, "All right, I'll head out to make the purchases." Zhou Bin interjected, "Brother Zhang, there's no need for that. I have already dined. After I finish my business, I will be leaving shortly." However, Zhang Hongwei firmly insisted, "That simply will not do. It is not every day that you visit my home. Aixia, do hurry along." Lu Aixia promptly exited, and Zhou Bin remarked, "Brother Zhang, you are exceedingly gracious." Zhang Hongwei quickly grabbed a pack of red pagoda cigarettes from the table, offering them to Zhou Bin while asking, "Brother Zhou, what brings you here personally?" Zhou Bin proceeded to discuss his plans for constructing a house, requesting Zhang Hongwei's assistance in finding a reliable construction team. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongwei pounded his chest and proclaimed, "This is excellent news. You can count on me. I will take care of it." Knowing Zhang Hongwei's extensive network and experience, Zhou Bin felt assured by his promise. With the matter seemingly resolved, Zhou Bin relaxed and engaged in casual conversation with Zhang Hongwei. He gestured towards the television in the room, saying, "Brother Zhang, you are quite affluent, having purchased a television." Zhang Hongwei chuckled as he turned on the TV, stating, "This is merely an old television I bought from someone else. It's barely functional." Zhou Bin sincerely replied, "Indeed, it is quite decent." Zhang Hongwei playfully asked, "What? Are you considering getting one for yourself?" Zhou Bin nodded with a smile. "Yes, once I finish my tasks, I shall go and buy one." Zhang Hongwei agreed. "This device is truly worthwhile. You should indeed acquire one. Your wife will surely appreciate it." Noticing that his wife's meal would take some time to prepare, Zhou Bin suggested, "Brother Zhang, shall we first finalize the construction team arrangements before returning to dine?" Zhang Hongwei replied with a smile, "That sounds good. Come, I will take you there." Zhang Hongwei then rode his motorcycle, transporting Zhou Bin to find Wang Manshan, the contractor for the construction team in their neighborhood. Once Zhang Hongwei explained their purpose, Wang Manshan immediately agreed, and Zhou Bin arranged for the work to commence in 2 days. Wang Manshan, delighted by the unexpected project, offered to treat Zhou Bin and Zhang Hongwei to a meal. However, Zhang Hongwei firmly declined, stating that his wife had already prepared dinner. Ultimately, the two returned to Zhang Hongwei's home, where Lu Aixia had set a table laden with delicious dishes. After enjoying a hearty meal, Zhou Bin headed home. As he entered his house, he noticed the village chief, Zhou Difu, seated in the courtyard, conversing with his father and Lu Junyi. Zhou Bin promptly greeted, "Uncle San. What brings you here?" Zhou Difu, upon seeing Zhou Bin, smiled broadly and said, "Zhou Bin, such a significant event, and you did not think to inform me?" Zhou Bin approached, took a seat, and inquired, "Uncle San, what event are you referring to?" Zhou Difu, with excitement, replied, "You are still pretending to be unaware? It is regarding your plan to build a school for our village." Zhou Jiaming interjected, "He has gone to the village to find a construction team and hasn't had the chance to inform you yet. Please don't take offense." Zhou Difu chuckled heartily. "What reason do I have to be offended? I am overjoyed. This is truly a monumental event. Zhou Bin, you have achieved something unprecedented in our village." Zhou Bin smiled and replied, "Oh, I thought it was something significant. After all, it's just building a house." Zhou Difu sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "You have done a remarkable deed for our village. In the past, people would have erected a plaque in your honor." Zhou Bin grinned, "Third grandpa, you are exaggerating." Zhou Difu waved his hand. "Zhou Bin, do not be so modest. The villagers will surely be grateful for your generosity. Tomorrow, everyone will come to express their thanks. And people from the township will also be here, so prepare yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin quickly remarked, "What? People from the township are coming? I think that's unnecessary." However, Zhou Difu insisted loudly, "How can we let this matter pass? Such a significant event deserves proper celebration." Lu Junyi, standing nearby, gave a thumbs up. "Zhou Bin, you are truly extraordinary. You will undoubtedly become a prominent figure in the future." Zhou Jiaming chuckled, "Oh, let's not trouble everyone." Zhou Difu replied, "This is no trouble. Zhou Bin has invested a great deal of money." The next day, just after Zhou Bin's family had finished breakfast, the distant sound of drums and gongs echoed. Li Nan and Xiao Hua rushed outside to take a look, and before long, they burst back in, excitement radiating from them. Li Nan exclaimed, "Dad, Brother Bin. They have arrived." Zhou Jiaming hurried outside, followed closely by Zhou Bin. Upon reaching the entrance, they saw a procession approaching from afar. At the forefront were those beating drums, followed by several individuals who appeared to be leaders, and behind them, a few people carried a covered object draped in red cloth. The group approached with great fanfare. Zhou Bin, seeing this, could only smile helplessly. They really came. Zhou Jiaming quickly adjusted his clothes and helped his granddaughter with hers, anxiously saying, "Zhou Bin, Xiao Nan, tidy yourselves up." Zhou Bin and Li Nan promptly straightened their attire, and soon enough, the group arrived at their doorstep. Someone ignited firecrackers, which erupted into a cacophony, filling the air with blue smoke. The drums and gongs grew louder, and everyone wore jubilant expressions, smiles lighting up their faces. Zhou Jiaming and Zhou Bin hastened to welcome them, with Zhou Bin cheerfully saying, "Welcome, everyone. Please, come inside." Leading the procession, Zhou Difu and Wang Bingwen quickly brought two individuals before Zhou Bin. Wang Bingwen introduced, "Zhou Bin, this is our township chief Lu and deputy chief Li. They have come today to officially commend you on behalf of the township." Zhou Bin immediately extended his hand, saying, "Oh dear, I feel so unworthy of such honor. I truly appreciate your coming for this small matter." Chief Lu replied with a smile, "Zhou Bin, you are the first in our township to donate for educational purposes, setting a wonderful precedent for us. We certainly had to come." Deputy Chief Li added, "Indeed, your spirit of caring for our hometown is something we all should aspire to." Wang Bingwen continued, "On behalf of our elementary school, I extend our deepest gratitude to you." As the conversation flowed, several individuals brought forth an object draped in crimson cloth. Mayor Lu cheerfully proclaimed, "Today, we have specially come to present you with a plaque in recognition of your benevolent deed." With the utterance of his words, the cloth was unveiled, revealing a plaque engraved with the grand phrase, "A great act of kindness, benefiting 8 neighbors." Chapter 99. Moving to a new abode. As the crimson cloth fell away, the crowd erupted in a wave of applause and cheers. Many extended their thumbs in approval, praising Zhou Bin for his remarkable act of kindness. With the establishment of these new classrooms, the children would no longer worry about their education. Zhou Bin, taken aback by the villagers' warmth, bowed deeply in gratitude. He had not anticipated such enthusiasm. His intentions had merely been to lend a hand to the school. Standing nearby, Li Nan gazed at Zhou Bin, who was smiling amidst the crowd, and suddenly perceived him as towering and grand. His demeanor was so handsome and kind that she found herself momentarily entranced. Zhou Jiaming, filled with pride, looked at his son with moist eyes. At long last, the Zhou family had produced a truly remarkable young man, a feat he had never dared to dream. Xiao Hua was bursting with pride, surrounded by a throng of children who praised her father's impressive stature and capabilities. Overjoyed, Xiao Hua exclaimed, "I told you, my father is the greatest. You didn't believe me before, but now you do, don't you?" The crowd clamored to hang the plaque at the entrance of Zhou Bin's home, and soon they all flooded into his yard. Due to the overwhelming number of attendees, the courtyard could barely accommodate everyone, leaving many to observe from outside. Lu Junyi called out with a smile, "Zhou Bin, aren't you going to bring out your good cigarettes to share?" Overwhelmed by the excitement, Zhou Bin quickly instructed Li Nan, "Xiao Nan, please fetch the cigarettes and popcorn for everyone." Zhou Jiaming hurried to bring out chairs for the guests, but no one chose to sit. They all stood conversing joyfully in the yard. Once the cigarettes arrived, Zhou Bin busily distributed them, working up quite a sweat. Aunt Zhao, munching on popcorn, teased, "Look at Zhou Bin today. all dressed up as if for a wedding. Her jest elicited laughter from the crowd, with Nyo shouting, "Brother Ben, you look dashing today." Li Jun joined in the playful banter, "Brother Ben, with your looks, all the ladies must be dazzled." The young women present blushed, lowering their heads to stifle their giggles. Zhou Ben laughed heartily, admonishing, "You two, stop joking. Our leaders are here." Mayor Lu, unfazed, chuckled, "Zhou Ben, you seem quite popular in your village." Zhou Difu quickly added, "Indeed, this lad Zhou Ben has a good heart and a clever mind. We all benefit from his light." Deputy Mayor Li smiled, "Zhou Ben, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek our assistance. We hope you continue to achieve even greater heights." Zhou Ben expressed his gratitude earnestly, vowing to work diligently. The gathering at Zhou Ben's home continued for quite some time, lingering until twilight before they finally departed. After bidding farewell to their guests, Zhou Ben's family found themselves exhausted, their backs aching as they sank onto the benches. Only little Hua remained tireless, her face alight with excitement as she exclaimed, "Dad, you were so impressive just now. Everyone praised you." Zhou Ben chuckled and replied, "My dear Hua, that was not mere impressiveness, it was gratitude from everyone. You must not let it go to your head, understood?" Little Hua nodded, her comprehension still wavering. At that moment, two small figures appeared at the door. One boy, with a sycophantic smile, called out, "Sister Hua, come play with us. Everyone is waiting for you." Hua made a playful face and dashed out joyfully. Zhou Ben watched his daughter's cheerful silhouette, a wave of warmth washing over him. Zhou Jiaming, weary from the day's exertions, rubbed his back and remarked, "I never imagined that organizing this would be more exhausting than digging." Li Nan echoed his sentiments. "Indeed. So many people came that I could hardly keep up." Zhou Ben, with a smile, handed his father a cigarette and replied, "Yes. I too did not expect such a turnout." Yet, Zhou Jiaming, his face beaming with joy, countered, "Though I may appear tired, I have never been happier. Ben, you have done a great service for our village, and the villagers will not forget your contributions." Li Nan chimed in, "Brother Ben, I must admit, I felt a sense of pride earlier. Just look at how everyone admires you." Zhou Ben couldn't help but laugh. "Oh Dad, Xiao Nan, I have merely done a small deed. Your contributions are just as significant, so please refrain from extolling my virtues." Zhou Jiaming laughed heartily. "All right, I shall not flatter you further, lest you become vain." Li Nan, with a smile, added, "Father, Brother Ben, please sit tight. I shall fetch you some tea." The two men beamed at Li Nan's retreating figure, as the crescent moon rose in the sky, and a gentle breeze wafted through, enveloping the scene in tranquility and harmony. On the third day, Wang Manshan arrived as promised at Beiyuan village. Zhou Ben guided him to the school to discuss the plans for the new house. Before returning home to finalize details for his own construction, Wang Manshan then departed to prepare, while Zhou Ben busied himself with the task of finding a temporary residence. Given that their old house was to be demolished, they needed a suitable place to stay for a few months. Zhou Ben recalled that Zhou Dexing's brother owned an unoccupied courtyard since their family had moved to the county. He thought to rent that space. Upon sharing his intentions with Zhou Dexing, he was met with a firm refusal. "Oh, there's no need for money. Just go ahead and stay there. It has been empty for ages." Zhou Ben felt uneasy about accepting charity and insisted on paying, but Zhou Dexing remained adamant. Ultimately, Zhou Ben acquiesced to the arrangement. With the lodging settled, Zhou Ben returned to discuss matters with his father and wife. The next morning, after breakfast, they began the moving process. However, as they were eating, a sudden commotion erupted at the door. Zhou Ben quickly set down his bowl and stepped outside, only to find the villagers approaching, chatting and laughing as they made their way to his home. Leading the group was Zhou Dexing, followed closely by Lu Junyi, Nyo, Li Jun, and Aunt Zhao. Zhou Ben greeted them warmly. "What brings you all here?" Zhou Dexing replied with a smile. "Benoit, we heard you were moving today, so we came to lend a hand." Zhou Ben promptly remarked, "Oh dear, I can handle the moving myself. There's no need to trouble everyone." Li Jun chuckled, "Come on. Bengu, don't be so polite. Many hands make light work. We can finish it together in no time." Aunt Zhao added with a smile, "Exactly. We won't charge you, so don't be afraid." Zhou Ben was amused and invited everyone inside to discuss further. Upon learning of their intentions, Zhou Jianming and Li Nin quickly expressed their gratitude. Zhou Dexing chimed in, "Have you all eaten? If you have, let us get to work." Zhou Jianming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "We've eaten. Would you like some more?" Lu Junyi laughed heartily. "Jianming, don't be shy. Everyone is waiting to lend a hand." Zhou Ben swiftly cleared away the items, and the group enthusiastically began to assist. The strong young men helped with moving large items such as cabinets and tables, while the women took care of the smaller belongings. In less than half a day, Zhou Ben's home was completely emptied, leaving only an empty yard behind. Subsequently, they headed to the new home to help Zhou Bin level the ground. While the women tidied up, before long, Zhou Bin's new house began to take shape. To express his gratitude, Zhou Bin planned to treat everyone to a meal. However, they all declined, and soon after, they departed. After a long day of labor, Zhou Bin's family finally sat down to catch their breath. As the group settled in the yard, Zhou Jiaming brought a cloth and meticulously wiped the plaque he had taken from their doorstep. Zhou Bin laughed. "Dad, no need to clean that now. Take a break." Zhou Jiaming replied with a smile, "I can't do that. Look how dusty it is." Zhou Bin chuckled but said nothing further. Once he finished, Zhou Jiaming asked, "Where shall we place this plaque, Zhou Bin?" After a moment's thought, Zhou Bin responded, "Let's put it in your room for now. We can hang it back once our house is complete." Zhou Jiaming nodded. "All right, I will take it inside." Li Nan gazed at the yard, already envisioning how splendid her new home would look upon completion. She had only heard Zhou Bin mention that the new house would be constructed with blue bricks and gray tiles, and that the yard walls would be built with bricks as well. The yard would be paved with stones. And what excited her the most was Zhou Bin's plan to create a garden and a small fish pond. The mere thought of such a scene sent waves of excitement through her. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin contemplated the tasks ahead. He needed to dig a temporary pond to store crabs and river shrimp and construct a shelter for making popcorn, as it was becoming increasingly chilly to do so outdoors. The following day, Zhou Bin summoned Niu and Li Jun, and the three of them completed all these tasks within 5 days. During this time, business at Mr. Ho's establishment flourished, prompting him to increase the weekly supply of crabs and river shrimp from 300 to 400 pounds each. The daily income from popcorn reached 200 yuan, and combined with the earnings from peach gum and soapberry, Zhou Bin estimated that his monthly income could reach around 14 to 15,000 yuan. If this continues, in a year he could earn over 100,000 yuan, an astonishing figure for that time. However, for Zhou Bin, this was merely the beginning. Far from his expectations, he had many more plans ahead. At present, he was somewhat troubled by a pressing concern. As President Ho's business flourished, the demand for crabs and river shrimp increased significantly. Yet the supply in the ditches was limited and would eventually be depleted. He needed to prepare for the future and devise a strategy. Thus, he conceived the idea of cultivating these creatures himself, ensuring sustainable development. In his previous life, he had worked at a fishery in the south and was familiar with aquaculture methods, making this endeavor manageable for him. A plan gradually took shape in his mind. He intended to lease the low-lying land in the village and transform it into a fishery, ready to stock it with seedlings by the following spring. With this thought, Zhou Bin approached the village chief, Zhou Difu, proposing to lease the tract of lowland. This time, Zhou Difu was no longer surprised, but rather excitedly inquired about Zhou Bin's new idea. Zhou Bin shared his intentions, and upon hearing them, Zhou Difu immediately agreed. Thus, Zhou Bin leased the 10 acres of land at a rate of 30 yuan per acre per year, initially agreeing to a 5-year contract. After securing the land, he promptly contacted Wang Manshan and hired a construction team to excavate the area, creating a substantial aquaculture facility. Once the fishery was established, Zhou Bin employed Niu, Li Jun, and 5 other young men from the village to assist in drawing water from the river. After 2 months of diligent work, his fishery was finally complete. As the weather turned cooler, Zhou Bin decided to wait patiently for the arrival of spring before taking further action. At this time, the corn in the riverside fields had ripened, creating a splendid golden expanse that was a sight to behold. As villagers passed by, they could not help but praise the remarkable growth of Zhou Bin's corn. On a sunny day with a refreshing autumn breeze, Zhou Bin and his father discussed the situation in their yard. "Father, the corn in our riverside fields is ripe. I believe we should harvest it promptly," Zhou Bin suggested. Zhou Jiaming nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must hurry. Frost could pose a problem." After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Bin added, "There is quite a bit of corn. We certainly cannot harvest it all ourselves. I intend to hire some people from our village to expedite the process. What do you think?" Zhou Jiaming responded, "Yes, that sounds good. Go ahead and gather some help." Zhou Bin immediately sought out Niu, informing him of the need to harvest corn and his plan to hire 20 workers at 5 yuan per day. Niu, without hesitation, set out to find workers. In less than half a day, Niu had assembled a team, including himself, his father, and others such as Aunt Zhao, Li Jun, Wang Haichao, and Wang Quanhua. Once the group was complete, the next day, Zhou Bin led them to the riverside fields. Previously, the area had been avoided. But seeing Zhou Bin's successful corn crop lifted the villagers' spirits, and they joyfully entered the cornfield. As the crowd beheld the vast expanse of golden cornfields, they could not help but express their admiration. Lu Junyi exclaimed loudly, "Zhou Bin, your corn has grown splendidly. Aunt Zhao exaggeratedly remarked, "My goodness. How much do you suppose these corns are worth?" Wang Quanhua, slurping her lips, chimed in, "Whoever said the riverside land had poor feng shui, I beg to differ." With a smile, Zhou Bin announced, "Everyone can start picking the corn now." In an instant, over 20 individuals enthusiastically dove into the cornfield, busily snapping off corn cobs with a satisfying crunch. Zhou Bin brought his tricycle close, and each person filled a large bag, pouring the harvested corn directly into the vehicle's compartment. Once the compartment was full, Zhou Bin drove the corn back to his yard. Thus, for 10 industrious days, they toiled until every last cob from the cornfield was gathered. Zhou Bin's yard was half filled with corn cobs, amounting to an estimated 20,000 pounds. Gazing at the bountiful harvest, Zhou Jianming and Li Nan wore broad smiles, yet a hint of concern lingered. With so much corn to shuck, they pondered how long it would take. Zhou Bin smiled reassuringly. "No worries, we can hire help when the time comes." Zhou Jianming replied, Bin, we must also collect the corn stalks. We can use them for firewood." Zhou Bin nodded. "Tomorrow, let us take our sickles and cut the corn stalks." The next day, Zhou Bin and his father, armed with sickles, began to methodically cut the corn stalks, bundling them into large sheaves and loading them onto the tricycle to transport back to the threshing area. This time, Zhou Jianming decided against hiring help. So the father and son duo labored tirelessly for 10 consecutive days before finally bringing all the stalks back to the threshing yard. After finishing with the stalks, Zhou Jianming instructed Zhou Bin to check the riverside land for any remaining stalks that might have been overlooked, intending to cut and retrieve them if necessary. Zhou Bin drove the tricycle alone to the field, parked it, and leisurely walked into the area with his sickle, searching for any stragglers. As he walked and inspected, he discovered that every last corn stalk had been harvested, leaving no remnants behind. Just as he was about to leave, his foot suddenly sank, and he stumbled into a deep pit. Chapter 101. An astonishing discovery. With his sickle in hand, Zhou Bin was about to turn back when, without warning, the ground beneath him gave way, revealing a substantial pit. Caught off guard, he tumbled into the hole. Thud! With a dull thump, Zhou Bin found himself sprawled at the bottom of the pit. "What on earth?" he exclaimed, quickly attempting to rise. Glancing down, he was taken aback. "Why are my hands black?" Upon inspecting his trousers, he noticed they too were stained a deep black. A strong scent of coal dust assailed his nostrils. Peering closely, he realized he was seated atop a pile of coal. This pit was a coal mine, surrounded entirely by coal. Zhou Bin stood there, bewildered, grappling with the reality of the situation. How could there be coal here? Ignoring the discomfort in his backside, he quickly rose to examine the pit. It was more than a person's height, and the walls were lined with coal, with the base completely covered in it. Zhou Bin's mind was suddenly filled with a buzzing realization. Good heavens, there truly is coal in this field. Previously, he had thought it was merely idle chatter. But to his astonishment, the presence of coal was indeed a reality. At this moment, he completely forgot the pain coursing through his body, as an exhilarating wave of excitement enveloped him. He hurriedly scrambled back up and discovered that the pit was located beside the cornfield, near the riverbank, with the riverbed just below. But why had he not noticed it before? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Bin understood. It must have been the recent heavy rains that caused this area to collapse, leading him to step into the void and fall. Realizing this, Zhou Bin was overjoyed. He was truly on the brink of fortune. The dark substance before him was no ordinary matter. It was a treasure gleaming like gold. He quickly gathered some brushwood to cover the pit, and then rushed home in his vehicle. Upon arriving, just as he parked the tricycle, Li Nan approached in astonishment. "Bingu, what happened to you?" she exclaimed, noticing Zhou Bin's dirt-streaked face and the black smudges on his hands, along with the dirt on his pants and clothes. Zhou Jianming, hearing her voice, also came over and was taken aback at the sight of Zhou Bin. Bin, did you fall?" he asked. Yet, Zhou Bin chuckled cheerfully. "Indeed, I just had a little tumble in the field." Li Nan immediately surrounded him, concerned. "Bingu, how did you manage to fall? Are you all right?" As she spoke, she began brushing the dirt off his clothes, her eyes filled with care and worry. Zhou Bin, however, couldn't contain his joy, replying, "I'm fine, truly." Zhou Jianming added his own caution, Bin, be careful while working." Zhou Bin laughed heartily. It was a good fall, a splendid fall. Both were astonished, gazing at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why he would say such a thing. Li Nan, with a hint of reproach, queried, "Bingu, you fell and you're still saying it's good?" Zhou Jianming, equally concerned, asked, Bin, are you really okay?" Zhou Bin waved his hands dismissively. What could possibly be wrong? Not only am I fine, but I have some splendid news. He couldn't help but chuckle as he spoke. The two looked at him in fear, puzzled by his exuberance. Had he perhaps hit his head? Was he behaving foolishly? Zhou Bin lowered his voice and said, Xiaonan, please close the door for us. Li Nan, confused, asked, why close the door? Xiao Hua is still outside playing. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, just shut it for now. We can open it later. Though baffled, she complied and closed the door. Zhou Jianming looked at his son, bewildered, unsure of what he was going to say. Once the door was shut, Zhou Bin eagerly pulled them into the room and closed the door behind them. Unable to contain his excitement, he proclaimed, Dad, Xiao Nan. We are about to strike it rich. Li Nan was momentarily taken aback, quickly asking, Bingo, what is going on? Tell us. Zhou Jianming stared intently at his son, eager to understand the situation. Zhou Bin lowered his voice again. Guess what I discovered in the field? Li Nan, somewhat perplexed, asked, what did you find? Zhou Jianming chimed in. What else could be in the field other than corn stalks? Zhou Bin slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I found a treasure. As soon as these words were uttered, both individuals were taken aback. Li Nan immediately inquired, Treasure? Brother Bin, have you discovered gold? Zhou Jianming, with a face full of astonishment, asked, what treasure have you found? Could it be a porcelain jar? Zhou Bin mysteriously shook his head. No. Li Nan, growing anxious, pressed. What is it? Please tell us. Zhou Bin waved his grimy hand before them and asked, what do you see on my hand? Li Nan seized Zhou Bin's hand for a closer inspection, sniffed it, and exclaimed, this appears to be coal ash. Zhou Jianming also examined it closely and exclaimed, heavens! You didn't actually find coal, did you? Zhou Bin smiled and affirmed, yes, indeed. It's right in our cornfield. Li Nan could not help but grasp Zhou Bin's hand, saying, Brother Bin, you can't be serious. Is there really coal in that place? This was because the villagers had previously attempted to mine coal, making it well known throughout the village, but they had found nothing, leading everyone to dismiss their claims as mere folly. Yet now, Zhou Bin insisted he had genuinely discovered coal, leaving both Li Nan and Zhou Jianming astonished. Observing their astonished expressions, Zhou Bin chuckled, this time I truly saw coal, and it appears there is quite a bit beneath the surface. Zhou Jianming, upon hearing this, immediately inquired, Zhou Bin, are you sure? Is that really coal? Or could it be black mud? Zhou Bin promptly turned to exit, retrieving a bag from the tricycle and bringing it inside. He opened the bag and invited them to take a look. See, this is what I dug out from the coal pit. Zhou Jianming quickly reached in, grabbed a handful of coal ash, and brought it to his nose, confirming the distinct smell of coal dust. Zhou Bin remarked, Xiaonan, go ignite some firewood for us. We shall know for certain soon. The three then proceeded to the kitchen, where Li Nan kindled a fire, while Zhou Bin placed 2 chunks of coal onto the flames. They all gazed intently at the 2 pieces, and after a moment, to their astonishment, the chunks indeed caught fire, emitting a blue flame. Zhou Jianming, upon witnessing this, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, my goodness, this is indeed coal. Zhou Bin laughed, I was right, this is coal, and it's good coal. Li Nan, trembling with excitement, remarked, this coal burns so warmly. With the weather gradually turning cold, she had been worried about how to endure the winter, but unexpectedly, they had discovered coal. Zhou Jianming instinctively extended his hand toward the comforting flames, saying, now we need not fear the winter. Suddenly regaining his composure, he questioned, Zhou Bin, are you just going to leave that pit as it is? Zhou Bin reassured him, do not worry, I have already gathered some straw to cover the site. It will not be discovered anytime soon. Li Nan anxiously asked, Brother Bin, coal is a valuable commodity. What do you plan to do? Zhou Bin nodded with a smile. I have already devised a plan. Chapter 102 The whole village is aflutter. Observing Zhou Bin's confident demeanor, Zhou Jianming promptly inquired, Bin, what are your plans? Pray, enlighten us. With a smile, Zhou Bin replied, this land belongs to our village. The original contract stipulates that everything within it is ours. Logically speaking, this coal rightfully belongs to us. Li Nan interjected, Brother Bin, what if everyone learns of this matter? Won't they try to seize it from us? Zhou Jianming concurred, indeed. Others will undoubtedly covet it. Zhou Bin chuckled, please, allow me to finish. We certainly shall not hoard this coal for ourselves. My intention is to excavate the coal and provide it free of charge to all villagers, ensuring they have resources for the winter, sparing them from the cold. Zhou Jianming nodded. Yes, that sounds like a splendid plan. Zhou Bin continued. Moreover, I wish to establish a small coal yard there. Besides bulk coal, we will primarily process honeycomb coal, allowing our villagers to work there. I will pay them wages, thus providing everyone with a means to earn. Li Nan exclaimed joyfully. Brother Bin, this will surely delight everyone. Zhou Bin added, and there's more. We initially leased this land for a mere 10 yuan a year. I shall propose a higher rent to the village, and those funds can then be distributed among each household. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jianming felt reassured, believing that this would quell any dissent. After their discussion, Zhou Bin instructed Li Nan to open the main gate. Just then, Xiao Hua returned from her outing, curiously asking, "Mama, what are you all doing?" Li Nan smiled. "Oh, nothing much, dear. Are you hungry? Mama will fetch you some crispy rice." Upon hearing crispy rice, Xiao Hua's face lit up with joy, and she followed Li Nan into the house. Zhou Bin then made his way to find Zhou Difu, intending to discuss the matter with him first. Upon entering the courtyard, he found Zhou Difu busily boiling water in the kitchen. Zhou Bin greeted him with a smile. "Granduncle, are you occupied?" Turning around, Zhou Difu recognized Zhou Bin and promptly rose with a grin. "Zhou Bin, I'm just boiling some water." He then took an electric kettle and ladled the water from the pot into it. Once the kettle was filled, he retrieved 2 enameled mugs, added a pinch of tea leaves, and poured hot water for both Zhou Bin and himself, bringing them out. Handing a mug to Zhou Bin, Zhou Difu asked with a smile, "What brings you here, Zhou Bin?" Taking the enameled mug, Zhou Bin replied, "Granduncle, I wish to discuss something with you." Zhou Difu chuckled. "What scheme do you have in mind this time?" With a mischievous grin, Zhou Bin suggested, "Let us speak in your room." Curiosity piqued, Zhou Difu followed him inside, where Zhou Bin shared the discovery of coal in the fields. Zhou Difu, astonished, nearly dropped his enameled mug, exclaiming, "Zhou Bin, are you serious?" Zhou Bin nodded, smiling, "Indeed. I have tested it, and it is undoubtedly coal." Zhou Difu marveled, "My goodness, there truly is coal there? How fortunate you are. That land was once abandoned. Yet you cultivated corn and discovered coal." Zhou Bin chuckled, "I cannot fathom how it happened." Zhou Difu restrained his smile and solemnly asked, "Zhou Bin, this is a significant matter. What are your plans?" Zhou Bin then elaborated his intentions in detail. Upon hearing this, Zhou Difu's face brightened with a smile. "Well, my dear child, you still possess a kind heart. According to the contract, even if you choose not to distribute to everyone, they would have no grounds for complaint. Your current approach is indeed the most prudent." Zhou Bin inquired playfully, "Third uncle, do you believe my plan will be effective?" Zhou Difu nodded affirmatively. "I think it can work." Observing that the village chief had no objections, Zhou Bin felt a sense of relief. The two then deliberated, and the following morning, after breakfast, they summoned the villagers for a meeting to discuss the matter. The next day, after breakfast, the village loudspeaker began announcing that everyone must gather in front of the village committee. All households were required to send a representative. As the loudspeaker repeatedly called out, the villagers, unaware of the reason for the gathering, hurriedly made their way to the village committee. Zhou Bin, along with his family, quickly packed their belongings and rushed to the committee's entrance. Upon his arrival, Zhou Bin noticed that nearly all the villagers had assembled, encircled and chattering away, puzzled about the purpose of the village chief's summons. Spotting Zhou Bin, Zhou Difu immediately beckoned him over. The crowd's curiosity deepened as they observed the interaction between Zhou Difu and Zhou Bin. After a while, once all the villagers had gathered, Zhou Difu cheerfully announced, "Now that everyone is here, let us commence the meeting. I have an important matter to discuss with you all." Lu Junyi called out with a smile, "Uncle Difu, please share what's on your mind." Zhou Difu replied, "First, I have some wonderful news. This winter, everyone will have coal for heating, and it will cost you nothing." Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd erupted in excitement, as winter approached and thoughts of how to endure the cold weighed heavily on their minds. Most homes lacked stoves, leaving them to endure the harshness of winter. At night, they relied on the warmth of heated kangs, while during the day, they could only bask in the sun against the walls. The village was often shrouded in smoke from the kangs, and the villagers had to expend considerable effort to gather firewood and leaves from the fields. Daily trips were essential. A single day without collecting meant a cold night ahead, leaving the entire family to shiver in the chill. The notion of using coal for warmth was beyond their wildest dreams, as it was far too expensive for their means. To their astonishment, the village chief had delivered such explosive news, leaving them all in disbelief. Lu Junyi shouted, "Village chief, is that truly the case? You wouldn't deceive us, would you?" Zhou Difu promptly replied, "Have I ever lied? Of course, it's true." Wang Quanhua exclaimed, "Village chief, are we going to prosper?" Aunt Zhao inquired, "But chief, coal is quite costly. Can you genuinely provide it without charge?" Zhou Difu chuckled and pointed to Zhou Bin beside him, stating, "We owe this to Zhou Bin." Upon hearing this, a wave of chatter erupted among the crowd. This was yet another initiative from Zhou Bin. Just recently, he had spent money to help build a school, and now he was providing coal for heating. How much would this cost? The villagers turned their gazes towards Zhou Bin, filled with admiration and curiosity. Zhou Bin smiled and said, "Let me explain the situation to everyone." He then recounted his discovery of the coal mine. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated that coal truly existed in that location. Particularly, Lu Taipo's nephew was left speechless. As Lu Taipo's son had perished while attempting to mine coal years ago, yet he had never succeeded in finding any. How could it be that coal had now emerged? Lu Junyi was left in a state of shock, exclaiming, "Goodness! This Zhou bin must be a manifestation of the god of wealth." Aunt Zhao echoed his sentiments. "Oh dear! Who can we turn to for justice? The mere act of stumbling seems to lead one to coal." Aniu was utterly bewildered, contemplating Zhou bin's extraordinary fortune, wondering why he had not encountered such good fortune himself. The villagers buzzed with excitement, a mix of envy and admiration for Zhou bin. Observing the fervor among the villagers, Zhou Difu smiled and urged, "Everyone, please calm down. I have a few words to share." The villagers fell silent, eager to hear from their leader. Zhou Difu continued, "I understand that some of you may feel envious, but envy serves no purpose. If I had offered you this land freely back then, would you have accepted it? Let alone paying rent." Zhou bin invested his money, and the contract clearly states that all resources on this land belong to him. Upon hearing the village chief's words, the crowd fell quiet. Zhou Difu added, "However, Zhou bin has assured me that he will not keep the profits to himself. He intends for everyone to benefit." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into jubilant cheers. Chapter 103. Preparations before the coal mine opens. Observing the excitement, Zhou Difu remarked with a smile, "Now, everyone, let us listen to Zhou bin." The crowd gradually quieted, awaiting Zhou bin's words. With a smile, Zhou bin stated, "I consider myself fortunate, but regardless, this is our village's land, and I cannot be selfish. That would be unjust." Lu Junyi interjected with a grin, "Zhou bin, enough with the pleasantries. Get to the point." Laughter erupted from the crowd, and Zhou bin chuckled in response. "All right, I will get to the crux of the matter. My plan is to establish a small coal mine there. Each of the 40 households in our village can send one person to work at the mine, earning a salary of 100 yuan per month." Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into enthusiastic cheers, elated beyond measure. Previously, they toiled endlessly in the fields, enviously eyeing those who consumed commercial grains, dreaming of earning a salary. They could hardly believe that such a dream was now within reach. Zhou bin continued, "Furthermore, I intend to increase the annual rent to 2,000 yuan, allowing each household to receive 50 yuan annually, with future adjustments based on circumstances." The villagers responded with another wave of applause and cheers, the atmosphere reaching a pinnacle of joy. Aunt Zhao could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Oh Zhou bin, we shall have to start calling you Boss Zhou." Wang Quanhua chimed in. "He should be addressed as Director Zhou. That suits his standing better." Zhou bin laughed heartily. "Aunt Zhao, Brother Quanhua, please refrain from teasing me." Subsequently, he continued, "Everyone will register at the village committee shortly. Those who wish to work there should write down their names. I will notify you once I have completed the necessary procedures." Zhou Difu interjected, "Everyone is aware of that place now, so do not entertain any ill intentions. Anyone caught stealing coal will face legal consequences." The crowd unanimously expressed their reluctance to engage in such activities, and then they proceeded to the village committee to register. Once everyone had departed, Zhou Difu turned to Zhou bin and said, "Zhou bin, I noticed Zhou Kai did not come. What shall we do about him?" Zhou bin replied with a smile, "Let him be. If he chooses not to come, it is not my fault." Zhou Difu nodded, "Very well. Do you need my assistance with anything else?" Zhou bin pondered for a moment before responding, "You may need to accompany me to the township tomorrow. We need to inquire about the procedures for opening a coal yard." Zhou Difu nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, just call me when the time comes." He then entered the village committee. Meanwhile, at Zhou Jinren's home, Zhou Kai was still asleep on the kong. His wife, Han Wan, rushed in with a worried expression. "Zhou Kai, are you still lying there like a corpse? Zhou bin is recruiting workers for the coal yard. Are you going or not?" Zhou Kai lazily stretched and replied, "Not going." Han Wan, infuriated, slapped him on the head, causing Zhou Kai to sit up abruptly. "Why did you hit me?" She exclaimed anxiously, "I heard those workers earn 100 yuan a month. If you don't go, how will we eat and drink?" Zhou Kai rolled his eyes. "I wouldn't want to work at such a mess. I have a job in the county." "Then why don't you just work in the county? Why are you lying here?" Han Wan asked angrily. Zhou Kai dismissively replied, "You don't know anything. I will be able to start work soon. I've already spoken to a good friend who said he would help me talk to the factory manager in a few days. It will be fine." Han Wan looked skeptical. "Really?" Zhou Kai scoffed. "Of course it's true. Just watch. Zhou bin's chaotic situation won't last 3 months. Let them fend for themselves then." After saying this, Zhou Kai resumed his slumber, while Han Wan sighed and turned to leave. On the other side, the village committee had registered everyone who intended to work at the coal yard, except for Zhou Jinren's household. Zhou bin returned home with the list and began preparing for the coal yard's opening. Early the next morning, Zhou bin sought out Zhou Difu. and the two quickly traveled to the township on a tricycle. Zhou Bin treated Zhou Difu to a meal of mutton in a basin on the street, and then they went to find the officials. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they encountered township head Lu. Upon recognizing Zhou Bin and Zhou Difu, Lu warmly approached them. Village head Zhou Bin, what brings you here? Zhou Bin greeted Lu with a smile and offered him a cigarette, saying, Leader, I am here to request your assistance with a matter. Lu, taking this request seriously, promptly invited them into his office. Once Zhou Bin explained the situation, Lu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Zhou Bin, this is a significant endeavor. We are currently encouraging everyone to think creatively and strive for prosperity. You have come at an opportune time. Zhou Bin felt a sense of relief upon seeing the leader's support for the initiative. Mayor Lu remarked, Why not accompany me to the county now? Let's inquire about how to proceed with this matter. Zhou Bin was overjoyed and immediately consented. Mayor Lu chuckled. Then let us take your small vehicle. I currently have no means of transport. Zhou Bin, feeling a bit uneasy, replied, Oh dear. It feels rather inappropriate to have a leader travel to the county in such a manner. Mayor Lu laughed heartily. Nonsense. This is far more convenient than a public bus. Let us go. Under Mayor Lu's guidance, the trio arrived at the county. After some inquiries, they discovered that the county was quite supportive of such initiatives and had special policies in place. This revelation filled Zhou Bin and Zhou Difu with immense joy. After a day of running around, they had nearly resolved the matter and were just waiting to complete the necessary procedures. Upon returning home that evening, Zhou Bin felt weary and sore, yet his heart brimmed with happiness. Li Nan, ever considerate, offered to massage his legs and back, saying, Brother Bin, how do you manage to accomplish so much? You've nearly wrapped everything up in just one day? Zhou Bin replied with a smile, Not quite yet. We've just discussed most of it. I believe there shouldn't be any issues. Li Nan gazed at him with admiration. Brother Bin, you truly are remarkable. What is the next step? Zhou Bin, with a beaming smile, said, Tomorrow, I plan to head to the county to purchase some machinery. Li Nan, intrigued, asked, Machinery? What kind? Zhou Bin explained, It's the machine for making coal balls. You simply squeeze it, and a coal ball emerges. Li Nan suddenly recalled seeing it at Zhou Difu's home. It was the device that mixed coal with water to form a lump. Then a poke with that tool would yield a coal ball after a gentle squeeze. Once these coal balls were dried, they could be used for burning. Zhou Bin smiled. That's the one. I intend to buy several dozen. Li Nan, astonished, inquired, You're buying so many at once? Zhou Bin chuckled. Well, we have dozens of people, so we certainly need a substantial quantity. Initially, he had contemplated purchasing an automated coal ball machine for its speed and efficiency. However, he reconsidered, recognizing that he was still uncertain about the coal yard's operations, and with so many individuals involved, work would be necessary. Thus, he decided to start with manual production to assess market response, planning to upgrade the equipment once the market stabilized. Li Nan nodded in agreement with his reasoning. The next day, he enlisted the help of a Nyo and headed straight to the county's hardware company to procure a batch of coal machines. However, upon inquiry, they were met with disappointment. Chapter 104. Lu Xiaobing's troubles. Zhou Bin and a Nyo arrived eagerly at the county hardware company, where a plump woman sat disinterestedly at the counter. Zhou Bin smiled and inquired, Excuse me, do you have the machines for making coal balls? The woman glanced at Zhou Bin with indifference and flatly replied, No. Zhou Bin and a Nyo were taken aback, with a Nyo anxiously asking, Why don't you have any? The woman, growing impatient, retorted, No means no. Why are you asking so many questions? A Nyo's temper flared, questioning her rudeness. Zhou Bin quickly intervened, smiling. So, do we have no stock available, or do you simply not sell them? The woman curtly replied, No stock, and dismissed them. Zhou Bin was also quite irate, yet he found himself unable to do anything but step outside with a Nyo. Once on the street, a Nyo could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, Bah, what a load of rubbish. Zhou Bin chuckled, Come now, a Nyo, let us not dwell on it. A Nyo, with a downcast expression, lamented, So what shall we do now? Zhou Bin sighed, I am at a loss as well. In the midst of their conversation, Zhou Bin suddenly spotted an individual hastily riding a bicycle down the street. Upon closer inspection, he recognized this person as Lu Xiaobing, who had assisted him previously. He promptly called out, Xiaobing. Lu Xiaobing, in a rush, glanced up upon hearing his name, and, upon seeing Zhou Bin at the roadside, quickly pedaled over and halted beside him. Zhou Bin, what brings you here? Lu Xiaobing inquired. Zhou Bin offered him a cigarette, saying, I came to purchase something. But alas, it eluded me. Curious, Lu Xiaobing asked, What were you trying to buy? Zhou Bin then recounted his intention to acquire a coal machine. Lu Xiaobing, upon hearing this, laughed, Oh, Zhou Bin, you're on the rise. Zhou Bin replied with a wry smile. What rise? I can't even manage to make a purchase. Lu Xiaobing responded. That's easily remedied. I know Manager Wang from the hardware company. I can assist you. Zhou Bin, upon hearing this, eagerly asked Xiaobing. Can you really help with this? Lu Xiaobing reassured him. This is no big deal. It's quite simple. Zhou Bin and Anyo were overjoyed, and Zhou Bin exclaimed, Xiaobing, how come you're so remarkable? Come, let me treat you to a meal. Lu Xiaobing waved his hand with a grin. No? I can't afford to delay for a meal. I still have my own matters to attend to. Observing Lu Xiaobing's anxious demeanor, Zhou Bin asked, Xiaobing, what is troubling you? You seem quite stressed. Lu Xiaobing, wearing a look of helplessness, replied, don't even mention it. This issue is driving me to despair. Zhou Bin laughed and inquired, what is going on? Seeing Zhou Bin's curiosity, Lu Xiaobing shared the details. It turned out that his father-in-law intended to promote him and had tasked him with hosting a delegation of foreign visitors arriving for an inspection at noon. These individuals were initially only visiting the city, but the county officials, being quite influential, insisted they come to the county to explore potential collaborations. They were scheduled to visit their department store for inspection, and his father-in-law had boasted about Lu Xiaobing's high competence and language skills, assigning him the responsibility of reception. However, Lu Xiaobing was painfully aware that his proficiency was merely superficial, and he feared he would falter in conversation with the foreigners. Yet, his father-in-law had high hopes for him, leaving him utterly bewildered about what to do. Zhou Bin, after hearing this, laughed heartily and asked, So if you handle this well, your promotion is assured? Lu Xiaobing grimaced, Certainly, the opportunity would be significant, but if I mess it up, my wife will surely berate me. But how can I face foreigners when I've never encountered them before? I fear I won't be able to utter a single word. Zhou Bin confidently patted his chest and laughed. What difficulty is this? I shall be your assistant. I guarantee it will be a success. Lu Xiaobing gazed at Zhou Bin in disbelief. What? You? Anyo gazed at Zhou Bin in astonishment, perplexed by his sudden demeanor. This was an unprecedented situation for him. Could Zhou Bin truly manage it? Zhou Bin, noticing Lu Xiaobing's surprise, calmly uttered a few phrases in a foreign language. Lu Xiaobing was momentarily rendered speechless, taking a while to regain his composure. Anyo, startled, nearly crushed the cigarette in his hand, staring at Zhou Bin as if he were an extraterrestrial. Zhou Bin, when did you learn a foreign language? How can you speak it so proficiently? Lu Xiaobing exclaimed in utter disbelief. Zhou Bin smiled gently and replied, What do you think? Am I capable? Lu Xiaobing, filled with joy, responded, Your command of the language is exceptional. It surpasses even my teachers from school. Initially, he had harbored no hope for the day's success, convinced it would end in failure. Yet here was Zhou Bin, a beacon of hope. In that moment, he felt as though he had discovered a lifeline. Seizing Zhou Bin's hand and shaking it fervently. Zhou Bin, you are remarkable. I am in awe. Come, let us hurry. Zhou Bin chuckled. I'll take my tricycle. You go ahead. I'll follow shortly. Lu Xiaobing, brimming with excitement, pedaled towards the department store, while Zhou Bin and Anyo trailed behind in the three-wheeled vehicle. Upon arriving at the office, Lu Xiaobing immediately retrieved a suit from the closet. Zhou Bin, change into this outfit. Today, everything relies on you. Zhou Bin assured him with a smile. Rest assured, I'll handle it impeccably. Anyo, standing nearby, was utterly baffled. When had Zhou Bin learned to speak a foreign language without him knowing? Little did they realize that in his previous life, Zhou Bin had engaged in substantial business dealings and had interacted with numerous foreigners, gradually honing his skills. Once Zhou Bin donned the suit and styled his hair, Lu Xiaobing was left in awe. My goodness, Zhou Bin, you look incredibly handsome, he exclaimed sincerely. Anyo was equally astonished. Was this truly the Zhou Bin he knew? He seemed like a character straight out of a movie. Zhou Bin chuckled. What are you staring at? Do you not recognize me? Lu Xiaobing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed. Zhou Bin, no more words. Today will undoubtedly be a success. Zhou Bin replied with a smile. Just focus on your role. Subsequently, Lu Xiaobing briefly briefed Zhou Bin on the individuals they would encounter, outlining some essential points to remember as the time approached. The group, anxious not to delay, hastily prepared for the arrival of the inspection team. At 10:30, the visitors finally arrived. Lu Xiaobing quickly pulled Zhou Bin outside, while Anyo hesitated to approach. Watching from a distance, 7 or 8 individuals entered through the main entrance, and Lu Xiaobing's father-in-law, Zhang Dongliang, had already gathered some company personnel at the door to greet them, but their skills were lacking, and they anxiously searched for Lu Xiaobing. Lu Xiaobing, in a flurry, rushed to Zhou Bin's side, and Zhang Dongliang, displaying a displeased expression, said, Why are you only just arriving? Hurry, we need to make introductions. Lu Xiaobing nodded and hurriedly followed his father-in-law outside. Upon noticing Zhou Bin, Zhang Dongliang quietly inquired, "Who is he?" Lu Xiaobing replied with a smile, "He is my classmate." Zhang Dongliang, with little time for further questions, approached with a beaming smile. Chapter 105. A New Perspective Welcome. "We are delighted to have you at our company for this inspection." As Zhang Dongliang spoke, he extended his hand. The county leader, beaming with a smile, introduced him. "This is our manager from the department store, Mr. Zhang, who will be responsible for welcoming you all." Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongliang promptly pulled his son-in-law over. "This is our company's Mr. Zhang, who will provide you with detailed explanations." Lu Xiaobing was momentarily taken aback, for all the individuals before him were foreign, with golden hair and blue eyes. After a long pause, he managed to utter a simple, "Hello." The foreigners chuckled softly and replied, "Hi." Following this, Lu Xiaobing's mind went blank, and he found himself at a loss for words. The phrases he had learned in school eluded him entirely, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. Zhang Dongliang felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Thinking to himself that this young man was truly unreliable, he had made a grave mistake. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Zhou Bin entered the scene with a warm smile, engaging in animated conversation that instantly brightened the eyes of the foreigners. The county leader, who had been slightly embarrassed moments before, now appeared genuinely delighted. He even expressed his admiration, saying, "Old Zhang, this young fellow is quite spirited." At this, Zhang Dongliang snapped back to attention, hurriedly agreeing, "Yes, indeed, he is quite lively." With those words, a sigh of relief escaped him. Lu Xiaobing too quietly exhaled, realizing he had narrowly avoided disaster. Even the county leader seemed visibly relaxed, cheerfully proclaiming, "Shall we begin the tour?" Zhou Bin responded with a smile, "Prize." And with that, the group stepped inside. Lu Xiaobing cast a grateful glance towards Zhou Bin, who smiled back reassuringly, indicating that he need not worry. Zhang Dongliang, both astonished and pleased, regarded his son-in-law, thinking to himself that Xiaobing's classmate was indeed impressive. As the group commenced their tour, Zhou Bin spoke fluently in English, captivating the foreign guests, who nodded frequently and occasionally gave a thumbs up in approval. The county leader was all smiles, and Zhang Dongliang beamed with joy. Lu Xiaobing, walking alongside, admired Zhou Bin's remarkable memory. He had only briefly outlined the relevant details moments ago, yet Zhou Bin recalled everything and articulated it so smoothly, truly astonishing. While delivering his presentation in English, Zhou Bin also took the time to clarify his points in Chinese for those present. Everyone listened with great satisfaction, and the county leader could not help but give a thumbs up. Zhou Bin, while introducing the site, did not confine himself to the specifics of the tour, but seamlessly interwove the county's cultural history, highlighting local characteristics that were very pleasing to the ears. The entire presentation lasted about 40 minutes, with Zhou Bin doing most of the talking while the others listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Soon, the tour concluded, and the foreign guests expressed their satisfaction with enthusiastic remarks of good. They were particularly intrigued by the local culture and history that Zhou Bin had shared, revealing a keen interest. This was precisely the outcome the county hoped to achieve. Thus, the county leader was exceedingly pleased with the reception. As they departed, the county leader took a moment to commend Zhang Dongliang, praising him for the successful organization of the visit. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Dongliang felt an overwhelming sense of joy, repeatedly expressing that it was his duty to assist. After bidding farewell to the inspection team, he promptly invited Zhou Bin and Lu Xiaobing into his office. As they entered, Zhang Dongliang smiled and remarked, "Xiaobing, our reception today was truly successful. All thanks to your classmate." Lu Xiaobing introduced, "Dad, allow me to formally present my elementary school classmate, Zhou Bin." Without hesitation, Zhang Dongliang extended his hand. Grinning as he said, "Zhou Bin, I sincerely thank you for today. You are remarkable. May I inquire about your current occupation?" Zhou Bin smiled broadly and replied, "I am just a farmer, cultivating land at home." "What? You are a farmer? I would never have guessed. How is it that your command of foreign languages is so impressive?" Zhang Dongliang expressed with admiration. Zhou Bin humbly responded, "I simply enjoy tinkering and have learned by listening to broadcasts." Zhang Dongliang praised him effusively. "Zhou Bin, you truly are a talent." Lu Xiaobing chimed in. "Zhou Bin is a brilliant scholar at our school, but unfortunately, due to health issues, he could not continue his studies. Otherwise, he would surely have been admitted to Jiaotong University." Zhou Bin waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Xiaobing, you are exaggerating." In high spirits, Zhang Dongliang declared, "Xiaobing, Zhou Bin has been of immense help today. We must treat him to a meal as a gesture of gratitude." Lu Xiaobing agreed. "Yes, let us go eat now." Zhou Bin politely declined. "No need for a meal. I am waiting to purchase a coal machine." Zhang Dongliang curiously inquired, "Xiaobing, what does Zhou Bin wish to buy?" Lu Xiaobing explained Zhou Bin's intention to buy a coal machine in the county, prompting Zhang Dongliang to chuckle. Oh, is that all? This is quite simple. I shall call Manager Wang of the hardware company shortly, and he will take care of it for you. After we finish our meal, you can head over directly. Zhou Bin, overjoyed, expressed his gratitude repeatedly, and Aniu couldn't help but smile broadly. Lu Xiaobing said cheerfully, now you can rest easy. Come, let us go eat. Zhou Bin, unable to refuse their kind invitation, accompanied them to the restaurant. It was Aniu's first time dining at a county restaurant, and he was so delighted he could hardly contain himself. After their meal, Zhang Dongliang remarked, Zhou Bin, you are truly impressive. In the future, if you need anything, do not hesitate to approach me or Xiaobing. We will certainly assist you. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, certainly, Uncle Zhang. Thank you for your hospitality. Aniu, with a full belly, also grinned. Thank you for treating us to a meal, Uncle. Zhang Dongliang responded warmly. Now you all should hurry along. Someone is waiting for you. Zhou Bin and Aniu stood up to leave, while Lu Xiaobing accompanied them to the tricycle. He continued to express his gratitude, to which Zhou Bin replied, Oh, Xiaobing, we are classmates. There is no need for such formality. Besides, you have also been a great help to me today. You must come to my home another day, and I will treat you to spicy noodle soup. Lu Xiaobing joyfully responded, All right, I will definitely visit you another day. Subsequently, Zhou Bin drove the tricycle, carrying Aniu, and returned to the county's hardware company. As they entered, the plump woman from the morning rushed over, exclaiming, Oh dear, what a commotion this has caused. I had no idea you were Manager Wang's friend. I truly apologize for this morning. Aniu gazed in astonishment at the woman before him. Her demeanor from the morning still vividly etched in his mind, yet now she radiated an overwhelming warmth. What a swift transformation. Zhou Bin, however, merely chuckled and remarked, It's all right. I should have been clearer this morning. Can we proceed with the purchase now? The stout woman immediately responded with a beaming smile. Absolutely, of course. You can have as many as you desire. Zhou Bin could not help but smirk internally. Wasn't he claimed that there was no stock available? How could she now offer an abundance? Nevertheless, he had no intention of entangling himself with her. All he sought was to secure the goods. Thus, he smiled and said, Very well, I'll take 30. The woman promptly replied, No problem, follow me. In no time, they acquired the 30 coal briquette machines they needed, and at the lowest price, no less. Zhou Bin also purchased several shovels, picks, and dustpans before turning to leave. The woman called out enthusiastically from behind, We welcome you to visit again. Zhou Bin waved his hand and sped away in his vehicle. Once they departed the department store, Aniu could not restrain his commentary. That woman's face changes faster than a dog's. Zhou Bin laughed heartily, regardless of whether she is a wolf or a dog. What matters is that we secured the goods. Chapter 106. Xiao Hua's choice of partner is quite impressive. Zhou Bin and Aniu returned home with their purchases, and Zhou Bin proceeded to gather other necessary items such as ropes, bamboo baskets, and bags. Now, all that remained was to wait for the paperwork to be finalized before officially launching their business. Zhou Jiaming, witnessing his son's coal yard nearing its opening, felt a surge of joy. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to hastily inquire, Bin, you mentioned you would be making honeycomb coal. Do you know how to do that? Zhou Bin replied with a smile, What is so difficult about it? It's simply mixing coal with water and then using the coal machine to shape it. Zhou Jiaming shook his head, You're underestimating it. Making honeycomb coal requires skill. The proportions of soil, water, and coal are all matters of expertise. Zhou Bin suddenly realized, indeed, he had been overly simplistic in his thinking. These seemingly trivial techniques directly influenced the quality of the coal balls, an area where he admittedly lacked knowledge. He promptly asked, Dad, what do you suggest we do? Zhou Jiaming advised, I think you need to find someone skilled in this area to teach you and the others. Zhou Bin nodded, That's true. But who would possess such expertise? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Jiaming recalled, I believe there is an old man from Donyuan village who used to work in a coal yard. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin recognized that this was Xiao Hua's village. With this thought in mind, he hurried to find Aniu. Aniu was at home animatedly recounting his dining experience in the county to Lu Ju and Xiao. Upon seeing Zhou Bin, he exclaimed with a smile, Brother, what brings you here? Please, take a seat. Lu Junyi chimed in with a grin. Hey, Zhou Bin, how come you're so impressive? You even speak a foreign language? Zhou Bin grinned back. Don't listen to Aniu's tall tales. I only know a little. Aniu, however, retorted loudly. I am not boasting. You babbled on for half the day. Is that just a little? Lu Junyi sincerely remarked, Zhou Bin, it is indeed a blessing for a Nyo to follow you. Please take the time to educate him. Zhou Bin chuckled, Uncle Lu, rest assured, I will certainly guide him. A Nyo inquired, Brother, what brings you here? Zhou Bin playfully asked, "Anyo, how have things been with Xiao lately?" Anyo was taken aback by the question, his face flushing as he lowered his head and replied, "Nothing much, just the usual." Lu Junyi interjected, "This boy is simply too shy. He praises the girl yet hesitates to approach her. You're no noble scion. If she finds someone else, you'll be left in the lurch." Anyo, feeling increasingly bashful, murmured, "Dad, please don't say that." Zhou Bin laughed heartily. "Anyo, your father speaks the truth. If you have feelings, you must pursue them. If you remain cooped up at home, how will she ever know your intentions?" Anyo, feeling embarrassed, stammered, I want to go, but I don't know what to say." Zhou Bin couldn't help but chuckle. "You, a grown man. Why are you still so bashful? Here, let me take you. Let's go and meet Xiao and her father." Anyo looked up in surprise. "Brother, you're coming with me?" Zhou Bin nodded. "Yes, indeed. How does that sound?" Anyo displayed a hesitant expression, unsure of what to do. Lu Junyi playfully smacked his head. "You timid boy. Your brother is busy enough. Yet he has offered to take you, and you still hesitate?" Anyo, startled by the playful hit, quickly exclaimed, "Brother, I'll go. I'll go." Zhou Bin promptly clarified, "Uncle Lu, please don't scold Anyo. I'm not only taking him to see Xiao, but I also need to find someone." Lu Junyi, intrigued, asked, "Find someone? Who are you looking for?" Zhou Bin replied, "I heard from my father that there's an old man in the village who used to work at the coal yard. I'm thinking of inviting him to assist me." Lu Junyi pondered for a moment and said, "Oh, you must be referring to old man Zhang-san." Zhou Bin quickly asked, "Uncle Lu, do you know this person?" Lu Junyi chuckled, "I've met that old fellow. He is quite eccentric and has a temper. According to the villagers, he has lived alone in a dilapidated cave on the western edge of the village for years." Zhou Bin queried, "Does he have any sons or daughters?" Lu Junyi responded, "It seems not. He is known to be a solitary old man who has never married." Zhou Bin felt curious about the kind of person this old man was and wondered why he had never wed. He decided to ask when he visited the next day, uncertain if he could persuade him to come. Once the conversation concluded, Zhou Bin advised before leaving, "Anyo, grab some crabs and river shrimp, and buy some snacks and sugar. After breakfast tomorrow, we will head to Donyuan village." Anyo eagerly agreed, and Zhou Bin departed with a smile. The next day, after breakfast, Zhou Bin came to find Anyo. Upon seeing him, Zhou Bin grinned. Anyo had donned a new outfit and styled his hair to a shine, resembling a dandy. Zhou Bin teased, "Anyo, you look quite handsome today." Anyo grinned sheepishly. "Brother, please don't make fun of me." Zhou Bin inquired, "Have you prepared the gifts for your future father-in-law?" Anyo replied cheerfully, "Brother, don't worry. I have everything ready, and I even bought a pack of cigarettes." Zhou Bin remarked with approval, "That's the spirit. When visiting Xiao home, you must be generous. The young lady is quite charming, and surely many have their eyes on her. You need to make an effort." Anyo nodded and replied, "Brother, I will heed your advice and strive to make a good impression." Zhou Bin laughed heartily and said, "Excellent, let us be on our way." The tricycle emitted a plume of black smoke as it chugged towards Donyuan village. Before long, they arrived at Wang Xiaojuan's doorstep. A group of people was gathered outside, chatting casually. Upon seeing the arrival of the tricycle, their eyes lit up with intrigue. Such a vehicle was a rarity at the time. There wasn't a single one in the village. The onlookers scrutinized the two men with curiosity, pondering their purpose. As Anyo noticed the crowd's gaze fixed upon him, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He dreaded such attention. Had he been alone, he would have surely turned and fled. An elderly woman whispered to a younger woman beside her, "Who are these two?" The younger woman giggled, covering her mouth. Could they be Xiaojuan's suitors? The old woman perked up at this suggestion, exclaiming, "Is that so? Oh my, that young man is quite handsome." A nearby matron chimed in, "Look at them driving that tricycle. They must be quite well off." Another young woman remarked, "How did Xiaojuan find such a charming and wealthy partner? Truly impressive." Listening to the chatter, Anyo's face turned as red as a ripe peach, wishing desperately for a place to hide. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin descended the vehicle with a smile, producing cigarettes to offer to several men, saying, "Greetings, everyone. I'm here to see Uncle Wang." An old man accepted the cigarette with delight upon noticing the brand, exclaiming, "You all should come in. He is at home." Zhou Bin nodded to the crowd, urging, "Anyo, let us go." Anyo hastily gathered his items and scurried inside. His head bowed. The spectators behind them murmured in admiration, remarking on how fortunate Xiaojuan was to have found such a remarkable partner. Chapter 107. Xiaojuan's new job. Wang Xiaojuan was at home, shucking corn, when she suddenly heard a commotion outside. Just as she was about to step out to investigate, the front door swung open, and Zhou Bin entered. Upon seeing him, Xiaojuan greeted him with a smile. "Bingo, you've come." Zhou Bin replied, "Not only I, but Anyo is here as well." Xiaojuan paused, feeling a bit shy, and said, "Oh, Well, he's here. Anyo, sweating profusely, entered with a grin. Still rattled from the crowd outside. Xiaojuan, are you at home? He beamed. Xiaojuan frowned slightly and asked, what brings you here? Anyo, taken aback, stammered, I came to see you. Zhou Bin, noticing her tone, chuckled, realizing that Xiaojuan seemed a tad displeased, likely due to Anyo's infrequent visits. Anyo, why are you dawdling? Quickly present your gifts to Xiaojuan. Anyo hurriedly stepped forward, saying, Xiaojuan, I brought you some crabs and river shrimp. And here are your favorite snacks. Oh, and this is a golden monkey for your uncle. A faint smile graced Wang Xiaojuan's face as she remarked, why bring so many things if you wouldn't come? At that moment, Wang Lixing emerged, and upon spotting the two, he warmly greeted, Zhou Bin, Anyo, you have arrived. Please, come inside. Zhou Bin replied with a smile. Uncle, Anyo came to visit you and Auntie, and I took the opportunity to handle some matters. Anyo promptly approached with the items in hand, saying, Uncle, this is a little something I brought for you and Auntie. Wang Lixing accepted the gifts with a beaming smile, urging, come inside and sit. Xiaojuan, why are you still standing there? Pour some water for Zhou Bin and Anyo. Blushing, Wang Xiaojuan hurried to fetch the water while Zhou Bin and Anyo settled into the living room. Zhou Bin inquired with a smile, Uncle, how is Annie's health? Wang Lixing sighed. Well, it's just as it has been, fluctuating between good and bad. Zhou Bin quickly exchanged a knowing glance with Anyo, who remained puzzled and unaware of the implication. With a hint of exasperation, Zhou Bin suggested, Anyo, let us go pay a visit to Annie and say hello. Anyo, finally awakening to the situation, followed Zhou Bin to greet Xiaojuan's mother, exchanging a few words before returning to the main room. By then, Xiaojuan had prepared the water and eagerly brought it over to Zhou Bin, shyly serving Anyo as well. Zhou Bin cheerfully asked, Uncle Wang, how have you been lately? Wang Lixing replied with a smile, oh, the same as always. Zhou Bin, I've heard word that you've made quite a name for yourself. The entire village is abuzz. Zhou Bin was taken aback. Uncle Wang, is that true? Xiaojuan chimed in, indeed. Everyone in our village knows that Zhou Bin is helping to build a school in Beiyuan village. Zhou Bin sighed in exasperation. How did this become common knowledge? Xiaojuan responded, what is the big deal? It's a good thing, and everyone is praising you. Anyo added, my brother is doing exceptionally well. He is even planning to open a coal yard. Wang Lixing exclaimed, a coal yard? My goodness, that is a substantial business. Zhou Bin chuckled. It's merely a small stall. I haven't even started yet. Xiaojuan expressed her genuine admiration. Brother Bin, how do you manage to achieve so much? Everyone says you are the most capable person in our village. Zhou Bin couldn't help but laugh. Xiaojuan, you mustn't say that. I hardly consider myself capable. It's Anyo who has been a tremendous help. Without him, I wouldn't have accomplished much. Anyo, hearing Zhou Bin praise him in front of Xiaojuan, beamed with joy. Zhou Bin continued, Xiaojuan, once the coal yard opens, would you like to join? I could offer you a salary. Upon hearing this, Wang Lixing and Wang Xiaojuan were momentarily stunned, and Anyo was equally surprised. Zhou Bin, noticing their astonished expressions, laughed, what? Are you unwilling to go? Wang Lixing was the first to regain his composure, eagerly responding, of course, I would love to. But what could Xiaojuan do there? Anyo intently watched Zhou Bin, curious about his response. Zhou Bin explained, when the coal yard opens, I will need someone to cook, and Xiaojuan has quite the culinary skills. It would be a perfect fit, with a monthly salary of 100 yuan. What do you say? Anyo, overjoyed, exclaimed, brother, that sounds wonderful. This is fantastic. Xiaojuan was trembling with excitement, hurriedly exclaiming, Bingu, I am willing. Thank you so much. Wang Lixing rubbed his hands together, his speech faltering. Zhou Bin, you have truly helped us immensely. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Zhou Bin chuckled. Oh, there's no need for such formality. I happen to need someone just like Xiaojuan, and she came to mind. Anyo chimed in, brother, your business is surely destined for great success. Zhou Bin laughed heartily. Anyo, once Xiaojuan joins us, you must take good care of her and ensure she is not wronged. Xiaojuan's cheeks flushed at the remark, and Anyo patted his chest, declaring, brother, rest assured, if anyone dares to bully Xiaojuan, I will deal with them severely. Wang Lixing looked at Anyo with gratitude, fully aware that without Anyo's support, Xiaojuan would not have secured this job. Their family's circumstances were dire, and this income would significantly ease their burdens. Xiaojuan was also immensely grateful to Anyo, realizing that it was he who had interceded with Bingu on her behalf. Wang Lixing then suggested, Xiaojuan, please prepare us some spicy noodle soup. Let us treat Zhou Bin and Anyo to a meal today. Xiaojuan agreed and went to prepare the food. Zhou Bin smiled and said, Wang Shu, you are too kind. There is no need for such trouble. Wang Lixing quickly waved his hand. That is not acceptable. You have rendered my family a tremendous service. And we must share a meal. Anyo added. Well, then, let us eat first and discuss afterward. Zhou Bin laughed, appreciating Anyo's straightforwardness. As he was not one for polite conversation, Wang Lixing discerned a deeper meaning in Anyo's words and inquired. Zhou Bin, you mentioned needing to attend to a matter. What is it? Zhou Bin proceeded to explain his intention to seek out the old man Zhang San. Upon hearing this, Wang Lixing remarked, Oh, you wish to find him? That old man is rather difficult to deal with. Zhou Bin immediately asked, Wang Shu, what exactly is the issue with him? Why is he considered so hard to approach? Wang Lixing replied, This old man has quite a temper and is very eccentric. If he finds even a single statement displeasing, he will send you away. Anyo, astonished, asked, Really? Are there such people? Wang Lixing chuckled. Indeed, the villagers all fear him. He is perceived as quite unapproachable. Zhou Bin nodded, I understand. But I still wish to seek him out. Anyo quickly interjected, Brother, if this old man is so difficult, why pursue him? Zhou Bin smiled. If I do not seek him, how will you guide us? Anyo hurriedly waved his hand. Brother, I cannot do that. Zhou Bin laughed. Precisely. We are all at a loss, aren't we? Wang Lixing interjected. You are correct. I have heard from the villagers that old man Zhang San is quite skilled. He was once a master in the coal mines of Qingbei and is proficient in many trades. Chapter 108. An eccentric old man after finishing their meal. Xiao Hua led Zhou Bin and Anyo to find the old man Zhang San. He resided in a dilapidated cave on the western edge of the village, living a solitary life and seldom conversing with the villagers. The trio followed the main road of the village westward, then meandered along a path overgrown with weeds, until a worn-down courtyard came into view before them. Xiao Hua gestured towards the courtyard and said, That is his home. Zhou Bin glanced over and noticed that parts of the courtyard wall had crumbled, with moss covering it, giving it an air of antiquity. In the yard stood a grand apricot tree, its branches lush and leafy. Approaching the front door, Zhou Bin gently knocked and inquired, Is anyone home? The courtyard was silent. With no response, he lightly pushed the door, which creaked open, and he stepped inside, followed by Anyo and Xiao Hua. The yard was overgrown with wild grass, now withered and yellow, exuding an aura of desolation. Zhou Bin approached the earthen house and called out, Is anyone home? The interior remained quiet, devoid of any reply. Reluctantly, he pushed the door open and entered. The room was dimly lit, appearing quite dark. Zhou Bin quickly noticed an elderly man squatting on the ground, intently staring at a chessboard without moving. Zhou Bin's sudden entrance startled him, and he quickly realized someone had entered. He immediately barked, Who are you? Who allowed you in? Zhou Bin swiftly replied, You must be Zhang Bo, right? I have a matter to discuss with you. At that moment, Xiao Hua and Anyo also entered, and Xiao Hua promptly stated, Zhang Bo, this is my brother Zhou Bin. He has come to ask you for a favor. Zhang Pingshan recognized them as the daughter of Wang Lixing, and his demeanor soured as he retorted, What do you all want? I don't have time. You should leave. Anyo thought to himself, Why is this old man so irritable? He can't even speak properly. However, Zhou Bin remained calm and said, Zhang Bo, I have an important matter that requires your assistance. As he spoke, he offered the old man a stick of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes. Upon receiving it, Zhang Pingshan noticed it was a fine cigarette, and his attitude softened slightly. What do you all want from me? I'm busy at the moment. While speaking, Zhou Bin had already lit the cigarette for him. Zhang Pingshan took a puff and then picked up a bowl of hot water to soak some bread. Returning his focus to the chessboard before him, Zhou Bin peered down and realized it was a stalemate. The old man was deep in thought. Zhou Bin chuckled and asked, Zhang Bo, are you playing chess? Zhang Pingshan, not lifting his head, replied, Zhou Bin reached out to make a move. But Zhang Pingshan abruptly pushed his hand away, exclaiming, What are you doing? I'm on the verge of figuring it out. Zhou Bin smiled and said, Zhang Bo, that move is incorrect. You should position your chariot to the side. Zhang Pingshan impatiently retorted, What do you know? Yet, as he followed Zhou Bin's finger, he suddenly exclaimed, Oh yes. If I place the chariot here, it will win. He looked up in astonishment and asked, Do you also know how to play chess? Zhou Bin replied with a grin, I know a little. Zhang Pingshan's interest piqued. That's wonderful. Let's play a game. Zhou Bin smiled slightly. All right. They set up the pieces and commenced their match. 5 minutes later, Zhang Pingshan, dejected, threw down his pieces and said, I lost. Come on, let's play another. Zhou Bin chuckled. No problem. A few minutes later, Zhang Pingshan, his face flushed, exclaimed, How did I lose again? This is unfortunate. Let us go again. Zhou Bin, maintaining his composure, replied, No problem. Thus, Zhang Pingshan engaged in 10 consecutive games with Zhou Bin, all resulting in defeat. Zhang Pingshan was drenched in sweat. his face flushed with embarrassment. He helplessly exclaimed, "Another loss. Why do I keep losing?" He had always held himself in high regard, believing his chess skills to be exceptional, unmatched by anyone in the entire Donyuan village. Yet, to his astonishment, he had lost 10 times in a row today. Finally, he remarked, "You're quite skilled. Aren't you? I truly didn't see that coming." Zhou Bin chuckled, "I'm merely playing for fun. I'm not that impressive." Zhang Pingshan's gaze towards Zhou Bin gradually shifted, urgency creeping into his voice. "How exactly did you play? Please, enlighten me." Zhou Bin, adopting a more serious demeanor, replied, "Well, that is a long story." Zhang Pingshan, feeling anxious, pressed, "Do tell." Zhou Bin playfully inquired, "Uncle Zhang, didn't you once work at the Qinbei coal mine?" In order to coax Zhou Bin into teaching him, Zhang Pingshan patiently answered, "Yes, what of it?" Zhou Bin, with a sly grin, responded, "Well, you'll have to wait until I finish my story before I share anything with you." Completely captivated by Zhou Bin's chess prowess, Zhang Pingshan quickly urged, "All right, please, share your matters with me." Zhou Bin then revealed his intentions for this visit, causing Zhang Pingshan's expression to change dramatically. He bluntly stated, "That matter is out of the question. You should seek someone else." Zhou Bin was taken aback. Why not? Aniu and Xiaojuan exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his reluctance. Zhou Bin, not being a fool, was offering his services without charge, which was indeed peculiar. Zhang Pingshan resolutely declared, "No particular reason. I simply do not wish to go." Seeing that this old man was not easily swayed, Zhou Bin's mind began to churn with strategy. He sighed, "What a pity. Aniu, Xiaojuan, let us be on our way." As he turned to leave, Zhang Pingshan hurriedly seized him. "You can't leave. You haven't explained your reasoning." Zhou Bin, unwavering, asserted, "Since you refuse my request, why should I share anything with you?" "Aniu, let us go?" Zhang Pingshan, gazing at the chessboard, expressed his anxiety. "Oh, don't rush. Please." Zhou Bin feigned impatience. "You're unwilling, and I have matters to attend to. I cannot waste time on this." In a moment of desperation, as Zhou Bin prepared to depart, Zhang Pingshan grasped Zhou Bin's arm and implored, "Please don't leave. Hear me out." Recognizing that his tactic was effective, Zhou Bin halted and asked, "What more do you wish to say?" Zhang Pingshan, with an ingratiating demeanor, pleaded, "Could you first tell me how you played the first game?" Zhou Bin smiled and said, "Very well, I shall share my thoughts with you." He then explained his strategy, and Zhang Pingshan nodded in understanding, exclaiming, "You truly are a master. I'm quite impressed." Zhou Bin, growing impatient, queried, "Do you have anything else?" "I must be on my way." Zhang Pingshan, realizing his position, conceded, "Please, don't leave just yet. It's not that I don't want to go, but rather that I cannot." Zhou Bin felt a surge of curiosity. "Why can't you go?" Anyo echoed, "Indeed, this shouldn't be a challenge for you. Why are you unable to go?" Zhang Pingshan's eyes suddenly reddened, and he murmured, "I once vowed never to return to the coal mines." Chapter 109. Distant memories. Zhou Bin observed the old man Zhang San with surprise as he noticed the redness around his eyes. Xiao Hua and Anyo also gazed at Zhang Pingshan, bewildered by his sudden change. Zhou Bin tentatively inquired, "Uncle Zhang, what troubles you?" Zhang Pingshan sighed deeply, "Alas. Do you not find this lonely old man pitiable?" His words left everyone momentarily speechless, prompting a heavy silence to envelop them. Zhang Pingshan continued to speak to himself. "I have squandered my life, and even in death, I cannot find peace." Seeing Zhang Pingshan's agitation, Zhou Bin quickly replied, "Uncle Zhang, please do not be distressed. If there is something weighing on your mind, share it with us. Perhaps we can offer some advice." Zhang Pingshan waved his hand dismissively. "Let us go sit in the courtyard and enjoy the sun." The group followed him outside, settling at the base of a tree by the wall. Zhang Pingshan reached out, asking, "Do you have any cigarettes?" Zhou Bin promptly handed him one, and as Zhang Pingshan lit it, he gazed into the delicate blue smoke, lost in reminiscence. 60 years prior, Zhang Pingshan was born in Donyuan village. During those tumultuous times, life was exceedingly difficult, with children often succumbing to hunger or the bitter cold. Some families, desperate for a morsel of food, resorted to selling their children to survive. His family had 6 children, with him being the 4th among them, 2 younger sisters following. From the moment he was born, he often faced hunger, never having known a day of abundance. At the age of 15, calamity struck. A devastating disaster rendered the fields barren. A plague swept through the village, and within a month, his entire family perished from starvation and illness. Approximately 80% of the villagers fell victim to the merciless grips of disease and hunger, and he himself was left on the brink of death. Yet, at just 15, he refused to succumb to despair. He survived by foraging for tree bark and wild roots, eventually venturing beyond his home. He wandered as a beggar, homeless and aimless, until he encountered another beggar who spoke of coal in the north, claiming that mining it could provide sustenance. Inspired, he set forth, begging his way toward Bay. After 2 months of hardship, he finally arrived in Bay, where indeed, coal mines abounded. With a spirit of cautious optimism, he inquired about employment. To his astonishment, he was accepted, transforming from a beggar into a coal miner. He dreamt of securing enough food through his own labor to alter his tragic fate. Little did he know, this marked the beginning of an even more harrowing existence. The coal mines treated their workers with utter disdain, forcing them to toil relentlessly. A moment's hesitation would invite the wrath of brutal overseers wielding whips. Zhang Pingshan often endured severe beatings, his body marked with wounds and scars. He had attempted to escape, but was captured and beaten mercilessly. From that point onward, he resigned himself to his fate, realizing that escape was an elusive dream. At that time, he was young and quick-witted, gradually amassing a wealth of experience. He knew precisely where to mine for quality coal and how to blend it to enhance its burn efficiency. Over time, it became widely recognized that Zhang Pingshan possessed exceptional mining skills, and even the boss, who had previously regarded him as little more than a laborer, began to treat him with newfound respect. 5 fleeting years passed, and Zhang Pingshan had blossomed into a 20-year-old young man. Through sheer determination, he had risen from the depths of a coal pit worker to a small leader, finally liberated from the grueling labor in the mines. He was kind-hearted, always willing to assist those less fortunate, alleviating their suffering whenever possible. One day, while he was diligently working in the coal mine, a sudden commotion erupted outside. He hurried out to investigate. A crowd had gathered, clamoring and shouting in disarray. As he pushed through the throng, he was taken aback by the sight before him. His boss stood there with a young girl, her face ashen and trembling with fear. Upon seeing Zhang Pingshan approach, the boss exclaimed, "Pingshan, we have a new arrival. Take her down to the mine." The girl stood paralyzed, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Zhang Pingshan quickly inquired, "Boss, what is happening?" The boss pointed at the girl, explaining, "Her father owes me money and cannot repay it, so I am taking her as collateral." A heavy sigh escaped Zhang Pingshan's lips. He had encountered such situations before, but never had he seen a girl so young. The mine was no longer solely a male domain. Women had also been forced into that grim environment. The air was suffocating, devoid of light, and even the most basic of bodily functions had to be conducted within those dark confines. The women, driven by desperation, were often reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, no longer able to retain their dignity. This girl, appearing frail and delicate, was surely unprepared for such brutality. Zhang Pingshan felt a pang of sympathy, recalling his late sister, who had once been equally vulnerable and terrified. "Pingshan, why are you still standing there? Hurry and take her away," the boss barked. The girl, looking like a ghost, timidly gazed at Zhang Pingshan, tears cascading down her cheeks, yet she remained silent. Feeling his heart soften, Zhang Pingshan could not bear to see such suffering. Steeling himself, he said, "Boss, look at her. She is so frail. How can she possibly work? She might not survive 3 days in the mine." The boss stared at Zhang Pingshan in disbelief, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Oh, are you taken with her?" Zhang Pingshan's face flushed crimson. After all, he was just a young man of 20. The boss chuckled heartily. "What could you possibly see in her? There is not a shred of benefit to be had. If you're feeling restless, I can take you to town for some entertainment." His words incited laughter from those around them, some even letting out strange jeers. The girl's complexion grew even paler, her gaze fixed on the ground. Too frightened to look up, Zhang Pingshan quickly protested, "No, that is not it. Boss, our mine is short of someone to cook. Why not allow her to stay?" The boss gazed at Zhang Pingshan with a peculiar smile for a long moment before finally saying, "All right, I shall grant you this favor and allow her to cook. If you fancy her, I could even offer her to you. However, you must pay me a ransom, otherwise, I cannot agree." Zhang Pingshan hurriedly expressed his gratitude, prompting laughter from those around him, who jested that he had found himself a young bride. The girl remained silent, her head bowed. The boss bellowed, "Get back to work. You lot, what are you still doing here?" At the boss's outburst, everyone hastily fled, leaving him to embrace the woman and depart. In the blink of an eye, only Zhang Pingshan and the girl remained in the courtyard. Zhang Pingshan gently suggested, "Miss, why not step inside to rest for a moment?" Unexpectedly, the girl knelt before him with a thud, tears streaming down her face as she said, "Brother, thank you." Startled, Zhang Pingshan quickly helped her to her feet, exclaiming, "Miss, what are you doing? Please, get up." He guided her to his dwelling and offered her a bowl of water. The girl drank it all in one gulp, and as soon as she finished, she burst into tears, saying, "Brother, you are a good person. I know what to do." To his shock, She began to unfasten her buttons, prompting Zhang Pingshan to exclaim loudly, "Sister, what are you doing?" Chapter 110. A lifetime of attachment. Zhang Pingshan was taken aback and hastily intervened. "Sister, what are you doing?" Tears continued to flow down the girl's cheeks as she said, "Brother, you saved me. I have no way to repay you, so let me serve you." Zhang Pingshan's face flushed crimson, and he stammered, "Sister, you mustn't. Please, button up." Under his insistence, the girl finally ceased her actions. He let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Sister, you nearly frightened me to death." The girl's tears flowed again as she reiterated, "Brother, you truly are a good person. Thank you." Sensing the atmosphere was becoming stifling, Zhang Pingshan quickly inquired, "Sister, what is your name?" Feeling shy, the girl replied, "Brother, my name is Han Suiping." Zhang Pingshan responded, "Suiping, do not be disheartened. The situation is as it is, so you may stay here for now, and we shall devise a plan later." Han Suiping nodded, "Brother, I owe you my life. Otherwise, I would not have survived. I will never forget your kindness." Zhang Pingshan waved his hand with a smile. "Oh, sister, do not be so polite. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to me. My words still hold some weight." Han Suiping glanced at the handsome young man, a blush rising to her cheeks. With Zhang Pingshan's assistance, she was assigned a somewhat better living arrangement. Her task was to help two older women prepare meals for the miners, thus sparing her from laboring in the mines. The people at the mine began to refer to Suiping as Zhang Pingshan's little wife, and consequently, no one dared to harbor ill intentions towards her. Gradually, the frail Han Suiping's complexion improved, and her health began to recover. 1 year later, Han Suiping had transformed completely. She had gained weight, and a feminine grace radiated from her. Ever since she started assisting with cooking, she had been devising ways to secretly bring delicious food to Zhang Pingshan. Sometimes, she would even forego her own meals, saving them instead for Zhang Pingshan. She frequently visited to assist him with laundry and tidying the house, almost as if she were his wife. Cui Ping's presence transformed Zhang Pingshan's life. He suddenly felt a renewed sense of purpose. After a long day's toil, her companionship and the warmth of her gestures, helping him with chores and engaging in conversation, brought him immense comfort. As the years passed, their bond deepened, blossoming into a quiet affection and dreams of a shared future. However, since Cui Ping had come as part of a debt settlement, Zhang Pingshan knew he had to earn enough to secure her freedom before he could marry her. Thus, he worked tirelessly, striving to accumulate the funds necessary to redeem her. Cui Ping noticed his relentless efforts and felt a pang of love in her heart, realizing that all his hard work was for her sake. Accordingly, she became even more tender towards him, offering her heartfelt care to soothe his weary spirit. Just as Zhang Pingshan was on the verge of earning enough to rescue her, calamity struck. One fateful day, as the villagers were engaged in their usual activities, a band of ruthless bandits burst through the door. They began to indiscriminately attack, sending everyone into a panicked flight for safety, and even the coal mine owner fell victim to a gunshot. Coincidentally, Cui Ping emerged from the kitchen just as she encountered the marauders. The bandits, taken aback by her beauty, quickly seized her. In a desperate attempt to save her, Zhang Pingshan sprinted out upon hearing her cries. However, the bandits would not allow him to interfere. A bullet struck him in the abdomen, and he collapsed to the ground. In that moment, he lost consciousness, and the subsequent events were relayed to him by those who survived. It was said that upon seeing Zhang Pingshan fall, Cui Ping frantically broke free from the bandit's grasp and rushed to his side. Yet, despite her fervent calls, he remained unresponsive, having already succumbed to his injuries. Overwhelmed with grief, Cui Ping wept inconsolably, her heart shattered. Meanwhile, the bandits approached, intent on capturing her once more. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to fight back, but the bandits merely laughed, treating her as a mere plaything. In a display of fierce determination, Cui Ping unleashed a torrent of energy, akin to an enraged lion, striking out at her captors. The bandits, amused, evaded her attempts, chuckling at her futile efforts. Just as she aimed to strike another bandit, a bullet struck her calf, causing her to collapse. With no further resistance, the bandits seized her and departed. Once the danger had passed, those who had been hiding emerged to assess Zhang Pingshan's condition. Fortunately, he had survived. The wound, though serious, had not been fatal. However, Cui Ping was gone, taken by the bandits, and her whereabouts became a haunting mystery. Zhang Pingshan was left utterly desolate, consumed by guilt for not being able to save her, an anguish he would carry for the rest of his life. With the mine no longer operational, his spirit was crushed. He could no longer muster the will to work there. Dragging his wounded body, he returned to his hometown, a shadow of his former self. From that moment forth, whenever Zhang Pingshan thought of Cui Ping, his eyes would brim with tears, overwhelmed by emotion. He was uncertain of Cui Ping's whereabouts, or whether she still drew breath. Witnessing the calamity that befell his beloved shattered his heart. Consequently, burdened by a lifetime of guilt, he chose to live alone in his hometown, never to marry. Even at the age of 65, the memory of Cui Ping's disappearance lingered in his heart as if it were but yesterday. Thus, in his eyes, that coal mine became a place of profound sorrow, and he wished never to have any association with it again. Upon hearing Zhang Pingshan's tale, a wave of sympathy washed over the listeners. It turned out that this peculiar old man harbored a poignant story of his own, which explained his perpetually somber demeanor. Zhou Bin couldn't help but reflect on the multitude of such pitiable elders, like old Lady Lu. With this thought, Zhou Bin offered words of comfort. Uncle Zhang, so much time has passed, you needn't dwell in sorrow any longer. If Aunt Han were aware of your state, it would surely sadden her. Xiao Hua's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had not anticipated that this old man could possess such deep affection. She gently added, Uncle Zhang, my brother Bin is right. We must look forward. If you remain in such despair, what if one day Aunt Han returns and finds you in this state? How heart-wrenching that would be. A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhang Pingshan's eyes. Do you think she might return? Xiao Huan quickly responded, it's hard to say. Perhaps one day you will awaken to find her back. Anu chimed in. Indeed, it's unpredictable. Zhang Pingshan's heart stirred as if ripples had suddenly disturbed a long-still pond. He had never confided the secrets he had held for decades. Today, these young souls had broken his silence, and he felt a sense of relief. Seizing the moment, Zhou Bin smiled and said, they are right. You must take care of yourself. If Aunt Han comes back and you are no longer here, that would be tragic. Zhang Pingshan fell into a contemplative silence, and Zhou Bin thought to himself, this old man may indeed have a chance. Chapter 111. The coal mine officially opened. Seeing that Zhang Pingshan appeared to be swayed, Zhou Bin promptly suggested, Uncle Zhang, you cannot remain cooped up at home all day. It will only lead to illness. Why not come and help me? I'll pay you a monthly salary of 120. What do you say? Zhang Pingshan hesitated. I have made a vow. Zhou Bin responded with a smile. What is there to fear about your vow? Now, you do this not just for yourself, but in hope of Aunt Han's return. Earning some money and improving your life is also for her sake. Zhang Pingshan murmured. You're right. If I were to perish now, I would never see her again. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Bin urged, come help me. I know many people who might assist in gathering information. There could be leads yet uncovered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Pingshan's eyes brightened. Yes, that's a splendid idea. Please keep an eye out for me. Zhou Bin grinned. So you agree? For the first time, a rare smile graced Zhang Pingshan's face. Agreed. You're a clever lad. I shall lend you my assistance. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Bin was elated. With the assistance of the old man, his subsequent endeavors would undoubtedly become much more manageable. Both Nio and Xiao Huan gazed at Zhou Bin with admiration, thinking to themselves how impressive he was to have won over such a difficult character. Zhou Bin informed him that in a few days, once the paperwork was completed, he would invite him over. Just as he intended to leave, Zhang Pingshan abruptly seized him, exclaiming, You cannot depart yet. Zhou Bin, taken aback, inquired, Is there something else? Zhang Pingshan, in a state of urgency, replied, You haven't yet shared how you managed to win against me. Zhou Bin chuckled heartily. Oh, I almost forgot. Allow me to enlighten you now. The group lingered at Zhang Pingshan's residence for a considerable time before finally taking their leave. Upon returning to Xiao Huan's home, she recounted their visit to Zhang Pingshan to her father. Wang Lixing couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising Zhou Bin as a remarkable individual. After a brief conversation, they bid farewell and headed home. As they departed, Wang Lixing and Xiao Huan accompanied them to the gate, waiting until their figures faded from sight before turning back. Those chatting nearby remarked on how pleasing this son-in-law seemed, having spent such a lengthy time with them. Upon returning home, Li Nan informed Zhou Bin that Zhang Hongwei had ordered 400 pounds of crabs and 400 pounds of river shrimp. Zhou Bin nodded with a smile. Li Nan, it seems you are now quite capable of handling things on your own. Li Nan felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment, responding, Brother Bin, I cannot rely on handouts forever. I am glad to lend a helping hand. Zhou Bin laughed heartily. You are doing splendidly, with you around. I need not worry when I am out conducting business. Subsequently, Zhou Bin went to inspect the coal pit in the cornfield, finding everything in order. Now, it merely awaited the completion of the paperwork before they could officially commence operations. 20 days swiftly passed, and the village of Beiyuan welcomed the onset of winter. With the weather growing increasingly frigid, the villagers eagerly anticipated the opening of the coal yard, eager to begin extracting coal for warmth. Zhou Bin also felt a sense of urgency. Logically, the paperwork should have been finalized by now. Unable to contain his impatience any longer, he decided to inquire at the township. Just as he was about to step outside, the village head arrived, accompanied by township head Lu. Upon seeing Zhou Bin, Lu promptly stated, "Zhou Bin, I apologize for the wait. The paperwork has been completed, and I have brought it to you." Zhou Bin hurriedly welcomed them into his home, serving them tea. "Oh dear, it is quite an honor for the leaders to personally come for this matter. I feel rather guilty," Zhou Bin remarked while offering them cigarettes. Township head Lu smiled. "You are the first individual in our township to engage in a side business, so I certainly must give it due attention. I hope that as you prosper, you will also help those around you to thrive." Zhou Bin replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I will not forget my fellow villagers." Lu nodded, saying, "Let me know when you are ready to open. I will bring people to congratulate you." Zhou Bin quickly responded, "Certainly, I will invite you in advance." The three conversed for a while longer before Lu and the village head took their leave. Shortly thereafter, Li Nan returned from her outing. Since Xiao Hua started school, she has had a bit more leisure time, which she often spends wandering through the village. One day, she noticed Zhou Bin with a beaming smile and playfully inquired, "Brother Bin, what brings you such joy?" Zhou Bin replied with a sly grin, "Guess." After a moment's contemplation, Li Nan suggested, "Has the paperwork for the coal yard been finalized?" Zhou Bin, grinning, affirmed, "Clever. The leadership just delivered it to me." As he spoke, he proudly displayed the documents to Li Nan, who was equally elated. The following day, Zhou Bin commenced preparations for the grand opening, gathering helpers for a meeting to arrange the necessary tasks. After 2 days of diligent preparation, on the morning of the third day, the coal yard was finally ready for its official inauguration. Zhou Bin had given it a resounding name, Binfeng Coal Yard. After breakfast, villagers eagerly brought their tools, making their way to the site, where the narrow path had been widened and gravel laid down. Banners hung from trees near the coal pit, and others were busy decorating with balloons. A patch of land in the cornfield had been leveled, providing ample space for everyone to stand. Before long, the village head, along with township leaders Lu and vice head Li, arrived. The atmosphere was festive, reminiscent of a celebration. Zhou Bin invited the leaders to speak, and after their remarks, Niu and Li Jun set off firecrackers, their crackling sound eliciting applause and cheers from the crowd. Zhou Bin proclaimed to all, "Binfeng Coal Yard is officially open." The crowd responded with another round of enthusiastic applause, the scene brimming with joy. Once the village and township leaders concluded their speeches and departed, Zhou Bin began organizing work. He specifically assigned 10 individuals to construct a simple shelter to guard against rain and snow, while the remainder, under the guidance of Zhang Pingshan, commenced coal excavation. Without hesitation, Zhang Pingshan descended into the coal pit for a thorough inspection, then pointed eastward, instructing, "Dig along this direction." 30 workers wielding shovels and picks began to unearth the soil. And soon enough, the dark coal seam was revealed. Zhang Pingshan picked up a lump of coal, igniting it to reveal a pale blue flame, and exclaimed with excitement, "This coal is of exceptional quality, top-grade coal." Cheers erupted from the crowd, who felt truly blessed by fortune. Through their united efforts, they quickly dug a small pit. Some excavated coal while others transported it using bamboo baskets, storing the extracted coal beneath the makeshift shelter. By noon, Li Nan, Aunt Zhao, Xiao Hua, and Lu Funyi arrived with a cart, delivering meals for everyone. After a half-hour break post-lunch, they resumed their work. Thus, after a week, they had excavated 15 tons of coal, creating a substantial coal pile. Zhou Bin conferred with Zhang Pingshan and decided to pause for the time being to begin trial production of coal balls. Zhou Bin's intention had always been to process the coal into briquettes for sale, as selling loose coal yielded insufficient profit. However, he planned to retain a portion of the loose coal for emergencies. After a week of labor, the coal yard had successfully opened 5 pits, and production was rapidly increasing. After enjoying breakfast that day, Zhou Bin and Niu transported the coal briquetting machine they had purchased to the coal yard, awaiting the arrival of Zhang Pingshan to commence the production of coal balls. Chapter 112. The handmade honeycomb coal officially emerges shortly thereafter. Zhang Pingshan arrived, dressed in a thick cotton coat. Zhou Bin eagerly approached him from afar, cheerfully offering him a cigarette, and inquired, "Uncle Zhang, shall we start making coal balls today?" Zhang Pingshan lit the cigarette, glanced at the coal pile, and replied, "Indeed, I will give it a try first." Zhou Bin quickly gathered everyone together. Wang Quanhua, Wang Haichao, and Zheng Deming helped transport coal, while Niu and Li Jun fetched water, and the other 3 young men brought yellow soil. Following Zhang Pingshan's instructions, they began to add soil and water, subsequently mixing the materials. In no time, the coal pile for briquetting was ready. Zhang Pingshan brought forth the coal machine, forcefully poked it into the coal pile, and swiftly moved aside, gently squeezing the handle of the machine, causing a honeycomb coal ball to drop. He repeated the process, quickly producing a second coal ball. The onlookers marveled, praising the old man's skill. The products indeed looked impressive. After crafting 10 coal balls, Zhang Pingshan turned to Zhou Bin and declared, "No problem, everyone can start making them now." Thus, Zhou Bin called upon the group to join in the production of coal balls, with over 30 individuals participating. Zhang Pingshan provided guidance, and before long, everyone had mastered the technique. Satisfied, Zhang Pingshan nodded, affirming, "It should be fine now." Zhou Bin promptly instructed everyone to continue following the previous method, mixing the coal thoroughly before proceeding to the next stage. Consequently, a fervent atmosphere enveloped the worksite as the group industriously labored. By evening, they had collectively produced over 6,000 coal balls, neatly stacked into a sizable pile. With a simple fence erected around the coal yard, they merely closed the gate for the night. The following day, Zhou Bin organized 10 individuals to continue mining and transporting coal, while the remaining 30 resumed the production of coal balls. The weather was favorable, and Zhang Pingshan encouraged everyone to flip the coal balls, ensuring they received ample sunlight. After a week, Zhou Bin's coal yard had yielded an impressive 43,000 honeycomb coals. Among them, 20,000 were fully dried, prompting Zhou Bin to purchase a coal stove to conduct a fire test. Anyo stuffed the stove with mugwort and added some tree branches before igniting it. Soon, flames erupted within the stove. Zhou Bin used tongs to place a coal ball atop, and before long, the honeycomb coal ignited, emitting a gentle blue flame. The group gathered around the stove, warmth enveloping their hands in an instant. After warming his hands for a while, Zhang Pingshan remarked, "This coal ball is undoubtedly reliable and burns well." Surrounded by the stove, the group laughed and chatted joyfully, relishing the warmth derived from their labor. Zhou Bin promptly decided to distribute the coal balls to the villagers, ensuring they would no longer suffer from the cold. According to the distribution, each household received 400 pieces of coal, sufficient for warming throughout the winter. After breakfast, the village head summoned everyone to the coal yard, where, following the list, each family was allocated 400 pieces of coal, totaling approximately 15,000 pieces. Families joyfully arrived with carts to collect their coal, except for the household of Zhou Kai. Zhou Bin smiled faintly, thinking it was for the better. Even if they had come, they would not receive any. After half a day, everyone had transported their respective coal back home. Zhou Bin used a tricycle to bring home 800 pieces of coal, as he intended to install 2 stoves in his and his father's house, ensuring warmth for all. With coal in hand, the villagers were ecstatic, and soon, groups of them flocked to the town to purchase coal stoves. The streets in town were soon devoid of stoves, leaving many curious as to why so many from Beiyuan village were buying stoves this year. After bringing the stoves home, each household began to ignite their fires. Zhou Bin's family included. He had bought 2 new stoves, placing them in the yard. Zhou Jianming gathered reeds and firewood, arranging them in the stove. As Zhou Bin struck the match, and soon, flames danced upward. Little Hua, on her weekend break, joyfully hopped around the stove, exclaiming, "Dad, it's so warm by this stove." Zhou Bin, with a beaming smile, replied, "Once we light the coal balls, it will be even warmer." He placed 2 coal balls into the stoves, and before long, they were both ablaze. Zhou Jianming's wrinkled face broke into a smile as he called out, "Xiao Hua, come quickly, this stove is quite warm." Xiao Hua extended her hand, warming it by the fire, and soon exclaimed, "Wow, my hands are so warm." Li Nan nearby chuckled and cautioned, "Xiao Hua, be careful not to burn yourself." Meanwhile, Lu Junyi was also enjoying life with his 2 grandsons, who were laughing heartily as they warmed themselves by the fire. Anyo was busy, perspiring profusely, continually reminding them to be cautious of the flames. Zhou Difu's home too was enveloped in blue smoke, as he finally utilized a coal stove this winter. The air in Beiyuan village was infused with the scent of smoke and warmth, accompanied by sounds of laughter and joy. Yet, amidst this cozy atmosphere, one household remained cold and desolate, that of Zhou Jianren. Ever since Zhou Jianren and Lu Ailing were imprisoned, and their 2 wives left with the children, only Zhou Kai, his wife Han Wan, and 1 child remained. Their home felt like an ice cellar, chilling enough to make one shiver. Han Wan, fuming, scolded, "All you do is sleep. My child and I are freezing. Why don't you think of a solution?" Zhou Kai, wrapped in blankets on the Kong, replied, "Didn't you go to collect coal? Why didn't you get any?" Han Wan, irate, retorted, "It's all your worthless parents' fault. I hadn't even reached the front when they sent me back, saying there's no coal for us." Zhou Kai suddenly sat up, asking, "Did you inquire?" Han Wan, unwilling to accept defeat, said, "As soon as I approached, I ran into Lu Junyi, who sneered and told me to hurry back, saying there was none for me." Zhou Kai, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "That dog. He looks down on me." Han Wan, full of complaints, retorted, "It's all because of those two old fools, and those two who are caught in the crossfire. They offended Zhou Bin, and now we are the ones suffering." Zhou Kai scolded, "Mind your language. Look at their predicament, and yet you still insult them. Do you have any conscience?" Han Wan shot back, "They brought this upon themselves. A lifetime of selfishness, and now their two sons are gone, leaving them to rot in a cell." Zhou Bin, growing impatient, snapped, "Could you keep it down? I still need to sleep." Enraged, Han Wan shouted, "Sleep, sleep. All you know is to sleep. Are you a pig? We're freezing to death here." Zhou Kai, irritated by her insults, retorted, "Why are you blaming me? What can I do? Let me tell you, once I start working in the county, this issue will be resolved." Han Wan, further incensed, replied, "You keep saying you're going to work, but why haven't you gone yet?" Zhou Kai, with a look of disdain, snapped, "You know nothing. I'm going to go soon." Han Wan stormed off in anger, while Zhou Kai resumed his slumber under the covers. At Zhou Bin's home, several individuals gathered around the stove, sipping tea and engaging in pleasant conversation, completely oblivious to the plight of the Zhou Jianren family. Having resolved the warmth issue for the entire village, the next task was to find a market for the briquettes. Chapter 113. A rare sight on Prosperous Street the following day. Zhou Bin loaded 1,000 briquettes onto a cart and called upon Nyo to accompany him to Prosperous Street to test the waters. They even brought along a stove to start a fire as they set off on their three-wheeled vehicle toward the bustling street. With a market taking place that day, they anticipated a good number of people, making it an excellent opportunity for promotion. Before long, the duo arrived at Prosperous Street. Although the sun shone brightly, the temperature was quite low, prompting market-goers to don thick cotton jackets and shoes, all bundled up like dumplings. Zhou Bin parked the cart in a conspicuous spot, set up the stove, and placed 4 or 5 small stools beside it. He then urged Nyo to call out to the crowd. Nyo raised his voice, "Dear villagers, it's freezing out here. Come over and warm yourselves. It's free." His shout immediately drew attention, piquing the curiosity of passers-by. Seeing the interest, Nyo shouted even louder, "On a day like this, you could freeze to death. Come and warm up. Just a little heat will make you feel better." Before long, an old man with stone glasses and a pipe approached, extending his hand even before reaching them. "Young man, what are you up to?" the old man inquired with a smile. Zhou Bin quickly replied, "We are selling briquettes and offering a chance for everyone to warm up." The old man looked toward the three-wheeled cart and chuckled. "So, you mean if we don't buy, we can't warm ourselves?" As he spoke, he leaned his hand against the stove, muttering, "Ah, this fire is quite lively." Nyo grinned, "Uncle, feel free to warm up, it's on the house." The old man, while warming himself, asked, "Where do you come from?" Nyo replied cheerfully, "We hail from Beiyuan village." The old man's interest piqued, he asked, "From Beiyuan village? Do you know a fellow named Zhou Bin?" "Yes, quite the capable man." Nyo chuckled and said, "Uncle, this is my brother Zhou Bin." Zhou Bin immediately responded with a smile, "Uncle, I am indeed Zhou Bin." The old man widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at Zhou Bin, exclaiming, "Ah, so you are Zhou Bin? What a handsome young man you are." Zhou Bin, smiling, replied, "Uncle, you flatter me." The old man, brimming with excitement, inquired, "I heard you contributed money to build a school for your village and helped everyone earn money alongside you. Is that true?" Nyo quickly interjected, "Indeed. My brother Bin donated 5,000 yuan to construct a school for our village and even established a coal yard, allowing everyone to earn money. This coal comes from our village coal yard." Upon hearing this, the old man gasped in surprise, 5,000 yuan? My goodness, that is quite a sum. You truly are a great philanthropist." Zhou Bin smiled modestly. "Uncle, I cannot claim such a title. I merely offered a little assistance." The old man looked at Zhou Bin with increasing admiration, showering him with compliments. He then asked, "This coal looks good. How much is it per piece?" Zhou Bin replied with a grin, 20 cents each. They can burn for half a day. You can cook, keep warm, and even boil water." The old man glanced at the light blue flames in the stove and remarked, "That isn't too expensive. I just wonder how long it lasts." Zhou Bin, while handing him a cigarette, assured him, "This is quality coal. It will last, and you'll see for yourself." The old man took the cigarette and warmed himself by the fire. Suddenly, an old woman approached, and the old man quickly called out, "Auntie, come warm yourself. It's quite cozy here." The old woman, curious, walked over and asked, "What are you warming up?" Nyo cheerfully replied, "Auntie, warming up here is free. Come and get warm." The old woman smiled as she approached, warming herself while exclaiming, "This stove is quite effective. It's so warm, I was freezing today." The old man shared with her the news about Zhou Bin selling coal, which piqued her interest. She moved closer to the cart, her eyes lighting up with delight, saying, "Oh, it's so cold. With a stove, it would be warm. I'd like to buy 200 yuan worth of coal, but I can't carry it home. Upon hearing this, Zhou said, That's simple. I can deliver it to your home. The old woman, thrilled, replied, You will deliver it? That's wonderful. I will take 200 yuan worth. The first business deal of the day was struck. Zhou told her to go enjoy the market and that he would deliver it later. The old man, overhearing this, suddenly felt eager and exclaimed, Then please deliver 200 yuan worth to my home as well. I live in the same village. Zhou promptly agreed, assuring him he would deliver it shortly. The old man left, content after warming himself. Before long, many people learned that they could warm themselves here and gathered around. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou promoted his coal, garnering much interest. In no time, the remaining 600 yuan worth of coal was sold out. Those who could not purchase were anxious. Zhou, smiling, reassured everyone that he would return to the next market with more coal for them to buy. Everyone is aware that the coal being sold at the moment is from Zhou of Beiyuan village, thus placing their utmost trust in him. They agreed to return for the next market day. Subsequently, Zhou, accompanied by Niu, delivered the honeycomb coal directly to the homes of the customers, who praised their doorstep service and expressed great satisfaction. After completing the coal delivery, Zhou and Niu returned to the village. They sold 1,000 yuan worth of coal for a total of 200 yuan, marking a prosperous start. Upon hearing that the coal had sold out smoothly and was in high demand, everyone was filled with excitement and motivation. Consequently, on the third day, Zhou and Niu transported 5,000 yuan worth of coal to the street, and in just one day, they sold it all, earning another 1,000 yuan. Gradually, word spread that there was a coal vendor on Xinguang Street, known for the quality of the coal balls, fair prices, and home delivery service, prompting customers to flock from all directions. Zhou and Niu went to the market every other day, consistently achieving sales of 1,000 yuan each time. Over the course of 2 weeks, they accumulated a total income of 15,000 yuan. Zhou and Niu spent their days delivering coal, becoming dusty and exhausted, with aching backs and sore bodies. Upon returning home in the evening, Zhou would collapse onto the Kong, unable to rise. Li Nan, feeling sympathetic, would massage Zhou shoulders, saying, Brother Bin, you must be exhausted. This is not a sustainable way to go on. Zhou replied with a smile, Indeed. It is quite tiring. After a day of moving coal, I feel like I might fall apart. Li Nan continued, So, do you plan to keep running like this indefinitely? Zhou, struggling to sit up, replied, Certainly not. Our coal yard has gained some recognition among the neighboring villages. I plan to stop going out in a few days and let them come directly to the coal yard for their supplies. Li Nan, a bit worried, asked, But what if they don't buy it if you stop delivering? Zhou chuckled, Let's give it a try. It's been getting colder, and if they can't bear it, they will come to buy. As they conversed, Xiao Hua entered with a basin of warm water, expressing concern. Daddy, are you worn out? Let me wash your feet. Zhou gazed at his daughter's sweet smile, and all his fatigue melted away. He grinned and said, Xiao Hua's grown up and knows to wash Daddy's feet now. He then got off the Kong and watched as his daughter carefully washed his feet with her little hands. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes became moist. Indeed, his daughter had grown up. The next day, while Zhou was still in slumber, Niu rushed over in a panic. Upon seeing Zhou, he exclaimed, Brother, something terrible has happened. The coal at the yard has been stolen. Chapter 114, The Thief's Audacity. Zhou, startled, quickly donned his clothes and stepped outside, asking, How much coal was taken? Niu replied hastily, I counted. A full 1,000 yuan worth of coal is missing. Hearing the commotion, Li Nan also emerged and inquired, Niu, what is going on? Niu, filled with outrage, responded, I don't know which thief took 1,000 yuan worth of coal from the yard. Li Nan was taken aback, realizing that was 200 yuan worth of loss. Zhou, disregarding personal grooming, declared, Let us go quickly and see what happened. 2 individuals hastily made their way to the coal yard, where a considerable crowd had already gathered, engaged in animated discussions. Upon spotting Zhou, Lu Junyi exclaimed, Zhou, come quickly. That scoundrel has stolen the coal and even damaged the fence. Zhou entered the courtyard and observed remnants of shattered coal scattered on the ground, alongside a significant breach in the fence. Aunt Zhao could not restrain her indignation, exclaiming, Who is the despicable wretch behind this? It's akin to inviting disaster. Wang Quanhua interjected, Logically, everyone in our village possesses coal. No one would resort to thievery. Who could it possibly be? Li Jun added, There is indeed one family without coal. Wang Quanhua promptly inquired, Who are you referring to? Li Jun pointed towards the distance. It's Zhou Kai. His family lacks coal. The crowd suddenly realized the implications. Zhou Kai's household was devoid of coal. Could he be the culprit? Niu shouted, Yes, it must be that scoundrel. Lu Junyi concurred. It is highly likely that he is the one responsible. The crowd became increasingly agitated, eager to confront Zhou Kai. Zhou Bin quickly intervened, urging, let us not rush. We lack conclusive evidence. What if he denies it when we confront him? Anyo retorted, does he dare to deny it? Let us teach that rascal a lesson. Zhou Bin harbored suspicions that Zhou Kai was indeed the perpetrator, yet without evidence. He felt compelled to temper the situation. He suggested they focus on repairing the fence for enhanced security. Lu Junyi proposed constructing a sturdy brick wall. Zhou Bin embraced this suggestion, seeking out Wang Manshan to procure several loads of bricks for the construction. As night fell, Zhou Bin arranged for Anyo and Li Jun to lie in wait around the coal yard, determined to apprehend the thief should he dare to return. However, after vigilantly watching through the night, they saw no sign of the culprit and reluctantly returned home to rest. The following day, Zhou Bin assigned Wang Quanhua and Wang Haichao to guard the coal yard, yet still, there were no results. 5 days passed in anticipation, with the thief remaining elusive. Frustration began to brew among the villagers, but Zhou Bin urged patience, emphasizing the importance of catching him red-handed so that the scoundrel could not escape justice. Meanwhile, several individuals began to visit Zhou Bin's coal yard to purchase coal. They inquired why he had ceased selling on the street, to which Zhou Bin explained that he was overwhelmed and encouraged them to come directly to the coal yard in the future. Although some were reluctant, they ultimately accepted his offer, swayed by the quality and durability of his coal. 2 more days slipped by without any sign of the thief, while Zhou Kai's family remained inexplicably quiet, having not been seen for days. Just as Zhou Bin began to feel restless, Anyo arrived late one night, bursting through the door, exclaiming, Brother Bin, wake up. We've caught the thief. Zhou Bin sprang to attention, hurriedly dressing and asking, who is it? Anyo chuckled. Who else could it be but Zhou Kai? Zhou Bin immediately responded, let us go see. When he and Anyo arrived at the coal yard, a throng of people had already gathered. Everyone was wielding flashlights, all trained on a solitary figure trembling on the ground. Upon noticing Zhou Bin's arrival, Li Jun hurried over, exclaiming, Bingu, we've caught him. It's this scoundrel Zhou Kai who is responsible. Zhou Bin approached, fixating his gaze on the crouching Zhou Kai, and demanded loudly, why did you come here to steal coal? Zhou Kai stammered, I didn't steal coal. I came here to relieve myself. Zhou Bin replied with skepticism, relieve yourself? Can't you do that in your own backyard? Why come here for that? Anyo shouted in anger, are you trying to fool us? You bring a cart to relieve yourself? Faced with undeniable evidence, Zhou Kai fell silent, squatting on the ground. Lu Junyi scolded, you worthless thief. Just wait to be locked up. A sentence of 10 years or more awaits you. Let us see if you dare to steal again. Zhou Kai, trembling in fear, pleaded with tears, please, please don't send me to trial. If I go away, my wife and child will have no way to survive. Zhou Bin contemptuously responded, where were you before? It's too late now. Tell me, why did you steal coal? Before Zhou Kai could answer, his wife, Han Wan, rushed over with their child. Crying out from a distance, Zhou Kai, what has happened to you? The crowd turned to look, and upon seeing her husband surrounded, she immediately shouted, what are you trying to do? Are you all conspiring to bully my husband? Are you even human? Lu Junyi glared at her and bellowed, what are you shouting about? Your husband is a thief we have caught, and you still have the audacity to scream? Upon hearing this, Han Wan's face turned pale as she gasped, a thief? What kind of thief? Your husband came here to steal coal, and you had no idea? Li Jun inquired. Steal coal? Zhou Kai, did you really steal coal? How much did you take? I didn't see anything. Han Wan exclaimed in disbelief. Zhou Kai's complexion changed drastically as he anxiously shouted, don't say any more. The crowd, intrigued by Han Wan's reaction, wondered what Zhou Kai was up to that even his wife was unaware. Zhou Bin, too, felt curious and asked, what on earth were you planning to do with the stolen coal? Li Jun interjected, you didn't sell the coal for money to some mistress, did you? Han Wan, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, shouting, how dare you? You scoundrel! Tell me, which vixen did you give the money to? While I and our child suffer in the cold and hunger at home, you roam off with some wild woman. Do you have no shame? The onlookers could only shake their heads, realizing how Zhou Kai had brought shame upon himself with such actions. In a fit of rage, Han Wan lunged at Zhou Kai, scratching and clawing at his face, leaving him with marks all over. At that moment, the village chief, Zhou Difu, arrived, calling out from afar, which rascal dares to steal coal? Let me see. As he drew closer and recognized Zhou Kai, he exclaimed, what a disgrace. I can't believe it's you. Zhou Kai, unable to bear the humiliation from Han Wan's attack, pushed her to the ground and shouted, have you lost your mind? Which wild woman have I been with? It was old Wang who took the money. Han Wan froze in shock, asking old Wang, Which old Wang? Zhou Kai clenched his teeth, a sharp sound escaping as he bitterly exclaimed, which old Wang are we talking about? It's that scoundrel Wang Taizhu. He took my money and failed to deliver on his promises. I could just kill him. Chapter 115. Our family has 100,000 upon hearing his words. The others sensed that something was amiss, prompting Zhou Difu to scold. What on earth is happening? Speak swiftly. Otherwise, I shall have you taken away by the authorities this very moment. Fuming with indignation, Zhou Kai recounted the events that transpired. Ever since he was dismissed from the hardware factory, he had returned home, devoid of any motivation, obsessively yearning to reclaim his position. Yet, he was met with utter disregard, which left him in a state of deep frustration. By chance, he encountered Wang Taizhu in the county, who, upon hearing Zhou Kai's plight, boasted that he could resolve the matter, claiming an exceptional rapport with the factory manager. As Wang Taizhu was a seasoned manipulator within the factory, Zhou Kai believed him wholeheartedly, eagerly awaiting a word of assurance that would allow him to return to work. Days passed, and at long last, Wang Taizhu informed him that there was progress regarding his situation, but it would require a monetary incentive. Zhou Kai was elated and quickly inquired about the sum. Wang Taizhu replied that it would cost at least 200 yuan. Zhou Kai was taken aback. 200 yuan seemed unattainable. However, Wang Taizhu warned him that if he did not provide the funds promptly, the position would be filled by another. Anxiety surged within Zhou Kai. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. Otherwise, he would be doomed to languish in obscurity. Gritting his teeth, he acquiesced. And Wang Taizhu assured him that he had 3 days, after which he would no longer be of assistance. Returning home, Zhou Kai was frantic, his mind racing like a cat clawing at his insides. How could his dilapidated household possibly yield 200 yuan? After much deliberation, an idea struck him: Zhou Bin's coal yard. If he could procure some coal and sell it, he would have the money he needed. Without informing his wife, he stealthily ventured out at night, carting away coal and hiding it in a distant forest. The following day, seizing the opportune moment, he transported the coal to the town and sold it. With newfound funds in hand, he hurried to Wang Taizhu to deliver the payment. Filled with anticipation, he awaited news of his reinstatement. However, just 3 days later, he was left dumbfounded. Wang Taizhu had been apprehended for fraud. At that moment, Zhou Kai realized he was not alone. There were 7 or 8 others in the same predicament. Wang Taizhu had squandered the money, indulging in revelry and lavish expenditures with his mistress, rendering any hope of recovery futile. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Kai was nearly driven to madness. With Wang Taizhu in custody, his funds were irretrievably lost. The more he contemplated the situation, the more he felt cheated, his anger boiling with nowhere to vent. He then recalled Zhou Bin's coal yard, remembering how easily he had obtained 200 yuan previously, without any repercussions. This seemed a fortuitous opportunity. Thus, that very night, he resolved to repeat his previous act of theft. However, he was caught before he could even execute his plan. As he was apprehended, Zhou Kai immediately pleaded, Zhou Bin, as family, I beg you to spare me this time. Han Wan hastily pleaded, Zhou Bin, please spare your brother this time. I assure you he won't dare to repeat this. Zhou Bin scoffed derisively. Who claims kinship with you? I would never presume to associate with such relatives. Zhou Kai interjected immediately. Zhou Bin, you cannot act this way. My father is your uncle. Can you truly bear to see me imprisoned? Zhou Bin smiled faintly. It would be better if you refrained from mentioning that old man. It only angers me further. What sort of family are you all? He then turned to Zhou Difu and declared, Village chief, take this scoundrel and let the law decide his fate. Do what must be done. With that, he did not look back and walked away. Fuming behind him, Han Wan shouted, Zhou Bin, do you have no conscience? You would abandon your own brother? You are inhuman. Hearing her anguished cries, a smile crept onto Zhou Bin's lips. Let her yell. The louder she became, the more pleased he felt. Without hesitation, Zhou Difu ordered for Zhou Kai to be bound and taken directly to the police station. In due course, Zhou Kai was sentenced to 8 years for theft during a crackdown period, and Han Wan left with her son. This is a tale for another time, so let us not dwell on it. Following this incident, Zhou Bin arranged for guards to be stationed every night to deter any further attempts at coal theft. Over the next half-month, the reputation of Zhou Bin's coal yard spread, and it became widely known for the quality and reasonable pricing of its coal. Consequently, people from neighboring villages flocked to purchase coal. In no time, customers poured into Zhou Bin's coal yard, with some traveling over 10 miles to buy it. The supply began to lag behind demand, and at times, customers arrived only to find no coal available, leading to considerable dissatisfaction. Zhou Bin convened a meeting to discuss increasing the daily production of briquettes from 6,000 to 8,000. Initially, He feared that the team might struggle to meet the new targets, but to his surprise, after some time of practice, their skills had improved significantly. Even with the increased output, they managed to fulfill the orders on time. Observing the industriousness of his team filled Zhou Bin with great joy. Thus, Zhou Bin's coal yard reached a daily sales figure of 8,000 briquettes, generating an income of 1,600 yuan, which amounted to a monthly revenue of 48,000 yuan. Additionally, with sales of crabs, river shrimp, and popcorn, his monthly earnings soared to over 60,000 yuan. One busy afternoon, Zhou Bin cheerfully announced to everyone, "After washing your hands, please come to my home for dinner. I will distribute your wages." After a month of hard work, the prospect of receiving their pay filled everyone with excitement. Zhou Bin hurried home to meticulously count the wages he had prepared with Li Nan, wrapping them in newspaper before dinner. After their meal, Zhou Bin and Li Nan awaited the arrival of their workers. Before long, one by one, they entered, all radiating joy. Zhou Bin held a list, calling out names while Li Nan distributed the money to each individual. The first name called was Inyo, who approached Li Nan with a beaming face. Li Nan handed a neatly counted stack of banknotes to him, and Inyo received the money, his face radiating joy. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Next was Lu Junyi, who was authorized by Zhou Bin to work. Logically, only one person from each family could be employed. He took his wages and smiled, saying, "Zhou Bin, thanks to you, Uncle has made some money." Zhou Bin replied with a grin, "Uncle Lu, you are too polite. This is the fruit of your labor." Aunt Zhao, unable to contain her impatience, inquired, "When will I receive mine?" Zhou Bin chuckled, "Yours is coming next." Aunt Zhao clapped her hands in delight. "Wonderful. Let me see how much 100 yuan amounts to." Everyone couldn't help but laugh at her eagerness. Li Nan, smiling, handed the money to her, and Aunt Zhao immediately tucked it into her waistband, exclaiming, "I must keep this safe. If I lose it, I won't be able to live." Her words elicited more laughter. Subsequently, everyone received their wages, and they left, chatting and laughing. Once they had departed, Li Nan, her face brimming with happiness, asked, "Brother Bin, do you know how much money our family has now?" Zhou Bin smiled faintly, "Approximately 10,000, perhaps?" Li Nan immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Yes, yes. Our family has over 10,000. As she spoke, she gazed at Zhou Bin with admiration. "Brother Bin, sometimes it feels like a dream to me that our family has 10,000 yuan. Back then, I thought the greatest happiness would be to have a meal of meat. Brother Bin, how do you manage it so well?" Zhou Bin smiled tenderly. "It is all because of you and the child being by my side." Chapter 116. The first color television in the village that night, as he held Li Nan close while gazing at her blissful expression. A plan began to take shape in Zhou Bin's mind. The following morning, he informed Li Nan that he needed to go to the county for a matter, and then he set off on his tricycle. 2 hours later, Zhou Bin arrived at the county. He first found Li Bingyi in the alley, chatted with him for a while, and enjoyed 2 bowls of tofu pudding before making his way to the front of the department store. Upon entering, Zhou Bin headed straight for the television section, where he had previously taken a group for a tour. The salesperson, who had seen Zhou Bin before, recognized him immediately and greeted him with a smile. "Brother Zhou, welcome. Please, have a seat." Zhou Bin, beaming, replied, "No need to sit. I'm here to look at televisions." The salesperson eagerly guided him to the televisions, asking, "Brother Zhou, what size television are you considering?" Zhou Bin glanced around and set his sights on the largest model. Pointing it out, "This one looks good. Let me take a look." The salesperson, evidently startled, cautiously responded, "Be Brother Zhou, this television is a new arrival. It's a color television." Zhou Bin smiled slightly. "I want the color television." Hearing this, the salesperson beamed. "Oh, you have a discerning eye. This Golden Star color television is the latest product. Let me show you." With that, she turned on the television, and vibrant colors instantly appeared on the screen. The salesperson, filled with pride, said, "Just look at the size of this screen. It's 21 inches. Zhou Bin glanced at the television. Finding it decidedly diminutive compared to the 100-inch models from his previous life, it seemed utterly primitive. Yet, in the 1980s, this was deemed the pinnacle of technological advancement. He nodded with a smile and inquired, "How much does this cost?" The sales attendant stared at Zhou Bin in astonishment. To him, this was merely acceptable? Goodness, who on earth was he? After a brief hesitation, she responded, "This one is a bit pricey. It costs 2,000 yuan. Expecting Zhou Bin to be taken aback. Considering 2,000 yuan was no trifling sum, she was surprised when he merely chuckled and said, "All right, I'll take this one." The sales attendant was left agape. This man was truly affluent, purchasing such an expensive television without so much as a blink. Then a thought struck her, and she hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhou, do you have a ticket?" Zhou Bin sighed inwardly. "Here we go again. Tickets were required for bicycles, and now for televisions. He didn't possess a ticket at all. So he replied with a grin, "How could I have a ticket? Just sell it to me." The sales attendant shook her head vigorously. "That won't do. Without a ticket, I can't sell you the television. It's against the rules." Zhou Bin was at a loss for words. What kind of absurd regulation was this? Just as he was considering seeking out Lu Xiaobing's father-in-law, Zhang Dongliang, entered the store. Zhou Bin quickly approached him with a smile, exclaiming, "Uncle Zhang." Upon seeing Zhou Bin, Zhang Dongliang's face lit up with joy. "Ah, Zhou Bin, what brings you here? Come in, let me brew you some tea." Zhou Bin offered him a cigarette and replied, "No, Uncle Zhang, I need to trouble you with something." Zhang Dongliang immediately asked, "What is it? Speak freely." Zhou Bin smiled. "I wish to purchase a television, but I lack a ticket." So Zhang Dongliang chuckled heartily. "Is that all? Others may be barred, but you, Zhou Bin, certainly are not. Come, let me have a word with them." Zhou Bin promptly led Zhang Dongliang to the television counter, where Zhang pointed at Zhou Bin and instructed the sales attendant. "From now on, whenever brother Zhou comes to buy anything, you are to sell it to him directly. This is my special authorization." The sales attendant, not daring to slacken her response, nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhang Dongliang then asked the attendant to prepare the television for Zhou Bin while he took Zhou Bin to his office for a brief tea break. Once the television was set up, Zhou Bin stood to take his leave, settled the payment, and then loaded the television onto his tricycle. After a 2-hour journey, Zhou Bin finally returned to his village. He parked the tricycle in front of his home and turned off the engine. Hearing the sound, Li Nan emerged from the house. Smiling as she asked, "Brother Bin, you're back. How did it go?" Zhou Bin laughed heartily. "It went exceptionally smoothly. Come, take a look at what I have on the tricycle." Li Nan peered onto the tricycle and noticed a large box. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "Brother Bin, what is that big box?" Zhou Bin replied with a beaming smile, "This is specially for you. Come and see." Li Nan hurried over to inspect the box, and upon reading the words on it, she exclaimed, "A television." Zhou Bin chuckled, "Indeed, now you can watch television in the evenings." Li Nan was overjoyed. "Oh my. I've only heard about this thing before. I've never seen one in person." Zhou Bin, with a smile, lifted the box from the vehicle and remarked, "You shall see soon." Li Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother Bin, this television is enormous. I recall someone once mentioning that a television is a small box, with moving figures inside, albeit in black and white, devoid of color." Zhou Bin chuckled, "What is the point of black and white? I've purchased you a magnificent 21-inch color television." Li Nan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Color? Brother Bin, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" Zhou Bin laughed heartily. "What reason would I have to deceive you? You'll find out shortly." While they conversed, Zhou Jiaming entered from outside. His son had commenced operations at the coal yard, and he initially intended to lend a hand. However, Zhou Bin insisted he rest at home, merely overseeing the crab and river shrimp business. In truth, Li Nan managed most of the household matters, with Zhou Jiaming only intervening when she prepared meals for the coal yard. Generally, he meandered about aimlessly. Upon seeing his father return, Li Nan excitedly shared the news about the large color television Zhou Bin had acquired. Zhou Jiaming was equally astonished and hurried over to inspect it, his joy evident upon seeing it. Zhou Bin informed his father and Li Nan that they needed to erect an antenna, otherwise, the television would be of no use. Consequently, they procured a tall tree pole, dug a hole in the yard, and secured the antenna atop the pole. They then propped it up firmly, successfully creating a television antenna. Afterward, Zhou Bin brought the television indoors, connected the power and antenna, and with a gentle press, vibrant images burst forth on the screen, leaving Li Nan and her father utterly mesmerized. Zhou Bin, with a beaming smile, patiently explained the operation of the television, and soon the two were captivated by the marvel of this contraption. At that moment, a martial arts film was playing, depicting the heroic tale of Chun Jun, who fought to vanquish evil and save the nation and its people. Li Nan was instantly enthralled by the storyline, fixating on the screen without a blink. Her father, too, became engrossed, applauding excitedly whenever the good defeated the bad. Zhou Bin, content beyond measure, encouraged them to sit comfortably and enjoy the show. They took their seats on the stools, engrossed in the spectacle. Zhou Bin, feeling an indescribable satisfaction, stepped outside to smoke and relax. Later, as the workday concluded, a crowd gathered outside Zhou Bin's home, drawn by the sounds of commotion emanating from within. Their curiosity piqued. They couldn't resist entering to investigate. Upon witnessing Zhou Bin's grand color television, they were left in a state of astonishment. Chapter 117. The whole village comes to spectate Aunt Zhao, having finished her chores, was hurrying home to prepare dinner. As she approached Zhou Bin's doorstep, she was suddenly startled by the sounds of a fierce commotion emanating from within, interspersed with cries of battle. Puzzled, she wondered what was happening at Zhou Bin's home. Quickly, she pushed open the door and ventured inside, eager to uncover the truth. Upon entering, Aunt Zhao was taken aback to find Zhou Bin, Li Nan, and her father seated attentively, their eyes glued to the mesmerizing spectacle of the large box. It turned out that the sound emanated from this box. Aunt Zhao exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my goodness! What is this?" Zhou Bin turned around and, upon seeing Aunt Zhao, immediately got up with a smile, saying, "Aunt Zhao, I've just purchased a television." Aunt Zhao gazed at the television for a long while, repeatedly exclaiming, "Oh dear, is this what they call television? How beautiful it is." As she spoke, she unconsciously sat down, completely forgetting about her cooking duties. After a moment, Lu Junyi and Anyo arrived. Drawn by the sound of the television, their curiosity piqued. Anyo burst into the room, shouting, "Wow, Brother Zhou Bin is showing a movie." Lu Junyi, equally astonished, inquired, "Zhou Bin, what is this?" Zhou Bin replied with a grin, "Uncle Lu, this is the color television I just bought. What do you think?" Lu Junyi focused on the screen for a moment before suddenly slapping his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh my, this television is magnificent. The people are in color." Anyo, captivated by the story unfolding, murmured, "That's a good fight." He had completely immersed himself in the tale, oblivious to everything around him. Before long, Li Jun, Wang Quanhua, and Wang Haichao arrived, and upon seeing the television, they were unable to tear themselves away. Zhou Bin's house became crowded, forcing him to stand aside. Shortly after, Lu Funer and Zhou Dexing also joined. And soon the entire village had heard about Zhou Bin's grand television purchase, rushing over to witness the spectacle. Zhou Bin's home was now filled to capacity, with many unable to enter, left to peer in from the doorway. Lu Funer exclaimed as she watched, "Oh my, so this is television. Look at the people inside. They seem so lifelike, how stunning." Wang Quanhua began to critique, saying, "That fellow is no good. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of others? He is simply asking for trouble." Behind them, Li Jun shouted, "How is that guy still alive? Someone should take him out." The crowd engaged in lively banter, completely forgetting their dinner preparations. Before long, the room felt stifling. Zhou Bin then suggested, "Oh dear, this house is too small. Perhaps I should move the television outside so everyone can watch." The crowd unanimously agreed that it was a splendid idea. Zhou Bin promptly fetched a table, set the television in the courtyard, plugged it in, and the programs began to play. Some stood, others sat on stools, and some perched on tree roots. Engrossed in the spectacle, Zhou Bin even lit a fire in the courtyard, allowing everyone to enjoy warmth while watching. Just as the crowd was thoroughly entertained, the drama abruptly ended, transitioning into a news program. A collective sigh of disappointment arose, and seizing the moment, Zhou Bin chuckled, "The show is over. The next program won't air until after 8. Hearing this, everyone quickly made their way home for dinner, still eager for the upcoming drama. When they had all departed, Xiao Hua returned from school. Upon entering, she immediately spotted the television in the courtyard and was momentarily stunned. "Dad, what is this in the yard?" Xiao Hua called out loudly. Zhou Bin emerged with a smile, announcing, "Xiao Hua has returned, and this is the grand television that father has just purchased." As he switched on the television, an animated film began to play, instantly captivating Xiao Hua. She was so enthralled that she forgot to place her school bag down. Standing transfixed before the screen, Zhou Bin chuckled and invited her to sit by the fire, where she could warm herself while watching television. Xiao Hua's cheeks flushed with excitement as she gazed upon an unprecedented new world, completely enchanted by its allure. Meanwhile, Li Nan had prepared the meal and beckoned Xiao Hua to eat. However, she was too absorbed in the show to even consider dining. Zhou Bin, seizing the moment, brought over a small round table, and the family gathered by the fire, sharing their meal while enjoying the television. Observing the joy radiating from each face filled Zhou Bin's heart with warmth. After they finished eating and tidied up, guests began to arrive in succession. Zhou Bin had already set out stools for everyone, and they settled in front of the television, their anticipation reigniting. It wasn't until 10 o'clock that the show concluded, and one by one, the guests departed. Once everyone had left, Zhou Bin cleaned up and went inside. At that moment, Xiao Hua was already asleep. Zhou Bin smiled and asked, "Xiao Nan, how do you feel? With so many people around, was it noisy?" Li Nan's face still glowed with the warmth of happiness as she replied, "I wasn't bothered at all. I actually prefer a lively crowd." Zhou Bin had been concerned that the presence of so many guests might overwhelm her, but seeing her joyful expression eased his worries. He chuckled, "Everyone is simply intrigued. Once the novelty wears off, they'll come less frequently." For the next 3 or 4 days, villagers continued to gather to watch television. and Zhou Bin dutifully moved the set into the yard for everyone to enjoy. However, as time passed, the number of visitors gradually dwindled, as the winter chill made prolonged outdoor sitting less bearable. A month later, attendance had significantly decreased, and those who did come would only stay for a brief while before leaving. Consequently, Zhou Bin ceased moving the television outside, instead placing it within the home for the family to enjoy while keeping warm. By this time, the weather had plunged into the coldest period of the year. Crabs and river shrimp were no longer available for catching, forcing him to pause those acquisitions. Presently, only the businesses involving popcorn, soap beans, and coal were still operational. Although even the coal trade was beginning to experience difficulties, the surrounding towns had nearly exhausted their purchases, leading to a noticeable decline in coal buyers over the past few days. Zhou Bin realized he needed to seek out new markets. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before he could no longer sell coal. While contemplating a trip to the county to search for potential buyers, he was unexpectedly approached one afternoon. On that day, Zhou Bin was laboring diligently at the coal yard when a sudden roar of engines echoed from outside. He hurried out to investigate and discovered a Santana parked at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, two individuals emerged from the vehicle. Zhou Bin recognized one of them as Liu Xiaobing, while the other, a middle-aged man dressed in a tailored suit and glasses, exuded the air of a prominent businessman. Zhou Bin quickly approached with a smile, saying, "Xiaobing, what brings you here?" Liu Xiaobing replied with a smile, "Zhou Bin, so this is your coal yard. It seems quite expansive." He then introduced Zhou Bin. "Allow me to introduce you to Boss Xiao." Before Zhou Bin could respond, Zhao Junhai extended his hand and said, "Zhou, my dear brother, what a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing the man's accent, which seemed to be from the south, Zhou Bin promptly greeted him, "Boss Xiao, welcome." Liu Xiaobing looked at Zhou Bin in surprise, thinking to himself that Zhou Bin's Mandarin was quite commendable. In truth, ever since his rebirth, Zhou Bin had been speaking the local dialect. It was only upon encountering someone from the south that he switched to Mandarin. Zhao Junhai appeared delighted, praising, "Brother Zhou, your Mandarin is excellent." Zhou Bin chuckled, "You flatter me, Boss Xiao." Liu Xiaobing added, "Boss Xiao is from the south and plans to open a cement factory in our county, which will require a substantial amount of coal. My father-in-law heard about your coal yard and asked me to bring Boss Xiao to have a look." Hearing this, Zhou Bin was overjoyed. He had been worried about selling the coal, and now a significant client had arrived. He quickly offered cigarettes to both Boss Zhao and Liu Xiaobing, inviting them into the coal yard for a tour. As Zhao Junhai enjoyed a cigarette and examined the surroundings, he reached the coal pile and his eyes sparkled with appreciation. The quality of the coal was impressive. He then toured the coal excavation sites and the area where they formed coal briquettes, observing the burning characteristics of the coal. After a thorough inspection, Zhao Junhai was very satisfied. He smiled at Zhou Bin and remarked, "Brother Zhou, I didn't expect the quality of your coal to be so good." Zhou Bin hurriedly invited them to sit down and poured them some water, then smiled and asked, "Boss Xiao, have you taken a liking to my coal?" Zhao Junhai nodded. "Indeed. However, your production speed is rather slow." Zhou Bin quickly inquired, "Too slow? How much coal do you need, Boss Xiao?" Zhao Junhai replied with a smile, "My factory will require a considerable amount of coal, at least 10,000 tons per month. Can you supply that?" Zhou Bin calculated in his mind. That meant they would need to excavate over 300 tons of coal each day. Currently, he had about 35 coal miners, each needing to extract 10 tons daily. This gave him some assurance. After all, Zhang Bo had once told him that in his youth, he could dig over 100 tons of coal in a single day. The reason Zhou Bin had instructed everyone to mine slowly was due to the low sales of briquette coal. He feared that if they dug too much, it might not sell. With this realization, he patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured, Boss Xiao, if you favor my coal, production will not be an issue. The current low sales are why we have been mining at a slower pace." Liu Xiaobing chimed in, "Boss Xiao, my classmate is a man of his word. If he says he can do it, there will be no problem." Zhao Junhai pondered for a moment. His factory was about to be completed, and he was currently in dire need of coal. He had initially planned to source it from outside, which would significantly increase costs. Having a local supplier was undoubtedly the best option. He then remarked, "Very well. As long as you can assure the output, I shall take your coal." Zhou Bin was elated and promptly inquired, "What price does Boss Xiao plan to offer per ton?" Zhao Junhai replied, "Brother Zhou, you are likely aware that coal prices have not been high recently. However, I find your coal to be of good quality and am willing to offer you 20 yuan per ton. How does that sound?" Zhou Bin, having conducted some research, knew that the recent coal prices hovered around 10 to 20 yuan per ton, thus he found Boss Zhao's offer acceptable. He immediately responded with a smile, "Agreed. Let us proceed with the contract at your quoted price." Zhao Junhai, grinning, retrieved a prepared contract from his bag and said, "I I have had this ready. Take a look, and if all is satisfactory, we shall sign. Lu Xiaobing interjected. Boss Zhao is a prominent businessman. You can trust his capabilities. Zhou Bin perused the contract, found no discrepancies, and signed it on the spot. After finalizing the agreement, Zhou Bin was overjoyed and hastily invited Zhao Junhai and Lu Xiaobing to his home. He instructed Li Nan to procure meat and vegetables while he himself took to the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous feast for the two. Zhou Bin also invited the village head, and together they enjoyed a delightful meal. Although Zhao Junhai hailed from the south, he had a discerning palate and particularly relished the local cuisine, especially praising Zhou Bin's spicy noodle soup, consuming 10 bowls in succession. The village head, hearing of the significant business deal, praised Zhou Bin extravagantly. After their meal, the group conversed in the courtyard for a while before the two guests departed, followed shortly by the village head, leaving only Li Nan and Zhou Bin's father behind. Unable to contain his excitement, Zhou Bin exclaimed, Xiao Nan, Dad, we are truly on the verge of prosperity. Previously hesitant due to the presence of guests, Li Nan and Zhou Jianming now eagerly inquired about the situation upon hearing Zhou Bin's words. Zhou Bin excitedly explained, This boss Zhao operates a cement factory in our county and requires 10,000 tons of coal each month, priced at 20 yuan per ton. Just calculate the monthly earnings. Li Nan quickly did the math, her jaw dropping in astonishment. 200,000? We could earn 200,000 a month. Zhou Jianming was also taken aback, exclaiming, Good heavens, that amounts to over 2 million a year. Zhou Bin nodded with a smile. Indeed. What are your thoughts on this matter? Li Nan nearly burst with joy, exclaiming, This is fantastic. It can't possibly be a scam, can it? Zhou Jianming, equally skeptical, remarked, Who possesses such wealth? He can't be a fraud, can he? Zhou Bin chuckled. You've met him. Does he seem like a swindler to you? Zhou Jianming shook his head. He does not appear to be one. That vehicle alone is worth a considerable sum. Zhou Bin laughed heartily. Exactly. I too believe he cannot be a fraud. With that, he rushed to the coal yard to share this momentous news with everyone and to make necessary arrangements. Upon hearing Zhou Bin's announcement, the crowd was filled with excitement. They had noticed a significant decline in coal purchasers recently, which had caused them some concern. However, with this major business opportunity, their worries were alleviated. Zhou Bin smiled as he organized the work. Everyone must brace themselves for hard labor in the coming days. We need to extract a total of 10,000 tons of coal within a month. For now, we will temporarily halt the production of briquettes and focus solely on coal mining. The group began calculating the daily coal extraction required. Zhou Bin continued, Each of you must ensure that you extract at least 10 tons of coal each day. If we meet our goal, salaries will be disbursed at the end of the month with an additional bonus of 100 yuan for each person. However, if the target is not met, the bonus will be forfeited. Upon hearing this, excitement surged among the workers. The prospect of an extra 100 yuan for completing the task was enticing. Thus, everyone silently resolved to strive for success. Zhou Bin further elaborated. Mr. Zhao has arranged for trucks to collect the coal, and everyone will take turns assisting with loading. For each truck loaded, each person will earn an additional 10 yuan. The promise of extra income brought joy to the group. Observing their enthusiasm, Zhou Bin felt a wave of relief. He had feared they might be discontented. With the arrangements in place, everyone immediately immersed themselves in labor, working diligently and sweating profusely. A week later, they had successfully extracted over 2,400 tons of coal, forming a small mountain at the coal yard. According to the agreed timeline, Mr. Zhao was supposed to arrive to collect the coal. However, on that day, the trucks did not arrive, and Zhou Bin thought little of it, urging everyone to continue working. On the third day, a figure appeared. It was Lu Xiaobing, who bore a grave expression as he delivered unsettling news. Zhou Bin was taken aback upon hearing Lu Xiaobing's words. Mr. Zhao had decided not to purchase the coal. Why is that? Zhou Bin asked in astonishment. After days of relentless toil, each worker exhausted, and with a contract signed, how could Mr. Zhao back out? Lu Xiaobing, looking apologetic, replied, I never anticipated this turn of events. His factory was on the verge of completion and ready to commence production, yet he has been forced to close it down. Regaining his composure, Zhou Bin inquired, Why is his factory shutting down? Lu Xiaobing sighed. Alas, he has encountered misfortune. He then recounted the sequence of events. Mr. Zhao had intended to invest in the factory because a large company had assured him they would purchase all the cement produced. It was this promise that gave Mr. Zhao the confidence to invest his savings into the factory. However, a week prior, complications arose when that company informed Mr. Zhao that they were unable to procure the cement due to unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, Mr. Zhao found himself in a precarious situation, leading him to temporarily withdraw from purchasing Zhou Bin's coal. Listening to this, Zhou Bin felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Was this not a calamity? With so much coal extracted and no one willing to buy it, what were they to do? Lu Xiaobing, powerless to change the situation, repeatedly apologized to Zhou Bin. Expressing his deep regret, Zhou Bin recognized that Lu Xiaobing had intended to assist him. Yet the situation had unfolded in such an unfortunate manner that he could hardly blame Xiaobing. Thus, Zhou Bin sought to comfort him, saying, Xiaobing, do not speak in such a manner. You could not have foreseen this turn of events. Lu Xiaobing, however, expressed his concerns, asking, Zhou Bin, what should we do now? At a loss for solutions, Zhou Bin replied, it's all right. The coal has already been extracted. I shall endeavor to transform it into honeycomb coal and find a way to sell it. There must be a solution. Lu Xiaobing shook his head in resignation, unsure of how to respond. Instead, it was Zhou Bin who continued to reassure him, urging him not to take it to heart. Departing with a heavy heart burdened by guilt, Lu Xiaobing left, leaving Zhou Bin in a similarly uncomfortable state. He recalled the exhilarating joy he felt after signing the contract that day, which now felt like a cruel joke. Yet, regardless of his distress, life must go on. Therefore, he attempted to compose himself and approached his colleagues, announcing, everyone, let us take a break. I have something to discuss. Lu Junyi, laboriously digging for coal, responded without turning. Just say what you need to say, we're still working. Anyo chimed in, brother, just tell us, we're listening. The others concurred, indicating their willingness to listen while they continued their tasks. Observing the fervor of his colleagues, Zhou Bin felt reluctant to dampen their spirits. Nevertheless, the matter had to be addressed. Thus, he declared, everyone, please stop for a moment. The coal is no longer wanted. As soon as the words left his lips, the industrious workers abruptly halted, frozen in place. Lu Junyi looked at Zhou Bin with urgency, asking, what did you say? Zhou Bin, with a resigned smile, replied, I said that the coal is no longer wanted. Let us refrain from digging for now. Silence enveloped the group for a few seconds before an uproar ensued. Li Jun, astonished, inquired, Brother Bin, why is it unwanted? What happened? Wang Quanhua, equally shocked, exclaimed, Isn't this a deception? Witnessing the disappointment and anxiety on their faces, Zhou Bin hastily reassured them, do not panic, let us discuss this further. The workers dropped their picks in dismay and trudged out, heads hung low. Once everyone had emerged, Zhou Bin sighed and said, I could not have anticipated such an outcome. Everything seemed fine that day, yet problems arose, leading to this rejection. He then recounted to them the information Lu Xiaobing had shared, which incited their anger. Lu Junyi angrily exclaimed, that Zhao fellow must be a fraud. What a scoundrel! Anyo, filled with indignation, added, Isn't he asking for a beating? He is causing you harm. Li Jun questioned, brother, will you not confront him? Will you allow him to continue deceiving us? Zhou Bin shook his head. I've heard that Boss Zhao has returned to the south, and it may be difficult to locate him for the time being. Wang Quanhua anxiously stated, so our efforts were in vain? Zhou Bin waved his hand, no. Our efforts were not in vain. The coal still belongs to us. We will find a way to sell it to someone else. Lu Junyi, still troubled, remarked, with so much coal, who will want it? Zhou Bin observed the collective despondency among his colleagues and promptly reassured them, do not be disheartened. I will still honor the promised bonuses, albeit with a reduction, and will calculate them according to each person's contribution. Upon hearing this, Lu Junyi shook his head vehemently like a rattle drum, exclaiming, what? You still intend to give bonuses? You've already been deceived. I cannot accept this reward. Aniu echoed, brother, do not concern yourself with our bonuses. Focus on finding a way to sell the coal first. The others similarly expressed their disinterest in the bonuses, urging Zhou Bin to prioritize solutions. Yet, Zhou Bin steadfastly shook his head, declaring, no, the bonuses must be distributed. You all exerted considerable effort in extracting the coal. It is my responsibility that this situation has arisen, and it does not reflect upon your contributions. Seeing his determination, the group reiterated their refusal of the bonuses. But Zhou Bin remained resolute, never wavering in his principles. Given the circumstances, he instructed everyone to return home for rest, promising to resume work on the briquettes the following day. With heavy sighs, they departed, with Zhou Bin being the last to leave. Although he felt a sense of gloom, he was not overtly disheartened. He held firm in his belief that a resolution would eventually present itself, and he needed to ponder his next steps. Upon returning home, Linan noticed Zhou Bin's unusual demeanor and inquired, Brother Bin, what troubles you? You seem rather unpleased. Zhou Bin smiled and replied, it's nothing. Just a minor issue with the coal yard. Linan, feeling a twinge of anxiety, quickly pressed, what exactly has happened at the coal yard? Just then, Zhou Jiaming emerged, urgently asking, Bin, what is amiss at the coal yard? Zhou Bin recounted the incident involving Lu Xiaobing. leaving both Li Nan and Zhou Jiaming momentarily speechless. Zhou Jiaming, in a panic, questioned, Bin, is that man truly a fraud? What shall we do now? Li Nan, equally concerned, added, Brother Bin, how could this happen? He does not seem like a con man. Zhou Bin reassured them with a calm demeanor. Do not worry. We have only mined over 2,000 tons of coal. If he does not want it, we can sell it to someone else. There is no need for concern. Observing Zhou Bin's composure, their anxiety began to dissipate. Zhou Bin cheerfully suggested, Do not fret, Xiao Nan. Please prepare us a meal. I am quite famished. Li Nan, with mixed emotions, went to the kitchen, while Zhou Jiaming sat quietly beneath the eaves, smoking in silence. Zhou Bin understood that this was their first encounter with such a predicament, making it difficult for them to process. As for himself, it was merely an unexpected twist. Since his rebirth, he had navigated life smoothly, but this time he had stumbled. However, in comparison to the troubles he faced in his previous life, this was trivial, merely an inconvenience. With this thought, Zhou Bin felt a sense of relief and resolved to seek opportunities in the county the following day. Chapter 120. A turn of events the next morning after breakfast. Zhou Bin planned to drive his tricycle to the county to seek assistance from Mr. Ho and his associates. Just as he was tidying up his belongings in the yard, a cacophony of engines roared outside. Rushing to investigate, he discovered a large truck approaching. Shortly thereafter, the truck came to a halt, and two individuals descended from it. Upon observing the scene, Zhou Bin recognized one individual as Boss Zhao, while the other remained unfamiliar to him. Zhao Junhai exited the vehicle and promptly approached, extending his hand as he said, Brother Zhou, my sincerest apologies for my tardiness. I couldn't adhere to our agreed-upon time. Zhou Bin gazed at Zhao Junhai in disbelief, reciprocating the handshake as he inquired, Boss Zhao, what brings you here? With a broad smile, Zhao Junhai replied, I have come to collect coal. I cannot breach our agreement. He then introduced, This is our driver, Xiao Wang. Zhou Bin, still in a state of confusion, mechanically extended his hand to shake with Xiao Wang, hesitantly asking, Boss Zhao, I thought you had already departed? Zhao Junhai chuckled and queried, Who informed you of my departure? Zhou Bin hesitated before responding, It was Lu Xiaobing. He visited yesterday. Zhao Junhai smiled. Then you must be aware of the situation. Zhou Bin nodded. He shared the details with me. But why have you returned? Zhao Junhai sighed. It's quite unfortunate. Brother Zhou, may I trouble you for a glass of water? I'm parched. Zhou Bin promptly invited both Zhao Junhai and Xiao Wang into his home, where Li Nan and Zhou Jianming gazed at Zhao Junhai in astonishment, thinking, How has this deceiver returned? Zhou Bin hastily asked Li Nan to prepare tea, leading Zhao Junhai and Xiao Wang to take a seat in the main room. After refreshing themselves, Zhao Junhai cheerfully stated, Since you are already informed, I won't go into detail. I did not flee. I went to the city to seek a friend and borrowed some money, hastening back today. Zhou Bin, taken aback, asked, What do you mean? Do you intend to continue operating the factory? Zhao Junhai nodded affirmatively, Of course. Having invested so much, I cannot simply abandon it. Zhou Bin found himself admiring this slender man, playfully inquiring, Boss Zhao, if others are abandoning it, why do you wish to continue? Zhao Junhai replied resolutely, I must proceed. My investment cannot yield no results. I must produce and subsequently find a way to sell. Zhou Bin expressed admiration. Boss Zhao, you are indeed remarkable. Zhao Junhai let out a bitter laugh. Remarkable? I was on the brink of bankruptcy. Li Nan and Zhou Jiaming were taken aback by Zhao Junhai's words. They had assumed he was a fraud, but instead, he proved to be a man of integrity. Zhou Bin felt a wave of warmth. It was not merely the prospect of selling coal, but rather the encounter with a trustworthy individual. He smiled and said, Boss Zhao, I appreciate your commitment. But are your finances sufficient? If not, we can delay the delivery slightly. Zhao Junhai shook his head. No need. I have borrowed some funds and can manage for a while. However, I may not require as much, at most 2,000 tons a month. Does that work for you? Zhou Bin promptly replied, No problem. You may commence production, and once your market opens up, you can request more. Zhao Junhai, grateful for Zhou Bin's understanding, repeatedly expressed his thanks. Zhou Bin smiled. There is no need for such formality, as I should be the one thanking you. He then inquired, Boss Zhao, what company are you referring to? Why has our agreement fallen through? Zhao Junhai waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. It was a company from Nanyang, claiming to engage in real estate development on a grand scale. They returned to the homeland to contribute to the nation. I have encountered individuals from their company and sensed that their capabilities should be quite commendable, thus I unhesitatingly agreed to collaborate with them. However, it turns out they are merely a fraudulent organization, are they not? Zhou Bin inquired. Zhao Junhai shook his head and replied, No, not at all. They are not deceivers. Their representatives informed me that due to some issues within the company, they must return to address them, thus necessitating a pause on certain projects. Zhou Bin, filled with skepticism, asked, what could possibly be so crucial that they would halt their projects? I have my doubts. Zhao Junhai confidently asserted. I have inquired through reliable sources, and indeed, they are affiliated with the Nanyang Feihong Group, not fraudsters. Zhou Bin was taken aback. Feihong Group? Is that not the renowned conglomerate that would later gain immense fame? Its founder, Zhou Yueming, is famously known as the property tycoon of Nanyang. With this realization, Zhou Bin promptly asked, is their boss named Zhou Yueming? Zhao Junhai was surprised. How do you know? Yes, it appears he is indeed called Zhou Yueming, but I have heard he is quite elderly and no longer manages the company's affairs. With this revelation, Zhou Bin ceased to regard them as deceivers. Perhaps there truly were legitimate matters at hand. Zhao Junhai then urged, Brother Zhou, let us go and procure coal. I must return to expedite production. Zhou Bin quickly led Zhao Junhai, while Xiao Wang drove the truck to the coal yard. Everyone was busy forming coal balls, expressing their frustration over how Zhou Bin could have encountered such a fraud. Suddenly, they looked up to find that the very boss, Zhao, had arrived. Anyo was instantly furious, nearly compelled to charge at the scoundrel and deliver a beating. Just then, Zhou Bin also arrived, cheerfully saying, everyone, hold on. Boss Zhao is here to pick up coal. Let us assist him. The crowd was momentarily stunned. What? Boss Zhao is here for coal. Did he not flee? Sensing their confusion, Zhou Bin smiled and said, let us first help him load the coal. The crowd, both astonished and delighted, hurriedly assisted in loading the truck. In no time, 2,000 tons of coal were loaded. Zhao Junhai promptly handed Zhou Bin 40,000 yuan for the goods, and then he and the driver departed with the coal. Once Zhao Junhai left, the crowd erupted with questions surrounding Zhou Bin to inquire about the situation. Lu Junyi, incredulous, asked, Zhou Bin, did we not say that Boss Zhao was a fraud? How is it that he returned and purchased coal? Zhou Bin smiled and responded, who told you Boss Zhao was a fraud? He encountered some difficulties. Yet he remains true to his word. Anyo, curious, asked, is there truly such a thing? Did he not flee? Zhou Bin recounted the circumstances Zhao Junhai had shared with him. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their admiration, acknowledging that Boss Zhao is indeed a man of integrity. Zhou Bin informed them, Boss Zhao has faced challenges and temporarily cannot procure as much coal. Let us mine according to a production of 2,000 tons per month. The bonus will be adjusted to 20 yuan. Is everyone in agreement? The group nodded in consensus, recognizing that while 2,000 tons is somewhat less, it is far better than having no sales at all. Moreover, once his business flourishes, he might purchase even more coal, which would consequently lead to an increase in everyone's bonuses once again. Although there were some setbacks along the way, the situation ultimately culminated in a favorable outcome, significantly uplifting Zhou Bin's spirits. When he presented the sum of 40,000 yuan to Li Nan and his father, their faces lit up with joy, unable to conceal their delight. This was indeed a substantial amount of fortune. Zhou Bin quietly hoped for the prosperity of Boss Zhao's business, as it would enable them to sell more coal. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and the year was drawing to a close, with the new year just around the corner. Chapter 121. The Arrival of Heavy Snow. Time marched on swiftly, and soon it was the end of the year, with only a few days left until the new year. Since everyone had long surpassed their coal mining tasks, Zhou Bin granted them a holiday, allowing them to prepare for the upcoming festivities. One morning, upon awakening, Zhou Bin discovered that the world outside had transformed into a vast expanse of white. It was snowing. He hurriedly donned his thick cotton coat, warm shoes, and a cotton hat, making his way to the yard. The scene before him was a dazzling white spectacle, with large snowflakes gently cascading from the sky. The distant mountains had also been cloaked in white, and a chill permeated the air. The yard had already been cleared, and upon opening the door, he spotted his father sweeping the path outside. Dad, are you cold? Come in and warm yourself, Zhou Bin called out. Zhou Jianming set down his broom, rubbed his frostbitten hands, and replied with a smile, I'm not cold, but my hands are quite numb. Zhou Bin took the broom from him, saying, you should go inside to warm up. I'll take care of the sweeping. Zhou Jianming handed the broom to his son, cheerfully retreating indoors. As he walked away, he remarked, the snow is really coming down today. Next year is bound to be a bountiful one. Zhou Bin began sweeping but soon felt an overwhelming chill as the wind picked up. Before long, the biting northern wind howled, causing the snow to swirl chaotically, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Realizing that sweeping was futile, as the moment he cleared a path, the wind would cover it anew with snow. Zhou Bin sighed and decided to abandon the task. Forget it, I'll head back home, he muttered. At that moment, Zhou Jianming stepped outside to call for Zhou Bin. Bin, stop sweeping. It looks like we're in for some heavy snow. Hurry back inside. Zhou nodded in agreement. All right, I'm coming back. Before long, the sky grew darker and the wind intensified, enveloping the world in a haze, making it nearly impossible to discern anything. Upon returning indoors and warming himself by the stove for a while, Zhou finally regained feeling in his hands. Casually glancing outside, he noticed Huang and Bai snuggled together in their doghouse, appearing quite cold. It turned out that a thick layer of snow had accumulated on top of the doghouse, causing one side to collapse. He hurried over to assess the situation and discovered that the doghouse was drafty and chilly. Oh dear, Bai Huang, I'm so sorry. You see, your nest has collapsed. I must construct a new one for you, Zhou said apologetically. Despite trembling from the cold, Huang and Bai joyfully wagged their tails upon seeing Zhou displaying their affection. At that moment, Linan emerged from the house and, upon witnessing the snowy scene, exclaimed, "It's snowing." Zhou chuckled, "Be sure to dress warmly. It's quite chilly outside." Curiously, Linan inquired, "Brother Bin, what are you up to?" Zhou pointed to the doghouse and replied, "Look, Huang and Bai's nest has been crushed. I need to build them a new one." Linan observed and remarked, "Oh dear, it really has. With this heavy snowfall, how will you construct their house?" Zhou replied with a smile, "I want to use bricks or tiles. I will build them a wooden doghouse." At this point, Xiao Hua, already on vacation, was awakened by her father's words. She exclaimed, "Daddy, I want to help Huang and Bai with their doghouse." Zhou smiled and agreed, "All right. Make sure to dress warmly. I will go gather some materials." He then collected several old wooden planks and began sketching on them with a pencil. Huang and Bai, filled with curiosity, approached to see what their master was doing. Xiao Hua also came over, and upon seeing her father drawing, she curiously asked, "Daddy, what are you drawing?" Zhou smiled and responded, "I am designing a better doghouse for Huang and Bai, so they won't be cold." Before long, he completed his drawing, took up a saw, and trimmed the excess wood. The walls of the doghouse were now ready. He then found some nails and joined the wooden planks together, adding a roof and a floor. After finishing, Zhou called his father to help him move the wooden house to a sheltered spot in the yard. Next, he gathered some wheat straw to lay on the floor and covered the roof with straw, securing it with tiles. The wooden doghouse was finally completed. Huang and Bai jumped excitedly nearby, eagerly awaiting the finished abode. Zhou called out, "Huang, Bai, come inside and see if it's warm." Huang nudged Bai with his nose, encouraging him to enter first. Bai, without hesitation, darted inside and immediately began to bark joyfully. Huang followed suit, both dogs comfortably lying on the straw, emitting contented purrs. Despite her cheeks turning rosy from the cold, Xiao Hua gleefully shouted, "Oh, Huang and Bai have a new home." As the wind howled and the snow fell heavier, Zhou quickly closed the small wooden door of the doghouse to keep the wind out. He took Xiao Hua's hand and hurried inside. Outside, the frigid air contrasted sharply with the warmth radiating from the stove inside. Zhou guided Xiao Hua to the stove, urging her to warm up. Her face transformed into a rosy hue, full of happiness, as she exclaimed, "Daddy, our stove is so warm." Zhou, basking in the heat, replied with a smile, "Once our new house is built, it will be even cozier in winter. This house has a bit of a draft." Little Hua suddenly spoke with excitement, "Daddy, I hope our house will be finished soon so that I can move in." Zhou, equally filled with anticipation, replied, "It won't be long. Once the weather warms up, our house will be completed." The main structure of the house was already finished, but the interior decoration had yet to be done, and the yard remained untended. However, the construction crew had gone on holiday for the new year, and after the festivities, they would resume work. By then, both the school building and their house would be completed. As Zhou pondered these thoughts, Linan had prepared a steaming breakfast. She entered with a large plate of steamed buns and a generous dish of stir-fried pork, placing them on the table. The snow outside was falling heavier. Linan remarked. Zhou hurried to assist her with the food. Today, she had made sweet potato and corn porridge, accompanied by pickled vegetables, stir-fried potato strips, and meat-filled buns, along with spicy chili oil. When the meal was served, Zhou called for his father, and the family gathered around the table to begin their meal. Despite the howling cold wind and heavy snowfall outside, the atmosphere inside was warm and joyful. Little Hua savored her meat bun with gusto, while Linan added a spicy bun for herself, her face turning red from the heat. Zhou relished the sweet corn porridge and pickled vegetables, eating with great satisfaction. Zhou looked at his family gathered together. A wave of warmth surged within him. About an hour later, their simple breakfast had concluded. As Zhou was about to help Linan with the cleanup, a Neo suddenly burst in. Upon entering, he shouted, "Brother, come quickly, something serious has happened." Chapter 122. The wolf has entered the village. Hearing Anyo's urgent call, Zhou hurried out of the house and asked, "Anyo, what has happened?" Anyo, bundled in a thick cotton coat and wearing a train conductor's hat, with a face reddened by the cold, replied, "The village chief has fallen and can't move. We need to borrow your tricycle." Zhou was taken aback. How did that happen? How could the village chief fall? Anyo, looking puzzled, said, "I can't explain it well. They say he tripped over something, maybe a dog or something else." Without further hesitation, Zhou informed those inside and quickly started his tricycle towards Zhou Difu's house. Suddenly, he noticed several dense paw prints outside Zhou Difu's home. Although covered by snow, they resembled dog tracks. He dared not delay and rushed inside. At that moment, Zhou Difu's two sons, Zhou Jiankong and Zhou Jiangwen, were standing by the calm. While Zhou Difu lay upon it, Zhou immediately asked, "Third uncle, what happened?" Zhou Difu, who had been keeping his eyes closed, opened them upon hearing Zhou voice and said, "Zhou, I couldn't see clearly what it was. I was standing at the door when something suddenly pounced from behind and knocked me over." Zhou Difu's eldest son, Zhou Jiankong, chimed in, "I heard my father shout and rushed out to check. I saw a large dog running towards the east of the village." "A large dog? What did it look like?" Zhou inquired. Zhou Jiankong replied, "Its fur was yellow, quite similar to your big yellow dog." "What?" Zhou heart sank. Could it be that Big Yellow had caused trouble and knocked down the village chief? At that moment, he hardly had time to ponder and promptly inquired, "Third uncle, where are you feeling unwell?" Zhou Difu rubbed his leg and replied, "My leg hurts terribly, and my foot is also in pain." Zhou immediately said, "Perhaps you have injured yourself. We must hurry to the village and get an x-ray to see if there are any issues. Come, I'll drive you in the tricycle." Upon hearing this, Zhou Difu hastily expressed his gratitude. "Zhou, thank you for your trouble." Zhou Jiankong and Zhou Jiangwen also voiced their thanks in unison. Zhou flashed a smile and remarked, "Third uncle, there is no need for such words. Let us be on our way." With that, Zhou and the others carefully lifted Zhou Difu onto the tricycle and sped towards the village clinic. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the village. Zhou Difu was carried inside for an examination, while the others waited outside. Zhou took out some cigarettes, distributed them among the group, and asked, "Uncle Jiankong, did you see that?" It resembled a large dog. Uncle Jiankong, puffing on his cigarette, replied, "It looked like a dog to me. Surely it can't be a wolf?" Zhou Jiangwen shook his head and said, "How could it be a wolf? Our village hasn't seen a wolf in many years." However, Anyo interjected, "That's not certain. If a wolf were to enter the village, it would pose a danger to the children and the elderly." Zhou felt a twinge of doubt. If it wasn't a wolf, then it must be a dog. Yet, the village's large dogs were typically yellow, and only one stood out, Big Huang. Could it truly be the misdeeds of Big Huang? Nonetheless, despite his ferocity, Big Huang was exceedingly friendly and had never harmed anyone, casting uncertainty in Zhou mind. While he was deep in thought, the doctor emerged, informing everyone that the village head was unharmed, just a muscle strain from the fall, requiring a few days of rest. Without waiting for anyone to react, Zhou went to settle the medical expenses. Zhou Jiankong and Zhou Jiangwen offered to reimburse him, but he declined their generosity. After all, the village head had assisted him numerous times and was of the elder generation. Contributing to the medical costs felt appropriate. Just as they were assisting the village head for treatment, another incident occurred in the village. This time, it involved the elderly Zhou Dexing. He had been indoors, keeping his little grandson company by the fire. However, upon seeing the heavy snowfall outside, the child could not contain his excitement and yearned to venture out. Zhou Dexing, doting on his grandson, reluctantly dressed him in warm clothes and took his hand, leading him outside. At that moment, the village streets were deserted and the biting wind howled, creating an icy atmosphere. The little grandson was overjoyed, frolicking in the snow. Despite his small stature, he darted away quickly, disappearing from sight in no time. Zhou Dexing, feeling anxious as he noticed his grandson's absence, hurriedly pursued him. Just as he called out for the child, a sudden cry echoed through the air, his grandson's voice. Panic-stricken, Zhou Dexing rushed towards the sound. Before he could reach the scene, he spotted a large dog tugging at his grandson's small foot, attempting to pull him away. Frightened, Zhou Dexing yelled, trying to scare the dog off. However, the dog appeared unfazed by his shouts, continuing to drag the child to the side. At that moment, Wang Quan heard the commotion from outside and rushed out from the house. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, he quickly grabbed a hoe and charged forward. As the large dog lunged towards him, it immediately bared its teeth and began to growl ferociously. Wang Quan was shivered all over. This creature did not resemble a dog at all. Its menacing demeanor unmistakably identified it as a wicked wolf. However, he had no time for contemplation and rushed forward to scoop up the child. The little one's face was ashen, eyes tightly shut, having lost consciousness. Zhou Dexing, trembling with fear, hurried over, calling out repeatedly until the child slowly opened her eyes. Wang Quanhua hastily carried her to the clinic, where, after examination, it was determined that she had merely sustained a minor injury to her leg. Zhou Dexing felt a slight sense of relief. Nevertheless, the earlier scene haunted him. What could have driven a wolf into their village? While they tended to the child's wounds, the vile wolf darted to the doorstep of old lady Lu. Living alone in a dilapidated cave, she sometimes ventured out to gather firewood for cooking. Today, despite the heavy snowfall, she persevered, hoping to collect some wood. Just as she bent down to grab a handful from the pile at her door, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. Turning around, she screamed in terror as she saw the wolf baring its fangs, poised to pounce on her. Though frail with age, old lady Lu quickly grasped a thick tree branch and swung it fiercely at the beast's head. The wolf, startled by the sudden defense, released its grip and leaped aside. Though temporarily deterred by her stick, the wolf circled around her, waiting for an opportunity to seize her by the throat. As she cried for help, old lady Lu stood her ground against the predator. Finally, the distant shouts reached Li Jianxi, who recognized the calls for help. Realizing it was a wild wolf, he swiftly grabbed a shovel and rushed toward the scene. The wolf, preoccupied with old lady Lu, failed to notice him approaching. With a swift motion, Li Jianxi struck the wolf on its back with the shovel. The creature howled in pain and fled, disappearing into the shadows. Exhausted, old lady Lu collapsed to the ground. Li Jianxi, panting heavily, wondered where this audacious wolf had come from, brazen enough to attack a villager. He helped old lady Lu back to her home, advising her to secure her door and refrain from venturing outside. Shaken, she complied and locked herself in. Soon, the news of the wolf attack spread rapidly throughout the village, casting an air of panic among the residents. Everyone bolted their doors, too fearful to step outside. Zhou drove his tricycle back with the village chief, sensing an unusual atmosphere as they entered the village. The streets were eerily quiet, devoid of any inhabitants. The wind and snow had lessened considerably, yet every household remained firmly shut, with not a soul in sight. Curiously, Anyo asked, "Brother, what is going on? Why is everyone keeping their doors closed?" Zhou shook his head, equally baffled by the villagers' sudden retreat into their homes. Upon their arrival at the village chief's residence, they discovered Lu Junyi, Zhou Dexing, Wang Quanhua, and Lu Taipo's nephew trembling at the doorway. Anxiously, Anyo inquired, "Father, what brings you here?" Upon seeing the village chief return, Lu Junyi urgently exclaimed, "Let us discuss this inside." The group assisted the chief into the house, where Zhou Difu finally asked, "Dexing, is there something troubling you?" Zhou Dexing, his face awash with panic, replied, "Third brother, a grave matter has arisen." The atmosphere thickened with apprehension as the gathering braced themselves for the unfolding narrative. Zhou Dexing recounted the alarming incident involving his grandson, leaving the listeners aghast. Lu Taipo's nephew hastily shared the distressing news regarding Lu Taipo, prompting the assembly to grasp the gravity of the situation. With a stern expression, Zhou Difu remarked, "It appears that wolves have infiltrated our village. It has been many years since such an occurrence." Zhou Dexing echoed the sentiment. Indeed, who would have imagined that wolves would venture into the village? I recall in my youth, wolves frequently appeared, driven by hunger, stealing away children. Anyo, wide-eyed, inquired, "Were there truly wolves that came to devour the children?" Zhou Difu paused momentarily before affirming, "Indeed, those wolves were far more ferocious than the ones we face today." He then recounted an event from his childhood. During a tumultuous era marked by conflict, one year, the village suffered from famine, leaving its inhabitants on the brink of starvation. He had two companions, one of similar age and another slightly older. With scant provisions, they roamed the outskirts of the village in search of sustenance, foraging wild roots, tender shoots, and even dirt that resembled the earth of Guanyin. Occasionally, they would stumble upon a few bird eggs, which felt like divine gifts. One fateful afternoon in late spring, the trio ventured to the creek's edge in search of food. With heads bowed, they meticulously scoured the ground for dandelions or edible wild grasses. One such plant, known as Xiao, grew with roots resembling small mallets and had a sweet taste. As they aimlessly meandered along the creek, one child spotted a patch of Xiao not far off, and joy erupted among them. They immediately crouched down, digging with their hands to uproot the plants, eager to taste their find. Suddenly, Zhou Difu let out a terrified scream, for unbeknownst to them, a formidable wolf with blood-red eyes had silently approached from behind. The beast glared menacingly at the trio, poised to pounce at any moment. The children were paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to react. Zhou Difu, being the youngest, was so frightened that he wet his pants. The older child shouted, "Do not fear. Quickly, take cover behind me, and we shall run." In that moment, Zhou Difu instinctively sought refuge behind the older boy, while another friend clutched his arm, trembling in terror. Strangely, the ferocious wolf merely stared at them, refraining from leaping forward. A group of children cautiously retreated, only to find the menacing wolf closely pursuing them with a growl. Frightened, they froze, engaging in a tense standoff. Suddenly, the eldest child spotted a stick on the ground, quickly picking it up. The wolf, noticing this, bared its teeth and issued a threatening growl. Zhou Difu, terrified, dared not look at the beast and instinctively turned his head away. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw 3 wild wolves emerging from the ravine, sending a wave of panic through him. He shouted, "There are wolves below." The other 2 children glanced down and confirmed the presence of the 3 approaching wolves. The elder child immediately yelled, "Run." They realized why the lone wolf had not attacked. It was waiting for its companions to encircle them. At the elder child's command, Zhou Difu fled in terror, and upon seeing the 3 children sprinting away, the wolf lunged forward. The elder child waved the stick wildly, momentarily deterring the wolf, while Zhou Difu and another child ran for their lives, narrowly escaping the wolf's grasp. However, the elder child did not keep pace, and eventually, the village adults launched a search, discovering him at the bottom of the ravine. Tragically, he had been devoured, leaving only a pile of bones and tattered clothing. His parents were devastated upon learning the fate of their child, weeping inconsolably. After some time, with the villagers' support, they managed to stifle their grief, collecting their child's belongings and digging a grave. Originally a family of 2 children, they were now left with only 1. This child was Li Yuquan's brother, who had perished decades ago. Zhou Difu recalled with a heavy heart. Aniu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Are you referring to the late Mr. Li's brother?" Zhou Difu nodded affirmatively. The others, upon hearing this, expressed their sorrow for the unfortunate child, lamenting the ferocity of the wolves. Zhou Difu solemnly remarked, "Wolves are not to be underestimated. They are cunning and vicious, and we must not let our guard down." Zhou Bin promptly inquired, "What should we do, grandfather?" Zhou Difu pondered briefly before responding. "I suspect that due to the cold winter and heavy snowfall, these wolves are searching for food, which is why they have ventured into the village. You all must inform everyone to stay indoors and keep their doors locked. Once the situation improves and food becomes available, things may return to normal." The children nodded eagerly and dispersed to relay the warning to the villagers. After notifying everyone, Zhou Bin returned home on his tricycle. Upon entering, he promptly closed the door. Li Nan and Xiao Hua emerged, with Xiao Hua curiously asking, "Daddy, why are you closing the door?" Zhou Bin, with a grave expression, replied, "Xiao Hua, there are wolves in our village now, so you must not go outside alone." Startled, Xiao Hua immediately asked, "Daddy, how do you know there are wolves?" Zhou Bin recounted the earlier events, leaving Li Nan and Xiao Hua in shock. He then went to inform his father, advising him to refrain from wandering outside for the time being. Zhou Jianming, upon hearing the news, was seized by a sudden fear, pondering how audacious the wild wolf could be. Consequently, the entire village stood on high alert, dreading that the beast might once again invade their midst to wreak havoc. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and the village lay as tranquil as a placid lake, with no sign of the wild wolf to be seen. As the new year approached, impatience began to stir among the villagers, prompting some of the bolder souls to venture out. Little did they know, this foray would lead to dire consequences. Chapter 124. The Wolf's Sudden Assault. As the saying goes, it is difficult to dissuade a doomed spirit with good counsel. There are always those who refuse to heed warnings. In the village resided a man named Zhao Shimin, who had confined himself to his home for 3 days, nearly suffocating from the boredom. Normally, he reveled in wandering about, engaging in conversation with others, and could hardly endure being cooped up indoors. With no trace of the wolf after 3 days, he disregarded his family's pleas and boldly stepped outside. His family, alarmed, hurried after him. But upon wandering the village and discovering no peril, he became even more dismissive of their concerns. Seeing that he would not be swayed, his family resigned themselves to his decision. A day passed without incident, and his family gradually let down their guard, joining him outside for a stroll. Others, observing that Zhao Shimin had encountered no trouble, followed suit, believing the danger had subsided. Thus, in just 2 short days, the village regained its former vibrancy, with most feeling that the threat had passed. Only a few families, including Zhou Bin's and the village chiefs, remained cautious, fearful of any potential resurgence of danger. Zhao Shimin, noticing the tightly closed door of Zhou Bin's home, mocked him, jesting that a man of his stature should not be so easily frightened by a mere wolf. His hubris swelled, leading him to believe himself far superior to Zhou Bin. Yet, when pride blinds a man, calamity often follows. On that day, an impulsive thought struck him. He would venture to the back mountain to catch birds. Armed with his tools, he descended to the mountainside, propping up a sieve and scattering grain beneath it, then patiently awaited the arrival of unsuspecting birds. After an hour of waiting, only a few birds flitted past without alighting on the grain, which infuriated him, leaving him puzzled as to why they would not enter the trap. While waiting, he rolled a cigarette and soon succumbed to drowsiness, drifting off into sleep. It was unclear how long he slumbered, but he was abruptly awakened by the sensation of a hand resting on his shoulder, accompanied by heavy breathing. Instinctively, he brushed the hand away, grumbling, "What do you want? Stay away from me." Moments later, he felt another hand on his shoulder, still panting heavily. Enraged, he opened his eyes and shouted, "What are you doing?" The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with sheer terror, tumbling to the ground in fright, for standing before him was not a person but a robust, muscular gray wolf. The beast, seeing him roll away, wasted no time and lunged at him, aiming directly for his throat. Zhao Shimin, paralyzed with fear, rolled away and scrambled to his feet, fleeing for his life. The great wolf immediately gave chase, and Zhao Shimin, unable to outrun the wild beast, suffered a vicious bite on his backside. The pain propelled him upwards, as he leapt 3 feet high and scrambled up the nearby large tree. Upon seeing him ascend, the wolf quickly pursued him to the base of the tree, where it began to roar ferociously. Zhao Shimin, clutching his rear, cowered in the tree, trembling uncontrollably. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! A wolf is attacking!" His cries echoed across the desolate street, reaching the ears of the villagers. Zhou Bin, hearing Zhao's desperate wails from within his home, felt an urgent impulse. Grabbing a shovel, he dashed outside, while Li Nan anxiously cautioned him to be careful. When Zhou Bin arrived at the scene, 5 or 6 villagers had already gathered, armed and determined to confront the wolf. However, as they approached, they were struck dumb. Beneath the tree lounged 5 or 6 wolves, all baring their teeth and growling menacingly. Strangely, the wolves showed no sign of fleeing, instead standing their ground against the advancing humans. Some wolves continued to emit low growls, feigning aggression. Zhou Bin was astounded, thinking to himself how brazen these creatures were, unafraid of humans. Just then, more villagers arrived, brandishing weapons, and the wolves, sensing the growing crowd, finally retreated. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. But the wolves did not run far. They halted nearby and began howling once more. The villagers, undeterred, pursued them with renewed fervor, gathering in greater numbers, all intent on driving the wild wolves away. Meanwhile, at Li Jianxi's home, his wife, Lu Houhat, upon hearing the commotion, decided to step outside to ascertain the situation. No sooner had she opened the door than 3 wolves lunged at her, knocking her to the ground. Lu Houhat, terrified, cried out for help. Hearing her screams, Li Jianxi grabbed a shovel and rushed outside. Upon exiting, he was horrified to see the 3 wolves viciously tearing at his wife. In a panic, he swung the shovel and struck one wolf hard in the side, causing it to yelp in pain, yet it persisted in its assault on Lu Houhat. Filled with fear and anger, he raised the shovel again, this time bringing it down on another wolf's head, sending it reeling. Just as he prepared to strike again, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his calf. Turning around, he was taken aback to find 3 more wolves behind him, one of which was gnawing at his leg. He swung the shovel at the wolf's head, sending it sprawling aside. However, another wolf, teeth bared, lunged at him. Overwhelmed and losing his footing, Li Jianxi fell to the ground, thinking, "This is it." In that moment of despair, a scream pierced the air. One wolf stumbled a few steps before collapsing, convulsing on the ground. To his astonishment, a figure had rushed in from behind, brandishing a sharp knife with a fierce expression. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was old Master Li. With eyes wide and breath heavy, he lunged forward, plunging the knife into the lower back of one wolf. The wolf howled in despair, fleeing for its life. Witnessing this, the other wolves were seized by fear and hastily vanished from sight. Li Yuquan swiftly turned to assist and inquired, "How are you?" Anxiously, Li Jianxi asked, "My wife. Please check on her." Without delay, Li Yuquan rushed over, only to find Lu Houhat covered in wounds, with blood seeping from numerous places. He bellowed for help. "Is anyone there? Hurry, we need assistance." Meanwhile, the villagers had successfully driven off the pack, but were soon alerted by the cries from another direction. They hurriedly made their way over, and upon arrival, were taken aback. There lay a dead wolf on the ground, beside which was a person. Zhou Bin quickly returned to fetch a three-wheeled vehicle, lifting both individuals onto it and heading towards the village clinic. Those who did not follow hastened home, locking their doors in fear of venturing out again. Upon reaching the clinic, the doctors immediately tended to the two injured, while the others waited outside. Curiously, Anyo asked, "Who killed that wolf?" Lu Junyi replied, "I saw Old Li turn and leave. That voice earlier seemed to belong to him." Zhou Bin recalled that while everyone was preoccupied with rescue, Old Li had quietly departed. "Did he slay the wolf?" Wang Quanhua asked in astonishment. Everyone looked at Lu Junyi in disbelief, contemplating the old man's formidable prowess. Zhou Bin, already forming a plan, resolved to seek out Old Li, knowing that unless the wolf threat was eliminated, the villagers would remain in peril. Chapter 125, The Battle Against the Wolves. Upon examination, it was determined that Li Jianxi and his wife required hospitalization. Zhou Bin and the others returned to the village. As soon as they arrived, Zhou Bin, disregarding his fatigue, headed straight for Li Yuquan's home. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Li Yuquan squatting there, smoking. It seemed as if Li Yuquan anticipated his arrival, as he remarked, "You've come. It's warm here." He gestured towards the base of his wall, and Zhou Bin smiled, squatting beside him. Just as Zhou Bin was about to inquire about their next steps, Li Yuquan spoke up. "That beast is here for revenge. Unless we capture it, we shall know no peace." Zhou Bin immediately pressed, "Old Li, what do you propose we do?" Li Yuquan responded, "That wolf is likely the alpha. It came prepared today. It deliberately lured everyone away to ensure Li Jianxi would be killed. These creatures are exceedingly cunning, and fortunately, I was prepared." Zhou Bin nodded in agreement. "I never imagined they would resort to such tactics." Li Yuquan smiled faintly. "You haven't seen anything yet. They even mimic the cries of children to lure people in. These beasts are incredibly ferocious. My brother was devoured by them." In Li Yuquan's eyes, Zhou Bin discerned regret and profound hatred. "I wish I could exterminate them all. Unfortunately, they hide within the woods, but this time they have come to us. They should not blame me for being unmerciful," Li Yuquan declared vehemently. He then shared his plan with Zhou Bin, who, upon hearing it, was taken aback and quickly replied, "That seems unfeasible. It's far too dangerous." Li Yuquan's eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he declared, "These beasts are cowards who prey on the weak. If you do not subdue them, they will continue to harass us. Rest assured, that creature is no match for me." With that, he rose to his feet, casting a solemn gaze upon Zhou Bin. "Zhou Bin, I am an old man, and all I desire is to avenge my brother. Please grant me this wish." Zhou Bin, taken aback by Li Yuquan's fervor, found himself at a loss for words. Li Yuquan continued, "Even if you do not assist me, I will venture forth alone to slay that pack of beasts." Zhou Bin hastily responded, "Fourth master, do not be hasty. I will consult with the village chief." "Very well," Li Yuquan replied, "but do so quickly. Tomorrow, I intend to descend into the ravine to confront those creatures." Without delay, Zhou Bin sought out the village chief, relaying Li Yuquan's intentions. After hearing the tale, Zhou Difu remarked, "His brother met a tragic end, a memory that haunts him still. This old man possesses considerable skill. In his youth, he single-handedly dispatched several wolves. I believe we should heed his counsel. Otherwise, how shall we celebrate the new year?" Seeing the village chief's agreement, Zhou Bin felt a surge of resolve. He decided to follow Li Yuquan's plan and strike at the heart of the wolves' lair, ensuring they would no longer dare to menace the villagers. Once the plan was set, Zhou Bin swiftly gathered the able-bodied men and dogs of the village, sharing Li Yuquan's strategy with them. The plan was simple. Every strong man in the village would mobilize, with their dogs in tow, led by Li Yuquan, to drive the wolves away and restore peace. At that time, the consciousness of wildlife protection was not yet strong. The villagers were solely focused on safeguarding their homes, and thus they unanimously agreed to the plan. On the third day, Zhou Bin armed himself with an iron rod, accompanied by the dogs, and arrived at the village committee's entrance, where a gathering of 50 to 60 people awaited, alongside several dogs. As Zhou Bin approached, the crowd immediately surrounded him, eager for direction. However, he remained silent until Li Yuquan arrived, looking sharp and resolute, a gleaming knife in hand, exuding an air of vengeance. The sight of Li Yuquan instilled a sense of apprehension among the crowd, yet Zhou Bin understood that the fire of retribution burned fiercely within him. Zhou Bin promptly invited Li Yuquan to outline the plan. In just a few brief words, Li Yuquan laid out the details before striding purposefully toward the ravine's edge. The crowd, invigorated with anticipation, readied themselves for the impending battle. The dogs encircled De Huang, barking in unison, and with a commanding bark from De Huang, they set off toward the ravine. Li Yuquan instructed Zhou Bin to allow the dogs to lead the way, for their keen noses would swiftly locate the beast's den. Zhou Bin leaned down to whisper into De Huang's ear, and the dog immediately stood tall, barking loudly and leading the pack down the path. With Li Yuquan's command, the villagers hurriedly followed suit. Before long, the pack of dogs vanished into the winding trail at the ravine's edge. The villagers jogged along the path, quickly pursuing them. Approximately an hour later, a cacophony of barks erupted from the valley ahead, signaling an intense confrontation. The villagers hurried toward the commotion, and upon arrival, they were struck dumb. Dozens of dogs had encircled a pack of wild wolves, barking ferociously. The wolves, standing back to back, bared their teeth and growled menacingly. The foremost among them, a large grayish-yellow wolf, was the very creature that had knocked down the village chief and bitten the elderly Lu, clearly the leader of the pack. It bristled with fury and prepared to pounce. As anticipated, the Wolf King lunged forward with a gaping maw aimed at the dog, De Huang. Unyielding, De Huang charged head-on. In an instant, the wolf and dog were locked in a fierce struggle, their terrifying growls echoing through the air. De Huang, remarkably valiant, managed to hold his own against the Wolf King. Although the Wolf King appeared slightly larger, it lacked the agility of De Huang, thus failing to gain the upper hand in their fierce clash. Seeing the Wolf King falter, another wolf joined the fray, letting out a deafening howl as it charged. Unwilling to watch her mate being overpowered, the other dogs, who had been merely observers moments before, joined the battle. Even a tiny pup, barely a foot long, squeaked and leapt into the fray, transforming the scene into utter chaos. Without waiting for a reaction, Li Yuquan roared and dashed into the fray. He swung a knife at the Wolf King, who swiftly dodged aside. The Wolf King retaliated, knocking Li Yuquan to the ground. Just as it was about to sink its teeth into Li Yuquan's neck, Zhou Bin rushed forward, striking the Wolf King's head with an iron rod. With a dull thud, the Wolf King's skull burst open, blood splattering everywhere. Though the Wolf King howled in pain, it did not fall. Instead, it lunged again. Li Yuquan scrambled to his feet and thrust his knife into the Wolf King's rear, causing a torrent of blood to flow as the beast writhed in agony. With a swift movement, Li Yuquan leapt onto the Wolf King, raising his sharp blade, and with a decisive strike, the Wolf King's head fell to the ground. Seizing the severed head, he tossed it into the midst of the remaining wolves, which, in their fervent tearing and biting, were suddenly thrown into disarray at the sight of their leader's head. Li Yuquan charged forward, attacking any wolf in sight, while the others followed suit, brandishing shovels and hammers in a frenzy of blows. The dogs, witnessing the chaos, retreated to the sidelines. Zhou Bin swung his iron rod with ferocity. Before long, several wolves lay defeated on the ground, lifeless. The villagers, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, stood amidst a scene stained crimson against the snow. Zhou Bin gazed at the sight before him, as if he were on a battlefield. What began as an attempt to drive away the beasts had escalated into their complete annihilation. Chapter 126. With spring comes spring again. Following this fierce battle, the ravines of Beiyuan village were nearly devoid of wild wolves, and life gradually returned to tranquility. With only 7 or 8 days remaining until the new year, the village buzzed once more with its customary liveliness. Everyone was astonished to see the usually grave Li Yuquan sporting a smile on his face, as he proudly showcased the blanket he had crafted from wolf fur. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin and Li Nen busied themselves preparing for the new year, gathering an array of dried vegetables along with some fresh produce. Li Nen diligently made an assortment of dumplings, filled with meat, brown sugar, and tofu. Most importantly, they had to cook the meat for the festivities. Zhou Bin skillfully sliced 30 pounds of meat, ample for the celebrations. Following that, they ventured to the market to purchase firecrackers, new clothing, and the noodles they would eat on the morning of the first day of the new year. Once all preparations were complete, a heavy snowfall began, heralding the arrival of New Year's Eve. That evening, before 7 o'clock, the village was already resonating with the sporadic sound of firecrackers. Children donned their new garments, pockets filled with firecrackers and sweets, joyfully running through the streets, igniting firecrackers and sharing candies, their laughter echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Li Nan and Zhou Bin were in the kitchen, busily stir-frying dishes, boiling meat, and rolling out noodles. In no time, the meal was ready, and Zhou Bin hurriedly called Xiao Hua back, as the family gathered together in the house to commence their feast. At that moment, the television broadcasted the Spring Festival Gala, filling the courtyard with jubilant melodies. Zhou Bin poured 2 glasses of wine for his father and himself, while serving soda to Li Nan and Xiao Hua, as the family raised their glasses in celebration of the new year. Zhou jamming downed his drink in one gulp, his voice brimming with emotion as he declared, Bin, Xiaonan, this past year has felt like a dream to me. You two have brought such prosperity to our family. I am genuinely delighted from the depths of my heart. Zhou chuckled, Father, our family's success is the result of everyone's hard work. The future will only get brighter. Li Nan added with a smile, Father, I believe in Brother Ben. Our family's life will surely improve. Zhou Jiaming wiped his eyes, a look of guilt on his face. I was foolish back then. I owe an apology to Xiao Hua. To all of you. Zhou quickly interjected, Father, why bring this up now? It's the new year, we should be joyful. However, Li Nan, breaking her usual demeanor, voiced her long-buried feelings. Father, to be honest, I was quite upset back then. How could you act like that? Zhou was taken aback, surprised that his gentle and virtuous wife would express such sentiments. Yet, he remained silent, recognizing that this issue had long been a knot in Li Nan's heart that needed resolution. Zhou Jiaming's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, Xiao Nan, I was blinded by ignorance and panic. I truly regret my actions. Li Nan exhaled deeply. Father, whether it be a grandson or a granddaughter, they are all heirs of the Li family. Just look at how well Xiao Hua is doing. She is truly commendable. You mustn't think that way in the future. Do our lives seem worse than others? Zhou Jiaming nodded repeatedly. You are right. I was confused, but I no longer think that way. Noticing that Li Nan had expressed herself sufficiently, Zhou hastily added, Father, do not extend kindness to someone like Zhou Jianren in the future. Such a person is unworthy of being your brother. Our family must be resolute. Zhou Jiaming responded earnestly, Indeed, I shall not bring shame upon you. I will stand firm. Li Nan observed her father-in-law's discomfort and immediately sought to reassure him. Dad, the past is behind us. Our family's future is bright, and you should look forward to enjoying life. Let us not speak of this matter again. Zhou recognized that Li Nan had begun to resolve her inner turmoil and promptly added, Indeed, we shall no longer mention it. Come, let us eat. Little Hua, watching her grandfather with concern, interjected, Mom, Dad, please don't upset Grandpa. He's on the verge of tears. Zhou Jianming tenderly embraced little Hua, feeling a mix of guilt and affection as he said, My dear little one. After the family finished their meal, Zhou produced the firecrackers, flashing lights, and kaleidoscopes he had purchased. In no time, the courtyard was filled with vibrant fireworks, and the family joyfully watched until late into the night. As the new year passed, it was soon the 11th day of the first lunar month. That day, Zhou was resting at home, when suddenly Principal Wang from the school and Wang Manshan from the construction team arrived. Upon entering, Principal Wang excitedly exclaimed, Zhou, I bring you wonderful news. Hearing the commotion, Zhou hurried to greet them. Upon recognizing his guests, he promptly invited them inside. Wang Bingwen, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Zhou, our school has been completed. On the 16th of the first lunar month, the children can move into the new classrooms. Zhou was elated. Having thought it would take another month, he was pleasantly surprised by the quick progress. Wang Manshan added, Principal Wang wanted the children to start classes in the new building right after the new year, so we got to work immediately after the holiday, and thankfully, we're nearly done. Zhou quickly offered them cigarettes, expressing his gratitude to Wang Manshan. Wang Bingwen continued with a smile, The 15th is just in time for the festival. I would like to invite you and everyone to visit the school for a tour and a ribbon-cutting ceremony to celebrate the new classrooms. What do you think? Zhou readily agreed, saying, Absolutely, this is fantastic news, and I will certainly attend. Wang Bingwen replied, Excellent. Please inform the villagers, and we will organize for the children to join us as well. Wang Manshan gave Zhou a thumbs up, saying, Brother Zhou, you truly are a benefactor. If every village were like this, the children would be fortunate indeed. Zhou chuckled, Brother Wang, you flatter me. Once the two departed, Zhou hurried to report this news to the village chief. Zhou Difu, upon hearing the news, was very excited and repeatedly exclaimed, Wonderful. Our villagers will all attend. Meanwhile, Wang Bingwen was tasked with inviting the local leaders and teachers. Wang Manshan would oversee the finishing touches on the playground to ensure everything was ready for the gathering. In less than half a day, the entire village learned that the school classrooms had been completed, and everyone was filled with tremendous excitement, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to see the new classrooms. Finally, the 15th day arrived, coinciding with the Lantern Festival. The villagers donned new clothes, and the children dressed up, their faces radiating joyful smiles as they set off towards the school in a grand procession. Zhou had made a special effort to ensure his family was elegantly attired before they enjoyed breakfast and departed for the school. Little Hua was as joyful as a butterfly, bouncing around with pride evident on her face. She knew that the building her father had constructed for the school was complete, and as the new term commenced, her classmates would finally be able to learn in their new classrooms. Meanwhile, leaders from the township, along with teachers, the principal, and children, gradually gathered at the school entrance. The new school in Baiyuan Village was about to be unveiled, and everyone was eagerly anticipating this moment. Chapter 127. The Great Joy of Baiyuan Village. At Baiyuan Village Primary School, everyone wore smiles, awaiting the exhilarating moment ahead. Zhou Bin and his family, dressed in their finest attire, arrived at the school entrance with hearts brimming with joy. A considerable crowd had already gathered, including township leaders, teachers, and cheerful children. As soon as they spotted Zhou Bin, they erupted into enthusiastic applause, the air filled with thunderous cheers. Zhou Bin quickly approached the crowd, bowing in greeting. Seeing him, Township Head Lu waved with a smile. "Zhou Bin, come here." Zhou Bin hurried over, exchanging pleasantries with the leaders and teachers. Township Head Lu joyfully remarked, "Zhou Bin, today is indeed a splendid day. The classrooms are completed, and we owe this to your generous support." Zhou Bin humbly replied, "Leaders, let us not say that. This is the result of our collective efforts." Principal Wang chimed in with a smile. "Zhou Bin, you're being modest. Without your assistance, the children would not be enjoying such wonderful classrooms." Zhou Bin grinned widely, his heart swelling with excitement at the sight of everyone's happiness. Deputy Township Headley teased, "Zhou Bin, you look quite dapper today, almost as if you're getting married." His comment elicited laughter from the crowd, prompting Wang Bingwen to interject, "Leaders, I believe most of our guests have arrived. Let us proceed into the school." Township Head Lu nodded. "Very well. Let us enter and thoroughly explore the new classrooms." With that, the crowd began to file into the school. Little Hua and her classmates stood together, adorned like proud little princesses. Other students cast envious glances her way, praising her father's impressive achievements. Little Hua beamed with delight as they all entered the school. Upon stepping through the grand entrance, they were greeted by 6 magnificent new buildings. Constructed of gray bricks and topped with gray tiles, their whitewashed walls made the structures appear grand and spacious. The doors and windows were brand new, with glass that sparkled brilliantly. Under Principal Wang's guidance, everyone made their way into the classrooms. Inside, they found brand new desks and chairs, pristine blackboards, and floors laid with gray bricks, complete with a brick podium. Zhou Bin carefully examined a desk, appreciating its quality, and felt a deep satisfaction overall. The visiting crowd expressed their contentment, praising the construction of the classrooms. Zhou Bin noticed many teachers with teary eyes discreetly wiping them. Teacher Wang, however, radiated excitement, her eyes shimmering with joy. Zhou Bin felt a warm glow in his heart. Being able to contribute to the well-being of his fellow villagers was an incredibly fulfilling experience. After the adults concluded their visit, it was the children's turn to explore. As the little ones entered the classroom, a chorus of exclamations and cheers erupted, transforming the space into a joyous sea of delight. They then proceeded to the playground, where the once uneven dirt surface had been replaced with a layer of small stones, presenting a clean and level area, ensuring that rain would no longer be a concern. The main pathways of the school were also paved with blue bricks, facilitating easier navigation during inclement weather. At this moment, everyone gathered on the playground, where teachers brought forth red ribbons. Under the leadership of Village Head Lu, along with Zhou Bin, Principal Wang, and representatives from the village, they participated in a ribbon-cutting ceremony. The sound of firecrackers erupted, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, reaching a fever pitch. Following the ribbon cutting, Village Head Lu commended Zhou Bin's noble act of donating funds for education, and Principal Wang also delivered a speech of gratitude. Subsequently, the crowd urged Zhou Bin to say a few words. Initially reluctant, he could not resist the warmth of their encouragement and eventually spoke up. With a beaming smile, he addressed the leaders, teachers, and villagers, expressing his immense joy at the completion of the new classroom, which would now serve the children. The crowd responded with a thunderous applause, while Li Nan, amidst the throng, gazed at her husband with overwhelming emotion and pride. Zhou Bin continued, "While I am elated, I also feel a tinge of regret. This time, we could only construct a few tiled houses. In the future, when I am able, I promise to build a proper building for our school, enhancing its facilities." As his words resonated, the crowd enveloped him with applause, their cheers echoing through the air. The following day, the children commenced their studies, finally able to sit in the new classroom. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin's home was still under construction, expected to be completed in about a month. Time passed swiftly, and 2 weeks later, Zhou Bin arrived early at the coal yard, awaiting the arrival of Boss Zhao's truck to transport coal. However, as noon approached, the truck had yet to appear, causing a sense of urgency among the waiting crowd. Zhou Bin too felt anxious. While 2,000 tons per month was not excessive, it represented a significant income of 40,000. Should this endeavor falter, his coal would lose its market. With the weather gradually warming, the demand for coal briquettes was plummeting, adding to his concerns. Finally, In the afternoon, Zhao Junhai arrived at the coal yard. Zhou Bin hurried to greet him, and the others gathered around, curious about the situation. Zhao Junhai, apologetically, said, "Brother Zhou, I'm sorry for my tardiness." Zhou Bin promptly inquired, "Boss Zhao, where's your truck?" Zhao Junhai sighed. The truck did not arrive, and it seems my business may not sustain itself. The crowd gasped in astonishment, staring intently at Zhao Junhai. He continued helplessly, "My cement has been produced, and, after expert evaluation, deemed of excellent quality. However, I am struggling to find buyers for our cement. Why is that? Is there no demand?" Zhou Bin questioned. Zhao Junhai shook his head, expressing, "No. At present, construction projects are flourishing everywhere, leading to a tremendous demand for cement. However, in our vicinity, all opportunities have been seized by others, leaving us with no chance whatsoever. Even those who might be interested only seek a small quantity, which hardly makes a significant impact. Currently, we have a considerable surplus of cement, and I am hesitant to continue production." Upon hearing this, everyone felt deflated, thinking to themselves how unfortunate Zhao was. Zhou Bin inquired, "Boss Zhao, could it be that their cement quality is superior? Or perhaps their prices are more competitive?" Zhao Junhai answered with a shake of his head, "No, I have examined their cement. Its quality is far inferior to ours, and the price difference is negligible. However, they have connections, which leaves us at a disadvantage." Zhou Bin understood that for a new product to carve out a niche in the market is indeed a formidable challenge. Zhao Junhai continued, "I never really expected to wrest market share away from them. The only reason I have persisted is that the people from Feihong Group informed me they would return for projects, hence my commitment to production." Zhou Bin asked, "So, are they not returning now?" Zhao Junhai, looking dejected, replied, "No, they are indeed coming back soon, but regrettably, they have chosen not to collaborate with me, leaving me utterly helpless." Zhou Bin, surprised, questioned, "Why? Why have they chosen not to work with you anymore?" Zhao Junhai, filled with indignation, stated, "I have heard that a cement factory from another county, called Minghua, has somehow managed to push us out, and now they are collaborating with them." Zhou Bin felt a weight in his heart. If Zhao's situation worsened, it would not bode well for his own coal yard. He quickly asked, "When will the people from Feihong return?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Junhai estimated, probably in about a month. Zhou Bin eagerly volunteered, "Boss Zhao, if they come back, please involve me. Let us see if there is still a chance." Zhao Junhai looked at Zhou Bin in astonishment. You wish to approach them?" Zhou Bin responded with a smile, "Indeed. Have they not formally notified you yet?" Zhao Junhai confirmed, "Yes, I learned through acquaintances." "That's good. When the time comes, we can strive for it together. There may yet be a turning point," Zhou Bin encouraged. Zhao Junhai shook his head. "This matter seems almost certain. Our involvement likely won't yield much." Zhou Bin replied cheerfully, "Do not be disheartened. After all, it doesn't cost us much to try. There is always a glimmer of hope." Observing Zhou Bin's unwavering confidence, Zhao Junhai felt a flicker of hope reignite within him. "Do you have any good ideas?" Zhao Junhai inquired with anticipation. Zhou Bin smiled. "Not at the moment, but who knows? Perhaps solutions will emerge once we are there." He spoke this way because in his previous life, he had witnessed similar situations, and through perseverance, some outcomes had ultimately turned in his favor. Thus, he retained a degree of confidence in this regard, resolved to lend a hand to Zhao Junhai, which would also benefit himself. After Zhou Bin's persuasion, Zhao Junhai ultimately accepted his proposal. After he departed, Zhou Bin addressed the group. "Although Boss Zhao has temporarily ceased his coal orders, our work must not come to a halt. It is possible that once matters are resolved, he may require even more." Lu Junyi, feeling a twinge of sympathy, suggested, "Zhou Bin, why don't you allow us to return home for now? Let us forego our wages during this period. We can resume our work once everything is settled." Anyo chimed in, "Yes, brother. We wouldn't want to add to your burdens." The others echoed Lu Junyi's sentiments, but Zhou Bin firmly declined. With a smile, he reassured them, "Just focus on your work. I still have wages for you." Having said this, he turned to other tasks, and seeing this, the others fell silent and resumed their coal mining. Thus, another 10 days passed. On this day, Zhou Bin chose to rest at home instead of going to the coal yard, when suddenly, Zhao Junhai arrived in his car. Upon entering, Zhao Junhai exclaimed, "Brother Zhou, the people from Feihong have arrived." Zhou Bin, hearing his voice, quickly came out and inquired, "Boss Zhao, how come they returned so soon?" Zhao Junhai shook his head. "I'm not sure. They had initially indicated it would take longer." Zhou Bin promptly replied, "In that case, let us hurry to find them." Zhao Junhai chuckled, "Brother Zhou, there's no need to rush. I've learned that they will be dining at the Jingzhou Hotel the day after tomorrow. Why don't we visit them then?" Zhou Bin pondered for a moment and agreed. "All right, we shall go the day after tomorrow. I will head to the county early in the morning, and then we can go together." After finalizing their plans, Zhao Junhai departed. Zhou Bin contemplated what he might say to them and then awaited the arrival of the appointed time. On the third day, Zhou Bin took a bus to the county. As it was still early and having left in haste without breakfast, he decided to grab a bite at Nengxiangzi first. He walked down Nengxiangzi, intending to enjoy a bowl of tofu pudding from Li Bingyi's stall. However, upon arrival, he discovered that Li Bingyi was absent that day. With no other option, he settled for a bowl of noodle soup instead. As he approached the noodle stall, he witnessed an elderly man being tugged by the vendor, who was refusing to let him leave. The old man, his face flushed, protested loudly. "What are you pulling me for? I want to go home." The vendor, equally agitated, retorted, "You old man, you think you can eat without paying." The old man mumbled, "I paid you. Why are you asking for money again?" The vendor erupted, "You're lying. When did I collect your money? You're an old fraud." Onlookers gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Zhou Bin noticed that the elderly man seemed somewhat confused and struggled with his words. He quickly approached and asked, "Annie, what has happened?" The vendor, still furious, replied, "This old man just devoured 3 bowls of my noodles and now claims he has no money to pay. He must think he can get a free meal." Zhou Bin hastily interjected, "Auntie, please don't be upset. Perhaps the old gentleman is facing some difficulties." The vendor responded, "Even if he is in trouble, he shouldn't impose on me. How much do you think I earn from 1 bowl?" Upon closer inspection, Zhou Bin noticed that the old man was dressed in a suit and wearing leather shoes. He did not appear to be a man of limited means. He promptly said, "Auntie, please do not be upset. I have covered the old man's expenses." With that, he handed the money to the woman selling noodle skins, and her shouts ceased. He hurriedly assisted the old man to a side and inquired, "Sir, what is your name? Where do you hail from?" The elderly man replied anxiously, "I live in Shiyuan village. I must return quickly to find my wife." "You claim to be from Shiyuan village? What is your name?" Zhou Bin asked. The old man scratched his head, pondering, "What was my name again?" After a considerable pause, he mumbled, "My wife's name is Lu Xiaomei. She is waiting for my return." Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin's mind buzzed. Lu Xiaomei? That name was exceedingly familiar. It belonged to the old woman Lu. Zhou Bin was taken aback, his mouth agape, and he hastily questioned, "Your wife is Lu Xiaomei from Beiyuan village?" The old man nodded vigorously. Yes. She is remarkably beautiful. Everyone in Beiyuan village knows her." Heaven above, Zhou Bin could not restrain his astonishment. This old man was none other than Lu Taipo's husband, Zhou Yubao, who had been missing for decades. He could hardly believe his ears. How had this man ended up here? Moreover, he appeared somewhat disoriented. How had he arrived in the county? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind, yet the old man could provide no clarity. Zhou Bin pressed on, "Sir, how did you come to the county? Is your name Zhou Yubao?" The old man nodded in affirmation. Yes. My name is Zhou Yubao. How do you know my name?" Zhou Bin's heart raced with excitement as he asked, "Sir, who did you come to the county with? Where have you been all these years?" Zhou Yubao stared blankly for a moment before responding, I just came by car." Observing his confusion and slurred speech, Zhou Bin surmised that he might be unwell. Feeling the urgency to get to Jingzhou, he had no choice but to take him along and discuss matters with Boss Xiao later. Thus, he bought a few buns, eating as he walked, leading the old man to Zhao Junhai's factory. Zhao Junhai was already waiting at the entrance, and, upon seeing Zhou Bin with an elderly man, expressed his surprise. "Brother Zhou." "Who is this?" Zhou Bin replied with a smile. "This is an old acquaintance of mine who lost his way. I brought him along." Zhao Junhai inquired, "But we need to head to the city. What about him?" Zhou Bin reassured him, "Just let the old man rest in your factory for now. Feed him some lunch, and I'll take him back when I return." Zhao Junhai nodded. "All right, I'll have someone take him inside." Zhou Bin cautioned, "Boss Xiao, this old man seems a bit confused. Please ensure he is looked after carefully." Zhao Junhai promptly summoned someone and relayed the instructions, and Zhou Yubao followed that person inside. Meanwhile, Zhou Bin drove off with Zhao Junhai, heading straight for Jingzhou. Chapter 129. A disheartening return. Zhou Bin and Zhao Junhai drove swiftly to Jingzhou. According to Zhao Junhai's information, the members of Feihong Group were scheduled to dine at a restaurant in Jingzhou that afternoon. Consequently, the two arrived early at the Jingzhou restaurant, parking their vehicle in the courtyard and awaiting the arrival of their guests. They waited until after 11 o'clock when those individuals finally entered from the restaurant entrance. Zhao Junhai quickly exclaimed, "Brother Zhou, it is indeed them." With that, he advanced towards them, followed closely by Zhou Bin. From a distance, Zhao Junhai called out, "Manager Zhang." "Welcome back." Zhang Mingkai looked up, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Zhao Junhai, but soon smiled and responded, "Mr. Zhao, what brings you here?" Zhao Junhai replied with a smile, I heard you had returned and reserved a private room here to extend a warm welcome to you all. I sincerely hope Manager Zhang will grace us with your presence." Before Zhang Mingkai could respond, a portly man adorned with a large gold chain approached from behind, saying, Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Zhao Junhai realized instantly that this man was none other than Wang Dakue, the owner of Minghua Cement Factory. Zhao Junhai thought to himself, just as he suspected. Minghua's people had already established connections with the other party. He smiled and said, "Ah, it is you, Boss Wang. I merely wish to invite Manager Zhang and his associates for a simple meal." Wang Dakue immediately looked at him with disdain. "You think you can invite Manager Zhang for a meal? You should consider your own status." Zhao Junhai felt the malice emanating from Wang Dakue, but maintained his smile, saying, "What do you mean? I have a prior acquaintance with Manager Zhang, and we intended to discuss potential collaboration. Is it not permissible to invite them?" Wang Dakue laughed heartily. "Collaboration? I suggest you forget it. Manager Zhang has already partnered with us at Minghua. You might as well go home and tend to your child." Zhao Junhai feigned ignorance and asked in surprise, "Manager Zhang, is what he said true?" Zhang Mingkai quickly replied, "I apologize, Boss Zhao. I hadn't had the chance to inform you, but our group has decided to collaborate with Minghua Company. There's nothing I can do about your situation." Zhao Junhai, now anxious, said, "Manager Zhang, weren't we in agreement? I have already installed the latest production equipment, and our products exceed your quality requirements." Zhang Mingkai smiled slightly, "I am sorry, Boss Zhao, but Boss Wang's cement quality is quite satisfactory and his prices are lower than yours. We have collectively decided to proceed with them." Wang Dakue, grinning with satisfaction, remarked, "Boss Zhao, nobody wants your cement. Spare yourself the effort." At this moment, Zhou Bin interjected, "Manager Zhang, to my knowledge, the quality of Minghua cement is inconsistent. In fact, there have been reports of their cement causing walls to collapse. Are you aware of these issues?" Wang Dakue, upon hearing this, nearly jumped up, shouting, "Who are you? This is not your place to speak." Zhao Junhai promptly responded, "This is my friend. Is he not allowed to express his opinion?" Zhang Mingkai smiled and said, "Sir, I am not familiar with the situation you mentioned. Our findings indicate that Boss Wang's cement quality is absolutely reliable." With that, he stepped away, ignoring Zhao Junhai's attempts to call him back. Zhao Junhai and Zhou Bin tried to pursue him, but were blocked by Wang Dakue, who, with a provocative expression, said, "Zhao, you are deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, aren't you? Let me tell you, Manager Zhang is a good friend of mine. If you wish to collaborate with them, dream on." Zhou Bin observed the man's flamboyant attire and arrogant demeanor, surmising that he must have offered some form of inducement to the individual surnamed Zhang. Otherwise, such an attitude would be inconceivable. Zhao Junhai, his face flushed with indignation, exclaimed, "Boss Wang, what do you mean by that?" Wang Dakui immediately donned a fierce expression, retorting, "Zhao, you'd best make yourself scarce, or you'll regret it." With that, he strode inside to attend to Zhang Mingkai and his associates. Zhao Junhai, at a loss for words due to his anger, while Zhou Bin sighed, remarked, "It's futile. Those two are in cahoots. I fear this matter cannot be resolved through conventional means." Zhou Bin contemplated that Wang Dakui was hardly a legitimate businessman. Dealing with someone like him would require a different approach. He postulated that Manager Zhang must have accepted some form of benefit from Wang Dakui, for otherwise, he would not be so protective of him. With this thought in mind, he pulled Zhao Junhai aside to share his insights, suggesting, "Boss Zhao, if this is indeed the case, we must find evidence. For instance, any proof regarding the quality issues of Minghua cement, and most importantly, any evidence of Zhang Mingkai receiving favors would be ideal." Zhao Junhai pondered for a moment before responding. Finding issues with Minghua cement shouldn't be too difficult, but uncovering the nature of their private dealings could prove challenging. Zhou Bin smiled and encouraged, "Why not try? There's a chance we might succeed. Let us exhaust all avenues. If it still comes to naught, we'll have no choice but to accept it." Zhao Junhai nodded, filled with regret, and drove back to the factory. Upon his return, Zhou Bin hurried to find Zhou Yubao. The caretaker informed him that although the old man was somewhat bewildered, he had an astonishing appetite, consuming 2 bowls of noodles in a single sitting. Zhou Bin approached Zhou Yubao with a smile, saying, "Old man, shall I take you back to find your wife?" Zhou Yubao joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, please take me back quickly. My wife must be waiting anxiously." Zhou Bin expressed his gratitude to Zhao Junhai and escorted Zhou Yubao to the vehicle. On the bus, everyone regarded Zhou Yubao with curiosity, wondering who this elderly gentleman was, as none in their community had ever seen someone of his age dressed in such a manner. After 2 hours of bumpy mountain roads, the bus finally arrived. Zhou Bin assisted Zhou Yubao off the bus and led him toward the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, they encountered Lu Funyi, who curiously inquired, Zhou Bin. Who is this? Zhou Bin smiled and replied, this is my relative. He chose his words carefully, mindful of the potential ramifications of a misstep. Lu Fenyi nodded, not pressing further, and departed. Shortly thereafter, as they passed by Aunt Zhao's house, she happened to be heading to the coal yard for work. Zhou Bin, who is this old man with you? Why is he dressed like that? Aunt Zhao asked, her curiosity piqued. Zhou Bin responded with a grin. This is a relative from outside. Aunt Zhao, puzzled, queried, a relative? I've never seen him before. Zhou Bin chuckled. He is a distant relative. I just made contact. Aunt Zhao nodded in understanding, remarking, oh, he is dressed rather flamboyantly. With that, she continued on her way, while Zhou Bin led Zhou Yubao directly to his home. As soon as he entered, he encountered Li Nan. Li Nan glanced and noticed an unfamiliar old man following Zhou Bin, and immediately asked with curiosity, Zhou Bin, who is this elder? Zhou Bin smiled and replied, let us discuss that later. First, let us prepare 2 cups of water. Li Nan hurried off to brew tea for them, while Zhou Bin cheerfully said, elder, please have a seat and take a moment to rest with a drink. Zhou Yubao looked around Zhou Bin's courtyard and remarked, where is this? This is not my home. I need to go back and find my wife. Zhou Bin smiled reassuringly. Elder, there is no need to hurry. After a short rest, we will go find your wife. Zhou Yubao nodded and fell silent. At that moment, Zhou Jiaming returned from outside. Upon entering, he noticed a stranger sitting in the courtyard. He quickly inquired, Bin, who is this guest? Zhou Bin, upon seeing his father, immediately responded with a smile, Dad, you're back. Zhou Yubao, hearing the voice, curiously turned to look. Zhou Jiaming was taken aback, as the old man before him seemed remarkably familiar. However, he could not recall where he had seen him before, so he asked, Bin, who is this? Zhou Bin replied with a grin, Dad, do you recognize him? Zhou Yubao stared blankly at Zhou Jiaming, completely bewildered. Zhou Jiaming looked again, struggling to remember who this person was. At that moment, Li Nan brought out the water, and Zhou Yubao took the cup and began to drink heartily. Suddenly, Zhou Jiaming jolted in surprise, exclaiming, This is Brother Zhou? Noticing his father's astonishment, Zhou Bin hurriedly asked, do you know this man? Zhou Jiaming continued to observe, exclaiming, he looks just like him, it's uncanny. Li Nan, puzzled, asked, Dad, who is Brother Zhou? Zhou Jiaming explained, he is Lu Taipo's husband, Zhou Yubao. Hearing his name called, Zhou Yubao replied, what do you want from me? Zhou Jiaming, in disbelief, said, Bin, is this really Brother Zhou? Li Nan, equally astonished, chimed in, Bin Gu, who exactly is this elder? Zhou Bin smiled and replied, Zhou Yubao. Goodness, where did you find him? It's been decades since we last saw him. Zhou Jiaming exclaimed, astonished. Li Nan was equally taken aback. This elder is indeed Lu Taipo's husband? Zhou Yubao, confused, asked, who is Lu Taipo? I need to find my wife, Lu Xiaomei. Zhou Bin quickly reassured him, elder, please don't worry, we will go shortly. He then recounted his encounter with Zhou Laobo in the county, and both men listened in disbelief, their eyes wide open. This was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. This old man had been missing for decades and suddenly appeared in the county. They had searched for him for so many years without success. Zhou Bin remarked, Lu Taipo has waited a lifetime. Her hopes were not in vain. The elder has finally returned. Oh my, Bin, what a coincidence this is. It's unbelievable that it was you who encountered him, Zhou Jiaming expressed, filled with astonishment. Li Nan, both amazed and delighted, added, if Lu Taipo knows that Brother Zhou has truly returned, she will be overjoyed. Zhou Bin remarked, it seems that the old man is a bit confused and struggles to articulate certain matters. I shall take him to see Granny Lu shortly. She might be able to help. Li Nan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, I want to go too. Zhou Bin replied with a smile, very well. We shall go together in a moment. Zhou Jiaming added, then I will join as well. He had encountered Zhou Yubao in his youth, and after decades, he was unexpectedly reunited with him today, which stirred a wave of nostalgia within him. After finishing their tea, Li Nan, Zhou Bin, and Zhou Jiaming led Zhou Yubao to seek out Granny Lu. Her residence lay at the eastern edge of the village, within a cave dwelling, and she rarely ventured outside. The group hastened to her doorstep, where they observed that the tiles on the gate had shattered, overrun with moss, and the once black wooden door had faded, presenting a mottled appearance. The courtyard wall, battered by the elements, bore numerous scars, overgrown with wild grass, lending an air of desolation. Suddenly, Zhou Yubao, who had been muddled moments before, brightened up and exclaimed, this is my wife's family. Zhou Bin quickly called out softly, Granny Lu, are you home? However, the courtyard remained eerily silent, with no response. He gently pushed the door, which creaked open. As they entered the yard, they found it overrun with weeds, an atmosphere of desolation enveloping them. Zhou Yubao walked about, his excitement palpable, his body trembling slightly. Zhou Bin continued to call, "Granny Lu, are you at home?" At that moment, the cave door creaked open, revealing a slightly stooped figure. She asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" Zhou Bin replied, "Granny, it's me, Zhou Bin." Only then did Granny Lu lift her head to scrutinize, and upon recognizing him, she stood frozen in astonishment. Zhou Yubao also spotted Granny Lu, appearing as if turned to stone, rooted to the spot. Zhou Bin and the others stood by, silently observing the two. Granny Lu hastened a few steps towards Zhou Yubao, peering closely at him. In an instant, her body weakened, and she sank to the ground. With a voice choked with emotion, she cried out, "Bao, brother Bao." Zhou Yubao, whose muddled mind suddenly cleared at her call, could not help but shout, "Sister!" Granny Lu burst into tears, her sobs flowing like a broken string of pearls, unstoppable. She murmured, "Brother Bao, is that really you? You have truly returned?" Zhou Yubao, overwhelmed with tears, could hardly speak, as he supported Granny Lu, exclaiming, "Sister, is it truly you? I haven't died, have I?" Granny Lu sobbed heart-wrenchingly, saying, "Brother Bao, why did you take so long to return? Sister has been waiting endlessly." Zhou Yubao cried out, "Sister, I have come back. I am back." With that, the two elders embraced, weeping heartily, their cries echoing through the air. Zhou Bin felt his eyes welling up with tears, unable to hold back. Li Nan was in floods of tears, unable to wipe them away. Zhou Jiaming turned away, striving to suppress his emotions. After a considerable time of weeping, Zhou Yubao gradually calmed his sobs, tenderly supporting his beloved companion, gazing intently at her face, and choked out, "Sister, I have returned." Old Lady Lu trembled all over, her hands shaking as she reached out to caress Zhou Yubao's face, softly murmuring, "Bao Ge, am I dreaming? You truly have returned?" Zhou Yubao replied gently, "It is I. I have truly come back. Sister, you have endured so much over the years. I am deeply sorry for you." Tears streamed down Old Lady Lu's cheeks once more as she murmured, "Bao Ge, why have you not come to find me all these years? Have you forgotten your sister? I have grown old." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yubao's tears fell again, and he enveloped Old Lady Lu in his embrace, saying, "Sister, I have not forgotten you. I have always longed to return to find you." Zhou Bin observed the heartbreaking scene of the two elders weeping and wiped his own tears, stepping forward to say, "Elder, old lady, please sit down and talk." Li Nan hurriedly assisted the elderly couple to a bench in the courtyard. As Zhou Yubao settled down, he wiped his tears and asked, "Sister, how have you fared all these years?" Old Lady Lu nestled closely against Zhou Yubao, replying, "Bao Ge, since you left, I have been submerged in suffering." She then began to recount her tragic experiences over the years, weeping as she spoke. Hearing that their children were no longer with them, and that his wife had endured such misery, Zhou Yubao felt his heart shatter. Unable to restrain himself as he burst into tears, the others nearby also felt their eyes redden, unable to contain their emotions. Zhou Jiaming could not help but advise, "Brother Zhou, please do not cry. At your age, it is not good for your health." Zhou Yubao lifted his head to glance at Zhou Jiaming, asking, "Who are you?" Zhou Jiaming replied, "I am Go Hua." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yubao looked closely and suddenly exclaimed, "Go Hua, it is truly you." Chapter 131. A promise of white hair. Seeing that Zhou Baoyu had recognized him, Zhou Jiaming joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Brother Zhou, it is I." In his childhood, when he encountered Zhou Yubao would always playfully tease him. At that time, he called Zhou Yubao Brother Zhou. Though in terms of lineage from Old Lady Lu's side, he was actually from Zhou Jiaming's grandfather's generation. Zhou Yubao grasped Zhou Jiaming's hand, excitedly saying, "Go Hua, it has been decades since we last met. You two have aged." Zhou Jiaming remarked wistfully, "Indeed, I have grown old. My child is already in their 20s. At last, Old Lady Lu regained her composure and pointed to Zhou Jiaming, saying, "Bao Ge, he has a proper name now. He is called Zhou Jiaming." Zhou Yubao quickly responded, "Oh, I apologize. I did not know your full name." Zhou Bin smiled warmly, saying, "Uncle Zhou, old lady, you are finally able to reunite. This is a joyous occasion, so please cease your tears." Zhou Yubao hastily inquired, "Child, who are you? I owe my return to you." Zhou Jiaming grinned, saying, "Brother Zhou, this is my son, Zhou Bin." "Ah, so this is your son. Without him, I fear I would not have returned," Zhou Yubao exclaimed, filled with emotion. Old Lady Lu tightly grasped Zhou Yubao's hand, asking, "Bao Ge, where have you been all these years? Why did you not come back to find me?" Zhou Yubao's eyes reddened once again as he replied, "Sister, I have thought of returning to find you every moment, but I waited for decades, fearing I would never see you again in this lifetime." Then he began to recount the experiences he had endured over the years. It turned out that on that fateful day, he had ventured to the neighboring village for work. After laboring for only a short while, a group of people suddenly burst in, seizing him and several others without explanation. His thoughts were consumed by Lu Xiaomei, waiting at home, and despite his unwavering resistance, he was brutally beaten, leaving him battered and bruised. Eventually, succumbing to the inevitable, he was forced onto the battlefield to fight. Many times, he longed to escape back home. Yet each attempt resulted in being captured and violently punished once more. With no alternatives, he endured the harsh passage of time, hoping for the day he could reunite with his beloved wife. However, that day arrived with orders to deploy overseas for combat. Terrified, he was uncertain if he would return alive. Yet, he had changed. He understood that his comrades fought valiantly for the sake of their homeland. Thus, without hesitation, he joined the ranks heading to those tropical regions. From that point on, they endured fierce battles against a merciless enemy in dire conditions. During one encounter, he was tragically captured and transported to the South Seas, where he became a laborer. Henceforth, he endured a dark existence as a slave laborer for several years. When the war finally concluded, he believed he could return home, only to miss yet another opportunity due to unforeseen circumstances. To survive, he was compelled to work as a laborer in the South Seas, starting from moving bricks at construction sites, then becoming a vendor, running a restaurant, and even selling clothes. Gradually, he amassed a modest fortune and ventured into the real estate industry. Through diligence and intelligence, he gradually established himself, and his business flourished, ultimately becoming a prominent real estate tycoon in the South Seas. During this time, he made numerous attempts to return home to find his wife, but various obstacles thwarted his efforts. Eventually, he lost all contact and remained oblivious to whether his wife was still alive. This brought him to tears, wishing fervently for wings to fly back to his homeland. For her sake, he never sought companionship again, remaining solitary throughout his life. He later adopted a Chinese child to keep him company, which enabled him to endure those years. Finally, when conditions eased and he could return home, he suffered a stroke that nearly claimed his life. Consequently, he underwent years of treatment, and by the previous year, he felt he was nearly recovered. Eager to return, he was unexpectedly afflicted again. Reluctantly, he was delayed once more, but under the careful care of doctors, he gradually improved. This time, no amount of persuasion could dissuade him. He was determined to return to the homeland he had longed for. After listening to Zhou Yubao's tale, Zhou Bin was left speechless, astonished as he asked, "Uncle Zhou, you can't possibly be the renowned real estate magnate Zhou Yueming from the South Seas, can you?" Zhou Yubao, taken aback, replied, "Indeed, that is I. How did you know?" Zhou Bin could hardly close his mouth, exclaiming, "Oh my, you truly are Zhou Yueming, Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Yubao quickly waved his hand, saying, "Oh, come now. That was a name I adopted later. I am still Zhou Yubao." Lu Taipo, with tear-filled eyes, lamented, "Baoga, you have suffered so much over the years." Zhou Yubao promptly grasped Lu Taipo's hand and replied, "Sister, it is I who owe you an apology. To see you again upon my return is a blessing from the heavens. I shall never allow you to endure hardship again." Zhou Bin, still reeling from the astonishment, could hardly believe that this elderly man was, in fact, the esteemed owner of Feihong Group. The revelation was utterly remarkable. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Elder, why are you alone in the county without anyone to care for you?" Zhou Yubao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sighed, "Ah, do not mention it. It is rather shameful. I was in the city that day, but for some inexplicable reason, I suddenly became disoriented. Without informing anyone, I ventured out alone." Zhou Bin, intrigued, asked, "And then what happened?" "I vaguely remembered that I needed to return home to find my sister. After inquiring with a few people, I located the bus and boarded it. Upon arriving in the county, I was unaware of when my wallet was stolen. I wandered the streets throughout the night, and by the following morning, when hunger became unbearable, I went to eat some noodles, which was when you happened to find me." Zhou Yubao chuckled. Zhou Bin nodded. "Ah, I see." Li Nan, perplexed, asked Bin Ge, "What exactly transpired?" Zhou Bin recounted the events of his encounter with Zhou Yubao, and upon hearing it, everyone finally understood the situation. Zhou Jiaming suggested, "Zhou Bin, it is a momentous occasion that Brother Zhou has returned. We should celebrate this happy event." Li Nan joyfully concurred, "Indeed, we ought to celebrate properly." Zhou Bin smiled and said, "Yes, this certainly calls for a celebration. Allow me to inform the village chief so that everyone can meet the elder." Lu Taipo, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Benoit, I told you last time that you are truly capable. Look, you have really brought back my Baoga. I cannot thank you enough." Zhou Yubao, intrigued, asked, "Sister, what do you mean?" Lu Taipo recounted her previous encounter with Zhou Bin by the riverside, which caused Zhou Yubao to shed tears once more, leading both to embrace and weep together. Li Nan and Zhou Jiaming quickly offered their comfort until the tears subsided. Before long, Zhou Difu arrived upon hearing the news, followed by Lu Taipo's nephew and several villagers, all eager to witness the event. In no time, the once desolate courtyard transformed into a lively gathering. Everyone surrounded Zhou Yubao, their faces alight with astonishment and curiosity, remarking how distinguished the old man appeared, so unlike the other elders in the village. Zhou Yubao expressed his gratitude to everyone, yet felt a pang of guilt for lacking money and gifts to offer. Zhou Bin, noticing his discomfort, immediately declared, "Everyone, please stay. Elder Zhou will treat us to a meal." The crowd erupted in cheers, excited for the feast to come. However, Zhou Yubao wore an expression of embarrassment, as he had no means to pay for the meal after his wallet was stolen. Zhou Bin, ever cheerful, responded, "Let us all go to my home. I will host the meal there, as this place is too small." A jovial crowd made their way towards Zhou Bin's home, filled with laughter and chatter. Once everyone had departed, Zhou Bin smiled and gently grasped Zhou Yubao's arm, saying, "Uncle, you need not worry about the banquet. I shall take care of it." Zhou Yubao cast a grateful glance at Zhou Bin, remaining silent as he assisted Grandma Lu out of the house. Zhou Bin hastily set off with Li Nan in a tricycle to the town for a grand shopping spree, acquiring a multitude of provisions. With the meticulous preparations of Li Nan, Zhou Bin, Aunt Zhao, Lu Fini, Li Jun, and Anyo, they arranged 8 tables in his yard, welcoming the entire village to offer their congratulations. Zhou Yubao and Grandma Lu took their seats at the head table, accompanied by the village chief, Zhou Dexing, Zhou Jiaming, and other elders. The feast, complete with dishes, wine, and spicy noodle soup, was a source of great delight. Having not savored his hometown's cuisine for decades, Zhou Yubao ate with tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with emotion. After the meal, villagers presented gifts to Grandma Lu, extending their well wishes. Once the guests departed, only Zhou Bin's family, Grandma Lu, and Zhou Yubao remained. Zhou Bin, with a smile, inquired, "Uncle, what are your plans moving forward?" Zhou Yubao replied, "I intend to bring my niece and her family back with me to Nanyang. She has endured a lifetime of hardship and deserves to enjoy some comfort." Zhou Jiaming chimed in, Bin, you should call him great uncle from now on, not uncle." Zhou Bin, slightly embarrassed, chuckled, "Indeed. Great uncle has a nice ring to it." Zhou Yubao, filled with excitement, remarked, "Zhou Bin, you have been a tremendous help to me this time. Tell me, what do you wish for? I shall grant it." Zhou Bin smiled, "Great uncle, I desire nothing. This is merely fate ensuring that you two do not part ways." Grandma Lu interjected, "Baoga, Zhou Bin is quite the capable one in our village. He has assisted me greatly, so you must express your gratitude." Zhou Yubao pondered and said, "You are right. Zhou Bin, do not be modest. Tell me what you need." Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Bin replied, "Great uncle, I do have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with." Zhou Yubao immediately inquired, "What is it? Speak freely." Zhou Bin recounted his situation with Zhao Junhai, to which Zhou Yubao responded, "Is that so? This is a simple matter. I shall discuss it with them upon my return." Seeing the issue resolved, Zhou Bin expressed his profound gratitude. However, Zhou Yubao, feeling somewhat indebted, insisted, "This is too trivial, Zhou Bin. If you have any other requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I will certainly assist you." Zhou Bin contemplated and found no pressing matters at the moment, but then recalled the road leading to the county. The road, which had been constructed long ago, lay in a state of disrepair, riddled with potholes that made travel perilous. If it could be repaired, it would greatly facilitate travel for everyone and contribute to the village's future development. Thus, he smiled and said, "Great uncle, the road from our village to the county is in dire condition. I have long wished to help repair it, but regrettably, I lack the resources." Zhou Yubao considered this and asked, "Is that the road we took when we returned?" Zhou Bin nodded, "Yes, that is indeed the road." He nodded slightly and said, "Indeed. The road has become quite impassable. Please, find someone to estimate the cost of repairs, and I shall cover the expenses." Upon hearing this, Zhou Bin was overjoyed and immediately replied, "Thank you so much, esteemed elder. I will arrange for someone to provide the estimate and inform you shortly." Zhou Yubao observed Zhou Bin's cheerful demeanor and remarked with a smile, "Zhou Bin, you possess a kind heart. You are destined to achieve great things in the future. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. If I am unavailable, my colleagues will be at your service, as we intend to develop our endeavors domestically for the long term." Zhou Bin promptly responded, "Thank you, esteemed elder, I understand." Meanwhile, Granny Lu, listening in confusion, gazed adoringly at her precious brother, unable to tear her eyes away. In another location, in Jingzhou City, the personnel of Feihong Group had become as restless as ants on a hot pan, for their boss, old Master Zhou, had mysteriously vanished. Panic-stricken, they scoured the city in search of him, yet there was no sign of his whereabouts. Aware of the growing anxiety among the searchers, Zhou Yubao chose to stay in the village overnight. The following day, he, along with Granny Lu's family and her nephew's family, was guided by Zhou Bin to the county, intending to return to Jingzhou. Upon arriving at the county by vehicle, Zhou Bin led them to seek out Zhao Junhai first. Since Zhao had initiated the collaboration, his presence was imperative. Seeing Zhou Bin at the factory entrance, the gatekeeper hurriedly escorted them to Zhao Junhai. Inside his office, Zhao Junhai wore a troubled expression. Having searched in vain for evidence of collusion between Zhang Mingkai and Wang Dakawei, it appeared that the situation was growing dire. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock echoed at the door, prompting him to absent-mindedly utter, "Come in." As the door swung open, Zhou Bin entered, accompanied by a multitude of people, both young and old. Zhao Junhai was taken aback and quickly stood to inquire, "Brother Zhou, what brings you here?" His surprise grew as he noticed the elder behind Zhou Bin. "Old sir, what brings you as well?" Zhou Bin responded with a smile, "I have brought many companions. Please arrange a place for us to rest while the three of us converse." Although confused, Zhao Junhai promptly instructed someone to escort Granny Lu and her nephew's family to a separate room for rest. This left only the three of them in the office. Zhao Junhai hastily invited them to sit and offered them tea, joyfully asking, "Old sir, are you feeling well now?" Zhou Yubao replied with a smile, "Much better. Thanks to your kind care, Zhao boss." Zhao Junhai quickly interjected, "You are too gracious, old sir. As a relative of Brother Zhou, it is our duty to ensure your comfort." Curious, Zhao Junhai then asked, "Brother Zhou, what would you like to discuss?" Zhou Bin, feigning mystery, responded, "Before we proceed, would you kindly take us to tour your cement workshop?" Zhao Junhai, puzzled by Zhou Bin's intentions, nonetheless led them to the cement workshop. Upon arrival, they found the workshop orderly, albeit not bustling with activity, as only a few workers were engaged in production. Zhao Junhai explained, "Recently, I have granted some workers leave, as we dare not produce excessively at this time." Zhou Yubao nodded in agreement while observing the surroundings, remaining silent. Subsequently, a few individuals toured his raw material workshop and the finished cement products. As they completed the tour, Zhou Yubao frequently nodded in approval. Zhou Bin felt quite satisfied as well. Indeed, Boss Xiao was not exaggerating. His factory was quite impressive. After the visit, the three returned to the office. Zhao Junhai could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Brother Zhou, now that the tour is over, what is it that you wish to convey?" Zhou Bin pointed at Zhou Yubao beside him and replied with a smile, "Boss Xiao, do you know who this gentleman is?" Zhao Junhai shook his head. "Isn't he a relative of yours?" Zhou Bin smiled and shook his head, and his next words left Zhao Junhai utterly astonished. Chapter 133. "You certainly have an imposing presence." Zhao Junhai abruptly stood up, rooted to the spot, speechless. Zhou Bin inquired, "Boss Xiao, what is the matter with you?" Zhao Junhai, with a look of shock, stammered, "Is this truly Mr. Zhou, the head of Feihong Group?" Zhou Yubao, smiling gently, affirmed, "Indeed, I am Zhou Yueming. My heavens, I never anticipated your personal visit to our factory. Surely, this cannot be a dream." Zhao Junhai exclaimed, his excitement rendering him almost incoherent. Zhou Bin chuckled, "Boss Zhao, please. Calm down, let us sit and talk." Zhou Yubao added, "Yes, do take a seat, Boss Zhao." Feeling slightly dazed from excitement, Zhao Junhai hurriedly settled onto the sofa and curiously asked, "Brother Zhou, did you not mention that this gentleman is your relative? How then could he be the head of the group?" Zhou Bin smiled slightly. "Indeed, I refer to him as my great-grandfather, and he is also the owner of Feihong Group. There is no contradiction." Zhao Junhai was utterly flabbergasted. He could scarcely fathom that this elderly gentleman was Zhou Yueming. Seeing the confusion on Zhao Junhai's face, Zhou Bin briefly explained the backstory. After listening, Zhao Junhai remained in a state of shock for a while before exclaiming, "Oh my! Mr. Zhou's story is truly moving. It nearly brought me to tears." Zhou Yubao chuckled, "I must also thank Boss Xiao for his hospitality yesterday." Zhao Junhai quickly replied, "Mr. Zhou, you are far too kind. It is our honor to care for you. I sincerely apologize for any inadequacies in our service." Zhou Yubao waved his hand with a smile. "Your hospitality was quite commendable, particularly that noodle dish. It was absolutely delightful." Zhao Junhai, filled with remorse, insisted, "Oh dear, Mr. Zhou, please do not say that. Your presence here deserves far more than just a bowl of noodles. Today, allow me to host a grand feast in your honor to express my apologies." Zhou Yubao dismissed the notion with a smile. There is no need for such formality. for I genuinely enjoyed those 2 bowls of noodles. Zhou Bin interjected, Boss Xiao, no need to trouble yourself further. My great-grandfather has traveled a long way, and they are likely anxious about him. Please, just take us to Jingzhou today. Zhao Junhai, feeling a sense of obligation, responded, Oh no, that simply will not do. I have not properly hosted Mr. Zhou. Zhou Bin waved his hand, it is unnecessary. Moreover, we have matters to attend to. Zhao Junhai paused in realization, what matters? Zhou Bin replied with a smile, it pertains to the collaboration with Fei Hong Group. Zhao Junhai suddenly understood, feeling flustered for having momentarily forgotten the most crucial matter amidst his excitement. He hurriedly inquired, what about this matter? Zhou Yubao smiled and responded, I just visited Boss Xiao's factory, and the product quality is quite satisfactory, fully meeting our requirements. I will convey this to them upon my return. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junhai was overjoyed, nearly leaping with excitement, but he quickly expressed his concern, but Manager Zhang has already chosen another company. Is this feasible? Zhou Bin chuckled heartily. Why are you worrying about this, Boss Xiao? This is merely a word from my great-uncle. Moreover, the quality of their cement is subpar. This collaboration will undoubtedly encounter issues. Zhou Yubao's smile faded as he remarked, if Zhang Mingkai dares to accept bribes and harm the company's interests, I will ensure he is dismissed immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Bin said, Boss Xiao, please present the evidence you have gathered for my great-uncle to review. Zhao Junhai immediately understood and promptly instructed someone to bring the collected materials for Zhou Yubao's inspection. After reviewing the evidence provided by Zhao Junhai, Zhou Yubao's expression shifted slightly as he exclaimed, the quality of this cement is atrocious. Is Zhang Mingkai out of his mind? Realizing their objective was nearly achieved, Zhou Bin cheerfully suggested, Boss Xiao, shall we hasten to Jingzhou? I fear my great-uncle might be anxious. Zhao Junhai agreed and swiftly prepared the vehicle. In a short while, 3 cars were ready. Everyone boarded the vehicles and set off toward Jingzhou. Meanwhile, within the city of Jingzhou, the personnel from Fei Hong Group were in a frenzy. They scoured the entire city for any trace of General Zhou, but found none. With no other options, they resorted to reporting the situation at the police station, prompting the local authorities to assist in the search. After several minutes, their vehicle arrived at the Jingzhou Hotel, where Zhou Yubao was staying. As the occupants prepared to disembark, Zhou Yubao suddenly noticed Zhang Mingkai approaching with 3 individuals, strutting with an air of arrogance and evident pride. Zhou Bin quickly remarked, Great Uncle, the person next to Manager Zhang is Wang Dakue, the owner of Minghua. Zhou Yubao nodded and instructed, you all exit the vehicle first. I wish to see what kind of person Zhang Mingkai truly is. Zhou Bin and Zhao Junhai stepped out, signaling to the other 2 cars to remain stationary. Subsequently, they approached Zhang Mingkai, with Zhao Junhai calling out, Manager Zhang. Zhang Mingkai, walking with his head held high and oblivious to his surroundings, suddenly recognized Zhao Junhai and his expression darkened. Wang Dakue, upon noticing them, jumped up and shouted, What do you want now? Zhao Junhai swiftly replied, Manager Zhang, I have evidence regarding the quality issues with Minghua. Please take a look. I am doing this for the benefit of our group. Wang Dakue, upon hearing this, erupted in anger. Zhao, are you intentionally looking for trouble? I will make you pay. As he moved to strike Zhao Junhai, Zhang Mingkai raised a hand, and Wang Dakue immediately ceased his aggression. Zhang Mingkai, visibly irritated, stated, Mr. Zhao, have I not already informed you? We have decided to collaborate with Boss Wang. Please refrain from slandering him in the future. Zhao Junhai, astonished, retorted, Manager Zhang, how can you claim I am slandering them when you haven't even taken a look? Zhang Mingkai's expression darkened further. Mr. Zhao, do you not comprehend my words? We have no desire to collaborate with you. Please leave at once. Zhao Junhai's face flushed with anger, and just as he was about to speak, Zhou Bin interjected, You, Zhang, are truly a despicable creature. Zhang Mingkai was momentarily stunned by the remark, while Wang Dakuai, astonished, exclaimed, How dare you insult Manager Zhang? It took Zhang Mingkai a moment to regain his composure, his astonishment mingling with fury as he demanded, Why do you insult me? Zhou Bin disdainfully retorted, For a treacherous scoundrel like you, such insults are but a mild rebuke. I would relish the opportunity to strike you. Zhang Mingkai was nearly driven to madness. How could this unsophisticated country bumpkin dare to speak to him in such a manner? It was an affront to his dignity. He was a distinguished graduate of a foreign university, a rising star in the business world. When had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? Wang Dakuai, seething with anger, longed to confront Zhou Bin. But upon encountering Zhou Bin's fierce glare, he felt a chill run down his spine and hesitated to approach. Zhang Mingkai, trembling with rage, shouted, You should leave at once. Do not even think about collaborating with Fei Hong in the future. The two individuals behind him pushed forward, urging them to depart quickly, or else they would resort to calling the police. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Minkai, you certainly have a grand presence. As the words fell, Zhou Yubao, with a grave expression, descended from the car. Zhang Minkai and his companions froze in place, struck by fear. Chapter 134. The truth revealed upon hearing the voice. Zhang Minkai and his associates turned to see Zhou Yubao, whose serious demeanor rendered them speechless. Just moments ago, Zhang Minkai had exuded arrogance. But now his expression shifted dramatically as he approached Zhou Yubao with a lowly bow. Mr. Zhou, you have returned. We were terribly worried, Zhang Minkai said, his face contorted in ingratiation. The other two, noticing the presence of the big boss, rushed forward, eager to feign warmth. Zhang Minkai, in a flurry of anxiety, introduced Mr. Wang. This is Mr. Zhou, our chairman. Wang Dakuai, not wishing to appear remiss, hurried over with a beaming smile, exclaiming, Mr. Zhou, it is truly a rare fortune to encounter you here. He extended his hand, but Zhou Yubao disregarded him entirely, leaving Wang Dakuai's hand awkwardly suspended in the air. Zhou Yubao coldly inquired, is that so? You seem quite imposing. Zhang Minkai quickly interjected, Mr. Zhou, you misunderstand. It is these two who have been incessantly harassing me. I had no choice but to attempt to send them away. Zhou Yubao sneered, what were you planning to do? Zhang Minkai's heart quivered at the question. He and Wang Dakuai had come to dine, as Wang Dakuai had generously gifted him 20,000, prompting him to host in gratitude. His mind raced, and he quickly responded. We were intending to seek you out. Zhou Yubao fixed him with a penetrating gaze, asking, oh, seeking me? What business do you have at the hotel? We were merely going to discuss some matters, Zhang Minkai stammered in defense. Zhou Bin, having observed Zhang Minkai closely, noticed the bulge beneath his clothing, hinting at something concealed. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Minkai was distracted, Zhou Bin swiftly tore open his garment. Bang! A paper bag fell to the ground with a soft thud, drawing the attention of the crowd. Zhang Minkai, caught off guard, turned pale as he began to react, intending to retrieve it. Zhou Bin swiftly snatched up the bag and opened it, revealing a thick stack of brand-new banknotes. Oh my, Manager Zhang, you seem to be quite affluent, Zhou Bin remarked with a grin. Upon seeing the money, Wang Dakuai immediately shouted in excitement, rushing over to seize the bag from Zhou Bin's grasp. Just as Zhou Bin anticipated Wang's approach, he tugged at Wang's arm, causing him to lurch forward and nearly tumble to the ground. Zhou Yubao then snatched the bag and inquired, Minkai, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Minkai, flustered, stammered this. This is the cash I withdrew from the bank. Zhou Yubao responded with a cold laugh. Weren't you supposed to be looking for me? What need do you have for cash? Zhang Minkai quickly replied, I was worried about needing to spend money when I found you. Zhou Yubao chuckled, oh, so I should thank you then. Beads of sweat formed on Zhang Minkai's forehead as he nervously smiled. I would do anything to meet with you. Zhou Yubao turned to Zhou Bin, saying, Manager Zhang is truly devoted to me and the company. He then added with a smile, Minkai, considering your loyalty, I have decided that we will collaborate on this project with Boss Xiao. Please let that person go. Zhang Minkai's previously cheerful demeanor instantly froze. Zhou, General Zhou. What do you mean by this? Zhou Yubao replied with a smile. It's nothing of consequence. I have already decided to partner with Boss Xiao, and you need not say any more. Zhang Minkai was left speechless, only managing to say, General Zhou, do you know these two individuals? Zhou Yubao smiled slightly. Of course I do. Zhang Minkai appeared as if struck by frost, his head drooping. Wang Dakuai, sensing the tension, protested, Manager Zhang, you promised to collaborate with us. You cannot back out now. Zhang Minkai's face flushed crimson as he exclaimed, Stop talking. We will discuss this later. Realizing that Zhang intended to renege, Wang Dakuai grew frantic. Manager Zhang, I have already made contributions to you. If you dare change your mind, do not blame me for severing ties. Zhang Minkai was alarmed by this, hurriedly retorting, Boss Wang, what nonsense are you spouting? I know nothing of any contributions. Manager Zhang, how can you lie so brazenly? Don't you recall how much I've given you? If this deal falls through, you must return my money. Wang Dakuai, in his agitation, disregarded all caution. Zhang Minkai, his face ashen, shouted, You're insane. Who has taken your money? Wang Dakuai, sensing the unfolding chaos, declared, General Zhou. It is your manager Zhang who promised this project to us. Now he intends to backtrack. Zhang Minkai trembled involuntarily, urgently insisting, General Zhou, please do not listen to his fabrications. I have not. Zhou Bin sneered. Now you choose to be obstinate. Soon enough, you shall face the consequences. Zhou Yubao remained silent, fixing his gaze on Zhang Minkai, causing a chill to run down his spine. Zhao Junhai exclaimed, General Zhou, The money is right before us. And Manager Zhang still refuses to acknowledge it. No, that's my money. Zhang Mingkai stubbornly insisted. Wang Dakuai grew agitated. You're talking nonsense. This is clearly the money I just gave you. Do you still intend to renege? Zhou Yubao finally interjected. Enough. Zhang Mingkai, is this how you conduct business for the company? Zhang Mingkai trembled and collapsed onto the ground. Seizing the moment, Zhou Bin remarked, Zhou, I believe we should promptly call the police and have them arrest him. Upon hearing this, Wang Dakuai attempted to rush over to reclaim his money. Zhou Bin swiftly pushed him aside, raising his voice. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up. The other two employees had been rendered speechless. Unaware of the altercation between the two men, they had merely accompanied a client at Zhang's request. At this juncture, the two hastened to the police station, and Wang Dakuai, upon seeing this, lunged at Zhang Mingkai, gripping his neck tightly. While choking him, he shouted, Return my money, quickly. Otherwise, I swear I'll kill you. Zhang Mingkai, gasping for air, rolled his eyes and flailed his hands, exclaiming, Who took your money? I didn't. Enraged by this retort, Wang Dakuai struck Zhang Mingkai's head with several punches, causing blood to stream from Zhang's nose. Zhou Bin and the others observed coldly, remaining silent. Seeing Wang Dakuai audaciously strike him, Zhang Mingkai's anger flared. And soon the two were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Just as their brawl escalated, the police arrived, quickly apprehending both parties after ascertaining the situation. Subsequently, Zhang Mingkai was sentenced to 5 years for bribery, while Wang Dakuai faced detention and a hefty fine. These details are but a footnote to the main story. After resolving this incident, Zhou Yubao, along with everyone else, entered the hotel. Zhou Bin and Zhao Junhai wore expressions of delight under Zhou Yubao's guidance. Zhao Junhai swiftly finalized a cooperation contract with Feihong Group. With the contract signed, both men finally felt a sense of relief. As they prepared to part ways, Zhou Yubao informed Zhou Bin that they would remain in the city for about a week before returning to their village. During that time, Zhou Bin was to provide him with the road construction budget. Otherwise, he would have to return to Nanyang. Zhou Bin nodded in agreement and turned back towards the county. He was eager to share this joyous news with his fellow villagers to bring them some happiness. Chapter 135. A new height in income upon returning from the county. Zhou Bin immediately summoned everyone to the coal yard. Once all had gathered, he recounted the events of his trip to Jingzhou. Lu Junyi, astonished and elated, inquired, So, does this mean our excellent coal can be sold again? Zhou Bin smiled and replied, Yes, Ba Xiao has already signed a contract with Feihong Group. From now on, our monthly production will increase from 2,000 tons to 4,000 tons, with further increases depending on circumstances. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhao's face lit up with joy. Oh, Zhou Bin, how did you manage this? Does this mean our bonuses will increase? Zhou Bin chuckled. Of course. Everyone must work hard. Bonuses will be distributed at the end of the month. The more effort you put in, the greater the reward. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers upon receiving this delightful news. Recently, everyone has been on edge, fearing that the coal yard may cease operations. Should that happen, they would lose their stable income and revert to a precarious existence reliant on the whims of nature. Observing the joy among the villagers, Zhou Bin seized the opportunity to discuss the road construction project. Upon hearing this, a wave of cheers erupted, with many exclaiming how fortunate they were. Lu Junyi, unable to contain his excitement, remarked, Zhou Bin, I truly admire you. This road has been in disrepair for so many years. If it's finally fixed, it would greatly benefit our village. Lu Fenny chimed in. Oh, if we can travel to the county without such a bumpy ride, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Li Jun responded with a smile. Indeed, a repaired road is far better than anything else. Aniu grinned and inquired, Brother, isn't this road construction going to be quite expensive? Perhaps around 100,000? Zhou Bin chuckled and shook his head. Not quite. I estimate it will be around 1 million. What? 1 million? Goodness, that's astonishing. Aunt Zhao exclaimed in surprise. Wang Quanhua, standing nearby, expressed his admiration. Zhou Bin, you truly are a blessing for our village. Without you, we wouldn't dare to dream of such things. With laughter and chatter, they returned to their labor. While Zhou Bin hurried to find the village chief, he informed Zhou Yubao of the plan to fund the road construction. And the two promptly went to seek out Mayor Lu. After all, road construction is a significant undertaking that necessitates his intervention for coordination. Upon hearing the news, Mayor Lu was overjoyed. This road serves as the sole connection between Xinguang Township and the county seat, yet it had fallen into disrepair over the years, becoming riddled with potholes and in a state of disarray. He had long wished to repair it, but lacking funds, he could only watch helplessly. Zhou Bin's news thrilled him. If the road were to be restored, it would be a tremendous benefit for all the residents of the township. Without further ado, he led the two men to the county office to engage with the relevant departments, initiating the design and budgeting for the road's restoration. Once these matters were arranged, Zhou Bin and Zhou Difu returned to the village, patiently awaiting the completion of the proposal. In recent days, Zhou Bin had been tirelessly juggling the coal yard and road construction matters, causing Li Nan considerable concern. Upon his return, she promptly prepared warm water for him to wash his face and feet, followed by serving him fine tea, urging him to take a moment to rest. Seeing her busying about, Zhou Bin smiled, saying, "Xiaonan, there's no need for you to fuss. Sit down and take a breather." Li Nan, smiling, joined him in the courtyard, where the weather had warmed and the sun shone brightly, heralding the arrival of spring. Zhou Bin cheerfully asked, "Xiaonan, do you know how much income we can earn just from coal sales in a month?" Li Nan, curious, replied, "I haven't calculated. How much is it?" Zhou Bin gestured with his fingers, prompting her to widen her eyes in astonishment. "Did you say 80,000? Zhou Bin nodded, grinning. "Exactly." Li Nan exclaimed in disbelief. "Goodness. 80,000. Does that mean we could earn 1 million this year?" Zhou Bin smiled back. "If all goes well, that should be about right." Li Nan, filled with excitement, could hardly contain herself. "Bingo, how are you so capable? Previously, one often heard the term 10,000 yuan household, yet you are on the verge of becoming a millionaire." Zhou Bin jested. "Then you must be the wife of a millionaire. How does that feel?" Li Nan, lowering her voice with excitement, replied, "I could laugh myself awake from dreaming. I keep wondering how I became so fortunate. My husband treats me so well, and the child is so obedient. I must be the happiest person in the world." Gazing at Li Nan's blissful visage, Zhou Bin felt a surge of emotions. Poor little Nan. She had endured so much suffering in the past. Her current life brought her immense satisfaction, yet in Zhou Bin's heart, it was far from enough. He was determined to provide Li Nan, their child, and his father with the best life possible. Noticing Zhou Bin's silence, Li Nan could not resist asking, "Brother Bin, what are you thinking about?" Zhou Bin shyly chuckled. "I was just thinking about wanting to eat some jiaotuan." Li Nan burst into laughter. "Oh dear, I thought something significant was on your mind. If you want to eat, I'll go prepare it for you. Just relax, and I'll bring it to you when it's ready." With that, Li Nan flitted off to the kitchen like a joyous butterfly, while Zhou Bin reclined comfortably in his chair, smoking and gazing at the distant mountains. A week later, the road construction plan and budget were finally completed, aligning closely with Zhou Bin's expectations, requiring a little over 900,000 yuan. Coincidentally, Zhou Yubao and Lu Taipo's family returned to the village, essentially to bid farewell. Zhou Yubao gifted 500 yuan to each household as a token of gratitude for their care of Lu Taipo over the years. He then personally handed a check for 1 million yuan to Zhou Bin, designated for the road construction funds. The villagers were elated, gathering to bid farewell to Lu Taipo. With tears in her eyes, Lu Taipo said her goodbyes, and then they boarded their vehicle, leaving Beiyuan village. She might never return, yet she had found a lifelong connection, a silver lining amidst her misfortunes. After sending off Zhou Yubao and his family, Zhou Bin promptly entrusted the funds to the village chief, believing in his integrity. As he could not be present to manage it himself, the village chief, receiving the funds, wasted no time and immediately consulted with the township leaders to enlist someone to oversee the allocation. Through their collective efforts, the road construction officially commenced. It was estimated that within 6 months, the road would be completed. Having wrapped up these matters, Zhou Bin was soon greeted with another piece of joyous news. His new house had finally been completed. Construction had begun last year, and, after a winter of hard work, it was finally finished. When Wang Manshan conveyed this news to Zhou Bin, he was overjoyed. Recently, Li Nan and her father had visited the site multiple times and were still buzzing with excitement. How thrilled they would be to see the fully completed home. Observing Zhou Bin's delight, Wang Manshan remarked, "Brother Zhou, with such a beautiful house finished, you must treat us." Zhou Bin waved his hand dismissively, "A trivial matter. In 3 days, you and everyone else come. I'll host a feast to celebrate." Wang Manshan, elated, departed. After he left, Zhou Bin immediately shared the news with Li Nan and his father. Upon hearing it, Li Nan's face lit up with joy. The new home she had longed for was finally complete. Chapter 136. The new house completed, the whole village celebrates upon hearing the news. Zhou Jiaming's eyes glistened with joy, and he exclaimed, "Wonderful! How splendid! I never imagined I would live in such a magnificent tiled house in my lifetime." Zhou Bin, observing their excitement, chuckled and said, "Dad, Xiaonan, I plan to invite everyone over for a meal in 2 days to celebrate. What do you think?" Zhou Jiaming nodded in agreement, stating, "That is indeed appropriate. It is a way to honor our fellow villagers." Li Nan also concurred, expressing, "I believe Dad is right. We should gather everyone for a lively occasion. Seeing their agreement, Zhou Bin smiled and shared his plans. I estimate we should prepare at least a dozen tables. I will invite Lu Mingda and Lu Mingyi. We cannot manage this alone. These two are renowned cooks in Nanyuan village, often summoned for any festive event. Zhou Jiaming pondered for a moment and replied, that sounds good. I've heard their culinary skills are exceptional. Let us give them a try this time. Li Nan, ever fond of festivities, had no objections. After their discussion, Zhou Bin set out on his three-wheeled vehicle to invite the two cooks. He brought along cigarettes and liquor, offering them a daily compensation of 100 yuan. Having already heard of Zhou Bin's reputation, the cooks readily accepted his invitation upon his personal arrival. The following day, Zhou Bin and his father traveled to the county on their three-wheeler to procure the necessary ingredients and beverages for the banquet, after which they began to tidy up the new house. Zhou Bin had only visited the site once during construction, and this was his first formal inspection. The three of them arrived at the new house with brooms and other cleaning supplies. Before them stood the newly constructed walls, replacing the original earthen ones with elegant blue bricks, exuding a fresh and refined appearance. The entrance, adorned with blue bricks and topped with green tiles, featured soaring eaves and brackets, embodying an air of grandeur and agility. The grand entrance was a brand new black iron gate, embellished with decorative golden rivets, imparting a sense of elegance. Outside the courtyard walls, Zhou Bin had thoughtfully planted a circle of green bamboo, instantly transforming the ambience. The three stood outside the grand gate, reluctant to enter, their hearts brimming with excitement. Li Nan, captivated by the sight, declared, this truly is the courtyard of my dreams. Zhou Jiaming, admiring the view, praised, Zhou Bin, this courtyard looks truly splendid. Zhou Bin, equally satisfied, felt that it perfectly matched his vision. They then stepped into the courtyard, revealing a fresh and elegant five-room house, adorned with blue bricks and tiled roofs. The house was designed to be lofty, with columns crafted from blue bricks, while the remaining exterior walls were also made of blue bricks but painted white, with the roof maintaining its traditional flying eaves and brackets. The steps leading into the house were constructed from blue bricks, ensuring that rain would not dirty one's feet. Upon entering, they found the interior floored with blue bricks, the ceiling framed in plaster and adorned with electric lights. The walls were painted white, radiating brightness and elegance. The courtyard was paved with large blue stones, accompanied by a garden that flourished with roses, prickly roses, and other vibrant flowers, alongside plum blossoms, bamboo, and peonies, creating a visually delightful array. In essence, the entire courtyard was exceptionally refined and refreshing, capturing the gaze of anyone who beheld it. Three individuals busily tidied up the surroundings while watching with uncontainable joy in their hearts. After cleaning the courtyard, Zhou Bin, along with his father, brought tables and chairs, subsequently calling upon Aniu, Li Jun, Wang Haichao, and Wang Quanhua to assist in setting the tables and preparing the stove, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the two chefs. Finally, early on the fourth day, the two culinary experts arrived. Zhou Bin immediately began bustling about with the others, chopping meat, dicing vegetables, and simmering soup, immersed in the delight of their task. Aniu, while working, could not help but exclaim, brother, your house is simply magnificent. It resembles a palace. Zhou Bin chuckled as he sliced the meat, replying, Aniu, you are exaggerating. This is merely an ordinary house. Li Jun interjected, is this still considered an ordinary house? It is truly splendid, dazzling to the eyes. Wang Haichao added with a smile, Li Jun is right. Your house is even better than those of the county folks. Lu Mingda, while heating oil for frying meatballs, remarked, Zhou Bin, your house is remarkably exquisite. It must be the finest in our village. Lu Mingyi agreed, indeed. I have never seen such a beautiful house. It is truly stunning. Zhou Bin smiled and said, oh, you are all being too flattering. Zhou Jiaming, tending to the fire, could not suppress his laughter. Today, he was finally residing in the house built for him by his son, filling him with immense happiness. Xiao Hua, enjoying a day off, ran about the courtyard with a group of children, their faces beaming with joy. They took turns playing hide-and-seek inside the house and wandering around the garden, reveling as though it were a festive celebration. Meanwhile, Li Nan, along with Aunt Zhao, Lu Fenyi, and several other wives, busied themselves washing and chopping vegetables. Lu Fenyi, with an envious expression, remarked, Li Nan, how fortunate you are. I am utterly envious. Aunt Zhao laughed heartily. Who can blame you for your lack of foresight? If you had married Zhou Bin, you would be feeling quite proud by now. The wife of Tai Chui could not help but tease, as if he would even look at her. Look at our Li Nan. She's the belle of 10 miles around. Lu Fenyi retorted indignantly. I may not be as I once was, but in my youth, I was quite the beauty. Had my parents not been blind to my worth, I would have married Haiquan long ago. I would have wed Zhou Bin. Aunt Zhao burst into laughter. Keep dreaming. Lu Fini, still not satisfied, asked with a grin. Li Nan, how did you manage to win Zhou Bin's heart? Did you just flaunt your curves, and he fell for you? Li Nan, blushing furiously, quickly replied, Oh, Fini. What nonsense are you talking about? As the group continued their lively banter while working, the atmosphere was filled with joy. 3 hours later, an array of delectable dishes was ready. On the constructed earthen stove rested 4 large iron pots, all bubbling with steam. On the top was a pot of steaming pork. Next to it a pot of a colorful and fragrant mixed vegetable stew. Below that a steaming dish of honey-glazed meat and pork knuckles, and at the bottom, a pot brimming with spicy soup. On the table beside the stove lay an assortment of ingredients, meats, fish, and chicken. The grand finale, of course, consists of crabs and river shrimp, accompanied by the tangy and delectable sauced noodles. These exquisite dishes converge to create an intense aroma that gradually wafts through the air. Upon catching a whiff of this enticing scent, the villagers could no longer resist and flocked to offer their congratulations. Lu Junyi, holding a 3-foot-long red cloth and carrying some pastries, presented 5 yuan as a token of his goodwill. He registered his gift and then, with a smile, took a seat at the table, proclaiming loudly, Today, the aroma is truly delightful. Zhou Bin, have you gone all out? Zhou Bin replied with a grin. Today is all about treating everyone well and enjoying ourselves together. Lu Junyi chuckled. Zhou Bin, you have truly made something remarkable. I am genuinely happy for you. Just then, Zhou Dexing entered, carrying several bags of pastries, the red cloth, and 5 yuan. Zhou Bin immediately invited him to sit beside him at the table. Zhou Dexing, smiling, remarked, Zhou Bin, your house is impressively spacious. It surpasses even that of the former landlords. I must take a good look. Lu Junyi quickly suggested, Uncle Dexing, shall we go and have a look together? The 2 men, smoking and laughing, went off to inspect the house. Before long, Li Jianxi, Zheng Deming, Zhao Haiquan, Wang Hengfa, and others arrived, and as they stepped inside, they were awestruck by Zhou Bin's new home, showering him with compliments about its extraordinary beauty. Zhou Difu, accompanied by his 2 sons, also arrived, cheerfully bringing gifts and 10 yuan, which he registered. Zhou Bin promptly invited him to take a seat, and Zhou Difu picked up a cigarette from the table, taking a puff while praising, Ah, Zhou Bin, your house is truly magnificent. If only all the villagers could live in such homes, we would have truly thrived. Zhou Bin smiled broadly. Don't worry, third grandfather, it won't be long. Once Zhou Bin noticed that most guests had arrived, he announced the commencement of the feast. A variety of delicious dishes began to grace the table, and the villagers gathered around, eating, drinking, chatting, and laughing, instantly creating a joyous sea of merriment.